Chapter 1, Rebirth. Don't. Lin Jiangyue opened her eyes and suddenly sat up from the bed. After a moment of heavy breathing while clutching her chest, she slowly surveyed the strange yet familiar furnishings around her. When her gaze landed on a calendar placed on the bedside table, a surge of excitement welled up inside her. Current date: September 16th, 2936.9 years ago, with a red rain falling from the sky, the apocalypse arrived. Many people turned into zombies after being infected by a virus following this red rain, and plants and animals underwent tremendous mutations. Plants grew sharp claws and thorns, capable of tearing a person to shreds in an instant. Animals became abnormally large, with even an ant reaching nearly the height of an adult. In order to survive, the remaining humans awakened supernatural abilities to combat the zombies and mutated flora and fauna. These individuals were collectively known as supernatural beings, holding a very high status in the apocalypse. Ordinary people without supernatural abilities relied on these supernatural beings, flattering and bowing under their rule, struggling to survive. The law of the jungle was re-established. Supernatural beings gathered together to form survival bases, where people continued their normal learning and living as they did before. However, the focus of learning shifted to upgrading supernatural abilities and training in combat skills, while the necessary supplies for living had to be exchanged for contribution points. Currently, the city of A, where Lin Jiangyue resided, was a survival base with relatively weak strength in the apocalypse. However, her family held significant influence within the base due to the number of supernatural beings they had. Her half-sister, Lin Jiangyue, awakened her ice-type supernatural ability at the age of 12 and was hailed as a rare talent by the base. In comparison, Lin Jiangyue, who was now 17 and had not yet awakened any abilities, was naturally considered a fool of extraordinary proportions. Most members of the Lin family looked down on her, often pointing fingers at her behind her back. Fortunately, her mother had left her a considerable amount of rare supplies from the apocalypse, and there was someone who always protected her from the shadows, which was why those wolves had not yet openly torn their faces with her. Thinking of that person, a hint of tenderness finally flashed in Lin Jiangyue's cold eyes. Aside from her mother, he was the only one in this world who treated her well and was willing to risk his life to protect her. It was hateful that in her previous life, she was blinded by ignorance, thinking that he was cold-blooded and sinister, avoiding him at all costs while her thoughts were entirely on her fiancé, Song Chuhang, giving away most of her mother's belongings to him. As a result, Song Chuhang only saw her as a foolish person with money, genuinely liking her half-sister instead. When she became of no use, he mercilessly kicked her away and, without her knowledge, knocked her unconscious and sent her to a terrifying research facility that experimented on humans. Just as they managed to escape, they were met with a massive zombie horde, and that person died protecting her, bitten to death by zombies. Thinking of this, overwhelming sorrow surged, causing Lin Jiangyue to bite her lip until it bled. Since heaven had given her a second chance, this time, she would protect him. She vowed she would not let anyone harm him again. And her mother, her so-called father, Lin Haonan, told her that her mother had accidentally encountered mutated beasts while out gathering crystal nuclei to enhance her abilities. But later, she discovered that this was far from the truth. It was Lin Haonan who deliberately attracted the mutated beasts to kill her mother in order to marry his mistress. This debt was one she had wanted to settle with Lin Haonan and his mistress in her previous life, only to regret that she had no supernatural abilities at the time and had exhausted most of her resources on that scoundrel, Song Chuhang, leaving her without the power to avenge her mother. So she had to endure. But now, Lin Jiangyue fixed her gaze on a transparent glass cup on the table. Moments later, the glass cup slowly rose, floating in midair. Seeing this, a subtle smile finally appeared on Lin Jiangyue's face. For some unknown reason, at the moment of death, she found herself awakening both spatial abilities and psychic control abilities. Both of these powers were extremely rare. Awakening even one could cause a stir in the base, let alone awakening two at once. After the apocalypse, resources became scarce and fruits and vegetables that were once common were sold at exorbitant prices, almost exclusively for the nobility. Ordinary people could only rely on nutrient solutions to sustain their lives. Her spatial abilities not only allowed her to grow and store fruits and vegetables in large quantities, but also to train and hide. Inside, Time flowed much slower. 10 days outside equated to only 1 day inside. Unfortunately, only she could enter it for now, and she didn't know if she could bring others in after upgrading. As for the psychic control ability, it could greatly reduce an opponent's reaction and speed during combat, if used in conjunction with that person's abilities. Thinking of that person again, Lin Jiangyue frowned, temporarily suppressing her urgent desire to see him gain contribution points. She could either go out on missions or continue selling the supplies her mother left her. Selling supplies was absolutely not an option. In her previous life, she had been so well protected that she understood nothing and completely failed to grasp how valuable those items were for enhancing abilities. Exchanging them for contribution points would be a waste. Just as Lin Jiangyue was in a dilemma, her holographic screen suddenly flashed, showing an incoming deposit of 500,000 contribution points. Lin Jiangyue was stunned. Due to her poor relationship with her half-sister Lin Jiangning, she had moved out long ago. Since then, Lin Haonan had never given her a single contribution point. So this contribution point could only come from Lin Jiangyue. Let out a long sigh. 500,000 was not a small sum. It would take an exceptionally talented supernatural being a long time to save up that much. Just as she resolved to protect that person, she suddenly received contribution points from him. Chapter 2 Space. Looking at the 500,000 contribution points in her account, a heavy shadow passed over Lin Jiangyue's heart. She was too weak, far too weak. She had to become stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, forget about protecting that person. She would struggle to support herself. Moreover, that person's abilities were powerful, but he had been disturbed at the moment of awakening, causing his energy to go berserk and injuring his meridians. Thus, whenever he used his abilities, he would suffer excruciating pain. Although he never spoke of it, she knew he was enduring the pain. With this thought, Lin Jiangyue jumped off the bed, decisively dressed, and headed straight for the largest shop in City A. In her previous life, she had stumbled upon a formula for repairing meridians, which required ice spirit grass and blue light flowers. These two plants were extremely difficult to cultivate and took a long time, requiring at least several years with a high chance of failure. However, their seeds were relatively common, costing only 5,000 contribution points each. Lin Jiangyue bought 10 of each, spending a total of 100,000 contribution points. After hesitating for a moment, she also bought some fruits and vegetables, which were outrageously expensive. Tomatoes cost 30,000 contribution points each, and she bought 3 potatoes were the same, and she bought 3 as well, spending a total of 180,000 contribution points. Lastly, lychees cost 50,000 contribution points each, and she gritted her teeth and bought 2, spending a total of 100,000 contribution points. In total, she didn't buy much, spending 38,000 contribution points, leaving her with 120,000 contribution points. Lin Jiangyue felt a pang of heartache. She arrived at a secluded corner, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and eagerly slipped in her own space. Since she was only at level 1 now, the size of the space was still very limited, with half of it occupied just by the seeds of the 20 ice spirit grasses and the blue flowers. In the remaining half, she carefully placed the tomatoes, potatoes, and lychee she had bought, then activated her abilities in an instant. The tomatoes and potatoes multiplied to 30 each, and the lychees became 20, a complete 10-fold increase. Lin Jiangyue's abilities were completely drained, but she was still very happy these fruits and vegetables were not only delicious, but could also provide the energy needed to level up her abilities. Although it wasn't much, it was pure energy, unlike the impurities found in crystal cores that was just right to cook for that person, and she could also slightly improve her own meals. Before heading out, she had drunk some nutrient liquid, which turned out to be bitter and astringent, terribly unpalatable. Song family. After absorbing the energy from the jade, Song Chuhong's aura surged instantly, and his ability level broke through from level 4 directly to level 5. Lin Jiangning stood beside him and smiled. Chuang, congratulations. You're already a level 5 ability user at just 19. Let's have a drink to celebrate. Song Chuang nodded, took a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, filled a glass, and handed it to Lin Jiangning. He looked at Lin Jiangning, his eyes almost unable to hide his affection. Jiangning, wait a little longer. Once I break through to level 7, I'll be the strongest in the entire A city, and then we won't have to care about that Lin Jiangyue's face anymore. I'll have my father go to her to annul the engagement, and then we can have our wedding. Lin Jiangning's eyes flashed with a hint of joy upon hearing this. but she pretended to be troubled. But if that's the case, my sister will be so sad. Jiangning, you're always so kind. Song Chuang scoffed. I don't like her at all. She keeps pestering me. So who can blame me? Chuang, you shouldn't say that. Lin Jiangyue replied. Even though my sister hasn't awakened her abilities yet and is indeed a bit useless, I can see that she truly cares for you. Then I'd rather she didn't care for me. A hint of impatience flashed across Song Chuhong's handsome face. His talent was among the best in a city, yet he had a fiancée who was 17 and still hadn't awakened her abilities. Not to mention how those around him laughed at him behind his back. If it weren't for the Lin family's considerable wealth, he would have forced his father to annul the engagement long ago, and he wouldn't have to wait until now. All right, Jiangning, let's not talk about Lin Jiangyue anymore. It's simply affecting my mood. Come, let's have a drink together. Song Chuang frowned. This is a rare good wine. It's precious not only in this apocalypse, but also before it. Come, I toast to you. How can I let you toast to me? It should be me toasting to you. Lin Jiangning smiled brightly as she got the answer she wanted. And no matter how it was explained to outsiders, she was already 8 years old when her mother, Li Yaoyao, officially married Lin Haonan. So there would always be some meddlesome people spreading rumors, slandering her as an illegitimate daughter. The Song family had slightly more power than the Lin family here, and marrying Song Chuang was mutually beneficial, a strong alliance. Who would dare gossip behind her back then? As for that little BTCH Lin Jiangyue, a useless person without abilities, once she had drained the other's value, she had plenty of ways to make Lin Jiangyue wish she were dead. After everything was ready, Lin Jiangyue, relying on her memories from her previous life, arrived at the place where that person was temporarily staying. In her previous life, she had never come here even once due to her disdain for him, so she was completely unaware of the situation here. But once she looked around, she was shocked the environment was horrendously bad. Trash was scattered everywhere, and ragged beggars filled the area, with a stench that was unbearable. That person gave her 500,000 contribution points, yet he lived in such a rundown place? Lin Jiangyue felt a deep sadness in her heart, just as she wanted to inquire about his exact residence. She noticed several beggars looking at her with ill intent, and a few even gathered together, laughing maliciously. Lin Jiangyue's heart sank. This was bad. She had acted recklessly. As a well-dressed young lady alone in such a place, it was hard not to attract attention. The best policy was to leave first. A burly beggar blocked her way, leering, "Little girl, where are you going? Let me show you the way." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue was furious. She didn't want her hand to touch this beggar, and just as she was about to kick him, she suddenly heard him let out a howl of pain and fall to the ground, rolling and wailing incessantly. Immediately after, a boy cloaked in a black hooded cloak appeared in her line of sight. The boy was tall and thin. He didn't look particularly strong, yet the surrounding beggars, who had been eyeing her, changed their expressions drastically and scattered like birds and beasts. Only Lin Jiangyue stared at the boy, her expression excited. Xiaoweilon, Chapter 3. Reunion. Upon hearing Xiaoweilon, the boy's body stiffened slightly. Even though the cloak obscured his expression, Lin Jiangyue could still sense the turmoil within him. In her past life at this time, she had an intense dislike for him. At first, she had a good impression of this exceptionally handsome boy. However, gradually, with Xiaoweilon's presence, her mother's attention was diverted, and with Song Chuhong's covert instigation, her dissatisfaction with Xiaoweilon grew. This dissatisfaction peaked the day Xiaoweilon awakened his dark-type abilities like a tea that time. Due to Song Chuhong's interference, Xiaoweilon's energy went out of control, filling the room with a terrifying dark aura that scared her into fainting, followed by a high fever for 7 days and nights. If it weren't for the apocalypse, even those who hadn't awakened their abilities had their physical qualities improved. She might have ended up as a fool from the fever. Since then, Lin Jiangyue could no longer tolerate living under the same roof as Xiaoweilon. She declared that if she was there, Xiaoweilon couldn't be. If Xiaoweilon was there, she wouldn't stay. Her mother, unable to deal with her, had no choice but to prepare a large sum of contribution points for Xiaoweilon and find a place for him to move out. But Xiaoweilon accepted nothing and left without a word at that time. He was only 9 years old, a month younger than her. He had lived in this place for 8 years. She hadn't seen him for a long time. Lin Jiangyue felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. From now on, besides her mother, he was her only family. Xiao Weilon shivered slightly, and his eyes, which had always avoided her, looked over with disbelief. They were crystal clear, like glazed glass, causing Lin Jiangyue to catch her breath for a moment. Xiao Weilon had always been handsome since childhood, and as he grew up, his chin became sharper, his eyes more upturned, his face nearly perfect, a sight to behold. What a pity that in her past life, she had been blinded by ignorance. She had a handsome guy right in front of her and didn't even notice, seeing Lin Jiangyue staring at him intently. Xiao Weilon suddenly felt a bit awkward and bit his lip. "Miss?" Lin Jiangyue's heart was once again pierced by this address. When they were kids, she didn't understand much. She was angry that he took away their mother's attention, so she liked to bully him, treating him like a servant and making him call her miss. Xiao Weilon always had a distant demeanor towards everyone, only listening to her and her mother's words. She actually called him miss for many years, and it never changed in the end. Lin Jiangyue glared, "Don't call me miss. Since you're a month younger than me, you should call me sister." Xiao Weilon was taken aback and obediently changed her words, "sister." Just when the two were about to turn the corner, Xiao Weilon suddenly and silently hid her empty left hand behind her back and made a gesture towards the beggar who had just tried to tease Lin Jiangyue. In an instant, the beggar fell to the ground, blood spraying from his neck, and he died on the spot. She naturally greeted Xiao Weilon, "Take off your cloak and sit down." But Xiao Weilon didn't move. She seemed a bit uneasy after arriving here. "What's wrong? Do you need me to help you?" Seeing Xiao Weilon's expression, Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but find it amusing. She actually walked over and reached out to help him untie the cloak. Xiao Weilon's gaze flickered, and suddenly she grabbed Lin Jiangyue's hand. "Sister, don't." The cold-blooded youth, who made both the Song and Lin families wary, had a hint of pleading in his voice. The proud one bowed her head. "It always made people's hearts race." Lin Jiangyue stared into those beautiful eyes that flickered with light and shadow, gently holding the boy's hand, her tone extraordinarily soft. "Why not?" "Xiao Weilon, I want to hear the truth. Don't lie to me." Xiao Weilon slightly closed her eyes, and after a moment, she said, "I have injuries, they look terrible." Lin Jiangyue was stunned. Who could hurt Xiao Weilon? Who dared to hurt Xiao Weilon? Unable to contain herself, she continued to untie the cloak straps, her tone unconsciously tinged with urgency. "Don't move, let me see." The cloak slipped off, revealing a deep, bone-visible wound on the boy's neck. The bleeding had stopped, but the injury was still gruesome. Just a little more, and that wound could have taken Xiao Weilon's life. Lin Jiangyue's gaze suddenly turned sharp. "Who did this?" Xiao Weilon pursed her lips and casually replied, "It was during a mission when I encountered an 8th-level mutated beast. It was a bit troublesome to handle." "Then why didn't you go to the hospital? Such a serious injury, improper treatment could be fatal. You shouldn't save your contribution points for me." Lin Jiangyue was both angry and heartbroken. While scolding, she took out a healing potion left by her mother and applied it to Xiao Weilon's wound. The wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Seeing this, Lin Jiangyue felt both satisfied and a bit frustrated. There weren't many of those potions left. Now most had been sold for contribution points or given to that scoundrel Song Chuang. Chapter 4, cooking the wounds on his body had healed, but what about the ones in his heart? Xiao Weilon touched his smooth neck with his fingertips. Slightly lost in thought, in a daze, he heard Lin Jiangyue say, "The bathroom is over there, go take a shower. I'll prepare something for you to eat. It will be ready just in time when you're done. Here, this is a change of clothes." A set of clothes appeared before Xiao Weilon, but he did not take them. Instead, he let the clothes fall to the ground. Then, he involuntarily grasped Lin Jiangyue's wrist. The sensation was real and vivid, unlike a dream. Yet, this girl in front of him clearly loathed him to the extreme. So how could she possibly have such a pleasant demeanor? Lin Jiangyue was stunned. Although Xiao Weilon was a month younger than her, she was much taller. At such a close distance, Lin had to tilt her head back to look into the other person's eyes. An overwhelming sense of pressure arose. Indeed, even the most restrained wild beasts would inadvertently reveal their claws. Lin Jiangyue bit her lip, looking up at Xiao Weilon with a smile that seemed somewhat ambiguous. "Xiao Weilon, what are you trying to do? Shouldn't I be the one asking my sister this?" Xiao Weilon tilted her head slightly, her expression carrying an indescribable meaning. She softly said, "My sister came to find me. What does she want?" Lin Jiangyue blinked innocently and said, "Whatever I want. Will you give it to me?" Xia Weilong looked a bit surprised, but he did not hesitate at all in response to this question. As long as you want it, as long as I have it. As long as. At this point, he paused and did not continue. Lin Jiangyue instinctively asked, "Only what?" Xia Weilong was silent for a moment. "As long as my sister doesn't lie to me." Lin Jiangyue. They were often apart in their previous life, and their relationship was extremely poor, so naturally there was no opportunity to discuss these things. Even though the conversation seemed to be heading in a very dangerous direction, Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but ask, "What if I lied to you? What would happen?" Xia Weilong shook her head, a fleeting glimpse of sadness flashing in her beautiful eyes. "I swear my sister wouldn't want to know the answer to that. Isn't it hard not to lie to me?" She quickly added, "I won't lie to you, but in return, you also can't lie to me. Can you do that?" Xia Weilong nodded. "I can swear to my sister." He stared into Lin Jiangyue's eyes and asked again, "So, is my sister here to ask for something?" He was unexpectedly persistent about this question. However, Lin Jiangyue knew why. Because in her previous life, she had only sought out Xia Weilong twice at this time. Both times for that scumbag Song Chuang. Xia Weilong suddenly widened her eyes. After saying that, Lin Jiangyue picked up the clothes that had fallen on the floor and directly threw them into the washing machine. Then took out another set and stuffed it into Xia Weilong's hands, glaring at him fiercely. "These are all newly bought. The tags haven't even been removed yet. If you dare drop them on the floor and make more work for me, just try it." Xia Weilong held the clothes and nodded blankly. He returned to his previous obedient demeanor. Lin Jiangyue finally curled her lips in satisfaction and went to the kitchen to cook. Therefore, she did not see the ambiguous gaze of Xia Weilong behind her. Lin Jiangyue took out the tomatoes and potatoes she had bought earlier, carefully sliced the potatoes into shreds, then blanched them in boiling water. After adding salt, vinegar, and soy sauce, she mixed it well to make a delicious cold potato salad. Xia Weilong looked tall and thin, with hardly any flesh on him, yet he had to spend all day outside on dangerous missions to earn contribution points. She needed to make sure he got some good nutrition. However, after the apocalypse, all food was ridiculously expensive, and her family really didn't have much food left. Without hesitation, Lin Jiangyue took out the few remaining eggs from the fridge, put one egg into her space, and scrambled the others with a tomato to make a tomato and egg dish. Then she made a tomato egg drop soup. Lin Jiangyue brought the shredded potato salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and tomato egg drop soup to the table. She then took out a plate and put half of the lychee she had bought earlier into it. She barely managed to put together 4 dishes and 1 soup. Then she added 2 bowls of rice steamed with spiritual rice. This spiritual rice is highly pure in energy and is very beneficial for those with special abilities. She had put in a lot of effort just to obtain a little bit. Lin Jiangyue also left a tiny portion of food in the space, while the rest was all steamed. Being able to eat such meals nowadays could definitely be considered a noble level of living. The delicious aroma of the food wafted out, making Lin Jiangyue, who had only consumed some nutrient solution all day, feel a bit hungry. However, Xia Weilong had not finished bathing yet, so she couldn't eat. Lin Jiangyue leaned on the table, silently staring at the food in a daze. When Xia Weilong came out of the bathroom dressed, this was the scene she saw. She paused for a moment and deliberately made some noise to remind Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue indeed looked up upon hearing the voice, and upon seeing Xia Weilong. Her eyes immediately lit up. She smiled and waved at Xia Weilong, saying, "Come over quickly and try my cooking." Xia Weilong responded and sat down opposite Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue immediately picked up a large chopstick of cold-tossed shredded potatoes and placed it in his bowl, then handed him the chopsticks, saying, "Eat up." You eat first, sister." Xia Weilong took the chopsticks but didn't move. With such a table full of dishes, he naturally wanted to prioritize Lin Jiangyue. "You eat first. I ate too much earlier, and I'm not that hungry now." Lin Jiangyue shot him a glare and said, "Hurry up. If you keep being polite with me, I'm going to get angry." Only then did Xia Weilong pick up the shredded potatoes and take a bite. The taste was crisp and sweet-sour, very refreshing. He was surprised that Lin Jiangyue's cooking was actually so good. Lin Jiangyue looked at him eagerly. "How is it?" Xia Weilong nodded. "It's delicious. If it's good, eat more. Why are you so passive even when eating? You can't tell it looks delicious at all." Lin Jiangyue murmured softly and filled Xia Weilan's bowl to the brim with chopsticks. Then she peeled a lychee and held it up to his mouth. This used to be your favorite fruit. Hurry up, open your mouth. Xia Weilan instinctively opened his mouth, and the sweet taste of the lychee instantly filled his mouth, almost sweet enough to reach his heart, and he had a vague feeling of unreality again. He never wanted much. The sweetness of a single lychee was enough, but unfortunately, it seemed he could never get it. Everything today was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Xia Weilan reached out and took a lychee, skillfully peeling off the outer skin with his long fingers, and imitating how Lin Jiangyue had fed him, he brought it to her mouth. Lin Jiangyue hesitated for a moment. Her spatial ability level was still too low. Although she could produce food and double the items in her space, the quantity was limited. She could let go of other things after eating a bit, but for lychees, which were super expensive and could also help harmonize her internal abilities, she wanted to save them for Xia Weilan. However, since Xia Weilan had already fed her and their relationship was still in a period of easing, if she didn't eat it, it might make the other person feel uneasy. So Lin Jiangyue smiled and accepted the lychee. The moment the lychee entered her mouth, she immediately felt a surge of clear energy flowing in, bringing an indescribable comfort throughout her body. Chapter 5. The plan. All right, I've eaten the lychee, so don't worry about me. Hurry up and finish all this food. You must not waste my kindness, understand? Lin Jiangyue scooped a small portion of dishes into her bowl, then served herself a bowl of tomato and egg drop soup, and pushed the remaining dishes and lychees in front of Xia Weilan. After the apocalypse, people's physical fitness has generally improved, but correspondingly, their appetite has also become surprisingly large, especially for a supernatural being, whose food intake is almost several times that of before the apocalypse. What she made might not even be enough for Xia Weilan to eat completely. Afraid that Xia Weilan would feel embarrassed to eat if she kept thinking about her, she pretended to glare at Xia Weilan fiercely and threatened. If you keep being polite and dragging your feet, I'll kick you out, and you can forget about coming back again. She added, I mean it. Don't think I'm just trying to scare you. Xia Weilan pressed his lips together and finally began to eat. His eating pace was not actually slow, but he was very elegant in his demeanor, and watching him was a pleasure for Lin Jiangyue. There's an old saying that goes, beauty is a feast for the eyes, and it couldn't be more accurate. Lin Jiangyue thought to herself. The bowls containing scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold shredded potatoes, and tomato egg drop soup were quickly emptied, and it seemed that Xia Weilan was not being polite. She truly thought her cooking was quite good. Lin Jiangyue felt quite gratified. However, the lychees remained untouched. Lin Jiangyue knew that Xia Weilan must still want to save them for her. She quietly finished her own meal, then dragged the plate of lychees in front of her, peeling them one by one and feeding them to Xia Weilan. Since she had already offered them, Xia Weilan could only open her mouth. If she refused, Lin Jiangyue would directly feed her. Soon, the plate of lychees was completely empty. Looking at the empty bowls and dishes, Lin Jiangyue inexplicably felt a sense of accomplishment. She stretched lazily, stood up, and said, All right, let's take a nap after eating. We need to digest the energy contained in the lychees. It can help harmonize your powers. I'll go wash the dishes. Xia Weilan shook her head. Sister, you go rest. I'll handle it. I will definitely speak up when I need you. Now hurry up and rest. Lin Jiangyue replied angrily. In a few days, I need to go to the Sunset Forest to gather materials, and I'll need you to protect me then. If you don't take care of your health and get strong, how will you protect me? Sunset Forest? Xia Weilan was taken aback. The Sunset Forest is not far from City A, where there are not many zombies, and indeed, many rare materials can be found. However, there are often 8th or 9th level mutated beasts lurking around, while the highest level ability user in City A is only at level 7. Although Xia Weilan awakened a very rare and terrifying dark-type ability with astonishing combat power, her current ability is only at level 5, making it quite challenging to deal with 8th or 9th level mutated beasts, let alone protect Lin Jiangyue in such circumstances. Considering this, an uncontrollable shadow flashed through Xia Weilan's heart, and she said softly, Sister, the Sunset Forest is too dangerous. With my current strength, I might not be able to protect you. If you want anything, just tell me, and I can help you find it. You don't need to go there yourself. Lin Jiangyue smiled faintly and said, "This won't do. I have to go in person. A city is simply too weak and small, leading everyone to be a ridiculous frog at the bottom of the well, thinking that abilities can only reach level 10 at most. But that's not the case. Abilities can actually be upgraded to 100 levels. In her last life, by this time, in many resource-rich bases with numerous powerful individuals, there were even ability users at levels 50 or 60. Just one of those ability users could easily wipe out the entire A city and the mutated beasts in the Sunset Forest. It's just that the people of city, comfortably situated in their corner, remain unaware for now. After each 10 levels of upgrade, a barrier forms within the ability user's body that prevents further advancement. At this point, removing the barrier is crucial for leveling up. The medicine that can eliminate this barrier is extremely precious and hard to find. As far as Lin Jiangyue knows, the only place she and Xiaoweilon can barely reach is the Sunset Forest. But speed is essential, because it won't be long before the medicine in the Sunset Forest is obtained by someone. And that person will become the first ability user to successfully break through to level 11 in these nearby small bases, shocking the entire A city. After that, many talents in a city will be determined to venture out. Moreover, she also needs to go to the Sunset Forest to help Xiaoweilon find materials for the potion. The longer the delay, the more pain Xiaoweilon will have to endure. That pain will only intensify with the upgrade of her abilities. Xiaoweilon didn't say anything further, but her expression clearly showed her concern. Lin Jiangyue stepped forward and took Xiaoweilon's hand, softly calling his name. "We will live together from now on. You should have a bit more confidence in me. I've said it before, I need your protection, but I will protect you just the same." After saying this, Lin Jiangyue glanced at the dining table. Immediately, a plate slowly floated up. Xiaoweilon was taken aback, a hint of faint joy appearing in his eyes. "Sister has awakened her abilities?" "Yes, and it's also a very rare mental-type control ability. Although it's only at level 1 for now, I will definitely become very, very powerful in the future." "I believe it." Since their reunion, Xiaoweilon rarely smiled, but he managed to curve his lips slightly. It was truly stunning when someone who rarely smiled did so, even if it was just a faint smile. Lin Jiangyue was captivated. She couldn't help but reach out and tug at Xiaoweilon's cheek. "That's more like it. You're younger than me. Why do you always have a stern face? Remember to smile more in the future. I might not like you anymore." Xiaoweilon. Xiaoweilon's expression was complicated. "Does sister like me now?" "I like you when you listen. I won't like you if you don't," Lin Jiangyue chuckled. "So, are you coming with me to Sunset Forest or not?" Xiaoweilon was silent for a moment and nodded. "Let's go after all. I will definitely protect you with my life." Seeing Xiaoweilon nod, Lin Jiangyue was finally satisfied. "Good. Then rest well these few days and gather your strength." By the way, at this point, Lin Jiangyue rummaged through a box and handed a very ornate one to Xiaoweilon. "Inside is a glass crystal stone left by my mother. The energy is rich and purer than ordinary crystal cores by 10 times, perfect for enhancing abilities. If you absorb the energy inside, it could directly elevate your ability level to 6 without any harmful impurities. Most importantly, it can nourish your meridians." Xiaoweilon was taken aback and complexly refused. "No, this is too precious. Now that sister has awakened her abilities, you should keep it for yourself." Lin Jiangyue said unhappily, "You're at it again. My ability is only level 1 right now. What's the use of upgrading it to level 2 or 3? If I wait until the level is higher, it will take too long. I definitely need to go to Sunset Forest in a few days. The higher your level is now, the more secure we will be." Xiaoweilon's gaze flickered, and she lowered her eyes to take the box in her hand. "This is how it should be." Lin Jiangyue patted his shoulder with relief. "All right, focus on your breakthrough for the next 2 days. Don't worry about anything else. I'll call you when it's time to eat." Xiaoweilon. Chapter 6 Conflict 1. 3 days later. In the past 3 days, Lin Jiangyue has been nurturing the seedlings of ice spirit grass and blue shadow flowers in her space, while also trying various ways to prepare delicious meals to supplement Xiaoweilon's nutrition. Although the ingredients she used were still just a few types, Lin Jiangyue discovered that as she became more skilled in using her abilities, the tomatoes, potatoes, lychees, spirit rice, and eggs produced by her space abilities were not mere copies. Instead, They were increasingly rich in spiritual energy and had better taste. She finally managed to improve Xia Weilan's complexion significantly, although she still wasn't gaining much weight. At least her cheeks had become rosy and more pleasing to the eye. Moreover, after 3 days of getting along, Xia Weilan was no longer as reserved and anxious as when she first arrived. The two of them had developed a more natural and tacit understanding when they were together. Often, with just a glance, Xia Weilan could understand what Lin Jiangyue wanted without the need for words. Lin Jiangyue was in a great mood, humming a song while preparing lunch in the kitchen. Suddenly, the doorbell outside rang like crazy. Who could it be? Ever since she had a falling out with Lin Jiangyue and moved out, hardly anyone came to visit her here. Lin Jiangyue frowned as she went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she nearly felt sick enough to throw up her overnight meal. It turned out to be that scumbag, Song Chuang. Lin Jiangyue's originally bright expression suddenly darkened, and she spoke in a tone that was hard to read. "What are you doing here?" Seeing Lin Jiangyue's cold attitude, Song Chuang couldn't help but be taken aback. His intention to confront her diminished by half. In the past, Lin Jiangyue was very clingy, almost appearing in front of him every day, which annoyed him greatly. Without her harassment, Song Chuang initially felt quite relaxed, enjoying nights out with Lin Jiangyue, but gradually, he began to feel uneasy again. Firstly, he had not yet exhausted the resources left to Lin Jiangyue by her mother. For example, the piece of crystal he had always wanted. Lin Jiangyue almost fulfilled all his requests, except for that crystal. He had hinted many times before, but she never responded, seeming reluctant to part with it. Additionally, there were some precious potions he had not obtained, so now was not a good time for a fallout. Secondly, the little pest, Xia Weilan, who had always been secretly protecting her, was quite a headache. Although Xia Weilan's abilities were only at level 5. Under the circumstances where he had received so many resources from Lin Jiangyue, breaking through to level 5 at 19 was already considered an extraordinary talent, and a level 5 ability user at 17 was extremely rare in the entire A city. Not to mention, Xia Weilan had impressive combat power, even making Song Chuang, a level 7 ability user, feel wary. Therefore, before he surpassed Xia Weilan in strength, he wouldn't act recklessly and lose Lin Jiangyue, a perfect shield that made Xia Weilan cautious. Based on these two reasons, after much hesitation, Song Chuang finally decided to lower himself and personally check on Lin Jiangyue. He had assumed that Lin Jiangyue had not shown up for such a long time because of some tricky matters, but he didn't expect her to be leisurely staying at home, visibly in a much better state than before and showing such a cold expression upon seeing him. Song Chuang's proud heart was immediately filled with anger and shame. He looked down at Lin Jiangyue and questioned, "Where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you shown up?" Lin Jiangyue crossed her arms and leaned against the door, her tone sarcastic. "Why should I show up? Where I run off to has nothing to do with you." Lin Jiangyue has never spoken to him in this manner. Song Chuang was instantly furious, trembling all over. "Not related to me? What a great not related to me. Lin Jiangyue, don't forget, you are my fiancée. Your actions represent the reputation of the Song family." Lin Jiangyue, "I'm really sorry for bringing shame to the Song family." Song Chuang, "Then hurry up and go to the Lin family to cancel the engagement with Lin Haonan, because this marriage contract between us is really disgusting." What? What did you say? Lin Jiangyue, are you crazy? Song Chuang was furious and reached out to grab Lin Jiangyue's wrist, but before he could touch her, a chilling and terrifying aura that nearly suffocated him surged towards him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and with a bang, he was slammed against the wall behind him, abruptly facing a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be soaked in ice and snow. Those eyes were even more captivating than a woman's, but the depths were blood red, carrying the glint of blades, as if a devil was ready to devour him. In that instant, Song Chuang shivered, every hair on his body standing on end, his fist clenched tightly. He forcibly suppressed the horror and trembling in his heart, gritting his teeth as he glared at the young man before him, speaking each word slowly. "Xia Weilan? Why are you here?" Xia Weilan's gaze, even as it landed on him, seemed to not acknowledge his presence at all. It was as if he was just a pile of worthless trash. However, Xia Weilon completely ignored what Song Chuhang was thinking and turned his head to look at Lin Jiangyue. It seemed that whenever she encountered trouble, Xia Weilon always arrived just in time. Lin Jiangyue felt a warmth in her heart upon seeing this, and she stepped forward to gently hold the boy's empty hand. "Haven't I told you to rest well? Why are you out again?" Although her words sounded like reproach, her tone carried a hint of warmth, a stark contrast to how she had treated Song Chuhang earlier. Meanwhile, Song Chuhang, who was being choked, had a twisted expression that was almost ferocious. Chapter 7 Conflict 2. Upon seeing the situation between Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilon, Song Chuhang let out an angry roar from his throat. Lin Jiangyue is his fiancée. He may not like Lin Jiangyue, but he absolutely cannot tolerate her being ambiguous with someone else, especially since that person has always looked down on him since childhood. That little brat he detests to the core. This is simply equivalent to trampling on his dignity as a man. Lin Jiangyue, I really think you've gone crazy. To be so desperate. You must have forgotten that you used to hate that little brat the most. Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Jiangyue slapped Song Chuhang hard enough to turn his face away. Song Chuhang was completely stunned. His face involuntarily turned purple. If it weren't for Xia Weilon holding him back, he would have charged at Lin Jiangyue without hesitation. Song Chuhang stared at Lin Jiangyue in near collapse, cursing fiercely. "You shameless woman, you dare bang?" The sound of a heavy object hitting flesh. Song Chuhang let out a terrible scream, his voice sounding like a ghostly wail. The level of injury was completely incomparable to Lin Jiangyue's slap. Xia Weilon glanced at Lin Jiangyue with some unease. Lin Jiangyue is well aware of how much she cares about Song Chuhang, although today seems different from usual. If it weren't for Song Chuhang's disrespectful words, he wouldn't have been willing to show such aggression in front of Lin Jiangyue. He can never forget how his abilities once scared this girl in front of him. Based on her understanding of Xia Weilon from her past life, Lin Jiangyue vaguely guessed what the other party was thinking. Then she pulled Xia Weilon along and walked into the house, closing the door with a bang under Song Chuhang's pained and resentful gaze. Song Chuhang, who was in so much pain he could only lie on the ground. At the dining table, Lin Jiangyue smiled as usual, serving dishes to Xia Weilon, showing no signs of anything unusual. "In 2 days, we will be heading to the Sunset Forest. How are your preparations going?" Xia Weilon nodded. "I've absorbed most of the energy from the Lioli crystal, and I estimate I can break through to become a level 6 ability user today. But..." He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Sister, I need to go out for a bit." Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" Xia Weilon casually replied, "Some tasks that yield high contribution points require team collaboration. So, I joined a small team before. But now I'm planning to withdraw and need to go through the formalities today. Otherwise, I'll be forced into a mission." Of course, she couldn't disagree with that. Song family. Juhang, are you okay?" Lin Jiangning was very anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Jiangyue had gone mad. How could she allow that little brat Xia Weilon to beat him up like this? "All right, then you rest well, and I'll come see you tomorrow." Hearing Song Chuhang say this, Lin Jiangning had no choice but to leave reluctantly. However, as soon as she stepped out of the Song family's door, the concern and reluctance on Lin Jiangning's face immediately vanished, replaced by a strong sense of disdain and contempt. The sight of Song Chuhang gritting his teeth in pain was truly disgusting to her. The man she liked, the man she planned to marry in the future, should be an extraordinary hero. How could he be so weak? He was whimpering like a dog in pain. Both were level 5 supernatural beings. But Xia Weilon had broken through at 17, while Song Chuhang only broke through at 19. Xia Weilon relied entirely on herself, while Song Chuhang had received considerable resources from Lin Jiangyue. Yet when it came to fighting, Song Chuhang could only be bullied with no strength to fight back. Song Chuhang's supernatural ability could level up. Could Xia Weilon's ability not level up? Given the current situation, no matter when it was, Song Chuhang would only be suppressed and beaten by Xia Weilon, which meant that she would also have no chance of ever getting ahead. Lin Jiangyue. It's all because of Lin Jiangyue. Thinking of this name, Lin Jiangning bit her lip tightly, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. If it weren't for Lin Jiangyue, That exceptionally handsome boy would have belonged to her. When she first saw Xiao Weilan as a child, she had actually fallen for him. But what was frustrating was that no matter the time, no matter how cold and heartless Lin Jiangyue was, even treating Xiao Weilan like a servant, that boy's eyes only ever held affection for her, never for Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue took away what she liked, so she also wanted to take away what Lin Jiangyue liked. She took away Song Chuhang, but she looked down on how easily he could be hooked. Fortunately, Song Chuhang came from a good family, and he was Lin Jiangyue's fiancé and beloved, which could serve as an important tool for her to strike at Lin Jiangyue, while also making Xiao Weilan, who had always been indifferent to her, feel heartbroken. That was why she reluctantly agreed to marry him. However, according to Song Chuhang, Lin Jiangyue had unexpectedly instructed Xiao Weilan to hit him today. Could it be that that little vixen Lin Jiangyue suddenly had an epiphany? If so, why would she marry such a waste who would never match up to Xiao Weilan? Lin Jiangyue was shrouded in a thick haze. No matter what, regardless of the cost, even if it meant ruining Xiao Weilan, she could not tolerate the person she liked being with that little vixen Lin Jiangyue. Absolutely not. Chapter 8. Conflict 3. What? Xiao Weilan, you want to quit? No way. I absolutely disagree. The team leader Wang Dazhuang was taken aback. Among the 6 members of their team, the strongest fighter was undoubtedly Xiao Weilan. With Xiao Weilan around, not only did they contribute much more than other teams, but many rare resources were also obtained thanks to her, especially when they accidentally encountered an 8th-level mutated beast during a mission. Without Xiao Weilan, they might have been completely wiped out. Even Wang Dazhuang, no matter how foolish, would never agree to let such a person leave. Xiao Weilan's expression showed no change. I'm just informing you, not seeking your opinion. You just need to come with me to register. Wang Dazhuang was extremely irritated by Xiao Weilan's calm and indifferent attitude, as if she didn't care about anything. As the team leader, he couldn't live without Xiao Weilan's abilities, but was also very jealous and wary of her powers. Wang Dazhuang stood up, slammed the table, and gritted his teeth. I said, I disagree. Didn't you hear? Wang Dazhuang lived up to his name. He was tall and strong, like a giant bear. His width more than twice that of Xiao Weilan, and as the team leader, he was also the only 6th-level ability user in the team. When he stood up, his shadow could completely block Xiao Weilan, creating a sense of oppression. Xiao Weilan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she finally raised her head to glance at Wang Dazhuang. The next moment, with a bang, Wang Dazhuang's head was pressed down onto the table. Xiao Weilan gently tapped the tabletop with her free hand and said in an unchanging tone, How about now, Wang Dazhuang? No matter what, he was still a 6th-level ability user, but Xiao Weilan was only at 5th level. Yet, he was subdued by her without even realizing it, and it was humiliating for him to have his head pressed down on the table. Wang Dazhuang felt a chill run up his back. Xiao Weilan, there are rules everywhere. How dare you treat me like this? No team will ever want to accept you in the future. Thank for the reminder, but that's my own business. No need to worry. Why? A trace of malice flashed in Wang Dazhuang's eyes. Xiao Weilan, I haven't treated you poorly, have I? Those people were right. You are indeed an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Maybe if pushing me out to block that 8th-level mutated beast counts as treating me well. Wow, what? What are you talking about? I can't understand a word. Wang Dazhuang's eyes flickered as he resolutely denied it. Xiao Weilan, I tell you, you ungrateful, white-eyed wolf, don't think you can bite me indiscriminately. And no one will believe you. If news got out that I pushed my team member out to block a mutated beast attack, I could forget about my reputation. He would never admit to such a thing, even if it killed him. Xiao Weilan was completely different from Wang Dazhuang in arguing. She was naturally emotionally detached, only putting her heart into those she cared about. Even if others deceived or betrayed her, she didn't care at all. After all, in the chaotic, post-apocalyptic world, the strong were respected. All that mattered was killing them. Thinking for an extra second was a waste of time. Of course, there was an exception when she was in front of Lin Jiangyue. She was afraid of scaring her, afraid that the girl would see through her cold and indifferent nature. Wang Dazhuang was still alive today only because he had been in a good mood lately. Xiao Weilan said nonchalantly, Say whatever you want, just go register. I want to quit. Wang Dazhuang. After Song Chuhang, that afternoon, Lin Jiangyue received her second unexpected visitor at home, her so-called biological father Lin Haonan. In her previous life, these people had never been so eager to find her. Why did they have to keep appearing in front of her to annoy her this life? Lin Jiangyue leaned against the door, looking at Lin Haonan, who was clearly fuming with anger. She silently sighed. What does he want? He doesn't even call me father, and doesn't even invite me in. Lin Haonan was extremely dissatisfied, but he had a more important matter to attend to this time. Lin Haonan glared at Lin Jiangyue and coldly questioned, I heard you let that little bitch Xia Weilon beat up your own fiancé. Have you gone crazy? Heard? Heard from whom? Lin Jiangyue scoffed and said sarcastically, First, Xia Weilon is the most important person to me, not some little bastard. Watch your words. Second, I don't care about this fiancé. Who needs it? Third, I didn't instruct Xia Weilon to hit him. It was Song Chuhang who spoke disrespectfully. He deserved it. Fourth, please come to my house less in the future. I'm sorry, but I don't have the leisure to entertain you. Lin Haonan. Lin Jiangyue spoke in a flurry, making Lin Haonan tremble with anger. He pointed at Lin Jiangyue's nose and shouted, You've gone too far, you little brat. Today, I will teach you a lesson so you know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. From now on, you are my father, Lin Haonan said, raising his hand to slap Lin Jiangyue's face. Like Song Chuhang's father, he was also a level 7 ability user, and this slap carried significant power. Lin Jiangyue stood by the door to prevent Lin Haonan from suddenly attacking. At that moment, seeing Lin Haonan slap towards her, Lin Jiangyue almost instinctively ducked into the room and slammed the door shut with a thud, completely isolating the furious Lin Haonan outside. After a moment of silence, a frenzied knocking and shouting sounded from outside. Lin Jiangyue was very grateful that the door was made of the strongest materials during the renovation. No matter how hard Lin Haonan knocked on the door, causing the ground to shake, it was all in vain. At first, Lin Jiangyue sat on the sofa, leisurely enjoying her tea, but gradually, the continuous knocking and shouting made her a bit impatient. Lin Haonan was surprisingly patient today, as if he would knock on the door until the end of time if she didn't go out. Lin Jiangyue covered her ears with her hands, filled with resentment. An hour later, the knocking and shouting still hadn't stopped. Lin Jiangyue suddenly stood up amidst the loud knocking noise, wearing a stern expression as he walked to the kitchen to prepare dinner. At that moment, he looked expressionlessly at Lin Haonan, who was blocking the door like a bandit and causing a commotion outside Lin Jiangyue's room. He faintly felt a twinge of annoyance. This was Lin Jiangyue's biological father, and it seemed inappropriate to be too rude. However, if he didn't drive the other person away, he wouldn't be able to enter. Moreover, with the incessant knocking, wouldn't Lin Jiangyue find it noisy? After a moment of silence, Xia Weilon eventually walked slowly behind Lin Haonan and asked, Have you knocked enough? Lin Haonan. Lin Haonan was greatly startled. Lin Haonan was stunned. Under Xia Weilon's gaze, he actually involuntarily stepped aside. Xia Weilon walked over and pressed the doorbell. Chapter 9, preparing to depart a moment later. The door opened under Lin Haonan's resentful gaze. She was about to be driven crazy. Xia Weilon said softly, Sorry to keep you waiting, sister. Xia Weilon paused for a moment and nodded, saying, Sister, I really wanted to see you. The boy said it seriously, but Lin Jiangyue's face suddenly turned red. Beside them, Lin Haonan, who had been fed a mouthful of dog food, suddenly exploded in anger and reached out to pull Lin Jiangyue. You little brat, don't embarrass yourself here. Hurry up and go apologize to Chu Hang. Lin Haonan let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He didn't manage to grab Lin Jiangyue, but was suddenly caught by Xia Weilon, who held his wrist. An excruciating pain pierced through him, making Lin Haonan feel as if his wrist bone was being crushed. The scream was too tragic. Xia Weilon bit her lip, looking innocently at Lin Jiangyue. Sister, I didn't use much strength. Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but show a hint of a smile in her eyes. Yeah, I know. It's not your fault. The main reason is that the other party is too weak. Lin Haonan gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Jiangyue. You little brat. What you're saying, is it even human language? Oh, another round of pig-like screams erupted. Lin Haonan was sweating profusely from the pain and couldn't speak anymore. Xia Weilon, okay. Lin Haonan. After the apocalypse, In order to prevent zombies and mutated beasts, all cars are made exceptionally large and sturdy. When Lin Jiangyue drove the long-and-used car out of the underground garage, it felt like she was operating an armored tank. However, they didn't actually need to bring much. 2 days earlier, Lin Jiangyue had categorized and packed all the valuable items in her home into her own space. As mentioned before, her space had a very limited capacity due to her low level. To increase the capacity a bit and accommodate more items, Lin Jiangyue thought it over and ultimately gritted her teeth, using 2 pieces of rare jade left by her mother to raise her space ability to level 3. She was very pleased to discover that with the increase in her ability level, the capacity of her space had indeed grown larger. Although it was only level 3 now, it already had nearly 500 square meters of capacity, almost enough to fit the entire villa where she and Xia Weilan were currently living. Additionally, the amount of food she could produce in bulk was also increasing. Previously, it could multiply 10-fold. Now it could multiply 30-fold. For example, if she put in 1 potato, it could turn into 10 before, but now it could turn into 30. Currently, her space was filled with over a dozen sacks of potatoes, tomatoes, eggs, lychees, and spirit rice. She also spent 120,000 contribution points to buy a sausage and a very small bottle of pure water. The price of the sausage was still within an acceptable range, but the pure water was astonishingly expensive. After the apocalypse, pure water resources had become increasingly scarce. So people were relying on nutrient solutions to sustain life, and even the nobles only used some other drinks similar to pure water as a substitute. Almost no one drank pure water anymore. As for water for bathing, washing dishes, or other daily needs, that was out of the question. It was all full of impurities and not fit for consumption. Wealthy nobles would use relatively expensive reagents to clean their dishes to avoid accidentally ingesting impurities. Even so, due to its wide-ranging uses, many rare potions required it as a raw material, and plants irrigated with it grew robustly, causing the price of pure water to rise higher and higher, almost equivalent to gold before the apocalypse. The small bottle she bought wasn't even enough for her and Xia Weilan to each have a sip. Fortunately, with her space ability, Lin Jiangyue had spent a lot of effort over the past few days transforming that pitiful amount of pure water into 3 full bottles, equivalent to the size of pre-apocalypse mineral water bottles. The sausage was also piled up in a sack. Finally, she no longer needed to scrimp and save like before. The ice spirit grass and the ghost orchid were also thriving. Lin Jiangyue was very satisfied. Now, she just needed to go to Sunset Forest to collect the remaining materials, and she could start helping Xia Weilan prepare the formula for repairing the meridians. Of course, to avoid drawing attention, she had Xia Weilan put 5 large boxes of nutrient solution in the trunk of the car, enough for both of them to drink for a month. However, unless there were special circumstances, she and Xia Weilan definitely would not drink this stuff. Everything was packed, and they were ready to set off. Xia Weilan naturally took the driver's seat and was responsible for driving. Lin Jiangyue sat in the passenger seat, closing her eyes to rest. Even though Sunset Forest was not too far from City A, the drive still took 4 to 5 hours. Once they left the protective range of the survival base, zombies and mutated plants and animals would become increasingly common, and people's safety would be completely unguaranteed, especially in Sunset Forest, where danger was extreme. With mutated beasts of level 8 or 9 often appearing, Lin Jiangyue still needed to maintain her energy, even with Xia Weilan by her side. Perhaps it was because she was in the car, but Xia Weilan drove unusually smoothly, maintaining a moderate speed without any sudden stops. Lin Jiangyue quickly fell into a drowsy sleep. When she woke up again, the car had already entered the area of the Sunset Forest. Although they were still on the outskirts, the sunlight was blocked by the towering trees, casting a gloomy atmosphere around, giving off a hint of eerie terror. The car's speed slowed down even more. Xia Weilan noticed that Lin Jiangyue was awake and quietly asked, "Sister, we have entered the area of the Sunset Forest. Where do you want to go?" Lin Jiangyue hesitated for a moment, took out a map of the Sunset Forest, and pointed out 3 locations marked with red circles for Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan's pupils narrowed slightly. Lin Jiangyue referred to these 3 places, all of which are quite dangerous areas in the Sunset Forest. One of them is even in the very center, a place he's never been to, not even close. It is said that there might be mutated beasts close to level 10 appearing there. Xiao Weilan's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. At the same time, the car slowed down and came to a complete stop. Xiao Weilan said, "Sister, what exactly do you want? Can't you just tell me, and I'll help you get it?" He didn't care whether he was putting himself in danger, but he absolutely could not tolerate the girl in front of him falling into a perilous situation. After 2 lifetimes of acquaintance, how could Lin Jiangyue not understand Xiao Weilan's thoughts? She shook her head and stared into the boy's eyes, saying, "Xiao Weilan, do you want me to always be under your protection?" Xiao Weilan pressed his lips together and softly said, "Isn't that okay? As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone hurt you, even if it costs my life. Or is it that?" He paused, his voice becoming a bit hoarse. "Sister, don't you trust me?" "Of course I trust you. There's no one in this world who trusts each other more than we do." Lin Jiangyue held Xiao Weilan's hand, her voice gentle but carrying a hint of sadness. "But Xiao Weilan, you need to understand one thing. I don't want to be a cage bird or a canary. No matter what, I must stand shoulder to shoulder with you. I cannot tolerate always standing behind you, helplessly accepting your protection." Xiao Weilan was taken aback. After a long moment, he finally spoke softly, "But sister." Lin Jiangyue extended a finger and pressed it against Xiao Weilan's perfectly shaped lips. "There is no but." Lin Jiangyue said very seriously, "Xiao Weilan, you should also trust me. I chose to come here after careful consideration. It's not just that you don't want me to take risks. I equally don't want you to suffer even the slightest harm." Xiao Weilan. Xiao Weilan did not speak. Lin Jiangyue did not urge him, patiently waiting. After a long silence, Xiao Weilan finally nodded seriously. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 10. Sunset Forest 1. Lin Jiangyue curled her lips, a hint of a smile showing in her watery eyes. She pointed to a spot marked with a red circle and said, "For the first stop, let's go here." Xiao Weilan. In the place referred to by Lin Jiangyue, there grows a gigantic ancient tree. Although it may seem like just a tree, it possesses an incredibly strange combination of the 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It can both breathe fire and spray water, and its bark is extraordinarily hard, impervious to knives and guns, and resistant to fierce flames. If one is not careful, even a thin branch can instantly shred a level 5 or 6 ability user into pieces. Even level 7 or 8 ability users would generally have to abandon their gear and flee in a panic. Therefore, many who have entered the Sunset Forest unanimously believe that this ancient tree is at least close to a level 10 mutated plant. In her past life, Lin Jiangyue naturally thought so too. However, that is not the case. This ancient tree is currently only at level 5. Its formidable combat power stems from possessing a control-type crystal core with the 5 attributes. Obtaining that crystal core would be like adding wings to Lin Jiangyue's mental control abilities. Without the crystal core, dealing with the ancient tree is more than sufficient for Xiao Weilan and poses no real threat. In her past life, someone fortuitously obtained the crystal core, leading to a significant decrease in the ancient tree's combat power, and it was quickly subdued and taken away, eventually being refined into extremely pure wood spirit essence. This wood spirit essence is remarkably effective for developing healing potions and is a crucial ingredient in Lin Jiangyue's formula for repairing meridians. She is determined to obtain it. The more troublesome aspect is that control-type crystal core. How did that person acquire it in her past life? Thinking of this, Lin Jiangyue slowly raised a hint of a smile. Xiao Weilan continued to drive forward. The roads in the Sunset Forest were naturally not as smooth as outside and would occasionally encounter attacks from mutated plants and animals. The driving was clearly not as steady as before. However, Xiao Weilan's skills were exceptional, and Lin Jiangyue had chosen the car based on the hardest and highest quality available. When they arrived at the location of the ancient tree, the car only had a few deeper scratches on its body. Even the ground beneath Lin Jiangyue's feet seemed to tremble. At that moment, a gigantic mutated bird flew overhead, and without noticing, it was swept by the ancient tree's branches, immediately letting out a piercing wail and fleeing with injuries. Lin Jiangyue frowned slightly. She glanced at the holographic device in her hand, which showed it was 6:30 in the evening. There was no rush. She took out 2 eggs and a few sausages from her space and handed them to Xiao Weilan, then pulled out a large handful of lychees, smiling. Near the ancient tree, ordinary plants and animals don't dare to approach, so it's actually safer here than elsewhere. Let's have dinner first, and then we can work. A hint of confusion flashed in Xiao Weilan's beautiful eyes, but since Lin Jiangyue said so, he didn't ask further and slowly peeled and ate the eggs and sausages. However, his gaze kept drifting involuntarily towards the ancient tree. Lin Jiangyue naturally knew that Xiao Weilan was worried about her, even if she didn't say it out loud. She quietly picked up a lychee, peeled it, and fed it to Xiao Weilan, as she usually did. Xiao Weilan opened her mouth to take it. Then she also picked up a lychee, peeled it, and fed it to her. This had almost become a routine between them. Although the place was fraught with danger and not as comfortable as home, such intimate actions between them still eased the tense atmosphere and revealed a hint of warmth. Xiao Weilan didn't speak, just nodded. Even though it was just pouring wine, getting close to such a fierce ancient tree was still quite dangerous. Lin Jiangyue kept her eyes fixed on Xiao Weilan's figure, her heart racing in her throat. Fortunately, Xiao Weilan not only had outstanding abilities, but also, due to her years of missions, was extraordinarily agile. Several times, branches almost whipped at her, and Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but gasp in surprise, only to see Xiao Weilan effortlessly dodge them. Thanks to Xiao Weilan's skills, the process of pouring the wine went even more smoothly than expected, but Lin Jiangyue's heart felt like it was on a roller coaster, rising and falling, swaying back and forth. Xiao Weilan was startled and hurried over to support her. "Sister, are you all right?" Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 11. Sunset Forest 2. What could possibly be wrong with me? You should ask yourself if there's something wrong. Lin Jiangyue pulled Xiao Weilan up and down, left and right, checking her thoroughly until she confirmed that Xiao Weilan indeed had no injuries. Then she finally felt at ease. "Sister, I'm fine too. As long as there's a shadow, my dark-type ability allows me to teleport instantly. If it's not a direct confrontation, that tree can't reach me." Xiao Weilan's eyes flickered. "Now, can you tell me what pouring wine was for?" Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue smiled and pointed at the ancient tree that was still waving its branches, saying, "Wait 10 minutes, and then you can take another look." Xiao Weilan was slightly taken aback, her gaze falling on the ancient tree once more. Suddenly, a fragrance of wine wafted through the air. At first, the aroma was very faint, but it gradually became more intense, as the scent of wine grew stronger. The fierce ancient tree gradually quieted down, eventually becoming almost completely still. Xiao Weilan said in surprise, "Is this tree drunk?" Lin Jiangyue nodded and said, "That's about right. In my previous life, the person who obtained that control-type crystal core was a heavy drinker who loved nothing but fine wine. He accidentally wandered into this place after drinking too much and nearly got strangled by the branches of an ancient tree. However, at the critical moment, he knocked over the fine wine at his waist, its fragrance wafting through the air, which instantly attracted the attention of the ancient tree, allowing him to escape disaster and unexpectedly obtain this control-type crystal core. Unfortunately, this person's fate was not very good. His ability level was too low, and he was seen by someone with ulterior motives when he obtained the crystal core, leaving him no time to refine it. He was immediately hunted down by high-level ability users in the Sunset Forest and ultimately died tragically there. It remains unknown who eventually got the crystal core, but this incident has been passed down. Thinking of this, Lin Jiangyue's gaze became slightly serious. Although the Sunset Forest is fraught with danger, there are still many people coming to seek opportunities for resources. She cannot repeat the same mistakes and must remain vigilant at all times. Within a short period, apart from Xiao Weilan, she absolutely cannot let anyone else know about her obtaining the crystal core. Lin Jiangyue said to Xiao Weilan, "I'll go take a look. You keep watch here and make sure no one discovers anything. Otherwise," Lin Jiangyue paused for a moment, a sense of cold desolation flashing through her mind. In her last life, she was protected too well by her mother and Xiao Weilan. Even in this apocalyptic world, she had never truly witnessed any bloody slaughter. Her thoughts were kind and pure, to the point where she found Xiao Weilan overly cruel and terrifying, which led her to be played around by that scumbag Song Chuhang without realizing it. But this time, it will be different. Lin Jiangyue said slowly, "If someone finds out, kill him." Xiao Weilan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. No matter when, he would unconditionally carry out Lin Jiangyue's orders. Lin Jiangyue gently curled her lips and cautiously approached the drunken ancient tree, searching for the control-type crystal core according to her memories from her previous life. However, she found nothing. After patiently searching again, she still found nothing. Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart. For the third time, there's still nothing. Could it be that the rumored location of the crystal core was incorrect? If that were the case, then searching such a vast area would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Jiangyue had a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead. The effect of the alcohol was, after all, limited. According to later research in her past life, this ancient tree not only needed to drink, but it also required fine wine. She only had this one bottle of high-quality white wine left by her mother, and if the alcohol wore off, there would be no more fine wine for the ancient tree. What should she do? Not being able to find the crystal core was not the most urgent issue. But Xiao Weilan's potion would also be wasted. Should she allow Xiao Weilan to uproot the ancient tree and take it away while it was still not completely sober? No, that was too dangerous. After the apocalypse, mutated plants were not the same as before. Some were even more ferocious than mutated animals. What if the ancient tree woke up during the uprooting process? Or what if they couldn't obtain the crystal core, and even so, the ancient tree could still unleash its power? The ability user who obtained the crystal core was of low level, but it seemed that the awakened power was a relatively rare control-type ability, and the other party had nearly been strangled by the branches. So they would definitely release their abilities to fight. Could it be that the fluctuation of abilities caused a resonance with the crystal core, which allowed the other party to find its location so easily? Should she also release her own abilities? Deciding to do it, she took action. Lin Jiangyue released her mental control ability without hesitation. Lin Jiangyue felt a surge of joy in her heart. She closed her eyes and followed the guidance of the power. Circling around the ancient tree, she once again arrived at the rumored location where the ability user found the crystal core. To Lin Jiangyue's delight, this time she finally did not return empty-handed. As she continuously released her ability, a pure, multicolored energy crystal core slowly rose before her eyes. Lin Jiangyue pressed her lips together, suppressing her excitement, and grasped the crystal core tightly in her hand. In an instant, a surging power swept over her, roaring as if it were about to drown her. Xiao Weilan shook her head. No, everything is normal. How about you, sister? Lin Jiangyue nodded slightly and brought the crystal core in front of Xiao Weilan. I have obtained a very peculiar crystal core. Take a look. Xiao Weilan also appeared somewhat surprised. Such pure energy, I've never seen anything like it. It seems to contain the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. No wonder this ancient tree is so powerful. Indeed, you have a good eye, as expected of someone I value, Lin Jiangyue said somewhat proudly. I plan to absorb this crystal core. Is it safe? Xiao Weilan was slightly taken aback. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Jiangyue hesitated for a moment and said, but I don't plan to absorb it out here. I have a spatial ability that allows for faster absorption in the space, and it can also avoid being discovered. She had only mentioned her mental control ability to Xiao Weilan and hadn't revealed her spatial ability. But she felt there was no need to hide it from this young man. If she couldn't trust even Xiao Weilan, then there would be no one trustworthy left by her side. Xiao Weilan rarely curled the corners of his lips. I know. Lin Jiangyue responded with a puzzled huh? Xiao Weilan explained. If it weren't for spatial abilities, where would my sister get so many vegetables and fruits? Lin Jiangyue muttered softly. You really are quite clever. It was supposed to be something for you to see as well, but right now, no one else can enter this space except me. However, don't worry, if I can bring someone in later, you'll definitely be the first one I let in. Xiao Weilan nodded. I naturally believe you. I'll be waiting outside, sister. He paused for a moment, hesitating for quite a while before saying, but, sister, please don't make me wait too long, okay? Lin Jiangyue smiled and stepped forward to give Xiao Weilan a big hug. Don't worry. I'll come out to see you as soon as I finish absorbing the crystal core. Xiao Weilan. Chapter 12. Sunset Forest 3. In the Space of Supernatural Powers. Lin Jiangyue sat on the ground with her eyes closed, radiating a dazzling array of colors, strikingly beautiful. After a moment, the lights slowly converged, and Lin Jiangyue suddenly opened her eyes. A strange light flashed quickly in her gaze, and a flame appeared in midair. Then the light changed, and the flame transformed into a water column. It worked. This meant that from now on, she would have long-distance attack capabilities. Moreover, after absorbing this control-type crystal core, her abilities had jumped directly from level 1 to level 3. Lin Jiangyue was overjoyed. Then she swiftly stepped out of the space without hesitation. Although only half a day had passed in the space, it should have been 4 or 5 days in the outside world. Xiao Weilan must be quite anxious by now. She needed to find her as soon as possible. However, after Lin Jiangyue emerged from the space, she only saw the ancient tree waving its branches everywhere, with no sign of Xiao Weilan. Could it be that something had happened? Lin Jiangyue's heart skipped a beat as she focused intently on the sound around her. After her abilities upgraded, her sensory sensitivity greatly improved, and she quickly heard what seemed to be sounds of a fight not far from here. Generally, anyone who could come to this sunset forest wouldn't be too weak. Could it be that Xiao Weilan is in trouble? Lin Jiangyue's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent as she quickly approached the source of the sound with stealthy steps. Sure enough, she saw 4 or 5 young men in their 20s surrounding Xiao Weilan. The youngest among them looked to be around 21 or 22. This young man had an arrogant demeanor and spoke with a questioning tone. "What are you sneaking around here for?" Xiao Weilan raised her eyes and said, "It has nothing to do with you." Upon hearing this, the young man became furious. "Country bumpkin, what did you say?" A nearby companion frowned and advised, "Oh Yang, the important matters are at hand. There's no need to waste time with a country bumpkin who doesn't even know where she came from. If you're really angry, just kill her." "That's true." The young man named Yang sneered, suddenly raising his hand, and a sharp flame shot straight towards Xiao Weilan's face. Judging by this young man's level, he was at least level 7. With so many people on their side, if they were all around this level, dealing with them would probably not be so easy for Xiao Weilan. Lin Jiangyue's gaze sharpened as she swiftly unleashed a column of water. Although her abilities were only at level 3, the power of the crystal core allowed the water column she released to be formidable. "Not good. Who is it?" "Oh Yang, be careful. Someone is ambushing." The few young men suddenly became disorganized. Lin Jiangyue took the opportunity to pull Xiao Weilan and ran towards the ancient tree. When Xiao Weilan saw her, her eyes lit up. "Sister." Lin Jiangyue responded with a smile. Due to absorbing the crystal core, she sensed a familiar aura. The ancient tree not only stopped attacking her, but also provided her with protection, blocking the several young men who had followed in pursuit from entering. Having previously witnessed the power of the ancient tree, the young men did not dare to act recklessly at this moment. They could only shout curses from outside, but none of them dared to enter. Lin Jiangyue couldn't be bothered. Xiao Weilan shook her head and said, "They seem to be looking for something too. I'm afraid they might accidentally run into you coming out of the space and get distracted. After that, I still need to extract the wood spirit essence from the ancient tree to make the potion for you, so we can't let anyone see it, especially since they don't look like good people at first glance." Lin Jiangyue said coldly, "Kill them." Xiao Weilan was slightly taken aback and nodded. Lin Jiangyue said again, "But we don't have to act ourselves. You can lure them here, and we can use the power of the ancient tree." Although the ancient tree has lost its crystal core and is only at level 5, as long as she controls it with the power of the crystal core, this ancient tree can still exert close to level 10 power. The Song family. "What? You want to go to the Sunset Forest?" "No, absolutely not." Hearing Song Chuhong's words, Song Chongfeng was shocked. "That place is full of level 8 and 9 mutated beasts. Even I wouldn't dare to go there. Aren't you seeking death by going in?" Song Chuhong's face twisted with rage. "No, father, I must go. Only in the Sunset Forest can I find the herbs that can heal me. The way I am now is simply worse than death. One must understand how difficult it is for a supernatural being to break through." But with a kick from Xiao Weilan, not only did he lose the level he had worked so hard to achieve, but it also nearly turned him into a half-waste. He is a man. How much can he endure? Hearing this, Song Chongfeng sighed deeply. "Chu Hang, I know you are hurting inside. I also wish I could punish that little brat. But the Sunset Forest is definitely not a place you can go with your current strength. Song Chuhang. Song Changfeng continued, but don't worry. You are my only son. No matter what, I will not let you fall into despair. I will do whatever it takes to find the medicine for you. After hearing this, Song Chuhang calmed down a little. But a moment later, he gritted his teeth and said, but father, if this goes on, when will I have the ability to kill that little brat? After a pause, Song Chuhang added viciously, and that little brat Lin Jiangyue. A glint of coldness flashed in Song Changfeng's eyes. He sneered coldly. Chuhang, I receive reliable news that those two headed towards the Sunset Forest. Song Chuhang was greatly surprised. What? The little brat I can tolerate, but Lin Jiangyue has no supernatural abilities. How dare she go to such a place? Is she crazy? So our opportunity has come, Song Changfeng said. It would be best if they could die in the Sunset Forest. If not, I will also lend them a hand. In addition to helping Song Chuhang find medicine, Song Changfeng also spent a large sum of money hiring several assassins. Chapter 13, Sunset Forest 4. You two country bumpkins, do you know who I am? The young man named Ouyang knelt on one knee, remembering the tragic fate of his previous companions, his face filled with terror. You dared to touch a single hair on me. My family will never let you go. After a shrill scream, the opponent was twisted into a pile of flesh by the branches of the ancient tree. Lin Jiangyue said expressionlessly to Xiao Weilon, have those people been searched through? Is there any discovery? Xiao Weilon nodded, took a card and handed it to Lin Jiangyue, a student from Canaan Academy. Canaan Academy is a well-known, prestigious school. All the students there are between 17 and 20 years old, and at least level 7 geniuses. They also need to have a certain family background and be able to pay the exorbitant tuition fees. People from small places like City, even families as reputable as the Song and Lin families, are not qualified to enter. According to the timeline, at this time in her previous life, Canaan Academy should have already had mentors at level 10 or even level 20, although they would still be no match for the strong ones in large bases. They could undoubtedly be considered dominant in this area. Even in this Sunset Forest, those mentors at level 10 or 20 probably wouldn't think much of it. However, students from Canaan Academy are either rich or noble and never worry about resources. Why would they come to this forest to find something without absolute certainty? What do they want? What is worth the risk? Could it be aligned with her intentions? Is it for the medicine to eliminate the promotion barrier? If that is the case, she must act quickly. If her ability level doesn't rise, it won't matter how powerful or rare her abilities are. For example, Xiao Weilon, with his high combat power, found it easy to fight level 6 ability users at level 5, but it became somewhat difficult against level 7. And the outcome against level 8 could be said to be uncertain. Against level 9 or 10, he would probably have to flee. If he encounters someone above level 10, it wouldn't be boosting someone else's morale while diminishing her own. Unless there are unexpected circumstances, it would definitely end in defeat. This is also why she is so eager for Xiao Weilon to use that glazed crystal to raise his ability level to 6. Even with her memories from her past life, the higher Xiao Weilon's level, the safer they would be in this Sunset Forest. Lin Jiangyue nodded slightly and suddenly let out a cold laugh. So it's from Canaan Academy. No wonder they're so arrogant. Do they have any treasures on them? Xiao Weilon responded with an bringing a few items in front of Lin Jiangyue. A spatial ring, a bottle of healing potion. A bottle of potion that can temporarily increase speed, and a dagger with the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Not bad. Lin Jiangyue pondered for a moment and threw all those things into her own space. The ring and the dagger are yours. But to avoid running into acquaintances in this Sunset Forest and causing trouble, let's talk about it after we get out. Xiao Weilon said, okay. Lin Jiangyue smiled and handed Xiao Weilon a bottle of potion. Use this to eliminate those people, then continue to keep watch. I need to extract some raw materials from the ancient tree. Once the extraction is finished, we can head to the second destination. Same old rules. If anyone is spotted, kill them if you can. If you can't, stall until I arrive to deal with it. Absolutely no showing off, got it? Half a day later, Xiao Weilon and Lin Jiangyue drove to the second destination. There, Lin Jiangyue had the last 2 medicinal materials needed for Xiao Weilon to prepare the potion, the colorful fruit and the ghostly grass. if Lin Jiangyue remembered correctly. There was also a rare and precious raging spirit grass. Taking this raging spirit grass could allow even someone who had never awakened a talent to awaken a special ability. Although both she and Xia Weilan had already awakened their abilities, no one would mind having more, especially since Xia Weilan's first awakened ability was so powerful and cool. If she took the raging spirit grass, who knows what rare and extraordinary ability she might awaken. Just thinking about it made Lin Jiangyue extremely excited, her blood racing. She couldn't wait to find the raging spirit grass and let Xia Weilan take it. Unfortunately, Lin Jiangyue sighed. The most dangerous aspect of this second destination is that there would be a level 9 mutated beast guarding it. Whether it's the Fuyao spirit grass, the colorful fruit, or the nether grass, they all grow near that mutated beast. Therefore, she must have Xia Weilan distract the level 9 mutated beast, giving her as much time as possible to collect the herbs. However, with Xia Weilan's current ability level, provoking that level 9 mutated beast would undoubtedly be very dangerous. She has never forgotten the shocking injury on Xia Weilan's neck from their first meeting after her rebirth, which nearly cost him his life. She claims to want to protect this young man, yet she has repeatedly put him in danger. If Xia Weilan were to get hurt because of this, she would absolutely never forgive herself. Lin Jiangyue scratched her hair in frustration. Noticing her emotional shift, Xia Weilan, who was driving, slightly turned her gaze and asked with some confusion, "Sister?" It seemed that no matter how slight the change in her emotions, Xia Weilan could always detect it immediately. Lin Jiangyue bit her lip and sighed softly. "We must be almost there. Pull over. I have something to say to you." The car slowed down, and Xia Weilan chose a relatively safe and spacious place to stop. He turned his head and stared into Lin Jiangyue's eyes. What does sister want to say? Lin Jiangyue shared her plan with him. Xia Weilan listened quietly and then nodded, saying, "Okay, leave it to me, sister. I will try my best to buy you as much time as possible." Lin Jiangyue, no matter what kind of request she makes, except for those that might endanger her own safety, Xia Weilan always agrees without hesitation. Lin Jiangyue is very suspicious that even if she asks Xia Weilan to deal with a level 20 mutated beast, the other party's attitude wouldn't be any different from now. This thought not only doesn't make Lin Jiangyue feel happy, but instead makes her a bit depressed. Come on, this is a very dangerous thing. I wouldn't blame you if you hesitated or didn't want to go. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback. Probably not. The hope of breaking through to level 11 with the elixir to restore her meridians all depended on this one move. Even without Xia Weilan, she would never give up on her own. In her past life, she had been a waste, a weakling, and she had experienced more than enough of it. She was mocked by Lin Jiangning, looked down upon by that scumbag Song Chuang, and deceived by that pack of Zhongshan wolves who took away all the precious resources her mother left her. In a laboratory, she was treated like a lamb to be slaughtered, having her blood drawn, her flesh cut, and injected with all sorts of bizarre concoctions, suffering unbearable pain. In the end, the memory that lingered was of the blood that fell into her eyes while Xia Weilan was protecting her, along with the terrifying screams of the zombie horde. In this life, even if there were thorns and fire ahead, or a bottomless cliff, she would not retreat a single step. Absolutely not. She held Xia Weilan's hand tightly. Their fingers interlocked, and Lin Jiangyue called out his name in a muffled voice, "Xia Weilan." Xia Weilan replied, "Sister, I'm here." No one would ever care about her feelings more than Xia Weilan. Lin Jiangyue felt a warm rush in her heart, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Suddenly, she leaned over with a red face and quickly pecked Xia Weilan on the cheek, softly proclaiming her claim. "Xia Weilan, you are mine, only mine. Even if I just stamped you, you must acknowledge it." It was a fleeting gesture, like a dragonfly skimming the water. To her surprise, Xia Weilan's face instantly turned red as well. Nevertheless, he replied earnestly, "Yes, I belong to my sister, only to my sister. I absolutely will not deny it." Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 14. Sunset Forest 5. It was supposed to be a tender and lingering love talk, but ended up being said seriously by the young man. However, I have to admit that even so, there is still a unique flavor in my heart. Lin Jiangyue pressed her hand to her chest, feeling as if a small deer was fluttering in her heart, unable to speak. Xiao Weilong leaned over. The boy's sweet breath brushed against the few strands of hair falling by Lin Jiangyue's cheek, making her heart itch with anticipation. Lin Jiangyue's long eyelashes trembled again and again. And after calming down for a long time, she stammered, "What do you want to do?" She leaned over with a pitiful look, her face full of innocence, making her think that the other party was about to kiss her in the next second, after preparing herself mentally for a long time. But there was still no movement. A hint of obvious amusement appeared in the boy's clear eyes. That smile spread layer by layer, instantly like seeing the sun through the clouds, making Lin Jiangyue feel a bit dizzy. At that moment, Xiao Weilong's voice became both real and illusory. "Can I also put a stamp on my sister?" Then, the enchanting and captivating figure said, "Just put it here." Lin Jiangyue's ears rang loudly, and her blood surged. Apart from Xiao Weilong's enlarged face, she could see nothing and hear nothing. Lin family, Lin Jiangning's bedroom. Lin Jiangning buried her face in the pillow and reluctantly said, "I don't want to go. I absolutely refuse to go. I'm never going again." Li Yao was stunned. "You silly girl, have you lost your mind? Chu Hang is the son-in-law we've carefully chosen. He is injured and in a bad mood. Now is the perfect time for you two to develop your relationship." "Develop a relationship? What kind of relationship?" Lin Jiangning suddenly sat up from bed. "Mom, you don't know. Song Chuhang was kicked out of commission by Xiao Weilong. How am I supposed to build a relationship with him?" Li Yao was taken aback and quickly turned to close the door. "Ningning, you can't say such things carelessly." Lin Jiangning snorted coldly. "Who said that?" "I heard it with my own ears. It was the doctor talking to Song Chuhong's father." Upon hearing this, Li Yao's stunning face flashed with a hint of malice. "Is there really no way to cure it?" "Cure what? Even if there's a way, it's not that easy," Lin Jiangning said indignantly. "Besides, mother, you've held onto father's heart your whole life, stepping on Lin Jiangyue and her mother. Does that mean I can only marry a useless person who is inferior to Xiao Weilong in every way?" "Xiao Weilong?" Again, with Xiao Weilong. Li Yao's expression darkened. "Ningning, mother knows that little brat is good-looking, but this is the apocalypse, a world where the strong are respected. What is a pretty face worth? Your father may not be good-looking, but he has money and power. If I were like you and only cared about looks, who knows where we would be right now? Probably hiding in some corner, drinking the northwest wind. Will we have a life you have today, where everything is handed to you?" "Mother," Lin Jiangning replied somewhat angrily, "but Xiao Weilong is different from your lover who hasn't even awakened his abilities. He is only at level 5 now, yet he can kick down Song Chuhang, who is at the same level as him. How would he not improve in the future?" "Ningning, you need to look beyond the present," Li Yao said, a bit anxious. "First, that little brat has no background. Second, when he awakened back then, his meridians were damaged. The higher his level, the greater the pain he will endure when using his abilities. Even if he can bear it now, what about later? He is human. A person's capacity to endure is limited. Once he can't withstand the pain from using his abilities, he'll be useless. He might even be worse than Song Chuhang." Lin Jiangning. Lin Jiangning bit her lip and remained silent. "Also, Ningning, even if your mother is willing to accommodate you and consider your feelings, we don't mind that the little bastard has no family background. We will do our utmost to find someone to help him repair his meridians. As long as that little bastard is willing to obey you completely, you can be happy and your mother will grit her teeth and accept it. Your mother didn't marry the one she loved back then, but now she wants you to marry the one you love. But does that little bastard love you? His eyes are only on Lin Jiangyue, that little wretch. Even if you have to force him to drink water, you must have the ability to make him do it." Lin Jiangning. After being silent for a long time, Lin Jiangning finally said, "Even if I don't marry Xiao Weilong, I can't marry Song Chuhang, who is inferior in every way. Mother, the person I, Lin Jiangning, will marry in the future must be a rare great hero, not a useless person who can only roll around and moan." Li Yao said, "Ningning, don't worry. Mother will definitely plan carefully for you. And find a husband for my precious daughter who is 1,000 times stronger than that little scoundrel, so that you can have a grand wedding." Chapter 15. Sunset Forest 6. The mutated beast guarding the Fuyao spirit grass is a level 9 mutated tiger with wings. This mutated tiger is as large as a small mountain, and when it runs, it shakes the ground and mountains, capable of flattening a person with a single step. However, its speed is not at all hindered by its massive size. On the contrary, it is incredibly fast. It always stays less than a meter behind Xiaoweilon, its enormous mouth wide open, as if it could swallow the boy whole at any moment. Lin Jiangyue watched in fear, constantly cursing herself for the decision to let Xiaoweilon lure away the mutated tiger. The Fuyao spirit grass was very easy to find, right in the lair of the mutated tiger. Lin Jiangyue quickly ran in and saw that the den of the mutated tiger was covered with brightly colored giant stones. On the largest giant stone, there floated a herb exuding rich spiritual energy. Fuyao spirit grass. As expected, such a treasure is not so easily obtained. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback and then immediately frowned. He only knew that someone had discovered a Fuyao spirit grass here in his previous life, but he didn't know the exact method of obtaining it. However, the Fuyao spirit grass was right in front of him. Could it really fly away like a cooked duck? The Fuyao spirit grass was also of the wood attribute and loved wood spirit essence the most, but unfortunately, wood spirit essence was extremely rare and hard to come by. Although she couldn't touch this Fuyao spirit grass, would it come out on its own if she lured it with wood spirit essence? Without hesitation, she decided to act. After all, this time she had extracted quite a bit of wood spirit essence from the ancient tree, and with the regenerative ability of her space, she didn't have to worry about it being insufficient. Lin Jiangyue took out a whole bottle of wood spirit essence from his space, then poured a little bit around the giant rock where the Fuyao spirit grass was located, closely watching the reaction of the spirit grass. At first, she waited for a long time without any response. She still needed to search for colorful fruit and nethergrass later, so she couldn't afford to delay for too long. Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. Just when she was about to lose hope, that Fuyao spiritual herb suddenly extended a very thin branch, and in an instant, it absorbed all the wood spirit essence from the giant stone. Lin Jiangyue was overjoyed at the sight and quickly opened the cap of the water bottle containing the wood spirit essence again. This time, she brought the whole bottle close to the branch. The rich aroma of the wood spirit essence was released. The branch that the Fuyao spirit grass extended suddenly trembled violently, and then uncontrollably stretched itself into the bottle. The wood spirit essence inside the bottle decreased at a visible speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Jiangyue quickly grabbed the branch, pulling with all her might, almost using all her strength, and finally managed to yank the Fuyao spirit grass out. With the spirit grass in hand, Lin Jiangyue let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly tossed it into her space before running out of the mutated tiger's lair. The sounds of tiger roars echoed around, and the ground trembled violently from time to time, indicating that the mutated tiger was still chasing Xiaoweilon. Lin Jiangyue steadied her mind and began searching for the locations of the colorful fruit and the nethergrass. The colorful fruit was easy to find, growing atop a large tree next to the mutated tiger's den. After upgrading her abilities, Lin Jiangyue had become much more agile than before. In no time, she climbed the tree and picked a good number of colorful fruits to toss into her space. There was only the last item left, the nethergrass, which was much harder to find as it was mixed among the vast array of plants. However, recalling her previous experience with the Fuyao spirit grass, Lin Jiangyue thought for a moment and took out the remaining half bottle of wood spirit essence from her space to see if it could attract the nethergrass. To her delight, it did not disappoint her. With the wood spirit essence in hand, many plants began to stir, including the nethergrass, which was what Lin Jiangyue wanted the most at that moment. The nethergrass sensed the aura of the wood spirit essence and suddenly swelled up in size, multiplying to dozens of times its previous size, making it easily visible at a glance. Indeed, it was a case of seeking without effort. Everything came effortlessly. Lin Jiangyue's eyes lit up at the sight and without hesitation ran over to collect the nethergrass and put it into her space. At this point, all three required items were gathered. Lin Jiangyue felt extremely exhilarated. With a thought, she instantly released a burst of flames. In an instant, a raging fire ignited at the mutated tiger's lair. The heat was intense, and the flames soared into the sky, visible clearly from dozens of miles away. As the fire blazed, a deafening roar of the tiger shook the heavens and the earth. Xia Weilan was leading the mutated tiger on a wild chase when she suddenly saw the sky lit up with flames from the previously mentioned lair. The mutated tiger let out a long roar, immediately abandoning Xia Weilan and sprinting back toward the lair, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Xia Weilan knew that Lin Jiangyue had succeeded and hurriedly ran toward the previously agreed location. It was a very secluded cave they had chosen together. Lin Jiangyue was indeed waiting for him there. Her first reaction upon seeing him was to rush over and grab his hand, examining him up and down, left and right for a long time until she confirmed that he wasn't hurt, and then she let out a sigh of relief. Although she was reluctant to let Lin Jiangyue worry so much for him, seeing the girl's concern made Xia Weilan involuntarily curve his lips and softly say, "Sister, I'm Fine. I mentioned at the ancient tree that with the shadow ability from the dark system, I can teleport as long as there is a shadow. No matter how fast ordinary mutated beasts are, they can't be faster than me. As long as I don't confront them head-on, there won't be any issues. But don't be careless." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangyue shot him a light glare, poking her finger at his neck. "Have you forgotten the injuries you had here before? You scare me to death then." Mentioning this, Xia Weilan didn't say a word, and a barely noticeable shadowy look quickly flashed in his eyes. Lin Jiangyue didn't notice and paused for a moment before deliberately saying fiercely, "If you dare to get hurt again, I'll whip you." Xia Weilan nodded and said, "Okay, you can whip me as you like, sister." Lin Jiangyue. "Can't you speak?" Lin Jiangyue was at a loss for words. "You should say, I will definitely pay attention and absolutely won't get hurt. That's a bit difficult. I don't want to lie to my sister." Xia Weilan said, "But don't worry, sister. I will definitely take good care of myself. This is definitely the truth." Chapter 16, Fuyao Spirit Grassu. Lin Jiangyue gently shook her head and didn't say anything more. After a moment, she seemed to present a treasure as she took out the Fuyao Spirit Grass from her space. "Look, what is this?" Xia Weilan was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. "Fuyao Spirit Grass? Did sister really get it?" "Of course. Don't you see who your sister is?" Lin Jiangyue smiled proudly. Stuff the Fuyao Spirit Grass into Xia Weilan's hand. "Hurry up. This cave is very hidden. It won't be discovered. Now is the time. Quickly eat it and see what abilities you can awaken." "This." Xia Weilan hesitated. "It's better if sister eats it. If I tell you to eat, then just eat it. Why so much talk?" Lin Jiangyue was annoyed again. "I already have 2 types of abilities, and you only have 1. If you can't even compare me later, how will you protect me? Hurry up." After saying that, she didn't wait for Xia Weilan to respond, took the Fuyao Spirit Grass from her hand, and directly stuffed it into her mouth. She was eager to see what abilities Xia Weilan would awaken. Xia Weilan. Since Lin Jiangyue was so determined, Xia Weilan had no choice but to swallow the Fuyao Spirit Grass. In an instant, a strange power, completely different from when she awakened her dark abilities before, filled her body, but her mind felt a bit hazy, and her cheeks inexplicably became hot. Seeing Xia Weilan's face turn red, Lin Jiangyue instinctively reached out to gently touch her forehead. Sure enough, just like the first time she awakened, she had a fever again. Generally speaking, apart from Lin Jiangyue, who had an inexplicable awakening of abilities, for others, the few hours before awakening were the most critical, and nothing unexpected could happen like last time. Lin Jiangyue quickly pushed Xia Weilan and whispered, "Hurry up, lie down, I'll guard you here." But Xia Weilan hesitated a bit. The last time he awakened, he had frightened Lin Jiangyue, a situation he would never forget. What if he awakened some strange ability again this time and scared her? Then he would definitely regret it. Lin Jiangyue said helplessly, "Stop saying but. It was just because I was too young and inexperienced before that I acted like this. I promise this time I absolutely won't be scared by you. Now you hurry up and lie down obediently, okay?" "Hey, wait a minute." Lin Jiangyue suddenly remembered something and quickly took out a brand new set of sheets and blanket from her space to lay on the ground for Xia Weilan. Fortunately, the space is large now, so it can still accommodate this. Otherwise, Xia Weilan would have to lie directly on the floor. Lin Jiangyue secretly felt fortunate for her foresight. However, Xia Weilan was somewhat surprised and said, "There's no need. There's really no need to be so particular. After the apocalypse, it was already good enough to find a place to sleep while out on a mission. Even those with space rings wouldn't carry things like sheets and blankets that take up space and are cumbersome, as space rings are generally not very large. Lin Jiangyue placed her hands on her hips and said, "If there are no conditions, then there's nothing to be done. If there are conditions, why not take care of them? I will definitely create the best conditions for you and make you plump and healthy." This was almost an obsession of hers. Yet, no matter what, Xia Weilon just wouldn't gain any weight. It was infuriating. Although she was good-looking, she was too thin, and it pained her. At that moment, Xia Weilon felt dizzy and could hardly stand, so she had no choice but to lie down on the bed Lin Jiangyue had made for her. The bedding was warm and soft, very comfortable, but Xia Weilon felt somewhat unaccustomed, as if she had been subjected to years of wind and rain and was suddenly placed in a greenhouse. It felt unreal, like a dream. Especially since she was feeling groggy, it felt even more like a dream. However, under normal circumstances, she had never even dreamt of something so beautiful. Most of her dreams consisted of a cramped cage, with a small portion featuring Lin Jiangyue's cold and disdainful attitude. These were the only two things in the world that made her feel scared. Her biological father was actually one of the first batch of awakened rare abilities at the beginning of the apocalypse. At that time, ability users were rare, and once they appeared, they held absolute leadership positions. Coupled with her father's exceptionally good looks that could provoke envy from gods and men, countless women wanted to bear his children, relying on his affection to rise to power, and she was naturally the particularly eyesore presence. Those women would be utterly obedient to her father, asking for the stars and not settling for the moon. But once they were out of her father's sight, those wolves and tigers could not wait to get rid of her. One woman was particularly ruthless. She would even wait until her father was away to lock her in a pitch-dark wooden cage for several days. When she came out, she could barely speak. She tried to report it, but it was utterly useless. That woman was her mother's biological sister, her own aunt, and she often pretended to be weak and pitiful, holding a very high status in her father's eyes. In her father's view, all of her accusations against that woman were unreasonable. Even when she accused that woman of causing her mother's death, that man raised her and slapped her hard twice. But she had clearly heard it with her own ears. After that, she secretly ran away from that home. She would no longer endure that cage. Nor did she need a man who held no trust in her to be her father, let alone cherish any title of a young master. Lin Jiangyue's mother was the only elder who had shown her kindness over the years. It made her feel that her mother, whom she had never seen, should be like this. She was willing to be filial to the other person for a lifetime, listen to her, and would also take good care of her daughter. Unfortunately, later on, Lin Jiangyue was misled by Song Chuhang and frightened by her abilities and could no longer accept her. She didn't want to make Lin Jiangyue's mother feel awkward, so she secretly ran away again. After all, she had already become accustomed to this kind of wandering life. It seemed that for her, truly happy moments were always pitifully few. She couldn't understand what had happened that made Lin Jiangyue's attitude toward her change so suddenly. The girl was treating her so well now, which genuinely made her very happy. But sometimes she couldn't help but feel uneasy about it. In this world, the human heart is the hardest to fathom. For her, no matter how many vows were made, they could never compare to what was held in her hand. Since Lin Jiangyue could suddenly stop liking Song Chuang, could she also suddenly stop liking her? If that were the case, what should she do? She had already let go once. Could she let go a second time? Chapter 17, Awakening Abilities. 7 hours later, Lin Jiangyue sat beside Xia Weilon, watching his brows furrowed tightly in his sleep. If she weren't worried about disturbing his slumber, she would have loved to reach out and smooth them out. This boy always seemed to have a heart full of worries. Lin Jiangyue secretly sighed, propping her chin on her hand as she looked at Xia Weilon's stunning face that could make gods and humans furious. She extended her finger and pointed in midair, as if poking at Xia Weilon's face. How could a boy be this good-looking? Even when frowning, he only made people feel heartache. Lin Jiangyue was lost in thought when the air around her suddenly began to fluctuate in a very strange way, and the pressure that arose in an instant nearly took her breath away. Lin Jiangyue was startled, instinctively wanting to get up, but unexpectedly her limbs felt weak and unresponsive. As she stood up a little, Her body swayed, and she began to fall. Just as she was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a pair of cool, slender hands grabbed hers. Then, she found herself in the embrace of someone who, although somewhat frail, was incredibly strong. Looking up, she met the gaze of a youth with crystal-clear, luminous eyes. Lin Jiangyue was full of surprise. "Xia Weilan, you're awake? How is it? What ability have you awakened?" Xia Weilan slightly tilted her head and said softly, "Domain. During battle, it enhances my own and my allies' speed, strength, and abilities, while simultaneously weakening the speed, strength, and abilities of the enemies." Lin Jiangyue. Oh my god. Lin Jiangyue was greatly surprised. "Xia Weilan, you are really amazing. I knew your awakened ability would be impressive, but I didn't expect it to be so rare." The rarity and preciousness of domain-type abilities can almost be equated with that of space-type abilities. Domain-type abilities can significantly enhance one's combat power while also weakening the opponent's combat power. Xia Weilan's combat strength is already astonishing, and with the boost from the domain, later on, as the ability level increases, it might even be possible to engage in battles with opponents 5, 10, or even more levels higher. Seeing Lin Jiangyue so happy, Xia Weilan couldn't help but gently curl the corner of his lips. He said softly, "But right now it's only at level 2, and both the boost and the weakening are only 10%. Lin Jiangyue shook her head and said, "It's okay, you can still upgrade in the future, and 10% is not bad. For truly powerful individuals, even a slight change during a battle can potentially have a decisive impact on the outcome." At this point, Lin Jiangyue suddenly remembered something. "Wait, you just said your ability level is second tier, not first tier?" As far as she knew, even the rarest abilities usually only start at first tier when they first awaken. Xia Weilan nodded and said, "Yeah, I don't know why, but I woke up a second tier, and my previous dark-type ability has also risen to 7th tier." "What? Not only did you awaken with second tier, but you also managed to upgrade another ability?" Lin Jiangyue happily exclaimed, "I told you, you must be a genius among geniuses." Moreover, Xia Weilan's combat strength was already high, so this greatly ensured their safety in the Sunset Forest. With the amplification and weakening effects brought by her domain, as long as they didn't encounter a truly 10th-tier mutated beast, Xia Weilan would likely have the strength to fight against other mutated beasts. This naturally included the previously encountered 9th-tier mutated tiger. "Here, let me reward you with a lychee. Come on, open your mouth," Lin Jiangyue said, taking a lychee out of her space and peeling it before handing it to Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan, as usual, lowered her head to take it. Perhaps it was due to her overwhelming happiness that her movements were a bit forceful, and Lin Jiangyue's fingertips brushed against Xia Weilan's soft lips. The sensation was vivid. However, looking at the boy's moist thin lips and perfectly shaped jawline, she felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, and her face suddenly turned red. She lowered her head and stopped talking. The air fell into silence. Xia Weilan looked at Lin Jiangyue with some confusion and softly said, "Sister?" "Lin Jiangyue, it's all because this boy is too enchanting, always making her feel restless and distracted." It's fine. Lin Jiangyue waved her hand, coughed lightly twice, and changed the topic. "You've been awake for quite a while. Aren't you hungry? Come on, let's eat something. After we finish eating, get a good sleep. And tomorrow we'll head to the 3rd destination." As she spoke, Shunjue took out a bunch of sausages, eggs, and lychees from her space. Xia Lanheng responded with an The two of them happily sat on the mat Lin Jiangyue had laid out. Xia Weilan didn't take the eggs and sausages, but first picked a lychee to feed to Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue smiled and ate. Xia Weilan carefully peeled another egg and handed it to her. "Oh, I can peel it myself. You must have consumed a lot after just awakening. Don't worry about me. Just eat quickly." Lin Jiangyue took the peeled egg from Xia Weilan and directly held it to her lips. Xia Weilan took a bite from her hand. As luck would have it, their lips accidentally brushed against Lin Jiangyue's fingertips. In that instant, Lin Jiangyue felt a ringing in her ears and, in a daze, stuffed the remaining half of the egg into her mouth. However, she couldn't taste anything, as all she could think about were Xia Weilan's soft lips swaying in front of her. Xia Weilan was slightly taken aback by the situation, and by the time she wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Her gaze flickered, and she quietly said, "Sister, I bit this." Lin Jiangyue has always been a neat freak. She absolutely refuses to touch anything that someone else has eaten. If someone drinks from her cup, she would rather smash the cup than touch it again. But now, that egg he just took a big bite out of, if Lin Jiangyue were to dislike him because of this. She smiled and thought, so what if he bit it? It's not a big deal. I have a cleanliness obsession towards others, but not towards you. After all, at this point, Lin Jiangyue paused slightly and gently touched her own lips. After a moment, she shyly said, I've already used these lips, so why would I care about eating something you've bitten? Xia Weilan. Hearing this, Xia Weilan's eyes lit up slightly. The next moment, Lin Jiangyue felt the world spinning, her feet leaving the ground as the boy lifted her into his arms. Lin Jiangyue was startled and quickly reached out to push him. What are you doing? Let go. Xia Weilan's voice became slightly hoarse again, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Then can you let my sister use it for a while longer, okay? Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 18. Encountering an acquaintance, Lin Jiangyue was blushing and didn't know what to do when she suddenly heard a thunderous tiger roar outside. Logically, this place was very hidden, so it shouldn't be possible. Xia Weilan's eyes dimmed slightly, and she had to let Lin Jiangyue down as instructed. I seem to hear faint footsteps, but they are obscured by the tiger's roar, so it's not very clear. That mutated tiger may not have found the cave where we are hiding. It might just be chasing someone and happen to arrive here. Lin Jiangyue. Footsteps? Besides her and Xia Weilan, is there someone else here to provoke this mutated tiger? Lin Jiangyue's eyes flickered, and she said in a low voice, Then let's go out and take a look. Xia Weilan nodded and instructed, Sister, stand behind me. I think I should be able to handle this mutated tiger now. Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, Good. The two of them walked out of the cave, one in front of the other. They were startled to see a gigantic mutated tiger with wings chasing three panicked individuals. The clothes of those three people were all dirty and torn, their faces filled with fear. As they ran, they desperately activated their abilities to fend off the mutated tiger's attack. However, among the three, the highest level was only 6, while the other two were merely at level 4. No matter how hard they tried to use their abilities, it was futile. One of them, who lagged slightly behind, was immediately swatted into a pulp by the mutated tiger's paw. The remaining two were horrified. One tall man suddenly looked up in panic, his peripheral vision catching sight of Xia Weilan and Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan? In an instant, he shouted with joy, a strong desire for survival bursting in his desperate eyes as he crazily ran towards them. Help! Help! Please save me! Seeing the tall man drawing the mutated tiger towards them, Lin Jiangyue said somewhat unhappily, Who is this? Do you know him? Xia Weilan replied lightly. He asked the captain of the team I mentioned to my sister before, REBORN. Lin Jiangyue let out a sound of realization and said with a pout, So, are you going to save him? Anyway, I don't have any good feelings for this person named REBORN, but if Xia Weilan wants to save him, I won't stop her. Xia Weilan did not respond directly, only saying, Sister, be careful. I'll go deal with that mutated tiger first. Jiangyue smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll be careful. You should also be cautious. Xia Weilan nodded, her figure flickering as she actively approached the mutated tiger. REBORN and the other man had been desperately running towards Xia Weilan, but upon seeing her come forward, they couldn't help but feel overjoyed. REBORN thought he was saved, and in that instant, he felt a surge of strength, suddenly accelerating and pushing his powers to the limit, trying to get behind Xia Weilan. However, what REBORN never expected was that just when he thought he could escape, something extremely terrifying happened. His body uncontrollably froze for a moment. His speed became exceptionally slow. They were already on the brink of life and death, and this slowdown was disastrous. The giant claws of the mutated tiger came crashing down. REBORN instinctively screamed in horror, but he only managed to let out a very brief before he was smashed into a blurred mass of flesh. The last man was instantly terrified out of his wits, and he too screamed, Weilan, help, help, save me. Xia Weilan did not respond, but she stood in front of the man, facing the furious, mutated tiger head-on, seeing someone daring to block its path. The mutated tiger roared angrily, and its massive claws came crashing down again. The man had just breathed a sigh of relief, but upon seeing this, his face changed drastically, and he fell to the ground in fear, crying out, "Weilon, be careful." After her dark-type abilities reached level 7, Xia Weilon's agility increased significantly, and now it was night, shrouding the entire land in darkness. With a casual wave of her hand, the shadows on the ground twisted eerily, instantly transforming into black vines that bound the mutated tiger's massive body. Roar! The mutated tiger was completely enraged, struggling violently to break free from the eerie black vines. Its enormous eyes filled with ferocity. Xia Weilon, however, was unbothered. She had a dagger in her hand, which had appeared out of nowhere. And almost the moment the vines bound the mutated tiger, she lunged forward and stabbed it into the tiger's vital spot. Blood sprayed everywhere. Roar! A piercing tiger roar echoed through the air. The mutated tiger's skin was extraordinarily tough, as hard as rock. Ordinary blades couldn't penetrate it and risked breaking. Yet, the dagger that Xia Weilon had somehow brought forth cut through the tiger's vital spot. The mutated tiger twitched violently a few times. Then, with a loud bang, its massive body fell to the ground, completely silent. Just like zombies, mutated beasts also had crystal cores inside their bodies that could upgrade abilities. Moreover, the energy from these cores was milder and purer compared to zombie cores, making them a better choice for upgrading abilities. Xia Weilon ignored the man sitting on the ground and swiftly extracted the crystal core from the mutated tiger's body, walking over to hand it to Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue smiled as she took the crystal core, discreetly slipping it into her jacket pocket. It seemed like she was just putting it away, but in reality, she had thrown the crystal core into her space while the man on the ground wasn't paying attention. The man sitting on the ground was named Zhang Li, who was also a member of the small team that Xia Weilon had joined before. Now, he was the only survivor besides Xia Weilon. He watched in disbelief as Xia Weilon effortlessly killed the mutated tiger that had driven their entire team to the brink of death, his expression filled with complexity. Zhang Li trembled as he got up from the ground. "Weilon, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead today." He paused, unable to hold back, and continued, "Your ability has actually reached level 7? How did you do it?" "That's not something you need to worry about," Xia Weilon replied with a cold expression, showing no signs of emotion, and quickly left. Zhang Li. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's face suddenly turned pale. The Sunset Forest was fraught with dangers, and their entire team had almost been wiped out, let alone him alone. If he left by himself, he wouldn't survive at all. Chapter 19. Change 1. As long as you take me out of this Sunset Forest, I'll work like a slave for you. Weilon, I beg you. I have a wife and a 3-year-old daughter at home. They're ordinary people without abilities, and they can't survive without me. Zhang Li cried, his tears flowing freely. But Xia Weilon remained unmoved. In her eyes, helping Zhang Li fend off that mutated tiger was already a great kindness. Xia Weilon. Since Lin Jiangyue had spoken, Xia Weilon pursed her lips and said nothing. Zhang Li was completely stunned. He had certainly noticed the beautiful girl following Xia Weilon. But since Lin Jiangyue had never made a move, he couldn't discern her specific abilities or level. However, he was not someone who lacked perception. The crystal cores from mutated beasts could be used to enhance one's abilities, and the higher the level of the mutated beast, the more precious the crystal core produced. For Xia Weilon to unhesitatingly hand over a level 9 mutated tiger's crystal core to this girl, there were only 2 possibilities. First, this girl possessed exceptionally strong abilities. Second, this girl held a significant position in Xia Weilon's heart. In either case, it would be wise for him to curry favor with her. Thus, Zhang Li crawled to Lin Jiangyue's feet, almost obsequiously saying, "Miss, feel free to ask me anything. I will definitely tell you everything I know." Lin Jiangyue said lightly, "I see that the strength of the people in your team is not high. Why would you take the risk to come to this Sunset Forest?" When this matter was mentioned, a trace of anger flashed involuntarily in Zhang Li's eyes, because our captain, that Wang Dazhuang, offended a very powerful person. In the past, when Weilon was in the team, that person didn't dare to do anything. But now that Weilon has left, he has been trying to make things difficult for us. even forcing us to come to this sunset forest to carry out a mission. With our ability levels, coming here is just courting death. Lin Jiangyue said. Who is that person? Zhongli said. It is said that he is someone named Sun Tianyu. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. Sun Tianyu? She had some impression of people from prominent families or those with outstanding abilities, but there was no one by that name in City A. Perhaps sensing Lin Jiangyue's confusion, Zhang Li quickly added, this person, although he doesn't have much fame himself, is actually the lover of Lin Haonan's current wife, Xia Weilan. Lin Jiangyue. Zhang Li didn't notice the slightly strange expressions on Xia Weilan and Lin Jiangyue's faces. You know about Miss Lin Haonan, right? She's the one in charge of the Lin family, the second largest family in City A. Wang Dezhuang was resented because he stumbled upon the affair involving Lin Haonan's wife. Lin Haonan found the mistress Li Yaoyao for his mother, but it turns out that Li Yaoyao is also secretly finding a lover behind Lin Haonan's back. The tables really have turned. If what Zhongli said is true, then this is really interesting. Lin Jiangyue slightly curled her lips. All right, the next question. How did you provoke this mutated tiger? Zhongli said with a face, because we ran into a group of students from Canaan Academy on the road. Their levels were all around 7 or 8, and there was even one at level 9. They seemed to be looking for something, and they thought about going into the mutated tiger's lair, but they were wary of that mutated tiger, so they used us as cannon fodder. Canaan Academy? Again, it's Canaan Academy. Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan exchanged a glance without leaving a trace. It seemed that besides the few they had killed, Canaan Academy had sent others here to search for something. Such a grand display was likely aimed at eliminating the promotion barrier potion, or perhaps the Fuyao spirit herb that Xia Weilan had consumed. Regardless of what the other party wanted, it appeared they needed to speed up. Otherwise, if they got there first, it would be too late to regret. Lin Jiangyue nodded slightly. The last question, what is your mission this time? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Li was nearly in tears. To hunt down a level 8 mutated beast. Zhang Li. Moreover, if the team has fewer than 3 members, it will automatically disband, so he wouldn't be forced to go on missions anymore. After witnessing his companions turn into minced meat one by one, he was truly terrified. Zhang Li was completely taken aback. He crouched on the ground and kept banging his head. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. If that's the case, then you're the savior of a lowly person like me. I will definitely serve you like a horse or an ox. Just then, an unexpected gurgling sound suddenly came from somewhere. Zhang Li quickly covered his stomach, his face turning bright red. He hesitated for a moment, feeling that Lin Jiangyue seemed to be very nice, and stammered. Miss, I haven't had any nutrient solution for 2 days. Could you please spare me some food? Lin Jiangyue pouted. Let's talk when we get in the car. We have nutrient solutions in the trunk. Anyway, neither she nor Xia Weilan will drink them. Xia Weilan shook her head gently. Sister, why are you being so polite with me? Zhang Li couldn't help but feel puzzled. Having known Xia Weilan for so long, he had always seen her as cold and unapproachable, never showing such warmth and closeness, which indicated that this girl held a special place in her heart. Zhang Li became even more grateful for his decision to please Lin Jiangyue. The car was also hidden in a discreet location. However, when Lin Jiangyue and the others arrived at the place where the car was hidden, they were shocked by the scene before them. The trunk of the car was wide open, and besides the 5 large boxes of nutrient solutions that Lin Jiangyue had asked Xia Weilan to put in, there was also a girl tied up with ropes. The girl was quite beautiful, but her hair was in disarray, and her clothes were torn into strips hanging on her body, with her exposed skin covered in horrifying bruises. She looked at Lin Jiangyue and the others in terror, but couldn't speak due to a sock stuffed in her mouth, only able to make muffled, whimpering sounds. Chapter 20. The Incident 2. The girl looked to be around the same age as Lin Jiangyue, probably 17 or 18, with a hint of youthful innocence still on her face. After the apocalypse, beautiful girls like her, who seemed to lack combat ability, would likely not fare well without a strong backing. They could only rely on their beauty to attach themselves to and please others. Once abandoned, they could be devoured alive, facing all sorts of dangers. Lin Jiangyue had seen many such things in her past life and had long since become indifferent. But now that this was happening in her car, In a place like the Sunset Forest where mutated beasts were everywhere, it made her feel disgusted and astonished. The Sunset Forest was fraught with danger, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to come. In most cases, ability users would also be unwilling to carry a weak burden. So the appearance of this girl here seemed very strange and out of place. Either she had a background, or she was trying to play the fool to catch a tiger, or Lin Jiangyue had not thought of anything for the time being. She pondered for a moment and said to Zhang Li, who was standing nearby, "Go get her a coat, then take out whatever she has in her mouth. I have something to ask her, but don't untie her." Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He had thought that Lin Jiangyue, upon suddenly encountering a girl of similar age in such a miserable situation, would surely be overwhelmed with sympathy and immediately step forward to help. But he did not expect the girl to be so calm, so indifferent. It seemed that the girl chosen by Xie Weilan was indeed no ordinary person. Perhaps this girl merely appeared harmless on the outside, but was actually a tough character similar to Xie Weilan. Zhang Li couldn't help but shiver slightly, secretly reminding himself to be fully alert and not to offend the other party. Hearing Lin Jiangyue's instructions, he immediately agreed and walked over to the girl in the trunk. When the girl saw this thin man walking straight toward her, a hint of fear appeared in her beautiful big eyes, and she suddenly struggled even more violently. However, the ropes were tied very tightly, and no matter how much she struggled, it only caused her pain, rubbing her delicate wrists until they bled. Zhang Li threw his coat over the girl. Then, without any pity, he lifted her and brought her in front of Xie Weilan and Lin Jiangyue, removing the stinky sock from her mouth. The girl immediately let out a piercing scream, fearing that Lin Jiangyue would blame him. Zhang Li frowned fiercely at the girl's scream and slapped her hard, growling, "Shut up." The slap was loud and crisp. The girl trembled in fear, but she bit her lip tightly, not daring to scream again. In the post-apocalyptic world, survival was difficult, and Zhang Li no longer understood what it meant to cherish and protect the weak. Since Lin Jiangyue and Xie Weilan didn't take care, he was even less inclined to show any kindness to a girl who was completely useless. Zhang Li was a thin man, and his strength was not particularly great. Yet when he held the girl, she showed no power to resist, and her terrified reaction when hit did not seem like something she could fake. She looked nothing like a supernatural being. Lin Jiangyue calmly sized up the girl and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you in our car?" But the girl was already so frightened that she could only whimper and not speak. "I'm asking you a question. Are you mute?" After saying that, she added, "Only if you tell me can we know how to help you." As soon as these words were out, the girl's crying paused, and she timidly looked at Lin Jiangyue with her wet, big eyes. The girl noticed that the pretty girl squatting in front of her was about the same age as herself, and since Lin Jiangyue was speaking to her gently at that moment, her attitude was very kind. She felt less frightened than before. While sobbing, she said, My name is Li Xiaoyun. I'm a student of Thunder Academy. I was originally with my companions. We came to this Sunset Forest to look for materials. But unexpectedly, we ran into that group of scoundrels from Canaan Academy. Our senior had a disagreement with them, and they started fighting, but we were no match for them. Instead, they captured me and several other girls. After they violated me, they tied me up and threw me here. Another group from Canaan Academy? Lin Jiangyue roughly understood the situation from the fragmented descriptions of a girl named Li Xiaoyun. She truly didn't expect that this seemingly delicate girl was actually a supernatural being and a student of Thunder Academy. Although Thunder Academy was not as powerful as Canaan Academy, it was still considered a fairly good institution with decent faculty. At this time, there were probably a few instructors in the academy who were at least in their teens or even in their 20s in terms of levels. In contrast to Canaan Academy, this academy only admitted ordinary students without any background, had relatively relaxed requirements for supernatural abilities and levels, and the tuition fees were not high, making it a very conscientious academy. Lin Jiangyue had a certain fondness for this academy in her past life. However, since Thunder Academy only admitted commoner students, it was often looked down upon by the arrogant, noble students of Canaan Academy, leading to frequent conflicts between the two. During these times, the drawbacks of Thunder Academy's low tuition fees became apparent. Because its teaching resources were not as abundant as those of Canaan Academy, the help available to Thunder Academy students was limited. Additionally, lacking support from powerful families, their overall strength was generally inferior to that of Canaan Academy, making them prone to losses in fights. Lin Jiangyue hesitated for a moment and said, "Sorry, it might be a bit presumptuous to ask this, but what is your superpower? Can you tell me?" Li Xiaoyan choked up and said, "My superpower is quite ordinary. It's an ability related to hearing. My hearing is stronger than others." Lin Jiangyue. Although this girl is an ability user, coming to the Sunset Forest with such abilities is no joke, right? Chapter 21. Change 3. Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but frown at the words. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively asked if it's only auditory abilities. Then isn't it too dangerous for you to come to the Sunset Forest? Li Xiaoyan choked up again and said, "If it were just me, of course I wouldn't dare to come, but this time we originally had a level 10 mentor in charge of the team. However, for some unknown reason, after arriving in this Sunset Forest, we inexplicably got separated from him. Otherwise, those scoundrels from Canaan Academy wouldn't. Lin Jiangyue. What an unreliable mentor," Li Xiaoyan said, tears once again rolling down her delicate cheeks. "Sister, could you please go send a message to those seniors in our college and ask them to hurry and bring teacher Zhao to save us? Otherwise, those sisters who were taken away will definitely end up like me. Little beast, I've finally found you. Today, I will uphold justice." Before Li Xiaoyan could finish her sentence, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded behind Lin Jiangyue and the others. Immediately after, a fierce and powerful aura rushed in, almost making Lin Jiangyue unable to breathe. Zhongli was so shocked that he sat down on the ground with a thud. The loud crash of supernatural abilities colliding was deafening. Xia Weilon unhesitatingly stood in front of Lin Jiangyue, engaging with the newcomer in a clash. Then, using the moonlight, she got a clear look at the person's appearance. The newcomer was a towering, muscular man with a full beard. Xia Weilon frowned slightly. The moment they clashed, she could feel a tingle in her palms. He seemed to be a tough opponent. She couldn't let her guard down. Xia Weilon subtly stepped forward, firmly shielding Lin Jiangyue behind her. The man looked up and down at Xia Weilon, equally surprised. He chuckled coldly. "Little beast, not bad. You can block my strike at just level 7. This Canaan Academy really has a lot of talent. No wonder they are so arrogant." Canaan Academy? Given this person's strength, could he be the mentor that Li Xiaoyan mentioned who got separated from him? Li Xiaoyan shook her head in confusion. "No, I don't know him." "Don't know him? Even if you don't know him, considering this person's strength, it's best to avoid a fight if possible." Lin Jiangyue frowned and suddenly shouted, "Excuse me, did you mistake us for someone else? We are not from Canaan Academy." "Not from Canaan Academy?" The man's gaze fell on Lin Jiangyue, and he snorted coldly. "Old Zhao told me that those little brats from Canaan Academy kidnapped his student and asked me to help find them. Aren't you the ones behind me? You little girl have quite the nerve, trying to play tricks on me." Lin Jiangyue helplessly said, "No, it's really not. This girl was kidnapped and stuffed into our car. We just happened to run into her. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." Lin Jiangyue pointed at Li Xiaoyan sitting on the ground. Li Xiaoyan choked out a sound and nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, they are not from Canaan Academy, they." Before Li Xiaoyan could finish her words, the man suddenly erupted in anger. "Nonsense. If they're not from Canaan Academy, why don't they untie you? You girl are really too timid." Li Xiaoyan was already not very brave, and at that moment, she was startled by the man's roar, immediately sobbing and not daring to speak again. "Let me deal with these little beasts first, then I will talk to you." After saying that, the man immediately targeted the one with the highest rank among the three. Xia Weilon. An overwhelming momentum surged forward. Lin Jiangyue immediately affirmed that this person was definitely not just at level 10, but likely around level 11 or 12. Moreover, he was probably a reckless fool. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. There is no need to confront such a person head-on. With this in mind, Lin Jiangyue said in a deep voice, "Xia Weilon, don't make a move. Come over here. Assist me." Xia Weilon complied without hesitation. The man was momentarily taken aback, surprised that a woman could command him so easily, and then scoffed disdainfully, thinking he was dealing with someone formidable, only to find out she was just a bear. "What's wrong with listening to a woman? Isn't your mother a woman?" Lin Jiangyue coldly mocked, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted to raise her hand without hesitation. In an instant, flames burst forth around the man. Zhang Li, who was trembling on the ground, suddenly widened his eyes. Although Lin Jiangyue's ability was only level 3 at the moment, the crystal core, combined with Xia Weilan's field amplification, allowed her to perform at a level nearly approaching that of a level 6 ability user. This area was also a jungle. Once ignited, the flames could spread like wildfire in an instant. The imposing flames surrounded the man, not enough to harm him, but capable of temporarily trapping him. The man jumped up in anger, cursing as he tried to extinguish the flames. "Damn girl, don't let me catch you." Lin Jiangyue ignored it and gestured to Xia Weilan, smiling. "Get in the car quickly." She then told Zhang Li, "You go to the trunk." After saying that, she and Xia Weilan quickly jumped into the car, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing this, Zhang Li dared not delay and tremblingly crawled into the trunk. Just as he climbed into the trunk, the car's engine roared to life and suddenly sped forward. The road they came from was blocked by flames, and ahead was a dense forest, making it difficult for the car to get through. Just as they were about to crash into a sturdy tree, the shadows on the ground suddenly twisted in an extremely strange way, turning into sharp blades that severed the trunk. With a loud crash, the trunk fell down. Under the night sky, Xia Weilan's dark-type abilities were pushed to the extreme, creating a path for them. Chapter 22. The Change 4. After escaping to a relatively safe open area, the car gradually slowed down. Lin Jiangyue jumped out of the car and walked in front of Zhang Li. "Come out." Li Xiaoyan was a petite girl, and there wasn't much in the trunk. But even though Zhang Li was thin, he was still a man, and being stuck in the trunk made him feel helpless. When he finally got out, his whole body was sore and weak, and he could barely muster any strength in his limbs. Moreover, he was extremely hungry, having not eaten anything for a long time. Yet even so, facing the 5 large boxes of nutrient solution right in front of him, he didn't dare to move. People fear the strong. After witnessing Lin Jiangyue's nearly terrifying supernatural power, he didn't even dare to slightly offend the seemingly harmless young man and woman. "After what just happened, we are probably being targeted by that man. Following us would be unsafe for you," Lin Jiangyue said. Zhang Li was stunned, and his legs began to cramp with fear, but, after encountering the ferocious, mutated tiger and the man just now, he couldn't bear to be alone in this setting sun forest for even a second. He felt that without the protection of Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan, he would be just like that bound, weak girl. Both were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Also, he hadn't yet received Lin Jiangyue's promise of the level 8 mutated beast. Only by obtaining that level 8 mutated beast could he have enough contribution points to support his family's livelihood. Otherwise, he would have to keep scrambling for a living. And who knows, he might be sent back to this setting sun forest to die again one day. But he didn't dare to bring it up. It was common for superhumans to go back on their word, and he had done it himself many times. If he accidentally angered Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan, he might be killed on the spot. Zhang Li was in turmoil, sweating profusely. "Miss my level 8, level 8, level 8. He wanted to say level 8 mutated beast, but his teeth were chattering, and no matter what, he couldn't get the words out. Lin Jiangyue raised her eyebrows. Just this subtle expression made Zhang Li's heart skip a beat, and with a thud, he knelt down again. "Miss, spare my life. Miss, please spare my life." Lin Jiangyue's eyes flashed with disdain, and she felt almost no goodwill towards this timid man. In her past life, she might have needed teammates and been willing to put in effort to gain others' recognition and affection, but this time, aside from Xia Weilan, she would not easily accept anyone else by her side. She didn't care at all about what others thought of her, let alone someone like Zhang Li. Aside from having a bit of special ability, was almost the epitome of cowardice. Despite his current respectful and obsequious demeanor towards her and Xia Weilan, there was a high possibility that he would stab them in the back if he encountered someone stronger than them. Just like when Wang Dazhuang lured the mutated tiger towards them, Zhang Li didn't hesitate to follow. Even if he later seemed to show concern for Xia Weilan, it was probably because he feared that if something happened to her, he would also be unable to escape the claws of the mutated tiger. He always prioritized his own interests above everything else. For someone like him, what did it matter if he didn't keep his promises? However, overall, Lin Jiangyue considered herself a person who kept her word, and since she had promised him, she hesitated for a moment and whispered a few words into Xia Weilan's ear. Xia Weilan nodded and took out a rope from the car to tie up Zhongli. Zhongli was immediately terrified, letting out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig, struggling violently like Li Xiaoyan had done before. It was a futile effort, as expected. He couldn't break free from Xia Weilan, just as Li Xiaoyan couldn't break free from him back then. The slender, beautiful fingers of the young man now felt like two cold, unfeeling steel pincers, firmly restraining him. Zhongli cried and shouted like mad. "Miss, spare me. Miss, please spare me. I won't mention any level 8 mutated beasts again. I'll just leave. Please spare my dog life. If you really don't want to die, then shut up." Lin Jiangyue's light words suddenly felt like an irresistible order. Zhang Li's scream came to an abrupt stop. Xia Weilan ruthlessly threw him at Lin Jiangyue's feet, and the two exchanged a quick glance. A hint of hesitation flashed in Xia Weilan's eyes. It was clear that he was unwilling to leave Lin Jiangyue alone here, even if it was just for a moment. Lin Jiangyue smiled and gave him a reassuring expression. Xia Weilan slightly pursed her lips. He did not speak again and turned to disappear into the night. In case of any unexpected situation, she had to ensure she could drive away immediately. Fortunately, everything was calm. At most, it didn't exceed 15 minutes. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and Xia Weilan threw the mutated wolf in front of Zhongli. The wolf was at least 3 times the size of Wang Dazhuang, covered in sharp spikes, baring its teeth with bulging eyes. Zhongli was lying on the ground, just facing the fierce, mutated wolf. And even though he knew the mutated wolf was dead, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lin Jiangyue got out of the car. "We've kept our promise to you, and what happens next is your own business. But let's make it clear, although we don't mind people knowing about these things, if you go around spreading rumors recklessly, be careful. It seems her control over fire has become increasingly precise." And Lin Jiangyue felt very satisfied. She slightly tilted her head and mouthed the word, "Go to Xia Weilan." Neither of them looked at Zhongli again and got into their respective cars. The cars drove away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhongli studied blankly, watching the cars disappear from view, lying on the ground for a long time without being able to speak. Chapter 23. Human Heart 1. The Song Family. Clang, clang, clang. Song Chuang was furious, throwing cups and porcelain everywhere. "Get out. All of you get out." The 2 young girls serving him were terrified, kneeling on the ground, desperately trying to pick up the broken porcelain pieces. In her panic, one of the girls, who was closest to Song Chuang, accidentally cut her hand. Bright red blood spilled out, and something about it triggered Song Chuang's rage. He suddenly kicked the girl in the face, shouting, "Bitch, are you trying to bring bad luck to your young master?" That girl was just an ordinary person without any powers, and Song Chuang's kick was too heavy. She covered her eyes and let out a short, pained cry, collapsing to the ground, never to breathe again. The other girl was horrified. She curled up in a corner, wishing she could disappear on the spot. This only made Song Chuang angrier, as he had nowhere to vent his frustrations. He angrily pulled out a long whip with barbs from the drawer and started to lash at the girl. The girl let out a scream, rolling around on the ground covered in broken porcelain, clutching her face in pain. Soon, she was covered in blood, some from the whip and some from the shards of porcelain. Although Song Chuang had been weakened by Xia Weilan's kick and was still in a frail state, he still lashed out vigorously at this powerless girl. Before long, the girl was barely conscious, her once beautiful face marred by a deep, gaping wound, unable to even roll away anymore. Yet even so, Song Chuang showed no signs of stopping. He initially struck the girl randomly to vent his anger, but gradually, he somehow began to imagine her as Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan. Lashing out at her felt like lashing out at these 2 people he now hated to the extreme. It brought him an unprecedented sense of pleasure. The weak venting their anger on the weaker. A cruel and excited light shone in Song Chuang's eyes as he struck harder. With each whip, blood and flesh splattered. The girl, who had already been beaten into unconsciousness, was jolted awake again, letting out a scream that was inhuman. Then her neck twisted, and she too fell silent. Song Chuang was still unsatisfied, each lash harsher than the last. The commotion was too loud, and Song Changfeng rushed in upon hearing it. Upon entering, he saw two girls' bodies lying haphazardly on the floor. One girl's face was swollen and blackened, blood streaming from her head, her eyes wide open in death. The other girl was in a worse state, having been beaten to a pulp, with exposed bones all over her body. Seeing such a scene, even Song Changfeng couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly stepped forward to snatch the whip from Song Chuhong's hand. "Chuang, what are you doing? Stop. You've killed them." Song Chuang had a look of ferocity. "So what if they're dead? They're just two ordinary people without powers. What's the big deal? One day, I will whip that little bitch Xia Weilon to death, just like this, turning him into a pile of minced meat. And also that little bitch Lin Jiangyue." Song Changfeng looked at his son, an obvious shadow crossing his face. He gestured for his subordinates to take the two girls' bodies away and then close the door. Now only Song Changfeng and Song Chuhang remained in the room. After shouting like a madman for a long time, Song Chuhang finally calmed down a bit, breathing heavily. He turned and grabbed Song Changfeng's hand, urgently asking, "Father, have there been any updates from those people who went to the Sunset Forest for medicine?" Song Changfeng. Upon hearing this, Song Changfeng's face momentarily showed signs of discomfort. "Chuhang, you should take care of your injuries first. This kind of thing cannot be rushed." Song Chuhong's expression darkened. "Cannot be rushed? How can I not be anxious? Don't I know what they're saying behind my back?" Grinding his teeth, Song Chuhang said coldly, "And father, since she learned that I was injured, Jiangning hasn't come to see me even once." Speaking of this, Song Changfeng frowned deeply. He had sent people to the Lin family several times, wanting Lin Jiangning to come over to see Song Chuhang and comfort his son. Song Changfeng said unhappily, "When you were flourishing, she rushed over every day, but now that something has happened, she runs away without a trace. My Song family cannot accept a daughter-in-law like this. Chuhang, don't mention that girl again. Don't worry, I'll find you a better one later." Song Chuhang snorted coldly, his hands bulging with veins. "Even if I don't marry her, it must be because I kicked her out, not because she looked down on me. Now that I've become like this, it's all because of that little bitch, Xia Weilon." At the mention of Xia Weilon, Song Chuhong's expression became even more deranged. "Father, what about those assassins you bribed? When can they act? I want them to sever that little bitch's tendons and bring him before me for 1,000 cuts. I also want to throw that little bitch Lin Jiangyue into a pile of beggars and let that little bitch watch her being eaten alive." As he spoke, it seemed Song Chuhang really envisioned the scene he imagined, and he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He seemed completely out of his mind. Song Changfeng. Chapter 24. Human Heart. 2. Lin Family. Lin Haonan, Li Yaoyao, and Lin Jiangning are sitting together for dinner. Lin Haonan suddenly put down his chopsticks and said, "Ning Ning, the Song family sent someone to invite you again today. After all, they're the top family in a city, and your relationship with Song Chuang was so good before. If you have time, you should go and take a look." Lin Jiangning angrily poked at the food in her bowl with chopsticks, remaining silent. There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Although she hadn't visited the Song family recently, she had heard plenty of rumors about Song Chuang. It was said that Song Chuang had become increasingly irritable and angry lately, often beating or scolding the servants, almost like a madman. Although she didn't think much of those ordinary people without powers and occasionally resorted to scolding or hitting servants herself, Song Chuhong's behavior still surprised her beyond measure. Because when they were together in the past, Song Chuhang was very mindful of his demeanor. Even though he looked down on ordinary people without powers from the bottom of his heart, he would still treat them politely. In Song Chuhong's view, nobles shouldn't stoop to argue with ignorant country bumpkins, as that would be beneath their dignity. But now, not only had he been kicked into a semi-disabled state by Xia Weilon, but he had also thrown all notions of demeanor and identity out the window. For Lin Jiangning, apart from his family background, there was nothing redeemable about Song Chuhang himself. The thought of his face made her feel disgusted, and she couldn't help but compare Song Chuhang with Xia Weilon. She would never waste even a moment of her time on Song Chuhang again. Absolutely not. Lin Jiangning was still immersed in his thoughts. Li Yaoyao had to quickly smooth things over. She picked up a piece of food and placed it in Lin Haonan's bowl, then held Lin Haonan's hand and said softly, "Haonan, I think we should wait and see about this matter. I heard that Song Chuang has not been in a particularly good mood lately." Ningning has been raised in the palm of our hands, so we mustn't let her be wronged. Lin Jiangyue's mother has a tough and strong personality. When Lin Haonan is with her, he is always in a weak position, so he is particularly susceptible to Li Yaoyao's approach. Whenever Li Yaoyao takes his hand, he feels as if his heart is melting into a pool of water. Lin Haonan gently stroked the other person's palm with his fingers while sighing. Yao Yao, I know that Song Chuhang has become a half-invalid now and isn't worthy of our Ning Ning, but the relationship between our two families still has its uses, so we need to maintain appearances. Besides, the Song family has already sent people to the Sunset Forest to look for medicine, so it's not certain that he can't be cured. Lin Haonan said this, and Li Yaoyao suddenly let out a light sigh. Alas, speaking of which, this child, yeah, really. Even her fiancé can't escape her grasp. No wonder Chu Hang has never liked her. Lin Haonan. As soon as Li Yaoyao mentioned Lin Jiangyue, Lin Haonan's eyes widened in anger. He slammed the table and coldly said, "Don't mention that little girl to me. All she sees now is that little bastard Xia Weilon. She doesn't even put her own father at her eyes, daring to incite that little bastard to take action against me. And she's still engaged. Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll make that little girl understand how high the sky is and how thick the ground is." A trace of smugness flashed in Li Yaoyao's eyes, but she feigned concern and said, "Haonan, please don't be angry. Having such a daughter isn't your fault. You can only blame her mother for not teaching her properly. Come on, have some soup to calm down." Lin Haonan took the soup and sighed. "Yao Yao, you are really considerate. Ning Ning is also understanding. To be honest, I truly regret it in my heart. I shouldn't have married that woman in a moment of confusion and ended up having such an unfilial daughter. I should have married you from the start. Nowadays, what I worry about the most is our daughter. I wonder if she can find a man who is as likable to women and reliable as you." Lin Haonan felt elated as Li Yaoyao praised him, nodding repeatedly and saying, "Yao Yao, don't worry, you and Ning Ning are the closest to me. How could I not think of you?" In fact, he also knew that the Sunset Forest was fraught with dangers, and finding medicine was no easy task. Song Chuang was most likely of no use anymore. So, he went to great lengths to invite the head of the Gu family from another base not too far from here, along with his son, to visit their home. Through various inquiries, he learned that the Gu family not only had more strength than the Song family, but also had significant connections. Lin Haonan spoke these words with an air of mystery. Li Yaoyao was taken aback and instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Haonan shook his head and said, "This head of the Gu family is a distant relative of the Gu family from the central base." What? Li Yaoyao suddenly widened her eyes. Her heart began to uncontrollably race, and even Lin Jiangning, who had been calm until now, secretly pricked up his ears. Li Yaoyao knowingly asked, "Central base? Gu family? Which central base? Which Gu family?" "Yeah, Yao Yao, are you so happy that you've gone silly?" Lin Haonan shook his head. "What other central base could there be? What other Gu family? It's naturally the largest base in the apocalypse and the first family." Upon receiving the accurate answer, Li Yaoyao and Lin Jiangning felt a buzzing in their ears, suddenly unable to hear anything. The Gu family from the central base, known as the first family after the apocalypse, and the current head of the Gu family, Gu Zishi, is a myth that all ability users look up to. Although they had never met, they were both familiar with each other's deeds. This man is exceptionally intelligent. This man is extraordinarily talented. This man is as handsome as a deity. This man can single-handedly wipe out an entire zombie army. Moreover, this man has been deeply affectionate for decades. Even though women who attempt to get close to him are as numerous as carp crossing the river, he never pays them any mind, having only his deceased wife in his heart. Even when the central base was first established and its foundation was not yet solid, he did not have the thought of remarrying or having children after his only son, who had not yet awakened his abilities, accidentally fell into a zombie tide. Instead, he adopted his deceased wife's younger sister's child. They naturally did not dare to dream of the Gu family from the central base. However, because of Gu Zishi, even the surname Gu is now considered more precious than others. If they could be slightly related to the Gu family, that would be even more remarkable. So if what Lin Haonan said is true, then this Gu family is indeed 100 times stronger than the Song family. It wouldn't be an injustice to her daughter. Li Yaoyao was overjoyed. "Haonan, Why didn't you tell me about such a good thing earlier? When will the head of the Gu family and his son come? We must prepare well and cannot neglect them. Lin Haonan, Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 25 Human Hearts 3. Lin Jiangyue originally intended to rest for a night and then head to the center of the sunset forest the next day to search for a potion to eliminate the promotion barrier. However, after this incident, she completely changed her mind. Powerful individuals above level 10 had already appeared in the sunset forest, and from what that man implied, even if he wasn't a mentor from Thunder Academy, he was likely a helper invited by them. Moreover, it wasn't just Thunder Academy. There was also the more troublesome Canaan Academy. Lin Jiangyue vaguely felt that since Thunder Academy sent a mentor, the people from Canaan Academy might not just be students. If Canaan Academy really sent a mentor as well, then things would probably become even more complicated. Lin Jiangyue thought for a long time and ultimately decided to act quickly. Together with Xia Weilan, they hurriedly made their way to the center of the sunset forest overnight to get their hands on the potion that would eliminate the promotion barrier before discussing anything else. As usual, Xia Weilan was in charge of driving. After reaching level 7 in her dark-type ability and with her newly awakened domain ability, as long as they didn't encounter a true level 10 mutated beast or mutated plant, Xia Weilan was virtually unstoppable in the sunset forest. Thus, their journey went smoothly without any insurmountable obstacles. However, after traveling for a day and a night and officially entering the center of the sunset forest, the road became exceptionally rugged and difficult to navigate. The car could no longer proceed. With no other choice, Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan had to find a hidden spot to stash the car and then proceed on foot. As the name suggests, the sunset forest rarely sees sunlight. While it was bearable on the outskirts, the deeper they went, the darker and more oppressive it became, which was quite unsettling. Fortunately, where there are disadvantages, there are also advantages. In this place, Xia Weilan's abilities were maximally enhanced, ensuring their safety. So far, they hadn't encountered any mutated beasts they couldn't handle. After walking for 4 or 5 hours, they were nearing the location of the herbs. Based on the information from her previous life, those herbs should be hidden in a cave, guarded by a true level 10 mutated beast, with a powerful formation outside the cave. Now she needed to think about a specific plan. Lin Jiangyue stretched lazily and smiled, saying, "I'm tired. Let's find a secluded place to sit down and eat something." Xia Weilan nodded. The two found a relatively hidden spot, and Lin Jiangyue spread a cloth on the ground like a picnic. The cloth was filled with sausages, eggs, and lychees, along with a little more than half a bottle of purified water. During this time, Lin Jiangyue had used her spatial ability to turn the 3 bottles of purified water into 6. With a certain stockpile, Lin Jiangyue began to feel more extravagant. Moreover, drinking this purified water was very beneficial for purifying and upgrading her abilities, with effects even stronger than eating vegetables and lychees. So she decided to give Xia Weilan as much as possible every day, as long as conditions allowed. Lin Jiangyue opened the bottle cap and handed the bottle to Xia Weilan's lips. "Here." Xia Weilan took a sip from her hand and suddenly widened her eyes. The purity of this water seems to be very high. It feels almost completely free of impurities. Lin Jiangyue said triumphantly, "It's just pure water, right? How about that? I'm awesome, right? Come on, drink more. It's good for purifying the impurities in your body and can also nourish your meridians. Because of the damage to the meridians, the higher the level of abilities, the greater the pain that Xia Weilan has to endure before she concocts the potion to repair the meridians. Drinking more pure water is undoubtedly a good temporary way to alleviate the pain." Lin Jiangyue said as she brought the bottle to Xia Weilan's lips again. Lin Jiangyue. Looking at the bottle that Xia Weilan handed over, Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback, but ultimately did not refuse. She smiled and took a sip. It was clear and sweet, very delicious, better than many beverages. Seeing that Lin Jiangyue drank it so naturally, Xia Weilan's eyes brightened slightly. "Sister, do you want more?" Lin Jiangyue shook her head. "That's enough, you drink it. The production of pure water is still not high these days, so we should try to leave it for Xia Weilan. She can drink it later when there's more. There's no rush." Lin Jiangyue took the bottle from Xia Weilan again and brought it to the other's lips. "Come on, I'll feed you. Hurry up and finish it, no wasting." Xiao Weiluan nodded. But who would have thought that just as he lowered his head to drink the water, the bottle in Lin Jiangyue's hand suddenly became empty. The sausages, eggs, and lychees spread out on the cloth, also instantly reduced by more than half. Lin Jiangyue. Xiao Weilan. Lin Jiangyue and Xiao Weilan were both startled. Xiao Weilan suddenly stood up, and the shadows around them twisted wildly. The Song family. After the seventh girl, who had been whipped to a bloody mess, was carried out from Song Chuhong's room, the old housekeeper Song Laifu found Song Chongfeng with a worried expression. As soon as he saw Song Chongfeng, he immediately said, "Master, quite a few maids have come to me today, requesting to leave the Song family. This can't go on like this. Although those girls are just ordinary people without abilities, we cannot kill them on such a large scale. It would easily provoke public outrage. You should try to persuade the young master." Song Chongfeng. Song Chongfeng frowned tightly. Persuade? How can I not persuade him? But he won't listen. Song Laifu shook his head and said, "What kind of place is the Sunset Forest? The highest ability level of the people we've found is only level 7. It won't be that easy. Master, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Currently, having no news may be the best news." Song Chongfeng slapped the table and said through gritted teeth, "That little bastard Xiao Weilan has harmed Chu Hang like this. I will definitely not let him go. What about the assassins we prepared?" Song Laifu said, "Don't worry, master. They have been guarding the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. As soon as they see those two, they will act immediately." Only then did Song Chongfeng nod. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, has the Lin family made any moves?" Song Chongfeng hinted, "Laifu, just speak your mind. Don't beat around the bush. Now that things have come to this point, what more can I not bear?" Song Laifu sighed deeply. "I heard that the Lin family is currently preparing intensively to entertain the head of the Gu family and his son." Song Chongfeng was slightly taken aback. "Gu family? Which Gu family?" Song Laifu replied, "I've already sent someone to inquire. This Gu family is at another base not far from a city. It is said that their head is slightly related to the Gu family in the central base." Song Chongfeng. Song Chongfeng was greatly surprised. "Central base? Guzushi? They are related to Guzushi?" Song Laifu lowered his head and said, "Yes. But it's not a close relationship. Even if it's not a close relationship, as long as it has the Gu character, it is not something our small family can afford to offend." Song Chongfeng's tone was gloomy. No wonder. No wonder. They're trying to find a new family to climb up the social ladder. They think they can easily shake off my son. The Lin family is dreaming. Song Laifu. Chapter 26. The Strange Old Man. 1. Dark powers surged wildly, and the surrounding trees crashed down, revealing the figure of a frail old man. The old man looked to be at least 70 years old, with gray hair and a dragon-headed cane inlaid with gold and silver in his hand, but his clothes were full of patches. At his feet were the sausages, eggs, and lychees that Lin Jiangyue had just taken out from her space, and in the formerly empty hand, he held the bottle Lin Jiangyue used to store purified water. The bottle was already empty, with not a drop of purified water left inside. The other party approached silently and snatched their things, yet they were completely unaware. Lin Jiangyue felt a hint of gloom in her heart and pressed her lips together without saying a word. Xiao Weilan's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. According to his usual temperament, regardless of who was strong or weak, he would definitely strike first and talk later. However, today with Lin Jiangyue present, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he took a step forward calmly to shield Lin Jiangyue behind him. It really is pure water. How many years has it been since I drank pure water so freely? It seems even the strength in my body has become more refined. The old man smiled as he stared at Lin Jiangyue, noting that every drop of pure water was worth its weight in gold now. Such a large bottle must require millions in contribution points. "Girl, where did you get so much?" he asked, noticing the sausages, eggs, and lychees as well. Before the apocalypse, these might not have been worth much, but after the apocalypse, these are things that could cause people to fight to the death over. Lin Jiangyue. Having a treasure is a crime. Exposing her spatial abilities so early when her rank is too low is definitely not a good thing. Lin Jiangyue pursed her lips and said, "It's just luck. May I ask how to address you?" Although the other party had taken their belongings, Lin Jiangyue still spoke very politely. The old man laughed heartily upon hearing this and waved his hand, saying, I'm surnamed Wang. You can just call me Grandpa Wang. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Grandfather Wang? Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan remained silent. The old man, who claimed to be a prince, wasn't annoyed either. He smiled and shifted his gaze to Xia Weilan, exclaiming, what a handsome boy, with such a rare ability. No wonder you treasure him so much, prioritizing him above all else. Girl, are you two a couple? As soon as these words were spoken, both Xia Weilan and Lin Jianyue's faces turned crimson in unison. This person was highly powerful, and before the enemy's intentions were clear, they couldn't let their guard down, especially since Lin Jiangyue was still by his side. He couldn't afford any mistakes. The old man clearly sensed Xia Weilan's wariness. He maintained his cheerful and amiable demeanor. Little one, don't be so nervous. The old man is just really hungry and wants to share a meal, nothing else. After saying this, he turned to Lin Jiangyue. Girl, do you have any more pure water? If you could spare a little more, it doesn't have to be much. Just half of what you gave earlier would be enough. I feel my ability could level up again. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue was completely stunned by the shamelessness of the person in front of her. She couldn't even bear to drink this purified water herself. Not only did he come over to grab it, but he also had the audacity to ask for more after finishing it. Even if there was more, she would never give it to him. If it weren't to help the person she cared about cleanse the impurities in his body, she wouldn't dare to take it out, and yet here he was, drinking it all in one go, leaving not a single drop. Lin Jianyue's tone was filled with resentment, and her angry expression was not at all feigned. Even though the purified water was not all gone, it was still infuriating to see it completely consumed by an old man who appeared out of nowhere. Anyone would feel upset in her position. If it weren't for her wariness of the old man's strength, she would have rushed up to confront him. Upon hearing the words beloved, Xia Weilan's gaze flickered, and a hint of barely perceptible joy flashed in her eyes. The old man, on the other hand, appeared both regretful and a bit embarrassed. What a pity. I originally only intended to have a sip, but having not tasted purified water for so long, I accidentally drank too much. He paused for a moment, and then suddenly struck the ground with his dragon-headed cane. How about this? I will take you two little ones as my students, and these things can be considered as your tribute to your teacher. What does that sound? After saying this, all the sausages, eggs, and lychees at the old man's feet vanished without a trace. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Jinjin has never seen such a shameless person. Lin Jiangyue suddenly felt that using thick skin to describe the old man was an insult to those 3 words. The other party's skin was no longer something that could simply be described as thick. It was thicker than a city wall. The air became momentarily stagnant. Lin Jiangyue suppressed her anger and shook her head, saying, I'm really sorry, but we didn't have that intention. If the elder doesn't have anything else, we'll take our leave. As she spoke, she subtly signaled to Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan understood, and the two of them quietly took a few steps back. However, unexpectedly, although the old man looked dry and weak, with a frail appearance, his movements were not slow at all. Just as Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan turned around, he suddenly blocked their way again without any warning. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. With such a reaction speed, if Lin Jiangyue had only suspected before, now she could almost be certain that this person's supernatural ability was definitely beyond level 10. This was already the second supernatural being they had encountered since arriving at Sunset Forest who exceeded level 10. Moreover, this old man was definitely not as easy to deal with as that previous burly fool. Lin Jiangyue felt a storm of emotions inside, but her face showed not a hint of it. She still politely asked the old man, Is there anything else you need, sir? The old man looked at them and let out a sigh of regret. To be honest, I quite like you two little ones. Are you really not willing to be my students? You should know that there are countless people who want to be my students. His gaze first fell on Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue chuckled and said, I'm really sorry. The old man then looked at Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan did not speak, only shook his head. He slowly clenched the hand hidden behind his back, always prepared to unleash his abilities in case the old man suddenly attacked. However, unexpectedly, the old man did not press further, but instead stepped aside. Since that's the case, let's forget it. We have pure water and some food here. Let's take note of it for now. You two leave your names, and when this old man has some contribution points in the future, I'll return them to you. It was unexpected that the other party seemed quite reasonable. Lin Jiangyue was greatly surprised and felt a bit of goodwill towards the seemingly frail old man. However, she was still unwilling to casually reveal her identity in front of such an unknown powerful person. Pure water and these foods might be extremely precious to others, but she possessed spatial abilities and could eventually replicate more. Therefore, Lin Jiangyue did not mention Xia Weilan at all. Instead, she casually made up a name for herself, saying, "My name is Lin Jiangyue, and I live not too far from the Sunset Forest in City B." The old man smiled and nodded. All right, the old man understands. You can go now. Lin Jiangyue let out a sigh of relief and pulled Xia Weilan to leave. But unexpectedly, before they had taken 2 steps, the old man behind them slowly said, "Wait a minute." Chapter 27. The Strange Old Man 2. It really wasn't that simple. Lin Jiangyue's footsteps involuntarily paused, and Xia Weilan also stopped. Lin Jiangyue's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. She slowly turned her head and smiled, saying, "Is there anything else you need, old man?" The elder coughed a few times and tapped the ground with his dragon-headed cane. "I just remembered, since you all came to this Sunset Forest, you must be looking for something. How about I help you find it, in exchange for this half-bottle of purified water and some food?" Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Undoubtedly, it would be great to have a superpowered individual beyond level 10 to help, but the question is, can we really trust them? Although this old man seems to be quite reasonable, everything Lin Jiangyue experienced in her past life makes her hesitant to easily trust others. Just as she was unsure of what to say, a rumbling sound of footsteps suddenly came from ahead. Following that, a thunderous voice echoed in her ears. "Wang Laowu, what are you doing dawdling here? Don't you see I've been chased all over the mountains? Hurry up and come help." The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite place where she had heard it before. Lin Jiangyue instinctively looked up towards the source of the sound and saw a man, as robust as an iron tower, rushing towards them. It was that idiot who was over level 10. In an instant, Lin Jiangyue's expression changed, and she pulled Xia Weilan to leave. But the other party clearly saw them too, and an angry expression immediately appeared on his bearded face. "It's you? How did you end up here?" The old man named Wang Laowu exclaimed. "Zhou Tieta, you know them?" Zhou Tieta glared at Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan with fury. "These are the little brats I told you about, the ones who set my place on fire. Wang Laowu, how could you be with them?" Zhou Tieta gritted his teeth. "I must skin them alive today." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tieta unleashed a terrifying aura. Xia Weilan's eyes narrowed, and she pushed Lin Jiangyue back, ready to confront him. However, Wang Laowu extended his dragon-headed cane to block Zhou Tieta's attack. "Hey, hold on. Tieta, this is not what the old man is saying. If you hadn't indiscriminately attacked these 2 kids, they wouldn't have set your place on fire, right? We must be reasonable as people." Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Zhou Tieta. As soon as Wang Laowu spoke, Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilan, and Zhou Tieta all froze. Zhou Tieta, whose face was already red with anger, was about to turn black. "Wang Laowu, whose side are you on?" "Anyway," he paused and looked at Wang Laowu fiercely. "Did you sneak and eat someone else's food again, huh?" Wang Laowu's face turned awkward. "Old man, why are you bringing up those irrelevant things when I'm trying to reason with you? Besides, what do you mean by stealing? Taking without asking is stealing. I promised to give contribution points. Cut out." Zhou Tieta snorted coldly. "I know you too well. You can only repay those contribution points if the sun rises from the west." While Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta were bickering, Lin Jiangyue pulled Xia Weilan and was about to sneak away. Zhou Tieta suddenly shouted, "Stop! There are at least 3 mentors from Canaan Academy above level 20 over there, and 7 or 8 students. If you're not afraid of dying, just go ahead." Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. "Uncle, are you serious?" Hearing the word uncle, Zhou Tieta became furious. "What uncle? Call me Big Brother." Lin Jiangyue, speechless, could only say, "Big Brother, are you serious?" "Of course. What kind of person do you think I am, to deceive you 2 kids?" Zhou Tieta said coldly. "If it weren't for those old beasts, Would those little beasts dare to bully me with their numbers and chase me all over the mountains? Tieta, this isn't good, Wang Laowu said seriously upon hearing this. If we team up, dealing with 2 level 20 opponents will be tough enough. 3 of them, and we'll probably lose. Should we withdraw first? After all, as long as we have the Green Hills, we won't worry about firewood. What kind of joke is that? You can withdraw if you want. Zhou Tieta glared. Am I someone who fears death? Didn't you hear old Zhao say that their director is seriously injured? If he can't break through to level 31, he'll be completely useless. A mere sunset forest is worth sending 3 level 20 mentors for? Those beasts from Canaan Academy just can't stand to see others do well. They want to monopolize the herbs used to eliminate the promotion barriers. I won't back down. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. As expected, this was indeed the reason. Lin Jiangyue stood beside, a hint of inscrutable emotion flashing in her eyes. Zhou Tieta was filled with righteous indignation when suddenly chaos erupted ahead, and someone shouted, "Over there! Over there! There's more help! Catch them!" As soon as the words fell, 3 dark figures rushed in with lightning speed. Chapter 28. The Strange Old Man, 3. The aura released by 3 abilities above level 20 made Xia Weilon, who was usually fearless, feel an unprecedented pressure. He couldn't help but sweat as he held Lin Jiangyue's hand. Those relentless beasts. I'm going to fight you to the end. Zhou Tieta's eyes widened with anger as he shouted and charged forward. Meanwhile, Wang Laowu quietly approached Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilon, discreetly patting Lin Jiangyue's shoulder. Girl. Lin Jiangyue was startled. Although she felt that the old man called Wang Laowu seemed to be a decent person, it was clear that he and Zhou Tieta, both of whom were low-level ability users, stood no chance against the 3 mid-level ability users from Canaan Academy. She and Xia Weilon certainly could not stay behind and get involved for someone they had only met once, who had even robbed her of a large amount of supplies. They had to successfully escape before these 2 were defeated. Lin Jiangyue was fully focused on quickly planning the most suitable escape route in her mind. When Wang Laowu patted her, she suddenly shivered and turned to look at him, frowning and asking, "What's wrong?" Wang Laowu let out a long sigh and heavily tapped his dragon-headed cane on the ground. "Girl, you can see the current situation. Iron Tower, and I can only hold them off for a moment. It's impossible to defeat them. We will try our best to cover your escape. But there's something I want to ask you. I don't know if you're willing to help." Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback by the words. While observing the battle situation with the corner of her eye, she tried to soften her tone and said, "What is it? Elder, please tell me." After a pause, she added, "As long as we can do it, we won't refuse." Wang Laowu said, "We need you and this young man to help us find something in a certain cave." Saying this, he handed Lin Jiangyue something. This is a map indicating the location of that cave, and also, Wang Laowu paused. There's a level 10 mutated beast outside the cave, but you don't need to worry about that. We have already dealt with it. However, there is a very powerful formation that is quite difficult to handle. I can tell you the method to break it, but even we don't dare to say we have absolute confidence. With your ability levels, you'll have to rely on your intuition. Lin Jiangyue. After searching everywhere in vain, I find it effortlessly. This description from Wang Laowu is strikingly similar to what I've learned about the cave that hides the herb to remove the barriers. It's like someone is offering a pillow when I'm already sleepy. Lin Jiangyue suppressed her excitement and pretended not to understand, asking, "Old man, what is in that cave?" Wang Laowu coughed and replied, "It's something very important, but I can't say what it is right now. If you can't get it, then there's nothing that can be done. However, if you do manage to get it, I need you and this young boy to wait for us at a designated place for 3 days. After 3 days, if we haven't shown up, then the thing will belong to you. You can take this map to the Thunder Academy and have the instructors teach you how to use it. If we do show up, then I and the Iron Tower will personally teach you, and you will also receive a portion of it. How about that?" Lin Jiangyue's eyes flickered. She understood Wang Laowu's plan. If he and Zhou Tieta could successfully get rid of the people from Canaan Academy, they would take the herbs themselves. However, if they did not reach the designated location in 3 days, she and Xia Weilon would have to send the herbs to Leitang Academy if they wanted to know how to use them. This was undoubtedly the best approach of the moment. Whatever these people cared about so much could not be ordinary, and obtaining it would surely bring great benefits. If Lin Jiangyue had not been reborn, she would likely have followed the old man's wishes. However, based on her past life experience, she already knew how to use the herbs and did not need anyone's help at all. Now, if she could just placate Wang Laowu and learn how to break the formation, the initiative would almost completely be in her hands. Lin Jiangyue hesitated and said, "Elder, to be honest, I am quite willing to help, but I'm afraid our abilities might not be enough to fulfill your request. If we encounter danger, we will definitely prioritize our own safety. I've said that as long as we do our best, it's okay if it doesn't work out." After hearing this, Wang Laowu felt more at ease. "Girl, come closer, and I'll tell you how to break the formation." Lin Jiangyue. Under the cover of Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta, Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilon finally managed to escape the pursuit of the group from Canaan Academy without any danger. The two rushed towards the cave marked on the map, climbing over mountains and hills for nearly 3 hours before reaching their destination. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Jiangyue exerted herself like she was running an 800-meter race. Upon arrival, she was out of breath, squatting on the ground, and unable to speak for a long time. Xia Weilon, however, remained unfazed and, with some concern, called out to Lin Jiangyue, "Sister?" Lin Jiangyue looked at him with a face full of resentment. "Why are you so strong? How can you not get tired after running such a long distance?" Xia Weilon slightly pursed his lips. Naturally, he wouldn't say that these were essential skills for outdoor missions, in a post-apocalyptic world where high-level mutated beasts are everywhere. Not only must one have strong combat ability, but one must also be fast. Otherwise, if they encounter a mutated beast that they can't handle, it would be just like the situation Wang Dazhuang and the others faced, something he had long gotten used to. However, someone like Lin Jiangyue, who had always stayed in a safe base, would naturally not understand this. Especially since although Lin Jiangyue's awakened ability was rare, her level was still too low, and her physical fitness was not outstanding. Xia Weilon hesitated for a moment and quietly said, "From now on, I'll carry my sister while running." Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but blush slightly at the words. She gave Xia Weilon a sidelong glance and said, "Do you really have to say such things with a straight face?" Coupled with that stunningly beautiful face that could provoke anger and envy. It made people's hearts race and their minds wander. Although in the apocalypse, strength was paramount and appearance was not as valued as before, that was only relative. When an ordinary-looking strong person stood next to a handsome and charming one, people would mostly still choose the latter. Not to mention Xia Weilon's looks. Lin Jiangyue dared to bet that even if Xia Weilon had a blank expression, most people would still indulge in wild fantasies upon seeing her. Not to mention that the other party flirted with her seriously every day. Xia Weilon slightly tilted her head to look at Lin Jiangyue, seemingly puzzled. Her eyes were sparkling with a watery sheen, captivating and enchanting. Yet, her facial expression was extremely innocent. Lin Jiangyue took a deep breath. She avoided Xia Weilon's eyes and said, "Let's go find that formation first." Xia Weilon nodded and replied, "Okay." Lin Jiangyue followed Wang Laowu's guidance and arrived at a closed stone cave, activating the mechanism next to it. In an instant, a blinding red light shot up into the sky, and a terrifying aura rushed straight towards Lin Jiangyue's face. Lin Jiangyue felt an uncontrollable tightness in her breath. Xia Weilon's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, she stepped forward and pulled Lin Jiangyue into her arms, quickly retreating. "Sister, be careful." At the same time, around the stone cave, a massive formation began to spin wildly. The speed was so fast that just a slight glance would make one dizzy. Chapter 29. The Strange Old Man 4. Lin Jiangyue was stunned. Is this what Wang Laowu meant by being a little faster? Lin Jiangyue frowned and said, "According to Wang Laowu, this formation has a total of 7 nodes that must be broken one by one before the cave door will open. Can you handle it at this speed? Not to mention finding and breaking the nodes. Just looking at that crazily spinning formation makes me feel uncomfortable." Xia Weilon stared at the formation for a moment and said softly, "It should be fine." After awakening his abilities, he also inherited that man's spiritual pattern eyes. The speed of the formation's rotation in his eyes was probably only 1/10 of what it was in Lin Jiangyue's eyes. It was slow to the point of being unbearable. Lin Jiangyue nodded and advised, "Be careful and don't let the red light touch you, otherwise you'll get hurt." Xiao Weilan replied, "Okay, sister, don't worry." After saying that, he walked into the range of the formation without hesitation. Lin Jiangyue's heart immediately jumped to her throat. Even though the formation was making her dizzy, she couldn't take her eyes off Xiao Weilan's figure. However, what surprised her was that wherever Xiao Weilan went, she perfectly avoided the dazzling red lights, and soon broke the first eye of the formation. The speed of the formation's rotation slowed down slightly. Lin Jiangyue let out a slight sigh of relief. Then came the second array, eye, the third array, eye, the fourth array, eye, the fifth array, eye, the sixth array, eye, and the seventh array, eye. Xiao Weilan effortlessly cracked them one after another, leaving Lin Jiangyue astonished. Xiao Weilan had to gently call out to her, "Sister?" She didn't respond, but quickly pulled Xiao Weilan into the cave, activated the mechanism inside, and closed the cave door. Only then did she look at Xiao Weilan and whisper, "Have you seen this formation before? It's surprisingly easy to crack." Previously, Wang Laowu had mentioned that even if he and Zhou Qieta came, it would take at least a day to completely break these 7-array eyes and open the cave door. But Xiao Weilan took no more than half an hour. Xiao Weilan pressed his lips together. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately did not hide it from Lin Jiangyue. "Because I have a spirit pattern eye. This formation looks different to me than it does to others." Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. Although the spirit pattern eye is not exactly a type of supernatural ability, it can enhance one's perception of formations to the utmost. Any formation in this world seems insignificant to those who possess the spirit pattern eye. It is extremely beneficial for treasure hunting because around many rare herbs and treasures, there are not only mutated beasts guarding them, but also very powerful formations. Some formations can be even more lethal and dangerous than mutated beasts. Many capable supernatural beings do not die from the attacks of mutated beasts, but rather from the attacks of formations. Therefore, the spirit pattern eye is almost a rarer existence than many supernatural abilities, including her past life, as far as she knows. There's only one person in the entire apocalypse who possesses the spirit pattern eye, Guzushi from the central base. In addition to his powerful abilities, that man has also rapidly expanded the central base by using his spirit pattern eye to crack formations and acquire a large amount of rare resources in a short period. If Xiao Weilan actually possesses the spirit pattern eye, does that mean there is a connection between her and Guzushi? Lin Jiangyue frowned slightly. It was said that Guzushi's only son had died in a zombie tide after sneaking out of the central base to play. Seeing Lin Jiangyue's unpredictable expression, Xiao Weilan's gaze darkened. He knew that with this girl's intelligence, mentioning the spirit pattern eye would likely remind her of that man. He didn't want to deceive Lin Jiangyue, but he also didn't want to have any more ties to that man. He had always relied on himself, never coveting that man's glory, nor would he acknowledge him again. He would, thinking of that woman who was always good at pretending to be pitiful. A cold aura gradually seeped into Xiao Weilan's beautiful eyes. He had tried to eliminate that woman, but she had also awakened her abilities, and with Guzushi's help, she had obtained many unimaginable precious resources, making her very powerful. To do so would only be self-humiliation. Even now, he was probably far from being her match. He certainly wouldn't be a match for that man either. In this isolated small place, a city, people ignorantly believed that abilities only reached level 10. But when he escaped from the central base, that man was at least level 30. So many years have passed since then. That man would not have remained stagnant. The killing intent that had not surfaced for a long time surged again in his chest. But just then, a pair of warm, soft hands suddenly grasped his. Xiao Weilan's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively lowered his head to look at Lin Jiangyue. "Sister?" Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and take a look at the treasure that Wang Laowu and the others are looking for." Xiao Weilan was slightly taken aback and asked, "Sister, do you not have anything to ask me?" Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, "If you want to say it, I won't ask. If you don't want to say it, why should I make it difficult for you?" Xiao Weilan. Lin Jiangyue stared into Xiao Weilan's eyes and said seriously, "I only know that no matter what happens, we will always be the closest people to each other. As for others, I really don't care at all. You shouldn't overthink it. Can you be a little happier?" At least I will always stand by your side. After a moment of silence, Xiao Weilan's eyes brightened. The gloom faded, and brightness returned. He nodded heavily. Okay. Chapter 30. The Spiritual Herbs Acquired. 1. The cave wasn't very deep. After Lin Jiangyue led Xiao Weilan around 2 turns, they arrived at a huge stone chamber. In the center of the chamber was a large square platform. On top of the platform floated 7 spiritual herbs. Among them, 3 herbs had 1 leaf each, another 3 had 2 leaves each, and 1 had 3 leaves. The moment Lin Jiangyue saw the spiritual herbs, she was almost certain that this was what she was looking for. The herb with 1 leaf could eliminate barriers from level 10 to 11. The herb with 2 leaves could eliminate barriers from level 20 to 21. And the herb with 3 leaves could eliminate barriers from level 30 to 31. This meant that with these 7 spiritual herbs, along with her spatial abilities, she and Xiao Weilan wouldn't have to worry about leveling up to 40 at least. However, from what Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta said, they definitely needed the herb with 3 leaves. Although there was only 1 of this herb, it should be possible to replicate it using her spatial abilities within 3 days. After all, she had promised the others, and Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta had helped to hold off the people from Canaan Academy. Otherwise, even if Xiao Weilan had spiritual pattern eyes, they wouldn't have been able to obtain these herbs so smoothly. Therefore, Lin Jiangyue didn't want to go back on her promise. But with their current strength, if they went to the designated location to wait for people, what if Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta were defeated, and they encountered those 3 level 20 mentors from Canaan Academy alone? That would be like lambs entering a tiger's den. Lin Jiangyue was deep in thought when she suddenly heard a loud bang outside, followed by a tremor that shook the entire secret room. Lin Jiangyue frowned slightly and immediately and decisively collected all the spiritual herbs into her space. Not good. Someone is probably coming. A trace of gloom flashed in her eyes. Could it be that those people from Canaan Academy have already dealt with Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta and are now pursuing us? Xiao Weilan shook his head. Not yet. As he spoke, he stepped towards a crystal ball next to the platform, reached out his hand, and injected his abilities into it. After a while, the crystal ball suddenly changed, and vague images appeared inside. Lin Jiangyue focused closely and discovered that the crystal ball was actually showing the scene outside the cave. At that moment, 7 people were fiercely attacking the formation. Xiao Weilan said, "Only the students of Canaan Academy are here. It's estimated that Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta are still alive. Should we rush out now?" Lin Jiangyue said, "Among these 7 people, there is 1 level 9, 3 level 8s, and 3 level 7s. Are you confident?" Xiao Weilan pondered for a moment and replied, "If they don't have any magical tools to assist them, then it would naturally be no problem. But obviously, they wouldn't be without them. The students from Canaan Academy are quite wealthy, and just from the attacking formation." Lin Jiangyue saw that more than 1 person had already taken out their magical tools. She frowned and said, "Since that's the case, this formation is quite powerful and won't be broken easily, so let's not rush. Let's improve our strength first." Lin Jiangyue took out 2 pieces of jade and a full bottle of purified water from the space and handed them to Xiao Weilan. The purified water combined with the energy from these 2 pieces of jade should be able to purify most of the impurities in your body. Hurry up and absorb them. All 4 materials, ice spirit grass, ghost orchid, colorful fruit, and nether grass, were gathered. She decided to try to concoct a potion here to help Xiao Weilan repair her meridians. The fewer impurities Xiao Weilan had in her body, the better the effect of the meridian repair would be. However, Xiao Weilan held the mineral water and the 2 pieces of jade in her hands, her expression complicated, and she did not move. Lin Jiangyue could tell what Xiao Weilan was thinking just by looking at her expression. She nudged Xiao Weilan and said, "Hurry up. Improving your strength is the most important thing now. You need to change this habit of always being so polite with me." Xiao Weilan nodded helplessly. He first opened the bottle cap and drank the entire bottle of mineral water. After feeling the pure energy begin to flow within him, he took the jade and went to the side to absorb it. Lin Jiangyue then approached the large platform where the spiritual herbs were placed, putting the ice spirit grass, ghost orchid, colorful fruit, nether grass, and wood spirit essence on it. She began to prepare the potion according to the method written in the recipe. At first, it was slow, but as time went on, she became more and more adept at it. In her previous life, because she never awakened her supernatural abilities and didn't want to be looked down upon, she devoted a lot of effort to potion making and gained considerable experience. In fact, many renowned pharmacist potions did not have the purity and effectiveness of hers. At this moment, while preparing the potion to repair meridians, she gradually found her rhythm and became increasingly skilled. Lin Jiangyue devoted herself wholeheartedly, carefully operating each step. She didn't know how much time had passed when the test tube in her hand suddenly burst forth with a strong wave of energy, and the liquid inside transformed from a translucent state to a beautiful light blue. It's done, and judging by the purity, it's a top-quality potion. After the apocalypse, potions are classified into 4 categories based on purity: low-quality potions, medium-quality potions, high-quality potions, and top-quality potions. Low-quality potions have a purity of 20 to 30%. Medium-quality potions have a purity of 40 to 50%. High-quality potions have a purity of 60 to 70%. Top-quality potions have a purity of 80 to 90%. The higher the purity, the better the potion's effect. Potions with a purity lower than 25% are nearly ineffective. Lin Jiangyue held the potion in her hand and turned to look at the crystal ball. At this moment, the sky outside had completely darkened, and the group from Canaan Academy was still frantically attacking the formation. They had already broken 4 of the formation's nodes, and it seemed there would be no problem opening the gate before dawn. Lin Jiangyue frowned slightly, and then turned to look at Xiao Weilong beside her. Xiao Weilong had absorbed most of the power of the Jade Stone, and at this moment he felt an indescribable sense of refreshment, his complexion appearing much more rosy than usual. Lin Jiangyue was very satisfied. She waved for Xiao Weilong to come over and handed him the potion she had just prepared. "Quick, drink this." Xiao Weilong didn't ask what the potion was for. He tilted his head and drank the potion without hesitation. The moment the potion slid down his throat, he distinctly felt a change in his body. The stagnation he had been troubled by in his meridians was gradually disappearing. Xiao Weilong's pupils constricted. His dark element ability suddenly rose to level 8, and his domain ability rose to level 3. But that wasn't the end. After a while, his dark element ability rose to level 9, and his domain ability rose to level 4. Then, under Lin Jiangyue's astonished gaze, his dark element ability reached level 10, and his domain ability reached level 5. However, the aura around Xiao Weilong showed no signs of dimming. It just stopped rising. It seemed he had encountered a barrier. The herb needed to break through that barrier must be soaked in pure water for over 5 hours to be effective. Lin Jiangyue is very glad that she was prepared. After getting the herbs, she soaked them in pure water, and now it must have been at least 5 hours. Lin Jiangyue quickly took out a herb with only 1 leaf from her space and handed it to Xiao Weilong, saying, "Hurry and eat this." Without hesitation, Xiao Weilong ate it. Indeed, the moment he consumed the herb, his dark-type ability surged uncontrollably to level 11, and his domain-type ability also broke through to level 6. It wasn't until this moment that the halo around Xiao Weilong slowly dimmed, and his breath began to stabilize. Lin Jiangyue stood in place, shocked and speechless for a long time. Logically speaking, the potion for restoring the meridians did not have the effect of increasing the ability level. So there was only one possibility for this situation. It was that the damage to the meridians had suppressed Xiao Weilong's potential, and after the meridians were repaired, his potential erupted uncontrollably. This kind of power was still an enhancement of 2 abilities at once. Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Weilong was not just a genius. He was simply a peerless genius. If it weren't for the problems that occurred during his awakening, which led to damage in his meridians, it could be assumed that his dark-type abilities would be just as powerful as his domain-type abilities and definitely wouldn't be limited to just level 1. Chapter 31. The Spirit Herb in Hand. 2. Given Xiao Weilong's intelligence, he could sense the changes in his body and knew there was nothing he didn't understand. He looked at Lin Jiangyue and whispered, "Sister, you know the effects and uses of these herbs, right?" She could tell Xiao Weilong everything else. But the matter of reincarnation was too bizarre. Even she herself had not figured it out. In the future, she might say she didn't know, but for now, she certainly wouldn't say that. Xiao Weilong, He knew it wasn't too surprising that there were ability users above level 10. However, Lin Jiangyue had stayed in City A since the end of the world and had never left. How did she know? She even knew the usage methods of these herbs. A hint of doubt flashed in Xia Weilan's eyes, but just as Lin Jiangyue did not ask him anything further, he also chose not to inquire since she was unwilling to speak. After a moment of silence, Xia Weilan said, "All right." Lin Jiangyue's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. "Do you think we have a handle on dealing with those people outside now?" Xia Weilan had spent quite some time leveling up, and she felt that the formation outside shouldn't hold for much longer. Those people might burst into the cave at any moment. Xia Weilan thought seriously for a moment and slowly said, "No problem. With an 11th level dark type ability, even without relying on the power of the domain, dealing with ability users below level 10 is as easy as cutting vegetables." Just as she finished speaking, a peeled lychee immediately appeared by her mouth. Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, "Let's eat something first. After we finish, we'll go out and take care of those annoying things." Xia Weilan slightly parted her lips and bit into the lychee. The sweet fragrance spread in her mouth, and before she could swallow the flesh, she heard a loud bang. Immediately afterward, 7 students from Canaan Academy charged in aggressively. At the same time, Xia Weilan didn't hesitate to grab Lin Jiangyue's wrist and pulled her into her embrace. Lin Jiangyue hadn't reacted, yet when everything suddenly went dark again, she gently struggled and said, Xia Weilan, what are you doing?" A strand of hair by her cheek was brushed by the young man's soft breath, and Xia Weilan's voice rang in her ear. "I'm going to take them out, sister. Don't look, Lin Jiangyue." Since Xia Weilan is so confident, let's go along with him. Lin Jiangyue pursed her lips and obediently leaned against Xia Weilan's embrace without moving. Xia Weilan's lips curled slightly. The 7 students from Canaan Academy who entered all saw this scene, and their faces almost simultaneously revealed expressions that were hard to describe. 3 of them focused their gaze on Lin Jiangyue, their eyes showing a disgusting, desire-filled glow. After the apocalypse, beautiful young girls without a powerful background or abilities were no different from goods on a shelf waiting to be sold, only to be toyed with, especially in a place like Sunset Forest. The other 4 glared fiercely at Xia Weilan. They were all young masters with considerable family backgrounds, feared and revered wherever they went. Occasionally, there were those who disrespected them, such as the lowly commoners from Thunder Academy, but that was mostly out of envy and jealousy. No one had ever dared to look at them with such eyes. Cold and indifferent, even if their gaze fell on them, it stirred not a ripple in their eyes. Their expressions were more like looking at dogs than at people. Among them, the leader was the only level 9 ability user, named Ning Yao. Seeing the empty large platform in the center of the secret room, Ning Yao's expression darkened as he said to Xia Weilan, "You little bastard, hand over the goods quickly, or we'll leave you in pieces." He addressed you, not you all, clearly regarding Lin Jiangyue as an accessory. A level 8 ability user beside him, who had been staring at Lin Jiangyue, immediately echoed, "Yes, hand over the goods, and let us have some fun with this little lady in your arms." A shrill scream echoed through the inner room. Suddenly, countless eerie, ghostly claws, emitting black mist, shot out from under the feet of that level 8 ability user. And before the others could react, he was torn apart into a skeleton with only a few scattered flesh remnants hanging on it. In an instant, Ning Yao felt a buzzing in his ears, a chill rushing up from his feet. The others could not help but show expressions of terror and shock. With the ability level of that person just now, even many instructors in Canaan Academy would not be able to kill him in an instant. A single thought arose in everyone's mind. This young man's ability had definitely exceeded level 10. Fighting him alone was absolutely not an option. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed their strongest attacks. However, something even more terrifying happened. Their bodies suddenly froze, their movements inexplicably slowing down. Little did they know, after the ability system reached level 6, Xia Weilan's weakening effect on enemies had reached a terrifying 30. Chapter 32. The Spirit Medicine in Hand 3. Kill him. Ning Yao's expression was frenzied, his face nearly twisted. Every person felt a mad fear rising within them. But they also knew all too well that in such a moment, fighting desperately might offer a glimmer of hope, while fleeing would only lead to a quicker death. among the remaining 6 from Canaan Academy. Although they were all exceptional talents from powerful families and usually did not yield to one another, they still had developed a tacit understanding through long battles. At the critical moment of life and death, the other 5 concentrated all their abilities on Ning Yao alone. Ning Yao did not hesitate to swallow a precious potion that his family had given him for self-preservation. Speed increased by 100. Strength increased by 100. Ability increased by 100. The full support of the others and the powerful effect of the potion minimized the weakening effect of Xia Weilan's domain on him. Almost in an instant, the temperature around him plummeted, and Ning Yao conjured a massive ice spear radiating a chilling aura in his hand. He charged forward like an agile, ferocious cheetah. In a moment, in less than the time it takes to blink, he could pierce through both Xia Weilan and Lin Jiangyue with this ice spear that contained the combined abilities of all 6 of them. He would put them to death. They had used this trick to defeat a level 15 instructor from Canaan Academy before. This little bastard, despite exceeding level 10, could not possibly be stronger than that instructor. Ning Yao's face uncontrollably revealed a look of ecstasy. But before this joy could even fade, in less than the blink of an eye, the shadows under Xia Weilan and Lin Jiangyue's feet suddenly trembled lightly, and their figures vanished from sight. The ice spear missed. Ning Yao's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively wanted to stop. However, this all-out strike should not be underestimated. The massive inertia propelled him forward, crashing into the large platform in the center. With a loud crash, the platform exploded under the impact of the ice spear, turning into countless dust that fell all over his head and face. At the same time, chilling screams erupted behind him, so piercing that Ning Yao felt his whole body stiffen. And that young man stood not far away, one hand covering the eyes of the girl in his arms, looking at him indifferently, his gaze still as if looking at a dog. In an instant, a wave of fear like a raging storm swept over him, and Ning Yao could no longer care about his anger. He was not even 20 years old this year. He was a level 9 ability user. He was about to break through to level 10. He was a genius praised by everyone. His future was bright and promising. He could not die here inexplicably, turning into a pile of disgusting bones. The fear of death drained all the strength from Ning Yao's body, and he no longer had the arrogance of someone used to being above others. At this moment, all the pride of a favored son of heaven disappeared, and he felt as if he had truly turned into a dog, pathetically begging for mercy on the ground. He was afraid that Xia Weilan would suddenly strike, turning him into that pile of bones, and he trembled, urgently assuring, "The War Frenzy base. You know the War Frenzy base, right? My family is the largest family in the entire War Frenzy base, powerful enough that even the Ouyang family can't compare. As long as you spare my life, I can give you any rare resources you want, or I can contribute. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, it's all fine. No, 100 million. 100 million is fine. Whatever you want, I can provide. A man of great stature can bend and stretch. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years is not too late. His family has nearly level 30 ability users, and the current dean of Canaan Academy has even broken through to level 32. Time passed second by second. Ning Yao felt like the days were dragging on in this death-like silence, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Just when he was nearly hopeless, wanting to fight again desperately, he suddenly heard a cold yet pleasant voice say, "Clean up what's on the ground." This was the first thing Xia Weilan had said to him. Although the voice carried a chill, it was clearly much gentler than his gaze, lacking that sharp, murderous intent. Ning Yao let out a long breath, his body relaxing, almost unable to get up from the ground. But for the sake of survival, he dared not defy Xia Weilan's orders at this moment, forcing himself to endure the pain and weakness to stand up, using a bottle of potion to dissolve all the bones on the ground. He even tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to clean up the remaining bloodstains on the ground. It was so disgusting he wanted to vomit. When had he, a young master, ever done such dirty and tiring work? One day he would make the other party repay him 100-fold, 1,000-fold, no, 10,000-fold. Anger and humiliation rolled in his chest, and Ning Yao suddenly heard a girl's light laugh. "Should be about enough now, right? Can you let me go? With you covering my eyes like this, how am I supposed to talk to him?" The voice was lively and cheerful, with a hint of laughter. If he had heard it in another place, Ningyao might have thought of having some interaction with her. But hearing it in such a stone chamber where a bloody massacre had just occurred felt abrupt and out of place. Even though his eyes were covered and he couldn't see, how could he not hear the piercing screams? In such a terrifying scene, even the girls from Canaan Academy with high abilities would be horrified. How could she still laugh as if it were a picnic? Ningyao had no idea that if it were the Lin Jiangyue from her past life, even knowing they were enemies, she would have been the first to scream in fear. But after experiencing such inhuman torture in the laboratory and falling into the brutal and terrifying zombie horde, she would no longer be afraid. What good is fear? Fear cannot stop the descending butcher's knife. Fear cannot stop the zombies' bites. Fear also cannot earn the sympathy of those beasts. It would only further arouse their desire to torment. Only the weak would be afraid. Only the weak would cower in fear. And she would only move forward. She would definitely become stronger. One day, she would let Xiao Weilon know that she was no longer the person she once was, that she was not someone who could only be protected by him. She could protect him too. Chapter 33. The Elixir in Hand. 4. Xiao Weilon released her hand that had been covering Lin Jiangyue's eyes. Lin Jiangyue smiled and looked at Ningyao, asking name. The gentle and soft-spoken 2 words made her seem even more like a delicate and harmless girl. If one ignored the faint, casual smile on her face, Ningyao did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He quickly reported his name and then said, "Our Ning family is powerful, so feel free to say what you want. You have turned into you all. Fear cannot stop the beast's atrocities. Strength can." Lin Jiangyue's nonchalant attitude made Ningyao, who usually sees beautiful girls as playthings, feel an unprecedented sense of unease. Lin Jiangyue did not respond. She simply said lightly, "I just heard you mention the Ouyang family? Is someone from the Ouyang family coming this time?" Ningyao was taken aback. However, he had nothing to hide regarding other people's matters. Ningyao nodded. "Yes, it's the son of the head of the Ouyang family, named Ouyang Su. But he didn't come with us. We originally agreed to meet here, but for some reason, they haven't arrived yet." Lin Jiangyue smiled. How could they come back after being taken down by her and Xiao Weilon? She had some impression of the crazy battle base. There were nearly 30-level ability users inside, definitely much stronger than those in City A. With her and Xiao Weilon's current strength, dealing with level 10 or below would definitely not be a problem. However, being relentlessly pursued and attacked by level 20 or 30 ability users would not be a pleasant experience. Lin Jiangyue asked, "What is your purpose in coming to the Sunset Forest?" Ningyao's gaze flickered. Lin Jiangyue raised her eyebrows. "What's wrong? Can't you say?" Ningyao gritted his teeth and said, "It's these herbs used to eliminate promotion barriers. The Dean of Thunder Academy is seriously injured, and if he doesn't rely on these herbs to break through level 31, his abilities will soon be wasted. Our task is to steal these herbs. Afterward, these herbs will be distributed to us as rewards. Due to different educational philosophies, the students enrolled are also different, and the grudges between Canaan Academy and Thunder Academy have a long history. Not only do students often clash with each other, but there are also open and covert struggles between the mentors, leading to long-standing resentment." Lin Jiangyue was not surprised by this at all. Lin Jiangyue continued to ask calmly, "Why are only you here? What about your mentors?" Ningyao paused for a moment and replied, "They will come once they deal with those 2 helpers from Thunder Academy." After saying that, he quickly added, "But don't worry, I absolutely won't betray you. I will say these people were all killed by mutated beasts. If you want, I can also help introduce you to Canaan Academy. Our academy has abundant resources, which will definitely help with your ability enhancement." After level 10, the energy required for advancement increases several times compared to before. Staying in such a resource-poor place, you can only reach about a dozen levels at most. But if you go to our Canaan Academy, reaching over 30 levels is possible, just like our principal. Ningyao frantically described the benefits of Canaan Academy to Xiao Weilon and Lin Jiangyue. If he could take these 2 to the mentors at Canaan Academy, he would immediately turn against them, thus not only saving himself, but also redeeming his previous shame. A sense of calculation was revealed in the panic on Ningyao's face. Lin Jiangyue was certainly aware of what the other party was thinking. She pretended to be curious and said, "Is it really that good?" Then why don't you introduce us to the abilities and levels of those mentors? If it's really as good as you say, then we might consider it. Ning Yao thought they had taken the bait and felt secretly pleased, immediately saying, among the 3 mentors who came with us this time, the highest level one is named Xiahou Tian, who is at level 28 and has a very strong attacking gold ability. The other 2 are named Dugu Yu, who is at level 26 with a very rare wood ability, and Yin Ma Bai, who is at level 25 with a speed ability. Lin Jiangyue slightly frowned, showing a look of disdain. Those 2 from Thunder Academy are only in their teens and levels, yet they can hold off the 3 of us for so long. I think it's nothing impressive. Ning Yao quickly replied, if it were a one-on-one fight, those 2 together wouldn't even be able to defeat our level 25 mentor. The reason they can last this long is because they possess a magic treasure from Thunder Academy that can withstand 7 fatal attacks. Once that count is used up, they will undoubtedly die. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see. Ning Yao looked anxious. Lin Jiangyue didn't say anything, just stared at Ning Yao. That gaze wasn't particularly aggressive, but it somehow made Ning Yao feel uneasy all over. After a while, Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, all right, then you lead the way. Let's go find your mentors. Ning Yao. I didn't expect it to be this easy. As soon as Lin Jiangyue said this, Ning Yao felt as if a heavy stone had in his heart, and quickly said, okay, I'll lead the way. After saying that, he hurriedly turned around, fearing that Lin Jiangyue would change her mind, his nervous heartbeat pounding like a drum. As long as he could see those few mentors, he would be completely safe. At that time, he would make them pay. A trace of malice flashed in Ning Yao's eyes, and his steps quickened even more. But just as he was about to reach the entrance of the cave, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was stunned for a moment, then became aware and looked down, only to see a hand surrounded by black mist reaching out from his chest. I said, what did I say? I can give you anything. Why can't you spare my life? Why do you have to kill me? I will not let you go. My family will not let you go. Ning Yao roared in anger. But the injury in his chest quickly drained his last bit of strength, and he could no longer speak, only gaping at Xia Weilan and Lin Jiangyue with wide eyes. Lin Jiangyue chuckled softly. She said slowly, sorry, but we can't trust you. No matter who those 6 people were just now, they at least represent 6 families with strong backgrounds. What if one day you get unhappy and spill what happened today? Wouldn't we become the targets? So, you might as well go die. But don't worry, if we have the chance, we might let someone from your family come down to accompany you. Ning Yao. Chapter 34. Treasure 1. After dealing with Ning Yao, Lin Jiangyue smiled at Xia Weilan and said, let's go to the location that Wang Lao mentioned and wait for him and Zhou Tieta for 3 days. Xia Weilan tilted her head slightly. I thought you were asking so detailed just now because you were planning to go save someone. Lin Jiangyue shrugged and didn't hide it. She originally had this idea, but the opponent's strength was too high. If those 3 people were only at levels 21 or 22, she might actually consider taking the risk to help. But one of them was at level 28, another at level 26, and the last at level 25. Moreover, the metal-type ability had extremely strong attack power, while the wood-type ability was mostly responsible for healing. With this kind of lineup, to win, they had to take out the wood-type ability user right from the start. Otherwise, the gap in strength was already significant. They would have just managed to inflict some damage, and the other side would heal it right away, which would be frustrating enough. Lin Jiangyue sighed. I still understand what it means to act within one's capabilities. Besides, Wang Lao originally asked us to wait for them at a designated location for 3 days, and he didn't say we had to help. What we're doing doesn't count as breaking a promise. Xia Weilan. Of course, it would be very risky, but after the apocalypse, isn't every moment outside a safe base a risk? If Lin Jiangyue wants to save someone, as long as he can ensure their safety, he is willing to give it a try. However, since Lin Jiangyue thinks this way and feels there is no need to take this risk, then there is no need to say these words. So Xia Weilan nodded. All right, then let's go. The mutated beasts in the Sunset Forest are no match for me anymore. I can go wherever I want. Lin Jiangyue smiled. Then let's kill a few more high-level mutated beasts to collect some crystal cores while ensuring safety. Although there's only a 1-level difference between leveling up from level 10 to level 11, the enhancement is significant due to the removal of the advancement barrier. Correspondingly, After reaching level 11, the energy required for leveling up will also increase dramatically. For example, from levels 1 to 5, absorbing the energy from one piece of jade can result in a level up. From levels 5 to 10, it requires the energy from 2, 3, or even more pieces of jade to level up. As for after level 10, the number of jade pieces needed becomes unimaginable. However, after the apocalypse, jade has become increasingly rare and precious. Currently, she only has 6 pieces left, and even if she uses them all, it might not be enough to help Xiao Weilon level up again. So she decided to keep the remaining 6 pieces of jade for herself and collect a large number of mutated beast crystal cores, soaking and purifying them in pure water in her space for future needs. The mutated beast crystal cores, after being soaked and purified in pure water, although still not as pure in energy as jade, have impurities that are close to none, making them a suitable substitute for jade. Xiao Weilon said, "No problem, sister. You go out first, and I'll destroy this place to avoid leaving any traces that might alert others." Lin Jiangyue hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Let me do it. You amplify my power. I can set the fire." These herbs that eliminate barriers are considered precious even for Canaan Academy. If they see the flames, those 3 level 20 abilities might give up chasing Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta and come here to rescue us. This way, we would have indirectly helped them, right? Xiao Weilon gently responded with an MM. In an instant, Lin Jiangyue felt enveloped by a gentle and warm power, and even her energy became exceptionally abundant. She pulled Xiao Weilon out of the cave. Then, with a sudden wave of her hand, flames shot into the sky, and with a deafening roar, the entire cave collapsed. Meanwhile, not far from there, Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta were already exhausted, while the 3 abilities behind them were still relentlessly pursuing, as if they would not rest until they had killed them. Zhou Tieta complained to Wang Laowu while running, "Wang Laowu, isn't the time we bought about enough? If we keep entangled, we'll be beaten to death by that group of beasts without even getting a chance to fight back. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Those 2 kids, one at level 7 and the other only at level 3, such low levels. Even if their abilities are rare, they are still worthless. Let alone breaking the formation, they might not even be able to handle those little beasts from Canaan Academy. We are just wasting our efforts. I say, we should have fought them directly earlier. If we die together, killing one is breaking even, killing 2 is making a profit. From my years of experience in judging people, those 2 are definitely not simple. Nowadays, pure water is more precious than gold, and even families with strong backgrounds wouldn't be willing to spend so much for their juniors to drink. You know how precious pure water is, yet you still want to rob them." Zhou Tieta was even more enraged upon hearing this. Have you thought about it? Even if they are indeed not simple, if you rob them of such precious things, can they really help you sincerely? I'm not running anymore. I'm done taking this insult. I'm going to fight them. If you want to run, go ahead. Wang Laowu exclaimed in shock. "Tieta, we are already exhausted." Boom! The rest of his words were drowned out by a loud explosion. Not far away, flames were rising, almost lighting up half the sky. Wang Laowu, Zhou Tieta, and the 3 abilities approaching behind them all froze in place. Wang Laowu's expression was excited. Is it possible that those 2 kids succeeded? I don't know. Zhou Tieta sneered. Stop thinking so much. Let us focus on the present. Surrounding Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta, they launched their attack without hesitation. Chapter 35. Treasures 2. Lin Jiangyue and Xiao Weilon lay still in the grass, watching the agitated ability user outside. They exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat complex. They had originally decided not to rescue Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta, but unexpectedly, the fire had attracted none other than the wood-type ability user. As long as they could successfully take down the opponent, perhaps they could really join forces with Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta to deal with the other 2 ability users. Moreover, the wood-type ability user was primarily a healer. While difficult to kill, their offensive capabilities were not strong. Even if it ultimately failed, with their 2 abilities, escaping would likely not be a problem. However, doing so would also significantly increase the risk of exposure. Lin Jiangyue has always been clear about her grudges. Wang Laowu had previously taken her things, so she was initially unwilling to have too much interaction with him. However, Wang Laowu and her.The helped to hold back the people from Canaan Academy, allowing them to successfully obtain the herbs they wanted. So she was still willing to help them within her capabilities. Lin Jiangyue subconsciously looked at Xia Weilan again. Xia Weilan had been watching her too, and when she glanced over, she silently said 3 words. Hold him back. Lin Jiangyue. Yeah, they don't necessarily have to kill this wood element ability user, as long as they can hold the other party back for a while, like they did with her.The. So he can't escape, that's enough. As for Wang Laowu and her.The's side, if they can help, they will. If they can't, they'll withdraw. She's already done her best. Thinking of this, Lin Jiangyue gently nodded at Xia Weilan. After spending time together, their cooperation had become very tacit. Some things didn't even need to be said, just a glance was enough. In that moment, the warm and gentle feeling enveloped Lin Jiangyue once again. Lin Jiangyue's gaze fell upon the surrounding mountains and rocks. Moments later, countless fragments of stone suddenly began to tumble down from above without warning, crashing down onto the spot where the wood element ability user was located, blocking their escape route. Like a lost dog, her.The bent down to support himself against a tree, breathing heavily, while Wang Laowu simply sat down on the ground, his beloved dragon-headed cane tossed aside. After a day and night of continuous consumption, both of their abilities were exhausted, and at this moment, if either Xiahou Tian or Yin Maobai caught up to them, they would have no choice but to wait for death. Wang Laowu sighed skyward. Tieta, after drinking that girl's pure water, I vaguely felt the sensation of leveling up. If I could have another big bottle of pure water and some herbs to remove barriers, I think I could directly advance from level 19 to 21. Then our combined ability would reach a new level, and we might not be at a disadvantage against Xiahou Tian and Yin Maobai. Zhou-Tia. I spit. Zhou-Tieta's eyes widened in anger. Wang Laowu, besides being greedy, dreaming, and stealing from young girls, what else can you do? A big bottle of pure water and leveling herbs? Do you know how many contribution points that would be worth? I think it would be more realistic to hope for 2 ability users above level 25 to drop from the sky to save us. If it weren't for the combined ability, do you think I would be hanging around with someone like you all day? Tieta, at this time, let's not blame me. Wang Laowu weakly said, I just feel a bit regretful about my dragon-headed cane. It's a treasure, and it hurts too much to fall into the hands of those 2 scoundrels. If I had known, I might as well have let those 2 kids take it away. You know, I really like those 2, especially that girl. She always reminds me of my poor little granddaughter. I hope they can be safe. Zhou-Tieta. Hearing Wang Laowu mention his granddaughter, Zhou-Tieta's expression softened for a moment. He sighed heavily and suddenly suggested, Wang Laowu, since I still have a little strength left, let me help you destroy this cane. Better than letting it fall into the hands of those beasts at Canaan Academy, to help them do evil. What do you say? Wang Laowu. Wang Laowu's face was full of heartache. Before he could speak, a girl's voice suddenly laughed. Since it's a treasure, it would be such a waste to destroy it. Why not just let us take it away? Hearing this voice, both Wang Laowu and Zhou-Tieta were taken aback and instinctively looked toward the source of the sound. Sure enough, they saw Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan standing not far away. Xia Weilan had no expression, but Lin Jiangyue was smiling and greeting them. Elder Brother Zhou, hello. Upon seeing them, Zhou-Tieta's face was filled with disbelief. You found what we asked you to look for? Lin Jiangyue nodded and smiled, saying, I've run into a bit of trouble, but fortunately, it wasn't too serious. That's great. Zhou-Tieta was first pleased, but then his expression turned worried. No, you guys need to leave quickly. Those 2 old beasts from Canaan Academy are about to catch up. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Laowu's permission, he picked up the cane from the ground and said to Xia Weilan and Lin Jiangyue, you don't need to wait for us at any designated spot. As long as you help us deliver the herb with the most leaves to Thunder Academy, this cane will be yours. What do you think? Lin Jiangyue glanced at the cane without showing any emotion and asked, what is this useful for? Zhou-Tieta replied, it can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for leveling up. Lin Jiangyue. Generally, ability users absorb energy from crystal cores or jade stones to advance. It is well known that crystal cores are naturally inferior to jade stones. But no matter how pure the energy in jade stones is, it can never compare to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it is really possible to rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to advance, not only would the physical qualities be greatly enhanced, but the abilities would also continuously strengthen during the advancement process. However, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not a simple task. If what Zhou Tian Tower said is true, then this staff is indeed a rare treasure. Chapter 36. Treasure 3. Lin Jiangyue hesitated and said, "Do the old man and brother Zhou trust us?" Zhou Tieta snorted coldly. "After all, this is Wang Lao's thing. If you don't deliver the herbs, this cane can only exert half of its effect. You could decide what to do." Lin Jiangyue. Wang Lao sighed deeply and said, "Girl, Tai Tai is just impulsive and doesn't speak nicely." Zhou Tieta angrily said. Wang Lao. Wang Lao weakly replied, Look, you're getting worked up again. Don't rush. I haven't finished yet. What I mean is, although you're impulsive and your words aren't pleasant, you're actually quite warm-hearted." Zhou Tieta. After finishing, Wang Lao turned to Lin Jiangyue and said, "Girl, you can inquire about it. The principal of Thunder Academy is known to be a good person, reasonable and fair. Helping us deliver the herbs will definitely not bring any harm." Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilon hadn't had a chance to speak yet when Zhou Tieta became impatient again. "All right. Wang Lao, stop talking so much. Xiao Tian and Yin Maobai could catch up at any moment. You too, whether you agree or not. Make it quick, especially you." Zhou Tieta's big, bell-like eyes fell on Xia Weilon, his gaze sharp as a knife. "A real man shouldn't be so indecisive. Can't you have a bit of your own opinion?" Xia Weilon remained silent. Lin Jiangyue said to Wang Lao, "Old man, I just heard you mention the joint abilities technique. May I ask what your joint abilities technique is?" As soon as Lin Jiangyue said this, Wang Lao and Zhou Tieta both froze simultaneously. Wang Lao's expression was complicated. "Girl, do you know about the combined abilities?" Lin Jiangyue smiled faintly and said, "I've heard of it, but I've never seen it." In fact, she had seen it in her previous life. The joint ability of superpowers is a very special skill, meaning that if two superpowers complement each other and even resonate, their combined efforts can lead to an effect that might be stacked, producing an entirely new superpower. This new superpower, because it combines the strengths of two individuals, becomes exceptionally formidable, and sometimes it's even possible to defeat foes several levels higher. In her past life, she had witnessed two level 13 superpowered individuals using a joint ability to decisively kill a level 21 superpowered person. Wang Lao sighed. "The joint ability that Tai Tai and I have is called Iron Blood Cage, which can briefly create a cage to trap them. However, since our levels are too low right now, there are no additional attributes. If we could break through to level 21, forget it. What's the use of saying this now?" Wang Lao shook his head and said, "Girl, you two should run quickly. It might be too late if you wait any longer. You must make good use of this cane. Also, deliver the herbs to Thunder Academy. It will definitely bring you unexpected benefits." Lin Jiangyue shook her head. "Elderly man, I'm afraid that's not possible." Wang Lao was taken aback. He really did not expect that the conversation would come to this point, and Lin Jiangyue would still refuse. Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, "Old man, if we help you defeat them, can this cane be given to me?" Zhou Tia. Wang Lao. "Girl, what time is it now? Don't joke around," Wang Lao said helplessly. "The old man doesn't even have the strength to move. How could he possibly win? I mean, if..." Lin Jiangyue insisted. Sure. If you can help us defeat him, would the old man still be stingy about this cane?" Wang Lao said. "All right, it's a deal then." Lin Jiangyue sidestepped and hid behind Xia Weilon, pretending to fumble for a while before taking out a bottle of purified water and a herb with 2 leaves from her space, handing them to Wang Lao. She smiled and said, "Old man, actually I have 1 last bottle of mineral water here. It should be enough for you to level up, right?" Zhou Tieta. Wang Lao. Wang Lao's face first showed joy, then quickly turned to disappointment as he said, "Girl, this herb needs to be soaked in purified water for at least 5 hours to be effective. It's too late. Lin Jiangyue lightly coughed and said, "Earlier." We ran into a few students from Canaan Academy who happened to know the usage of the herbs, so I've already soaked this in purified water. Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta were greatly surprised. Wang Laowu muttered, "The old man can't be dreaming, can he?" Zhou Tieta suddenly laughed loudly. Wang Laowu, "I didn't expect your mouth to have such an effect. What are we waiting for? Hurry up." After saying that, without waiting for Wang Laowu to react, Zhou Tieta snatched the bottle of mineral water from Wang Laowu's mouth and poured it into his mouth. Wang Laowu nearly choked, but didn't care. Almost with tears in his eyes, he stuffed the herb into his mouth. At the same time, there were two swift sounds and two dark figures flashed by. The two ability users from Canaan Academy, Xiahou Tian and Ma Bai, chased after them. Xiahou Tian shouted sharply, "Where do you think you're running?" Just as his voice fell, a rain of arrows shot towards them. "Quick, hide!" Zhou Tieta's expression changed, and he used his last bit of strength to rush forward, trying to block Xiahou Tian and Ma Bai. But his abilities had long been exhausted, and this brief rest was not enough to recover. Trying to block Xiahou Tian's rain of arrows was like a fool's dream. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp arrowheads shot towards him. Zhou Tieta's eyes widened in anger, and he suddenly let out a roar, not retreating but advancing, spreading his arms to shield Wang Laowu and the others. But just as he was about to be shot into a sieve, the rain of arrows suddenly slowed for a moment. Zhou Tieta couldn't help but feel overjoyed. His incredibly powerful ability erupted violently, clashing with Xiahou Tian's ability. With a loud bang, the arrows fell to the ground. Xiahou Tian's face twisted in rage. At this moment, Ma Bai also caught up, standing beside Xiahou Tian, confronting Zhou Tieta. Xiahou Tian's gaze swept over Zhou Tieta, slowly landing on Xia Weilan like a venomous snake. Xia Weilan frowned slightly. This person's gaze made him feel very uncomfortable. Domain-type ability? No wonder he was so arrogant. Xiahou Tian sneered. "Zhou Tieta, you don't really think that with this little brat helping you, you can escape from our hands, do you?" Zhou Tieta. Chapter 37 Treasure 4. Zhou Tieta glanced at Xia Weilan in surprise. During their earlier encounter, the boy's dark-type ability was only at level 7, and the enhancement from the domain-type ability was quite limited. How could it have increased so much in such a short time? Moreover, his dark-type ability had even risen to level 11. To advance 4 levels in one day is simply unbelievable. He had never seen someone's talent be this strong. Covering the surprise on his face, Zhou Tieta coldly snorted, blocking Wang Laowu, who was absorbing energy completely with his tower-like body. "Xiahou Tian, you old beast. How dare you call others little brats? I spit. You deserve it. Today, I'll let you know what real power is." Zhou Tieta, you a level 13 ability user actually dare to be so arrogant. Xiahou Tian's expression changed drastically, and he signaled to Ma Bai beside him. "Ma Bai, let's go together. Take them down." The powerful abilities erupted. Xiahou Tian and Ma Bai launched a frenzied attack against Zhou Tieta and Xia Weilan. They made the same mistake as the students from Canaan Academy, underestimating Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue quietly summoned vines to block Wang Laowu's figure, so that Xiahou Tian and Ma Bai wouldn't notice anything unusual and come to stop the others' advancement. The situation on Xia Weilan and Zhou Tieta's side was also not optimistic. The gap in levels was too obvious. Even though Xia Weilan's domain-type ability had increased by a considerable 30%, he and Zhou Tieta could still only barely restrain Xiahou Tian and Ma Bai. This was under the condition that both of them had exceptionally strong attacking power. Although Xia Weilan appeared somewhat frail, he was quite powerful, moving swiftly like a flash. Zhou Tieta was tall and strong, with great strength but slightly lacking in agility, making him the weaker of the two. However, most of Xiahou Tian and Ma Bai's attention was focused on Xia Weilan, who had the domain enhancement and dark-type abilities. In their view, as long as they took down Xia Weilan, Zhou Tieta, without the domain enhancement, would be a spent force and not a concern. Facing the simultaneous attack from two ability users in their 20s, Xia Weilan could no longer handle it as effortlessly as he did against the students from Canaan Academy. In just a short while, he used the shadows on the ground to teleport multiple times to evade their attacks. This was also a considerable drain on his abilities. Fortunately, Tieta was a reliable teammate. He continuously served as a human shield for Xiao Weilan, leveraging his strong physique to hold off Xiao Tian and Yin Bai. However, given the current situation, this couldn't last long. Watching Wang Laowu's advancement, Lin Jiangyue felt increasingly anxious about when it would succeed. However, due to her lower ability level, she did not immediately intervene, but instead quietly circled behind Xiao Tian and Yin Bai, preparing to launch a surprise attack if things went awry and then pull Xiao Weilan to escape. She chose a path densely populated with trees. At that time, as long as she cut down these trees to block the road, it wouldn't be so easy for Xiao Tian and Yin Bai to pursue. But it was best not to resort to that, as it would likely lead to continuous trouble afterwards. Lin Jiangyue stared at Xiao Weilan without blinking, her heart in her throat. The attacks from Xiao Tian and Yin Bai were becoming increasingly fierce, and it seemed that Xiao Weilan and Zhou Tieta were about to be unable to hold on. Lin Jiangyue's fingertips felt slightly cold, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, Wang Lao suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. He jumped up from the ground and shouted, "Zhou Tieta!" Immediately after, there was a loud bang, and countless thorny vines shot up into the sky, forming two gigantic cages that trapped Xiao Tian and Yin Bai inside. Wang Lao, Zhou Tieta, apart from these tricks, do you know anything else? Xiao Tian roared angrily, unleashing a strong ability. Break it. Bang! The vines that should have trembled violently only shook slightly, while Xiao Tian's face turned pale as he took a few steps back, nearly colliding with the thorny spikes on the vines. Next to him, Yin Bai also launched an attack, but faced a similar situation to Xiao Tian. How could this happen? The two were shocked. A 10% rebound of abilities. Wang Lao smiled as he walked up to Xiao Tian and Yin Bai, and although it wasn't too much, it was enough to deal with the two of you. What? Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Lao. You've broken through to level 21? Just not long ago, you were only at level 19. How could you level up twice in such a short time? And how did you get the herbs to break through the barrier? Where did you little brats come from? How dare you help those lowly people from Thunder Academy against us from Canaan Academy? This is simply seeking your own death. As long as Yu's wood-based ability is present, this little rebound 1T have much impact on them. Wang Lao and Zhou Tieta both understood this, exchanging glances as the cages trapping Xiao Tian and Yin Bai began to shrink continuously, to avoid being strangled by the vines. Xiao Tian and Yin Bai had no choice but to endure the pain of the backlash and attack the cages. After breaking through to level 21, Wang Lao's ability increased significantly, compensating for Zhou Tieta's shortcomings. Coupled with the enhancement brought by Xiao Weilan's domain, their combined ability techniques were like a tiger with wings. Just as one cage was broken, the second cage appeared immediately. When the second cage was breached, the third cage quickly trapped them again. They could barely withstand a few rebounds, but after repeated instances, Xiao Tian and Yin Bai's faces turned green, and they could hardly stand. They finally experienced the same pain as Wang Lao and Zhou Tieta. Wang Lao smiled and said again, "Tieta." Zhou Tieta snorted coldly. The cages began to tighten forcefully. The thorny vines dug into their flesh, and blood flowed like a river from Xiao Tian and Yin Bai, their faces nearly twisted in pain. Yin Bai, whose physical condition was slightly weaker, rolled his eyes and fainted from the pain. Xiao Tian's eyes were bloodshot. "Let go, you! How dare you! Canaan Academy will never. Never let you go!" As the screams echoed, two clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. Xiao Tian and Yin Bai, these two arrogant ability users, were strangled to death by the thorny vines. Chapter 38, Treasures 5, haha. So satisfying. So satisfying. This is the most satisfying I've ever felt in my life. Killing two level 20-something ability users at level 13. Zhou Tieta laughed loudly, his huge hand heavily patting Xiao Weilan on the shoulder. "Kid, not bad. Teaming up with you is much more enjoyable than teaming up with Wang Lao." Tieta. Wang Lao sighed. "Don't you realize the key role I played in this?" "What key role?" Zhou Tieta glared angrily. If it weren't for this girl, as pure water and herbs, you would be useless, unable to fight, and slow to escape. Just waving a few broken vines around. Wang Laowu. Taking advantage of Zhou Tieta and Wang Laowu bickering, Lin Jiangyue quickly rescued Xie Weilan from Zhou Tieta's grasp, massaging his shoulders while softly complaining. Does it hurt? You hit so hard. Why didn't you dodge? With Zhou Tieta's strength, his hands are like big hammers pounding down on him. Just watching it was painful. Although Zhou Tieta looked big and strong, his hearing was surprisingly good. Lin Jiangyue had spoken very softly, but it still didn't escape his ears. Before Xie Weilan could respond, he was already unhappy. Why do you speak like that? A real man shouldn't even be able to bear this little pain. How can he still be called a man? This kid originally looked like a big girl, lacking masculinity, and had no opinions of his own, always listening to you. If he is afraid of pain again, that is just, Tieta, stop talking. Wang Laowu quickly pulled Zhou Tieta to the side. Not everyone like you is called masculine. Some people are just good-looking and know how to care for their wives. Much better than you, a big rough guy. Xie Weilan started to frown at Zhou Tieta's words, but when she suddenly heard the word wife, her face turned red instantly. Exactly. Lin Jiangyue's face also turned slightly red, but not as obvious as Xie Weilan's. She placed her hands on her hips and stuck her tongue out at Zhou Tieta. Much better than you, Zhou Tieta. Zhou Tieta snorted heavily through his nose and walked to the side, not saying a word. Wang Laowu looked at Lin Jiangyue and Xie Weilan with a smile. Girls, today, thanks to both of you, now we can be considered to have shared hardships. How about considering becoming this old man's student? Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue shook her head and said, Sorry, old man, we really have no such intention, but... She glanced at the dragon head cane in Wang Laowu's hand and continued, I suppose you are a person who keeps his word, right? Wang Laowu was taken aback and instinctively looked at his dragon head cane, his face filled with distress. This. He swayed slightly, as if he was about to fall over at any moment. Beside him, Zhou Tieta said coldly, All right, Wang Laowu, don't pull this kind of trick. Aren't you good at sweet-talking people? Now it's serious. Don't be cowardly. Wang Laowu turned to Lin Jiangyue and resumed his smiling demeanor. Girl, can we replace it with something else? You see, I'm already 21 now, quite impressive. Just tell me what you want, and I'll help you find it. Lin Jiangyue remained unmoved. But I want this, and you promised before. Wang Laowu's face immediately turned as bitter as a bitter melon, and he looked over at Xie Weilan beside him. Zhou Tieta let out a cold laugh. You don't know this kid is under his wife's thumb? What use is he? Wang Laowu, I suggest you hurry up. What are you wasting time for? Don't forget, there's still 3 old bastards from Kane Academy, and we've only taken out 2. One is still alive and kicking. We need to kill everyone from Kane Academy. If there are no survivors, there will be no evidence left. If one accidentally escapes, it could be quite troublesome. Wang Laowu sighed deeply. He took a red gemstone from the dragon-headed cane. Little girl, this cane relies on this gemstone to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth. You can take this, but leave the cane for the old man. After all, he is getting older, and it's inconvenient for him to move without it. That red gemstone glowed with brilliant colors and was very beautiful. Lin Jiangyue held the ruby in her hand and immediately felt a vast and vigorous spiritual energy sweep over her. This was exactly what she wanted. As for the staff, it was useless to her. So Lin Jiangyue immediately smiled and said, Old man, your word is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Thank you. Let's go find that wood-type ability user together. Once we kill them, we can take the herbs to the Thunder Academy for the dean. Wang Laowu felt pained about the ruby on the staff and just clutched his chest and nodded. Speaking of this, Zhou Tieta became excited. He burst into laughter again, his voice booming like thunder. Good. Wang Laowu, this time you won't need your broken vines. After saying that, he turned to Xie Weilan. Kid, do you dare to compete with me and see who can kill that old bastard first? If you win, I'll take you as my master. Otherwise, you have to kneel and bow to me, calling me teacher. Xie Weilan. Lin Jiangyue. Wang Laowu was shocked. How dare you? Zhou Tieta. Try to snatch the person my old man has set his eyes on? Zhou Tieta ignored Wang Laowu and kept staring at Xie Weilan. Are you in or out? Be quick about it. Xiao Weilan, sure. Lin Jiangyue, no. They both gave completely opposite answers for the first time. Lin Jiangyue pressed her lips together. If she won, she would have such a foolish disciple, and if she lost, she would have to bow to him. No matter how she thought about it, they wouldn't benefit from this situation. Xiao Weilan said, if I can win, whether to accept him is up to me, but if I don't agree, he will think I'm afraid. Lin Jiangyue raised an eyebrow. That wood-type ability user is already at level 25. Are you confident of winning? Xiao Weilan said. After battling with those two ability users from Canaan Academy just now, I've gained new insights. It's a good opportunity to train a bit. Lin Jiangyue. She originally wanted Wang Laowu and Zhou Tie to settle things quickly to avoid any prolonged complications, but since Xiao Weilan insisted, she would not oppose. Chapter 39 Treasure 6. This is impossible. In the jungle, Duguian and Zhou Tie simultaneously let out a loud roar. Duguian was horrified, while Zhou Tie was in disbelief. Xiao Weilan expressionlessly used a vine-emitting black mist to strangle Duguian's neck. Duguian's grotesque head rolled to the ground, and Zhou Tie suddenly felt that something was seriously wrong with him. He looked at Xiao Weilan, his brows almost knitted together. You really are only level 10? Such formidable strength was something many level 18 or even 19 ability users might not be able to exert. Xiao Weilan did not speak. Lin Jiangyue proudly said, of course. Isn't it impressive? Brother Zhou, you have to keep your word. What else is there to say? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhou Tie suddenly glared and then, with a thud, knelt down on the ground, loudly declaring, Teacher's wife, please accept your disciple's bow. His voice was like thunder, startling Lin Jiangyue. Her intention was to put Zhou Tie in his place and curb his foolish arrogance, so he wouldn't keep criticizing Xiao Weilan all day long. But she didn't expect that Zhou Tie would actually bow to her as a disciple. Not only that, but he even called her teacher's wife. Lin Jiangyue's heart skipped a beat, and she was about to say that they wouldn't accept you. Over there, Xiao Weilan had already replied lightly, get up. Lin Jiangyue. This is not what we agreed on. Lin Jiangyue hurriedly glanced at Xiao Weilan. Xiao Weilan looked at her innocently and said, Sister, I actually think it's quite nice to take on a disciple suddenly. Lin Jiangyue couldn't stand Xiao Weilan's expression the most. She instantly felt her heart melting. She blinked and asked why. If Xiao Weilan wanted to accept it, then go ahead, but at least ask for the reason. Xiao Weilan said lightly, You really know how to talk. Zhou Tie can talk? What a joke. If he could talk, there probably wouldn't be anyone in the world who couldn't. Lin Jiangyue was about to refute when she heard Xiao Weilan continue. I am willing to let him call me sister and teacher's wife. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue felt a rush of emotions, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. No matter when or where, Xiao Weilan had never hesitated to express her love for her. However, in her previous life, no matter how much she hinted at her feelings, that scumbag Song Chuhang had never taken the initiative to propose to her. Such an obvious thing, yet she had never noticed it, having been deceived for so many years. In the end, she had sacrificed herself and also dragged Xiao Weilan into it. Even though their relationship wasn't good in her past life, she always believed that this young man could go far. Just because she didn't like Xiao Weilan in her previous life didn't mean she denied the other's excellence. It was simply because she had initially set her sights on Song Chuhang. She wasn't someone who easily changed her affections, so she didn't want to cling to this young man, nor did she want to upset Song Chuhang. And she also didn't want to give Xiao Weilan unrealistic hopes, because Xiao Weilan had always treated her well by the end of her previous life. Apart from being a little scared, she actually didn't dislike this young man anymore. She didn't want him to waste his time on her. However, because that scumbag Song Chuhang had betrayed her feelings, she ultimately still indirectly let down Xiao Weilan. If it weren't for the need to protect her then extremely weak self, the zombie tide would have had no effect on the other. Lin Jiangyue lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, but a sharp cold light flashed in her eyes. With Xiao Weilan's current ability level, no one in City A would be his opponent anymore. She could finally settle the scores from her past life, as well as her mother's debts, one by one with those people. However, she wouldn't kill them so easily. She wanted Lin Haonan, who betrayed her mother, to taste the bitterness of being deceived and betrayed by someone close. She wanted Li Yaoyao and Lin Jiangyue to endure everything she had experienced in her previous life. As for Song Chuhang, this vain and face-saving scum, she would strip away his facade and let everyone see his true colors. A hand grabbed hers, and Xia Weilan whispered, "Sister." Her palm felt a bit itchy, and Xia Weilan's long eyelashes trembled, her clear and bright eyes sparkling. He slightly turned his head and said to Zhou Qieta, "You are my student, so you should listen to your teacher's wife." Zhou Qieta's face turned dark instantly. "What? You want me to listen to a woman like you?" The usually silent Wang Laowu coldly said from the side, "Tieta, this is the rule of betting. You, a real man, can't go back on your word." Zhou Tieta. The tables have turned, and now it was Wang Laowu who was mocking him. Zhou Tieta gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." Xia Weilan continued, "Also, from now on, you are not allowed to call yourself I in front of your teacher's wife." Zhou Tieta enunciated, "Can do." Xia Weilan made several demands, each one emphasizing your teacher's wife, making it clear that he had to obey. At first, Lin Jiangyue didn't notice anything unusual, but later she sensed that Xia Weilan seemed to be teasing Zhou Tieta. Although she and team managed to fatten Xia Weilan up, this young man finally had some semblance of what a 17-year-old should look like. In his previous life, Xia Weilan never teased anyone, nor did he reason with people. He was even too lazy to talk much. To him, strength was everything. As Zhou Tieta's face grew darker, almost stormy, Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but laugh and said, all right, let us leave it at that for now, old man Zhou." Upon mentioning Zhou Tieta's name, Lin Jiangyue paused slightly. Since he had become Xia Weilan's disciple, he could no longer be called Brother Zhou. So Lin Jiangyue lightly coughed and imitated Wang Laowu's tone, saying, "Tieta, come. This is a welcome gift from your teacher's wife." Saying this, she hid her hand behind Xia Weilan and, after a while, took out a herb with 3 leaves. Zhou Tieta. Zhou Tieta was stunned. Wang Laowu quickly nudged him, smiling, "Tieta, why aren't you thanking your teacher's wife?" Zhou Tieta's face turned pale, and he said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, teacher's wife." Lin Jiangyue also smiled. She waved her hand and said, "All right, old man, Taita, let's part ways here for now." Upon hearing Lin Jiangyue say they wouldn't be leaving together, Zhou Tieta couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want anyone to see him being so obedient to a woman. Wang Laowu, however, was quite reluctant. "Girl, are you really not going to the Thunder Academy with us? The resources nearby are too scarce, and with both of your abilities and talents, especially this boy, it would be a real shame to leave him behind." Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 40. Mysterious and Elusive 1. Lin Jiangyue shook her head and said, "Maybe we will go in the future, but right now we have things to handle." I know, Lin Jiangyue hurriedly replied, "I just heard you say that." "Old man." Wang Laowu didn't say anything, but beside him, Zhou Tieta suddenly snorted coldly. Wang Laowu relied on this little granddaughter before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse. This girl has been following Wang Laowu, but because she hasn't awakened any abilities, Wang Laowu can only leave her in a safe place when hunting mutated beasts on missions. If it weren't for me, Zhou Tieta paused. If it weren't for me running into him, Wang Laowu would have hanged himself. Wang Laowu, who usually always smiled, suddenly began to cry uncontrollably at what Zhou Tieta said. Lin Jiangyue was startled. After the apocalypse, the law of the jungle became the norm, and such things were not uncommon. In the past, she wouldn't have thought much of it, but now that she was somewhat familiar with Wang Laowu, she felt a bit guilty and said, "I'm sorry. Old man, I brought up your sad memories. Do you know who did this?" Wang Laowu shook his head, choking back tears, and said, "I found my little granddaughter in an abandoned warehouse. There was no one around, and there were no traces left, but I found this in my granddaughter's hand." As he spoke, a flash of light appeared, and a button appeared in Wang Laowu's hand. I don't know what material it is, but it seems quite special, and although it isn't as powerful as my ruby, it can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Using such a precious thing as a button, this person must be either rich or noble. I don't know if I will ever have a day in my life to avenge my little granddaughter. Zhou Tieta immediately vowed, "Wang Laowu, don't worry about this. As long as we can find this person, I will definitely help you take that beast apart." Xia Weilan had been listening with a blank expression, but when he saw the button, his pupils suddenly contracted. After a moment of silence, he pursed his lips and asked Wang Laowu, "Can I take a look at that?" Wang Laowu nodded and handed the button to him. Xia Weilan stared at the button, not speaking for a long time, except for Zhou Tieta, who was a bit thick-headed. Both Lin Jiangyue and Wang Laowu sensed the unusualness. Wang Laowu, filled with hope, asked little one, "Do you recognize this button?" A girl who was not yet 15. With her eyes wide open at the time of her death, her entire body was bruised, and her mouth was bitten to shreds, showing how painful it was when she was violated. Now, his greatest wish was to avenge his poor little granddaughter. Xia Weilan's eyelashes trembled, and he stiffly uttered 3 words, "Liuli Jin." What? Both Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta were shocked. Lin Jiangyue was startled by the words, but she remained calm and silent, standing by the side. Zhou Tieta's complexion was grimmer than ever, his expression suggesting that the sky was about to fall. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Wang Laowu and I have never seen Liuli gold." "How could you have seen it?" "Liuli gold is extremely precious, only available in the central base, and most of it is in the hands of Guzishi, the head of the family. Only he could be extravagant enough to use Liuli gold for buttons." Zhou Tieta was furious, aside from his rumored overly handsome appearance. Guzishi had always been his idol in every other aspect, and he could not tolerate anyone insulting his idol like this, even if this person was now his nominal teacher. "Believe it or not," Xia Weilan said indifferently, "perhaps you haven't seen it, but there are plenty of people in the central base who know about this." Wang Laowu, Zhou Tieta shouted angrily. Guzishi could never do such a thing. Before he finished speaking, he was coldly interrupted by Xia Weilan. "I never said it was him. After all, he had been acquainted with his biological father for many years and had some understanding of him. Although Guzishi was cold-blooded, he was not so depraved. In the past, there had been so many women around him, countless beauties, yet he had never let anyone get close to him. Apart from his mother, Guzishi had never been interested in women, and this had not changed before or after the apocalypse. It was precisely because of this that that woman could not find an opportunity to give birth to his biological heir and had to settle for second best." Zhou Tieta was stunned. Hearing Xia Weilan say it wasn't Guzishi, his attitude softened. "Then what do you mean?" Xia Weilan replied, "It doesn't have to be him. There could be others. It's not like only he can use Liuli gold for buttons. What about his adopted son? That woman's biological son, a true lecher. He did not dare to touch the women in the central base, partly because most of them had backgrounds, and partly because he feared being discovered by Guzishi. So he usually chose beautiful young girls from remote small bases without much background as his prey. He enjoyed playing cat-and-mouse games. Most of the girls targeted by him ended up in tragic circumstances. However, there was one point Xia Weilan couldn't explain. The other party had a severe cleanliness obsession. If he were to act himself, it had to be in a luxury hotel, and he would definitely not choose a place like a warehouse. Nevertheless, although he couldn't be completely sure, based on Wang Laowu's description, he still felt the possibility was high. Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta exchanged glances, looking at each other in disbelief. Wang Laowu suddenly sat on the ground with a thud, crying loudly. If what Xia Weilan said was incorrect, that would be one thing. But if it were truly unfortunate that Xia Weilan was right, he would never be able to avenge his granddaughter in this lifetime. In today's apocalypse, who dared to provoke the central base? Who dared to provoke Guzishi? Who dared to touch Guzishi's adopted son? Who had that ability? The principal of Thunder Academy, well-informed, had once mentioned that the man was now at least over level 80, and not just in one ability, but had dual abilities over level 80. Without any additional enhancements, he could suppress a high-level zombie army to the point where they couldn't move, causing them to self-destruct on the spot. Zhou Tieta frowned and said, "Wang Laowu, don't be so pessimistic. I think this kid, cough cough. I think what the teacher said may not be accurate. How could such a heroic figure as Guzishi possibly raise a son like this, right?" Xia Weilan's expression was cold, but she said nothing more. After a pause, Zhou Tieta added, "Besides, even if it really is like that, I'll accompany you to confront him. A huge central base. How could they not reason with us?" Lin Jiangyue, She then realized that the Zhou Tieta in front of her was not only foolish, but also a bit delusional. He and Wang Laowu went to the central base, and they probably wouldn't even get to see Gu Zishi. They just end up being thrown into the river to feed the fish. It wasn't until much later in her past life that she learned that being around level 20 was considered a strong fighter in places like theirs. But in the central base, they weren't even worthy of carrying someone's shoes. In that place, even serving plates in a restaurant required a starting level of 30. Lin Jiangyue pouted and deflated Zhou Tieta. What if they just refused to reason? Zhou Tieta's eyes widened in anger, just about to retort to Lin Jiangyue, when Wang Laowu let out another cry of despair. Exactly. What if they don't reason? This old man, who had always been smiling, was now crying so hard that his features were almost squished together. Zhou Tieta was left speechless. Immediately after, they heard a calm voice say, "If they refuse to reason, I'll help you take revenge." Wang Laowu. Zhou Tieta. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 41. Mysterious and confusing. 2. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Lin Jiangyue almost instinctively looked at the boy who spoke. Xiao Weilan's face still showed little expression. He slowly walked in front of Wang Laowu, looking at the old man who was crying uncontrollably, his face a mess of tears and snot, so disheveled, so unappealing. He dared to bet that after he fell into the zombie tide, that man had never shed a single tear for him. In his memory, Gu Zishi had never lost his composure over anything, never. The other party was always calm, always composed, even in life-and-death situations, even with a steel knife at his side. He would never forget the first day of the apocalypse. When no one had a chance to awaken their abilities, countless people were devoured by zombies, and everywhere was filled with blood, screams, severed limbs. That man, suffering from fever of nearly 40 degrees, carried him through the bustling square. Most of the people were zombies, with a small portion being ordinary people who were scared out of their wits, or desperate fugitives blinded by rage. Not a single person's expression was normal. He was also a bit afraid. He was not yet 8 years old. At that time, he was not like he was now. He would feel nauseated by such scenes. But Gu Zishi didn't care at all. The other party wielded a knife, snatched from a fugitive, killing zombies until the blade was dull, his expression still lazy and indifferent. As if it was not him who should be afraid, but those zombies. This man was simply perfect, from his looks, through his family background, to his abilities. He was almost flawless, impeccable, except for his affection for his mother. Everyone said that his mother was the only weakness and soft spot for him. The only person he had ever loved, the only one who could make this man willingly step down from his pedestal. Make him willing to be a flesh and blood person, rather than a cold god. But why couldn't he feel it? If Gu Zishi truly loved his mother, as those people said, why was he so cold to him? Unwilling to believe him even a little? He could even smile while watching him fight alone in a horde of zombies without any abilities. On the other hand, he would actively rescue that woman's son. From beginning to end, he felt not a shred of care or love from Gu Zishi. That man was always graceful, 1,000 times more excellent and powerful than the frail, trembling Wang Laowu in front of him. One was the brilliance of the sun and moon. The other was the light of a firefly, completely incomparable. Yet Wang Laowu would shed tears for his little granddaughter, would genuinely care for him, and Lin Jiangyue. That man would not. Just for this reason, Xiao Weilan felt that this Wang Laowu in front of him was 1,000 times stronger than that man. Xiao Weilan slightly bowed his head, kneeling on one knee in front of the other, looking directly into his eyes, and softly repeated what he had just said. "You wait? In case they don't reason, I'll help you take revenge." Wang Laowu. Zhou Tieta. Lin Jiangyue. The air was silent. Wang Laowu, Zhou Tieta, and Lin Jiangyue did not speak. Although his strength was still very weak now, even not as strong as Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta, there was an undeniable air of confidence in his words. Even though he harbored resentment towards Gu Zishi's father, there was still an involuntary resemblance in temperament between him and the other party. After a moment, Wang Laowu nodded heavily, tears in his eyes. Lin family. Liao Yao, cheerfully directing the servants to tidy up the house, urged Lin Jiangning, who was sitting nearby, saying, "Ningning, the head of the Gu family and his son are about to arrive. Why aren't you getting ready?" Listen to your mother. Let us make sure we dress beautifully and impress them at once. As a result, Lin Jiangyue lazily sat on the sofa, looking somewhat disinterested. Mother, but I heard that the head of the Gu family's son is a big guy weighing over 200 pounds. Won't that be too unattractive? Ning Ning, here you go again. Li Yaoyao immediately showed an unhappy expression upon hearing this. How many times has your mother told you? Looks aren't important. Family background and talent are what matter. Yes, the head of the Gu family's son is a bit overweight, but he comes from a good family. And he is only 18 this year, already a level 9 ability user. Isn't he better than that little brat, Xia Weilan? In your mother's opinion, that little brat might not even reach level 9 at 18. Lin Jiangyue. All right, since that's the case, let's have him compete with Xia Weilan when the time comes. As long as he is stronger than Xia Weilan, I will marry him immediately, Lin Jiangyue said, with no complaints. What do you think? The Yo-Yo. Chapter 42. The Gu family visits 1. Ning Ning, what kind of talk is that? Li Yaoyao frowned slightly. What status do the head of the Gu family and his son have? And that little bastard, what status does he hold? How can a wild child who suddenly appeared from nowhere be worthy of competing with the son of the head of the Gu family? Since they can't compete, how do you know for sure that the other party is stronger than Xia Weilan? Lin Jiangyue pouted and said, even if family background is important, looks and ability should at least account for something, right? I've heard that this person's ability level was all built up by the Gu family using rare resources, and he actually has no real combat experience at all. If it really came to a fight, he might not even be better than Song Chuhang. I think you, girl, are completely blinded by greed. Li Yaoyao walked over and gently poked Lin Jiangyue on the forehead. All right, you tell me, what kind of person do you want to find? Naturally, someone who looks better than Xia Weilan, is more capable than him, and has a better family background. Lin Jiangyue replied without hesitation, Mother, the Gu family's background is passable, but think about it. If your daughter marries a pig weighing around 200 pounds, how will I hold my head high in front of that little bastard Lin Jiangyue in the future? Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao sighed deeply. Ning Ning, Mother knows that you have high aspirations since you were young, and I'm not unwilling to help you find someone who meets all your expectations. In Mother's heart, my daughter is definitely the best in the world. Don't say the Gu family, even the Gu family from the central base, you are worthy of. However, our Lin family is definitely one of the best in the city, but that might not be the case in other bases. If you choose based on family background, they will also choose based on your family background, right? Lin Jiangyue, if you could lower your standards a bit in other aspects, that would be one thing, but you even want to find someone who looks like that little brat. Yes, Mother admits, that little brat may not be good at anything else, but no one can pick on his looks. But can looks fill your stomach? To put it bluntly, in this apocalypse, a good-looking man without strength or background is no different from a woman. They are just playthings. Lin Jiangyue pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Ning Ning, I know you probably don't want to hear this right now, her mother said. Li Yaoyao took Lin Jiangyue's hand, speaking earnestly and sincerely, but do you know, your father has given so many gifts and put on so many smiles just to connect with the Gu family? Of course, your mother can force your father to plan for you, but given our Lin family's current status, it's really hard to reach higher social circles. Lin Jiangyue bit her lip and said, but Mother, she can't accept this. How can she be at peace? Li Yaoyao shook her head slightly and replied, Ning Ning, I'm sorry for not providing you with a better family background, but I have always thought of you wholeheartedly. What I'm telling you are the hard-earned lessons for many years. Just listen to my advice. We need to secure the Gu family properly. That's the most important thing. As for Lin Jiangyue and that little brat, as long as you marry well, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them in the future. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan held the steering wheel and said lightly, if this matter is really related to the central base. Lin Jiangyue chuckled lightly and turned her head to look at him. The central base is not an easy place to deal with. Are you confident? After a moment of silence, Xia Weilan looked straight ahead and nodded. Will sister come with me? Of course, Lin Jiangyue replied lazily. No matter when, I will always be with you. Xia Weilan gently curled her lips. I will also be with sister. Lin Jiangyue's face turned red, just like Wang Laowu said. We can't stay in City forever. It really is too small here, and resources are quite scarce. I thought for a moment and said, Once we handle what needs to be dealt with, let's go to Thunder Academy together. Xiao Weilon nodded. Okay. Just as the two were talking, the car suddenly shook violently and came to a sudden stop. Then, a series of curses rang in their ears. Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, okay, no rush. Xiao Weilon expressionlessly opened the car door and got out. Immediately, a few sharp and piercing screams rang out from outside. Lin Jiangyue raised her eyebrows and looked at him with great interest, saying, care to explain? There are a total of 9 assassins. Xiao Weilon replied, I guess someone must not like me, but the one with the highest ability is only level 8. They might have been a hassle before, but now they are just here to deliver food to him. Lin Jiangyue said, no guesses? Xiao Weilon pondered for a moment and finally expressed her thoughts. Perhaps it's the Song family. That kick before was quite hard, and with Song Chuhong's petty nature, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Sending assassins to cause trouble was to be expected. Lin Jiangyue fell silent for a moment. Xiao Weilon pursed his lips and said softly, sister? Although Lin Jiangyue had not previously expressed any objection to him hitting Song Chuhang, if the other party found out, he might very well kick that person out of the picture. In the past, when this girl disliked him, he would feel sad. But he actually didn't have much thought, just wanted to treat her a little better as a way to repay her mother. However, now, he felt he wanted more. He wanted her to completely belong to him. Only to him. As for Song Chuhang, if Lin Jiangyue no longer cared about him, then he wouldn't mind letting that person bounce around for a few more days, but if Lin Jiangyue showed even a hint of caring about Song Chuhang in front of him, feeling that his actions were excessive, Xiao Weilon slightly tilted his head, his face perfectly displaying the kind of innocent and naive expression that Lin Jiangyue liked the most, but a chilling and excited, cruel indifference flashed through his heart. If he were in a good mood, perhaps he could take it slow, letting that person experience the taste of being torn apart, not letting them die so easily. He had thought carefully about this over the past 2 days. Regarding Lin Jiangyue, he had let go once, but this time, it was the girl who took the initiative to provoke him. Therefore, he absolutely could not let go a second time. He carried half of that man's blood, and he not only inherited the other's talent, but he also probably inherited at least half of their cold-bloodedness and authoritarianism. What he wanted, he would not give to anyone. Chapter 43, Gu Family Visit 2, Song Family. Study. What? Song Changfeng was shocked. They're all dead. How is this possible? This time, to take revenge for Song Chuhang, he had gritted his teeth and spent a fortune, hiring an 8th-level ability user, 3 7th-level ability users, and 5 6th-level ability users from other bases. How could they not even defeat a mere 5th-level ability user like Xiao Weilon? Not to mention that the other party had Lin Jiangyue. Such a burden. Song Laifu placed a list on the table. Song Changfeng only glanced at it and immediately furrowed his brows. The total compensation amounted to enough to empty out the entire Song family's wealth. The other party was simply asking for a lion's share. Compensation? I think they're going crazy over money. Song Changfeng sneered. They sent so many ability users and couldn't even defeat a kid who hasn't even matured yet. I wouldn't even ask them for compensation. And they actually have a nerve to ask me for it? And with such a ridiculous reason? The more Song Changfeng spoke, the angrier he became, suddenly grabbing a teacup from the table and throwing it to the ground. Good, they said I passed on false information. Then let's see the evidence. What false information did I pass on? Song Laifu said softly. The leader of that assassin organization said that the person you wanted them to kill was not a 5th level, but a 10th level. Song Changfeng. As soon as Song Laifu said this, the entire study fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, Song Changfeng gritted his teeth and said, absurd. Absolutely absurd. I still can't be unclear about what level that little brat Xiao Weilon is. How could he possibly advance 5 levels in such a short time? Saying this, Song Changfeng abruptly stood up. Extortion. They must be trying to extort. I will never be that fool. Let's go. Laifu. I will personally go and reason with them. Sir, please calm down first. In contrast to Song Changfeng's evident panic, Song Laifu appeared very composed. That assassin organization is not just a little stronger than us. Even if they are trying to extort us, we cannot tear our faces with them. Otherwise, the one who suffers will definitely be the Song family. Song Changfeng was taken aback. Then should we just let them ride on our heads and act arrogantly? And this compensation? Song Changfeng glared fiercely at the list on the table, wishing he could grab it and tear it up. Lifu, they want to empty the entire Song family. I absolutely cannot agree. Song Lifu shook his head. Sir, there is still room for negotiation on this, but we absolutely cannot offend them. Otherwise, it will lead to endless troubles. Song Changfeng. Lin family. Lin Haonan nodded and accompanied the head of the Gu family, Gu Wensong, and his son, Gu Jiwei, into the living room. While walking, he shouted loudly inside, Yao Yao, Ning Ning, come out quickly, we have distinguished guests. Li Yao Yao responded and hurriedly pulled out the freshly dressed Lin Jiangyue, warmly greeting Gu Wensong and Gu Jiwei. Then she said to Lin Jiangyue, Ning Ning, this is your Uncle Gu and Brother Jiwei. Lin Jiangning's gaze subtly swept over Gu Wensong and Gu Jiwei. He noticed that the head of the Gu family, Gu Wensong, was a middle-aged man of short stature with an extremely ordinary appearance. There was always an air of arrogance about him, making him seem very acerbic, though his figure could still be considered somewhat proportionate. Standing next to Gu Wensong, Gu Jiwei not only fully inherited his ordinary looks, but was also astonishingly overweight. Standing at 1.50 meters and weighing 250 pounds, his body shape was even more exaggerated than rumored, resembling a giant, oval-shaped ball. Lin Jiangyue felt a strong sense of disgust rising in her heart upon seeing this. However, she did not show it on her face. Instead, she raised a sweet smile and obediently said, Hello, Uncle Gu, hello, Brother Jiwei. Lin Jiangning's makeup today is fresh and elegant. After careful embellishment, her natural beauty is brought to the fullest. Gu Jiwei, upon seeing her, couldn't help but fix his small, round eyes on her face. Initially, he had a smug expression, as if someone owed him millions. However, upon seeing Lin Jiangyue, a hint of a smile finally appeared on his chubby face. Gu Jiwei quickly walked up to Lin Jiangyue, took her hand, and leered at her chest as he said, This must be Ning Ning, right? You're really beautiful. His hand was sweaty, and in that moment of being held, Lin Jiangyue felt like she might vomit. She suppressed the urge to pull her hand away and pretended to be shy, saying, Brother Jiwei, please don't say that. I'm getting embarrassed. You have even more heroism than I imagined. Gu Jiwei chuckled twice, holding Lin Jiangyue's hand tightly, his small eyes roving over her body, always returning to certain areas. Seeing this scene, Li Yaoyao couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Haonan looked very pleased and quickly invited Gu Wensong to take a seat. Head of the Gu family, please have a seat. Gu Wensong snorted dismissively from his nose, showing no courtesy at all, and swaggered over to sit down. Lin Haonan invited Gu Jiwei to take a seat again. Although Gu Jiwei smiled at Lin Jiangyue, he showed no courtesy towards Lin Haonan. He let out a huff through his nose, completely ignoring him, and turned to Gu Wensong, saying, Father, you adults can chat. I'll take Ning Ning's sister out for a walk. Gu Wensong, well aware of his son's personality, knew he couldn't resist beautiful women. So he waved his hand and said, Go ahead, go ahead. Lin Jiangyue was unwilling to be alone with the pig, standing still and refusing to move. However, she couldn't withstand Gu Jiwei's immense strength, and with no one stepping in to stop it, her futile struggles lasted only a moment before she was helplessly pulled out. Chapter 44. The Gu family's visit 3. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Jiangyue was already thoroughly annoyed by Gu Jiwei's entanglement. Since birth, she had lived a comfortable and privileged life as a young lady, and she was also the genius girl adored by everyone in City A. No matter how much Li Yaoyao tried to persuade her with the pros and cons, she couldn't bear having a greasy pig rubbing against her face. If it came to that, she felt she might as well marry the half-disabled Song Chuhang, whom Xia Weilan had kicked, or maybe. Lin Jiangyue's eyes flashed with a cold light. If she let Xia Weilan kick this Gu Jiwei to the brink of being half-disabled, she knew Xia Weilan too well. If this Gu Jiwei dared to show such an attitude towards Lin Jiangyue, even if it was just a glance, that boy would definitely reach his limit, regardless of their differences in strength. Once both sides started fighting, no matter who gained the upper hand, she would be the one to benefit. If Xia Weilan won, he would definitely not hold back, which would mean completely offending the Gu family. The Gu family was different from the Song family. Song Chuhang's father, Song Changfeng, was just a level 7 ability user, while Gu Jiwei's father, Gu Wansong, was a level 10 ability user. And they were also related to the Gu family in the central base with deep financial resources. Song Changfeng might still be wary of Xiao Weilan and wouldn't dare to cause trouble recklessly, but Gu Wansong definitely wouldn't. At that time, she could just sit back and watch the fight. What if Xiao Weilan was not a match and Gu Jiwei won? Then, as she had promised Li Yaoyao, she would have to marry him, holding her nose. After so many years, even if Li Yaoyao didn't say it. How could she not know that the possibility of Xiao Weilan falling in love with her was minuscule? She could choose not to marry Xiao Weilan, but she had to find someone stronger than him, to make the other party sad, in pain, and regretful. Actually, although Song Chuhong's family background and qualifications were relatively good in the city, they were still far from what she had hoped for. What she valued most about Song Chuhang was his relationship with Lin Jiangyue. By snatching Lin Jiangyue's fiancée, the other party would definitely suffer. Making Lin Jiangyue suffer would indirectly make Xiao Weilan suffer as well. However, for some reason, Song Chuhong's status in Lin Jiangyue's heart suddenly plummeted, making the path she chose completely unfeasible. That was why she decisively discarded this person who was already not very satisfactory to her like an old shoe. But the Gu Jiwei in front of her obviously had a much stronger family background than Song Chuhang, if his strength also surpassed Xiao Weilan's. Then, although following this pig was disgusting, at least her future power and status would be secured, and only then would she have the ability to torment that boy properly. Thinking of this, Lin Jiangning suddenly pushed Hu Jianwei, who was pressing down on her, away, covered her face, and cried against the railing. Hu Jiwei was caught off guard, almost falling to the ground after being pushed by Lin Jiangning. With a strong family background and relying on the Gu surname, he had benefited a lot from the central base. The women he interacted with, even if they disliked his approach, dared not voice their anger. Except for a small number of women with backgrounds, most not only didn't dare to get angry, but also actively fawned over him. Seeing Lin Jiangning actually dare to push him, Gu Jiwei's eyes widened in anger, completely throwing aside his previous lecherous thoughts, and raised his hand to say, "Little slut, you." Lin Jiangning learned to read people's expressions from Li Yaoyao since she was young. When she saw Gu Jiwei raise his eyebrows and hand, she immediately knew what he was thinking. She held back her strong nausea and threw herself into Gu Jiwei's arms, tearfully saying, "Brother Jiwei, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I suddenly thought of my half-sister. You don't know, she is always suspicious, thinking I want to seduce her fiancé, and she spreads rumors about me everywhere. But do I look like such a casual person to you?" Gu Jiwei was taken aback, and then he heard Lin Jiangning continue, "If it were in the past, I would have just let it go. After all, we are sisters. No matter how angry I am, I can't really do anything to her." But, Lin Jiangning choked up and said, "But after seeing you today, seeing your heroic spirit, I have determined that you are the person I want to marry in the future. So, I suddenly became very scared. I'm really scared." Gu Jiwei instinctively asked, "Scared of what?" Lin Jiangning wiped her eyes and said, "I'm afraid you might believe my sister's slander and misunderstand that I'm also such a person. I'm also afraid that in the future, you might look down on me and think I'm not worthy of you." Gu Jiwei. Although Gu Jiwei had become somewhat dull due to being overweight, he was not completely foolish. He could naturally see the disdain hidden deep within the eyes of many women who flattered her on the surface. For such women, he usually waited until he had had enough fun with them before ruthlessly discarding them, leaving them with nothing and sinking to the lowest levels. However, Lin Jiangning had inherited her mother Li Yaoyao's true talent. She could feign love even if she didn't feel it, and her acting was incredibly convincing. Gu Jiwei stared at her for a long time, unable to detect even a hint of insincerity in her words. A man always feels something special for a woman who truly admires him, especially a man who is not conventionally attractive and is often looked down upon by women. Although Gu Jiwei appeared very arrogant, his appearance had always been his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to show disdain for his looks, no matter who they were, would make him ensure they paid a painful price. Throughout his life, no woman had genuinely loved him. He merely regarded those women as toys to insult at will. Thus, Lin Jiangning's attitude almost made him feel ecstatic. When he looked at the girl in front of him, he suddenly felt that for the first time in his life, He was experiencing the feeling of being moved. Gu Zhui helped Lin Jiangyue sit down on a stone bench beside them, his hands no longer wandering. And his attitude was unusually gentle. Ning, don't cry. You can rest assured, I definitely won't misunderstand you. I know what kind of person you are. As for those who want to slander you, when it came to Lin Jiangyue, Gu Zhui let out a huff through his nose. Come on, let your brother Zhiwei help you get revenge. He didn't expect that she would be easier to hook than Song Chuhang, and without needing to say much more, she proactively proposed to let him help her take revenge. Lin Jiangyue felt disdain in her heart, but her face still wore a tearful expression. She sobbed, "No, please don't. After all, we are sisters, and my sister really knows how to attract men's attention. Besides, there's someone very powerful always by her side. I really don't want Brother Zhiwei to get hurt because of me." It seemed like she was dissuading him, but in reality, she was stoking the fire. After all the effort to have a woman who truly admired him, Gu Zhiwei could not tolerate being looked down upon by her. Upon hearing this, he abruptly stood up and sneered. "You say you're the one seducing people? I think your sister is the one who knows how to seduce. She has a fiancé and still dares to flirt with other men. No wonder her fiancé doesn't want her. If I encountered such a shameless woman, I would chop her up and throw her to the dogs." After saying this, Gu Zhiwei took Lin Jiangyue's hand and walked out. Besides, she has powerful people around her. Do you think you don't have anyone? I'm a level 9 ability user. Let's go. Today, your brother Zhiwei will definitely seek justice for you. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 45. The Gu family's visit. 4. Lin Jiangyue really didn't expect that just after coming up from the underground parking lot, she would encounter a person she despised immensely, her half-sister, Lin Jiangyue. Although Lin Jiangyue's ability was only at level 4 now, similar to hers, she would completely be no match in a fight. However, when it came to the level of disgust they could evoke, Lin Jiangyue felt that Lin Jiangyue was no less than Lin Haonan and Song Chuhang, and perhaps even more formidable. This was because Lin Jiangyue was adept at feigning weakness and playing the victim. In her past life, whenever she and Lin Jiangyue stood together, others always saw Lin Jiangyue as the good person, while she was perceived as the unreasonable bully. But those ignorant people never considered that in her past life, she was an ordinary person without any abilities. There was no way she could have bullied a genius girl to the point of tears. From start to finish, Lin Jiangyue didn't have to do anything. She just had to stand there with grace, and naturally, men would be willing to go through fire and water for her. This was also an important reason why she never doubted the relationship between Song Chuhang and Lin Jiangyue in her past life. Song Chuhang was someone who held traditional values very dearly and could not tolerate his woman having any involvement with other men. Therefore, after confirming their relationship, she hardly spoke to any other men and never believed he would be attracted to a woman like Lin Jiangyue, who was so popular among men. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. When she was with Song Chuhang, no matter how much she gave, even the tiniest trivial matters could become obstacles between them, serving as reasons for him to blame her, even if she accidentally spoke to another man. They had argued countless times over Xia Weilan because she refused to follow Song Chuhang and Song Chongfeng's wishes to call Xia Weilan over and drug her drink. Yet when Lin Jiangyue was with Song Chuhang, he could tolerate anything she did. Later, they sent her to that laboratory, allegedly because Lin Jiangyue had an affair with some big shot there. It was utterly shocking. As she thought about this, Lin Jiangyue was already walking towards Lin Jiangyue with a smile, accompanied by an oval-shaped figure. Disgusted at the sight of Lin Jiangyue, Lin Jiangyue shifted her gaze to the person next to her who looked somewhat like a ball. To be honest, although everyone has a desire for beauty, she didn't consider herself someone who particularly valued looks. After all, one's appearance is not something one can control, so how could she mock others for it? However, she couldn't help but find this person both ugly and amusing, with short legs and arms, a face full of excess flesh, and features almost squished together. She was thankful it was daytime. Otherwise, she might have thought she was seeing a ghost at night. Thus, a hint of surprise involuntarily appeared in Lin Jiangyue's expression. However, even that slight surprise did not escape Gu Zhiwei's notice. He had always liked beautiful women, and upon seeing that Lin Jiangyue looked much better than Lin Jiangyue, A small thought arose in his mind. But due to his own unattractive appearance, he was very sensitive and irritable. Seeing the hint of surprise in Lin Jiangyue's eyes immediately filled him with resentment, further convincing him that she was a promiscuous and cheap woman. Lin Jiangyue hadn't spoken yet, but Gu Jiwei was already pointing at Lin Jiangyue's nose and shouting, "You are the little slut who slandered my Ningning for stealing your fiancé." Gu Jiwei was furious, but before he could finish his words, someone suddenly grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. He weighed a hefty 269 pounds. It would be difficult for even two people to lift him. This showed just how strong the other person was. Gu Jiwei was taken aback, flailing his limbs as he looked up. He then met a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. The one lifting him wasn't the strong, burly man he had imagined, but a tall and slender young man who looked almost otherworldly. The young man also looked down at him expressionlessly, and their gazes collided fiercely. Since the end of the world, under the protection of the Gu family and Gu Qisong, Gu Jiwei had hardly ever gone out to do tasks. The thing he was best at was hitting women. In that instant, the bloodthirsty and fierce aura in the young man's eyes shocked Gu Jiwei to the core, sending a chill up his spine and almost robbing him of his ability to speak. At the same time, a warm stream trickled down his thigh, and a strange and unpleasant odor immediately spread through the air. Lin Jiangyue, Lin Jiangyue. Next to him, Lin Jiangyue and Lin Jiangyue frowned simultaneously. Xia Weilong dragged Gu Jiwei and threw him out like a discarded ball. A strong sensation of weightlessness hit, and Gu Jiwei couldn't help but scream in agony. Then, with a loud bang, his plump body crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit. Chapter 46. The Gu family visits. 5. Xia Weilong's throw had been incredibly forceful. Gu Jiwei lay on the ground, gasping for breath, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, his whole body aching as if it had been flayed and cramping. Yet, his first reaction was to look at Lin Jiangyue, who stood nearby. Even now, he was still concerned about not embarrassing himself in front of the woman he admired. However, Lin Jiangyue did not look at him. From the moment Xia Weilong appeared, the girl's attention had been entirely focused on her. Lin Jiangyue's gaze at the boy was clearly different from how he looked at him before. His eyes were shimmering with tears, filled with grievance and pity, almost uncontrollably red. If he had seen Lin Jiangyue look at that boy first, he would never have believed that the other party had feelings for him. He was actually deceived by this little brat. He actually thought the other person truly liked him. In the end, the other person was no different from those foolish and superficial women who only cared about appearances. It made him completely fall into the role of a ridiculous and laughable clown. Gu Jiwei was furious. The two things he hated most in his life were people who looked down on him and exceptionally good-looking men. Gu Jiwei raised his head, glaring fiercely at Xia Weilong, and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You little bastard, how dare you treat your father like this? Do you know who your father is?" He gritted his teeth, thinking he sounded imposing, but his voice was actually so weak that Lin Jiangyue and the others couldn't hear him at all. Lin Jiangyue merely cast a disdainful glance at Gu Jiwei, who was lying on the ground, before turning to Lin Jiangyue, who was looking at Xia Weilong with tearful eyes. She crossed her arms and said coldly, "What are you doing? Are you bringing a pig to add to our meal? If you don't find it disgusting, we certainly do. Hurry up and drag this thing away." Lin Jiangyue said with tears in her eyes, "Sister, after all, we are half-sisters. Why do you have to be so cold to me? I can swear to you that I have never seduced your fiancé. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. You can seduce whoever you want." Lin Jiangyue frowned and said, "I'll say it one last time. Since I'm in a good mood today, hurry up and take that thing lying on the ground and get lost. Sister, do you want me to kneel down for you to believe me?" Lin Jiangyue looked at Xia Weilong with a wronged expression and said, "Weilong, for the sake of how well I treated you in the past, could you help me persuade my sister? I really hope we can get along as sisters." Lin Jiangyue spoke while reaching out to grab Xia Weilong's hand. Lin Jiangyue was immediately furious and shouted, "Lin Jiangyue, if you dare to touch him, do you believe I will?" Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly found her feet off the ground, being picked up horizontally by someone. Xia Weilong leaned down, getting close to her ear, and said seriously, "Sister, don't worry. I'm only yours, and I won't let anyone else touch me." The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it was enough for everyone present to hear, including Gu Jiwei, who was lying on the ground, unable to move, with a grim expression. Lin Jiangyue could no longer care about anything else and shyly buried her face directly in Xia Weilan's arms. Lin Jiangning's face turned pale in an instant. Xia Weilan, do you really not remember any of the past kindness at all? Back then, before you awakened your abilities, my sister hated you and wouldn't give you anything to eat, but I brought food for you. Are you so ungrateful and confused about right and wrong? When did I ever not give him food? Lin Jiangning, stop slandering me here. Lin Jiangyue became anxious again. It was that scum Song Chuhang who did it. Although at that time, I had already grown to dislike Xia Weilan due to Song Chuhang's instigation, I never intended to mistreat her. At most, I just made her do some chores that should have been done by the servants, and then I drove her out of the room she originally lived in. Moreover, after I learned about this, I immediately stopped it and even had a private argument with Song Chuhang. I just didn't want Xia Weilan to hold a grudge against him, so I didn't publicize it, reluctantly agreeing that it was my idea. Looking back now, I realized how foolish I was. Not only did I take the blame for someone else, but I also gave Lin Jiangning an excuse to provoke her against Xia Weilan. I wonder if Xia Weilan was angry at that time. She must have been angry, right? Even if she wasn't angry, she must have felt hurt. If someone dared to treat her like that, she might never forgive them, but Xia Weilan was still so good to her. It's a pity I couldn't be reborn earlier. Otherwise, I would have prevented all this from happening, including what happened to my mother. If that were the case, I would definitely not give Lin Haonan a chance to harm my mother again. Remembering the things from childhood, Lin Jiangyue felt a pang of guilt, even too preoccupied to pay attention to Lin Jiangning. She lifted her face and looked at Xia Weilan, saying, although there were some misunderstandings between us back then, I really didn't tell anyone to not give you food. Do you believe me? And Lin Jiangyue paused and then said, I regret and apologize for treating you that way before. Xia Weilan. Lin Jiangning pressed his lips together and said, is a single regret and a single apology enough? Why? Why is it that no matter what she does, she cannot win this boy's true heart? And Lin Jiangyue treats him like that. Yet he will always wait for her in the same place? Clearly, he is such a proud person. Why? Why is he always an exception for that little bitch Lin Jiangyue? Lin Jiangyue. In her view, she has experienced 2 lifetimes. But in Xia Weilan's eyes, her transformation is indeed too sudden. Even if the other party doesn't ask, it doesn't mean they won't overthink. For Lin Jiangyue, it is more important to show Xia Weilan her true feelings and provide enough sense of security than to deal with Lin Jiangning. Since Xia Weilan can publicly declare in front of Lin Jiangning that she belongs to her alone, why can't she? Liking someone should be expressed openly. There's nothing to be shy about. Lin Jiangyue suddenly reached out and hugged Xia Weilan's neck, kissing him on the face, and said loudly, Xia Weilan, listen carefully. I'm good to you because I like you and want to be with you for a lifetime. It's not out of regret, and definitely not out of apology. You are mine, and I am yours, just yours. Because he suddenly smiled. He rarely smiled, and he had never smiled like this before, laughing so much that even his shoulders trembled slightly. However, even so, the hand holding Lin Jiangyue remained steady. Xia Weilan slightly raised his head. He said softly, I will remember what you said, and it will be too late to regret it later. If this girl in my arms had never belonged to me, then I wouldn't force it. But since she is willing to come close to me, even if the future is uncertain, we must entangle ourselves like this. Lin Jiangyue had no idea what Xia Weilan was thinking. She just kept nodding and vowed earnestly, I won't regret it. Absolutely won't regret it. Xia Weilan responded with a low mm, and instead of putting Lin Jiangyue down, he carried her into the room. Seeing that Xia Weilan was completely ignoring her, Lin Jiang bit her lip tightly. Xia Weilan, didn't you hear me talking to you? How can you be so uncultured? Also, do you know who you just hit? This is the young master of the Gu family, Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Chapter 47. The Gu family visits. 6. Upon hearing the name Gu family, Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback, her gaze instinctively shifting to Gu Jiwei, who was lying on the ground. Xia Weilan also finally stopped in her tracks, glancing over at Gu Jiwei. Seeing that Lin Jiangyue and the others had finally turned their attention to him, Gu Jiwei thought they were scared by the name of the Gu family. He struggled to prop up his heavy body, letting out a grunt through his nose, waiting for them to rush over to fawn over him. When that time came, he would have his father skin this little bastard alive, chop him up, and throw him to the dogs. And as for those two little bitches, one dared to deceive him and the other dared to look down on him. He would make sure they lived a life worse than death. The more Gu Jiwei thought about it, the more pleased he felt, as if the intense pain in his body had lessened significantly. Little did he know that at this moment, he suddenly heard a cold and mocking laugh. Xiao Weilan only glanced at him before turning her eyes away, her gaze landing on Lin Jiangyue as she said softly, "First, I'm indeed a person without upbringing, and I'm glad you recognize that. Second, I did not accept your cherry back then, and I won't now or in the future, so from now on, you better stay far away from me. Otherwise, just because I don't hit women today doesn't mean I won't make an exception forever." Lin Jiangyue's face was pale, and she involuntarily took a step back. "Why? Xiao Weilan, what have I done wrong to you for you to treat me like this? Is it just because my sister hates me?" Seeing Lin Jiangyue using her White Lotus act on Xiao Weilan, Lin Jiangyue felt almost nauseated. She couldn't hold back any longer and said, "Lin Jiangyue, if you call me sister one more time, do you believe I will hit you?" Originally, Xiao Weilan was quite happy when called sister, but now, hearing Lin Jiangyue say it was making her feel almost physically uncomfortable. Xiao Weilan gently squeezed Lin Jiangyue's hand and asked in return, "What did you bring this person here for today?" Lin Jiangyue was taken aback, and before she could say anything, she heard Xiao Weilan continue, "Just because I don't say some things doesn't mean I don't understand. I'm just too lazy to care." She shook her head vigorously and said, "Xiao Weilan, how can you think of me this way? I didn't want to bring him. He insisted on coming. I only followed because I was afraid you'd get hurt. What kind of thing is the Gu family?" The boy's cold voice rang out, and Lin Jiangyue was stunned, her voice abruptly stopping. Xiao Weilan impatiently said, "And you? What does it matter to you whether I live or die? Can't you understand human language?" If it weren't for Lin Jiangyue's mother teaching him not to be too rude to girls, he would have thrown this incredibly noisy woman out just like he did with Gu Jiwei. He felt that Lin Jiangyue's mother's greatest virtue was her kindness, but her biggest flaw was also her kindness. He didn't know when the other party discovered that Lin Haonan had a woman outside, but he knew that the other party had never blamed Lin Jiangyue and had even emphasized to him more than once that the child was innocent. However, he didn't think so. In his view, children inevitably learn from adults. Just like no matter how much he resented Gu Zishi and desperately tried to distance himself from the other party, he still ended up becoming as cold-blooded as that man. He had never told anyone that if it weren't for Lin Jiangyue's mother stopping him back then, he would have nearly slit Lin Jiangyue's throat with a dagger, personally killing this girl who annoyed him to no end, at a time when he hadn't yet awakened his powers. Regarding the rules of the apocalypse, it seemed he didn't take long to go from fear to complete acceptance. But Lin Jiangyue's mother told him that people should be reasonable, should learn to respect others. And even in the apocalypse, one shouldn't bully the weak unless their own life was threatened. Otherwise, they shouldn't casually harm others, especially those who are defenseless. The one time he wanted to kill Lin Jiangyue was also the only time she had spoken harshly to him. But would this girl really appreciate that? Probably not. However, she had never spoken ill of him in front of him, and she had no fighting power, plus Li Yao and Lin Haonan protected her very well, ensuring she didn't get involved in anything. As a supernatural being, her hands were even cleaner than those of some ordinary people. He didn't have a reason to kill her for now. Xiao Weilan's gaze slowly swept over Lin Jiangyue's pale face. Only Lin Jiangyue and Gu Jiwei, who was lying on the ground, remained at the scene. "You just wait, I will make you pay." Gu Jiwei's words sent a chill through her. She didn't expect this pig to not be completely foolish. She intended to watch the fight from the sidelines and couldn't let herself get dragged into it. If she had any hope for Xiao Weilan before, today's attitude had completely crushed it. Li Yao was right. People only care for themselves. Lin Jiangyue quietly gazed at Gu Jiwei, who was lying on the ground, as a hint of cold murderous intent gradually emerged in his eyes. Chapter 48. Surrounded. 1. Lin family. Jiwei. Gu Qisong looked at Gu Jiwei's lifeless body with wide-open eyes, and his eyes were instantly filled with red bloodshot veins. He had many women around him, but Gu Jiwei was his only son, the one who would carry on the Gu family's lineage in the future. Gu Qisong suddenly grabbed Lin Jiangyue's shoulder, his face twisted with rage. Who did this? Who exactly did this? You little wretch, my son was perfectly fine, and how long did he go out with you? How'd it end up like this? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Uncle Gu, you. Please let go. Lin Jiangyue was both shocked and scared, almost unable to catch her breath from the shaking. Seeing this, Li Yaoyao hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to separate the two, but was pushed down to the ground by the agitated Gu Qisong. Li Yaoyao let out a startled cry, and Lin Haonan quickly rushed over to help her. Yaoyao, are you okay? I'm fine, Haonan, you quickly. Go save Ningning. Li Yaoyao cried, her tears flowing like rain, constantly urging him. Lin Haonan had no choice but to force himself to intervene. Master Gu, please calm down. If you continue like this, Ningning won't be able to speak at all. Don't worry. Once we understand the truth of the matter, we will definitely avenge young Master Gu and make the killer pay. Gu Qisong, under the persuasion of Lin Haonan and the others from the Gu family, Gu Qisong finally calmed down a bit and released Lin Jiangyue. After so many years in the apocalypse, Gu Qisong was not like Gu Jiwei, a mere decorative figure. His powerful aura as a supernatural being revealed itself, startling everyone present into involuntary shivers, and Lin Jiangyue trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, she knelt down on the ground with a thud, crying softly, Uncle Gu, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to Brother Jiwei and taken him to the Lin family outside. At that time, he said he wanted me to take him around, and I thought you had come from afar, and I had a good rapport with Brother Jiwei, so I thought I should show him some hospitality, and I didn't oppose it. But who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Gu Qisong roared. Who would have thought what? Lin Jiangyue shook. Who would have thought I would run into my half-sister Lin Jiangyue? She has a particularly strange temper and usually doesn't interact much with the family. At that time, Brother Jiwei found her friendly and originally just wanted to greet her. But somehow he angered her, and she actually ordered her accomplice to beat Brother Jiwei up. Brother Jiwei couldn't catch his breath and ended up like this. What? Your sister? Gu Qisong only heard his anger rise, and suddenly, without warning, he punched Lin Haonan in the face. Lin Haonan. So, it was your daughter who did this. She ordered her accomplice to kill my son. Lin Haonan was just a level 7 ability user. When Gu Qisong threw a punch, it left him with a face full of blood. The room was thrown into chaos. Li Yaoyao, scared, hugged Lin Jiangyue and screamed in terror. Lin Haonan, however, dared not express his anger. Master Gu, please calm down. Master Gu, please calm down. That foul girl has already been expelled from the Lin family by me. I have cut off all ties with her. Lin Jiangyue also cried out. Yes, Uncle Gu, this really can't be blamed on my father. You don't know, just recently, my sister even instructed her lover to hit him. She has long since severed ties with her family. Gu Qisong. Lin Haonan quickly took the opportunity to say, Yes, that stinky girl has a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. She doesn't even recognize me as her biological father. I might as well consider her as not my daughter at all. Master Gu, don't worry. I will personally go to that stinky girl to settle the score. I must make her and that little bastard pay with their lives. Gu Qisong. Pay with their lives? Gu Qisong was like an angry lion, pacing back and forth in the room, knocking down all the cups and porcelain on the ground. Of course, they must pay with their lives. Not only that, but I also want to torture them 1,000 times. I want to throw that little slut into the lowest place, making her serve the most despicable people like a dog. Lin Haonan. Lin Jiangyue used all the available materials in the space to prepare an exceptionally lavish dinner for Xia Weilan, and she was very attentive, serving him dishes and peeling lychees to feed him one after another. At first, Xia Weilan accepted everything without resistance, but later he really couldn't eat anymore. Sister. Stop. Lin Jiangyue pressed her hand on his lips and said, Don't call me sister anymore. It makes me uncomfortable. How about this? Lin Jiangyue hesitated for a moment, blushing as she said, Actually, I have a nickname called Cici, which only my mother occasionally calls me in private. No one else knows about it, so you can call me that from now on. Cici? A nickname that has nothing to do with her real name. Xia Weilan was taken aback for a moment and whispered, The silk-stringed instrument has 50 strings. Each string and pillar evokes thoughts of youth. Lin Jiangyue was also stunned and smiled. Not bad. Did my mother recite in front of you? After the apocalypse, the most basic survival became a problem for many people, and no one cared about poetry and prose anymore. However, Xiao Weilon shook his head. I once saw it in my mother's diary. That was the only thing his mother left behind, although it was called a diary. The entire book was filled with Gu Zishi's name and a few lines of poetry. One line was the brocade zither has 50 strings, each string a column of thoughts of youth. Another was thinking of you is like the full moon. Its bright light diminishes each night. And another was missing you every night and not seeing you. We drink the waters of the Yangtze River together. The words overflowed with longing. He truly did not understand. Everyone said that Gu Zishi and his mother had a good relationship, but Gu Zishi's actions were incomprehensible to him. Why would his mother, having married her beloved as she wished, still write about longing every day when they were together? Yet if he said that Gu Zishi had no feelings for his mother and was merely playing around, that also didn't make sense to him, because their family backgrounds were vastly different. Before the apocalypse, Gu Zishi was genuinely a wealthy and noble young master, while his mother was just the daughter of a regular rich merchant. Their union was almost like a prince marrying the daughter of a 7th-rank county magistrate, facing strong opposition from the entire Gu family. Gu Zishi even fell out with his family over this and unhesitatingly moved out with his mother. If there were truly no feelings involved, why go to such lengths? He was perplexed. Xiao Weilon pressed his lips together and whispered, Does Aunt Chu have someone she misses in her heart? Lin Jiangyue's mother is named Chu Huaiga. She paused for a moment and said, I don't know, my mother never told me, but I hope she does, because Lin Haonan is simply not worthy of her. Xiao Weilon nodded and said, I also think Lin Haonan is not worthy of Aunt Chu. He is not a good person. Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, You really are quite clever. All right, let's not mention those party poopers for now. So it's settled. Call me Cece from now on. Xiao Weilon blinked and tilted her head, saying, Cece, still in that serious tone, with a completely innocent expression on her face. Lin Jiangyue's face turned slightly red as she softly hummed in response. She peeled another lychee and brought it to Xiao Weilon's lips. Xiao Weilon opened her mouth to take it, but didn't eat it. Instead, she leaned in and tentatively touched Lin Jiangyue's lips with the lychee she was holding. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 49. Surrounded, too. Feeling the unusual sensation on her lips, Lin Jiangyue only heard a buzzing in her ears, almost instinctively opening her mouth to take in the other half of the lychee. The sweet taste of the lychee spread in her mouth, mingling with the unique scent of the boy, almost indistinguishable from each other. Xiao Weilon's gaze was cold, his fingers were cold, and his lips were also cold. But now, he seemed to be becoming increasingly heated, putting away the obedient demeanor he usually showed in front of Lin Jiangyue, revealing a dangerous side. He unhesitatingly advanced, inching into the territory of the girl before him. Lin Jiangyue's originally fair cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. She felt her breathing becoming a bit labored, her gaze slowly losing focus. She didn't even know when Xiao Weilon had released her. All she knew was that when she regained her senses, she found herself curled up in his arms, trembling continuously, a feeling that was both frightening and novel. This was not the first time Xiao Weilon had kissed her, but before it was just a fleeting touch, a tentative and restrained sampling. Yet this time, it felt as if he wanted to devour her whole. Lin Jiangyue trembled and couldn't speak. However, Xiao Weilon insisted on teasing her. He held her close, leaned his lips to her ear, and softly called out the nickname her mother had given her. Cece? Lin Jiangyue didn't answer, so he called again. He was persistent. In the end, Lin Jiangyue could only murmur in frustration. What do you want? Her voice was a bit hoarse, sounding unlike herself. Xiao Weilon whispered, Do you like Cece? Like what? Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback, and it took her a long while to vaguely understand the meaning behind Xiao Weilon's words. Did she like him kissing her? Even if she did, how could she possibly admit such a thing out loud? Lin Jiangyue's face turned red all of a sudden, and she bit her lip, falling silent. Xiao Weilon didn't press her, holding Lin Jiangyue's hand and quietly watching her. Her eyes were wet, appearing pitiful and innocent, but Deep within them lay emotions so profound that one could hardly understand. Like Guzushi, he possessed the most deceptive appearance in the world. He could coldly keep people at a distance. But whenever he wanted, whenever he was willing, there was no woman in the world who could refuse him. After a while, under such a gaze, Lin Jiangyue finally dropped her defenses. She slowly nodded and whispered like a mosquito, "I like you." Song family. What? The son of the Gu family head was killed by that little bastard Xia Weilon? Upon hearing Song Lifeng's report, Song Changfeng was momentarily stunned, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Good. Well done. This time, the Gu family will definitely not let it go easily. The little bastard's death is finally here. Ha ha ha. Chu Hang, and I can finally vent this anger. Song Lifeng showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Master. But I heard that the son of the Gu family head has a level 9 ability. If Xia Weilon can really kill him so easily, then his ability level. Song Changfeng was taken aback. Are you saying he could really be level 10? Song Lifeng said, yes, there is that possibility. Master, in my opinion. Just to be safe, we might as well remind the Gu family head to give him a heads up. If it turns out to be false, the Gu family can take care of that little bastard smoothly, and we won't suffer any losses. If it's true, it can both alert the Gu family and make them owe us a favor. Song Changfeng pondered for a moment and said, that's a good idea, but this matter is significant. Who do you think would be appropriate to send? Just as Song Lifeng was about to volunteer, a sharp and gloomy voice came from outside. I'll go. Song Changfeng. Song Lifeng. Song Changfeng instinctively looked towards the door. Surprised. Chu Hang, didn't I tell you to rest well? How come you're here? Song Chu Hang's face bore an unshakable dark hue. Rest? Every day, I wish I could eat that little bastard's flesh and drink that little bastard's blood. How could I possibly rest well? Father, I just heard what you and Steward Song said. Just let me go. I have the same experience with that son of the Gu family. He will surely share the same hatred with me. Moreover, at this point, Song Chuhang forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. Now our enemies are not just Lin Jiangyue and that little bastard. There's also the entire opportunistic Lin family. I have learned a very interesting secret. Song Changfeng. The next day, Lin Jiangyue was awakened by a loud banging on the door. Lin Jiangyue, you little brat, get out here right now. Lin Jiangyue suddenly sat up from the bed. Xia Weilon nodded. The person who came to cause trouble yesterday is dead, and they are here to seek revenge. Lin Jiangyue was stunned. What? How is that possible? Fighting is allowed in the safe base, but killing is not permitted. She believed that Xia Weilon knew her limits. Moreover, she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Yesterday's strike would only injure the opponent, but it was not enough to take their life. Xia Weilon curled her lips, a chilling mockery evident in her eyes. I didn't kill him, but that doesn't mean others won't. Chapter 50, Surrounded 3. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback. Are you saying Lin Jiangning did it? In her previous life, Lin Jiangning's hands were always clean. She would leave such matters to others. Xia Weilon paused for a moment. Aside from her, I can't think of anyone else who would have a reason to do this. Whatever, anyway, Lin Jiangning isn't a good person. At this moment, the sounds of banging on the door and shouting outside grew increasingly deafening. Lin Jiangyue scoffed. It's so noisy. Can you drive them away? Xia Weilon replied. That depends on their strength. If the Gu family really has connections to the central base, there's a possibility that high-level ability users might show up. I'll go take a look first. Lin Jiangyue said, I'll go with you. She stepped forward and grabbed Xia Weilon's hand, wanting to walk outside. Xia Weilon hesitated for a moment, but did not move. He whispered, Cece, I can go by myself. You should wait here in the room. Lin Jiangyue pretended not to hear and smiled as she repeated, I'm going with you. After saying that, she stood on her tiptoes and quickly kissed the boy on the lips. Xia Weilon. Xia Weilon's beautiful eyes deepened again. The two walked to the door, and Lin Jiangyue pulled the door open. Upon seeing a large crowd of people outside, her face immediately darkened. In the middle of the open space, there was even a cannon set up. It seemed that this time, they really couldn't let it go easily. Lin Jiangyue crossed her arms and coldly looked at Lin Haonan and Gu Qisong, who was in the lead. She completely ignored Lin Haonan and fixed her gaze on Gu Qisong, directly stating, Are you from the Gu family? We didn't kill that person yesterday. Do you believe it? Lin Haonan. Gu Qisong. Lin Haonan and Gu Qisong hadn't had a chance to speak yet, when Lin Jiangyue next to them burst into tears, saying, "Sister, do you think this is fair to your own conscience? You let Xia Weilon hurt brother Jiwei like that." And he immediately spat out blood, unable to even speak. "I told you he is from the Gu family, and you all. You still said, what is the Gu family worth? Now that brother Jiwei's father is here, are you all afraid to admit it?" Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue sneered. "Lin Jiangning, stop trying to twist my words. What I mean is that there is no..." Before she could finish, Gu Qisong suddenly erupted in anger. "You little brat, it's too late to be scared now." With that sharp shout, a powerful, cold aura swept in, and Lin Jiangyue almost involuntarily felt her breath catch. Although her ability was rare, her current level was still too low. Once she encountered a high-level ability user, she could be easily suppressed without any means to fight back. Just at that critical moment, a hand suddenly reached out, pulling Lin Jiangyue away from Gu Qisong's attack range. At the same time, a sharp, ear-piercing crash shook the heavens and the earth. The powerful energy fluctuation spread out, causing the onlookers to retreat in panic. Xia Weilon also pulled Lin Jiangyue back a few steps. Only Gu Qisong remained standing in place, unmoving. However, an abnormal dark blue hue appeared on his face. Lin Jiangyue's expression slightly grew serious. Just from this brief encounter, she could determine that this person was definitely not just at level 10. Moreover, being able to remain completely still under Xia Weilon's strike, it would not be an exaggeration to say his ability level was close to level 20. Gu Qisong's face also became increasingly sinister. His gaze was like a piercing needle, fixed on Xia Weilon's face. Dual ability? No wonder this little bastard dares to be so arrogant. What? Dual ability? Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into an uncontrollable commotion. Li Yaoyao and Lin Jiangning exchanged glances of astonishment, both unable to believe it, while Song Chuhang, hiding in the shadows, had a face full of resentment. His fist clenched tightly. Lin Haonan, next to Gu Qisong, was even more shocked. "Master Gu, are you seeing things? He clearly only has one ability. How could it be dual abilities?" "Shut up, you useless waste." Gu Qisong suddenly slapped Lin Haonan across the face. The slap was extremely heavy, and Lin Haonan let out a pathetic scream, rolling on the ground in pain in front of everyone. Gu Qisong felt no sense of relief and kicked Lin Haonan a few more times, causing him to wail continuously, rolling his eyes back and fainting completely. Just after making a move, he immediately realized that this little bastard not only had dual abilities, but also had one ability above level 10. In such a backward and closed-off place, there actually appeared to be an ability user above level 10. If it weren't for someone tipping him off last night, allowing him to prepare in advance and bring people to assist, today he probably wouldn't even know who would be at a disadvantage. Lin Jiangyue stood beside, watching everything with cold eyes. Lin Haonan brought many members of the Lin family with him this time, but during the beating, no one tried to help him, including Li Yaoyao and Lin Jiangning. Li Yaoyao even pulled Lin Jiangning back several steps to avoid getting accidentally involved. This is the woman and daughter that Lin Haonan cares about the most. It's truly ridiculous. I wonder what Lin Haonan himself would think upon witnessing this scene. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jiangyue leaned close to Xia Weilon's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Another stubborn fool who won't listen to reason. What do you think? Do you have confidence? If not, we should find a chance to escape. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. There's no need to confront him directly." Xia Weilon whispered back. "If it's just him, that's fine, but seeing how he seems intent on venting his anger on Lin Haonan, so there might be helpers. Sacis, go to the underground parking lot and bring the car out just in case." Lin Jiangyue nodded and turned to leave without hesitation. Even while violently beating Lin Haonan, Gu Qisong's attention remained on Xia Weilon and Lin Jiangyue. He would never let her leave so easily. He suddenly shouted, "Chop this little BTCH up." As his voice echoed, several shadows flashed around them. Each of those shadows shot out a beam of light, which converged to form a massive barrier, enveloping Xia Weilon and Lin Jiangyue. In an instant, Lin Jiangyue felt an indescribable discomfort throughout her body, as if all her strength had been drained away. Xia Weilon frowned slightly. He almost instinctively pulled Lin Jiangyue into his arms, pressed his lips together, and whispered, "Sister, be careful. This is a combined ability that can weaken us, and it's likely much higher than my domain level. In this case, I can't amplify your strength. If it gets too dangerous, you should hide in the space." As soon as his words fell, a sudden change occurred on Gu Qisong's side. His originally slender body began to swell dramatically at a visible speed. With a tearing sound, his clothes were completely ripped apart by the bulging muscles, and Gu Qisong transformed into a gigantic snow wolf. Transformation ability. It allows one to turn into a fierce beast for combat in a short time, and during the transformation, combat power doubles. Chapter 51. Surrounded 4. The transformed snow wolf Gu Qisong suddenly let out a howl towards the sky, and the terrifying sound waves shook the entire ground. Everyone present, except for those fighting, fell to the ground involuntarily, clutching their ears in pain. Moments later, they lay scattered about in disarray. At this time, the sun was just right, and their location was an open space with no cover, which was extremely unfavorable for Xia Weilon's dark ability. Additionally, he had to divert his attention to protect Lin Jiangyue from being affected by the sound waves, leaving him almost completely passive. Xia Weilon, this snow wolf is equivalent to an ability user of over level 20. You really shouldn't worry about me anymore. Lin Jiangyue said anxiously. At worst, I'll just hide in the space. At times like this, who cares about exposure? Xia Weilon remained silent. Hiding in the space can provide temporary refuge. But the problem is that it cuts off knowledge of the outside situation, and when coming out, they would still be in the same spot. Unless he was truly at his limit, hiding in the space was just a stopgap measure. At that moment, after Gu Qisong transformed into a snow wolf, his attacks became increasingly fierce. With the combined assault of him and 3 other level 10 ability users, Xia Weilon couldn't even afford to fight back. Only able to continuously use shadow teleportation in an attempt to find an opportunity to escape with Lin Jiangyue. However, there was no opportunity at all. Due to the weakening effects of the opponent's combined abilities, even the range of his teleportation had shrunk compared to before, while the consumption of abilities had increased. Continuing like this, the consequences were predictable. Xia Weilon felt a bit anxious. In Gu Qisong's enormous wolf eyes, a strong bloodthirsty intent was evident. He howled at the sky again, and his massive body suddenly lunged at Xia Weilon. Xia Weilon once again dodged with Lin Jiangyue, but this time, the movement was noticeably slower than before. This won't work. There are too many of them. Lin Jiangyue gritted her teeth and said, "Xia Weilon, I will enter the space. You can leave on your own." Boom! Lin Jiangyue hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly heard a loud bang. 4 enormous thorny iron cages appeared out of nowhere, trapping Gu Qisong, who had transformed into a snow wolf, and 3 other ability users inside. The light curtain enveloping Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilon weakened slightly, and then they heard a smiling voice say, "You 2 little kids really know how to stir things up." Lin Jiangyue instinctively looked towards the source of the sound, and was both surprised and delighted to see the visitors. "Old man, Zhou Qieta? Didn't you go to Thunder Academy? Why are you here?" Zhou Qieta replied in a deep voice, "Let's talk about that later." "Master, you should hurry and drive. This broken light barrier has weakened my and Wang Laowu's skills, and the cage won't hold them for long. Especially that wolf." Lin Jiangyue nodded and gave Xia Weilon a look, quickly running to the underground parking lot to get the car. After running a few steps, she heard a howl behind her. The thorny iron cage was bitten through by Gu Qisong's sharp teeth. Gu Qisong opened his bloody mouth and lunged at Lin Jiangyue, while Zhou Qieta and Xia Weilon blocked him on either side. Although there was a noticeable level difference between them and the transformed Gu Qisong, Zhou Qieta was not afraid at all, relying on his size advantage. He extended his large hand and actually engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Gu Qisong, who had turned into a snow wolf, throwing punches with great force. Whenever Gu Qisong turned to attack Xia Weilon, Zhou Qieta's fists would immediately follow, making him dizzy with movement. Gu Qisong felt threatened and angrily howled at the sky, his voice shaking the air. "Wang Laowu, you hold those few in the cage. This wolf is ours to deal with." Zhou Qieta laughed heartily and said to Xia Weilon, "Let's compare again this time and see who can take down this wolf. The winner becomes the teacher, and the loser becomes the student." Knowing that Zhou Qieta was still not giving up, Xia Weilon did not argue with him and said lightly, Sure, as long as you can win. The power of transformation-type abilities lies in the fact that after transforming, combat effectiveness increases exponentially and physical quality is greatly enhanced. Gucci Song, after turning into a snow wolf, was much stronger than the wood-type ability user they had killed before. Hearing Zhou Tieta and Xia Weilan betting on him, Gucci Song let out an angry howl. Zhou Tieta was overjoyed. Good, no backing out. He shouted loudly and suddenly unleashed all his strength to attack Gucci Song. Tieta, Tieta, there are 3 people here. It's exhausting for this old man alone. Wang Laowu said with a worried frown. Besides, you've already become a disciple. How can you change that? Come help me. How can it not change? Zhou Tieta's eyes widened in anger. This kid. The teacher has already agreed. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Saying this, Zhou Tieta exerted all his strength and leaped up, actually landing a punch on the snow wolf. Oh woo! Gucci Song let out a painful howl. But at the same time, Zhou Tieta's hand became covered in blood because the moment his hand touched Gucci Song's fur, countless sharp spikes suddenly stood up. Zhou Tieta staggered and involuntarily let out a groan, his movements immediately slowing down. Xia Weilan's expression turned serious, and she quickly supported Zhou Tieta. Stop hitting him. Those spikes probably have a paralyzing effect. You go help Wang Laowu. I'll handle this side. Zhou Tieta gritted his teeth. No way. If I kill him, I'll be your teacher. You have to bow to me. His voice was as loud as a bell, vibrating the eardrums. Xia Weilan still did not argue with him, leading Gucci Song around while saying, but right now, I'm still your teacher. You have to listen to me. Zhou Tieta. Wang Laowu also trembled and shouted, Yes, Tieta, stop messing around. Come help quickly. I can't hold on much longer. One of those 3 is at level 20. It's not easy to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 ability users almost simultaneously broke through the thorny iron cage. Zhou Tieta was stunned, just about to rush up to help when a huge engine sound suddenly came from behind. Lin Jiangyue had finally driven the car out of the underground parking lot. Stop fighting. Hurry up and leave. Chapter 52. Surrounded 5. The car stopped in an open area, and Zhou Tieta was still frustrated, stamping his feet and pounding his chest. Damn it, I couldn't kill that wolf. He stared wide-eyed at Xia Weilan. Next time we will compete again. Before Xia Weilan could speak, Wang Laowu had already said coldly from the side, Tieta, what can I say about you, old man? Losing is losing. How can you keep competing over and over? That is called playing dirty. Zhou Tieta. Hearing this, Zhou Tieta couldn't help but explode in anger. I say, Wang Laowu, how is this playing dirty? The teacher didn't say it was not allowed. Why are you meddling in my business? All right, let us talk about this later. Once Zhou Tieta got stubborn, no one could handle him. Lin Jiangyue said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Old man, Tieta, weren't you supposed to go to Thunder Academy to deliver herbs to their dean? How did you suddenly end up here? But thankfully, we mentioned the real address when we parted. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome today. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback and smiled. So you were just thinking of us. Thank you for remembering us, old man. Zhou Tieta snorted coldly. Stop listening to Wang Laowu's sweet talk. This old man is both lazy and greedy. He clearly misses the food you have, not you. The food he got from you before was finished in no time. And these past few days he's been so greedy that he can't even sleep. Wang Laowu, heartbroken, sighed and said, Tieta, tell me, when will you ever learn to respect the elderly and care for the young? Zhou Tieta snorted heavily again. Lin Jiangyue covered her mouth and smiled. Well, that is my fault then. I haven't treated the old man to enough food. Upon hearing the words food, Wang Laowu's eyes immediately lit up. He didn't care about bickering with Zhou Tieta anymore and shamelessly leaned closer to Lin Jiangyue, saying, Girl, can you get the old man some more sausages, eggs, and lychees? Sure, I guess those people won't catch up for a while, Lin Jiangyue replied readily. Let's all sit down and eat together. As she spoke, she gently poked Xia Weilan. After coming back, she had given Xia Weilan the space ring she had confiscated from that group from Canaan Academy, stuffing it with a lot of food to avoid drawing attention by constantly taking things from her space. For the time being, she still wanted to conceal her spatial abilities as much as possible. Xia Weilan understood her intention. He took out a piece of cloth from the space ring and spread it on the ground, then pulled out a large amount of food all at once. Sausages, eggs, lychees, cucumbers, tomatoes, instant noodles in buckets, biscuits, and even milk, bread, and sandwiches. These items were nothing before the apocalypse, but after it, they could be worth at least a few million contribution points. Nowadays, even ordinary nobles probably couldn't expect to have so many varieties of food on their table at the same time. It had been years since he had eaten a proper meal. He didn't even dare to dream of having so much food now. Most of the crystal cores we hunted from mutated beasts in the Sunset Forest were used to exchange contribution points to buy these. Lin Jiangyue said, "Hurry up and eat. Don't be polite with me." Wang Laowu indeed didn't hold back. Before Lin Jiangyue finished her sentence, he began to gobble it down. The large pile of food diminished at a visible speed, leaving Lin Jiangyue, who was seeing him eat for the first time, dumbfounded. Lin Jiangyue gently touched her nose and said, "Old man, eat slowly, don't choke, there's plenty." Wang Laowu nodded repeatedly while eating, but his pace didn't slow down at all. Zhou Tieta snorted and said, "Shermu, don't talk big." Although Wang Laowu looks skinny, he has an astonishing appetite. Since I've known him, I've never seen him full. Maybe this little bit isn't even enough for him alone. Zhou Tieta, stop talking nonsense. Wang Laowu's mouth is stuffed full, and he is speaking a bit unclearly. You're with him every day, either drinking nutritional liquid or gnawing on tree bark. My old man is getting on in years. He can't eat that stuff every day. Besides, have you filled your belly? Starving day after day. You'll just be puffing up your cheeks to look fat. Zhou Tieta. Zhou Tieta was fuming, and Lin Jiangyue suddenly shoved a sandwich into his hand. "Tieta, you should eat too. Take whatever you want. Don't be polite with your shermu. Don't worry, when I say there is plenty, there is definitely plenty." The aroma of food wafted over, and Zhou Tieta swallowed hard, unable to suppress his appetite any longer, and began to wolf down his food just like Wang Laowu. One bite of sandwich, one bite of a tomato, one bite of sausage, one bite of a piece of bread, one bite of an egg. He didn't even have time to peel the egg properly. Lin Jiangyue smiled. She eats these things all the time now, unlike Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta, who find them rare. She simply reached out to pick up a lychee, because Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta were present. She didn't feed the peeled lychee to Xiao Weilan as she usually did, but planned to eat it herself. However, before she could even get the lychee she peeled to her mouth, Xiao Weilan had already peeled a lychee and brought it to her lips. Lin Jianyue's face flushed. She quickly glanced at Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta, who were both focused on their food, and seeing that neither of them was paying attention, she hurriedly opened her mouth to eat the lychee that Xiao Weilan had handed her, and then fed the lychee in her hand to Xiao Weilan. Xiao Weilan gently curved her lips. Lin Jiangyue pulled his hand and whispered, "Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta are here, don't make a scene." Xiao Weilan blinked innocently. "But they already know about my relationship with my sister, they won't mind." Lin Jiangyue gently glanced at him and said, "That won't do either. It's not okay anywhere there are people. I feel embarrassed." Xiao Weilan let out a slightly disappointed mm. Although it was just a simple sound, it was soft and lingering, incredibly captivating. Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat, nearly unable to resist going back on her words right then and there. Compared to her previous life, the boy before her seemed to have become even more enchanting, as if every move he made was deliberately enticing her, making her heart race and unable to control herself. Lin Jiangyue turned her head to the side, putting on a stern face and ignoring him. Seeing her like this, Xiao Weilan blinked, quickly pulled some grass from the ground, and deftly wove it into something to stuff into Lin Jianyue's hand. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback and instinctively lowered her head to take a look, only to see a cute little rabbit made of grass staring at her with pitiful eyes. It made her feel as if her heart was melting. She didn't expect Xiao Weilan to have such a skill. Chapter 53 encircled. 6. Lin Jiangyue and Xiao Weilan were too busy flirting to pay attention to their meal. However, Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta were only focused on eating, ignoring everything else. They took a full 2 hours to finish their meal, and only after they had nearly consumed all the food that Xiao Weilan had brought out from her spatial ring for the third time did they finally lie on the ground, holding their stomachs and feeling satisfied, even though Wang Laowu was so stuffed that he couldn't straighten his back. He still remembered to pack away the leftover food. You two little kids are really something. Have you considered becoming students of an old man like me? Zhou Tieda angrily replied. Wang Laowu, you can't expect to be 2 generations older than me. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Seeing that these two were about to quarrel again, Lin Jiangyue quickly spoke up to stop them. All right, old man, Tai Ta, let us not argue over such a small matter. Xia Weilan nodded and said to Zhou Tieta, you should listen to your teacher's wife. Zhou Tieta angrily looked away. Lin Jiangyue sighed and said, don't mention it, that's a long story. Wang Laowu shook his head and said, no problem, take your time. The old man and the Iron Tower are not in a hurry. While saying this, he leaned closer to Lin Jiangyue and said mysteriously, if we could eat while talking, and have some pure water, that would be even better. Wang Laowu rubbed his bulging belly and added, maybe the old man's special ability can be upgraded. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Zhou Te. Lin's family. Li Yaoyao opened the huge suitcase and began frantically packing every valuable item in the house. Lin Jiangning was startled when he came in. Mother, what are you doing? Li Yaoyao did not look up. Now that little vixen Lin Jiangyue has angered the Gu family, your father is probably involved. We must leave here as soon as possible to avoid being vented on by Gu Qisong later. Lin Jiangning was taken aback. What about father? Will he agree? Li Yaoyao kept packing her things without a moment's pause. Whether he agrees or not is not important. If one doesn't care for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. We can no longer consider him. We can only take care of ourselves. Lin Jiangning frowned. Mother, but I don't think it has come to this point. After all, our family has nothing to do with that little BTCH Lin Jiangyue anymore. Ningning, you don't understand this. If today Gu Qisong successfully killed that little BTCH and her illegitimate child, then we would indeed have nothing to do with it. But look at the situation after we woke up. Gu Qisong was so furious. They can't do anything to that little BTCH and her illegitimate child, and they will definitely find someone to take the blame and vent their anger on. At that time, the Lin family and your father will be the first to bear the brunt. We have worked so hard to achieve everything we have today. We absolutely cannot be implicated by that little BTCH. Lin Jiangning frowned and said, but mother, even if we leave the Lin family, where can we go? Upon hearing this, Li Yaoyao finally paused her packing. She stood up, walked to the door and locked it, then turned around and held Lin Jiangning's hand, saying seriously, Ningning, we're going to find her biological father. Lin Jiangning. Lin Jiangning was struck as if by lightning upon hearing this. What does it mean? Isn't Lin Haonan my biological father? Li Yaoyao shook her head sadly. You child, when your mother was young, wasn't she also ambitious and proud? Back then, I didn't think much of Lin Haonan either, but your biological father's wife was too formidable. All her illegitimate children ended up with terrible fates. I saw that there was really no opportunity for me to rise, and as my belly grew day by day, I had no choice but to settle for your father. So. Has father, Lin Haonan, not noticed all these years? Lin Jiangning asked with a tremble in his voice. Moreover, if my biological father's wife is so powerful, even if we go to find him now, will he recognize us? Lin Haonan is just a useless good-for-nothing. The reason he has what he has today is simply because of the Lin family's accumulation and that little mistress's mother. Li Yaoyao sneered, such a man, if you flatter him a bit, he won't know north from south. As long as I want to keep this secret, he will never find out in his lifetime. As for your biological father, Li Yaoyao paused. Ningning, your mother has already inquired. Your biological father's wife was severely injured during a battle with a mutated beast, and her abilities are almost unusable now. So our opportunity has come. Your biological father is someone who values talent. As long as you can show him your potential, he will definitely acknowledge you. By then, what we can gain will be much more than in this small, broken place of a city. You won't have to marry someone like Gu Jiwei, who is weak and foolish. You have no idea how disgusting it was for your mother to see that pig groping you. It's all because that Lin Haonan is useless. Maybe this is for the best. At least your mother can finally make up her mind to take you away from this broken place. Lin Jiangning was gradually swayed by Li Yaoyao's words. Mom, after talking for so long, you still haven't told me who my biological father is? Li Yaoyao smiled and said mysteriously, "You know about Canaan Academy, right?" Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback. "I know, it's the famous Noble Academy," she said excitedly. "My biological father is from Canaan Academy? If that's true, then I would have the chance to meet more distinguished men." Li Yaoyao said proudly, "Your biological father is not only from Canaan Academy, but also the president of Canaan Academy." Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 54 Thunder Academy 1 What? Lin Jiangyue was so excited that his face turned red, and his voice trembled continually. "The president of Canaan Academy? My mother, my biological father, is actually the president of Canaan Academy?" Lin Jiangyue was almost stunned by the sudden big pie that fell from the sky. The students at Canaan Academy were all between 17 and 20 years old, at least level 7 geniuses, and had strong family backgrounds. People like her, coming from a small place, wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, Li Yaoyao actually told her that she was the daughter of the president of Canaan Academy. As long as the other party was willing to acknowledge her, wouldn't she be able to choose from those students at Canaan Academy at will? She didn't believe she couldn't find someone stronger than Xia Weilan. She had already made up her mind. Since this young man was so heartless towards her, she no longer needed to show him any mercy. She would do everything possible to suppress him, and it would be best to disable his abilities, turning him into a worthless person who could only crawl beneath her feet. If he dared to say he didn't like her or say things she didn't want to hear, she would whip him, just like Li Yaoyao treated her powerless lover. Just wait until that time and see if he could still be so arrogant. She had to gain the recognition and favor of her biological father, no matter what the cost. Li Yaoyao was slightly taken aback. Lin Jiangyue usually appeared very close to Lin Haonan. She originally thought that convincing Lin Jiangyue to accept the fact that Lin Haonan was not her biological father would take a lot of effort. But unexpectedly, Lin Jiangyue seemed even more excited than she was. There was not the slightest bit of nostalgia for the place she had lived in for so many years. Truly, she is her daughter, able to let go and move on. Li Yaoyao felt relieved and said, "There's no rush now. We must at least wait until tonight when everyone is asleep. After all, Lin Haonan is a level 7 ability user and has a few trusted confidants around him. We must leave without anyone noticing, or else we might run into trouble. Oh, and when you meet your biological father, you must say that my relationship with Lin Haonan is very bad. I am with him against my will." Lin Jiangyue nodded and said, "Okay, I will listen to my mother. You can rest assured I have a good sense of proportion for these things. What sweet soup should we make at this time?" Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback, but soon understood Li Yaoyao's meaning. "Mother wants to." Li Yaoyao smiled and said, "As long as you understand in your heart. Don't say it out loud. Hurry up and get ready." Lin Jiangyue. This woman is really shameless. On the way to Thunder Academy, after listening to Lin Jiangyue recount the events, Zhou Tieta, filled with righteous indignation, slammed his hand on the steering wheel. As a result, he lost control, and the car headed straight towards a big tree. Lin Jiangyue was startled. The sausage in Wang Laowu's hand fell to the ground with a loud smack after he had eaten half of it. Xia Weilan, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned over and slammed the steering wheel, managing to steer the car away just in time before it crashed into the big tree. Lin Jiangyue angrily said, "Zhou Tieta, pull over to the side ahead. If you keep driving this car, I'm going to go crazy." Zhou Tieta replied in a muffled voice, "Aunt, I was just too angry earlier. Give me another chance. This time I'll definitely pay attention. There won't be any problems. You said that last time, the time before that, and the time before that." Lin Jiangyue gritted her teeth and said word by word, "I'll say it again. You pull over to the side and stop the car." Zhou Tieta still didn't say a word. Xia Weilan said leisurely, "Listen to your teacher's wife." Zhou Tieta. Zhou Tieta's face turned ashen. "Teacher, do you know what we call men who listen to women in everything? We call them henpecked." Lin Jiangyue angrily said, "Zhou Tieta, do you believe I will hit you?" However, Xia Weilan still had no reaction. "I am proud to be a kept man. What do you call the students who are kept men in your place? Do you know this? Kept man number 2? Heir of the kept man? Zhou Tieta. Wang Laowu. Lin Jiangyue." As soon as these words were spoken, the air fell into an extremely strange silence. After a moment, Lin Jiangyue couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. while Wang Laowu clutched his stomach, continuously exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch. I can't take it. This is really killing me," with laughter. "You boy usually looks so serious. But I didn't expect your words to be so sharp. It's the first time I've seen someone roast the Iron Tower like this." Lin Jiangyue was also covering her mouth beside her, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. At first, she found it amusing, but gradually, she suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. She had originally thought that Xia Weilon was naturally taciturn and didn't like talking to people, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. When her mother rescued Xia Weilon from the zombie tide back then, the boy was covered in blood, looking utterly pitiful, and it was hard to tell if it was someone else's or his own. Xia Weilon was very wary of people at that time. He wouldn't allow anyone to approach him except for her mother, and he adamantly refused to go to the hospital. So her mother had to invite a doctor to their home for an examination. Initially, Xia Weilon was full of hostility towards the doctor, insisting that he wasn't injured and that the blood was from killing mutated beasts, even saying that if they were worried he had been bitten by a zombie, he could leave. Her mother naturally disagreed, gently holding Xia Weilon's hand and explaining that it wasn't about fearing he had been bitten by a zombie. People who had awakened their abilities weren't afraid of that. However, if a person without awakened abilities was bitten by a zombie, the blood that flowed out would turn green instead of remaining bright red, so they were mainly worried about his physical condition. She also said that if Xia Weilon was unwilling to accept the doctor's examination, she could examine him herself. Only then did Xia Weilon reluctantly agree. The examination results were very surprising. Xia Weilon indeed had no major wounds on him. The injuries he had were all very subtle and not easily noticeable, with his inner thighs covered in tiny needle marks. According to the doctor, those were traces left by repeated and continuous stabbing. Clearly, this boy must have endured unimaginable torment. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he became the way he was later. Zombies and mutated beasts were certainly terrifying, but sometimes human hearts were even more frightening. At that time, Xia Weilon was just a child, and he was so good-looking. What kind of person could bear to treat him like that? Chapter 55, Thunder Academy, 2. In the evening, at the Lin family home. After Lin Haonan and his few confidants were all drugged by the sweet soup sent by Liao Yao, Liao Yao and Lin Jiangyue dragged a huge suitcase to the underground parking lot, preparing to drive away. However, Lin Jiangyue unexpectedly encountered a man next to the car, Li Yaoyao's lover, Sun Tianyu. Upon seeing them, Sun Tianyu immediately approached with a flattering smile to greet them. Lin Jiangyue showed no good attitude towards Sun Tianyu. She liked handsome and charming men, but she also despised those who lacked any backbone and only knew how to please women. She pretended not to see Sun Tianyu, frowned, and pulled Li Yaoyao aside, lowering her voice. "Mother, aren't we supposed to look for my biological father? Why did you call him here? This kind of man is just for fun. You can't take him seriously." Li Yaoyao's expression was complicated as she glanced at Sun Tianyu, who stood not far away. Although this man had no special abilities, he was very good-looking and particularly skilled at winning her favor. He would even proactively offer himself to be whipped when she was in a bad mood. That was rare. Throughout her life, she had always catered to other men. She needed a man to cater to her. After a moment of silence, Li Yaoyao also lowered her voice and said to Lin Jiangyue, "Ningning, he is just here in the capacity of servant to serve us, just like now. It won't affect the main matter." "How can it not?" Lin Jiangyue replied unhappily. "You said it yourself. My biological father is not that useless Lin Haonan. What if he accidentally realizes the true relationship between you and this man? Is there still a chance he would acknowledge us?" "Ningning, don't worry. Mother will be very careful. We have a lot of experience in this matter," Li Yaoyao assured Lin Jiangyue. "To outsiders, Sun Tianyu is just a servant. I won't have any further relationship with him until your father acknowledges us." But Lin Jiangyue wanted to object, but was interrupted by Li Yaoyao. "All right, Ningning. After all, Mother has lived with your biological father. I know what I'm doing," Li Yaoyao said. "Can you just give Mother some face and pretend you don't see him? Besides, we need someone to drive us, right? Are you and I supposed to do it ourselves?" Lin Jiangyue. Li Yaoyao had said enough, and Lin Jiangyue really had no choice but to nod and say, "Let us get this straight. He absolutely cannot interfere with our plans. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Li Yaoyao sighed in relief and smiled. "No problem. If he dares to interfere with our plans, not to mention you. My mother will be the first to disagree. Miss, let me help you with that. Sun Tianyu hurriedly came to take the suitcase from Lin Jiangnings's hand. But she pushed him away. Get lost. Sun Tianyu. Lin Jiangning has always called the shots, but he doesn't dare to get angry at all. After the apocalypse, order is chaotic, and, as an ordinary person without any powers, if he doesn't have a backing, he is worse than a dog. Sun Tianyu looked at Li Yaoyao beside him with trepidation. Madam, this. Li Yaoyao smiled and handed him the suitcase in her hand. Ning Ning just has this temperament. Please be understanding. Sun Tianyu also smiled and said, Miss, this is truly your character. Li Yaoyao patted his face. I like your understanding nature. Let's go. At the Song family. Spare me, young master. Spare me. Please spare me. The screams of the girls echoed. Song Chuhang seemed to go mad, swinging the steel whip in his hand, lashing the several girls, serving him until they were bloodied and bruised. These girls were ordinary people without any powers, and in a short time, they all fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Song Chuhang was still not satisfied. Ever since he killed those two girls, he became increasingly obsessed with the feeling of tormenting others. Only when the whip struck these girls and he heard their terrified and piercing screams could he find a sense of achievement as a man. It was the only way to slightly quell the surging resentment in his heart. He thought the opportunity to deal with that little wench Xia Weilon had finally come. But he didn't expect her to be a dual-element ability user with such a high level, that even Gu Qisong, the head of the Gu family and a level 10 ability user, failed to kill her. It seemed he even suffered a considerable loss. When would he be able to take revenge? He wanted to torture that little wench to death. Song Chuhang was enraged, the whip cracking against the girls lying on the ground, but those girls no longer had the strength to scream. When Song Changfeng entered, this was the scene he saw. He hurriedly stopped Song Chuhang and snatched the whip from his hand. Chuhang, stop hitting them. If you continue, they will all be dead. Dead or not, what's the difference? Song Chuhang's expression was crazed. They're just a few lowly commoners like that little wench. Do you still care about them, father? Song Changfeng. Song Changfeng sighed deeply, signaling his subordinates to carry the fainted girls out, then closed the door and sat down beside Song Chuhang. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chuhang, I will speak frankly with you. Not only do you hate that little wench, but I also hate her. I hope every day that she meets a miserable end, but just thinking about it is useless. What if you kill all the servants of the Song family? Or even all the ordinary people in City A? That little wench is still living freely with that little wench Lin Jiangyue. Song Chuhang. Song Chuhang's eyes were filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. Then, father, what do you suggest we do now? Even the Gu family can't handle them. What can we do? Song Changfeng shook his head. Chuhang, you can't say that. Gu Qisong just made a mistake and let them escape. It's not that he can't handle it all the time. Besides, as long as we have the backing of the central base, he can continue to recruit more powerful ability users, and that is our opportunity. Song Chuhang was taken aback. Father means to rely on the Gu family? Chapter 56 Thunder Academy 3 What? What do you mean Yao Yao and Ning Ning are both missing? What does missing mean? Lin Xiao, I tell you, you better not talk nonsense here. Lin Haonan was so furious that he jumped up in rage, pointing at his trusted aide Lin Xiaohu and cursing loudly. Lin Xiaohu usually earns Lin Haonan's trust and can be considered a notable figure in City A. At this moment, he was being scolded, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, feeling quite displeased. He said with a stern face, Head of the family, I am not talking nonsense. Just now, the maid in charge of tidying up the rooms came to report to me that the ladies' and young ladies' rooms are completely empty. Aside from the furniture and bedding, there is nothing valuable left. Also, the most valuable car in the underground garage is missing. I advise you to check your current room as well, to see if there are any valuable items left. Lin Haonan. Nonsense. Nonsense. Yao Yao is the person I love the most. Ning Ning is my biological daughter. How could? Lin Haonan felt dizzy and his lips trembled so much that he could barely speak. As if to prove his words, he suddenly jumped off the bed and shakily reached for a cabinet beside the bed. These are all the gifts Yao Yao gave me. Even the cheapest one is worth tens of thousands of contribution points. She takes forever to get over it when she buys something slightly expensive for herself, but she never hesitates to spend contribution points on me. She loves me so much, how could she? His voice trailed off abruptly. Lin Haonan looked at the once full cabinet of valuable items with a face full of astonishment. Now it was empty, leaving only a photo of him, Li Yaoyao, and Lin Jiangyue from the past. At that time, Lin Jiangyue was only 3 years old, and Li Yaoyao had not officially married him yet. She was shyly leaning against him, holding Lin Jiangyue, with eyes full of admiration and affection, like a delicate daughter flower. He truly liked Li Yaoyao far more than he liked Chu Huaiga, who was Lin Jiangyue's mother. He married Chu Huaiga solely for her family background, even though she was much more beautiful than Li Yaoyao. However, Chu Huaiga was too outstanding and too strong-willed. Everyone who saw him standing next to Chu Huaiga had 2 obvious words written in their eyes: unworthy. Those people unanimously believed he was not worthy of Chu Huaiga and thought that her marrying him was like a beautiful flower growing on cow dung. Everyone felt that Chu Huaiga marrying him was a great grievance. But in fact, the one who was truly aggrieved should be him. The reason Chu Huaiga married him was not because she liked him, but because she had been abandoned by some wild man whose origins were unknown. He had once been one of Chu Huaiga's many pursuers and had seen that wild man from a distance. Although it was just a side profile, once seen, one could never forget that kind of person. He was an extremely handsome man. To what extent? Among all the men he had seen growing up, the only one who could be compared to him in appearance was that little brat Xia Weilon. However, Xia Weilon definitely did not attract women like that wild man did. Xia Weilon was indifferent, keeping people at arm's length, while that wild man was passionate, as if he radiated light. Chu Huaiga was also pregnant with that wild man's child. At that time, it was not the end of the world, and Chu Huaiga's father was a very reputable man who could not tolerate such a scandal. So he immediately forced Chu Huaiga to abort the child. However, Chu Huaiga stubbornly refused, repeatedly claiming that she was in true love with that wild man. Chu Huaiga was strong-willed, and in the end, her father could not overpower her, so he had to agree to let her keep the child. The condition he proposed was that Chu Huaiga had to get married. Chu Huaiga chose him. He was not happy at all. This did not mean he had one among Chu Huaiga's many suitors. Rather, it meant that in Chu Huaiga's eyes, he was the easiest to manipulate among her suitors. Even if he knew the secret, he would not have the courage to reveal it. She even completely laid everything out for him without considering his feelings, saying she just wanted to find a father for the child in her belly. She said he could refuse if he didn't want to, but this secret had to remain buried forever in his heart. Otherwise, the consequences were beyond what he could bear. If he was willing, he would have to treat her child as his own, and she would fulfill her duties as a wife. She made it very clear, even looking down on the idea of deceiving him. This was an immense humiliation for a man, to have already lost her virtue before marriage and have a child. What use was there in being virtuous after marriage? God knows how much he wanted to just walk away at that time like in a novel, shouting, "Do not look down on the poor youth." For so many years, he had been stifled and depressed until he met Li Yaoyao, who was full of him and thought of everything for him, and he finally felt he had found true love. He cherished Li Yaoyao like a treasure and loved their daughter like the apple of his eye. Under Li Yaoyao's encouragement, he risked his life to design the death of Chu Huaiga just to marry Li Yaoyao openly. But now, as soon as he encountered a little difficulty, she couldn't wait to take all the valuables and leave with her daughter. Is this the wife and daughter he had loved for so many years? This was to drive him to his death. Could it be that all the sincerity over the years was fake? Lin Haonan's already not-so-handsome face was almost twisted. Lin Xiaohu did not move. He leaned against the door with his arms crossed and said coldly, "I'm afraid not." Lin Haonan's hand, which was about to open the door, paused. He frowned and looked at Lin Xiaohu. "What do you mean? Why can't we?" Lin Haoran was stunned for a moment, then suddenly exploded in anger. "Lin Xiaohu, what do you mean by that? You are also a member of the Lin family. I have to report to the Gu family. Do you think you can run away? Are you planning to betray us from the inside?" "Betray from inside?" "Oomph." Lin Xiaohu snorted. "Lin Haonan, your daughter has caused such a big disaster for the entire Lin family, and you still have the nerve to say I'm betraying you. I'm doing this to prevent the Lin family from being ruined by a useless person like you. Let me tell you, you better obediently follow me to the Gu family head and apologize, or don't blame me for being rude." "Rude? Lin Haonan's eyes widened in anger. I want to see how you plan to be rude. Bang! Lin Xiaohu is a strength-type ability user. He punched Lin Haonan in the mouth, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. Chapter 57 Thunder Academy 4 Song Family. Master Gu, spare me. Master Gu, please spare me. Lin Haonan, with a bruised face, lay on the ground like a dog, constantly bowing his head. I swear I have no relationship with that little bitch Lin Jiangyue. That little bitch. She's just a wild child. Gu Qisong sat on the sofa with a stern expression and remained silent, while Song Chuhang said in a teasing tone, Lin Haonan, the whole city knows that Lin Jiangyue is your daughter. This is getting pointless. Normally, Lin Haonan would have shouted at Song Chuhang, but today he could only feel angry but not speak. I really didn't lie. Lin Haonan, with his ghastly face, crawled to Gu Qisong's feet. Head of the Gu family, please ask these people to leave. I can prove it. Song Chuhang coldly replied. Even if you want to prove it, why can't it be in front of everyone? I think you have ulterior motives. Lin Haonan. In a critical moment, Lin Haonan burst out with unprecedented cleverness. Song Chuhang, stop trying to sow discord here. The head of the Gu family is so powerful that he could crush me with just one finger. What ability do I have to harbor ill intentions? After saying this, he smiled obsequiously at Gu Qisong. Head Gu, don't you think so? His flattery was quite on point, but Gu Qisong coldly snorted. Chuang, take your people out first. I don't even take a waste like him seriously. Song Chuhang was reluctant to leave, but dared not defy Gu Qisong's orders. So he had no choice but to agree and unwillingly took his people out. Only Gu Qisong and Lin Haonan were left in the room. Gu Qisong kicked Lin Haonan hard. Speak quickly. Spill it out. Lin Haonan let out a suppressed scream from his throat. He trembled as he said, Master Gu, please see reason. That little wretch Lin Jiangyue is really not my daughter. She was born from her mother and another wild man. As he spoke, he shakily took something out of his bosom and presented it with both hands. This is what that wild man left behind. Gu Qisong's pupils constricted upon seeing the object. Before the apocalypse, the Gu family was famously a prominent family, and because of their connection with the Gu family, he had once been fortunate enough to see a picture of this item. It was a diamond ring named Heart of the Night Sea, which had been auctioned for nearly $1 billion in a gathering of powerful elites, won by Lin family's young master, Lin Jiangyue. The Lin family, as a prestigious family on par with the Gu family, naturally cannot see the true appearance of the other party due to their status. However, it is said that Lin Jiangyue and Gu Zishi have 2 major similarities, the same handsome looks and the same rebellious nature. The 2 are also the easiest to compare with each other. Gu Zishi is as cold as moonlight. Lin Jiangyue is as warm as the scorching sun. Lin Jiangyue passed through the sea of flowers, changing girlfriends every day with beauties of all shapes and sizes, never repeating his choices. He spent lavishly, making beautiful women laugh, leading countless women to fall for him and seek their lives for him. But he remained untouched, only playing without emotional attachment. After having enough fun, he left a letter and went out to see the world. To this day, there has been no news, and after many years in the apocalypse, he has not shown up, leaving others to wonder whether he is dead or alive, or where he has gone. After the apocalypse, the Lin family without Lin Jiangyue naturally cannot compare to the Gu family under Gu Zishi's control and can only settle in the northwest base. Of course, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, and they're still much stronger than these smaller families. Lin Jiangyue has many women, but has never allowed anyone to bear a child. If that little wretch named Lin Jiangyue is truly Lin Jiangyue's daughter, then she is likely the only bloodline left in the world. As a descendant of Lin Jiangyue, as long as one possesses outstanding abilities, there is a great possibility of becoming the next heir that the Lin family will spare no effort to cultivate. As for the key, it lies in this heavenly sea knight's heart. Lin Jiangyue once declared that whoever had the ability to take this diamond ring from him would be qualified to become his rightful wife and the mistress of the Lin family. If someone could take this diamond ring to the Lin family to claim their ancestry, they would undoubtedly gain a lot of benefits from the Lin family. Gu Qisong's expression became vague. Human greed is insatiable. Once one has the mountain, they still aspire for Shu. After meeting Wang Laowu, Lin Jiangyue increasingly resonated with this saying. After a few meals, the other party was no longer satisfied with ready-made eggs, sausages, biscuits, and sandwiches, insisting on having stir-fry dishes. Now that her space was well-stocked, although it wasn't impossible to cook, it was still inconvenient outside, so after much consideration, Lin Jiangyue still did not agree. As a result, Wang Laowu remained sorrowful, constantly murmuring day and night. One day in the car, her.The finally lost his patience. Wang Laowu, do you even know how precious food is in the apocalypse? There are plenty of people without abilities who would kill for a steamed bun. You're lucky to have so much food every day, yet you're here being picky and nagging. Just think about the days when we used to gnaw on tree bark and drink nutrient solution. Wang Laowu retorted, why should I think about those painful days? I'm so old now. This was the 369th time in one day, and everyone was almost able to recite it by heart. Xia Weilon drove with a blank expression while her.The angrily covered his ears. Lin Jiangyue sighed deeply and helplessly said to Xia Weilon, pull over. Chapter 58 Thunder Academy 5. Based on her experience of surviving in the wild in her previous life, Lin Jiangyue quickly directed her.The to set up a makeshift stove. Once everything was ready, Lin Jiangyue began to cook. At this time in her last life, her cooking skills were actually quite average. But as time in the apocalypse stretched on, the scarcity of resources became increasingly severe. With so little food available, she could only work hard on her cooking techniques, striving to improve the taste of those ingredients so they wouldn't be particularly difficult to swallow, gradually honing her superb culinary skills. In less than half an hour, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. Wang Laowu and her.The's stomachs began to rumble again. The dishes were quickly served. The cold dishes included cucumber salad, tomato salad, and shredded potato salad. The hot dishes consisted of scallion lamb, black pepper baked fish, and crispy chicken steak. Additionally, there was a bowl of chicken noodle soup for each person with a slightly fried, golden egg in each bowl. With this large spread of dishes, even in the apocalypse, let alone before it, it was enough to make one's mouth water. her.The stared wide-eyed, while Wang Laowu looked at the food, anxiously scratching his ears and cheeks, wishing he could grab the plate and swallow it all at once. Lin Jiangyue greeted them with a smile. Elderly, Iron Tower, come over and eat. Wang Laowu was equally unwilling to show weakness, but instead of eating the bowl of chicken noodle soup in front of him, he directly reached for 2 pieces of crispy chicken and stuffed them into his mouth as if he hadn't eaten anything for 7 or 8 days. Lin Jiangyue looked at it with a mix of amusement and helplessness, turned to call over Xia Weilon beside her to hurry up and eat. But before she could say anything, a fried egg was already being offered to her mouth. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback. You eat, I have some here. Xia Weilon shook her head and insisted you eat first. The fried egg still persistently hovered by Lin Jiangyue's mouth. Lin Jiangyue's face turned slightly red again. She knew she couldn't resist Xia Weilon, so she could only lower her head and take a gentle bite. It was tender and refreshing, indicating that the fried egg was cooked very successfully. Lin Jiangyue was very satisfied. She picked up the poached egg from her bowl and brought it to Xia Weilon's mouth, whispering, you should eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Xia Weilon responded with a soft mm and lowered her head to gently take a bite of the poached egg Lin Jiangyue offered. The two of them fed each other, creating an ambiguous and harmonious atmosphere. The several plates in front of them were as clean as if they had been washed with water. Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilon, her.The's face, full of stubble, turned bright red. He hadn't intended to eat so cleanly, but the dishes were so delicious that he nearly swallowed his tongue. He simply couldn't hold back. Moreover, with Wang Laowu beside him gobbling down food. Even if he didn't eat, all the dishes would probably end up in the other person's stomach. However, Wang Laowu still wore a cheerful smile, sighing, you 2 little kids are really enviable. The old man has heard that there's a saying, those in love can be satisfied with just drinking water, and today I finally witnessed it. No worries, you 2 continue. Continue, don't mind us. After saying that, he took out a handful of lychees that he had put away earlier and placed one in each empty plate. Come, the old man treats you to lychees. Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilon, her.The The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. If it were in the past, Zhou Qieta would have definitely scolded someone like Wang Laowu for his shameless behavior. But today he just lowered his head in deep shame. Because he had eaten no less than Wang Laowu. Lin Jiangyue shot a subtle glare at Xia Weilan, who innocently blinked back at her with a puzzled expression. Lin Jiangyue turned her face away and smiled at Wang Laowu and Zhou Qieta, saying, "Elder Qieta, have you eaten enough?" Hearing her ask this, Wang Laowu reached out to touch his belly and said with a frown, "Old man just started to feel a bit hungry." Zhou Qieta didn't say anything and buried his head even lower. The food was simply too delicious. He had never tasted anything like it before the apocalypse. Not only was he not full, but he felt hungrier the more he ate. He even suspected that he had become a foodie like Wang Laowu. Lin Jiangyue said, "Taita, don't be shy. I know you have a big appetite. There's plenty in the pot. Eat as much as you want." "Oh my gosh, you are really so considerate." Wang Laowu was both surprised and delighted, and immediately rushed over to grab a plate and start eating. "Wang Laowu, leave some for me." After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Qieta also pounced on it. Lin Jiangyue covered her mouth and smiled for a moment, then quietly said to Xia Weilan, "You should hurry up and eat a bit too. I worked hard to make this. Don't let it be that you haven't even had a bite." Xia Weilan replied, "Let's eat together." Lin Jiangyue pouted and said speechlessly, "Can't you be a little more restrained in front of Wang Laowu and Zhou Qieta?" Did you see their expressions just now? Their eyes almost popped out. Xia Weilan. Regarding this question, Xia Weilan thought seriously for a moment and then replied earnestly, "No." Lin Jiangyue choked for a moment. "Why?" Xia Weilan said, "First, I've already said before, they already know and they want to mind. Second, I want everyone to know that I like you. You are mine alone, and I am yours alone." Lin Jiangyue. After having dinner, several people got back into the car. Zhou Qieta was very happy after eating and insisted on driving again, but Lin Jiangyue firmly refused. So, Xia Weilan was still in charge of driving. With Lin Jiangyue sitting in the passenger seat, Zhou Qieta and Wang Laowu were in the back seat, occasionally exchanging a few words. This place was not within the safety base's protection range. There were no pedestrians on the road, only a few cars passing by occasionally. Because Lin Jiangyue was in the car, Xia Weilan drove very steadily, and soon the people who had eaten began to feel drowsy. At that moment, a panicked voice suddenly rang out not far away. "Help me! Help!" As the voice sounded, a young woman covered in blood rushed out from the side, spreading her arms to block the car. Chapter 59 Thunder Academy 6. The woman rushed out without warning, startling Zhou Qieta in the back seat. Zhou Qieta exclaimed, "Hit the brakes, or we'll run her over." However, Xia Weilan didn't even blink. He suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the car brushed past the woman's body, kicking up a cloud of dust. Watching the car disappear, the panic on the woman's face immediately vanished, and she spat on the ground in displeasure. At the same time, about 10 burly men with steel knives and iron rods emerged from the nearby forest. The leader had a very fierce expression, and he shouted, "We haven't had any business for several days, and now we've finally found a fat sheep, and you let her get away." Seeing the car they were driving, it was clear they were from a wealthy family, and there could be plenty of rare supplies in the car. But the woman coldly said, "She won't get away. Look at the direction they're driving. They will definitely pass through the misty forest, and no one knows it better than us. Let's chase after them." Zhou Qieta complained, "Teacher, why didn't you stop just now? What if we had run that woman over?" Wang Laowu shook his head and said, Qieta, I didn't expect you, being so tall and strong, to be so tender-hearted. What? Did you fall for that pretty woman? What tender-hearted? What falling for her?" Zhou Qieta angrily replied, "Wang Laowu, stop talking nonsense. I just thought that woman looked pitiful." All right. Lin Jiangyue quickly intervened. "Qieta, I know you're warm-hearted, but this world is different from before. It's better to be careful in everything. Who knows if the other party really needs help or has ulterior motives? It's naturally better to avoid trouble." Zhou Qieta had to fall silent. As they got closer to the forest, for some reason, Lin Jiangyue suddenly felt dizzy and somewhat uncomfortable. She turned to Wang Laowu and asked, "Old man, where is this place? Do you recognize it? It seems a bit eerie." Wang Laowu, leaning back with his eyes closed, opened them a crack and lazily said, the misty forest. There's poison in the fog of this forest, so getting close will make people feel uncomfortable. But it's nothing serious. We're in the car, and one T come into contact with the fog. We'll be fine after driving through for a while. Zhou snorted coldly. It's easy for you to say. You're not the one driving. While speaking, Lin Jiangyue felt another wave of dizziness. She immediately understood Zhou Tieta's implication. Driving like this, how could they continue? Lin Jiangyue looked at Xia Weilan beside her with some concern and whispered, "Are you okay?" Xia Weilan stared ahead and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine. My dark-type ability is the nemesis of all toxins. This fog can't do anything to me." After a pause, she added, "Ceci's, if you're feeling uncomfortable, just close your eyes and rest for a while. I'll speed up a bit." Lin Jiangyue rubbed her forehead, but did not close her eyes. "I'm fine too. Just focus on driving." Xia Weilan nodded slightly, said nothing more, and accelerated the car. It was noisy, sounding like crying and laughter, making people feel disturbed. Hearing this sound, Zhou Tieta straightened up and said in a deep voice, "There are people ahead, a lot of people." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of figures appeared in their line of sight. Most of those people were kneeling on the ground, trembling, with only 8 or 9 standing. Among those kneeling were elderly people with white hair, children around 10 years old, pregnant women with big bellies, and men and women with faces full of fear. The standing ones were whistling, laughing heartily, and one person was excitedly waving a long whip, striking a boy lying on the ground who looked barely alive. That boy seemed unable to move at all. They completely blocked the road, and the car could not get through. Xia Weilan slowly stopped the car. "Oh, looks like we have some friends coming. Want to come play?" Hearing the roar of the car, the 7 or 8 standing people turned to look over at them in unison. One young man in a black jacket with dyed red hair walked over, holding a steel pipe as thick as an arm, and knocked on the car window, signaling them to get out. The glass was very hard, but under the pounding of the steel pipe, several cracks appeared faintly. It was clear that the other party was definitely an ability user, and a very strong one at that, so it was possible that everyone with him was also an ability user. But look at those people kneeling on the ground. Their faces are all dark, Zhou Tieta said. There must be someone among them with mirror-type abilities who can transfer the damage taken by themselves or their teammates to others. Lin Jiangyue. The mirror-type ability is also a relatively rare power. Those who possess this ability can transfer damage, making them very difficult to kill. If that's the case, combined with the toxins in the mist of the misty forest, once we engage in a fight with this group of people, they may be at a disadvantage. At this moment, there were sounds of commotion and insults coming from outside. Words similar to waste and turtle could be faintly heard. Wang Laowu sat firmly like a mountain, while Zhou Tieta's eyes widened in anger, and he shouted as he was about to get out of the car. Wang Laowu quickly grabbed him. "Tieta, you can't get out. It's different outside than inside the car. The mist is too thick, and you'll faint if you get out." Zhou Tieta glared at him. "If we don't get out, what do you suggest we do? Just hide in the car? Do you really think we're turtles?" Wang Laowu glanced at Xia Weilan in front of them, smiling and said, "Isn't your teacher here? The misty forest and the sunset forest are both places without sunlight, perfect for his abilities to shine." Xia Weilan. Lin Jiangyue. From what Wang Laowu means, it seems that he wants Xia Weilan to deal with these people alone. Lin Jiangyue looked at Xia Weilan. "Is it okay?" In the blink of an eye, the head of the young man in the black jacket flew off, blood splattering against the car window. The uproar and curses suddenly ceased. Chapter 60. The Misty Forest 1. The Misty Forest was a weakening force for Lin Jiangyue, Wang Laowu, and Zhou Tieta, but for Xia Weilan, it was a maximum enhancement. Shadows surged wildly around, mercilessly reaping the lives of those who had not yet reacted, leaving only the one with mirror-type abilities. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye. The opponent only had time to save himself and was utterly powerless to assist his teammates. Seeing the sudden turn of events, the survivors kneeling on the ground were thrown into chaos, bravely getting up to flee. Without living people, damage could not be transferred. The mirror-type ability's user's face changed dramatically, but now he was alone and could not possibly keep all those trying to escape. So he gritted his teeth and grabbed a pregnant woman who was desperately trying to flee but was hindered by her condition, pressing the knife against her neck. The pregnant woman let out a painful, terrified whimper. The steel knife drew a line of blood on her neck. The mirror-type abilities user covered her mouth and glared fiercely at the expressionless Xia Weilon. You! Who are you? How? How can you not be afraid of this poison? I tell you, you better let me go. Otherwise, I will stab this woman's belly. The pregnant woman trembled in fear, making muffled, whimpering sounds from her covered mouth. Her eyes filled with pleading and a desire to survive as she tried to protect her belly even at this life-and-death moment. Xia Weilon watched this scene with utter indifference, completely ignoring the panicked mirror-type abilities user. The poison in the misty forest was unbearable even for ordinary abilities users, let alone an ordinary person without any abilities. Once the poison was inhaled, whether it was those who had just fled or the pregnant woman in front of him, there was no chance of survival. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, they would have to endure the pain of being corroded by the poison. Perhaps he could help her, ending this suffering early. Thinking of this, the shadows around surged wildly again. Countless hands emitting black mist reached up from ground, grabbing the mirror-type abilities user's calves. The mirror-type abilities user could transfer damage to living people, but could not escape the hands that had grabbed him. He let out a terrified scream. Let go. Let these things go. Otherwise, I will kill this woman. I will definitely kill this woman. Ah! The steel knife was raised high, the cold light illuminating the woman's terrified face. But at this moment, the mirror-type abilities user suddenly froze. His hand covering the woman's mouth involuntarily loosening, and the steel knife abruptly slipped from his grasp, falling towards the woman. As the blade was about to fall on the woman, she desperately hugged her belly, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Xia Weilon's gaze slightly narrowed. However, he reacted extremely quickly. In an instant, the shadows transformed into two vines, one wrapping around the steel knife, while the other gently coiled around the woman's waist, pulling her out of the control of the abilities user. At the same time, the abilities user swayed twice and fell to the ground with a thud. In a short while, he was devoured by a huge mouth that suddenly appeared from the ground, emanating thick black mist, leaving behind only a pile of bones with scattered flesh. Behind that pile of bones stood a bloodied boy holding a steel knife. It was the boy who had previously been whipped to the brink of death. He had awakened his abilities at the critical moment and unexpectedly killed the mirror-type abilities user. The boy looked to be no more than 14 or 15 years old. He had definitely stabbed the mirror-type abilities user more than once, and blood was still flowing steadily from the steel knife in his hand. But his expression was extremely indifferent, showing no signs of fear, only staring intently at Xia Weilon without blinking. Xia Weilon tilted his head, suddenly feeling a reflection of himself in this boy. After a moment of silence, Xia Weilon said softly, "You can go. The poison in the forest is heavy. Even if you awaken your abilities, you won't last long." The boy said nothing but turned to look at the pregnant woman kneeling on the ground. Even though Xia Weilon had saved her, she was already in a dying state due to the shock and the deep poisoning. Her face was pale and extremely unwell. The boy bit his lip and said softly, "She helped me just now. I want to take her with me." Xia Weilon was taken aback. Of course you can. He hadn't intended to save anyone, but now that he had coincidentally saved her, even though he knew she was doomed, it didn't seem right to leave her to fend for herself in the forest. Letting the boy take her away would save him the trouble. Before the apocalypse, he still had kindness. After the apocalypse, he had long stopped caring about other people's business. However, the boy was in extremely poor condition, barely able to walk out of the forest himself. If he took along a nearly incapacitated pregnant woman, he might end up losing his life here. So, Xia Weilon hesitated for a moment and finally reminded him, "But it will probably be very difficult for you to carry her out of the forest. And she has no abilities. She can't resist the poison at all. She probably won't last long." Knowing that Xia Weilon was mostly speaking the truth, the boy hesitated slightly, a look of uncertainty appearing on his face. After all, this was the apocalypse. Even if he had good intentions, he couldn't be recklessly kind. If there was a chance to save her, it was worth taking the risk, but if it was destined to be impossible, why should he risk his own life? The pregnant woman, determined to protect the child in her belly, still had consciousness at this moment, and upon hearing this, She couldn't help but burst into tears. She saw the hesitation in the boy's eyes and was terrified that he might abandon her after hearing Xia Weilan's words. She exerted her last bit of strength to crawl to the boy's feet, grabbing his pant leg, pleading, "Little brother, please, please save me, save my child. He is almost 9 months old. He is about to come into this world. Please, please save my child. My husband and I, are good people. We have never done anything bad. I was just out to buy some necessities for the baby, but who would have thought I would be brought here?" The pregnant woman sobbed softly, her cries causing both Xia Weilan and the boy to feel a bit disturbed. Apart from Xia Weilan, who had dark abilities, others, even abilities users, would be affected by the poison. Although it was not as unbearable inside the car as outside, it was certainly uncomfortable, and he planned to leave this place with Lin Jiangyue as soon as possible. It seemed that this boy was different from him. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't be swayed by others' words, but the boy was clearly conflicted. He knew he still wanted to save her. Xia Weilan said lightly, "I've said all I can. You should consider what to do." As a result, he had not taken 2 steps when suddenly, a thud came from behind. Chapter 61. The Misty Forest 2. The young man bowed 3 times to him. I beg you to drive us for a while. As long as you are willing to take us out, my life will be yours from now on. You can ask me to do anything." The young man spoke with a strong and resolute tone. Xia Weilan was slightly taken aback. "Anything? Then what if I ask you to kill someone?" There was a hint of cold sarcasm in her tone. Xia Weilan took 2 steps forward and whispered, so that only the 2 of them could hear, "What if I ask you to kill this woman? Would you do it? If you kill her, I'll take you out. How about that?" The young man suddenly looked up, disbelief in his eyes. "I won't kill innocent people." "Then don't say you can do anything," Xia Weilan said with a cold smile, and suddenly raised her voice. "I don't mind taking someone out, but there's only 1 spot in the car. We can only take 1 person. You choose who to take, but you have 1 minute to decide." "I'm in a hurry." The young man, the pregnant woman. The air became momentarily tense. The pregnant woman looked at the young man with a face full of pleading, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her meaning was clear. She was not alone. She still had her child. She had to fight to live for her child. The young man gritted his teeth. "Then take her out." After a pause, he looked at the pregnant woman. "Just to thank you for helping me before, from now on, whether you live or die, I owe you nothing." After saying that, he bowed to Xia Weilan, stood up with a steel knife propped on the ground, and ran off without hesitation. His leg seemed injured, limping awkwardly, a ridiculous sight. Xia Weilan. At this moment, the pregnant woman was becoming weaker and weaker. She almost crawled to Xia Weilan's feet with the last bit of strength. I beg you. Xia Weilan said nothing, but she helped the pregnant woman into the car. Since the conversation wasn't too loud, Lin Jiangyue and the others didn't hear what Xia Weilan and the young man discussed. Now, seeing Xia Weilan suddenly bringing a fainted pregnant woman into the car, Zhou Qieta was startled and said with a face of resistance, "Teacher, what are you doing? Don't put her next to me." Xia Weilan ignored him, shoved the pregnant woman to the back, quickly closed the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. Zhou Qieta was in a flurry, trying to push the pregnant woman towards Wang Laowu. Wang Laowu dodged while sighing. "Tieta, can you calm down for a moment?" Zhou Qieta angrily said. "If you let her sit by you, I will definitely calm down." "All right, Tieta, can you say less? What is the big deal with her sitting next to you for a while?" After the apocalypse, there were too many ordinary people who were powerless to protect themselves. Helping appropriately was fine, but bringing such a person into the car could cause a lot of trouble, especially since she was pregnant. Xia Weilan recounted the events and said softly, "Sorry, Cici, I didn't consult you beforehand." "It's fine," Lin Jiangyue smiled. "You can make the decision. But you just said that young man was quite good. Actually, if we squeeze a bit, there is still room in the car. It's not necessary to let him leave. He chose himself," Xia Weilan said. This woman didn't hesitate at all. "If it were me, I wouldn't save her." "I wouldn't either," Lin Jiangyue shrugged. "Anyway, we are just responsible for bringing her out of this misty forest. What happens afterward is not our concern." Xia Weilan nodded. Zhou Qieta and Wang Laowu were pushing the woman back and forth in the back. Zhou Qieta's face was ashen. "Teacher, but I see this woman is already breathing more out than in." Just as Zhou Qieta finished speaking, The pregnant woman beside him suddenly whimpered, her soft hand touching his hand. Zhou Tieta was startled again. He thought she had woken up and said in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing?" The pregnant woman hadn't woken up. She was still unconscious but tightly protecting her belly. Wang Laowu sighed as he saw this. As a mother for her child, she's not wrong. It's just the state of the world now. Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilan, Zhou Tieta. Indeed, if this were before the apocalypse, no one here would neglect a pregnant woman. As soon as Wang Laowu said this, everyone fell silent. Even Zhou Tieta became much more subdued. The car moved quickly while trying to maintain stability, and along the way, they saw many ordinary people collapse by the roadside, eroded by toxic gas. They would never be able to escape this foggy forest on their own. Xia Weilan drove expressionlessly, and Zhou Tieta stopped pushing the pregnant woman, instead trying to sit as far away from her as possible. How could someone run so fast? Xia Weilan instinctively glanced at that person and was momentarily taken aback, causing the car to slow down slightly. Lin Jiangyue immediately sensed something was off. "What? Do you know him?" Xia Weilan replied, "It's that boy from just now. He was injured but could run so fast. Maybe his awakened ability is related to speed." Lin Jiangyue raised an eyebrow slightly and said to Xia Weilan, "We're about to leave the misty forest. It would be a pity to leave him here. Let's stop and take a look. If he's not dead yet, we'll bring him up." Xia Weilan hesitated for a moment but didn't object. He stopped the car and walked over to the boy, bending down to check his breath, only to have his wrist grabbed by someone. The boy suddenly opened his eyes. They stared at each other in surprise. The boy released Xia Weilan's hand and awkwardly said, "Why? Why is it you?" Xia Weilan. Chapter 62, Misty Forest 3. The boy was momentarily stunned and spoke in a muffled voice. "Why did you suddenly change your mind? Do you pity me?" He wanted to live, but he didn't need anyone's pity. Xia Weilan looked at the boy and after a moment, shook his head slightly. "I won't pity anyone. I changed my mind because..." He paused and continued, "Although I don't quite agree with what you did just now, I admire you." The boy's eyes became slightly moist as he struggled to sit up. Thank you. I knew you were a good person." "Don't use the term good person to describe me." Naturally, the boy could only sit in the back seat. This made the back seat even more cramped. With Wang Laowu and the boy being slim, it was manageable. But with someone as tall and robust as Zhou Tieta, it was almost impossible to stretch his legs. He glanced at the boy and suddenly snorted coldly. Another delicate, pretty boy. These days there are more and more boys without masculinity. "Hey kid, how old are you? What's your name?" "Damn." Zhou Tieta shook his head like a rattle drum. "It's bad enough to look delicate, but even your name sounds delicate. In this day and age, it's really hard to find someone as masculine as me." "Cough, cough, as masculine as I am." "Zhou Tieta," Lin Jiangyue said, unable to tolerate it any longer. "Don't casually comment on others' appearance and names." Wang Laowu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Zhou Tieta turned his face away with a dark expression. Wang Laowu smiled at Shen Jiamu and said kindly, "Little kid, Tieta loves to talk nonsense, just ignore him. Also, my last name is Wang, so you can call me Grandpa Wang from now on." Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilan. It was just like the first time they met those two. However, Shen Jiamu was clearly much more genuine than the other two. He actually nodded and called out Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang was extremely excited and responded, reaching into his pocket and rummaging around for a long time before finally pulling out a lychee, which he solemnly handed to Shen Jiamu. "Here, little one, this is a gift from Grandpa Wang for our first meeting." Lin Jiangyue, Zhou Tieta. Lychee may be a rare item for others, but they eat it every day now. Wang Laowu rummaged for a long time and ended up finding this. Zhou Tieta looked at him with disdain. Lin Jiangyue helplessly rubbed his forehead. Shen Jiamu, however, shook his head gratefully and returned the lychee to Wang Laowu, saying, "Grandpa Wang, fruits are too precious now. I can't take it. You should keep it for yourself. This child is really too honest." Zhou Tieta scoffed and said, "Wang Laowu, doesn't your conscience hurt?" Wang Laowu rolled his eyes at Zhou Tieta and smiled at Shen Jiamu again, saying, "Little kid, since you call me Grandpa, there's no need to be polite, come on. Eat up." Saying this, he handed the lychee back to Shen Jiamu. Seeing that Wang Laowu insisted on giving it, and being really too hungry, Shen Jiamu peeled the lychee and ate it. The sweet aroma of the lychee intensified his hunger, and suddenly, Shun Xiaomu's stomach let out a loud growl. He awkwardly covered his stomach. Just then, a hand reached out from the front. Lin Jiangyue smiled as she handed over a sandwich. First, have a bite to fill your stomach. It was such a large sandwich. As an ordinary person without abilities or backing, even drinking nutritional liquid had been a luxury for him. He hadn't seen decent food like this in many years. Shun Xiaomu suddenly felt even hungrier. His gaze was fixed on the sandwich, but he hesitated to take it, saying, "I have nothing on me." Lin Jiangyue pushed the sandwich forward again. "It's just a sandwich. Don't be polite. Hurry up and eat. You need to fill your stomach to have strength." Shun Xiaomu was stunned. He felt incredibly grateful towards the girl in front of him, reached out to take the sandwich, and sincerely said, "Thank you." Then, like Wang Laowu and Zhou Qieta, he wolfed down the sandwich in just a few bites. As a result, he felt even hungrier. Having not eaten for a long time, and with his newly awakened powers, his appetite was astonishing. That one sandwich was simply not enough. Lin Jiangyue handed him another egg and a glass of milk. After Shun Xiaomu thanked her, he also took it and ate. He was still very hungry, but at least he had some strength. Although he had a good impression of Shun Xiaomu, he didn't bring out too much food because he didn't know her well enough. She casually chatted with him, asking where he lived and if it was on the way. They could take him along. At the beginning of the apocalypse, his biological parents went missing, and he had been living with his uncle, aunt, and a cousin. His uncle was an ability user, while his aunt and cousin were ordinary people. They didn't like him. They just regarded him as a burden. His cousin was even worse, often beating and scolding him, and he couldn't retaliate. If he did, the other party would always play the victim first. His uncle treated him decently most of the time, but if he had a conflict with his aunt and cousin, they would definitely side with his wife and son. He was still young and had not awakened any abilities, making it very difficult to survive alone in the apocalypse. Therefore, he endured all of this to survive. However, his cousin had once sullied the daughter of an ability user. The girl was fierce and died instantly when she crashed into a pillar. This scared his cousin and his group of friends half to death. Although the order was chaotic in the apocalypse, the daughter of an ability user, even if she was an ordinary person, was not someone easy to provoke. If things went wrong, there could be extremely crazy retaliation. After his cousin and his friends beat him up, they locked him up with the deceased girl, planning to pin everything on him. His uncle's family completely abandoned him. He barely managed to escape with all his strength. Unfortunately, he had just escaped when he encountered a group of crazy ability users and was taken into this foggy forest along with a large group of ordinary people. He was even ruthlessly whipped for refusing to obey their orders. Everyone else remained indifferent, except for a pregnant woman who showed him some sympathy. Even though she couldn't help him much, he was very grateful. He had thought he was surely going to die this time, but unexpectedly, he not only awakened his abilities in a critical moment, but also met Lin Jiangyue and Xiao Weilan. Shun Xiaomu did not hide anything and briefly recounted his story. After hearing his account, Wang Laowu sighed, and Zhou Tieta looked at him with sympathy. Lin Jiangyue and Xiao Weilan did not show any reaction. Shun Xiaomu found it hard to discern their thoughts. His gaze fell on Xiao Weilan as he said softly, "I told you before, as long as you drive us out. From now on, my life is yours. You can ask me to do anything. This still stands. If you're willing to let me follow, I will definitely listen to you, except for indiscriminate killing." After a moment's pause, Shun Xiaomu added, "Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you." Chapter 63, Misty Forest 4, Lin Family. Lin Haonan was thrown into a drafty warehouse, bound hand and foot. He was furious, glaring at Lin Xiaohu and cursing loudly. "Lin Xiaohu, you scum! Good for nothing! Get lost! How dare you treat your father like this? Don't forget, you're just a servant that everyone uses. Your father is the head of the Lin family. You will die a terrible death. You will definitely die a terrible death." Bang! Lin Xiaohu punched Lin Haonan in the mouth, causing him to bleed profusely. In that instant, it felt as if the entire world fell silent. Lin Xiaohu sneered and said, "Lin Haonan, with you being such a useless coward who can't even keep your wife and kids safe, how can you call yourself the head of the Lin family? If I were you, I would find a crack in the ground to crawl into, or just headbutt something to death. It would save me from being like a dog, lying at someone's feet, wagging my tail and begging for mercy, Lin Xiaohu said, and then kicked Lin Haonan hard again. Lin Haonan let out a painful whimper. Lin Haonan stared at Lin Xiaohu in horror. What did you say? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I still have so many loyal followers. Then there was a loud bang. The shouting suddenly stopped. Lin Haonan fell to the ground, trembling all over, with a large wet patch on his pants. Useless. Don't you think about it. With a worthless person like you, how could anyone truly like you? Lin Xiaohu frowned in disgust and stepped back a little. Just then, footsteps were heard, and a person walked in from outside. Seeing the newcomer, Lin Xiaohu greeted him enthusiastically. Young Master Chu Hang, what brings you to this rundown place? Ever since he was kicked aside by Xia Weilon, Song Chu Hang had been wearing a face full of dark shades. He forced out a sinister smile and said, I want to have a few words alone with this waste, Lin Haonan. You can leave first. Lin Xiaohu. Lin Xiaohu was very dissatisfied with Song Chu Hang's arrogant attitude, but due to the fact that the latter had now acknowledged Gu Qisong as his god-grandfather, he could only feel angry without expressing it. He forced a smile and agreed, then turned and stormed out. Only Lin Haonan and Song Chu Hang were left in the storeroom. Song Chu Hang's gaze was fixed on Lin Haonan's face like a nail. Lin Haonan was startled by that gaze and shrank his neck. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, the head of the Gu family has said he wants to spare my life. A sharp and tragic scream rang out. Song Chu Hang kicked Lin Haonan in the groin, his face twisted with rage. Don't worry, I never said I was going to kill you. I still want to keep you around to play with slowly. Lin Haonan's body curled up in intense pain. His pants suddenly became even wetter. Why you? I've told you. I said. Lin Jiangyue. That little bitch, and no. She's not my daughter. She. What she did has nothing to do with me, you. Why don't you? Believe me. His words made Lin Haonan cry bitterly, stuttering. Song Chu Hang stared at him ominously, and after a long while, he coldly snorted and said, All right, then tell me. Who is the real father of that little bitch Lin Jiangyue? Originally, they had planned to tear Lin Haonan apart, but Gu Qisong suddenly changed his mind. It seemed that the real father of Lin Jiangyue was likely not an ordinary person. Lin Haonan was taken aback. I don't know. Another sharp, piercing scream echoed. Song Chu Hang mercilessly kicked him in the groin again. His personality had become increasingly dark, and he took pleasure in tormenting others. Lin Haonan, I warn you, you'd better not try to trick me, or I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Lin Haonan was crying with snot and tears. How did things turn out like this? He used to live in a comfortable big house, with a gentle wife and an obedient daughter, but now he has nothing. He has become a drowning dog that everyone wants to beat. All of this is because of that little wretch, Lin Jiangyue. Lin Haonan's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment as he choked out, I didn't lie to you, I really don't. Don't know that little bitch's biological father is, I only have a thing, just one thing from the other party? I really didn't lie to you. Chu Hang you. You look at the good times I had with you in the past. Don't hit me anymore, okay? I will bow to you. After saying that, Lin Haonan knelt on the ground and banged his head against the floor like a dog. Song Chu Hang was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Chapter 64. Misty Forest 5. In the Misty Forest, a group of more than 10 sneaky figures appeared at the place where Xia Weilon and Lin Jiangyue had just left. They were all shrouded in a faint green glow. Among them was a long-haired woman. She was the one who had been responsible for stopping cars on the main road earlier. The woman stared at the scattered corpses and skeletons on the ground, her voice filled with horror. Confirmed? Is it really Hu Laoda and his gang? A man with a scar on his face furrowed his brows tightly, his expression serious. There's no doubt about it. Hu Laoda and his companions' weapons are all here, plus. The man coughed, and a younger brother immediately brought over a head that was filled with terror. Upon seeing that head, the woman's face turned pale. Hu Xiaoming. Didn't he almost reach level 20? Brother, who did this? The woman was stunned. Brother, are you saying the people in that car we were chasing? Impossible. There were only 4 people in that car at most, but Hu Laoda's side has a full 10 people and how could they not be afraid of the poison gas in the Misty Forest? Could it be that they also have wood-type or mirror-type ability users with them? The man stared grimly at the skeletons on the ground and said ominously, "It could also be dark-type ability users. Otherwise, Bulauda and his group wouldn't have died so miserably." The woman's face turned even paler. What? Although it is already the 9th year of the apocalypse, the number of ability users is still not large. On average, 1 out of every 500 ordinary people might be an ability user. And among 1,000 ordinary ability users, there might be 1 rare ability holder. And among 10,000 rare ability holders, there might be 1 dark-type ability user. The combat power of dark-type ability users is several to dozens of times stronger than that of other ability users, and with the increase in level, their combat power increases exponentially. The woman bit her bright red lip tightly. If that's the case, then thank goodness we didn't stop that car earlier otherwise. She didn't continue her sentence, but everyone present understood. If they had stopped that car, perhaps they would have turned into skeletons by now. The man with the scar turned ashen. At this moment, he felt no satisfaction from eliminating a rival, only boundless fear. Let's pretend we didn't see anything today. Keep your mouth shut, and no one is allowed to say a word. Did you hear that? Everyone nodded in agreement. After leaving the misty forest, Xiao Weilan found the nearest safe base and dropped off the pregnant woman. The woman had been corroded by the poison gas and was now completely unconscious, looking like she might not survive the night. Shun Jiaomu's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. If no one takes care of her, she will definitely die. Xiao Weilan said indifferently. The poison gas can't be eliminated. Even if someone takes care of her, she will still die. I have done what I promised you, and I won't take care of the rest. If you're reluctant, you can stay. I don't need your life, nor do I need you to obey me. Shun Jiaomu was taken aback. He pursed his lips and did not look at the woman lying on the bed. No, I want to follow you. Then dropped that useless sympathy. We have done our utmost for this woman. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with us anymore. After saying that, Xiao Weilan walked out without hesitation. Shun Jiaomu hurriedly followed. Benefactor. Xiao Weilan interrupted him. Don't call me that. I never intended to save you. You saved yourself. Shun Jiaomu asked. Then what should I call you? Xiao Weilan replied. Xiao Weilan, you could just call me by my name. I'm not that particular. Shun Jiaomu said. You seem to be older than me, so should I call you Brother Weilan from now on? Xiao Weilan said, whatever. As they talked, they walked outside. Shun Jiaomu asked, Brother Weilan, what ability did you awaken? It looks really powerful. Xiao Weilan replied, Dark type. Finally, Shun Jiaomu asked, Brother Weilan, are you going to join the Thunder Academy? Xiao Weilan said, I don't know. It depends on the situation. Shun Jiaomu continued. Then can I join? Xiao Weilan. Why did he think this boy was like him? Did he have so many questions? Xiao Weilan paused, frowning. If you want to join, just join. Why ask me? Shun Jiaomu said, My father said that a real man must keep his promises. I said I would listen to you, and I keep my word. Xiao Weilan. Naive. Foolish. What is a promise worth in the apocalypse? Xiao Weilan scoffed. Are you 3 years old? Still listening to your father like this? Shun Jiaomu replied naturally. It has nothing to do with age. No matter how old you are, you should listen to your father. He is the best person to me in this world. If my parents were still around, he wouldn't be like this now, and my uncle's family wouldn't bully him so much. Xiao Weilan was slightly taken aback. Indeed, not everyone is like Guzushi. That man didn't need to be so good to him. As long as he could fulfill some responsibility of a father, even if he wasn't so noble or excellent, even if he was just an ordinary person without any abilities, he would still be willing to listen to him. Unfortunately, that man was almost perfect, but just didn't care about him. Sensing his silence, Shun Jiaomu also quieted down. Just as they were about to leave the safe base, a shout suddenly came from behind. Shun Jiaomu, you little beast. You dare to run after killing someone? Let's see if I don't break your legs today. It's my uncle. How would he be here? Hearing that voice, Shun Jiaomu's face suddenly turned pale, and he turned around just in time to see a palm coming down toward his face. Although he had awakened his abilities, it was only in speed, and he was still at level 1. Facing an attack from a high-level ability user, he basically had no choice but to wait for death. But he widened his eyes and stared coldly at the descending palm without showing any weakness. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, accompanied by a slight cracking sound, it was his usually hot-tempered uncle who let out a muffled grunt. Shun Jiaomu was stunned and instinctively looked at Xiaoweilon. Aside from his father and mother, it seemed that he was the first person to protect him when he encountered danger. For so many years, whether facing the abuse from uncles and aunts or the beatings from those with abilities, he had never shed a tear. Yet at this moment, his eyes inexplicably stung with emotion. Shinsu's face revealed an uncontrollable look of pain as he warily glared at Xiaoweilon. Who are you? Clearly only at level 11. Yet you can make me, a level 17 ability user, suffer. Xiaoweilon ignored him and gestured for Shun Qiaomu to follow him. Without hesitation, Shun Qiaomu followed. Seeing this, Shinsu exploded in anger, sneering coldly. You little beast, I fed you and raised you to this age. Now that you think you have a backer, you don't take me, your elder, seriously anymore? The ability user who had lost his daughter was quite formidable. He had to give the other party an explanation. Shun Qiaomu, kill for a life? In this apocalypse, it's survival of the fittest, and you still talk about killing for a life? Moreover, Shun Qiaomu coldly said, Did I kill anyone? You know better than anyone else, right, uncle? The term uncle made Shinsu feel a bit awkward. But people have their priorities. He would always prioritize his own son. Anyway, if you die, no one will be sad. I've raised you for so many years. Just consider it repaying my kindness. Kindness? What kindness have you shown me? Shun Qiaomu's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce light. Get lost, or I'll kill you. Shinsu. Chapter 65, Foggy Forest, 6. Shinsu was startled by the ferocity in his eyes, incredulously saying, Just based on you? Shun Qiaomu, are you crazy? Shun Qiaomu even smiled. Yes, I'm crazy. Aren't you the one forcing me? Suddenly, Shinsu felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly reached out to grab Shun Qiaomu's shoulder. But at that moment, he felt the ground beneath him suddenly sink, and countless black mist-covered vines wrapped around him, binding him firmly in place. In an instant, a cold air surged up from his feet, and Shinsu exclaimed, This is a safe base. There are rules at a safe base. You can't kill. Slap. You useless piece of trash. Even without abilities, you can't do anything right. You can't even drive properly. At this speed, when will we ever reach Canaan Academy? After several days of travel, Lin Jiangyue's temper grew increasingly irritable, raising his hand to slap Sun Tianyu. Sun Tianyu, somewhat embarrassed, covered his face and looked pitifully at Li Yaoyao, who stood beside him. Li Yaoyao's heart softened, and she hurriedly mediated. All right, Ning Ning, don't be angry. In this apocalypse, outside the safe base, nowhere is peaceful. Being cautious and taking it slow isn't a bad thing. Mother, seeing Li Yaoyao looking as if she had been blinded by grease, Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but stomp his foot. Being cautious is indeed good. But the slower we go, the more likely we are to encounter trouble. Have you thought about what would happen if we haven't reached Canaan Academy in Lin Haonan, or the Gu family catches up to us? No. Liu Baoza. Lin Haonan is just a useless person. Even if he really wants to chase us, he won't catch up. As for the Gu family, they have Lin Haonan as a punching bag. Why would they come after us two unrelated people? But Lin Jiangyue was about to refute. But Li Yaoyao pulled her aside and said in a low voice, Ning Ning, calm down a bit. Mother knows you haven't been feeling well these past few days with all the hardships. But as we've traveled this way, you should have realized that driving is also hard work. No matter how useless Sun Tianyu is, at least we can boss him around. If you really scare him away, then we'll have to drive ourselves. Lin Jiangyue coldly snorted. I don't know him yet. Before I find a strong backing, no matter how hard I fight, he won't be able to run away. If he finds a backing stronger than us, no matter how good we are to him, he will still run away when he needs to. Mother, I have to tell you, you can play around, but you must never truly trust a man like Sun Tianyu. Li Yaoyao. We must reach the next safe base before dark and find a place to stay. Otherwise, we will have to sleep in the car, which is quite uncomfortable and unsafe. At first, Li Yaoyao would share a small amount of food with him, but as Lin Jiangyue's dissatisfaction grew, for the past 2 days he only had nutrient solution to drink and had to endure Lin Jiangyue's occasional beatings and scoldings. In fact, he could see very clearly that Lin Jiangyue looked down on him from the bottom of her heart and didn't regard him as a person at all. As a grown man, just because he hadn't awakened any abilities, he was bullied by others and had fallen to the point of being a plaything for a woman. even having to proactively offer himself to be whipped by her and beg for her pity. Now he was even being slapped in the face by the woman's daughter. Back in City A, although Lin Jiangyue was dissatisfied with him, at least she wouldn't hit him casually when she saw him. But now, covering his stinging face from the slap, Sun Tianyu's eyes flashed with resentment as he stared at the nutrient solution in his hand, gritting his teeth. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair happened to pass by. The old man was thin as a rake, his clothes tattered, and he carried a garbage bag on his back, looking like a beggar. When he saw the food in Lin Jiangyue and Li Yaoyao's hands, a longing expression appeared in his murky eyes. Because his son had offended someone, their family had been driven out of the safe base. His daughter-in-law couldn't bear the hardship and ran away. And now his son was lying in a dilapidated cave with a high fever, relying on a small amount of nutrient solution to survive, while he hadn't eaten anything for 3 whole days. As an ordinary person without abilities, and at such an old age, once he left the safe base, he couldn't get any food on his own, and once this little nutrient solution was gone, he could only wait to die. But his son was still so young. Thinking of this, tears welled up in the old man's eyes. If he could beg for a little food, even just nutrient solution, it might save his son's life. With this thought, the old man involuntarily walked towards Lin Jiangyue, Li Yaoyao, and Sun Tianyue. Chapter 66. Arriving at Thunder Academy. 1. Lin Jiangyue immediately noticed the old man. The girl wrinkled her brow in disgust, and, regardless of what the old man intended to do, directly said to Sun Tianyue beside her, "What are you still sitting here for? Can't you see that an old pest is coming over? Hurry up and get this old pest away. It's an eyesore for the lady." Sun Tianyue, filled with rage and having nowhere to vent it, stood up and walked towards the old man as soon as he heard Lin Jiangyue's words. Without hesitation, he threw a heavy punch at the old man's stomach. The old man let out a muffled groan, bent over in pain, clutching his belly, unable to speak for a long time. The old man was so starved that he barely weighed anything. Sun Tianyue grabbed him by the collar and easily dragged him to a secluded spot. Then he punched the old man down to the ground again, punch after punch, each one landing hard. At that moment, he vented all the accumulated resentment in his heart, no longer the obedient and docile person in front of Li Yaoyao, as if this old man were the root cause of his downfall. The old man initially thought the worst outcome would be that he couldn't beg for any food. But he never expected that before he could say anything, he would suffer such a brutal beating. He struggled at first, making muffled sounds, trying to plead for mercy, but as time went on, his breath grew weaker, his eyes rolled back, and he fell completely silent. This poor old man was beaten to death by Sun Tianyue, yet his eyes remained wide open. Sun Tianyue, still not satisfied, showed a hint of a sinister expression on his handsome face and kicked the old man's emaciated body a few more times before stopping. When he returned, his face was pale, his body trembling, and there was blood on his clothes, startling Lin Jiangyue and the others. Xia Weilan was silent for a moment before recounting the events to her. Lin Jiangyue was silent for a long time after listening, and finally said awkwardly, "It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet, even after all this time." Xia Weilan looked at her expression and suddenly said, "Cease it. Actually, I could have helped him kill that man, so he wouldn't have to do it himself. Do you think I'm heartless?" Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. "Don't overthink it. I didn't mean that. If it were an enemy, there would be no problem helping him out, but after all, this is Shun Zhaomu's uncle. If you can't handle it well, you'll end up in a difficult position. Moreover, they have only known each other for less than a day. Who knows what that young man is really thinking? Although someone like Shin Su wouldn't be missed if he were killed. What if Shun Zhaomu is just saying harsh things, but actually can't bear to do it? Xia Weilan, not taking action, aligns with her understanding of him. If he really did take action, it wouldn't seem like him at all." Lin Jiangyue let out a soft sigh. She held Xia Weilan's hand and said, "I really don't think you're being cruel. This kind of thing can only be decided by him. We definitely shouldn't interfere." She most felt that Xia Weilan was a bit anxious. After all, killing someone unrelated is quite different from killing someone with blood ties. If it weren't for the distressing experiences of her past life, she would probably still scream at the sight of blood, let alone kill someone. Shun Zhaomu was younger than both of them, and seemed to value emotions quite a bit. Why make the other person face such a choice now? However, since the deed was done, she certainly wouldn't say these words to Xia Weilan. No matter what, Shun Zhao Mu could never compare to Xia Weilan's status in her heart. Yet, Xia Weilan looked at her, silent, her eyes appearing somewhat profound, seemingly not fully believing her. Lin Jiangyue. In her past life, the most she accused Xia Weilan of was being cold and ruthless. To prove she wasn't lying, Lin Jiangyue didn't care that they were outside. She stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Xia Weilan, and quickly pecked his lips. It was a fleeting touch. However, when she wanted to pull away from Xia Weilan, it was already too late. The boy lowered his head, held her shoulder, and wouldn't let her retreat. Then, a cool sensation came from his lips, and his unique breath spread in her mouth. Even though it wasn't the first time they had been this close, it was still breathtaking and soul-stirring. In that instant, Lin Jiangyue felt a roaring in her ears, blood rushing to her cheeks, and her fingers almost uncontrollably tightened around the boy's slender back. After expressing her feelings, Xia Weilan seemed no longer satisfied with just a taste. He wanted to make her completely surrender, leaving her defenseless. This boy, who appeared cold and aloof, seemed to have an extraordinary passion for her. But she couldn't resist at all, and didn't want to resist. At this moment, all she wanted was to sink into him together. Chapter 67. Arriving at Thunder Academy. 2. After returning to the car, Lin Jiangyue's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was as red as a ripe watermelon. Wang Laowu, Zhou Tieta, and Shun Zhaomu's gazes all fell on her, then quickly shifted away after a moment. However, Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta kept coughing, continuously clearing their throats and exchanging knowing glances. Lin Jiangyue pretended not to hear or see anything. Shun Zhaomu seemed to be slightly better than before, but his complexion was still pale, appearing a bit out of sorts. However, at this moment, the coldness around him had faded a lot, making him look more like a 15-year-old boy. Even because of his poor complexion, he looked somewhat pitiable. Lin Jiangyue chatted with him casually. "We haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Lin Jiangyue." Shun Zhaomu nodded and said, "Sister Jiangyue." Compared to Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta, this young man seemed to be unusually easy to deal with. Lin Jiangyue gently responded, "Sorry, there's not much space in the car, so you'll have to squeeze in with Tai Ta and the others." Shun Zhaomu shook his head. "This is already good enough for me. Uncle and aunt usually wouldn't take him out, and even when there were occasions that required him to go along, there was never a seat for him in the car. He could only sit in the trunk." Zhou Tieta snorted, "Shermu, the most wrong person here should be me, okay?" He was tall and big, taking up the space of two people. Although Shun Zhaomu was very thin, having an extra person still made the back seat feel cramped. Shun Zhaomu. Hearing this, Shun Zhaomu didn't say anything but quietly shrank his body. Having relied on others for too long, he was actually very afraid of being disliked. Much of his indifference and aloofness was just an act. Lin Jiangyue saw this and couldn't help but glare fiercely at Zhou Tieta. "Can you please shut up for a moment?" Zhou Tieta. Since they've decided to stick together, Lin Jiangyue hopes that everyone can just be friends, and she doesn't want Shun Zhaomu to feel too constrained. She originally intended to casually say something to divert the other person's attention, but Zhou Tieta, being such a fool, only added to the chaos. Lin Jiangyue was silent for a moment, ultimately deciding not to mention what happened between Shun Zhaomu and Xia Weilan at the safe base, but instead took some food to give to the boy, smiling. "Don't mind Zhou Tieta, he talks like this to everyone. Here, eat something first." Feeling Lin Jiangyue's care and thoughtfulness, Shun Zhaomu's eyes turned slightly red again. His uncle treated him like a dog, while several strangers treated him so well. "Anyway, if you die, no one will be sad. I've raised you for so many years. Just consider it repaying my kindness." Shun Su's words echoed in his ears once more. Shun Zhaomu felt that if the other party hadn't been so heartless and ruthless, he wouldn't have had the courage to do this at all. Even before today, despite being treated so coldly, he still held a glimmer of hope for this uncle. But reality was too cruel, and human hearts were too indifferent. Shun Zhaomu took the food Lin Jiangyue handed over and whispered, "Sister Jiangyue, if you and Brother Weilan were my real brother and sister, that would be great. Then I would be willing to die." Xia Weilan, who was driving with a blank expression, suddenly frowned at these words. He didn't like emotional scenes and didn't think being biological made much of a difference. In a place like the Gu family, he had seen siblings kill each other over inheritance since childhood, and it disgusted him. Compared to him, Shen Xiaomu's emotions were excessively rich. Lin Jiangyue noticed the fleeting change in Xia Weilan's expression and smiled. This isn't really about being biological. It's mainly about compatibility. As long as you sincerely treat him and me as your brother and sister, then we're pretty much the same as siblings. Shen Xiaomu. Song family. Gu Qisong sat at the table, looking at the photo of Gu Jiwei hanging on the wall, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Jiwei, don't worry, one day, Father will make the murderer pay with his life and avenge you. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Song Chuang walked in carrying a tray. Grandpa, please eat something first. I specially had the kitchen stew some bird's nest for you. Gu Qisong glanced at him and said lightly, just put it down. I can't eat right now. We'll talk about it later. Song Chuang had no choice but to comply, placing the tray on the table, then said, Grandpa, let me accompany my adoptive father for a while. It's rare for you to have this filial heart. I'm glad I didn't pick the wrong son for Jiwei. Gu Qisong nodded. Go and bow to your adoptive father first. Hearing Gu Qisong ask him to bow, Song Chuang couldn't help but curse silently in his heart, but he showed no sign of it on his face. Walking to the front of Gu Jiwei's photo and kneeling down with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. As he bowed, tears streamed down his face, loudly calling out adoptive father. Song Chuang and Gu Jiwei were only a few months apart in age, but Song Chuang's calls of adoptive father were heartfelt, and even Gu Qisong, who was sitting at the table, was slightly moved. Gu Qisong took the initiative to stand up, personally helping Song Chuang up and pulling him to sit at the table, sighing, Good, good. Jiwei now has such a good son like you. I feel comforted. Song Chuang cried with snot and tears, wiping his eyes and saying, Having such an adoptive father in you as my grandpa, I could be content for this lifetime. After a pause, Song Chuang knelt down again. I have a request, and I hope Grandpa will grant it. Gu Qisong was taken aback. Speak and let me hear. Song Chuang said softly, I want to serve Grandpa in all aspects of life. Gu Qisong replied, If you serve me, then what about Song Chongfeng? Song Chuang said, Father supports my choice. Moreover, like you, Grandpa, I want to make the murderer who killed my adoptive father pay dearly. At this, Gu Qisong's previously bright expression darkened instantly, and he snorted coldly, suddenly changing the subject. What about Lin Haonan? Hearing Gu Qisong mention Lin Haonan, Song Chuang was slightly taken aback. He is locked up in the storeroom, and according to your wishes, Grandpa, we beat him up every day. Song Chuang was overjoyed to hear this and knelt down again, repeatedly bowing. Thank you, adoptive father, for granting this. Gu Qisong waved his hand, tired. All right, you can go out now. I need a rest for a while. Song Chuang quickly agreed, bowing as he exited and closed the door behind him. As soon as the door was closed, his smile immediately vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. Song Chuang walked straight to Song Chongfeng's study. Song Chongfeng was waiting for him inside and hurriedly came out upon seeing him. Chuang, how did it go? Song Chuang replied. He agreed. Only then did Song Chongfeng feel relieved. That's good, that's good. However, Song Chuang didn't share Song Chongfeng's joy. Father, I don't understand. Gu Jiwei is only a few months older than me. I already feel wronged enough to recognize Gu Qisong as my adoptive father. Why do I have to recognize him as my grandpa too? It makes you seem younger too. Do you think I don't feel aggrieved? Song Chongfeng said coldly. But Gu Qisong is someone who looks down on small families like ours. He definitely wouldn't agree to you calling him adoptive father. Only by calling his dead son adoptive father would he possibly regard you a bit higher. Song Chuang retorted angrily. Even so, how much longer do I have to endure this humiliating life? Father, you don't know. Just thinking about Gu Jiwei's pig-like appearance makes me want to vomit. But I still have to bow to him. Song Chongfeng said, A real man can endure and adapt. Just bear with it for now. As long as we gain Gu Qisong's trust, one day, we will be able to hold our heads high. Chapter 68. Arriving at Thunder Academy 3. Is this Thunder Academy? Lin Jiangyue stared in shock at the rows of dilapidated houses in front of her, feeling a bit complex. Thunder Academy mainly recruits civilian students without much background. And the tuition is reasonable, so it definitely won't be as luxurious as Kane Academy. She had prepared herself for this before coming, but the state of disrepair was a bit excessive. It was almost comparable to the place Xia Weilan lived in before. Zhou Tieta remained silent. Wang Laowu coughed twice and said with a smile, "These are all residential houses. Thunder Academy is a bit further in. However, the roads inside are quite narrow, and cars definitely can't get through, so we can only get out and walk there." Lin Jiangyue. "Do we have to go further in?" Lin Jiangyue helplessly said, "Is the environment inside a little better than here?" A few people talked while getting off the car and walking forward. The road outside was relatively flat, but the further they went in, the more rugged the path became, with mud all over the ground. Looking at her shoes splattered with mud and a bit dirty, Lin Jiangyue frowned slightly, and just then, her feet lifted lightly as she was picked up horizontally by Xia Weilan. Lin Jiangyue was startled, and her face instantly turned red. She hurriedly reached out to push Xia Weilan. "What are you doing? Let me down quickly." Even if Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta are used to it, there's still Shen Zhaomu here. If she doesn't stop Xia Weilan's behavior now, will they have to hug and cuddle in public in the future? Lin Jiangyue has always been intolerant of Xia Weilan's expression. Upon hearing this, her resistance immediately lessened significantly, but she subtly glanced towards Shen Zhaomu, Zhou Tieta, and Wang Laowu. Zhou Tieta and Wang Laowu began to exchange knowing glances again. In contrast, Shen Zhaomu maintained a blank expression, staring straight ahead as if he saw nothing, without any reaction. However, his reddened ears betrayed him. Lin Jiangyue gently poked Xia Weilan's chest and said in a low voice, "It's not that I don't like this, but can't you be a little more restrained in front of others?" As she spoke, she subtly gestured towards Shen Zhaomu's direction, a hint of complaint in her tone. "It's not like he can't walk on his own." A glimmer of amusement flashed in Xia Weilan's beautiful eyes as she replied softly, "If he really wants to follow us, he'll have to get used to it sooner or later." Lin Jiangyue raised an eyebrow. The ability he awakened is just an ordinary speed-type ability, and it's not even very high level. Are you really planning to keep him around for a long time? It seems like you have quite the affection for him. Xia Weilan shook her head. "Not really. It's just that at first, he seemed quite similar to me." Lin Jiangyue clearly caught the meaning behind Xia Weilan's words. "At the beginning? Does that mean it doesn't seem like that now?" Xia Weilan said, "I'm not as emotionally rich as he is. Most of his indifference is just an act. As for whether to take him along," Xia Weilan paused. "It depends on him. If he wants to leave me, that's fine, and if he wants to follow, it doesn't really matter much now." There was one more thing Xia Weilan didn't say. This boy's experiences would remind him of his own past. He had hardly ever had any happy days and was destined not to receive any genuine care from Guzushi. However, Shen Zhaomu was a bit better off. Although his father was currently missing, at least he genuinely cared about him. The other party was luckier than him. He also didn't want this boy to become as cold-blooded as he and Guzushi. He could give him a little care when appropriate. But the premise was that Shen Zhaomu had never betrayed or let down his trust. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the wooden sign looked precarious. Behind the wooden sign was a row of buildings even simpler than those outside. Besides the previously seen Wang Laowu and Zhou Tieta, Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilan, and Shen Zhaomu all frowned in unison. Lin Jiangyue gestured for Xia Weilan to put him down, while incredulously saying to old Wang, "Is it really here, old man? This is just two." Lin Jiangyue paused, not continuing, but her meaning was obvious. The residential buildings outside were already quite dilapidated, and this place was even worse. Counting even the previous life, she had never seen an ability user academy like this. Wang Laowu sighed and shook his head, saying, "Girl, in this apocalyptic world with scarce resources, the students of Thunder Academy are all ordinary people without much background. They can't collect much tuition, and they need to hire powerful ability users as instructors, while also taking care of the academy's expenses. Sometimes even the residents of those broken houses outside have to ask them for help, borrowing various supplies. They really have no money to fix the buildings." Zhou Tieta also said in a deep voice, "Yeah, don't be fooled by the outside. It's actually pretty clean and tidy inside." Zhou Tieta was picky with everyone. Yet he seemed to defend Thunder Academy. Since it had come to this, Lin Jiangyue couldn't say anything more. She could only say, "Then let's go in and take a look. Do we need to notify someone? Or can we just go straight in?" Although it seemed that notifying someone didn't make much sense given the current situation, out of politeness, Lin Jiangyue still asked symbolically. Wang Laowu replied, "There's a doorman further inside. Just tell him, and he will lead us. Let's go meet Old Zhang first." Lin Jiangyue asked, "Who is Old Zhang?" Zhou Tieta sighed. "Old Zhang is the president of Thunder Academy, Zhang Yingjun. As for the dean's wife, I'm not just flattering him, but Old Zhang is truly a good person. Don't be fooled by the current state of Thunder Academy. It's all because Old Zhang has exhausted his family fortune to achieve this result. He just wants to create a sanctuary for people in this apocalyptic world." Lin Jiangyue, Xie Weilan, Shun Jiamu. Is it possible for such a person to exist in the apocalypse? Even though she knew that the dean of Thunder Academy was probably a good person from a previous life, Lin Jiangyue still felt that Zhou Tieta's words were a bit exaggerated. Xie Weilan and Shun Jiamu felt the same way. However, one of them didn't like to talk, and the other didn't understand the situation and didn't want to speak carelessly, so neither of them said a word. Lin Jiangyue pursed her lips, feeling it unnecessary to immediately strike down Zhou Tieta, and said, "Then let's go in quickly." Chapter 69, Arrival at Thunder Academy. 4. As they moved forward, a table appeared ahead. Sitting behind the table was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, who looked as if he hadn't eaten properly in years. His complexion was poor, and he was as thin as a rake, seemingly able to be blown away by a gust of wind. His clothes were also tattered, resembling those of a struggling man like Wang Laowu. The man was originally leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, seemingly unaware of Wang Laowu and the other's arrival. Zhou Tieta stepped forward, extending his large hand like a fan, and slapped the man's shoulder, his voice booming. "Old Yang, get up quickly, stop sleeping. You didn't even come out to greet me when Old Zhou arrived." The man, called Old Yang, jolted awake and stood up suddenly, exclaiming, "Zhou Tieta? Wang Laowu, what are you two doing here?" Zhou Tieta looked baffled. "Yang Dan, are you confused for sleeping? Didn't we tell Old Zhou that we would come in a couple of days? Why didn't he inform you? And the herbs? I haven't seen a single one." Zhou Tieta continued. "Old Zhou hasn't given me any news at all." Hearing Zhou Tieta mention the herbs, Sundan's brows furrowed even tighter. "For the past few days, we've been taking turns using our abilities to stabilize the principal's injuries, to the point that we can hardly tell east from west and are swaying as we walk." Zhou Tieta, Wang Laowu. Yang Dan neither said yes nor no. His gaze scanned Lin Jiangyue, Xie Weilan, and Shun Jiamu. "Who are these people?" Wang Laowu replied, "Students that the old man has taken a liking to." Zhou Tieta added, "My teacher and his wife." And when we picked up on the way, Lin Jiangyue, Xie Weilan, Shun Jiamu. Yang Dajing helplessly said, all right, Tai Tower, you don't need to make a fuss." He looked at Xie Weilan and said in surprise, "You say this kid is your teacher? Didn't you say you dislike this kind of—" At this point, Yang Dajing coughed a few times and didn't continue. Zhou Tieta looked embarrassed. "There's no choice. I lost the bet. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't count like Wang Laowu. I'll tell you more about this later, but for now, let's go see Old Zhang. Don't be fooled by how my teacher looks like a big girl. His skills are decent, and the herbs were found by him and my teacher's wife. Absolutely trustworthy." Yang Dajing looked at Wang Laowu again. Wang Laowu also said, "Dajing, you can rest assured. These kids are very much liked by the old man." Seeing that Zhou Tieta and Wang Laowu both made solemn guarantees, Sun Dajing finally said nothing more. "Then follow me." He led Lin Jiangyue and the others through several twists and turns to an independent small courtyard. Two people were standing at the gate. The person on the left said, "Teacher Yang, why did you come over at this time?" Yang Dajing said, "Teacher Zhou, what is the dean doing?" The person called Teacher Zhou sighed, still the same as before. "But if there are no more herbs, I'm afraid he won't last much longer." Yang Dajing said, "I have something to tell the dean." Teacher Zhou said, "You can go in, but these few people are." Yang Dajing said, "You might not know yet, they're my friends, and they have a good relationship with the dean, so it's fine." Teacher Zhou nodded. "All right then. Please wait a moment. I'll go ask the dean. After all, this is a very critical time." Yang Dajing expressed understanding. Okay, you go ahead. Teacher Zhou then said to the person beside him, Teacher Li, please stay with Teacher Yang and wait a moment. Teacher Li also said, no problem. Yang Dajing led Wang Laowu and the others inside. Yang Dajing, Wang Laowu, and Zhou Tieta were in the front. Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilan, and Shun Zhaomu followed behind. As soon as they entered the room, they found it pitch dark and saw nothing, only to be met with a strong, pungent smell of medicine. As they moved further inside, they finally found a bit of light, revealing a man in his 30s leaning against the bed. The man's face was pale, as if he had been coated with a layer of wall dust, with a hooked nose and small eyes. He was also very thin, the kind of thin that suggested malnutrition, giving him a gaunt appearance. From time to time, he coughed weakly. Upon seeing this man, Zhou Tieta was shocked and rushed over, exclaiming, Yingjun, how could you have become like this? Yingjun? Is this the Zhang Yingjun? Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan exchanged a glance without a trace, and their expressions were somewhat difficult to describe. The image of the man in front of them was completely unrelated to his name. Zhang Yingjun coughed a few more times and said intermittently, Tai Tower, you don't get agitated yet. You all sit down first. Let's discuss this slowly. I heard from Teacher Sun that you ran into Teacher Zhao in the Sunset Forest? Zhou Tieta replied yes. He then carefully recounted the events. After he finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. After a while, Yang Danian said, that's strange. We haven't seen old Zhao's shadow until now. The last time we communicated with him was a few days ago, which should be the day after you said you gave him the herbs. But he never mentioned anything about the herbs. After a pause, Yang Danian struggled to say, according to Tai Tower and Old Wang, could it be? Could it be? Old Zhao? Zhang Yingjun coughed a few more times and interrupted, Teacher Yang, don't jump to conclusions without evidence. I believe that Teacher Zhao is not that kind of person. He must have encountered some issues on the way that delayed him. Yang Danian said, how about this? You take a few teachers out to look for him. Yang Danian disagreed, that's not possible. Without the breakthrough herbs, you can't leave here with your current injury. Zhang Yingjun replied, we can't worry about that now. Teacher, Zhao had a large group of students with him. He added, besides, in my current condition, it makes no sense to continue burdening you. Chapter 70, Arrival at Thunder Academy, 5, under Zhang Yingjuan's insistence. Yang Danian had no choice but to lead a few instructors from Thunder Academy to search for Zhao Ligong and the group of students he was with. Because there were many students at Thunder Academy, the dormitory beds were very tight, and since Lin Jiangyue and the others were guests, they temporarily stayed in Zhang Yingjuan's courtyard. There were only 3 rooms in the courtyard that could accommodate people. Zhang Yingjun occupied one room, leaving 2 more. Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan share one room. Wang Laowu, Zhou Tieta, and Shun Zhaomu share another. As Zhou Tieta said, although the outside looks shabby, the inside is still quite clean. Lin Jiangyue took out the soft cushion and laid it on the bed, then smiled and called to Xia Weilan. Come sit here. Looking at the girl who had just taken a shower and changed into her pajamas, Xia Weilan's gaze became a bit profound. He gently hummed in response and slowly walked over to sit beside Lin Jiangyue. Then he reached out and wrapped his arm around Lin Jiangyue's shoulder. The atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Lin Jiangyue felt a bit nervous. She hadn't planned for Xia Weilan to sleep on the floor, but sharing a bed seemed a bit unfamiliar. Just as Lin Jiangyue was lost in thought, there was a sudden loud knocking at the door, followed by Shun Zhaomu's voice. Weilan, Jiangyue, can I come in? Grandpa Wang and brother, Zhou asked me to find you to go to the dean's room. Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan exchanged a glance. Lin Jiangyue sat slightly farther away from Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan's gaze dimmed a little, but she said nothing more, only, come in. The door creaked, and Shun Zhaomu walked in, temporarily wearing Xia Weilan's clothes since he had no other clean ones. For a 15-year-old boy, Shun Zhaomu was already quite tall, but the pants were still a bit long on him, requiring him to roll them up. Moreover, Shun Zhaomu was even thinner than Xia Weilan. The clothes, which were already slightly loose on Xia Weilan, looked even more baggy on Shun Zhaomu, making him appear pitiful and somewhat malnourished. After the apocalypse, food became scarce, and fruits and vegetables were the exclusive domain of powerful ability users, leaving ordinary people with little more than nutrient solutions, leading to an increasing number of malnourished individuals. Lin Jiangyue sighed quietly. Xia Weilon said, "It's so late. Did they say what the matter is?" Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilon were both taken aback, faintly sensing a hint of something unusual. Lin Jiangyue said, "Let's go." After that, several people went to Dean Zhang Yingjuan's room together. None of them spoke, and the atmosphere in the room was almost stagnant. In addition to Zhang Yingjun, Wang Laowu, and Zhou Tieta, there were also Yang Danian and a female student standing in the room. Upon seeing the female student, both Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilon couldn't help but be a little surprised. Lin Jiangyue raised her eyebrows and said, "Li Xiaoyan?" Li Xiaoyan saw her and Xia Weilon, and also lightly exclaimed, "Sister, it's you. What are you doing with Uncle Zhou and the others?" Li Xiaoyan was startled. "Zhou, brother Zhou." Zhou Tieta then let out a heavy grunt. "All right, Tieta, don't get hung up on such trivial matters," Yang Danian said helplessly. "It's already a pressing situation. Since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point." From Yang Danian's tone, it seemed the problem was quite serious. Lin Jiangyue asked, "Teacher Yang, is something wrong?" Yang Dajing sighed deeply, his already pale face now looking even more ashen. "Xiaoyan, you should explain," he said. "We naturally had no doubts about Teacher Zhao's words, so we followed him, but none of us had ever walked that path before, so we could only rely on his guidance. As a result, we found." Li Xiaoyan bit her lip and said, "We ended up discovering that we had actually reached the territory of Canaan Academy." Lin Jiangyue said, "What happened next?" Li Xiaoyan replied, "Seeing this, we all immediately grew suspicious. However, Teacher Zhao is our mentor and usually treats us well, so we really felt embarrassed to ask him. Besides, none of us are a match for Teacher Zhao." After hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Chapter 71. Arriving at Thunder Academy. 6. Lin Jiangning was stunned by the splendor outside Canaan College. She watched the students coming and going at the entrance, gazing at the jewels and fineries adorning the young girls, and suddenly felt that her so-called high-end clothes were extraordinarily cheap. This was the life she had always wanted, the life she was meant to live. One day, she would become the most outstanding and dazzling among these girls. Lin Jiangning whispered to Li Yaoyao, who was standing beside her, "Mother, how can we see my biological father?" Li Yaoyao replied, "Ningning, I've thought about this carefully for a long time. We can't rush this matter. Your biological father dislikes things that come too easily, so we absolutely mustn't take the initiative to approach him. Instead, we should pretend it's a coincidence." Lin Jiangning's eyes flickered. A chance encounter? Lin Jiangning agreed with a sound. However, her gaze fell again on the girls at the entrance of Canaan Academy, and she hesitated, saying, "Mother, I want to go to the nearby mall to buy a piece of clothing." Li Yaoyao was taken aback. It was true that this place was more affluent and bustling than City A, but correspondingly, the prices were also absurdly high. The few valuable items they brought from the Lin family might not even be enough to buy a few pieces of clothing. Li Yaoyao frowned and said, "Ningning, Mother knows you love beauty. Don't worry, in the future, Mother will definitely buy you many beautiful clothes. But now, we must use the resources we brought wisely. As long as we can take down your biological father, there will be nothing we can't have in the future." Lin Jiangning pouted a little disappointedly and said, "All right then, I won't buy it. Can I just take a look?" As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Li Yaoyao's hand, shaking it back and forth. "I promise. I'll just take a look." Li Yaoyao was always calculating with everyone, but when it came to her biological daughter, she was helpless. Lin Jiangning immediately assured, "No problem." After saying that, the two headed straight to the largest mall nearby. As soon as they entered, Lin Jiangning was instantly stunned by the dazzling array of products before him. Lin Jiangning was mesmerized by everything he saw. He liked everything he encountered and found it all very fresh. However, correspondingly, the prices of these items were also quite substantial. A tomato worth 30,000 contribution points in City A was directly sold for 100,000 contribution points here. Not to mention those exceptionally exquisite clothes, gifts, and jade. Even the cheapest items started at 300,000 contribution points. The outfit that Lin Jiangning is wearing is considered one of the most exquisite and expensive in A, but here it has almost become a rag that no one cares about. The store clerks are all looking down on her. Seeing that Lin Jiangning is not dressed well and is looking around aimlessly, they feel quite displeased. However, They are busy attending to other wealthy customers and do not want to provoke any conflict or dissatisfaction, so they endure and ignore her. It was a situation of mutual indifference, but when Lin Jiangyue saw a particularly beautiful piece of clothing, she couldn't help but reach out to touch it. This touch, however, caused trouble. A sharp-eyed clerk nearby noticed and immediately came over with an unpleasant expression, saying in a sarcastic tone, "Miss, if you are not going to buy the clothes here, you cannot touch them casually." Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue was used to being bossy when she was in City A. She had never heard anyone speak to her in such a tone. She was taken aback for a moment, then, feeling a bit embarrassed and angry, replied, "Who told you that I'm not buying? How can I know if I like it if I don't look at it or touch it? How can I buy something if I don't know if I like it?" The sales clerk smiled slightly with a hint of sarcasm and said, "Well, miss, now that you've looked and touched, isn't it time to buy?" Lin Jiangyue felt an overwhelming anger at the other party's attitude. She crossed her arms and coldly said to the clerk, "I haven't tried it on yet, so I don't even know if it fits. Just looking at it and touching it is useless. Take it down for me to try on." As soon as she said this, a sneer suddenly came from somewhere, followed by someone whispering, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? She doesn't even know that you can't try on clothes from this brand before buying them. You're really making a big deal out of nothing. She has no idea what's strange about it. Just look at those ragged clothes she's wearing, and you should have figured it out. It's true. I don't know how this bumpkin ended up in a place like this. She really doesn't know her place. Let's go. Let's go," to avoid catching the smell of poverty. Lin Jiangyue's face flushed red and pale from these few words. Just as he was about to step forward to confront the two girls who spoke, he was pulled back by Li Yaoyao. Lin Jiangyue said with a face full of grievance, "Mother, but they." Li Yaoyao interrupted Lin Jiangyue, "Ningning, if you can't endure a little, you'll ruin a great plan." Lin Jiangyue could only stomp her foot and remain silent. However, wanted to keep the peace. The shop assistant who had chased away the customer was unwilling to let it go. She quickly stepped in front of Li Yaoyao and Lin Jiangyue, "Say, miss, you come here to touch and mess around, not only refusing to buy clothes, but also scaring away our customers. Don't you think we deserve an explanation?" Lin Jiangyue was pampered since childhood, and at this moment, she could no longer endure it. She violently shook off Li Yaoyao's hand, pointed at the shop assistant's nose, and shouted, "You lowly person with dog eyes. It's not that the young lady can't afford it, but simply doesn't like it. Besides, those two little bitches left on their own. If you can't keep customers, don't blame it on the young lady. Bah, dream on. Where did this country bumpkin come from to cause trouble here?" The shop assistant's face turned livid from Lin Jiangyue's scolding. "Don't you know what kind of place this is? Xiao Hu, Xiao Li, hurry up and call someone to arrest these two country bumpkins." As the situation escalated, Li Yaoyao desperately pulled at Lin Jiangyue, trying to get her away before it became impossible to resolve. But once Miss Lin's temper flared up, even 9 oxen couldn't hold her back, let alone Li Yaoyao. A few burly men rushed over upon hearing the commotion, and without saying a word, they began to wrestle with Lin Jiangyue and Li Yaoyao. The two struggled desperately, but Lin Jiangyue's ability was only at level 4, while Li Yaoyao had no ability at all, making them no match for the strong men. They were quickly subdued and forced to kneel on the ground, with a large piece of Lin Jiangyue's clothing torn off, exposing her flawless white skin. Lin Jiangyue felt scared and burst into tears. Li Yaoyao, seeing her daughter being humiliated, became anxious and, knowing she had no abilities, still screamed and shouted for the group to let Lin Jiangyue go. Naturally, no one listened to her. The store clerk, feeling triumphant, walked up to Li Yaoyao and slapped her hard across the face. The clerk was also an ability user, although her level wasn't high. It was more than enough to deal with the powerless Li Yaoyao. The slap caused Li Yaoyao to bleed from her mouth and nose, and her screams abruptly stopped. After hitting Li Yaoyao, the clerk slowly walked in front of the sobbing Lin Jiangyue, raising her hand high. The clerk was startled and suddenly looked up, only to meet a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to smile, yet not smile. Chapter 72, Depowering Potion 1. In an instant, the once noisy mall seemed to fall silent. Everyone's gaze fell upon the young man who had appeared out of nowhere. Lin Jiangyue almost forgot his current situation. This young man's features may not be as stunning as Xia Weilon's, but he possessed a lazy charm that Xia Weilon lacked, exuding an innate elegance in his every gesture. Especially those eyes, which seemed to hold a playful glimmer, sparkling as if filled with dazzling light. Soft emotions came and went, captivating the soul. All the young women present couldn't help but blush and lower their heads in silence, particularly the shop assistant whose wrist the young man held. The touch of their skin made her heart race like a drum. The grasp on her wrist felt like a burning fire. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. Why you? You are such a radiant person. Even a single glance would be unforgettable for her entire life. The young man chuckled, his voice melodious and teasing, as if a feather were tickling the heart, leaving one yearning for more. In an instant, the air became thick with silence, and many young women couldn't help but think, if I could marry such a perfect man in this lifetime, what more could I ask for? The shop assistant was only 24, beautiful, and had always held high standards, never finding a man she liked. Now, under the gaze of those affectionate eyes and the soft voice beside her, she felt so dizzy that she could barely tell north from south. She feared that the young man might have a bad impression of her, quickly shifting the blame onto Lin Jiangyue. Everyone knows our brand's clothes are very expensive. We can't try them on without buying. But this lady was unreasonable, not only touching the clothes at random, but insisting that I take them down for her try. Naturally, I refused. Who would have thought she would lose her temper and insult me? I couldn't hold back, and that's why. The shop assistant gazed affectionately at the young man. Her face flushed as she softly said, I usually have a good temper, but I really didn't mean to hit anyone. It was just, I was really angry. After saying this, she leaned slightly, almost falling into the young man's arms, only to be playfully dodged by him. Disappointment flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Jiangyue, who was being restrained, exploded in anger. Her voice laced with tears as she indignantly said, You're talking nonsense. It's clearly your bad attitude and your disdain for others. If it were any other time, Lin Jiangyue would have dared to be so arrogant, and the shop assistant would have slapped her long ago. But now, concerned about her image, she felt powerless. She looked pitifully at the young man. Sir, there are so many people in the mall who witnessed this. I absolutely did not. As the shop assistant spoke, she exchanged glances with the burly men holding Lin Jiangyue, signaling them. You all agree, right? The people in the mall knew each other and were connected, and the burly men nodded in unison, collectively condemning Lin Jiangyue and Li Yaoyao. Lin Jiangyue was at a loss for words, and after being slapped by the store clerk, Li Yaoyao's face was swollen and she was sobbing, unable to speak. Hearing their loud commotion, the young man slightly tilted his head, a trace of barely noticeable coldness flashing in his eyes. But his tone remained gentle. I thought it was a big deal, but it's just a piece of clothing. How about this? I'll buy the dress for this young lady, and you can let her go. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. The clerk frowned slightly and said, Sir, this young lady has her eye on our latest model, which is worth a full 20 million credit points. Such an expensive piece of clothing. How could it be casually bought and given to a complete stranger? This person looks good, but he must be a naive young man who hasn't seen much of the world. The clerk silently mocked in her heart, realizing that marrying into a powerful family in the apocalypse shouldn't be based solely on looks. Her attitude immediately became less warm than before. The young man did not respond, casually taking out a card and handing it to the clerk. Here? Seeing the card, the clerk was startled. This was the top VIP gold card of them all, of which only 10 had ever been issued. Anyone who could possess one was certainly either rich or noble. Considering this, the clerk dared not show any hint of negligence and immediately signaled the strong men to let Lin Jiangyue and Li Yaoyao go. She herself bowed 90 degrees to the young man, seemingly inadvertently revealing her curvy figure, and sweetly said, Please wait a moment, sir. I will wrap the dress for you right away. Is there anything else you need? We offer unconditional service for you. Lin Jiangyue and Li Yaoyao, seeing the situation, immediately understood everything. The two exchanged a glance, both shocked and delighted, especially Lin Jiangyue. She had always been dedicated to finding someone more powerful and better looking than Xia Weilan to trample that boy underfoot. The young man before her might be slightly inferior in appearance compared to Xia Weilan, but the enthusiasm he exuded, which seemed to radiate from within him, was something Xia Weilan lacked. It was so bright that it made it hard to look away. For the first time, She felt a genuine spark of attraction towards someone other than Xiao Weilan. Not only did he actively help her out of a difficult situation, but he also gifted her clothes worth 20 million credit points. He must have an interest in her. She had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She absolutely could not let any other little vixen get ahead, especially that infuriating shop assistant. Lin Jiangyue shyly walked over to thank the young man under Li Yaoyao's encouraging gaze. She intended to show that she was not someone who craved power, while also raising her own status a bit. Meeting each other is fate, so there's no need to be polite. If someone else had said this, it might have seemed boastful, but coming from him, it felt light and easy, as if it had always been this way. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback, and she opened her mouth to say something. But the young man waved his hand, moving quickly and disappearing into the crowd in an instant. He came without a trace and left without a trace. He didn't leave a name or reveal his identity. From beginning to end, he didn't linger his gaze on anyone, not even for a moment, including the flirtatious shop assistants and the affectionate Lin Jiangyue. Spending lavishly, he truly was just casually helping someone out, without a hint of ulterior motive. With the young man's departure, chaos erupted around them. The young girls were all aflutter, chattering away. If I could marry such a husband in the future, I would have no complaints. Who is this? I know all the prominent families nearby, but I've never seen him before. He must be from somewhere else. I really want to have another chance encounter with him. Those two country bumpkins are so lucky. Amidst the praises for the young man, there was also disdain directed towards Lin Jiangyue and Li Yaoyao. She murmured almost deliriously to Li Yaoyao beside her. Mother, I've made up my mind. I want to marry him. Li Yaoyao. Chapter 73. Energy-reducing potion 2. Are we just going to watch old Zhang become a useless person? Zhou Tieta's eyes widened in anger. If that happens, no one will be able to rival that old scoundrel Helan Feng, and Canaan Academy will ride roughshod over Thunder Academy. Yang Danian. Zhang Ingjun. Wang Laowu suddenly began to cough violently. Cough, 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 cough. Zhou Tieta looked at him impatiently. Wang Laowu, is your throat uncomfortable? Seeing Zhou Tieta looking over, Wang Laowu hurriedly gestured to him, signaling him not to say these things in front of Zhang Ingjun. But Zhou Tieta was in a fit of anger at the moment. He might not even be able to hear what was said, let alone interpret gestures. Completely bewildered, Zhou Tieta glanced at the constantly making faces Wang Laowu, then turned his head to continue. I don't care. If no one goes, I'll go myself. I want to let that scoundrel, Zhao Ligong, off the hook. Zhou Tieta's voice was like a bell, causing Lin Jiangyue and the others' ears to buzz. Zhang Ingjun, who had been leaning against the bed and hadn't said much, finally couldn't hold back. As soon as Zhang Ingjun spoke, he was followed by a series of violent coughs, startling Zhou Tieta. Old Zhang, are you okay, old Zhang? Zhang Ingjun shook his head, pointing to a chair beside him. Tieta, don't be so agitated. Sit down and talk slowly. Although Zhang Ingjun had a bit of a sharp appearance, he spoke very steadily, exuding the demeanor of a dean. Zhou Tieta had no choice but to suppress his anger and sit down, gruffly saying, Old Zhang, what do you think we should do about this? Anyway, I can't swallow this anger. Zhang Ingjun frowned. If you ask me, I still think teacher Zhao isn't the kind of person. There might be some misunderstanding or something he can't talk about. Old Zhang, I really can't believe you. You see everyone as a good person. With your injury, if it weren't for trusting a backstabbing wolf, you and T have ended up like this. Just look at you. Zhou Tieta furrowed his brows again, about to blow up, when Sun Danian quickly said, Tieta, can you let the dean finish speaking first? Lin Jiangyue gave Xiao Weilan a glance, and Xiao Weilan understood, saying to Zhou Tieta, no talking for half an hour. Zhou Tieta angrily replied, why should I? Xiao Weilan calmly said, because I am your teacher. Zhou Tieta. Seeing Zhou Tieta at a loss, Yang Danian breathed a sigh of relief while finding it somewhat amusing. Yang Danian turned to Zhang Ingjun. Dean, please continue. Zhang Ingjun sighed. Teacher's son, I know you all mean well for me, but things have come to this point, and I am well aware of my own injuries. Dean, even if you don't care about your abilities anymore, what about Helan Feng? Sun Danian shook his head. Teda has a point. Our students don't have much background. If you can no longer use your abilities in the future, won't we be bullied by Canaan Academy? Zhang Yingjun. Yang Danian's words left Zhang Yingjun speechless. As the atmosphere in the room became somewhat stagnant, Lin Jiangyue suddenly raised her hand. Dean, I have a few questions. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Jiangyue, and Zhang Yingjun appeared very amiable. What questions do you have? Go ahead and ask. Lin Jiangyue asked, what exactly happened to you? How did you get hurt? Zhang Yingjun smiled wryly and said, it's quite embarrassing to talk about this. I had a very trustworthy student before. He was talented, a good person, diligent and hardworking. His only flaw was that his family was poor, and apart from him, no one else in his family had awakened special abilities. So he often faced bullying from others. However, at that time, I was busy with the construction of Thunder Academy and teaching other new students. So my help and concern for him were quite limited. I didn't understand his family situation well, which led to him being heavily bribed by Canaan Academy later and drugged me. The drug continuously drained my energy. Initially, it made my special abilities temporarily unusable, but over time, it gradually rendered me unable to use my abilities at all, just like an ordinary person. We consulted many doctors and pharmacists, and the answer was always the same. Unless I could break through to level 31, it would be impossible to lift the effects of the drug on my body. Lin Jiangyue said, energy-reducing potion? Yang Danian exclaimed in surprise. It is said that this is the unique formula of that old fellow Healan Feng. We also spent a lot of effort to find out about it. How do you, a young girl, know so much? Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 74. Diminishing Energy Potion 3. Because in the later part of my last life, the diminishing energy potion became very famous and very terrifying. It is the simplest and cheapest way to destroy an excellent ability user. Those who take the diminishing energy potion will gradually become weaker and weaker in their abilities, and there is no way to reverse it. A breakthrough in levels can indeed make the weakened abilities regain strength, but this effect lasts for a very short time. If Zhang Yingjun really was affected by the diminishing energy potion, then even if he obtained that herb and broke through to level 31, it would be useless. Lin Jiangyue shrugged and mocked. I'm not quite sure what kind of person the president of Canaan Academy is, but to say that the decrease potion is his exclusive formula is quite laughable. I once saw an apothecary develop it. The decrease potion was actually the result of Healan Feng stealing from one of their academy's mentors. In my previous life, after Healan Feng stole the formula, he intended to kill the person to silence them, but accidentally let them escape. Later, he even spread the news widely. Yang Danian was both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. Wah, where did you see that girl? Can we still find that person now? Generally, those who develop potions usually have a solution. Lin Jiangyue coughed lightly twice, because I have also done some research on potions. I met them at a small potion exchange conference. However, I probably won't be able to find them again, as we only met once and had no further contact. Lin Jiangyue shook her head and said, not necessarily. In my previous life, through relentless efforts, I developed a solution, but I never had the opportunity to test it, so I don't know how effective it is. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tieta, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't hold back. His tone was filled with excitement as he asked, could it be that you have a way, Masteress wife? Lin Jiangyue hesitated and said, it's like this. I casually chatted with that pharmacist, and he said that leveling up doesn't completely eliminate the effects of the energy-reducing potion. However, that pharmacist did suggest a method, but I don't know if it will work. Yang Danian couldn't help but get excited upon hearing this. This. Regardless of whether it works or not. Having a method is better than having none. He immediately said, girl, whatever you need, just say it. We will do our utmost to cooperate. As long as we can save the dean, you will be our great benefactor at Thunder Academy. Lin Jiangyue said lightly, teacher son, the materials needed to prepare this potion are not few. If it can save the dean, then naturally it's a happy outcome for everyone. But what if it doesn't work in the end? Have you thought about that? Yang Danian was taken aback. Doesn't work? After a moment, he helplessly said, if it doesn't work, there's nothing we can do. Beside them, Zhang Yingjun seemed to sense Lin Jiangyue's concerns and kindly said, little girl, it's great if it works. If it doesn't, we will still appreciate your efforts. No one will blame you for it, so you can rest assured. Hearing Zhang Yingjun say this, Lin Jiangyue replied, "Then I can give it a try. I'll write a list shortly, and you need to help me gather all the materials on it. Not a single one can be missing. Also, I need an empty room where no one is allowed to disturb me while I prepare the potion." Yang Danian hesitated and said, "A room is easy to arrange, but the materials. Young lady, you've seen the conditions at our Thunder Academy. Common materials shouldn't be a problem, but some rarer materials might not be available, and at least we would need time to gather them." Instead, Zhang Yingjun appeared more nonchalant. "Teacher's son, let this young girl write down the materials first. We can gather what we can. If we can't prepare everything, there's nothing we can do." Zhou Tietan next to him also said, Yes, let's write it down first. Old Yang, stop talking so much and quickly get some paper and a pen." Yang Danian nodded and hurried to fetch paper and a pen for Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue pondered for a moment and wrote down a total of 127 types of materials on the paper. Yang Danian, Zhou Tieta, and Wang Laowu all gathered around to take a look. Shen Jiamu was also curious, but seeing Xie Weilan sitting still, he ultimately felt too shy to approach. Yang Danian shook his head at a few of the materials listed on the paper. This. The other materials are manageable, as Thunder Academy has some stock. However, Yang Danian glanced at Zhang Yingjun and sighed. There are 7 or 8 types of materials here that are truly rare. Even if we look for them now, it will take time. He pointed to one of the materials. For example, this Xianbing grass only grows in extremely cold places and is quite valuable. Thunder Academy has never used it. Yang Danian Baoset then pointed to a few other materials and asked, "Girl, can you replace these materials with something else?" Lin Jiangyue shook her head and said, "Teacher's son, I know some materials are quite rare, but these are essential materials for preparing potions. We really can't do without even one. My abilities are limited." Yang Danian, Zhang Yingjun. Just as Zhang Yingjun was about to say it wouldn't work, Wang Laowu coughed twice and said, "I have a saying that I don't know if I should share it." Zhou Tieta became anxious upon hearing this. "Wang Laowu, I really can't believe you. What time is it now? Just say what you need to say. No need to hesitate." Yang Danian said, "Yes, Wang Laowu, we're all on the same side. There's no need to be so formal. Just say it. If it's good, it'll give us some ideas. And if it's not, no one will blame you." Wang Laowu said, "Then the old man really has something to say?" Zhou Tieta angrily replied, "Wang Laowu, if you keep dragging this out, let's go outside and settle this with a fight." Wang Laowu sighed and said, "The old man thinks that I have looked at these materials as well. There are indeed a few that are quite rare, but to say they are particularly precious, that's not really the case. They are easier to find than the herbs for breaking through barriers. It's just that preparing them takes a lot of time. Moreover, we need to keep someone to stabilize old Zhang's injuries, so we don't have enough manpower. But there are quite a few students at Thunder Academy. With those who have graduated and those who haven't, there should be at least several thousand. Is it really possible that no one has these materials? Even if not, it's better to have several thousand people looking for them together than just the 20 or so of us mentors trying hard." Zhou Tia, Sun Danian, Zhang Yingjun. After Wang Laowu finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became almost stagnant. After a while, Zhang Yingjun said, "Old Wang, I know you are thinking of me, but you also know the situation of the students at Thunder Academy. It's not easy for them. Obtaining a rare herb requires a lot of effort. As the dean, if I can't help, that's fine, but how can I put the burden on them? This goes against my teaching philosophy for many years." Yes, Yang Danian also said, "It's one thing not to be able to speak to the students, and we've been hiding this matter regarding the dean. If you spread it around, it's fine for those who have graduated, but what if those who haven't graduated find out? Wouldn't that cause panic?" "CC, the old man knew you would have this attitude," Wang Laowu murmured. "If old Zhang's abilities really disappear, wouldn't Canaan Academy come looking for trouble? Do you think this matter can be kept quiet then? Besides, the old man is only asking those students to help, not saying it's for free. It's voluntary, depending on their feelings for the academy. What's there to be embarrassed about? Of course, if you're worried about not being able to rally people and losing face, just consider that I never said anything." Zhang Yingjun, Sun Danian. After a moment of silence, Yang Danian said with some difficulty, "Dean, according to Wang Laowu's suggestion, I think it's okay. Anyway, if your abilities can't be used anymore, We won't be able to hide it for long. We won't force anyone. We could just call for help. If students are willing to assist, that's great. If not, that's fine too. What do you think? Zhang Ingjun. Chapter 75. Diminishing Ability Potion 4. Ever since Lin Jiangyue saw that young man in the mall, she had been distracted, and she wasn't as concerned about recognizing her biological father as she had been at first. Several times, when she listened to Li Yaoyao speak, she nearly zoned out. Whenever she had time, she would wander the streets, hoping for another chance encounter. However, reality was bound to disappoint her. For several consecutive days, she hadn't seen the young man's figure again and had no gains from asking around, as if he wasn't someone who frequented the vicinity of Canaan Academy at all. One day, she again tried to take the opportunity to go out alone while shopping, but Li Yaoyao stopped her. Ningning, you shouldn't go out today. Let Sun Tianyu go instead. Your mother has something to say to you. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. Li Yaoyao sighed and pulled Lin Jiangyue to sit down, saying, Ningning, mother knows what you're thinking. Not to mention you, mother is also very satisfied with that child. If you could really marry such a perfect husband, mother would wake up smiling from her dreams. However, this matter absolutely cannot be rushed. Not to mention that you might not even be able to find him now. Even if you do manage to find him, it probably won't be of much use. Lin Jiangyue frowned slightly. What do you mean? Li Yaoyao said. Think about it, a dress worth 20 million contribution points. That kid can just say it's a gift. Their family must be extraordinary. Even your biological father couldn't have that kind of status back then. For such a family, when it comes to marrying off their children, they definitely emphasize social standing. Only by having your father acknowledge you, and you becoming the legitimate young lady of Canaan Academy, will it be possible for that kid's family to accept you. Lin Jiangyue was silent for a while before saying, but there hasn't been any substantial progress these days. When will I be able to get my biological father to recognize me? Li Yaoyao Raplia, Ningning. My mother has found out that your biological father goes to a place called Jingxin Tea House every month. In 2 days, it will be the time for him to go to that tea house, and it would be perfect for us to meet him there. You should stay at home and prepare well these 2 days, trying to make your father like you at first sight. Don't think about that child for now. As long as you are outstanding and dazzling enough, even if you don't look for him, he will definitely come and find you. On the contrary, even if you find him, it won't be useful. Lin Jiangyue. Canaan College. Dean Heelan Feng sat behind the desk, silently observing the young man across from her. If Lin Jiangyue were present, she would surely be so excited that she trembled all over, because the young man was the one she encountered in the business world. At this moment, the two were sitting opposite each other, and Heelan Feng politely said, I wonder who young Master Lin is looking for. I can also help you search. Lin Jinghong chuckled and said, Thank you, Dean Heelan, for your kindness, but there's no need for that. I can handle this matter myself, and I would appreciate it if you could keep this to yourself. Hearing Lin Jinghong say this, Heelan Feng naturally did not insist. He nodded. Then I will arrange accommodation for you, young Master Lin. How about you stay at Canaan Academy for these days? It's been a few years since my daughter has seen you, and she misses you dearly. Thank you for your concern, Miss Heelan. Back then, I was still young, so it didn't matter. But now that Miss Heelan has grown into a graceful young lady, I fear that too much contact might not be good for her reputation. Jinghong, what are you saying? Heelan Feng replied, if Tinger truly gains your favor, it would be her good fortune from her past life. Lin Jinghong slightly bowed and said, I dare not take it. After speaking, he naturally shifted the topic. Heelan Fengyin, being experienced, could naturally see that Lin Jinghong had no interest in Heelan Ting. This young man, although polite and friendly to all women, was actually like the Lin Zhao Ying of his youth, someone who wandered through a sea of flowers without getting attached to any, and it wasn't easy for him to develop feelings for someone. However, his wife, who was like a tigress, was clueless and believed that her daughter was a celestial being, thinking that only Lin Jinghong was worthy of her. Thinking of his wife, Heelan Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. Over the years, that woman had gradually aged. Her looks were not as good as before, and her abilities had diminished due to injuries. Yet her temper remained unchanged, fierce and aggressive. This had caused Heelan Ting to follow suit. If it weren't for considering that woman's family background, he would really want to kick her out. Lin Jinghong looks down on Heelan Ting, which is good, as it prevents that woman from becoming arrogant with support. After all, he has plenty of illegitimate daughters. He can casually introduce a few to Lin Jiangyue. Whoever manages to catch the other's eye, he will elevate that person's mother. If none of them have the ability, then there's no use in bringing them up. With this thought, He Feng no longer mentioned He Ting and started chatting casually with Lin Jiangyue. But unexpectedly, after just a couple of sentences, a guard suddenly rushed in and whispered, "Director, Zhao Ligong is insisting on seeing you." Chapter 76, Diminishing Ability Serum 5. He Feng was taken aback and instinctively looked at Lin Jiangyue, who was sitting opposite him. Lin Jiangyue smiled and immediately stood up, saying, "Since Dean Heelan has guests, I won't stay longer. We'll meet another day." He Feng hurriedly said, "Jiangyue, what are you talking about? What guest could be more important than you? Sit down. Let's continue our conversation." As he spoke, he turned his face down and looked at the guard, saying, "Can't you see I have a distinguished guest here? Make him wait." The guard hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something more, but seeing He Feng's displeased expression, he could only agree and step back. However, just as he closed the door, He Feng opened his mouth, but didn't have time to speak to Lin Jiangyue when a deafening explosion suddenly sounded outside. He Feng looked towards the door, his brows almost furrowed together. Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, "It seems the other party is indeed in a hurry. Director Heelan, you should go ahead with your business." After that, He Feng tried to persuade him several times, but he still refused. As the noise outside grew louder, mixed with shouts, He Feng had no choice but to say, "Then Jiangyue, you must come again when you have time." Lin Jiangyue smiled and nodded. He Feng stood up and personally escorted him out. Just as he opened the door, he saw 4 or 5 guards desperately dragging a tall man outside. Although the man was tall, he appeared quite disheveled, with bloodshot eyes glaring at the doorway as he shouted, He Feng, get out here." In front of Lin Jiangyue, He Feng felt extremely embarrassed, coldly looking at the guards and scolding, "With so many people, you can't even handle one person. A bunch of useless fools." The guards, scolded by him, felt utterly ashamed and worked even harder to drag the man outside. The man cursed loudly, "He Feng, you untrustworthy scoundrel." Bang! He Feng suddenly activated his powers and punched the man in the face, silencing him instantly. The man fell to the ground, spitting blood. He Feng's power level was already at 35, while the man was only at 13. The difference in levels was too obvious, and a single punch rendered him unable to speak. "You reap what you sow." He Feng coldly snorted, then turned to Lin Jiangyue with a smile, saying, "Just some bumpkin trying to make trouble. I hope I didn't embarrass you. Let me escort you out." "Director, you don't need to be so polite. Just drop me off here," Lin Jiangyue said, glancing at the man on the ground and firmly refusing. He Feng added, "Then I'll have the guards take you out." Seeing He Feng's attitude, the guards dared not be negligent and respectfully led Lin Jiangyue outside. As they walked past the man, Lin Jiangyue faintly felt an unusual gaze on him. He paused imperceptibly and lowered his eyes, only to see the tall but disheveled man staring at him. His eyes were filled with resentment, unwillingness, and other emotions, combined with his bloody face, making him look somewhat terrifying. He Feng's punch was extremely heavy, likely injuring the man severely, which would probably affect his ability to use his powers in the future. Because Lin Jiangyue lowered his gaze without warning, their eyes suddenly met. The man was momentarily stunned by the pair of eyes that seemed to smile, yet not smile, but then he continued to glare fiercely at Lin Jiangyue. In his view, He Feng was being so polite to this young man, which meant that the other party must be a friend of Canaan Academy. He despised everyone from Canaan Academy. Even more so, he hated those who had a good relationship with Canaan Academy. Lin Jiangyue slightly tilted his head. He showed no reaction and casually walked past. However, at the moment he walked by the man suddenly felt a warm aura enveloping him, and the excruciating pain he had been feeling immediately lessened significantly. A healing ability from the light attribute. Its rarity is almost comparable to that of dark attribute abilities. Moreover, this feeling must be at least close to level 40. No wonder He Feng would be so courteous to someone so young. Who is this person? What is his relationship with He Feng? Why is he treating him? Overwhelmed by endless confusion, the man stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Lin Jiangyue did not look at him even once. His trusted aide, Lin Biao, was waiting for Lin Jinghong in the room. Upon seeing him, he immediately stood up and said, "Young master." Lin Jinghong replied lightly, "Sit down. Do you have any news?" Lin Biao indignantly said, "But I'm just speaking up for you, young master. Clearly, you are the eldest son of the main branch, and your abilities are so rare. Why must you always be suppressed by others?" Lin Jinghong almost laughed. "Lin Biao, which era are you living in? Still talking about having a long house and long descendants? In this world, it's whoever is strong that gets to make the rules." Lin Biao naturally said, "Aren't you the strongest and most talented in the entire Lin family, young master?" Lin Jinghong's eyelashes trembled slightly. "Then how do you know that my little uncle is not strong?" Lin Biao said, "How could someone truly strong not appear for so many years?" Lin Jinghong said, "Lin Biao, I don't like making such guesses. I even less like being overly arrogant. Special abilities are indeed important, but they don't represent everything. At least my uncle back then could make the Lin family stand on equal footing with the Gu family. But now I am far from being comparable to Guzushi. How can that be a fair comparison? How old is Guzushi? And how old are you, young master?" "There's a generational gap." Lin Biao said, "Besides, young master, you are far superior to that adopted son of his by 18 streets. Who is weak enough to compare with whom?" "I can't do that." Lin Jinghong laughed. "No matter whether Grandpa truly likes me or not, he is at least seriously cultivating me. As for that adopted son of the Gu family." Lin Jinghong paused and asked, "Do you think Guzushi truly loves him?" Lin Biao wondered, "Isn't it so?" Lin Jinghong shook his head with a smile. "It was just pampering. People have always only seen the surface, thinking that allowing others to do as they please is love. However, in his view, someone like Guzushi, no matter how incapable of teaching his son, could never raise a son who is both brash and incompetent without being aware of it. He simply said, 'Go find someone, search carefully, don't overlook any place, and absolutely do not be two-faced.' Do you understand?" Lin Biao was slightly taken aback. If they really found it, wouldn't the young master be afraid that the other party would affect your position, rather than being far away and out of reach? It's better to be right in front of you. Lin Biao. Chapter 77. Depowering Agent. 6. Healan Feng, you beast. Zhao Ligong glared at Healan Feng, his eyes almost bursting with rage. "You said that as long as I hand over the herbs to you, you would let my mother go. Now I brought the herbs, so where's my mother?" Zhao Ligong. Looking at Zhao Ligong's ever-changing expression, Healan Feng snorted. "Don't worry. I'm not going to deceive someone as insignificant as you. Once I confirm that Zhang Yingjun can't use his abilities, I will naturally release her. However, you'd better behave yourself these days. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Also, don't shout outside my office anymore. This time, I've reduced your abilities by half as a lesson. Next time, I will directly cripple your powers and leave you a useless person." Zhao Ligong gritted his teeth and said, "I was forced by you, you bastard. If it weren't for you threatening me with my mother, I would never betray Thunder Academy and the principal. You should be saying this to Zhang Yingjun. What is the use of saying it to me?" Healan Feng laughed coldly and said, "Besides, according to your theory, can I say that if it weren't for your childish daughter insisting on eating cotton candy, we wouldn't have easily caught your mother? So the real culprit should be her?" Zhao Ligong. After saying this, Healan Feng lazily leaned against his desk and stopped speaking. He signaled the guards on either side to take Zhao Ligong away. Zhao Ligong pushed away the two guards trying to grab him and angrily said, "I can walk on my own." One of the guards stumbled from the push. Those qualified to be guards at Canaan Academy must have some skills. Seeing that Zhao Ligong had just taken such a heavy blow from Healan Feng and could still be so fierce, everyone was greatly surprised. Even Healan Feng himself raised his eyebrows in surprise and sarcastically said, "I didn't expect you to be so tough. If you can still move after that hit. It seems I went easy on you." Zhao Ligong. No one present noticed that the young man had just used light-type abilities on him, including Healan Feng, who is already over level 30. This shows that the opponent not only has a high level, but also has excellent control over their powers. Zhao Ligong suddenly asked, "Healan Feng, who was the person you were just with?" Hearing Zhao Ligong mention Lin Jinghong, Healan Feng immediately became alert. He mocked, "What does it have to do with you? I warn you, you'd better not think about things you shouldn't. Zhao Ligong. A day later, Yang Danian excitedly gathered Lin Jiangyue and the others again. Girl, we have prepared all the materials, and there are many extras. Do you think it's enough? If it's not enough, we can get more. Lin Jiangyue looked at the huge pile of materials in surprise. This is enough. We won't eat all of this. Yang Danian was teary-eyed. Director, you don't know how enthusiastic our students are. At first, I didn't want any of it, but they just threw down these materials and ran off, making it impossible for me to refuse. So I had to bring them all to you. For this alone, our college hasn't been in vain. We haven't wasted so much effort for nothing. Yang Danian spoke animatedly. His face, which usually had a dull color, was now flushed with excitement. Others were fine, but Zhou Tieta, despite his strong build, was surprisingly emotional, and he ended up crying along with Yang Danian, sobbing loudly. Wang Laowu helplessly tugged at Zhou Tieta's sleeve, whispering, Tieta, Tieta, can you keep it down? You're the only one howling in the whole room. Wang Laowu, Zhou Tieta retorted angrily, I'm just moved, okay? What do you mean by true feelings in times of adversity? This is what true feelings in times of adversity look like. Have you seen what the apocalypse has been like these past few years? I say it's still old Zhang who's the best. All right, Tieta, we all know what you're saying. Just say a little less, Lin Jiangyue quickly interjected, worried that Zhou Tieta would start making noise again. Director, the longer we delay in this situation, the worse it will get. Since the materials are ready, we shouldn't waste any time. I'll start preparing the potion immediately. Zhou Tieta. Yang Danian said, Girl, I'll leave it to you then. I'll have someone prepare a room for you right away. Don't worry. Absolutely no one will disturb you. Zhang Yingjun added, just do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it doesn't work out, no one will blame you. Lin Jiangyue smiled and nodded. I know my limits. She had known in her previous life that Zhang Yingjun was a good person, which was why she was willing to step up and handle this matter. However, she did not expect his charisma to exceed her expectations. In this apocalyptic world, it was truly touching that so many people were willing to selflessly contribute their hard-earned rare materials. It was enough to show that Zhang Yingjun genuinely cared for his students. Given this, it seemed she needed to put in more effort as well. Chapter 78, Saving People, 1. Lin Jiangyue had been busy for 3 days and nights before finally stepping out of the room. During this time, countless explosions sounded from inside, and if it weren't for Xia Weilan and Shen Zhao Mu blocking the door, Zhou Tieta would have rushed in recklessly several times. Now that Lin Jiangyue has emerged, Yang Danian, Zhou Tieta, Wang Laowu, and several mentors from Thunder Academy whose names he couldn't even recall all swarmed around her, looking tense. Yang Danian asked, Girl, how is it? Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, The medicine has been prepared, but we won't know the specific effects until the dean tries it. One of the mentors expressed concern, saying, What if there are side effects? Zhou Tieta shot a glare at the speaking mentor and said, Don't doubt my teacher's wife. The mentor was startled by Zhou Tieta's loud voice, awkwardly touched his nose, and fell silent. Xia Weilan, extremely rarely, looked at Zhou Tieta with a look of approval. Lin Jiangyue helplessly tugged at Xia Weilan's sleeve, signaling him to tone it down a bit, and then said to Yang Danian, Teacher Yang, let's go find the dean first. Yang Danian nodded repeatedly, okay. Zhang Yingjuan's condition was getting worse by the day. During these 3 days, he hadn't been idle either. Since his mentor couldn't leave to take care of Zhang Yingjuan's injuries, he gathered a few graduated students, who were also of a decent level, to inquire about the situation at Canaan Academy. It turned out that Zhao Ligong had indeed appeared on the grounds of Canaan Academy, but the herbs and the group of students who had gone with Zhao Ligong were all missing. Therefore, he could only place most of his hopes on Lin Jiangyue's potions. Lin Jiangyue and a few others followed Yang Daji to Zhang Yingjuan's room again. Zhang Yingjuan's condition was visibly worse than before. Lin Jiangyue frowned and said straightforwardly, Dean, I have already prepared the potion, but it's hard to say what the specific effects will be. You'll need to drink it to find out. There may be some risks involved. Zhang Yingjun replied kindly, It's all right, just bring it here. Lin Jiangyue nodded, took out a vial of potion, and handed it to Zhang Yingjun. Inside was a dark green liquid that looked slightly unsettling at first glance. Yang Daji originally had a lot of confidence in the potion Lin Jiangyue had prepared, but upon seeing the color of this potion, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This. After a long time, there was still no explanation. He wanted to ask if this was really not poison, but felt a bit embarrassed to do so. However, the others present naturally understood his meaning. Lin Jiangyue said, because this energy-reducing agent is inherently insidious. The principle is to use poison to counteract poison. I've done my best to prepare the agent to this extent. If the dean is not at ease, he can choose not to take it. Better safe than sorry. Even though I have great confidence in the agent I've prepared, I won't make any absolute claims. Zhang Yingjun smiled wryly and said, at this point, what else is there to be uneasy about? As he spoke, he opened the vial of the agent, and an acrid stench immediately filled the room. At this moment, except for Xia Weilan, the faces of the others in the room turned dark. Zhang Tada hesitated and said, Old Zhang, how about I try it first? Zhang Yingjun shook his head and unhesitatingly drank the agent. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen, and his whole body almost went into spasms. Zhang Yingjun couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, nearly rolling off the bed. Dean! Dean! Yang Danian was so frightened that he immediately wanted to rush forward. Lin Jiangyue said coldly, don't move, it's a critical moment for the toxin to be expelled. Wang Laowu quickly grabbed Yang Dajin. Dajin, let's just wait and see. Yang Dajin had no choice but to stand still. At this moment, Zhang Yingjun was sweating profusely, but the sweat that flowed out was not of a normal color. It was pitch black. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and remained silent, clearly in unbearable pain. The air was thick with silence. This situation lasted for almost half an hour, making Yang Dajin sweat anxiously. Suddenly, Zhang Yingjun, who had been clenching his teeth with closed eyes, convulsed violently and let out a muffled groan. However, along with this groan, the pain did not intensify. Instead, his momentum began to rise continuously, and he directly broke through to level 31 without the aid of any herbs. Then he reached level 32, level 33, level 34. Finally, he stabilized at level 35. Moments later, Zhang Yingjun opened his eyes, full of vitality. Apart from still having a sharp face, the pallor on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by a healthy glow. Rising 5 levels in an instant was simply unheard of and unseen. Yang Dajin couldn't help but be both surprised and delighted. Dean, how do you feel now? Zhang Yingjun smiled and said, very good. I've never felt so energetic before, but he paused and looked at Lin Jiangyue with some confusion. Little girl, can this potion also eliminate the advancement barrier? Lin Jiangyue pondered for a moment and said, in principle, it's possible. But due to the reason of using poison to counteract poison, it's equivalent to violently breaking through, and the effect will definitely not be as gentle as that of herbs. Moreover, the process will be particularly painful, the higher the level, the stronger the pain during the barrier breaking. Therefore, unless there are special circumstances, it is still not recommended to use it. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Laowu, Zhou Tieta, and Yang Danian all had extremely strange expressions on their faces. That was already quite good. You must know that in these years of the apocalypse, apart from the herbs that can eliminate barriers, no one has ever been able to formulate a potion to eliminate barriers. If this news were to get out, it would definitely cause a sensation. Zhang Yingjun smiled and said, little girl, you truly are a genius in potion making. Are you interested in becoming a mentor at our Thunder Academy? The salary is negotiable, and you won't be treated poorly, right, Teacher Yang? Zhang Yingjuan's appearance was somewhat disadvantageous. He looked fine when he frowned, but once he smiled, he inexplicably appeared cunning, making people feel that they could easily be sold out by him. Xia Weilan instinctively stepped forward and grabbed Lin Jiangyue's hand. This action certainly did not escape Zhang Yingjuan's eyes. At this moment, having broken through to level 35, he was exceptionally energetic, and his thinking became extremely agile. You can come with your little boyfriend. By then, not only will you be model mentors at our Thunder Academy, but also a model couple, setting an example for our students. Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilan, with a remark that was neither biased nor slanted. It precisely hit Xia Weilan's sore spot. Xia Weilan looked at Lin Jiangyue, her eyes glistening with tears, and softly said, Cécile, I think this is worth considering. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 79. Saving People 2. Xia Weilan. I think you really lack principles. Lin Jiangyue said, somewhat dissatisfied. Is it that as long as others agree with our relationship, you can't even tell the directions anymore? Just because Zhou Tieta called you Shermu, you ended up taking in such a foolish student. Now it's even better, because Zhang Yingjun said they are a model couple and wants to stay on as a mentor. Although Zhang Yingjun is indeed a good person, considering how broke Thunder Academy is right now, forget about salary. It's already good enough if they don't have to pay out of pocket. She didn't mind expressing goodwill appropriately, but she couldn't be taken advantage of either. Xia Weilan seemed to see what Lin Jiangyue was thinking. He blinked innocently. With Zhou Tieta's personality, if I don't take him as a disciple, it would only be harder to manage than it is now. As for Thunder Academy, Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. In recent days, she had used the remaining jade stones to elevate both her mental control ability and spatial ability to level 7. Now they had run out of jade stones, and any further upgrades could only rely on the power of crystal cores, or the gems obtained from Wang Laowu. Absorbing the power from crystal cores would accumulate more impurities in her body, which would increasingly affect her ability's performance as time went on. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was pure, the amount of spiritual energy that could be absorbed from Wang Laowu's gem was still too little. Wearing it enhanced her abilities significantly, but relying solely on that for advancement was simply too slow. Currently, neither option seemed feasible. However, she had a third method, which was to develop a leveling up potion. As far as she knew, by the later part of her previous life, someone at the central base had already developed such a potion, but the price was exorbitant, selling for a sky-high 100 million contribution points each. Even nobles couldn't easily afford it. Although she didn't know the formula for that potion, based on her accumulated experience from her previous life and her research on potions, she was confident she could formulate it given enough time and materials. Once she had this potion, she could easily help herself and Xia Weilan elevate their ability levels, rather than being stuck at the same level for a long time as she was now. Xia Weilan had already broken through to level 11 for over half a month, but because he had been constantly on the move and she didn't want him to use too many crystal cores, he had not been able to continue leveling up. Even though Xia Weilan was strong in combat, especially with the combination of his domain ability, he could fight those at levels 20 and above. But if he encountered someone at level 30 or above, it would be futile. Moreover, her own leveling speed was unusually slow. Back in City Ye, she was only at level 2 or 3, and most people couldn't defeat her. Now, after finally reaching level 7, her opponents had turned into those at levels 10, 20, and 30, making it impossible for her to compete. Given the current situation, she could only rely on Xia Weilan for protection. But she didn't want to be protected by him all the time. She wanted to fight alongside this young man. Therefore, developing the leveling up potion was extremely necessary, and she needed to research it as quickly as possible. With this in mind, Lin Jiangyue became less resistant to the idea of temporarily staying at Thunder Academy as a mentor. She said to Xia Weilan, "All right then, becoming a mentor is not out of the question, but we need to discuss the terms with Zhang Yingjun. I see that he might be a bit cunning, so we can't let him take advantage of us." Xia Weilan replied, "No problem, I'll definitely listen to you." Lin Jiangyue's face turned slightly red. Lin Jiangyue nodded. "Then let's go." Shen Zhaomu curiously asked, "Sister Jiangyue, are you planning to accept the dean's proposal?" Lin Jiangyue said slowly, "It depends on the situation. If the conditions are suitable, I'll agree. If not, I won't." Shen Zhaomu. After hearing the conditions proposed by Lin Jiangyue, Zhang Yingjun smiled and said, "Just like that? No problem. As long as you agree to become mentors at Thunder Academy, I will agree." "Really?" Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. She had originally left room for Zhang Yingjun to negotiate. Naturally, it was true. Zhang Yingjun smiled and said, "A good teacher is essential for students, and I never take this lightly. However, you also need to fulfill your responsibilities as mentors and be dedicated to your students. Otherwise, my promises won't count." "Of course," Lin Jiangyue assured him. "As long as we are at Thunder Academy, we will be dedicated to every student." "Teacher Lin, with your assurance, what else could I possibly worry about?" Zhang Yingjun immediately changed his tone. "Just now, I have something very important that I need you and Teacher Xia to help with." "You agree and then come with work? It seems benefits don't come so easily." Lin Jiangyue asked. What is going on? Zhang Yingjun sighed. Didn't we have a few students fall into the territory of Canaan Academy? We have to rescue them no matter what. Don't you think so? Teacher Lin? Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback and immediately refused. Dean, it's understandable that you want to save someone. But with the current ability levels of me and Xia Weilan. Before Lin Jiangyue could finish, Zhang Yingjun interjected, I will go with you. Also, thanks to you, Teacher Lin, I was able to successfully advance to level 35. So I have prepared a piece of jade that I have treasured for many years as a token of appreciation. This jade contains a rich amount of energy and is estimated to allow Teacher Xia's abilities to directly advance to level 15. As he spoke, Zhang Yingjun took out a piece of jade that shimmered with colors. With Xia Weilan's abilities, reaching level 15 would basically make her invincible below level 25. Lin Jiangyue immediately changed her words without any dignity. No problem. Isn't it the responsibility of a mentor to rescue students? Chapter 80. Saving People 3. In the middle of each month, Helan Feng would still go to the Jingxin tea house alone to drink tea. This had been his habit for many years. He still sat in the same tea room he was used to. However, today, he inexplicably felt that the decorations around him seemed somewhat different from before. Helan Feng rang the bell to call the tea house staff. A girl of about 17 or 18 walked in response. The girl was very pretty, with big eyes that made Helan Feng feel an inexplicable familiarity. This girl was Lin Jiangyue. Helan Feng discreetly glanced at her and smiled. Little girl, I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? Lin Jiangyue was eager to perform in front of Helan Feng. Hearing this, she raised a naive and bright smile and said, Yes, sir. Today is only my third day working here. Do you have any instructions for me? Although Helan Feng was older, he still preferred girls around 17 or 18. Seeing Lin Jiangyue smile so happily at him, he couldn't help but feel delighted, and even his voice became gentler. Helan Feng revealed a smile that he considered very gentle and said, There is nothing much to instruct. I just wanted to ask who tidied up this tea room today. It feels a bit different from usual. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback by his words, a hint of unease showing on her beautiful face. I arranged the tea room myself, and it hasn't really changed much. I just added a few more pots of flowers and slightly adjusted the placement of the tea utensils. She paused and continued. Do you have any dissatisfaction, sir? Not at all. I just wanted to chat with you casually, so there's no need to be nervous. Come, please sit down. And let's talk slowly, Helan Feng said, pointing to the chair opposite him. Lin Jiangyue, seeing things going so smoothly, Lin Jiangyue felt secretly pleased, but still pretended to be flustered as Li Yaoyao had taught her before, saying, How can that be? Sir, you're a guest, and I'm just a small waitress. How can I be worthy to sit with you? Helan Feng may appear amiable on the surface, but in reality, he was someone with a very strong sense of hierarchy, looking down on others. Seeing Lin Jiangyue being so well-mannered, he felt a bit more satisfied and waved his hand, saying, If you don't want to, then forget it. But young lady, may I ask why you arranged this tea room like this? Hearing this question, Lin Jiangyue fell silent for a moment, her eyes slightly red. These flowers and plants are what my long-lost biological father liked, and as for the tea utensils, they're arranged according to his living habits. Lin Jiangyue lowered his head and wiped his eyes, because I miss my biological father so much. I unconsciously decorated the tea room like this. Helan Feng was taken aback and looked at Lin Jiangyue with some suspicion. He pretended to be kind and cautiously asked, Little girl, who is your biological father? I know many friends. Maybe if you tell me, I can help you find him. Lin Jiangyue shook her head. Her originally clear voice, slightly hoarse. I don't know. My mother won't tell me his identity, only that my biological father is a very, very impressive hero. She also told me some of his habits and insisted that I should always think of him, remember him, and respect him. Oh, right, there's also. At this point, Lin Jiangyue suddenly clapped her hands and took out a red string from around her neck, as if presenting a treasure to Helan Feng. Sir, look at this. This is what my biological father left for me. Helan Feng. The red string was not tied to any precious gem, but rather a heart-shaped pendant. However, it looked somewhat familiar. Helan Feng frowned slightly and cleared his throat. Little girl, who is your mother? Lin Jiangyue said softly. My mother is named Li Yaoyao. When they were together, Li Yaoyao was quite perceptive, so He Linfeng still had some impression of her. But even that impression was just one among many lovers, and they haven't seen each other in so many years. When He Linfeng heard this name, a small ripple arose in his heart, but it quickly calmed down. He replied, "So how have you and your mother lived all these years?" When He Linfeng heard the name Li Yaoyao, the slight ripple in his heart was almost negligible in Lin Jiangyue's eyes. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, and she recited the prepared lines. At first, we want to stay with relatives, but that family saw that my mother was beautiful and several times tried to find someone to marry her off, hoping to gain some benefits. As she spoke, Lin Jiangyue's expression turned indignant. This is not marriage. It's clearly trying to sell my mother for profit. Of course, my mother wouldn't agree. All these years, she has only had my father in her heart, thinking of him at night until she secretly shed tears. How could she possibly marry someone else? Lin Jiangyue suddenly covered his mouth and bowed to He Linfeng. "I'm sorry, sir, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have said these things to disturb you." He Linfeng waved his hand and said, "It's okay." Hearing Lin Jiangyue say that Li Yaoyao missed him so much, a barely noticeable look of emotion finally appeared on He Linfeng's face. "Since your mother cares so much about your father, why did they separate back then?" Among his many lovers, more than half were dealt with by that tigress of a wife, and the remaining few were kept outside. Yet Li Yaoyao left when their relationship was at its best. At this moment, he couldn't help but bring it up. Lin Jiangyue let out a soft, "Ah, I'm not particularly clear about this either. My mother just said she felt unworthy of my father and hoped he would be well in this life, but she didn't want to see him again." She sighed softly, looking very disappointed, "But I really want to meet my biological father." He Linfeng did not respond directly, only saying, "I hope you can fulfill your wish." Lin Jiangyue. Hotel. Lin Jiangyue leaned back on the sofa a bit dejectedly and said to Li Yaoyao, "Mother, what does he really mean by this? Has he remembered you or not?" Li Yaoyao replied, "Ning Ning, don't be anxious. I believe I know your biological father to some extent. If he hadn't remembered, he wouldn't have talked so much with a waitress like you. However, he is naturally suspicious and cautious. If you don't have more contact, he definitely won't recognize you. You need to be patient." "Patient? How long do I have to wait?" Lin Jiangyue frowned. "What if he leaves after a long time?" "Mother, I'm serious about wanting to marry him." Apart from Xia Weilan, she had never met anyone she was so compatible with, and she absolutely couldn't miss this chance. Li Yaoyao pondered and said, "Let's wait a little longer. If I'm not mistaken, in a few days, He Linfeng will definitely go to the Jingxin tea house again. At that time, I'll find a way to meet him in person." Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 81. Saving People for Get Out. "All of you get out." Song Chuhang smashed a wine bottle hard on the ground, startling the maids in the room to flee in all directions. As Song Changfeng entered, he saw this scene and couldn't help but frown. He quickly waved his hand, signaling the maids to leave, then closed the door and said, "Chuang, what's wrong with you? We're right under Gu Qisong's nose. Why are you causing a scene again? If he finds out, won't all our efforts be in vain?" "In vain," Song Chuang scoffed, his face twisted in anger. "Father, I call that old bastard Gu Qisong dry grandpa and that disgusting son of his dad, and what do I get in return? Look at this old bastard. Does he trust me? He gave a ring from Lin Haonan to one of my nephews, but not to me." Song Changfeng was taken aback. "How do you know that?" Song Chuhang coldly snorted. "That person is called Gu Jiqiang. He has the ring on his hand. I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing this, a hint of gloom also flashed in Song Changfeng's eyes, but he still comforted Song Chuhang. "Chuhang, there's no need to be so angry. That ring may be Gu Qisong's reason for keeping Lin Haonan close, but we don't know the true origin of the ring. Recklessly possessing it may not be a good thing. Moreover, even if a nephew is close, he is not a son. Just because Gu Qisong doesn't trust you doesn't mean he completely trusts that Gu Jiqiang." Song Chuhang said coldly, "Anyway, I figured it out. That old bastard Gu Qisong just wants to play with me, to entertain himself and that pig Gu Jiwei. Just wait, I'll endure it for now, but sooner or later, I won't let him off. Don't mention the ring. The Gu family's fortune will eventually be ours." Song Changfeng. Near Canaan Academy, Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan were hiding in the shadows, observing their surroundings. Shun Jiaomu shook his head. Everything is normal. And I haven't heard any news about the students from Thunder Academy. Lin Jiangyue sighed. It's been 2 days, and that group of students has vanished without a trace. Not a single clue. Zhao Ligong has been staying at Canaan Academy and hasn't come out. With our ability levels, we can't just barge in and deliver food, can we? After a pause, she looked at Shan Jimu and Xia Weilan. Anyway, I don't have any ideas for now. Do you two have any thoughts? Let's share and brainstorm together. Xia Weilan. Shun Zhaomu. After a brief silence, Shun Zhaomu frowned and said, I don't have any ideas for now either. How about we wait for the dean and the others to come before discussing it? After saying that, she turned to the quiet Xia Weilan. What do you think? Lin Jiangyue smiled and jokingly said, girls go shopping to buy things. Are you going to pay? Xia Weilan nodded, of course. Aren't all your contribution points with me? Where did you get the contribution points to pay? Lin Jiangyue pouted. Oh, you, Xia Weilan. Are you hiding a little treasure behind my back? Xia Weilan replied seriously, no. He took out a large handful of crystal cores from his spatial ring. These are all cores from mutated beasts above level 20. I got them while fighting on the way. They should be worth quite a few contribution points. Even though she knew that Xia Weilan would go fight mutated beasts during his downtime. Seeing that large handful of crystal cores still made Lin Jiangyue click her tongue in surprise. After absorbing the energy-rich jade that Zhang Yingjun gave him, Xia Weilan's dark-type ability level directly rose from level 11 to level 16, and his domain-type ability also broke through from level 6 to level 11, making it as easy as chopping vegetables to fight level 21 or 22 mutated beasts. And it wasn't just 1 or 2, but large-scale attacks. Lin Jiangyue smiled as she took the handful of crystal cores. Let's go exchange some contribution points to buy 2 outfits for Zhao Mu. It's really not suitable for him to wear your clothes. Hearing Lin Jiangyue suddenly mention him, Shun Zhao Mu couldn't help but be taken aback and quickly waved his hand, saying, Sister Jiangyue, there's no need, really no need. It's not necessary to waste the contribution points. It doesn't matter what I wear. When he was at his uncle and aunt's house, he wore discarded clothes that no one wanted. Although Xia Weilan's clothes were a bit long and oversized, they were still very new and suitable, something he had never dared to dream of before. Lin Jiangyue waved her hand and said, Since you call me sister and him brother, then we are naturally on the same side. Still, as I said, as long as we are all united, what we have will also include you, so don't be polite. Shun Zhaomu. Shun Zhaomu pressed her lips together and said softly, Thank you. Lin Jiangyue smiled and said nothing more. Although things here are expensive, correspondingly, the high-level crystal nuclei can be exchanged for more contribution points. Lin Jiangyue and the others exchanged their large number of over 20-level crystal nuclei for a total of 7 million contribution points. Lin Jiangyue felt extravagant as she held the card, and the 3 of them headed straight to the largest nearby mall. Although the mall was large, the items sold were really expensive, especially the clothes, with the cheapest starting at 300,000 contribution points. Seeing this, Shun Zhaomu's expression grew darker as he shook his head whenever asked which piece he wanted. Clothes, after all, sometimes truly reflect the saying you get what you pay for. Knowing that Shun Zhaomu thought it was too expensive, Lin Jiangyue simply stopped asking for his opinion and called over a salesperson, pointing to a top and a pair of pants, saying, This one and this one. Have them brought down for my brother to try on. The salesperson initially looked at Lin Jiangyue and the others, who were dressed simply with some impatience, but when she saw how good-looking Shun Zhaomu and Xia Weilan were, her attitude changed immediately. She took the clothes down and smiled, saying, Miss, you have great taste, choosing the trendiest styles we have here. May I ask who they are for? Seeing the salesperson staring at Xia Weilan, Lin Jiangyue felt a bit displeased. She placed her hands on her hips and stepped in front of Xia Weilan, blocking her completely, and then pointed at Shun Zhaomu, saying, For him, this is my brother, and the one behind is my fiancé. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Weilan walked over to Lin Jiangyue and gently held her hand. Seeing the closeness between the two, the salesperson was momentarily stunned, her face showing a hint of obvious disappointment. After a moment, she turned to Shun Zhaomu and handed him the clothes. Although this boy couldn't compare to Xia Weilan, he was undoubtedly very good-looking. When Shun Zhaomu saw the price tag on the clothes, he hesitated and refused to take them. Jiangyue, I don't think these clothes are. Not particularly. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Jiangyue had already taken the clothes from the salesperson and shoved them into his hands. Just try them on. What? Don't you trust my taste? Shun Jiamu. Seeing Lin Jiangyue so insistent, Shun Jiamu had no choice but to helplessly take the clothes and walk to the fitting room. Only Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilan, and the salesperson were left behind. Although Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan appeared very close, with Lin Jiangyue declaring Xia Weilan as her fiancée, the salesperson couldn't help but glance back at Xia Weilan as soon as Shun Jiamu left, unable to resist her stunning looks. Lin Jiangyue curled her lips and ignored it, only whispering to Xia Weilan, "Do you want to take a look too and buy a couple of clothes?" Xia Weilan replied, "Is the fiancé buying for the fiancé?" Lin Jiangyue blushed and said, "Can you be a little more serious?" Xia Weilan innocently replied, "Then tell me, where have I been inappropriate? Are you going to go back on your own words?" Lin Jiangyue. As soon as Xia Weilan made that expression, Lin Jiangyue felt dizzy. She cleared her throat a couple of times, but couldn't articulate anything coherent, blushing and looking away. However, this awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Shun Jiamu changed clothes very quickly, and before long, he came out of the fitting room. It turned out that Lin Jiangyue's judgment was indeed good. As the saying goes, a person matches their clothes as a horse matches its saddle. When Shun Jiamu emerged, he immediately caught everyone's attention, as if his entire aura had transformed. The shop assistant's heart raced as her gaze finally shifted away from Xia Weilan. She exclaimed, "This outfit fits this little handsome guy perfectly." She looked just like a little fangirl who had seen her idol before the apocalypse. Lin Jiangyue looked up and down at Shun Jiamu with satisfaction. She proudly glanced at Xia Weilan and said, "How about it? My taste is pretty good, right?" Xia Weilan nodded and readily replied, "Cece has the best taste. She's maxed out on the skill of saying sweet nothings." Lin Jiangyue's face turned red again. She looked at Shun Jiamu once more and then said to the shop assistant, "I'll take this outfit. Just wear it directly, no need to wrap it up." The total price of these two pieces of clothing was quite expensive. The shop assistant was surprised that Lin Jiangyue, dressed so ordinarily, was so straightforward in her purchase. Her attitude became even more respectful. "All right, miss. The total for these two pieces is 3 million contribution points. How would you like to pay?" Lin Jiangyue pointed to a pair of boots and said, "Well, add those boots in, and let's make it 3 million. After saying that, she handed the card with the contribution points to Xia Weilan and gently poked him. Xia Weilan, with a blank expression, went over to make the payment. Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan either wore their own clothes or brought them out. When they gave him such an expensive gift, Shun Jiamu felt embarrassed. He tried to stop them. "Weilan, I think it's unnecessary. I really think the clothes I wore before were quite good. You should keep the contribution points for yourself and Jiangyue." Xia Weilan replied, "The clothes before were mine, and I don't plan to lend them to you now." Shun Jiamu was taken aback. Xia Weilan directly walked over and paid the bill. The shop assistant initially looked down on them a bit, but since Xia Weilan and Shun Jiamu were good-looking, she didn't show any particular impatience. However, when she saw them spending 3 million contribution points without blinking, her attitude became increasingly enthusiastic. "Handsome, we have a lot of clothes here. Do you have anything else you'd like to see? Would you like me to help you with some matching?" Seeing that the shop assistant was still persistently flirting with Xia Weilan, Lin Jiangyue became angry again. However, just as she was about to pull Xia Weilan away, she heard the latter say, "No need. My fiancé's matching is much better than yours. No ability.This, no merci." The shop assistant was left dumbfounded. Her mouth opened for a long time without saying a word. As they walked, Lin Jiangyue joked with Xia Weilan, "Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?" Xia Weilan replied, "She can't beat me. Besides, I'm just speaking the truth. In my heart, no one can compare to you." Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue sighed softly, suddenly feeling a mix of emotions, unable to express what she was feeling. "Let's go. There are still 4 million contribution points. I'll buy you some clothes." Xia Weilan shook her head. "You go ahead and buy." Lin Jiangyue said, "I have looked through it, but there is nothing suitable. Let us talk about it another day. Women's clothing generally has more embellishments, making a lot of noise when worn. She finds it troublesome, and because of these accessories, women's clothing is generally more expensive than men's." which she feels is unnecessary. She would rather wear men's clothing directly. Xiao Weilon said, "Then I will also wait until another day, no rush." Lin Jiangyue smiled and stopped insisting. "Let's go, let's buy some good food." She had just seen several types of food that were not available in City A, which would be perfect to enrich the variety of food in her space. Xiao Weilon nodded, and the three of them walked towards the food area together. However, they had not taken 2 steps when they suddenly heard a surprised voice from behind. "Shen Jiamu, what are you doing here? Aren't you living with your uncle and aunt?" Shen Jiamu, Lin Jiangyue, Xiao Weilon. Chapter 83. Saving People 6. He remembered this person. This person was named Zhou Jun, who used to live next to his uncle and aunt. However, later on, as the family members gradually awakened their abilities and grew stronger, they felt that the place was unworthy of their family status, so they moved away. This was at least 4 or 5 years ago, when he was only 12 or 13 years old. He didn't expect that the other party would still remember him and recognized him in such a place. Zhou Jun was also sizing up Shen Jiamu. Although it had been several years since they last met, he still had a deep impression of this young man. Shen Jiamu was very good-looking, the kind of appearance that is easy to remember, and he was also very miserable. At that time, because of Shen Su's indulgence and neglect, all the children there could take Shen Jiamu as a punching bag, including him. Shen Jiamu couldn't retaliate. Doing so would result in Shen Su's merciless beating. Regardless of who was at fault, the outcome was always the same. However, he always felt that he was different from the other children who bullied Shen Jiamu. He was well-mannered and would only resort to violence under extreme displeasure. Afterward, he would even give Shen Jiamu some food as compensation. He thought the other party should be grateful to him. Looking at the clothes the young man was wearing, although it couldn't compare to his own, it seemed he was doing quite well. So un fait inexplicably displeasant. He liked to look down on others while giving them charity, but he didn't like seeing others truly doing well. However, he didn't show it and casually probed Shen Jiamu, asking, "Were you kicked out by your uncle and aunt?" "Why?" Zhou Jun continued, "Did you make some mistake?" "It's okay, you can tell me. I have some weight in my words now. Since we've run into each other here, I can talk to your uncle and aunt and have them take you back." A cold voice interrupted. "What does it have to do with you?" Zhou Jun was taken aback and instinctively looked at the girl who spoke. He also noticed Lin Jiangyue and Xiao Weilon. Although he thought these 2 young men and women were good-looking, seeing that they were not dressed as well as Shen Jiamu, he instinctively looked down on them. Zhou Jun felt displeased. "I'm being kind. How can you talk like that?" Saying this, he turned to Shen Jiamu and unconsciously adopted a lecturing tone, frowning as he said, "Shen Jiamu, I'm not saying this for no reason. No wonder your uncle and aunt kicked you out. Look at the people around you. They're all unruly." Shen Jiamu suddenly interrupted him coldly. "Shut up, this is my sister. You can talk about me, but you can't talk about her." Zhou Jun had never seen Shen Jiamu speak to him so harshly. He was taken aback and sneered, "Your sister? Shen Jiamu, are you crazy? Where did you get a sister?" He scrutinized Lin Jiangyue with a critical eye. She was somewhat attractive, but what? Do you want to play? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Jun suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if something had struck his face hard. Zhou Jun instinctively wiped his face with his hand, now covered in blood. His expression twisted in rage. "Who hit me? Which little bastard dares to hit me?" He scanned the surroundings, his fierce gaze landing on Xiao Weilon. People always liked to crowd around, and Zhou Jun's shouting attracted attention, causing people to slowly gather around. After all, this was Canaan Academy's territory, and they had business to attend to, holding on to the principle of not causing trouble if it could be avoided. Lin Jiangyue tried to pull Xiao Weilon and Shen Jiamu away before the crowd fully gathered, but Zhou Jun was unwilling to back down. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Furious, he didn't care that they were in a mall, his eyes turning red as he prepared to fight Xiao Weilon. "You little bastard, I won't let this go." With that roar, Zhou Jun suddenly began to swell dramatically like Gu Qisong, transforming into a giant white tiger. As soon as the white tiger appeared, the surrounding people were terrified and began to retreat, with some timid girls even unable to help but scream. Transforming in an open space was one thing, but transforming into a white tiger in a crowded mall filled with merchandise? Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback, then sneered and shouted to Xiao Weilon and Shen Jiamu, "Run." The three of them were agile. Shen Jiangyue had awakened a speed-type superpower, making her faster than most superpowered individuals. Not to mention that Zhou Jun, after transforming into a white tiger, was massive and constantly encountering obstacles. Clang, clang, clang. The shells in the mall were knocked over by Zhou Jun, creating chaos all around, with shouts, screams, curses, and the sound of items falling echoing everywhere. Lin Jiangyue and the two others took advantage of the chaos to run out of the mall and found a secluded spot to stop. Lin Jiangyue's physical abilities were still not comparable to Shen Jiangyue and Xia Weilong. After leaning against the wall and panting for a while, she gradually calmed down. Shen Jiangyue, filled with guilt, said, "Sister Jiangyue, Brother Weilong, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. That person just now was Zhou Jun. He used to be my uncle and aunt's neighbor. I didn't expect to run into him here, and he actually recognized me." Lin Jiangyue shook her head. "It has nothing to do with you. We don't actively seek trouble, but there's no need to be afraid of it either." The disgusting things around her were probably not fewer than Shen Jiangyue. Shen Jiangyue said uneasily, "Will it have any impact on our rescue?" Xia Weilong scoffed. "That person transformed in the mall and turned it into that mess. I doubt anyone is in the mood to pay attention to us." Lin Jiangyue said, "Even if someone notices, it's fine. There are so many people coming from other places every day. Who can know who we are and what we are doing here? We just need to be a bit low-key." Xia Weilong and Shen Jiangyue had not spoken yet when suddenly a smiling voice rang out. "Really? But I've noticed you." Shen Jiangyue, Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilong. The three of them were simultaneously shocked. In an instant, the shadows around them surged wildly, transforming into tendrils that attacked the source of the sound. At the same time, a blazing light shot into the sky. Wherever the light reached, it quickly dissolved the tendrils into a scattering black mist. Beneath that light stood a young man with a smile, the radiance enveloping him as if he were covered in a layer of golden light. Chapter 84. Intersection 1. Li Yaoyao also frowned and looked over. "What's going on?" Sweating profusely from buying a few things, Sun Tianyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone inexplicably gloomy. "Madam, miss, do you know who I saw at the mall today?" I saw Lin Jiangyue and that little bastard Xia Weilong." Lin Jiangyue. Li Yaoyao. "What?" Lin Jiangyue suddenly stood up from the chair and gritted her teeth, saying, "That little brat Lin Jiangyue is here too? Ningning, sit down first." Li Yaoyao quickly pulled Lin Jiangyue back in her seat and then asked Sun Tianyu, "They didn't see you, right?" No. Sun Tianyu replied, "There's so many people in the mall, and I was very careful. As soon as I saw them, I hid right away. It seems they weren't doing anything, just shopping." Sun Tianyu continued, "Oh, by the way, besides that little brat Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilong, it seems there was someone else. Did they get into a fight? Why did they start fighting now? Of all times?" A hint of gloom flashed in Li Yaoyao's eyes. "Do you think it could be related to those little brats?" "Mom, I think it's very possible." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangyue immediately said, "That little brat Lin Jiangyue has always been trouble. Maybe she's the one who caused this. If it really is related to that little brat Lin Jiangyue, we must hurry to provide clues." "No way. I think it might actually help." Lin Jiangyue quickly said, "Mom, think about it carefully. Most of the locals here have backgrounds. If we can really provide any useful clues, wouldn't they be grateful to us?" Whenever it involved Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilong, Lin Jiangyue became exceptionally agitated and excited. "Now," Sun Tianyu said, somewhat aggrieved, "can we eat first and then go?" Lin Jiangyue only allowed him to eat one meal a day and always made him do this and that. His physical consumption was very high, and he was almost starving now. "Why not just drink a bottle of nutrition liquid on the way?" Lin Jiangyue said impatiently, "If I'm in a good mood, I'll give you 2 bones to gnaw on, and you treat it as an example." Sun Tianyu. Li Yaoyao. Sun Tianyu. Seeing Li Yaoyao say this, Sun Tianyu reluctantly took the 2 bottles of nutrition liquid and went out. Just as he was closing the door, he heard Lin Jiangyue cursing him without reservation from inside. Sun Tianyu slowly closed the door, a trace of obvious resentment flashing in his eyes. He had really had enough of Li Yaoyao's daughter. Not only did she treat him like a dog every day, but she would also hit or scold him whenever she was unhappy. No matter what, he was still a man. Even though he was starving, Sun Tianyu smashed the 2 bottles of nutrition liquid on the ground with force. He didn't want to drink something even dogs despised. Crash! The loud sound of glass shattering startled a child playing nearby, causing the child to cry uncontrollably. Sun Tianyu paused for a moment and instinctively glanced toward the child. There were no adults around. Sun Tianyu squinted. Looking at the child's clean but not luxurious clothes, he immediately judged that there shouldn't be any ability users in the family. Or, even if there were ability users, there wouldn't be many people. Ever since he punched the frail, old beggar to death, Sun Tianyu had uncontrollably come to love the sense of achievement and pleasure that violence brought him. Of course, he was no match for those ability users. But because he had been with Li Yaoyao for many years, he not only enjoyed good food and drink, but also often worked out, so he was still quite strong, easily able to deal with 1 or 2 ordinary people, let alone a small child. With this thought, Sun Tianyu suddenly smiled and approached the crying child. The child was a beautiful little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, with big, watery eyes that vaguely resembled Lin Jiangyue. This further fueled the hatred in Sun Tianyu's heart. He grabbed the little girl's hand and put on a friendly demeanor, saying, "Why are you crying? Don't cry anymore." His eyes flashed with a sinister coldness, like a cold, slimy snake. Children are often more sensitive to emotions. The little girl took one look at Sun Tianyu and immediately shivered in fear, crying even louder and calling for her mother. Seeing that he couldn't comfort her and worried that the crying would attract trouble, Sun Tianyu's already limited patience disappeared entirely. Without saying a word, he directly slapped the little girl across the face. 5 clear fingerprints immediately appeared on her fair, tender cheek, and blood started to flow from her mouth and nose. The crying abruptly stopped. The little girl was so scared that she froze, trying to turn and run away. But her little short legs could never outrun the tall Sun Tianyu, who quickly grabbed her by the collar. Feeling the danger, the little girl pouted her mouth and started crying again. Sun Tianyu smiled as he leisurely held the little girl by the collar, facing her towards himself, and then slapped her twice more. The blood from her mouth and nose turned into a stream. The little girl choked out a sound, unable to cry anymore, only able to emit faint whimpers as she looked up at the immovable man in front of her with fear in her big eyes. Sun Tianyu coldly said, "You don't listen when I talk nicely. You have to be slapped twice to be honest. Such a little brat." Little girl. Chapter 85 Intersection 2. After a while, a woman was shouting and searching for her daughter's figure, but after searching for a long time, she found nothing. She couldn't help but panic and shouted, "Tan Tan? Tan Tan." Sweat began to bead on the woman's forehead as she anxiously searched with her eyes every possible place her daughter could be. Suddenly, her gaze froze. She spotted a piece of fabric not far away, a piece of fabric that looked strangely familiar. It was from her daughter's clothes. The woman ran towards that piece of fabric as if she had gone mad, wanting to pick it up. However, the next moment, what happened before made her scream uncontrollably. Under the sunlight, the ground was covered in torn pieces of fabric, and a bloodied little girl was slumped against the corner where the sunlight couldn't reach, staring at her with lifeless big eyes. That was her daughter. She turned out to be a light-type ability user, and not at a low level. Looking at the young man in front of her, Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilon, and Shun Zhaomu all felt a sense of vigilance. Xia Weilon frowned slightly and did not rashly take action. "Who are you?" The young man chuckled. "Fu Jinghong." "And you?" "Fu Jinghong?" Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. Given the strength this person was displaying at the moment, it was unlikely that they could be so unknown. But she had never heard this name in her previous life. It might be a fake. So, Lin Jiangyue preemptively spoke up before Xia Weilon, somewhat rudely saying, "We aren't familiar with you, so why should we tell you? What is your purpose in following us?" Her attitude would have certainly angered someone else. But Fu Jinghong still smiled and said, "I'm not following you. I just happened to see you." Lin Jiangyue said expressionlessly, "So what? What do you want to do? Tell on us? Or arrest us?" "Neither." Fu Jinghong gesmirkt. "I don't understand why this young lady has such hostility towards me. If I truly had ill intentions, you probably wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to me safely, right? After all, none of you are my match at the moment." Fu Jinghong tilted his head, his gaze landing on Xia Weilon, a hint of amusement flashing his eyes, "Including your dark-type abilities, right?" Shun Zhaomu, Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilon, An eerie silence filled the air. After a moment of silence, Xia Weilong nodded and said, "Right. The other party's abilities will have a certain restraining effect on him, and their level is significantly higher than his." Lin Jiangyue pouted. "That's exactly why I can't let my guard down around you." After saying that, she frowned and asked again, "What exactly do you want to do?" Having never seen a girl confront her so coldly, Lin Jinghong raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "Just curious. After all, it's rare to see someone causing trouble here. It's not us causing trouble. It's that person who spoke disrespectfully and provoked first. It's also because he couldn't control his temper and transformed into a white tiger that caused such a big mess." Lin Jiangyue crossed her arms and said, "If that's all you're concerned about, then I've made it clear you can leave now. Is that so?" Fu Jinghong said with interest. "He spoke disrespectfully and provoked first. But who struck first?" Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilong bluntly said, "It's me. How do you want to proceed? Feel free to speak directly." Fu Jinghong smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. I'm just simply curious and find you all very interesting. So I just want to be friends with you." It was unexpected. Lin Jiangyue and several others looked at each other, all somewhat in disbelief. Lin Jiangyue's tone softened a bit. "I'm sorry. It's not that we don't want to believe you, but your reasoning is really not very convincing. We're not related, we've never met, and we don't know anything about each other. Our ability levels are also not as high as yours. If you suddenly say you want to be friends with us, would you believe it if you were in our shoes? So how can you make us believe in your sincerity?" Fu Jinghong replied gently, "I just heard you say you want to save someone. If you don't mind, perhaps I can help. What a huge opportunity. With this person's strength, if he sincerely wants to help, it would be a great boost for them, regardless of whether he has a background or not." Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilong exchanged a silent glance. "In my opinion, friends must trust each other. Since you want to be friends with us, I have a question." Lin Jiangyue cleared her throat twice and asked, "Do you trust us?" "Of course," Fu Jinghong replied slowly. "But the degree of my trust in you depends on your trust in me." "The same goes for us," Lin Jiangyue said, turning her head. "How about we play a game? You stand there and don't move, and we'll try to bind you with vines. If you can manage that, we'll find a place to sit down and have a good chat. If you can't do it, then we have nothing more to say." Even though Fu Jinghong currently had the advantage, once entangled by Xia Weilong's vines, it would at least buy them some time to escape. Fu Jinghong maintained a smile and said, "This request seems a bit harsh." Lin Jiangyue shrugged and said, "But now it's you who wants to be friends with us. If you don't even have the confidence that we won't hurt you, then why should we believe in your sincerity?" After a brief silence, Fu Jinghong chuckled lightly and said, "All right, then come at me. I won't move." Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 86 Intersection 3. Fu Jinghong's smile was very sincere and captivating, with no trace of deception, almost making one unconsciously want to believe him, which caused Lin Jiangyue to pause slightly. If it were in her previous life, she might have accepted him without hesitation just based on the sincerity, but now it was naturally not that easy. Lin Jiangyue pulled Shen Xiaomu back slowly and then gave Xia Weilong a glance. The shadows on the ground began to sway again. But the attack was not as fierce as before. It transformed into two vines that wrapped around Fu Jinghong's wrist. The whole process was surprisingly smooth. This time, the opponent indeed did not use their abilities to resist. A hint of confusion flashed in Xia Weilong's eyes, and then with a thought, more vines wrapped around Fu Jinghong's arms, ankles, and calves, firmly controlling him. Now, even if Fu Jinghong's level was high, he would inevitably fall into a passive position. However, Fu Jinghong seemed completely oblivious to the vines wrapping around him, still smiling casually as he said, "Now you can believe that I really have no ill intentions, right?" Fu Jinghong said, "It's genuine." Lin Jiangyue said, "Where's your family?" Fu Jinghong replied, "Not here, but as a junior, I cannot disclose the specific location." He smiled and said, "Aren't friends allowed to have secrets?" Lin Jiangyue pouted and said, "Do whatever you want, but looking at you, you must have quite a background. Why do you want to be friends with us?" Fu Jinghong replied helplessly, "I've already said it. I just find you all interesting. I'm most afraid of being bored." Lin Jiangyue said, "Where's the fun in that?" After a pause, his gaze fell on Shen Xiaomu, and he teased, in the post-apocalyptic world, "It's rare to find someone who can unconditionally spend a large amount of contribution points on others. It shows that you are quite generous. I like to be friends with generous people." Lin Jiangyue. At the moment, there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious, and for some reason, aside from identity and other factors, Lin Jiangyue inexplicably feels a sense of closeness to Fu Jinghong. Throughout her life, only her mother has ever made her feel this way, while being near Lin Haonan only makes her feel disgusted. Lin Jiangyue was slightly shaken. She leaned close to Xia Weilan's ear and whispered, "What do you think?" Xia Weilan pondered and said, "Let's wait and see. First, let him help us save the person." Lin Jiangyue nodded and whispered a few words to Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan's eyes flickered, and she said, "Okay." Seeing that Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan seemed to be still chatting, Fu Jinghong couldn't help but chuckle. "Can we let go now?" Lin Jiangyue shrugged and said, "I'm afraid that's not enough. Since you want to be friends, you should show us your true strength. We need to compete with you first." Fu Jinghong glanced at the vines on her body and smirked. "But shouldn't a competition be fair?" Lin Jiangyue said confidently, "It's already very fair. Your level should be more than double ours, so you definitely have to suffer some losses in other areas." Xia Weilan also quietly looked at him. The two stared at each other for a full 5 minutes, neither blinking nor looking away. As an observer, Lin Jiangyue felt a bit sour just watching. She didn't understand what these two were competing about during their first meeting. Lin Jiangyue was somewhat surprised. In her opinion, Xia Weilan was not someone who would recklessly show off without considering the actual situation. The gap in their levels with Fu Jinghong was already significant, and even under constraints. The other party might not be able to take advantage, let alone now. However, since Xia Weilan had already made a decision, she would not immediately voice her disapproval and simply stood quietly by, watching the changes unfold. Xia Weilan looked at Fu Jinghong and said, "Is this acceptable?" Fu Jinghong gently moved his wrist, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "All right, then I'll compete with you. Are we doing it together, with just you?" Xia Weilan replied expressionlessly, "You wanted fairness, so of course it should be one-on-one." Fu Jinghong smiled slightly at her words. He turned to Lin Jiangyue and said gently, "Do you have any objections?" Since he had said that, what objections could I possibly have? Lin Jiangyue suddenly made a face at Fu Jinghong in indignation. "You almost at level 40 are comparing yourself with someone at level 10. How can you shamelessly ask for fairness? I've really seen it all." Fu Jinghong replied slowly, "Who said I have to compare with him at my original level? I can also suppress my strength to level 16. Are you satisfied now?" Lin Jiangyue was stunned. "Is that true?" Fu Jinghong curled his lips. "Do I need to deceive you? I already said we are friends. It's just a competition, a little sparring. Why spoil the harmony?" Lin Jiangyue. The other person, whether in speech or action, makes one feel as if they are in a spring breeze, neither overly offensive nor excessively distant. Not to mention after the apocalypse, even before it, such people are probably rare. But why does such a person want to be friends with them so eagerly? Could it really be, as the other party said, just out of curiosity and interest? Honestly, Lin Jiangyue didn't quite believe it. However, she couldn't sense any hostility from this person, and they had nothing that the other could scheme for. On the contrary, the other party could be quite beneficial to them. In times of adversity, true feelings are revealed, and over time, one can see a person's heart. If a person is pretending, no matter how skilled they are, there will be flaws. And if they are sincere, she certainly wouldn't mind having such a reliable friend. With this in mind, her attitude towards Fu Jinghong became much friendlier. "Since that's the case, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Jiangyue, and I am 17 this year." Saying this, she pointed to Xia Weilan and Shun Jiaomu, mentioning their names and ages one by one, of course, not touching on their family matters at all. After all, Fu Jinghong wasn't willing to share either. Fu Jinghong, with great sense of propriety, didn't ask any questions, just smiled and greeted them. Among them, Fu Jinghong was the oldest, but he was only 20 years old. To reach nearly level 40 at 20, that's not just genius. It's simply a genius among geniuses. With such high talent, such rare abilities, combined with the person's appearance and demeanor, even if he had no background, he shouldn't be so obscure, to the point of being unheard of in her previous life. Either this name is false, or, due to an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Fu Jinghong, Lin Jiangyue also imagined another possibility. If the other party is truly a righteous gentleman, standing up against injustice, Is there a chance he has been betrayed or sold out by those close to him, just like she was in her previous life? After all, people's hearts are even more unpredictable after the apocalypse. If it's the former, then she couldn't be bothered with his matters, but if it's the latter, perhaps she could help him, so he wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Fu Jinghong naturally and directly called them by their names. Weilon, are you planning to compete here? Xia Weilon replied, anything goes. Since it was already like this, he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Jiangyue hurriedly said, let's not stay here. Although it's secluded, it's not guaranteed that no one will come by. It would be bad if someone runs into us. Let's change to another place, and we can sit down and chat later. She paused and said to Fu Jinghong, we came here for a serious matter. Didn't you say you wanted to help us save someone? Then please tell us your plan. Chapter 87. Intersection 4, near Canaan Academy, Ability User Association. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by being powerless? This is a safe base, and killing is not allowed in the safe base. Now my daughter has died so tragically, and you tell me you are powerless without even investigating who the murderer is? Then what do we work hard for every year? Giving you so many contribution points as security fees? Jiang Tian roared angrily at the Ability User Association, holding his nearly fainting wife. Sir, please do not raise your voice. Otherwise, we have the right to detain you temporarily according to the regulations. Regulations? Jiang Tian's face was filled with grief and anger. Isn't it your regulation that killing is not allowed in the safe base? I have already explained this to you, the staff member said. It is indeed our regulation that killing is not allowed in the safe base. But the premise is that you must provide us with evidence to prove that your daughter was indeed murdered and not that she encountered danger while playing. Zhou Ningning, in Jiang Tian's arms, choked up and said, What? What else do you want us to prove? Tan Tan has so many injuries on her body. Can't that prove she was murdered? The staff member replied, I'm sorry, ma'am. There are many reasons that can cause injuries, and it cannot serve as evidence. This is merely your subjective assumption. You are making things difficult for us. Jiang Tian's face twisted in anger. Then tell me, what can serve as evidence? I'm sorry, sir. The staff member said, there are many types of evidence, and I cannot provide a definite answer. You need to make your own judgment and then submit it for our verification. All the regulations and specific requirements of the Ability User Association are clearly written on the wall. You and your wife can take a close look. May I ask if you have any other needs? If not, please rest on the nearby seats or leave. I need to attend to the next person. Jiang Tian. All this talk is just useless nonsense. Jiang Tian's eyes were about to burst with rage. The staff member lowered her head and glanced at the desk in front of her, quickly wrote a few lines on paper, and handed it over. Sir, for banging on the table, you will be treated as damaging public property and fined 100,000 contribution points. Please go over there to pay. Also, please pay attention to your emotions, or I will have to call security. Who are you threatening here? Jiang Tian ripped the paper in a fit of rage and reached out to grab the staff member's collar. Today, I'll teach you how to speak properly. Jiang Tian. No, Zhou Ningning exclaimed in shock. The staff member remained smiling as she pressed a button on the desk. A large bulletproof glass immediately rose from the ground, blocking Jiang Tian from the staff member. At the same time, 4 or 5 burly security guards rushed in from outside and forcibly pinned Jiang Tian to the ground. As Jiang Tian continued to curse, one of the security guards punched him hard in the face. Zhou Ningning screamed involuntarily, frantically trying to pull the security guard away, but she was pushed down hard to the ground. The staff member issued 2 more tickets, which the security guards handed to Zhou Ningning. Ma'am, due to your husband's damage to public property and assaulting staff, his behavior is severe. We will impose a 6-month detention and a fine of 1 million contribution points on him. The contribution points must be paid within 3 days, or the detention will be extended to 1 year with 50 lashes. You will also be subject to a 3-month detention, 10 lashes, and forced labor until you can repay the contribution points. You're trying to take our lives. Zhou Ningning cried bitterly, as she and her daughter were just ordinary people without abilities and had no way to go out and complete tasks to earn contribution points. It all relied on Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian had awakened a relatively ordinary power-type ability, which was just a bit stronger than average. and the contribution points he could earn were very limited, coupled with the various fees regularly collected by the Ability User Association. The contribution points he earned each month were not enough, which is why she had to haggle for a long time just to buy her daughter a cotton candy occasionally. In 3 days, let alone 1 million contribution points, she couldn't even come up with 100,000 contribution points. But the staff member paid no heed to her and signaled the security guards to take the still struggling Jiang Tian away. Then she turned to Zhou Ningning, repeating the same words, "Ma'am, if you have no other needs, please rest on the nearby seats or leave. I need to attend to the next person." Zhou Ningning couldn't stop her husband from being taken away by security, but she refused to leave and instead sat there crying loudly. As an ordinary woman without abilities, what could she do alone without her husband? She probably wouldn't even have a place to stay. Seeing that Zhou Ningning still had no intention of leaving, the staff member grew impatient and was about to signal the security guards to kick her out when suddenly a man in a long black coat walked straight in from outside. Chapter 88. Intersection 5. Upon seeing the newcomer, the staff member was slightly taken aback and hurriedly lowered the bulletproof glass in front of her, smiling as she approached. "Biaoge, if you have something to say, just let someone tell us, and we will definitely handle it properly." "Why did you come in person?" The man was Lin Biao, who was following Lin Jiangyue. The staff member looked embarrassed. "It's nothing, just a troublemaker." "Biaoge, don't worry about it. Let's go inside. We have some fine tea here for you to try." Lin Biao chuckled and said, "You really are something," causing a big stir every 3 days and a small one every 2 days. "If you have the time, you should do something productive instead of just loafing around." The staff member's face turned red and pale. If someone else had said this, the minimum punishment would be 3 years of detention and a fine would be inevitable. However, although the Lin family in the Northwest base was not as powerful as the Gu family, they were not someone of her stature could provoke. The staff member could only force a smile and say to Lin Biao, "Brother Biao, please go inside." While saying this, she also tried to ingratiate herself by rubbing her softness against Lin Biao's chest, her tone full of pleading. Lin Biao had been following Lin Jinghong for a long time and had seen all kinds of beauties. He generally didn't take them seriously. He shrugged his shoulders with a look of indifference, took a step back to avoid the other person, and said, "Then let's go." After all, he was just speaking casually. In this post-apocalyptic world, who still had the patience to meddle in others' business, the staff member felt as if they had been granted a reprieve upon hearing this. However, Zhou Ningning, who was sitting on the ground, immediately felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing Lin Biao's words. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention to her, she crawled to Lin Biao's feet and hugged his leg tightly. Lin Biao was taken aback. A commotion erupted all around. The staff member was furious and quickly signaled the security to drag this shameless woman out. The security naturally knew that Lin Biao was someone who couldn't be offended. Immediately, 7 or 8 hands came to pull Zhou Ningning. Zhou Ningning was terrified, but no matter how the security pulled her, she clung tightly to Lin Biao's leg, refusing to let go. Sir, please have mercy. Save me. Save us. We are being bullied to death." Her hair was disheveled, and her face was in a state of distress. As long as you save me, help me take revenge for my daughter. I will do anything you ask, anything. I can even lick your boots." Saying this, Zhou Ningning actually lowered her head, tried to lick Lin Biao's boots. Zhou Ningning was quite beautiful, and her clothes became loose and baggy under the security's pulling, revealing her fair and ample body. The staff member, not fully understanding Lin Biao's personality, was afraid that he might take a liking to her and show compassion, leading them to find some murderer. Although the security base was not as chaotic as outside, it mainly guaranteed the rights of those with status and identity. As for those with no abilities or very ordinary abilities, they couldn't be bothered to manage them, nor could they cope with them. Moreover, managing them would consume manpower and resources without any benefits, so they could only push them away for various reasons. For Lin Biao, it was just a matter of a word, but for them, it was much more troublesome. The staff member, not caring about anything else, saw that the security couldn't pull Zhou Ningning away and simply kicked her hand hard, causing her to cry out in pain and involuntarily let go. Seeing her let go, the staff member quickly pulled Lin Biao closer and nestled into his arms, sweetly saying, "Brother Biao, let's go quickly. Don't pay attention to this woman." You have no idea how crazy and difficult she is. She is so disrespectful. The staff member snorted coldly. How can a woman like this be worthy of you, Brother Biao? Lin Biao hesitated for a moment. The Association of Superpowered Individuals had a long-standing reputation for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. And this was not something that could be changed by just one or two people. Moreover, he had come this time for a specific purpose and didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. So Lin Biao nodded, no longer looking at the poor woman lying on the ground, and directly followed the staff into the inner room. CAF, private room. Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilon, Shun Zhaomu, and Fu Jinghong were sitting together in a circle. Fu Jinghong laughed and said, "So you're still the mentors of Thunder Academy. I really apologize for that. Let's skip the pleasantries." Lin Jiangyue coughed lightly twice and said, "Didn't you say you would help us save people? Do you have any good ideas?" Fu Jinghong replied, "Saving people is not difficult. The hard part is finding out where they are. The area near Canaan Academy is all under Healan Feng's control. If he intends to hide a few people, unless we personally ask him, trying to find them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack." Xia Weilon. Shun Zhaomu, Lin Jiangyue said speechlessly, "In the end, you don't really have any good solutions either." Fu Jinghong smiled and replied, "Jiangyue, you should think this way. At least I'm here. Even if Healan Feng hides someone in the office, we can still rescue them." Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilon said, "So can I understand that with you here, it will be easy for us to enter Canaan Academy?" Lin Jiangyue and Shun Zhaomu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Fu Jinghong said, "This can also be understood this way, but the premise is that I go in alone, or at most bring you along. Jiangyue and Zhaomu's abilities are too low, and if they follow, they are likely to be discovered, although they can escape. It wouldn't be good to alert the enemy before finding the whereabouts of that group of students." Lin Jiangyue. "What should I do if I feel mocked by someone's strength?" Lin Jiangyue pouted. "Fine, then you two go. I'll wait in the hotel with Zhaomu." Xia Weilon shook her head slightly. "There's no rush. Let's wait until the dean and the others arrive tomorrow." Lin Jiangyue. After all this fuss, she no longer felt like shopping. Fu Jinghong said, "Let's go together. I just arrived and haven't decided on a place to stay, so this saves me some trouble." Lin Jiangyue rolled her eyes. "So are you here to travel? Don't you have anything of your own to do?" Fu Jinghong sighed softly. "I'm here to find someone. But unfortunately, after so many years and searching countless places, I still haven't found them. So I can only go with the flow." Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. After the apocalypse, the number of missing persons was countless. Some had turned into zombies, while others had been devoured by mutated beasts or plants, making the chances of finding them very slim. Moreover, with resources scarce and without a solid background, survival was already difficult enough. Who still had the energy to search for someone who had been missing for many years? It would be better to earn more contributions or level up their abilities. Was this Fu Jinghong really so upright that he had been schemed against? Lin Jianyue's feelings were a bit complicated. Who are you looking for? Your parents? Fu Jinghong shook his head. It's my uncle. Lin Jiangyue raised an eyebrow. Are you close to your uncle? Fu Jinghong shook his head. He went missing before the apocalypse. I hardly ever saw him. Lin Jiangyue exclaimed. You really are quite selfless. Fu Jinghong replied. It's the order of the elders in the family. As a younger generation, I naturally cannot disobey. I am just doing my best. Lin Jiangyue said, Does your family really care about your uncle? It's obvious otherwise. How could they have not given up after so many years? Fu Jinghong joked, Compared to him, I might as well be a stray. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilon, and Shun Zhaomu couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for him. Although they knew it was a bit too much to ask, Lin Jiangyue still said, Don't you get angry about that? At first, I felt unbalanced, but later I didn't feel much anymore, Fu Jinghong replied. Getting angry won't make others like me anymore, and it will just make them think I'm being unreasonable. After such words, Lin Jiangyue and the others fell silent. Chapter 89, Interaction 6, Zhou Family. Zhou Daji's eyes widened in anger as he slapped Zhou Jun's face. You ungrateful wretch. Do you know how much contribution points those things you damaged in the mall are worth? How could my Zhou family produce such a waste of sun? In his fury, Zhou Daji used 7 parts of his strength and knocked down Zhou Jun, a strong man, to the ground. Zhou Jun was bleeding from his mouth and nose after being hit, and despite trying several times, he couldn't get up. This caused great distress to Mrs. Zhou, Liuro, who hurried over to support her son. "Da-ji, what are you doing? He is our own son. How could you be so harsh?" "Harsh? If he weren't my son, with the mess he made, I would have killed him today," Zhou Daji retorted. "You still have the face to protect him. The way he is now is all your fault for spoiling him." Zhou Daji snorted coldly. "Fine, since you think I shouldn't hit him, let your family compensate for those contribution points." "Zhou Daji, how can you talk like that? This is clearly the fault of those country bumpkins who appeared out of nowhere. How can you blame Xiao Jun?" Li Yuro's expression changed when she heard this. "Didn't Xiao Jun say he knew one of them? They used to be our neighbors. You should report it to the Ability User Association and have them catch them." "Do you think I wouldn't think of that? I already sent Zhou Qingfan to report to the Ability User Association to catch those people," Zhou Daji said coldly. "But even if they catch them, what can we do? Do you think those country bumpkins can afford to compensate for so many contribution points?" Li Yuro frowned. "If they can't afford it, that's their problem. What does it have to do with us?" Zhou Daji said impatiently. "That's a woman's view. That mall is Lanfeng's biggest asset. How could he tolerate such a huge loss? If those country bumpkins can't pay up, do you think Lanfeng will let us off easily?" Li Yuro, realizing that Zhou Daji had a point, Li Yuro bit her lip, and her expression became even uglier. Zhou Jun lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, and said, "Shun Zhaomu, you little bastard. When I catch them, I will make them wish they were dead." Because Zhou Jun had lost 2 teeth from Zhou Daji's slap, his speech was a bit slurred and quite comical. Seeing his son's pathetic appearance, Zhou Daji became even more furious. He pushed past Li Yuro and kicked Zhou Jun hard. "Useless. What use is it to only be tough at home? So Yun Kuntil." Zhou Daji. Li Yuro saw Zhou Daji hitting Zhou Jun again, screamed, and immediately threw herself on Zhou Jun. "Zhou Daji, he's my only son. If you hit him, you're taking my life. I won't let this go." Zhou Daji. Zhou Daji stared at Li Yuro in anger. If it weren't for the fact that he was wary of her family having many ability users, he would have slapped her directly. "So Yun." Li Yuro. Both Zhou Jun and Li Yuro looked at him in disbelief. "Have you ever thought about it? Over the years, if it weren't for my family's brother supporting you, Zhou Daji, could your Zhou family have the prestige it has today? Don't say those contribution points might not even require your payment. Even if you really have to take responsibility, that's only fair. This is what you owe the Li family." Slap. Zhou Daji finally couldn't bear it any longer amidst Li Yuro's repeated accusations and slapped her well-maintained face. "Zhou Daji, you dare hit me? You actually dare to hit me?" Li Yuro covered her face in disbelief, shrieking, "You ungrateful wolf." Slap. Another slap. The sound abruptly stopped. Since he had already slapped her once, Zhou Daji no longer held back. "Li Yuro, let me tell you, stop shouting here. You handle the household? Every day. Other than shopping and fussing over your face, what household chores do you manage? You do less than the maid. And your brothers. Every time they come to the Zhou family, they act so arrogantly, taking this and that, not even treating themselves as outsiders. I don't hold it against them. And you still have the face to say they support me? I, Zhou Daji, have what I have today, all because of myself, because of what I've earned. I have never relied on anyone. I worked hard to get here and absolutely cannot let you, a wasteful woman and a wasteful son, ruin it. You can stay if you want. If not, just get lost." Li Yuro. Chapter 90. Confrontation 1. "Good for you, Zhou Daji. How could you treat me like this? How would you treat Xiao Jun like this? You. Are you seeing someone outside and want to bring in a bastard child?" Li Yuro completely shed her previous gentle and elegant noblewoman image, saying, "Let me tell you, as long as I, Li Yuro, am here, you wish. The family property belongs to me and Xiao Jun. Family property. You wretch. Only think about family property." Zhou Daji sneer. "Fine, do as you wish. I want to see if you have that ability." Li Yuro. Li Yuro was so angry that her face turned pale and she trembled uncontrollably. Having never seen Li Yuro and Zhou Daji argue so fiercely before, Zhou Jun couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. "Mother. Good child, don't speak." As soon as Li Yuro and Zhou Jun left, the Zhou family's butler, Zhou Qingfan, immediately came to the living room. Sir, shouldn't you stop Madam and young master? Those brothers from Madam's family are not easy to deal with. Zhou Qingfan said. Does the master mean they won't take in Madam and young master? Zhou said. Most likely not. This time, He Lanfeng's mall suffered heavy losses, and he will definitely be furious. Taking in Li Yuro would be equivalent to taking the blame on themselves. Those people wouldn't be that foolish. But I also can't let that wasteful son ruin the business I've worked so hard to build. Zhou Qingfan whispered. Does the master mean to abandon young master? But he is your only son. Zhou Qingfan hesitated. I'm afraid the Li family won't agree to this. And your son has always been raised outside without any care. We don't know how capable he is. Zhou said. Li family, you don't have to worry. I have my own plans for that place. As for capability, he paused. This is indeed crucial. From now on, you need to send someone to keep an eye on it. If they are as useless as Zhou Jun, then it would be of no use to me even if I come. I still need to protect Li Yuru, but if they are very promising. Zhou narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. After all, they're all my sons. Zhou Jun is completely useless. I will never waste so many contribution points on him. Zhou Qingfan agreed. Zhou continued. Also, go urge the Ability User Association to hurry up and capture Shen Jiamu and the two people around him. I won't let them off for causing such a huge loss to the Zhou family. Big brother, what do you mean by this? Li Yuru said in disbelief. Li Ruian's expression turned somewhat ugly. Yuru, you can't say that. Why would I want to drive you out? What I mean is that you shouldn't be so stiff with Daji. After all, you have been married for so many years, and little June is already this big. Can it really be over just because of one argument? Li Yuru. Seeing Li Yuru not speaking, Li Ruian continued. Moreover, to put harshly, the Zhou family is large and prosperous now, and Daji is capable. If he wants to find a woman to have children for him, can he not find one? On the contrary, Yuru, how old are you now? Li Yuru said. So, big brother means that I just have to suffer? It's not about making you suffer. Li Ruian sighed. It's about making you face reality. If this continues and really angers Daji, it won't be good for you and little Jun Li Yuru. We are all siblings. How did I treat you when you came to the Zhou family? I served you well with good food and drink. And now you're calculating with me like this. Li Ruian's face completely darkened. He slowly picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Yuru, if you speak like this, big brother won't like it. I am thinking of you sincerely, advising you kindly. Instead, you're not only ungrateful, but also picking faults with me. Does this look like you care about sibling affection? Li Yuru retorted. Why should we bear the burden? Shouldn't it be those little rascals who caused the trouble? Li Ruian said slowly. If they can bear it, then you definitely won't provoke them. If they can't bear it, do you think He Lanfeng will let it go easily? Li Yuru bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. At this point, she naturally understood Li Ruian's meaning. This so-called brother, like Zhou, would not stand up to support them at all. In fact, if they affected each other's interests, they would be ruthlessly driven out. These people are all equally cold-blooded and heartless. Li Yuru. Chapter 91. Confrontation 2. When Lin Jiangyue came out of the CF, she clearly felt that the atmosphere on the street was subtly off. There was a strange tension. Xia Weilan also noticed this and quietly moved closer to Lin Jiangyue. However, Fu Jinghong seemed oblivious. Lin Jiangyue tentatively asked in a low voice, Jinghong, didn't you notice anything unusual? Fu Jinghong turned her head to glance at her and lightly smiled. It's abnormal if there is no unusualness. The person you all provoked before has a considerable background here. They must be digging deep to find you all, preparing to skin you alive. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Shen Jiamu said with concern. Jinghong, is it okay for us to be so conspicuous? Fu Jinghong teased. It's fine. If the Ability Users Association is determined to find someone, staying in the hotel won't help. Shen Jiamu said apologetically. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Lin Jiangyue said expressionlessly. It's none of your business. As she spoke, she turned to Fu Jinghong. Do you think these people might find their way to the hotel tonight? If so, it could be quite troublesome. Fu Jinghong smiled and replied. It's very likely, but even if they do find it, it won't be a big deal to escape. Lin Jiangyue frowned and said, but it might alert the snake and make Canaan Academy vigilant. Fu Jinghong shook his head and said, Jiangyue, those students from Thunder Academy hold no value for healing foam. Even if he becomes wary, he won't focus his vigilance on them. Lin Jiangyue said with frustration, even so, being chased in the middle of the night is really unpleasant, and I still have to meet up with Zhang Yingjun and the others tomorrow. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Jiangyue suddenly felt a tug at the corner of her clothes, as if something had pulled her. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback for a moment and instinctively looked down, only to see an 8 or 9-year-old girl. One hand was tugging at her clothes, while the other held a flower basket full of blossoms. The little girl's face was bruised and battered, looking extremely pitiful. She blinked her big watery eyes and pleaded, Sister, please buy a flower, they're so beautiful. Just 200 contribution points for one. Lin Jiangyue glanced at the basket of fresh flowers without showing any emotion. They had already wilted a bit, definitely not freshly picked. Lin Jiangyue smiled slightly and said softly, I don't want it. You can ask someone else. Naturally, Xia Weilan had no objections to Lin Jiangyue's decision. Although Shen Jiamu felt sorry for the little girl, he remained silent out of fear of causing trouble for Lin Jiangyue and the others. He couldn't help but glance at Fu Jinghong's reaction. Fu Jinghong stood there with a smile, showing no reaction, neither sympathy nor disdain. The little girl showed a look of disappointment on her face. She thought these older brothers and sisters looked very nice and assumed they would be easy to talk to, but she didn't expect them to buy a single flower. The little girl then turned her hopeful gaze to Fu Jinghong, who appeared very gentle. She thought that acting pitiful in front of man would likely win their sympathy, a tactic she had learned from her companions. The little girl had many shocking scars on her body, clearly having endured inhumane abuse, which made Lin Jiangyue and the others frown. However, Fu Jinghong's expression remained unchanged. He took out a crystal core and placed it in the little girl's hand, saying gently, This is a crystal core from a level 20 mutated beast. How about I buy your basket of flowers? The flowers in the little girl's basket, which were almost wilting, were worth far less than even one such crystal core. Not just one basket, but even 100 or 1,000 baskets wouldn't compare to the value of this mutated beast's crystal core. The little girl was momentarily stunned. She suddenly knelt on the ground, bowed several times to Fu Jinghong, then stood up and quickly disappeared into the crowd. At the same time, Lin Jiangyue immediately sensed several malicious gazes directed at them. She couldn't help but glare at Fu Jinghong, saying, Come on, that little girl clearly isn't normal. If you really pity her, just give her a few hundred contribution points. Giving such a big crystal core is clearly inviting trouble and making us targets. Now, Lin Jiangyue was even more convinced that Fu Jinghong had been too kind-hearted in his previous life and had been plotted against because of it, which was why he had remained low profile. Fu Jinghong curled his lips and said, It's fine. Let's split up. I'll handle it. Who knows who the real target is? Xia Weilan said, Let's stick together. It's already quite troublesome. So what's a little more trouble? Fu Jinghong raised an eyebrow and teased. Don't you think I'm being overly kind? Xia Weilan shook her head slightly. It's overestimating your own abilities. With your strength, it should be called robbing the rich to help the poor. Fu Jinghong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Weilan, I didn't expect you to understand me so well. It seems I haven't chosen the wrong friend. Lin Jiangyue vaguely understood the meaning behind their words. Are you planning to rob the person behind that little girl instead? Shen Jiamu's face turned red with excitement upon hearing this. Really? Can I join in too? Fu Jinghong didn't give a definite answer, but instead looked at Lin Jiangyue. Jiangyue, do you have any objections? Lin Jiangyue sighed. It's not that I have any objections, it's just, usually this kind of thing is organized. Could cause a bit of trouble. Fu Jinghong said, If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? I'm not afraid of trouble. Of course, if you're worried, there's no need to force it. For some people, he is the trouble. Lin Jiangyue hesitated for a moment and said, Since that's the case, let's do it together. It will also give us a chance to see your strength. The few of them quickly reached a consensus and began walking toward a desolate area. Chapter 92, Confrontation 3. Fu Jinghong led the way, with Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilan, and Shen Jiamu following behind. The group walked further and further off the beaten path, directly into a small, deserted grove. Lin Jiangyue felt that those who had been following them were still closely behind. For some reason, she felt not anxious, but rather an inexplicable excitement. She leaned close to Xia Weilan's ear and whispered, "I think this is actually quite fun." Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan glanced at Lin Jiangyue. He gently smiled and, in a low voice, said to her, "Then I'll let you have some fun later." After a pause, he added, "But you can't just play around like this, understand? Especially when I'm not by your side. Absolutely not, even if you feel confident." He had never spoken to Lin Jiangyue in such a tone before. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback. She pouted and complained, "Come on. I'm not that weak, okay? I'm strong too. In the future, I can definitely take on 10 by myself, maybe even better than you. You should have a bit of confidence in me." Say, I have a lot of confidence in you. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan's tone was calm, yet it made Lin Jiangyue's heart skip a beat. She reached out her hand, subtly grabbing Xia Weilan's hand, and said seriously, "I know you care about me, so you must take care of yourself, understand? I cannot tolerate you being in danger either." A hint of a smile flashed in Xia Weilan's eyes as she softly replied, "Mm." Their voices were low, but a few words still reached Shun Xiaomu's ears nearby. Shun Xiaomu felt a bit flushed. To avoid disturbing Xia Weilan and Lin Jiangyue, he quickened his pace and walked over to Fu Jinghong. In his haste, he accidentally bumped into Fu Jinghong. Fu Jinghong raised an eyebrow and looked at him, teasingly asking, "Xiaomu, are you hot?" Although both were handsome, Fu Jinghong and Xia Weilan were completely different types. Xia Weilan had a cool demeanor, giving off an unapproachable vibe, while Fu Jinghong had a charming look, making anyone who met his gaze feel fondness for him. Shun Xiaomu felt a bit embarrassed after bumping into him, and with Fu Jinghong's gaze on him, he felt even more awkward, his ears turning red. He quickly said to Fu Jinghong in a low voice, "Sorry, Jinghong, I might have walked a bit too fast. I didn't hurt you, did I?" It was clear that Fu Jinghong cared. In just a few days, he received attention from Fu Jinghong that he had never experienced from his uncle and aunt. Shun Xiaomu was slightly taken aback and nodded awkwardly. Fu Jinghong smiled slightly and called out, "Have you had enough? If so, come out." The surroundings were particularly quiet. Only the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze could be heard. Fu Jinghong then exchanged a glance with Xia Weilan, perhaps due to their previous encounter. Although today was their first meeting, Fu Jinghong and Xia Weilan's coordination was remarkably seamless. With just a glance, Xia Weilan immediately activated her ability. Shadows swayed, transforming into countless tendrils emitting black mist, whipping around wildly. In an instant, shouts and curses erupted. Several dark figures jumped out from their hiding spots, glaring at Xia Weilan and the others with murderous intent. The tendrils forced them out but did not bind them. Just from this exchange, Lin Jiangyue immediately sensed that the ability levels of these individuals were all above level 20. Moreover, they looked healthy and well-fed, lacking the malnutrition typical of people in the apocalypse. Especially the leader, whose face was filled with excess flesh, appeared even more robust than Zhou Tieta. The man's gaze darted around Lin Jiangyue and the others before finally settling on Xia Weilan, snorting coldly. "Dark-type ability? No wonder you're so arrogant, daring to challenge me. Too bad you're only level 16, and you brought along a bunch of burdens. You can't compare to me." Because Fu Jinghong did not intervene and his ability level was higher, the man did not notice Fu Jinghong's level, assuming that Xia Weilan was the strongest among them, leading to his underestimation. These individuals were part of an organized robbery gang, often engaged in such activities. Whenever they spotted someone with potential loot, they would lure them to a secluded area, deal with the men directly, and after enjoying themselves with the women, take them to a designated location to force them into prostitution, then split the spoils. They had their own system for relaying messages and a very cunning strategy for dealing with enemies. The burly man whistled, and the other 6 immediately dispersed. They almost simultaneously activated their abilities. A dazzling beam of light shot into the sky, forming a huge barrier that enveloped Lin Jiangyue and her group. The method was strikingly similar to how Gu Qisong had previously trapped Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan, but due to the larger number of people and higher ability levels, the weakening effect was exponentially more terrifying. In an instant, Lin Jiangyue felt as if she were frozen in place, Not only was she unable to activate her ability, but even moving a finger was a struggle. Xiao Weilon was also in a tough spot, under the weakening effect. He couldn't activate his domain ability to enhance Lin Jiangyue and the others. Shen Zhaomu fared even worse. With his ability level at only 2, the immense pressure caused him to tremble uncontrollably, nearly dropping to his knees. Fu Jinghong reached out to support him, smiling, "Be careful." Even in this urgent situation, Shen Zhaomu felt a sense of reassurance from Fu Jinghong's support. "Thank you. Thank you." Fu Jinghong gently replied, "You're welcome. How does it feel?" Seeing their state, the burly man burst into laughter. The other 6 joined in with raucous laughter. The man looked at Xiao Weilon. "Didn't he expect this brat to have a domain ability? You really are a talent. So how about joining us? If you kneel and kowtow a few times, then crawl out like a dog, I might spare your life." "Brothers, what do you say?" Whistles echoed around them. Someone shouted, "Yeah, hurry and kowtow. Kowtow, and you get to live like a dog." Xiao Weilon. Xiao Weilon stepped forward unperturbed, standing in front of Lin Jiangyue, pretending not to hear the man's words. But he glanced at Fu Jinghong beside him. In the past, this tactic had worked every time. Those suppressed by their combined abilities would usually beg for mercy after a little intimidation, handing over all their belongings. However, today it had no effect at all. Not only was Xiao Weilon unfazed, but Lin Jiangyue, Shen Zhaomu, and Fu Jinghong also showed no reaction. Ignored like this, the man couldn't help but fly into a rage. "These country bumpkins have some guts." He sneered a few times. "Let me tell you, no one has ever escaped alive under our combined abilities. Is that so?" Before the man could finish his sentence, a cheerful voice sounded. Immediately, a brilliant light radiated from Fu Jinghong, so bright it was blinding. With a loud bang, the barrier surrounding them shattered. The laughter abruptly stopped. The man's expression changed drastically. Chapter 93. Confrontation 4 with a light-type ability nearing level 40. Fu Jinghong's combat power was astonishingly formidable. With his involvement, the situation reversed in an instant, turning what was supposed to be a losing battle into a one-sided massacre. In less than 10 minutes, these 7 men, who looked like fierce demons, were tied up like Zhongzi and thrown to the ground. In an instant, cries of despair filled the air. Xiao Weilon expressionlessly handed a whip emanating black mist to Lin Jiangyue, saying, "Now we can start playing." Lin Jiangyue smiled. She took the whip from Xiao Weilon's hand, but did not strike anyone immediately. Instead, she cracked it twice on the ground. The 7 big men shrank together in fear. They were used to bullying the weak, but when they encountered someone stronger than themselves, they immediately resembled mice seeing a cat, not daring to even breathe heavily. One of them cried out loudly, "Miss, please spare us. We were blind to not recognize your greatness. We are not worth anything. Please don't lower yourself to our level." The others quickly echoed his words, while only the man with a face full of flesh stubbornly held onto the last bit of bravado. He glared at Lin Jiangyue and said, You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" "Ah!" With a crack, the whip mercilessly struck the man. In that instant, the barbs on the whip tore through skin and flesh, exposing bone. Black mist continuously seeped out from the wound, appearing extremely terrifying. The man's screams echoed through the air, causing the others to shiver in unison. Lin Jiangyue asked with a smile, "May I ask who you are?" The man was momentarily stunned. The excruciating pain made his reactions unusually slow. Before he could speak, Lin Jiangyue's second whip strike came. The screams were heart-wrenching. Lin Jiangyue played with the whip in her hand, smiling as she asked again, "May I ask who you are?" After saying that, fearing that Lin Jiangyue would be dissatisfied, he quickly listed the names of the other people one after another, and finally added, "We are people from Dean Heelan Phone, and everything we do is authorized by him." Lin Jiangyue raised her eyebrows and scoffed. "Robbing on the road? Using children to gain sympathy for profit? Is there anything else?" Hearing Lin Jiangyue's question, Tan Daqiang hesitated slightly. During that moment of hesitation, Lin Jiangyue mercilessly struck again. Crack! Tan Daqiang was hit so hard that he convulsed all over, tears streaming down his face, which was already covered in fat. He was always the one beating others. He had never been on the receiving end of such a brutal beating. When she heard the words guarding prisoners, Lin Jiangyue suddenly had a thought. Guarding prisoners? What prisoners? Tan.Xiang replied. Those are the ones He Linfeng secretly captured and isn't planning to kill for the time being. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Shun Jiamu. Lin Jiangyue said calmly. So who have you all shut up now? Tan.Xiang replied. This is He Linfeng's territory. Who would dare to offend him? Recently, there haven't been many people, just a few students from Thunder Academy. It's like searching for something and finding it effortlessly. Lin Jiangyue exchanged a glance with Xia Weilan, then casually asked Tan.Xiang a few questions, and then said to Shun Jiamu, Jiamu, you watch them. We'll go have a word. Shun Jiamu nodded. No problem, Sister Jiangyue. You can count on me. Lin Jiangyue smiled faintly and handed the whip to Shun Jiamu, saying, just whip anyone who misbehaves. There's no need to be polite to such people. Shun Jiamu responded with an acknowledgement. The surroundings were filled with cries of despair. Fu Jinghong laughed. Those people over there are probably tougher than these few, and there are more of them. We might not be able to handle it. Oh, Jinghong, don't be so modest. In my opinion, even He Linfeng might not be your match, Lin Jiangyue said leisurely. Or is there something you can't go and say? If that's the case, then let's pretend I didn't say anything, Fu Jinghong replied. There isn't any unspeakable secret. But you need to consider one thing. Like the little girl from before, there will likely be many like her there. If we go and try to manage them, we might not be able to handle it. But if we don't manage them, it seems a bit unreasonable. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. So you don't want to get involved? Fu Jinghong said, you could say that. If I don't see it, I can keep my heart at ease, but once someone asks me for help, I tend to soften my heart easily. Lin Jiangyue was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Jinghong, to be honest, after the apocalypse, people like you are really too rare. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but you should be careful or one day you might get sold and end up paying the buyer. Fu Jinggong. Chapter 94. Confrontation 5. After spending the day together, Lin Jiangyue became more convinced that in her previous life, Fu Jinghong had been schemed against, which was why he had remained in obscurity. So she gently advised him. However, Fu Jinghong dismissed her concern. He smiled and calmly said, don't worry. I know how to handle this. As for you, Jiangyue, I offer the same advice. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. Do I look like a very soft-hearted person? Fu Jinghong smirked. Maybe not soft-hearted, but you are indeed very kind. After all, we've only known each other for a day, and you are already able to think of me so empathetically, aren't you? Lin Jiangyue touched her nose and said, that's because we are friends now. Of course, I have to care about my friends. But if you dare to do anything that betrays us, I will be the first to chop you up. Do you believe it? Fu Jinghong smiled and nodded. I definitely won't. Lin Jiangyue raised her eyebrows. So sure? Fu Jinghong said, of course. If people don't let me down, I won't let them down. Weilan, what do you think? Xia Weilan didn't say anything, just nodded. Lin Jiangyue said, all right, let's get back to business. We've already found a location where those students are being held. If you don't want to go, we can wait until tomorrow when the dean and the others arrive. Inform them of the situation and let them rescue the people. With Zhang Yingyuan's ability level, there shouldn't be anyone who can stand against him. Lin Jiangyue pouted and said, that's true. Since we've already run into this, it seems that no matter who goes, this matter can't be ignored. Fu Jinghong said, then let's go. We'll assess the situation and help if we can. If we can't, there's nothing we can do. Jingxin Tea House. He Linfeng was, as usual, sitting in his usual elegant room. He took a sip of tea and immediately felt a fragrant taste in his mouth, quite different from before. He Linfeng was stunned for a moment, and a complex expression suddenly flashed in his eyes. He rang the bell again to call the tea house staff. Naturally, it was Lin Jiangning who came. Lin Jiangning, just like last time, immediately raised a naive and brilliant smile upon seeing He Linfeng. Hello, sir. It's nice to see you again. May I ask if you have any instructions? He Linfeng chuckled and replied, it's nothing much. I just feel that the taste of today's tea seems a bit different from usual. Could it be that you've modified it according to your father, whom you've never met? Lin Jiangning said with some surprise. Sir, you are really impressive. My mother said this tea is basically no different from the previous one. If it weren't for someone with special knowledge of tea ceremony, it would be impossible to taste the difference. He Linfeng said with slight surprise. You Did your mother brew this tea? Lin Jiangyue said somewhat shyly. Yes, I work here as a waiter, and my mother is helping out behind. She misses my father a lot, so when she brews tea, she unconsciously follows some of his preferences. At first, I thought it was inappropriate and was worried that the customers wouldn't like it. But my mother said that most people can't really taste the difference, so I didn't insist on opposing her. As a result, I didn't expect. Feng waved his hand and smiled at Lin Jiangyue. No need, no need. This flavor is very good. I like it a lot, and there's no need to have your mother change it. Moreover, she's right. Most people really can't taste the difference, so you don't have to worry about the customers being dissatisfied. Lin Jiangyue breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She said softly, I'm glad you're satisfied, sir. Feng looked at the sweet and charming girl in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, Little girl, to be honest, I really enjoy the art of tea. It seems your mother is also quite skilled in it. Could you bring her to me so that I can discuss it with her? Lin Jiangyue did not expect Feng to say this, and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. She pondered for a moment and did not speak. Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, What's wrong? Is there something inconvenient? Lin Jiangyue pursed her lips and said, It's like this, sir. Although my mother is not with my father now, she has deep feelings for him. She generally doesn't meet with strange men, and I can't decide that. I need to ask her. Feng. Although Feng had many women around him, he also knew well that many of them were after his money and power. Now, suddenly encountering a woman who left him at the height of his success but still held deep feelings for him and remained chaste for him stirred something in his heart. He put on a friendly demeanor and said, All right, young lady, then you go ask. I'll wait here. Seeing the plan going smoothly, Lin Jiangyue agreed and turned to leave, but Feng called her back. Feng lightly coughed and said, Young lady, wait a moment. Please help me give this to your mother. It was a jade pendant, small but with pure energy, clearly worth a lot. Lin Jiangyue tried hard to restrain herself, so as not to reveal a greedy look. She lowered her head and said, Sir, this isn't good. This pendant is really too valuable. I took it to her without my mother's permission, and I'm afraid she might not be happy. Feng smiled and said, Just take it to her, whether she wants it or not. Lin Jiangyue nodded. All right, I'll take it to ask my mother. After saying that, she deeply bowed to Feng, then took the pendant and turned to leave. Feng sat in the tea room, sipping tea while waiting. After about 20 minutes, he was slightly taken aback. There were many women around him, but most were the type who actively pursued him, and their relationships faded after a while. The more Li Yaoyao behaved this way, the more it piqued his interest, but he didn't press her. All right then, since this is your mother's intention, if we don't meet, we won't meet. But the tea she made is to my liking, so please make sure she accepts this pendant. Feng. Chapter 95, Confrontation 6. With the conversation reaching this point, Feng no longer insisted. He put away the pendant. Okay, you can go about your business. Lin Jiangyue bowed and exited. Feng sat for a while longer, then got up and strolled over to the tea preparation room. Normally, this area was not open for others to enter freely, but with Feng's status, no one dared to stop him. The duty leader of the tea house saw him and immediately approached with great courtesy. Director, if you have any instructions, just ring the bell. What brings you here? Feng lowered his voice. Is there a woman named Li Yaoyao here? The duty leader was slightly taken aback. Indeed, there is such a person. She just arrived a few days ago, and her tea-making skills are quite good. She's in the back room brewing tea. He pointed to the inner room. Feng nodded. Have the other step out for a moment. I need to talk to Li Yaoyao. Once he spoke, the other party did not dare to delay and quickly called out to the others, who silently exited. Li Yaoyao remained focused on brewing tea in the inner room and did not notice. Li Yaoyao. Feng looked at the woman before him, whose charm had only grown since their last meeting, and he found it hard to believe. You are Yaoyao? You really are Yaoyao? Feng, brother Feng? How are you here? Li Yaoyao glanced at Feng with a panicked expression, then immediately turned her head to avoid his gaze. She covered her face with her hands, her tone revealing an undeniable fear. No. Don't look at me. I look too terrible. Feng. Although many years had passed, Li Yaoyao had aged, but due to her good maintenance, she looked even more pitiful than before, which made Feng involuntarily feel pity. Feng was momentarily dazed. He stepped forward and held Li Yaoyao's shoulder. Yao Yao, don't say that. How can you say you look terrible? You're clearly more beautiful than before. Upon hearing this, Li Yaoyao burst into tears. Unable to contain herself, she suddenly threw herself into He Lanfeng's arms, pressing her face against his chest and crying, "Brother Feng, I really didn't expect to see you again in this lifetime. Could it be that I'm dreaming again?" He Lanfeng, just like before, reached out to pat Li Yaoyao's head, then flicked her forehead. "Is this a dream?" Li Yaoyao let out a small yelp and covered her forehead with her hand. However, a hint of joy appeared on her face. "It hurts. It's not a dream. Brother Feng, you really came to see me?" As she spoke, she hugged He Lanfeng even tighter. He Lanfeng gently patted Li Yaoyao's back and said warmly, "All right, Yao Yao, you're grown up now. Don't act spoiled. Stop crying. I have many questions to ask you. Why did you leave without a word back then? Is Lin Jiangyue my daughter? How have you all been living these years?" The main event had arrived. Li Yaoyao, still crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom on the surface, was on high alert inside. She wiped her eyes and choked out, "This is a long story." He Lanfeng gently patted Li Yaoyao's hand. "It's okay. Come with me to the room, and we'll talk slowly." Li Yaoyao. Under the leadership of Tan Daqiang, Lin Jiangyue and the others arrived at an underground casino. The security here was extremely tight. As soon as they approached, someone came up to question them. "Stop. What are you doing? You can't go any further." Tan Daqiang quickly smiled. "Brother Chui, it's me. Kui, Jiangyue." Chui Jingyu looked Tan Daqiang up and down a few times and said hesitantly, "Tan Daqiang?" Tan Daqiang quickly nodded. Yes, that's me." Chui Jingyu looked at his bruised face, full of unutterable words. "How did you get beaten up like this?" Tan Daqiang hurriedly explained, "I had a little conflict with someone, but it's all good now." "Brother Chui, can you let me in?" "I know the rules," Tan Daqiang said, "but these people are my relatives, absolutely reliable. Can you give us a convenience, Brother Chui?" Saying this, Tan Daqiang discreetly slipped a few mutated beast crystal cores into Chui Jingyu's hand. All were nearly level 30 mutated beast crystal cores. Chui Jingyu weighed the crystal cores in his hand, and his expression finally relaxed a bit from its earlier seriousness. He leaned closer to Tan Daqiang and whispered again, "Really reliable?" At this moment, Tan Daqiang felt like a mute eating bitter gall. His life was in Lin Jiangyue's hands, so he dare not say they were unreliable, only nodding repeatedly. "Reliable, absolutely reliable." "All right then." Chui Jingyu waved his hand, signaling to open the casino door. Tan Daqiang let out a big sigh of relief. Thank you, Brother Chui." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, exchanged glances with Lin Jiangyue and the others, and quickly led the way forward. Fu Jinghong followed closely behind, then Lin Jiangyue, Xia Weilan, and Shun Zhaomu. Chui Jingyu stood back and watched. Tan Daqiang had only been a thug before, but these so-called relatives of his each had extraordinary qualities, clearly not of the same ilk. Chui Jingyu suddenly spoke. "Wait a moment." Lin Jiangyue and the others didn't seem to mind, but Tan Daqiang's heart sank. He paused for a moment, turned his head, and smiled. "What's wrong, Brother Chui?" Chui Jingyu circled around Lin Jiangyue and the others a couple of times, then said again, "Are these really your relatives? They don't look anything like you at all. I'm telling you, if you dare to play any tricks on me, the consequences are something you won't be able to bear." Tan Daqiang's gaze flickered, but before he could say anything, a sudden sharp pain shot through his chest. He silently cried out in distress, but could only earnestly assure, "Brother Chui, you can rest assured, they are really my relatives. Absolutely no problem." Kui Jiangyue. Chapter 96 Cooperation 1. The moment they entered the underground casino, a huge, noisy wave hit them. Lin Jiangyue felt as if she had entered another world, a world even more than the apocalypse. Everyone here wore an almost frenzied expression, as if they were no longer human, but had transformed into ferocious beasts, always ready to feast on human flesh and blood. Lin Jiangyue saw a man with a twisted and grotesque face. The man was using his 5 or 6-year-old daughter as a stake, hoping to win 5 million contribution points. If he lost, this poor little girl would lose her most basic rights as a human being and become property of the casino. And he would also have to give up an arm. The little girl was pressed down on the table by that man, crying so hard she could barely breathe, pleading not to be abandoned. The man showed no mercy, slapping the child's tender face. The girl let out a cry like a young beast, blood streaming from her nostrils. The man glared, viciously saying, "Stop crying. I've lost so many rounds because of you, you little bastard. Cry again, and I'll kill you." The little girl's big eyes were filled with sheer terror, desperately choking back her sobs, afraid to make another sound. The dealer across from the man said with a half-smile, "All right, stop wasting time. Let us get started. There are so many people waiting here. I don't have time to waste." The onlookers laughed, as if watching a show. The man immediately became nervous, carefully nodding and bowing to the dealer, losing all the ferocity he had shown towards his daughter. Okay. He took a deep breath, his palms sweating. The man could hardly imagine. He didn't care about that little girl's life or death, but he had nothing left to bet. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he hesitated for a long time, until the dealer showed obvious impatience, before gritting his teeth and saying a small word. The dealer placed his hand on the dice cup. There was a moment of silence, all the spectators waiting for the answer to be revealed. Lin Jiangyue showed a look of distress on his face and instinctively leaned toward Fu Jinghong's ear, whispering, "Brother Jinghong, what if that man loses?" Fu Jinghong. Before Fu Jinghong could respond, Lin Jiangyue suddenly let out a low and cold laugh. "What is there to do if he loses? Being sold here like a piece of goods is pitiful, but staying with a father who treats her like livestock, isn't that pitiful too? It's just a matter of half a pound to 8 ounces. Shun Jiaomu." Fu Jinghong chuckled at Lin Jiangyue's words. "Jiaomu, your sister Jiangyue is right. Regardless of win or lose for that little girl, there probably won't be any good outcome, so there is really nothing to worry about." And besides, Fu Jinghong paused but didn't continue. Shen Jiaomu pressed, "And besides what?" Xia Weilan, with an expressionless face, added, "This round is 66 points big." Shen Jiaomu, if guessing big and small is one thing, can you even guess the points? Shen Jiaomu was taken aback. Before he could say the 3 words, he saw the dealer had already opened the dice cup without hesitation. It was indeed 66 points big. The crowd erupted into chaos, jeering and mocking. The dealer raised his hand to signal for silence and coldly addressed the man. "You lost. According to the agreement, your daughter will become a slave of the casino, and you will lose an arm." The man's pupils contracted, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and suddenly he fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground. No, please let me go." After saying this, he fiercely grabbed the little girl by the hair, dragging her over, desperately pleading, "You guys let me go? Just cut off her hands, okay? Just cut off her 2 hands from my 1 hand." The dealer remained unmoved. "This girl is already property of the casino. You have no right to interfere." He waved his hand, signaling the security guards in the casino to rush in. Following the order, a dozen burly men surrounded the gambling table where the man was sitting, one of them grabbing the little girl by the collar of her clothing and lifting her up. The little girl could no longer hold back and began to cry loudly, and the security guard frowned, reaching out his large hand, resembling a fan, to cover her mouth. One of the other 2 held down the man who was crying and snotting, while the other brandished a gleaming steel knife, swinging it down toward the man's shoulder. Thud! An arm flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The man's face turned pale, and he let out a piercing scream. The crowd retreated, fearing the blood would splatter on them. The scene became chaotic. Tan Daqiang was worried that Lin Jiangyue and the others might impulsively interfere, causing more trouble for himself. So he tried to take this opportunity to lead them away from this place of trouble. He said to the obviously strongest Fu Jinghong, "It's too chaotic here. Let us leave quickly." Fu Jinghong curled his lips, non-committal. Lin Jiangyue shook her head and smiled. "None of us are in a hurry. Why are you? I think this casino is quite interesting, and the stakes are thrilling. Let us just gamble a few rounds before we leave." Dan Daqiang. As soon as she said this, Tan Daqiang became anxious. He had just heard Xia Weilan guess the points and knew that the other party must have figured out the tricks of this casino. If it were just guiding them, he might still have a chance to slip away unnoticed. But if the people he brought in caused trouble in the casino, he would be in deep trouble. Tan Daqiang's eyes flickered, and he said pleadingly, "Let us forget it. The people I brought in can't cause trouble in the casino. You promised to take me in, so please let me off. You're so powerful, you can't go back on your word." Fu Jinghong said lightly. Don't be nervous. We will definitely keep our word. If you're scared, you can leave now. Tan Daqiang. Tan Daqiang was stunned. Really? You really are willing to let me go now? If I can escape from your clutches now, maybe I can go and inform on you, and then redeem myself. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Jiangyue immediately pierced through it mercilessly. Jinghong, we can't let him go now. Otherwise, he will definitely inform on us. Upon hearing this, Tan Daqiang's heart sank, and he heard Fu Jinghong say gently, then go ahead, whether voluntarily or under pressure. The fact that he brought us in is a done deal. Given Helan Feng's tendency to shift blame, he will definitely not let him off. If he wants to seek his own death, we can't help it. Fu Jinghong's words hit the nail on the head, and Tan Daqiang felt a buzz in his ears, completely dispelling the thought of informing on them. He trembled and said, It's my fault for underestimating you. I lack experience. I want to inform on you. Please spare my life. Fu Jinghong said, Do as we say in the end. I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Tan Daqiang nodded repeatedly, no longer daring to defy. Okay, I will definitely do it. Shun Zhaomu whispered in admiration, Brother Jinghong, you're really amazing. I wish I could become as powerful as you someday. Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, This can't be done in just a moment, Zhaomu. There aren't many casinos as big as this one. You probably haven't seen one before. Let's go play a couple of rounds to broaden your horizons. Shen Zhaomu. Chapter 97 Cooperation 2. Shun Zhaomu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He pointed at himself and said in disbelief, Me? But, I really don't know how to do this. Fu Jinghong smiled and said, Zhaomu, with us here, what are you afraid of, right, Weilan? Xia Weilan glanced at him indifferently and turned to Shun Zhaomu, saying, I'll go with you. Fu Jinghong said, Jiangyue. Then let's get a bit closer to Tan Daqiang and wait. Lin Jiangyue nodded and said to Shun Zhaomu, Just that table over there. Feel free to bet. Shun Zhaomu replied and walked over first, with Xia Weilan following closely behind. At this moment, the man who had his arm chopped off was lying in a pool of blood, barely conscious, while the security guard who had been responsible for restraining him dragged him out like a dead dog. Meanwhile, the little girl being lifted by another security guard was struggling desperately, like a pitiful lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The onlookers pointed and laughed. Just then, Shun Zhaomu stepped over the blood on the ground and sat down opposite the dealer. The dealer, seeing a 15 or 16-year-old boy coming over, did not take him seriously at all. He just sat in the chair, crossed his legs, and said, What, do you want to bet a couple of rounds? Shun Zhaomu pursed his lips and replied, Yes. How do I place my bet? As soon as Shun Zhaomu said this, the dealer immediately scoffed. You come here to play and don't know how to place a bet? Kid, where did you come from? Hurry up and leave. If you want to play, go somewhere else. We don't have time to babysit. Seeing that the other party wanted to drive him away right from the start, Shun Zhaomu frowned. I. Just as he uttered the word I, Xia Weilan slammed a card onto the table and said expressionlessly, 50 million contribution points. Is that enough to bet? The dealer was stunned. Most people who had the qualifications to bet here had some wealth, but very few could take out 50 million contribution points for the first round. The dealer immediately became alert, and his attitude was no longer dismissive. He said, Every table here has different rules. For example, at our table, the main focus is on excitement, with a minimum bet of 500,000 contribution points, and the odds are 1 to 10. To give you an example, this means the winner can use 10 million contribution points here to win a full 100 million contribution points. This is the highest odds in the entire casino, but at this point, the dealer paused. If you lose, not only will the bet be entirely owned by the casino, but you will also need to leave behind an arm of yourself or a close person. Shun Zhaomu asked in confusion, If that's the case, then why was that little girl a bet? The dealer replied, If you don't have contribution points, you can also use other items to offset. That man used that little girl to offset 50 million contribution points. In the apocalypse, women without strength or background could only be trampled upon wherever they went. The price was not high, except for those who were particularly beautiful and still pure, who could sell for a bit more, generally speaking. A price between 100,000 to 200,000 contribution points was the limit. And now, A little girl who hadn't even matured and had no awakened abilities was actually worth so much, could be used to offset 50 million contribution points? A thought flashed through Xia Weilan's mind. Nining body? The Nining body is an extremely special constitution. A person with this constitution is no different from an ordinary person and has no abilities. But consuming the flesh and blood of a person with this constitution can accelerate the improvement of one's ability level. When he was at the central base back then, he had seen a woman with a Nining body. That woman was raised by an old man, and every day she was cut and bled, enduring immense suffering. The old man, relying on that woman's flesh and blood, had raised his ability level to over 20 in less than half a year. At that time, it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and the levels of ability users were generally not high. An ability user over level 20 was already rare and very troublesome. In the end, it was Gu Zhaxi who personally took action to deal with that old man and ordered the rescue of the woman. After such immense torment, when the woman was rescued, she was insane, completely out of her mind. She was covered in blood, with bones scattered everywhere, a sight too horrific to bear. Yet even so, there were still people coveting her remaining flesh and blood, even suggesting to Gu Zhaxi to secretly imitate that old man's method and continue to raise her, using her flesh and blood to improve their ability levels. The flesh and blood of a person with a Nining body is pure and, comparatively speaking, much better than obtaining crystal cores by hunting mutated beasts or buying jade stones at high prices. Hunting mutated beasts for crystal cores is not only dangerous, but also produces impurities, while jade stones, although free of impurities, are priced so high that ordinary ability users find it hard to accept. After the apocalypse, the strong are respected, as long as one can become stronger. Many people even begin to resort to all means possible. In their eyes, a person with a Nining body could almost no longer be called a person, but rather a dish on the table. At that time, there were not a few ability users who proposed to imitate that old man, and several were Gu Zhaxi's confidants. For an unfamiliar woman, it would be a loss for Gu Zhaxi to part ways with his confidants, and everyone felt that he had no reason to disagree. But Gu Zhaxi was a person who never played by the rules. To say he was sentimental, he was cold enough to refuse anyone's approach. But to say he was indifferent, he could indeed push against public opinion for a woman he had no ties to. He resolutely refused everyone's proposal. Chapter 98, Cooperation 3. The dealer was greatly surprised to hear this. The Nining body is very rare, and usually only extremely noble and distinguished individuals can possess one. So almost no one would think in this direction. Yet this young boy before him was able to guess so easily that the little girl was a Nining body. And without batting an eye, he put forward such a large sum of contribution points, with such outstanding demeanor and presence. He might be a young master from some prominent family. In their line of work, the most important thing is to have the insight to speak appropriately to people. Otherwise, if one accidentally offends a noble, it would be a place where even crying would find no solace. The dealer's attitude immediately became amiable. He smiled and said, "Young master, don't take offense. After the other party quotes a price, we are all responsible for reviewing it. I'm not too clear about it." Knowing the other party was lying, Xia Weilan didn't bother to argue with him and pushed the card forward again. 50 million. Let's go around to determine the winner. The dealer was slightly taken aback. "Young master, if you want to play, why not go to another table and have a look? Here, if you lose, not only do you have to pay contribution points, but you will also lose an arm, just like what you saw earlier. Bloody, it's terrifying. They have special techniques for rolling the dice here. As long as they don't want the other party to win, the other party will never win. If the bet were smaller, you might have been able to do a favor and let the other party win a few rounds. But starting with 50 million if you lost, the casino would have to pay out a full 500 million contribution points. No matter which young master this boy was, he absolutely couldn't let him win. Otherwise, the casino would never let him off. So he hoped these words would make Xia Weilan retreat. But Xia Weilan remained indifferent, saying calmly, "We know the rules. Let's start." Saying this, Xia Weilan handed the card to Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue held the card. "I'll bet with you." Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, the dealer had no choice but to take the card and said with a stiff face, "All right, whose arm is at stake?" "Lin Jiangyue, mine." Xia Weilan, mine. They spoke in unison, without distinction. In such a place, selfish and self-serving people are common, but it was unheard of to fight to sacrifice oneself. The dealer could hardly believe his ears. Xiaoweluan turned his head to glance at Lin Jiangyue, whose eyes were full of determination. Weilonggu, let me handle this. It wasn't that he doubted Xiaoweluan's strength, but rather that the other party treated him so well that he didn't want them to bear the danger. Xiaoweluan smiled and said, "You said you would listen to me." Lin Jiangyue was taken aback, but no buts. Xiaoweluan interrupted him, lightly tapping his long fingers on the table, looking at the dealer, and said again, "Bet on me. Let's begin." His tone was cold and devoid of emotion when addressing the dealer. The dealer, used to being in a high position and having a bad temper, was furious at Xiaoweluan's apparent ignorance. He thought to himself that it was his own fault if something went wrong. It would be a case of reaping what one sows. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated, shook the dice cup until it was dizzying, and then asked Lin Jiangyue, big or small. Lin Jiangyue didn't understand at all, and after straining his ears to listen for a long time, he still couldn't figure out, hesitating and refusing to speak. His demeanor showed that he was completely clueless, and the dealer felt secretly pleased. Xiaoweluan leaned close to his ear and whispered a word. Without hesitation, Lin Jiangyue said, "Big." The dealer laughed. "Big, are you sure? No changes?" What he rolled was clearly small. Even if he had a background, he must be an unlearned and spoiled rich kid, as long as he followed the rules. The other party couldn't make things difficult for him. Lin Jiangyue involuntarily glanced at Xiaoweluan and saw that his expression hadn't changed at all. So he said, "No changes." The dealer narrowed his eyes and said cheerfully, "Good, the bet is set. Let's open. 3, 4, 6, 13 points, big." The dealer. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. He had been here for 6 years and had never lost. Moreover, with 50 million contribution points. According to a 10-1 payout, the casino would have to pay out 500 million contribution points. The dealer took 2 steps back in disbelief, his face pale. Lin Jiangyue, however, breathed a huge sigh of relief, leaned back in his chair, and said with a smile, "I won. Bring me the 500 million contribution points." Having been around Xiaoweluan and Fu Jinghong for a long time, he unconsciously carried a certain lazy nobility that made others feel ashamed. The dealer's facial muscles twitched incessantly. He reached out, wanting to slap the table hard, but suddenly a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his wrist. A sharp pain surged through him, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He turned his head, about to curse, when he heard a smiling voice say, "A bet is a bet, understand?" The 5 words were spoken in a calm tone, neither angry nor emotional, yet inexplicably made one's heart shiver. The dealer's lips trembled violently as he looked at the composed young man in front of him and smiled apologetically. I understand. Please let go." Ouch. Having been able to act as the dealer in the casino for many years, he was naturally a capable and ruthless character, with an ability level reaching 27. Yet, this exceptionally handsome young man had surprisingly great strength. With just a casual grip, he nearly crushed his wrist bone. Moreover, his gaze fell on Xiaoweluan and Lin Jiangyue beside him. These people were obviously a group. Perhaps they had come to wreak havoc. Alarm bells rang in his mind, but his expression became even more humble and respectful. "Rest assured, our place is fair to everyone. The contribution points you deserve will definitely not be short. Please have a seat. You sit first." Fu Jinghong chuckled softly and released the dealer's wrist. He did not sit down, but leaned against the side of the gambling table, towering and imposing. He nodded slightly and said gently, "All right, continue, I'll watch." The dealer felt like he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Forcing a bitter face as he said, 500 million contribution points is really too much. Please wait a moment. I need to find someone to arrange it." 500 million contribution points was indeed too much. It far exceeded the authority he had to decide. His intention was to buy time and inform others. However, Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, "Then you can just call someone to arrange it. I'm not done playing yet. Let us add this 500 million contribution points to continue betting." The dealer, adding 500 million contribution points meant that if he lost again, the casino would have to pay out a total of 5,500 million contribution points. The dealer was sweating profusely, but thinking about it, this was indeed his home turf, and he didn't believe that, with his years of experience, The other party could pull tricks without him noticing. The dealer secretly pressed a hidden button under the table. All right, I'll call someone to arrange it. Let us continue. He placed his hand on the dice cup and began to shake it wildly. The enormous betting amount on the screen attracted a crowd. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing to watch this astonishing gamble. But the surroundings fell silent. All eyes focused on the dealer's hand. The dealer. He rolled out big again. Lin Jiangyue tilted his head and suddenly said, "Wait a minute." The dealer was taken aback, somewhat unwillingly asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Jiangyue said, "I changed my mind. Let us bet small instead." The dealer. If it weren't for Fu Jinghong and Xia Weiluan watching him closely on either side, he would have almost shouted in anger. He endured and secretly touched the mechanism under the table again, saying, "The bet is set." The word open still didn't come out, and Lin Jiangyue called for a stop again. He smiled shyly at the dealer. "I thought about it. Betting big is more appropriate." The dealer. Chapter 99 Cooperation 4. Lin Jiangyue finally did not call for a stop again. In the end, he still bet big. The dealer shouted loudly, "Bet is set, open." The word open was shouted hoarsely, and everyone's eyes seemed to freeze on the dice cup in his hand. 3 fives, 15 points big. It was actually a triplet. In an instant, the crowd erupted in an uproar. According to the rules of the table, the payout for ordinary bets was 10-1. But if a triplet appeared, the payout would reach 20-1. This meant that the casino would have to pay out not 5,500,000,000 contribution points, but 110 billion contribution points. The dealer could no longer contain himself. His legs went weak, and with a thud, he sat down on the ground, loudly declaring, "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You're cheating. You're cheating. Someone come. Capture them. Capture them." This shout seemed to signal the start of a battle. The casino's bodyguards sprang into action, half responsible for clearing the scene and driving away the onlookers, while the other half surrounded Lin Jiangyue and the others. Lin Jiangyue took this opportunity to come to Xia Weiluan's side. Xia Weiluan naturally grabbed her hand and pulled her into her embrace. Lin Jiangyue's face flushed slightly as she leaned against Xia Weiluan's embrace and fell silent. Just like dealing with the previous man, a dozen burly bodyguards rushed and tried to capture them. However, at that moment, a bright light flashed. The bodyguards hadn't even gotten close before they collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. More bodyguards charged in, but the result was the same. Fu Jinghong's combat ability was even stronger than expected, and they hardly needed to intervene. The air became tense. Seeing the situation turned dire. The boss of the gang got up and tried to sneak away, but Xia Weiluan grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the ground. Hearing this, Qi Laosan immediately cried out, "Young master, I swear it wasn't me who caused the ruckus. They came to mess up the place." "Shut up, don't talk nonsense." The man barked. "Have you forgotten everything I've taught you?" Qi Laosan immediately crouched on the ground, afraid to make a sound. The newcomer walked up to Fu Jinghong and said, "Hello, sir. I am healing you, the person in charge here. May I ask how to address you?" He paused and added, "You seem a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Fu Jinghong replied indifferently, "People can look alike. Mr. Heelan must be mistaken. My surname is Fu." Heelan was slightly taken aback, but did not refute it. He simply said, "Then perhaps I mistook you for someone else. I have a few words I would like to discuss with Mr. Fu privately. May I borrow a moment of your time?" Fu Jinghong smiled and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. We are together." Heelan. He didn't expect Fu Jinghong to refuse so decisively, and he was momentarily stunned. Lin Jiangyue replied, "Anything can be spoken to others. If there's something to say, just say it here. Why must we take a step back? Besides, your casino still owes us 11 billion contribution points. What? Are you trying to renege on the debt?" "The young lady, please rest assured. We absolutely cannot renege on the debt." Heelan smiled and said, "But you should also understand how enormous 11 billion is. It naturally requires time to raise such an amount. So, please be patient." Lin Jiangyue kicked Qi Laosan, who was lying on the ground, and sneered, "He just said the same thing. Now what?" Qi Laosan was momentarily confused. "I'll have someone teach him a lesson later." Facing Lin Jiangyue's unceremonious accusations, Heelan felt displeased, but didn't show it on his face. "How about this? Please wait here for a moment, and I'll have someone arrange it right away." "That's more like it." Lin Jiangyue leaned lazily against Xia Weiluan, yawning. "Since you're so sincere, let's take a step back. How about we use this 11 billion as a bet and play a few more rounds? If we win, you won't have to go through the trouble of arranging it. What if we can't win? By now, you could see that they had caught on to the casino's tricks and had begun to take action. But he was just troubled by Fu Jinghong's strong abilities, making it temporarily impossible to take strong measures. He smiled and said, "There are many interesting things here. Why don't I accompany you around?" After saying that, Lin Jiangyue waved his hand, and soon 10 or so handsome men and beautiful women surrounded them. The beauties clustered around Fu Jinghong and the others, while the handsome men tried to cozy up to Lin Jiangyue. But they were all driven away by Xie Weilan's expressionless demeanor. Fu Jinghong chatted and laughed with the beauties surrounding him for a while, and after some unknown conversation, those beauties left on their own. Shen Xiaomu felt uncomfortable all over but was too shy to drive them away, feeling like he had nowhere to put his hands and feet until Fu Jinghong came over to help him out. Chapter 100 Cooperation 5. Fu Jinghong said, "Sorry. We appreciate your kindness, but we don't need these." However, he did not insist on staying and instead said, "How about this? It's too chaotic here. Let's find a place to talk." Lin Jiangyue. Seeing that he no longer insisted, Lin Jiangyue breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "In that case, how about this? Once we get the contribution points, I invite you all to my office." Fu Jinghong glanced at Xie Weilan and the others, slightly nodding. "That works." Just then, his trusted aide Lin Jiangyue walked over with a card and whispered a few words in Lin Jianyue's ear. Lin Jiangyue nodded. He took the card and handed it to Fu Jinghong, saying, "Here are 11 billion contribution points. Please take it, Mr. Fu." Fu Jinghong shook his head and looked at Shen Xiaomu beside him. "The contribution points are his winnings." Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback and then handed the card to Shen Xiaomu. Shen Xiaomu hesitated for a moment. Lin Jiangyue said, "Xiaomu, take it quickly." Shen Xiaomu then put away the card and packed it. Lin Jiangyue said, "Please this way." Jingxin Tea House. Lan Feng was sitting in the elegant room, and after many years, he saw Li Yaoyao being affectionate. Suddenly, the housekeeper Lan Zheng rushed in from outside and whispered a few words in Lan Feng's ear. "What?" Lan Feng's eyes widened in anger upon hearing this. He slammed the table, startling Li Yaoyao, who was sitting next to him. With so many people in the casino, none of them can match those few people? Useless. Simply a bunch of useless people, especially Lan Jiangyue. Not all like my son. Lan Feng's force was not small this time. With a loud bang, the table shattered into pieces, and the teapot and teacups smashed to the ground. Having never seen Lan Feng so angry, Li Yaoyao sensed something was wrong and subtly moved to the side. However, Lan Feng was completely unconcerned about her. "Yaoyao, I have something to do. Let's meet another day." Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao stared at the spilled tea on the ground for a long time. You have no idea how his face looked, ashen and terrifying. Lin Jiangyue looked worried, fearing that he would ruin the beautiful dream of becoming the dean's daughter-in-law. Li Yaoyao frowned and said, "I don't know either. Everything was fine at first, but as soon as that steward came over, he left in a fit of anger." Lin Jiangyue said, "Could that be related to our matter?" Li Yaoyao replied, "It shouldn't be. Lan Feng's family, that head-owned lion, is not really in charge anymore, so they probably won't find out about it so soon." But she hesitated for a moment and didn't continue. Lin Jiangyue looked at Li Yaoyao's expression and his heart sank. "Mother, please don't make me anxious. If there's something, just say it." Li Yaoyao said, "We've been carefully planning for so long just to officially meet Lan Feng, and now, with this commotion, I'm afraid it will have some impact." Lin Jiangyue immediately became anxious upon hearing this. "Mother, what should we do now?" Ning, don't worry. Let me think for a moment. Lin Jiangyue asked. "What are we talking about?" Li Yaoyao suddenly stood up. "The gambling house." "Let's go, Ning. Let's find out what the biggest gambling house here is called, and then go take a look." Lin Jiangyue. Lan Zheng nodded and said, "Yes." The second young master said so. He said not only does he look like him, but even his ability is of the light system. However, he said that person insists on not admitting it, only claiming to be surnamed Fu. Lan Feng. A heavy gloom flashed in Lan Feng's heart. "What about the other people?" Lan Zheng said, "The other few are all quite young, probably around 15 or 16 or 17 years old, 2 boys and 1 girl. As for their abilities, according to the young master, The strongest one is a boy who looks even better than Lin Jiangyue. Surprisingly, he has dual abilities in the dark domain. And at level 16, he can easily defeat our level 20-something ability users. As for the other two, their levels are probably not high. They didn't even make a move. If it really is Lin Jiangyue, they wouldn't need to make a move at all. Helan Feng snorted coldly. Are they here for those students from Thunder Academy? Helan Feng. Good for you, Zhang Yingjun. Helan Feng gritted his teeth and said, I thought I had everything under control this time, but unexpectedly, I was schemed against again. Is there anything unusual with Zhao Jigang? No, Helan Zheng said. We have been keeping a close watch on him, and there's been no movement at all. It seems that the people from Thunder Academy have already given up on him. Helan Feng said, continue to keep a close watch. We cannot be careless. Those people from Thunder Academy are too cunning. We don't know how they got in touch with Lin Jiangyue. Helan Zheng agreed. At this point, the two had already arrived outside Junjia gambling house. Helan Feng jumped out of the car with a blank expression and walked towards Helan Yu's office. When they reached outside the office, all the bodyguards bowed to him, but Helan Feng ignored everyone, and without waiting for the bodyguards to open the door, he directly kicked it open. Helan Yu was sitting in the office chair, looking terrible with a large bruise on his face, making his originally handsome face look somewhat ridiculous. When he saw Helan Feng, he immediately stood up from the office chair. Father. Helan Feng ignored him and walked straight in. As he passed by Helan Yu, he paused and punched him in the face, giving him a symmetric hit. Can't even handle a small matter, worthless. Helan Yu grunted, seeing Helan Feng punch him without asking for the reason. He felt very wronged. Father, I didn't expect them to suddenly attack. You still have the face to say that. Helan Feng pointed at Helan Yu. Besides your brother, you are the one I have invested the most effort in. Yet you were taken hostage, unable to fight back, and even without any manliness, scared into letting all the students from Thunder Academy escape. Helan Yu argued. They had already put a knife to my neck. Does father mean that my safety is not as important as those common students from Thunder Academy? Slap. Helan Feng slapped Helan Yu hard across the face. He was almost furious. Bastard. Don't call me father anymore. I, Helan Feng, do not have a cowardly son like you. Helan Yu. Chapter 101 Cooperation 6. This, unbelievable, simply too unbelievable. Teacher Lin, Teacher Xia. How did you do it? Yang Dazheng looked incredulous with the strength of Canaan Academy, even if he and Zhang Yingjun brought all the mentors from Thunder Academy. They might not be able to so smoothly rescue all those students. Lin Jiangyue recounted the events, finally pointing at Fu Jinghong and saying, actually, we didn't do much. This time, it's mainly Jinghong's credit. There were so many people in the casino, and none of them were his match. Fu Jinghong smiled and said, Jiangyue, don't say that. Without your cooperation, no matter how capable I am, I can't fight against many. Zhang Yingjun chuckled and said, everyone has their contributions. No need to be modest. After that, he kindly turned to Fu Jinghong. To reach level 39 at such a young age, your future is limitless. I wonder which family you come from? Fu Jinghong replied calmly. As for my family situation, I must apologize for not disclosing it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingjun did not press further. Then let's leave it at that. Yang Danian was taken aback. Director, aren't we going to meet that scoundrel Zhao Jigang? Zhang Yingjun shook his head. Everyone has their own aspirations. We don't need to force it. As long as the students are fine, that's enough. Yang Danian. Lin Jiangyue nodded, and everyone acted accordingly. She stood outside Shen Xiaomu's room and gently knocked on the door. It's good, Shen Xiaomu said soothingly, and then fell asleep. Lin Jiangyue raised her eyebrows in surprise. I didn't expect you to be quite good at entertaining children. Shen Xiaomu smiled a bit shyly. Really? Then when you and Wei Lan have a child in the future, I'll take him to play. Lin Jiangyue. How did the topic suddenly shift to her and Xia Wei Lan's child? She wasn't planning to have a baby so soon. What on earth is Shen Xiaomu thinking about every day? Lin Jiangyue's cheeks turned red. Don't talk nonsense. Why suddenly bring this up out of nowhere? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Jiangyue almost choked. She waved her hand and said, let's not talk about that. Let's go see the little girl first. There was a sense of fleeing from the scene. Shen Xiaomu followed behind, and the two of them entered the room together. They saw a small girl curled up, sleeping on the bed, covered with the blanket that Lin Jiangyue had given her. The little girl was not sleeping peacefully. She kept mumbling in her sleep, saying, "Nyonyo will be good. Daddy don't want Nyonyo. Don't hit Nyonyo anymore." Lin Jiangyue sneered, "The world is vast. And there are all kinds of wonders. There's nothing to be surprised about." Lin Jiangyue hummed in response. She heard Xiao Weilan say that this little girl was an extremely rare Tianyin body, and the flesh and blood of a Tianyin body could greatly aid in the advancement of abilities. Lin Jiangyue vaguely remembered that in her previous life, the person who developed the advancement potion at the central base seemed to have mentioned the Tianyin body. Of course, she would never do something as cruel as cutting someone open for their flesh, but drawing a little blood for research shouldn't be too excessive, right? After all, many checks before the apocalypse also require blood draws, and she would take good care of this little girl as much as possible. Of course, there was no rush. Even just drawing blood should wait until this little girl had regained her health. Thinking of this, Lin Jiangyue said, "Chao Mu, I see this little girl seems to like you quite a bit, so please take care of her more often." Shin Chaomu replied, "Okay, don't worry, Jiangyue sis." In the room, Fu Jinghong and Zhang Yingjun sat facing each other. Zhang Yingjun squinted his eyes to size up Fu Jinghong for a moment and smiled. "Jinghong, I heard that there is a very powerful junior from the Lin family in the Northwest base, whose abilities and level are comparable to yours, and even has the same name. I wonder if you've heard of him?" Fu Jinghong. Fu Jinghong chuckled and said gently, "Lin Jinghong, since I directly stated my name, I never thought of hiding it. I heard that the director likes to make friends and is very righteous. So why should he be wary of me?" His frankness made Zhang Yingjun feel a bit embarrassed. Since that's the case, there's nothing that can't be said about the Lin family, so why hide the surname? Fu Jinghong leisurely said, "Using my mother's surname can't be considered hiding, right?" Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun took a sip from his cup. "Even if it's hiding, it's not a big deal, but what I don't understand is, with your status, why get close to Jiangyue and Weilan?" Fu Jinggong. Chapter 102. Rescuing Zhou Te. Anyway, it's not to harm them. Fu Jinghong said with a smile. Otherwise, wouldn't it be best to eliminate the roots before they fully mature? This point, the director should understand, right? Zhang Yingjun was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he said, "But it's not purely as you say, because of like-mindedness." Fu Jinghong smiled. "I don't deny it. But who doesn't have some secrets? Does the reason really matter? Of course it matters. Since they are now the mentors of my Thunder Academy," Zhang Yingjun said, "I have to be responsible for them and can't let people with unclear motives stay by their side. Do I seem like a bad person in your eyes, Director Zhang?" Fu Jinggong laughed. "That kind of scheming? I don't know about that." Zhang Yingjun took another sip from his cup. "But the young master of the Lin family is famously powerful. Now that nearly half of the Lin family's industries are in your hands, with so much on your plate, you still have to find people. But now you insist on staying close to two people whose levels are so much lower than yours. Working hard to help my Thunder Academy. For so many years after the apocalypse, the Lin family has had little involvement with the Thunder Academy. They have always been closer to Canaan Academy. Now that you do this, it's almost equivalent to directly offending Healan Feng. Young Master Lin, if you were me, wouldn't you find it strange?" Fu Jinggong. Fu Jinghong raised an eyebrow and lazily said, "It seems that if I can't provide a reasonable explanation today, the director will never believe me. Actually, telling you isn't a big deal, but you have to promise me not to mention it to anyone else." Zhang Yingjun didn't say he would agree or not, just said, "That depends on what it is." Fu Jinghong curled his lips and slowly said, "You should also know, Director, that after the apocalypse, the Lin family has been searching for my little uncle and has never given up. But you may not know why the Lin family insists on me to find him." Zhang Yingjun instinctively asked why. Fu Jinghong said, "Because my light-type ability can vaguely sense people who are related to me by blood. Looks can be similar, tokens can fall into someone else's hands, but blood relations cannot be faked." Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun frowned, somewhat incredulously. "You mean among those few? There might be descendants of Lin Jiangyue?" "Just might." Fu Jinghong smiled. "I feel a sense of familiarity when I see Jiangyue, but I can't be 100 sure. After all, I don't know her family-specific situation and haven't seen any tokens, so I need to find out more. If in the end it turns out not to be the case, then there's no need for the director to kick anyone out. I will leave myself." Zhang Yingjun. Fu Jinghong chuckled and asked in return, "If the director were in my position, would you be willing?" Zhang Yingjun was slightly taken aback. "In my opinion, feelings are naturally more important." Fu Jinghong said, "Treat others as you would like to be treated. So why do you think I would be unwilling? Moreover, Zhang Yingjun said, "What happened to Zhou Tieta?" Teacher Yang, don't be anxious, take your time. On the side, Wang Laowu added, "Tieta." He was captured by someone from Canaan Academy. The few people present were all taken aback. Yes, yes. Wang Laowu shook his head and said, "Neither Dajing nor I could hold him back." As soon as he got to Canaan Academy, they were already prepared and captured him right away. If Dajing and I hadn't been far away, we probably couldn't have escaped either. This Zhou Tieta really knows how to cause trouble. Lin Jiangyue said helplessly, "It's hard to save these students, and now he's been captured again. Isn't this just adding chaos?" She looked at Zhang Yingjun, "Director, what do you think we should do now?" Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. "Jinghong? There are so many of us, yet they only call for Fu Jinghong? Although it's true that Fu Jinghong is indeed the strongest, he doesn't have any connection to Thunder Academy after all." Fu Jinghong smiled and said, "Jiangyue, I am now also a mentor at Thunder Academy." Lin Jiangyue. Zhang Yingjun really doesn't let any outstanding talent slip away. Lin Jiangyue blinked and shrugged. "All right then." Fu Jinghong turned to Xia Weilon. "Weilon, do you want to join? Battling someone like Healan Feng can help you gain experience." Xia Weilon glanced at Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue immediately said, "Since that's the case, you can go together. Don't worry about me. I will take care of myself. Besides, there are the elders and Teacher Yang with us." Shun Jiamu also agreed. "Yes, Weilon Gu, you can rest assured. I will also protect Sister Jiangyue well." Lin Jiangyue was at a loss for words. "Come on, your level isn't even higher than mine. Who's protecting whom is still uncertain." Shun Jiamu looked a bit disheartened. Among the group, he had the lowest level, and his abilities weren't anything special. Fu Jinghong patted Shun Jiamu's shoulder and said earnestly, "Work hard, this is for you. It should raise your abilities by a few levels, so you can protect Jiangyue well." It turned out to be a piece of jade. Shun Jiamu was taken aback and hurriedly refused. "This won't do. It's too precious." "Jinghong, you should keep it for yourself. What I say is what I mean." Fu Jinghong joked, being so polite. "Do you not see me as one of your own?" "Of course not," Shun Jiamu said anxiously. "I just... Yes, Jiamu." Lin Jiangyue teased. "Jinghong looks like he has plenty of money. Why are you being so polite?" At this point, Shun Jiamu could only accept the piece of jade with red eyes. "Thank you, Jinghong." Zhang Yingjun, standing nearby, shook his head lightly and said, "Let's go." Chapter 103. Rescuing Zhou Tieta 2. When Healan Feng came out of the Junja Casino, he unexpectedly ran into someone at the door. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. "Yao Yao? What are you doing here?" "Feng, Brother Feng?" Li Yao Yao was taken aback, looking somewhat flustered. I didn't come to find you, What are you doing here?" Seeing Li Yao Yao so flustered, Healan Feng's suspicion deepened. But he remained calm on the surface. "Don't ask me first. You tell me what you're doing here." Li Yo Yo. After a moment of silence, Li Yao Yao gritted her teeth and said with difficulty, "The prices here are just too high. Ning Ning and I are working at a tea house together, and we can barely make ends meet. But I remember your birthday is in half a month. If we hadn't met, that would be fine. But now that we have, I wanted to give you a gift, but I really don't have any money, so I can only. At this point, Li Yao Yao couldn't continue. She lowered her head and said, "Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you." Healan Feng was taken aback by this answer. He sighed. "Yao Yao, it's really thoughtful of you. But these things in the casino are best left untouched by a woman. How about this? I still have some contribution points here. You can take them for now. You don't need to buy a gift. Just a thought is enough." Saying this, Healan Feng took out a card and handed it to Li Yao Yao. Healan Feng forcefully placed the card into Li Yao Yao's hand. "No need to worry about whose is whose. Just take it." Before he could finish speaking, a guard in black hurried over and whispered a few words into Healan Feng's ear. A hint of joy appeared on Healan Feng's face. "Really?" The guard nodded. "It's being held at the academy." Despite the affectionate exchange just now, as soon as there was serious business, he tossed Li Yao Yao aside without a second thought, not even bothering to say goodbye, and directly got into a car and drove away. The car raised a cloud of dust, choking Li Yaoyao to the point of coughing repeatedly. Her eyes filled with unwillingness as she glared at the direction the car had gone. After a moment of silence, Li Yaoyao bit her lip and said, "Who knows who upset him? He's not like that useless Lin Haonan. No matter how much he likes a woman, his career comes first. Let's go." Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback. "Where to?" Li Yaoyao shook the car in her hand and said, "To buy a gift for Heel and Foam. To prepare for our next meeting." Lin Jiangyue nodded and mother and daughter headed straight for the mall. On the way, Lin Jiangyue suddenly spotted a familiar figure and excitedly stopped in her tracks, pulling Li Yaoyao and saying, "Mom, it's the person we met at the mall before. You wait here, I'm going to talk to him." Li Yaoyao was taken aback and hadn't had time to respond when Lin Jiangyue hurriedly ran out. She squeezed through the crowded crowd and rushed up to the person, her expression filled with excitement as she said, "Sir, do you remember me? We met at the mall before, and you helped me." Fu Jinggong. Fu Jinghong looked up at the sound and saw a girl with a flushed face standing in front of him. He sized her up for a moment, chuckled lightly, and said, "It's you, I remember. What's up? Is there something you need?" Lin Jiangyue said tremulously, "Sir, do you have time now? Could we sit down and have a cup of tea together? Let me express my gratitude to you." The girl had tears in her eyes, her cheeks rosy like tempting apples, which would surely make any man's heart race. However, Fu Jinghong simply smiled gently and replied, "I'm sorry. I have things to attend to, and it might not be convenient. Besides, it's just a small effort. I've already said you don't need to take it to heart. You should just go about your own business." Lin Jiangyue's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. "I see." She bit her lip, unwilling to accept, and said, "Then, at least tell me your name." Fu Jinghong replied, "Why must we know each other upon meeting? I think it's unnecessary." To her surprise, he still refused. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback, her eyes clouded with a layer of mist. "But, Jinghong, let's go." Lin Jiangyue had not finished speaking when a voice suddenly came from ahead. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Jiangyue's body stiffened involuntarily. She suddenly raised her gaze and indeed saw a familiar figure that she both loved and hated. Lin Jiangyue's pupils constricted. "Xia Weilan. What are you doing here?" "Xia Weilan." At this moment, as she walked closer, Xia Weilan naturally saw her, but the other party completely ignored her. It was as if Xia Weilan didn't recognize her at all, directly turning to Fu Jinghong and frowning. "Are we leaving or not?" Fu Jinghong immediately sensed that Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan were not strangers who didn't know each other, but he didn't ask further, of course. She stared at Fu Jinghong with a face full of resentment, feeling like she was going to go crazy. "No. Do you two know each other? Are you together?" "Yes, we're friends." Fu Jinghong nodded slightly and said gently, "Miss, we have things to attend to. Let's meet another day." Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 104. Rescuing REBORN 3, until even the shadows of Fu Jinghong and Xia Weilan disappeared. Lin Jiangyue still stood dazed in place. Lin Jiangyue. Li Yaoyao frowned, waved her hand in front of Lin Jiangyue, and raised her voice slightly. "Ning." She stared blankly at Li Yaoyao for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Mother, they're just too bullying." "What's wrong, Ning? What's going on?" Seeing Lin Jiangyue crying like this, Li Yaoyao immediately became anxious. "Did that person bully you before? How'd he bully you? Tell me, and we will go find him to hold him accountable." Lin Jiangyue threw herself into Li Yaoyao's arms, crying while gritting her teeth and saying, "The person we met in the mall before, he's in cahoots with Xia Weilan." "What?" Li Yaoyao was also taken aback. "That's impossible. That person casually gave you a piece of clothing worth 20 million contribution points. How could he possibly be related to that little brat Xia Weilan?" "Ning, are you sure you saw it clearly?" Lin Jiangyue said angrily, "Of course. Even if Xia Weilan turns to ashes, I will never admit I'm wrong. That person even says he is friends with her." Thinking of Fu Jinghong's polite and distant attitude towards her, not even willing to reveal a name, Lin Jiangyue suddenly felt a wave of frustration. First it was Xia Weilan, then Fu Jinghong. It was so hard to find someone she liked, but both of them looked down on her goodwill. Why? What right do they have? One Xia Weilan wasn't enough. Now there's also Fu Jinghong. Does the whole world have to be monopolized by Lin Jiangyue? Lin Jiangyue's heart was tumultuous, her eyes red, almost overwhelmed by jealousy. "Li Yaoyao, Li Yaoyao opened her mouth, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, she took Lin Jiangning's hand and comforted her. Ningning, don't be anxious. As long as Helan Feng can acknowledge us mother and daughter, what kind of good man can't we find? Why must we hang ourselves on one tree? I just like him. I just want him. No one can compare to Xia Weilon. Li Yoyo. After saying this, Lin Jiangning wiped her eyes and ran forward like crazy. Li Yaoyao was startled and chased after her, shouting, Ningning, Ningning, don't run around. Fu Jinghong smiled and said, do you know that girl from just now? Xia Weilong glanced at him and said softly, she's Cece's half-sister. Fu Jinghong raised his eyebrows slightly and teased. It seems the relationship isn't very good. It was a statement, not a question. Indeed, Xia Weilong did not hide it. How do you know her? I ran into her by chance at the mall. Fu Jinghong recounted the encounter to Xia Weilong, but he didn't expect to meet her today. Xia Weilong nodded expressionlessly and stopped talking. Fu Jinghong smirked. I thought you would advise me to stay away from her. Xia Weilong shook her head slightly. That's your freedom. I won't interfere. Moreover, if you really have feelings for her, I probably can't stop you. Fu Jinghong chuckled. In that case, are we still friends? Xia Weilong replied. Then we probably won't have many chances to meet. I find her very annoying, and so does Cece. Fu Jinghong said, Weilong, you're still as straightforward as ever. Xia Weilong stated, I call it as I see it. Fu Jinghong said, then I'll also say what I think. My relationship with her is just a chance encounter, helping her out casually. There will never be anything further. Comparatively, I care more about you and Jiangyue. Xia Weilong paused for a moment. I don't know if you realize, in a way, we are also just a chance encounter, and you're much stronger than me now. But you make me feel very interesting and reliable. Fu Jinghong paused, jokingly saying, so you're angry that I'm stronger than you? Why should I be angry about your own abilities? Xia Weilong replied, but one day, I will be stronger than you. Really? Fu Jinghong said lightly. It probably won't be that easy, but if you can reach the same level as me in the future, we can have a competition. The loser must unconditionally agree to one request from the winner. What do you say? Are you game? What is there to be afraid of? Xia Weilong said, it's a deal. Great. Fu Jinghong laughed. Then you better work hard. I won't make it easy for you to catch up. As they spoke, they arrived outside Canaan Academy. Fu Jinghong stopped and pulled Xia Weilong into a relatively secluded spot. Canaan Academy was obviously different from Thunder Academy. The guards outside were very strict, and inspections were required for entry and exit. Xia Weilong whispered, how do we get in now? Fu Jinghong pondered, every student at Canaan Academy has a special ID. We need to find 2 IDs and sneak in. I'll go. I'm more familiar with this place. You wait here for a bit. Xia Weilong. Chapter 105. Rescuing Zhou Tieda 4. Lin Jiangning ran forward with her head down, wiping her tears. She didn't pay attention to the road around her and ended up running further off course, eventually finding herself in a dark alley. In the alley sat a few scattered beggars. The beggars, who had been lazily leaning against the dirty walls, suddenly saw a fresh-looking young woman, and their eyes sparkled with a wolf-like gleam. One of the beggars whistled. Another beggar grinned and said, beautiful lady, how about sharing some food? Lin Jiangning's heart tightened, and her steps unconsciously came to a halt. She instinctively glanced around, seeing the eerie and dilapidated street, along with beggars who wore malicious smiles, causing her to frown. The leading beggar approached Lin Jiangning with a grin. Beautiful lady, don't rush to leave. How about playing with us for a bit? Being too close, Lin Jiangning caught a whiff of the foul, rancid smell emanating from him. Having been pampered since childhood, she could hardly tolerate this and glared fiercely at the beggar, saying sharply, get lost. Without hesitation, she activated her ice-type ability, intending to drive him away. However, what Lin Jiangning never expected was that the beggar was also an ability user, and his power level was even above hers. Lin Jiangning was quickly subdued by the beggar. The other party pressed her against the cold wall, lowered his head and sniffed at her neck, with a look of intoxication on his face. So fragrant. A burst of laughter came from his side. Lin Jiangning felt incredibly disgusted. She struggled desperately. You filthy beggar. How dare you tease your aunt? Let me go. Or else slap. The beggar slapped her without much force, but Lin Jiangning's fair and tender cheeks immediately turned red and swollen. Growing up, She had always been the one to hit others. No one had ever dared to hit her. Lin Jiangyue was stunned on the spot, unsure whether to cry or not. The beggar clicked his tongue twice, reached out with his greasy fingers to touch Lin Jiangyue's swollen cheek, and chuckled. Little girl, you're asking for it. Look, you've been hit, right? It really makes Big Brother heartbroken. Come here, let Big Brother give you a kiss. Saying this, he actually leaned in with his foul-smelling mouth to kiss Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue was suddenly scared and screamed in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. The surrounding beggars began to whistle, and the cheers rose and fell. Go for it. Big Brother. Big Brother, you're powerful. Just as the chaos was at its peak, a loud shout suddenly rang out from behind the beggars. What are you doing? The voice was like a thunderclap, deafening. The leading beggar involuntarily stopped his actions and instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. While Lin Jiangyue also looked over with hope, only to see a short, chubby man weighing around 200 pounds standing at the mouth of the alley, glaring angrily at them. The beggar was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Brothers, look! The beach ball is coming to the rescue. The other beggars also laughed heartily, and in the confusion, someone shouted, "Kick the beach ball away!" A dozen people rushed forward, surrounding the chubby man in the middle. Only the leading beggar continued to restrain Lin Jiangyue and leered, "Beauty, let us continue our game." Lin Jiangyue felt her heart sink when she saw the chubby guy at the entrance of the alley, resembling a ball. She trembled and said, "Let me go. Please let me go. I can give you many contribution points. My father is..." Her words were interrupted by a chorus of desperate screams. The once arrogant beggars were now wailing on the ground. The chubby guy rushed over and kicked the beggar who was holding Lin Jiangyue down to the ground. This chubby guy's supernatural ability was surprisingly strong. Lin Jiangyue's eyes flickered as she pretended to sway unsteadily and fell into the chubby man's arms. Normally, she would definitely find him repulsive, but today was special, and she couldn't care less. The chubby man indeed reached out to support her. "Are you okay?" His voice was very loud, ringing in her ears with a buzzing sensation. Lin Jiangyue secretly glanced at the other person. Although he was fat, he looked quite honest and seemed easy to deceive. Because he was so overweight, his clothes were tightly stretched over his body, which appeared somewhat comical. There was also a ring on his left hand's index finger, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, radiating a magnificent glow. Even someone unfamiliar with jewelry could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary piece. Unfortunately, it was tightly worn on this fat man's hand, like a flower in cow dung, wasting such a fine ring. If it could be worn on her hand. Lin Jiangyue's half cheek was swollen and red, with tears still on her face, looking pitiful. She took out the set of methods taught by Li Yaoyao to attract men and whispered, "No, it's nothing. Thank you, sir. If I hadn't met you today, I might have. At this point, Lin Jiangyue choked up and buried her face in the fat man's arms, crying out loud. The fat man, who had hardly ever touched a woman in his life, was startled and didn't dare move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the beggars lying on the ground all ran away, leaving only the fat man and Lin Jiangyue in the alley. The fat man felt the girl's delicate body pressed against him and awkwardly said, You don't need to cry." He tried to comfort her for a long time before Lin Jiangyue finally stopped crying. She a bit shyly said, "Sir, I still don't know your name." Unlike the flushed and infatuated feeling she had when she met Fu Jinghong, but with eyes full of feigned affection. Her skills in this area had long been perfected, especially with her delicate, tear-streaked face. Ordinary people would never notice any signs. The fat man had been disliked for his appearance and had almost never seen such an affectionate gaze. For a moment, he was a bit confused and stammered, I'm Gu Jiqiang." "Gu?" Lin Jiangyue was taken aback and pretended to be confused as he probed. "Huh? Sir, you can't be from the central base, right?" No. Gu Jiqiang waved his hands repeatedly. "I just have a bit of a connection with the central base." "That's still quite impressive." Lin Jiangyue's eyes sparkled, making Gu Jiqiang's heart race. Gu Jiqiang asked, "Why?" Lin Jiangyue said, "Because she wants to force me to marry someone I don't like. I don't want to marry. I want to marry a great hero like you, sir." Gu Jiqiang. Just this one sentence made Gu Jiqiang's face instantly redder than Lin Jiangyue's. He started to stutter, I. After mumbling for a long time, he couldn't say anything coherent. Seeing how easily he fell for her words, Lin Jiangyue felt disdain in her heart, but still wore an expression of immense admiration for him. Sir, I'd like to invite you for a cup of coffee to express my gratitude. I wonder if you'd be willing to accept. Gu Jiqiang almost without hesitation replied, Sure. After saying that, he felt a bit regretful. No, no, no. How can I let you treat me? It should be me treating you. Chapter 106. Rescuing Zhou Tieta, 5, at the hotel in Li Yaoyao's room. Madam, please don't cry. The young lady will definitely be fine. Sun Tianyu softly comforted Li Yaoyao while secretly feeling pleased. Li Yaoyao wiped her eyes. No, I can't rest easy with Ningning out there alone. Tianyu, let's split up and look for her. Sun Tianyu quickly said, Madam, it's getting late, and it's not safe for you, a woman, to go out. Let me go, and you stay at the hotel. At this point, Li Tianyu suddenly hesitated, looking somewhat troubled. Li Yaoyao asked, What is it? Tianyu, why are you hesitating with me? Just say what you need to say. Sun Tianyu replied, Madam, we are unfamiliar with this place. Could you please give me some contribution points? It would help in case anything happens, so we won't be helpless. Li Yaoyao was slightly taken aback. Seeing her hesitate, Sun Tianyu quickly added, Madam, I definitely won't use these contribution points for myself. I'm just worried in case the young lady needs anything. After all, you know her temperament. Li Yaoyao naturally knew that Sun Tianyu was speaking the truth. With Lin Jiangyue's temper, rushing out carelessly could easily get her into trouble. Even if she didn't get into trouble, this place was not like City A, with a large flow of people and many with backgrounds. Lin Jiangyue, a girl with low abilities and good looks, might encounter unscrupulous young masters. That's why she was so worried. Li Yaoyao pondered for a moment, gritted her teeth, and took out a card, handing it to Sun Tianyu. Tianyu, this card has 200,000 contribution points. You can use it first. The prices here were much higher than in City A, and hearing that there were only 200,000 contribution points, Sun Tianyu felt somewhat displeased. However, he knew he would still need to rely on Li Yaoyao to connect with Helan Feng in the future, so he couldn't push her too hard. Only managing a smile. All right, then madam, you rest for a bit. I will go look for the young lady right away. Sun Tianyu. As long as Lin Jiangyue was around, he couldn't even get on the table, only able to lie on the ground like a dog, eating leftovers that Lin Jiangyue couldn't eat. If she had a good appetite, he would have to drink nutrient solution. Sun Tianyu secretly hated it, but still smiled and replied, I'll follow madam's arrangements. After saying that, he hurriedly left the hotel. However, he naturally wouldn't really go look for Lin Jiangyue. Instead, he took the 200,000 contribution points to the market to buy as much food as possible. Then leisurely found a relatively secluded place to sit down, nibbling on bread. It tasted quite good. Since coming out with Lin Jiangyue and Li Yaoyao, he had been busy like a dog, but the food he got was all the worst. Even a plain piece of bread had become a rare delicacy. While Sun Tianyu was focused on enjoying the bread, a pleading voice suddenly came from behind. Excuse me, sir. Could you please give me a piece of bread? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Sun Tianyu. He didn't expect there would be beggars in the market. Sun Tianyu was taken aback, looking toward the source of the voice with an unfriendly gaze, and was involuntarily stunned. The speaker was a woman. Although she looked haggard and her hair was disheveled, she was even prettier than Li Yaoyao, and the frail demeanor about her made him involuntarily feel a desire to bully her. When he was with Li Yaoyao and Lin Jiangyue, he was always in a weak position, feeling utterly stifled without any sense of authority as a man. If he could vent on this woman, Sun Tianyu's eyes turned as he immediately had a wicked thought. He smiled. Of course, I can give you a piece of bread. I'm not that hungry, so I can give you the whole thing. The woman was momentarily stunned. She didn't show signs of being overjoyed. Instead, she repeatedly declined. No, no, no. Food is so precious now. How can I accept that? I only need a bite. Just a bite will do. She was surprisingly hard to hook. Sun Tianyu, surprised, became even more interested. He immediately changed his strategy, pretending to be friendly as he pulled the woman to sit down, politely asking, Madam, may I ask what happened? How did you end up in such a predicament? Suddenly receiving such gentle concern, the woman felt quite touched, but since she didn't know Sun Tianyu, she still bit her lip and remained silent. Since he often had to please Li Yaoyao and Lin Jiangyue, Sun Tianyu was skilled at reading people's expressions. Sensing the woman's hesitance, he immediately broke off a piece of bread and handed it to her, smiling. Go ahead and eat. Thank you. The woman, with red eyes, took the bread and quickly devoured it. However, that small piece of bread was not enough to fill her stomach and only made her hungrier. In fact, she still had 500,000 contribution points on her, but she couldn't bear to use any. Within 3 days, she needed to gather 1 million contribution points to pay the Ability Association. Otherwise, both she and her husband would face imprisonment and hard labor, even being whipped. They were still far from the 1 million contribution points, and there was also their daughter. Thinking of this, the woman's tears nearly overflowed. Saying this, he broke off another piece of bread and handed it over. The woman stared blankly at the piece of bread, thinking she had encountered a kind-hearted person, and suddenly could no longer hold back her sobs. She choked out, thank you, sir. You are such a good person. My name is Zhou Ningning. Zhou Ningning, through tears and snot, recounted how her daughter was harmed. How she and her husband went to the Ability Association for justice, but were instead troubled, and how they had to pay 1 million contribution points. After listening, Sun Tianyu's heart sank. He secretly thought it was truly a case of enemies crossing paths. The woman in front of him was actually the mother of the little girl he had killed before. He couldn't let her ability user husband come out to cause him trouble. Also, the contribution points on this woman would be of no use to her anyway, so they would be better off with him. This was truly outrageous. After hearing Zhou Ningning's words, Sun Tianyu frowned, his face full of righteous indignation. Then, madam, how many contribution points do you still need? If it's not too much, I can lend you some. Zhou Ningning, knowing a person's face, but not their heart at this moment, Zhou Ningning had no idea what dirty trick Sun Tianyu was contemplating. She only thought he was a warm-hearted good person. Thank you, sir, really, thank you so much. After the apocalypse, people like you are truly hard to come by. I really don't know what to say. Then let's not say anything. Sun Tianyu gently patted Zhou Ningning's shoulder, but some things we need to clarify up front. I can lend it to you, but you need to write me an IOU, and if it's too much, I can't do anything about it. The more he said this, the more Zhou Ningning believed him. She whispered, is there a contribution point of 500,000? Don't worry, sir. I will definitely work hard to pay back this contribution point. Sun Tianyu. Chapter 107. Rescuing Zhou Tieta. 6. Hearing Zhou Ningning's words, Sun Tianyu pondered for a moment. In other words, this woman should still have 500,000 contribution points, which is quite a significant amount for him right now. Noticing Sun Tianyu's silence, Zhou Ningning became a bit nervous. Sir? Zhou Ningning. If it were usual, Zhou Ningning would definitely think twice before agreeing to such a request from Sun Tianyu. However, she was mentally exhausted these past 2 days, and suddenly receiving this man's warm and considerate care, she had already preconceived him as a good person, so she didn't doubt him at all and immediately said, no problem. Seeing her falling for it, Sun Tianyu felt secretly pleased. Then there's no time to lose, let us go. Saying this, Sun Tianyu immediately stood up. Zhou Ningning nodded gratefully. Sir, after talking for so long, I still don't know your name? Name? Sun Tianyu's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. My surname is Xia Weilon. Zhou Ningning. Thunder Academy. Zhou Tieta was bound and bruised in a dark and damp underground prison, cursing nonstop. Gilan Feng, you bastard scoundrel rogue beast, if you have the ability, come out and fight me fair and square. Zhao Jigang, you ungrateful thing, come out and explain yourself. No one paid him any attention. Zhou Tieta was extremely frustrated and suddenly let out a loud roar. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from not far away, and 2 guards in uniforms came over with a box. Seeing that someone had finally arrived, as if he had found a way to vent his frustrations, Zhou Tia took a deep breath and didn't care what they were here for, yelling again. Gilan Feng, you bastard scoundrel, rogue, beast if you have the ability, come out and fight me fair and square. Zhao Jigang, you ungrateful thing, come out and explain yourself. You two dogs. After cursing, he glared at the 2 guards who were walking over. Hurry up and take my word to that bastard, Gilan Feng, scoundrel rogue beast. Ha! Hearing this, one of the taller guards suddenly chuckled. Weilon, this student of yours is quite interesting. I suspect he is a bit slow. The guard beside him said lightly, if I had known he was so lively at Kane Academy, it wouldn't have been worth the effort. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Tieta was completely stunned. He uncertainly asked. Teacher? Xia Weilon took off his hat and said expressionlessly, I have decided to expel you from the teacher-student relationship. Seeing that it was really him, Zhou Tieta suddenly burst into loud laughter. It was as if he hadn't heard what Xia Weilon said at all. And he said to himself, It's really you. Teacher, you're so considerate. I just knew you wouldn't just abandon me. Hurry up. Quickly come help me undo these bothersome chains. His voice was like thunder, buzzing in their ears. Xia Weilon pursed his lips, and a black mist rose, causing the iron locks in the prison to fall apart. He and Fu Jinghong exchanged glances and walked in together. Zhou Tieta hurriedly said, Undo these chains on me, too. Let us charge out and kill them all. Being tied up like this, and you're still thinking about killing them all. Zhou Tieta said unhappily. Then, at least we need to find Zhao Jigang to clarify things. Xia Weilon said, You're the teacher? I'm the teacher? Zhou Tieta said, You're the teacher. How can the teacher be more timid than the student? Xia Weilon said, Fine, I'm timid. Then you continue to be tied up here and wait for Zhao Jigang to clarify things with you. Jinghong, let us go. Fu Jinghong chuckled. Okay. Teacher, if you leave, at least let me down first. Zhou Tieta was a straightforward person. Seeing that Xia Weilon really seemed to want to leave, he became a bit anxious. He couldn't stop Xia Weilon, so his gaze fell on Fu Jinghong. You, let me down. I lost the bet and listened to him. But you, such a big guy, also listened to him? But seeing you look so weak, you probably don't have much ability. How about this, you let me down? I'll take you as a disciple and teach you some real skills. How about that? Fu Jinghong. Xia Weilon. As soon as Zhou Tieta finished speaking, there was an eerie silence all around. Chapter 108. Grudges 1. Xia Weilon couldn't bear it anymore and said, Zhou Tieta, you better shut up. Fu Jinghong chuckled softly. Letting you down isn't impossible, but I'm not in the habit of casually taking someone as a student. Zhou Tieta had a full expression of you really don't know good from bad. He coughed lightly twice and said, Not taking you as a teacher is fine. Just let me down, okay? Fu Jinghong raised an eyebrow, and suddenly a strong white light flashed. With a loud bang, the chains on Zhou Tieta turned to dust. Zhou Tieta stared at Fu Jinghong in disbelief. You. Bang! Before Zhou Tieta could finish, a sharp pain suddenly struck his neck. His expression froze for a moment, his vision went black, and he fell down. Fu Jinghong sighed. Knocking him out makes him quieter, but he is such a big guy. How do we carry him? Xia Weilon shook his head. Say gave me a temporary suffocation potion. We can put him in the spatial ring. Xia Weilon said, Good. The two took Zhou Tieta and were about to head out when suddenly they heard a cold laugh. Jinghong, young Master Lin, I didn't believe those people at first. But I didn't expect it to really be you. I, Ilan Feng, have never felt I owe you anything regarding your Lin family. What do you mean by this? Helping outsiders to deal with my Canaan Academy. Fu Jinggong. Xia Weilon. Ilan Feng has arrived. Looking at the imposing group of people opposite, Xia Weilon frowned. Fu Jinghong remained unfazed. Director Helan, you've misunderstood. It's not about dealing with you. It's just helping a friend with a small favor. After all, you and Thunder Academy have no deep-seated grudges. So why keep so many people as guests at Kane Academy? Helan Feng coldly snorted. Then you don't need to trouble yourself, young Master Lin. If you choose to ignore this and hand over this little brat beside you for me to deal with, we can still consider ourselves friends. Otherwise, since you were unkind first towards my Canaan Academy, don't blame me for being unjust. I'll tie you up too and take you to the Lin family to settle this. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people behind Helan Feng immediately moved forward to surround them in the middle. The already narrow cell felt even more cramped, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Fu Jinghong whispered, There are quite a few people. Weilon, you, and Zhou Tieta should leave first. Xia Weilon neither agreed nor disagreed, but said, The Lin family? Is it the one I'm thinking of? Fu Jinghong smiled bitterly. Can't we discuss this later? Xia Weilon shook her head. What I mean is, as long as you don't take the initiative to attack me, I won't blame you for standing by. There are too many stubborn old fossils with such family ideologies. It's hard to navigate, I understand. After all, Even someone as formidable as Guzashi had to go to the extent of severing ties to marry his mother. He felt that Fu Jinghong had no obligation to fall out with his family for them. That's decent of you. I really haven't made a wrong friend. Fu Jinghong smiled. But don't worry, if my family blames me for this, then I won't mix in anymore. After a pause, he added, let's go quickly find Zhang Yingjun. Heilin Feng has been prepared for this. I'm worried he might cause trouble over there too. I can handle things here. Xia Weilan. CAF. Lin Jiangyue and Gu Jiqiang sat across from each other. She lowered her head and took a sip of coffee, finding it rich and fragrant. Better than any coffee she had ever tasted before. Gu Jiqiang looked at the girl's apple-like tempting cheeks and softly said, Ningning, how does the coffee taste? Do you want some snacks or something? Lin Jiangyue. Since coming here, due to the high prices, the quality of meals has been declining, and she hasn't eaten anything too extravagant for a long time. Lin Jiangyue's gaze swept over the exquisite pastries in the display window, and she was quite tempted. However, despite their small and delicate size, each piece was quite expensive. She had previously agreed to treat, and although she would definitely find a way to make Hu Jiqiang pay in the end, it was always good to take the initiative to pay and put on a show, so it was better to be cautious for now. Thinking of this, Lin Jiangyue smiled a bit shyly. I don't want any. I don't like these pastries. Today is my treat, so, Mr. Gu, feel free to order whatever you want. Ah, is that so? Then forget it. I'm not particularly fond of these pastries either. They're too sweet and can easily make you gain weight. Gu Jiqiang was a straightforward person. Upon hearing Lin Jiangyue say she didn't like them, he immediately took her at her word and no longer mentioned the pastries. Lin Jiangyue was extremely unhappy when she saw this. She thought to herself that the fat guy was just slow-witted, but she couldn't express it, so she had to engage in some idle chatter with Hu Jiqiang, making conversation here and there. Lin Jiangyue's gaze fell once again on the ring worn by Gu Jiqiang. She gently stirred her coffee and smiled casually, saying, Mr. Gu, that ring of yours is really beautiful. Did your girlfriend give it to you? Gu Jiqiang. Gu Jiqiang was taken aback and repeatedly waved his hands, saying, no, Ningning, I don't have a girlfriend yet. This is... He paused, instinctively wanting to tell the truth. But recalling his uncle's previous admonitions, he had to change his words, saying, this is a gift from my mother. He was not used to lying, and his face turned red as he spoke a few words. Fortunately, Lin Jiangyue was lost in her own thoughts and did not notice. She smiled again and asked, so, Mr. Gu, do you live near this Canaan college, or are you here to study? Gu Jiqiang replied, I'm here to study, but I'm graduating this year. Lin Jiangyue sighed lightly upon hearing this. I really envy you, Mr. Gu. If only I could go to Canaan Academy as well. At this point, Lin Jiangyue was on the verge of tears, saying, if I could become stronger, perhaps my mother wouldn't be so anxious to force me to marry. Gu Jiqiang hurriedly fumbled to hand Lin Jiangyue a tissue, saying, Ningning, please don't cry. He awkwardly added, if it were something else, I could help you. But Canaan Academy only accepts students who are at least level 7. Lin Jiangyue gently wiped her eyes and said pitifully, Mr. Gu, please don't misunderstand. I know this is difficult. I just mentioned it casually, and I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. A girl like me doesn't deserve to attend the same school as a hero like you. Her words made Gu Jiqiang feel a pang of heartache for her. There were many outstanding and beautiful girls from prestigious backgrounds at Canaan Academy, but those girls all looked down on him, disdainful of his chubby appearance, ignoring him, or mocking him behind his back, which often made him feel somewhat inferior. Now, seeing Lin Jiangyue looking at him with admiration and adoration, he found himself easily charmed by her words. Gu Jiqiang quickly said, Ningning, don't say that. You are the most beautiful and considerate girl I have ever met. Before he could finish, a dismissive laugh suddenly came from behind, followed by a crisp sound of applause. A sweet voice said, ah, how interesting. It's really too interesting. A 16 or 17-year-old boy was leaning against the table, smiling as he watched Gu Jiqiang and Lin Jiangyue. The moment they saw this boy, both Gu Jiqiang and Lin Jiangyue were almost frozen in place. The boy was exceptionally beautiful, with a face that was androgynous. If it weren't for the obvious Adam's apple on his neck, he could easily be mistaken for a girl. Lin Jiangyue even felt that no girl had ever been as beautiful as he was. However, Lin Jiangyue did not like this boy. His beautiful eyes were filled with unmasked malice, like a hungry wolf on the prairie, sending chills down her spine. At some point, the CAF had emptied out, and the boy slowly walked over, lightly tapping the table with his finger. In a very cheerful tone, he said to Gu Jiqiang, "Sir, I really like the ring on your hand. Take it off and give it to me." His tone was commanding, as if it was a matter of course. Any slight fondness Gu Jiqiang had felt for him due to his looks dissipated. Gu Jiqiang was unhappy. "This ring is mine. Why should I give it to you?" A frail-looking boy like him was not worth his attention, even if there were 100 of him. "Why?" The boy tilted his head and replied, "Haven't I said it before? Because I like it." Gu Jiqiang found it utterly unreasonable, and his stubborn temper flared up. He stood up suddenly and said, "Just because you like it, you think I should give it to you? Who do you think you are?" Lin Jiangyue suddenly reached out and tugged at Gu Jiqiang, whispering, "Mr. Gu, let's not say anything more." For some reason, she always felt that this seemingly more delicate than a girl boy was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Seeing her speak, Gu Jiqiang's expression softened immediately. He suppressed his anger and sat down, coldly saying, "Please leave, you are not welcome here." The boy squinted his beautiful eyes and looked at him for a moment, then suddenly let out a sneer. "You refuse to drink the toast and instead want to drink the penalty wine." As soon as the words fell, Gu Jiqiang felt a chilling flash in front of him. He was taken aback, instinctively trying to grab the boy's wrist, but to his horror, his hand was forcefully pinned down on the table by an immense power, unable to move. At the same time, blood splattered, and a sharp pain struck him as the boy brutally severed the finger with the ring. An unbearable howl erupted from Gu Jiqiang's throat. Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but let out a startled cry. The boy, with a face full of disdain, took the ring off that finger, carefully wiped the bloodstains from it with a tissue, then put it on his own hand. He then smiled and asked the pale-faced Lin Jiangyue, "Sister, does it look good?" "Yes, of course it looks good. 1,000,000 times better than on Gu Jiqiang's hand." But no matter how good it looked, Lin Jiangyue had no mood to admire it. This boy instilled a deep-seated fear in her. She felt she had never been so afraid of anyone before. She bit her lip and nodded, her voice trembling as she said, "Yes, it looks good." The boy smiled in satisfaction. Gu Jiqiang's eyes were bloodshot from the pain, yet he was still restrained by a force he couldn't comprehend, unable to move. He glared at the boy, enduring the excruciating pain, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Who exactly are you? How dare you cause trouble here? You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to call yourself Gu?" The boy shrugged. "Forget it. Since I'm in a good mood today, I might as well tell you. The name's Gu Yunsha, Central Base. Lin Jiangyue. Gu Jiqiang." As soon as these words were spoken, both Lin Jiangyue and Gu Jiqiang broke into a cold sweat. Gu Jiqiang's round face kept shaking, making him look even more comical. Why you are?" His teeth chattered incessantly, and he couldn't bring himself to say the 5 words, the adopted son of the Gu family. With Gu Yunshao's current status, he was equivalent to the prince of the Central Base. Even if their family was furious, they had no ability to seek justice for him. Lin Jiangyue's thoughts instantly became lively. This was a huge opportunity. If she could climb up to the Central Base, it would be like taking a step to the sky. At that time, whether it was Xia Weilan or Fu Jinghong, they would only be able to look up at her. Moreover, although this young man had a bad temper, his looks were definitely presentable. Thinking of this, Lin Jiangyue suppressed her fear and tried to grab Gu Yunzhao's sleeve. Gu Yunzhao raised his hand and pressed her down onto the table. The coffee cup on the table fell to the ground, and the thick black liquid spilled everywhere. Gu Jiqiang's eyes were about to pop out. "Don't touch her." His upper and lower lips seemed to be glued together. He couldn't make a sound. Gu Yunzhao bit his lip and looked at Lin Jiangyue, suddenly blowing a breath on her neck, with a malicious tone. "Sister, are you trying to seduce me?" Lin Jiangyue was taken aback and stammered, I didn't, how could I deserve that?" A sharp pain shot through her neck, and Lin Jiangyue let out a short gasp. Gu Yunzhao bit down hard on her neck, his lips stained with bright red blood. But his tone remained sweet. "Don't use the tricks you use on that stupid pig on me, or I might get angry. You wouldn't want to see me angry." Lin Jiangyue trembled and still tried to defend herself. I didn't." Her voice grew weaker until she could no longer speak under Gu Yunsha's gaze. Gu Yunsha pinched her face, his long, pale fingers resting on her chest, drawing circles. You look quite innocent, but this part is too naughty. Could it be dark? Should we dig it out and take a look? A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he really intended to do so. In an instant, Lin Jiangyue's face turned so pale that not a trace of color could be seen. She trembled violently, wanting to cry, but unable to. No, please don't. Chapter 110, Grudges 3. Gu Yinsha let out a laugh. He nodded and said, "That's right, with such a beautiful lady. It would be too wasteful not to harm a few more men. I'll let you off this time, but I'm looking forward to seeing that stupid pig's fate." Lin Jiangyue. After speaking, Gu Yunzhao stood up lazily and said, "Let's go." With this voice, Lin Jiangyue suddenly realized in horror that there were not only the three of them here. Men in black trench coats emerged from all around the CAF. These men were shrouded in darkness, with even their faces covered by oddly shaped masks. They followed each other like shadows, feeling the unfathomable aura emanating from these men. Gu Jiqiang and Lin Jiangyue suddenly felt as if they could hardly breathe. Lin Jiangyue's level is too low, and his experience is limited, yet he is unaware of it. However, Gu Jiqiang immediately realizes that among these men, the one with the lowest ability level is probably above level 50, far exceeding the principal of Canaan Academy, Helan Feng. As for the one with the highest level, he can't even imagine. But these people are merely the guards following Gu Yunzhao. Is this the strength of the central base? It's terrifying to an astonishing degree. Gu Yunzhao casually examined the ring he had just snatched, lazily yawning. "Have you found out clearly? Is it him?" One of the men whispered. "Yes, if you go now, you should just be in time." "Huh?" Gu Yunzhao clapped his hands lightly and said happily, "Then let's go. Let's watch the fun and let him see how interesting this ring is." "Oh, right." When Zhou Ningning woke up, she felt pain all over her body. Blinking in confusion, she looked around and saw that this seemed to be an extremely dilapidated small inn. And she, realizing this, Zhou Ningning instinctively looked at herself, and then she jolted, suddenly sitting up in bed. She wasn't wearing any clothes, and her body was covered in bruises, looking extremely horrifying, clearly indicating that she had been severely violated. Zhou Ningning was stunned. She hastily grabbed the tattered blanket on the bed to cover herself. And the previous situation flashed before her eyes like a movie. She couldn't remember anything. The tattered blanket slipped from her hands, and Zhou Ningning frantically jumped out of bed, disregarding her clothing, and searched everywhere for the card that held 500,000 contribution points. The already messy and dilapidated room became even more chaotic. Tables and chairs were knocked over, and the sheets were thrown on the ground. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. There was no sign of that card, and even her clothes had disappeared. A gust of cold wind blew in through the gap in the window, sending a shiver through Zhou Ningning, who sat on the cold floor and began to cry out in pain. Now, there was just over a day left. Not only had the other 500,000 contribution points gone missing, but even the 50,000 contribution points she had on her were lost, and she had also been. Looking at the bruises on her body, Zhou Ningning could only grit her teeth in hatred. She felt so useless, so pathetic. How could she have been foolish enough to believe the words of a strange man? There are no good people left in this world. That man is even worse than a beast. This is simply pushing her to her death. Zhou Ningning wiped her tears fiercely, her gaze falling on the rusty window in the room. Without even covering herself with the blanket, she angrily walked over and flung open the window. The cold wind rushed in, and Zhou Ningning jumped down without hesitation. The pain of weightlessness overwhelmed her, and just as she was about to fall heavily to the ground and be smashed to pieces, someone suddenly pulled her back, followed by a somewhat sharp voice. "Little girl, what are you doing? You can't jump off a building no matter what." Zhou Ningning was taken aback. She instinctively opened her eyes and saw a man with a sharp face full of concern staring at her. This man didn't look like a good person at all, and his hand was resting on her shoulder. She was only wearing a piece of clothing that had just been thrown over her. Zhou Ningning screamed and shouted angrily, "Get away!" At the same time, she used all her strength to push him away. "Miss, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." The man was startled and quickly let go of Zhou Ningning. This man was Zhang Yingjun, the principal of Thunder Academy, and behind him were Xie Weilan and Fu Jinghong. Their original intention was to run to a remote place to avoid being captured by Canaan Academy. Suddenly, They saw a naked woman falling from the sky. Zhang Yingjun immediately took off his coat and jumped to save her. However, Xiao Weilan and Fu Jinghong did not come over, standing at a distance without even glancing in this direction. Upon hearing Zhang Yingjuan's words, they looked at each other and signaled each other to throw a piece of clothing over. Before Fu Jinghong could speak, Xiao Weilan immediately said expressionlessly, "I don't have any extra clothes." Fu Jinghong sighed, took out a brand new set of men's clothing from his spatial ring, still with the tags on, and threw it to Zhang Yingjun. The clothes looked quite valuable. Zhang Yingjun hurriedly handed the clothes to Zhou Ningning. "Miss, we don't have any women's clothes on us. Please wear this for now." However, Zhou Ningning ignored him and turned to bang her forehead against a nearby boulder. She would never trust these filthy men again. "Miss, is there anything that can't be resolved?" "Don't think like that." Zhang Yingjun was frightened and quickly grabbed her. "Weilan Jinghong, don't just stand there. Come help persuade her." Zhou Ningning had been madly trying to bang her head against the stone, but upon hearing the name Weilan, her actions suddenly froze. She didn't care that she wasn't wearing clothes at the moment and glared fiercely in the direction where Xiao Weilan and Fu Jinghong stood. Her beautiful face twisted in rage. "Xiao Weilan?" Zhang Yingjun was taken aback, frowning. "Do you know each other?" From this position, Zhou Ningning couldn't see Xiao Weilan and Fu Jinghong's faces clearly. Hearing Zhang Yingjun say this, she lunged at Xiao Weilan like a she-wolf. "Xiao Weilan, how dare you show up? I will kill you, you beast." "Xiao Weilan." "Fu Jinghong." Zhang Yingjun. At these words, the faces of everyone present changed. Chapter 111. Grievances 4. In terms of winning people's trust, Zhang Yingjuan's appearance was indeed somewhat of a disadvantage, and Zhou Ningning hated Xiao Weilan to the bone. So in the end, it had to be Fu Jinghong who stepped in, taking quite some effort to clarify the situation. The answer left everyone speechless. Fu Jinghong pointed at Xiao Weilan and gently said, "Ms. Zhou, take a good look. Is he the one who deceived you of your contribution points?" Zhou Ningning. "Naturally not. That person could only be considered handsome at most, far from being comparable to the young man in front of her." Under Fu Jinghong's comfort, Zhou Ningning finally calmed down a bit. She clutched the clothes on her body, biting her lip. "It's not him. It must be a case of the same name." After a pause, she turned to Xiao Weilan. "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive earlier." Faced with such a situation, she had almost lost her reason. Xiao Weilan shook his head. "It's fine as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up." Zhang Yingjun echoed, "Yes. Miss, you don't need to take it to heart. As for the contribution points." Zhang Yingjun glanced at Fu Jinghong with narrow eyes. Fu Jinghong naturally understood what Zhang Yingjun meant. He took out a card and handed it to Zhou Ningning. "There are 500,000 contribution points in here. Use the excess to buy some necessary items." Zhou Ningning was stunned. This won't do? We aren't related. How can I take so many contribution points from you, sir?" Zhang Yingjun interjected. "Miss, just take it. We're in a hurry, and we can only help you this much." Zhou Ningning tightened the card in her hand. She no longer refused. She really needed these contribution points too much. Choking back her tears, she said, "At least leave an address. When I earn the contribution points, I will pay you back." Fu Jinghong smiled and said, "Miss Zhou, don't be so polite. It's good to be able to help you. We have things to do, so let's meet again if fate allows." After speaking, he exchanged glances with Zhang Yingjun and Xiao Weilan, and the group said nothing more, turning to leave Zhou Ningning alone. Zhou Ningning stood their daze for a while, and suddenly tears streamed down her face. Xiao Weilan frowned and said, "I don't know, but it doesn't make sense to dwell on it now. Let's leave first." Zhang Yingjun sighed, "That's fine. We just wasted a bit too much time. This is still Canaan Academy's territory. We can't risk Helan Feng chasing us down. We need to hurry." Although they could fight back, the opposing side was not weak either, which would be quite troublesome. Fu Jinghong nodded, "Then let's go quickly." Just as he finished speaking, someone not far away suddenly called out, "Jinghong, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't had a chance to catch up after such a long time." Fu Jinghong. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Weilan and Zhang Yingjun were indifferent, but Fu Jinghong frowned subtly. Sure enough, he saw Helan Feng leading a large group of people, and beside him was a very handsome young man, Guyan Zhao. Zhang Yingjun, confused, asked, "Is this young man very powerful?" Fu Jinghong smiled wryly. He's not much to worry about, but he has a level 70 bodyguard next to him. A level 70 bodyguard? Zhang Yingjun was shocked. From the central base? Fu Jinghong nodded. Gu Yunjiao Weilon, do you know him? Xia Weilon replied expressionlessly, I don't know him. Fu Jinggong. While they were talking, Gu Yunjiao grew impatient and smiled. Jinghong, if you have something to say, why not come to Canaan Academy and talk over tea? Fu Jinghong also smiled. Sorry, but I don't think I have anything to say. Really? But I have a lot to say to you. Gu Yunjiao raised an eyebrow and showed him a ring. What do you think of my new ring? Is it pretty? Seeing the ring, Fu Jinghong was taken aback. Where did that come from? Gu Yunjiao happily replied. You want to know? I just won't tell you. Gu, this place is boring. You brought Jinghong here. Let's go play somewhere else. Leave this to Dean Helan. Hearing this, Helan Feng smiled with delight. Thank you, young Master Gu. Without Fu Jinghong interfering, he was confident he could hold Zhang Yingjun back and believed these few people wouldn't escape. Gu Yunjiao smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. You're welcome. One of the men behind him, dressed in a black trench coat, stepped forward and whispered to Fu Jinghong, Young Master Lin, the young master's intention is clear. We are all familiar faces, so there's no need to fight, right? Just come with me. A powerful pressure that was almost suffocating surged toward them. Zhang Yingjuan's expression became serious, his body tense and ready to unleash his abilities, while Xia Weilon bit her lip, quietly activating her domain abilities to help amplify their power despite knowing it might not be significant. Fu Jinghong, however, seemed unfazed by the pressure and said lightly, Do I look like someone who would back down without a fight? Gu Yunjiao's eyes flashed with helplessness. Then I apologize. Saying that, he suddenly stomped his foot. Zhang Yingjun, a level 35 ability user, found his legs feeling as heavy as lead, unable to even lift them despite Xia Weilon's amplification. This person had also awakened a domain ability. Moreover, given the significant level difference, they had no means to fight back. How could they fight like this? Fu Jinghong whispered, Dean Weilon, you two go first. Run as far as you can. Zhang Yingjun exclaimed, Jinghong, what are you saying? You're the dean. I'm the dean. You two go first. After saying that, he suddenly yelled, channeling all his strength to unleash his abilities in an attempt to hold the opponent back. However, the level difference was too stark, even with all his effort. It was just a drop in the bucket. Helan Feng watched this unfold with a smug smile on his face. Zhang Yingjun, stop being unrealistic here. I think you should just surrender. Maybe you can last a couple more days. At that moment, Gu Yunjiao threw a punch straight at Zhang Yingjun's temple. The punch was powerful enough to crack stones and would certainly cause a fatal blow. In a critical moment, Xia Weilon, who had been standing in the shadows, suddenly flashed forward and blocked Zhang Yingjun. The shadow cast by the trees revealed her face. Upon seeing her, Gu Yunjiao's pupils contracted. Chapter 112, Grudges 5. Gu Yunjiao's fist almost stopped right against Xia Weilon's forehead. He stared intently at the young girl's face. In an instant, he felt a chill rush up from his feet, and he was horrified. Why you? Who are you? How could you? How could you? Gu, kill him. Gu Yunjiao's voice was cold as he saw Xia Weilon's face for the first time. He put away his earlier smile, and his beautiful face appeared extremely cold. Gu Yunjiao impatiently interrupted. I said, kill him, didn't you hear? Gu ar, Gu son, Gu si. All of you go together. Guda, Guer, Gusan, Gusi. Guda felt he could easily handle them alone, so why did they all need to join in? Helan Feng sensed something was amiss, but being cunning, didn't ask questions and just watched coldly. Fu Jinggong frowned. He stepped in front of Xia Weilon, his tone slightly cold. Gu Yunjiao, don't go too far. Am I going too far? I don't think so. Gu Yunjiao squinted. Jinghong, you're just like Uncle Lin, always making friends with all sorts of troublemakers. He's been missing for years. He might have been harmed by someone, yet you still haven't learned your lesson. I'll count to 3, and you'd better step aside. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. 1. Fu Jinggong. Beneath Gu Yunjiao's beautiful exterior was a heart of a devil, and Fu Jinghong had no doubt he could follow through. Yet, he still didn't step aside. You can kill at will. Does Uncle Gu know? Even if he does, he won't care. As long as he doesn't cause trouble in the central base, that man basically ignores everything. Nowadays, he is even less willing to put any energy into it. Gu Yunjiao sneered. Jinghong, don't try to buy time. No one will come help you. Saying this, he slightly tilted his head and coldly said, too. Gu Yinzhao stared at Fu Jinghong, his beautiful eyes flashing with obvious malice. There's only one count left. Don't test my patience. You can't escape. Fu Jinggong. Before Fu Jinghong could respond, someone suddenly laughed in the air. Really? I don't think so. Who is speaking? When did this person arrive? With so many high-level supernatural beings present, it was surprising that no one had noticed. Everyone present was taken aback and instinctively looked up towards the source of the voice. They saw a man, dressed exactly like the bodyguard, next to Gu Yinzhao, lazily leaning against a tree, his posture very relaxed. Although the man wore a strangely shaped mask, it did not hide the captivating elegance and charm that he exuded with every movement. Gu Yinzhao furrowed his delicate brows and asked, "Who are you?" The man chuckled and gracefully leaped down from the tree, saying, "Just a nameless nobody. You wouldn't know if I told you. So please give me some face and let me take them away." Gu Yinzhao sized him up and scoffed, "Do you really have that much face?" After saying that, he suddenly turned around, pointed at Xiao Weilon, and loudly ordered, "Kill him. Now." The few people were death warriors cultivated by Gu Yinzhao's mother and did not dare defy his orders, so they all activated their supernatural abilities. A powerful pressure enveloped the area, causing everyone present to change color in shock. But at that moment, a blazing and dazzling light rose from beneath the man's feet. The light split into 4 beams, illuminating the 4 supernatural beings, and the intense heat nearly scorched their flesh. Screams erupted, and the situation became dire. Facing 4 supernatural beings above level 50, he seemed to do it effortlessly, just as Xiao Weilon's domain-type ability had little effect on Gu Yinzhao's group. Gu Yinzhao's domain-type ability also failed to affect this man in any way. Gu Yinzhao's expression turned uglier than ever. Besides Gu Zishi, no one could suppress the people around him so easily. The man slowly scanned the surroundings and asked, "Is anyone still unconvinced? After the apocalypse, power is everything." Wherever his gaze fell, everyone retreated, silent and fearful. The man smiled and said, "Let's go." This was clearly directed at Xiao Weilon and the others. Zhang Yingjun felt a rush of spirit and said, "Thank you, senior." "Oh, I don't deserve it." As soon as he finished speaking, brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the world as if it were daytime, causing everyone to instinctively cover their eyes. The darkness-type abilities could teleport instantly into shadows. Meanwhile, the light-type abilities could teleport instantly in sunlight. But logically, this distance shouldn't be too far. However, the man directly teleported the 3 of them out of the territory of Canaan Academy. The man said, "There shouldn't be any problems here. Farewell." Fu Jinghong suddenly said, "Senior, please wait. May I ask your identity?" The man's footsteps paused slightly as he replied indifferently, "I already said I'm a nameless nobody. There is no need for that." After saying this, he did not linger. The light around him brightened, and he vanished from the spot. Fu Jinghong remained silent for a while. Xiao Weilon stepped forward and whispered, "Are you suspecting that he has some connection with your uncle?" Xiao Weilon bit her lip and said, "I don't know." Fu Jinghong smiled slightly and said, "I don't know either." Xiao Weilon. Zhang Yingjun. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Yingjun repeatedly shook his head, saying, all right, what time is it? You two shouldn't be hiding things from me and playing tricks. So you're both 1,000-year-old wise men, just making a fool out of me, right?" Xiao Weilon nodded and said, "Sorry, I guess I can't stay at Thunder Academy as a mentor anymore. Otherwise, it might bring trouble to Thunder Academy." Zhang Yingjun said, "Weilon, I don't like hearing you say that. As long as you're a mentor at Thunder Academy for a day, you will always be one. Just now, you risked everything for me. Am I Zhang Yingjun the kind of person who is timid and afraid of trouble? The most important thing now is to improve our strength. Those people can reach level 70. Can't you and Jinghong? I've seen so many people, and none have better talent than you two. Don't you have this little bit of confidence?" Xiao Weilon. Fu Jinggong. Chapter 113. Grudges 6. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Qisong's face twitched with anger. "Zhiliang, are you saying that Gu Yunxiao cut off your finger and took that ring?" Gu Zhiliang had thick bandages wrapped around his left hand and confirmed, "He told me that in person." Could it be someone impersonating him? Gu Qisong still couldn't believe it. It's impossible. Gu Zhiliang's face was pale, and his voice was weak, but there was a flicker of hatred in his small eyes. I saw many bodyguards around him. Their supernatural levels were extremely high. No one has this kind of strength except for the central base. Damn it, this is outrageous. Gu Qisong slammed the table. Even though we can't match the central base in strength, we all share the surname Gu. How can Gu Yinxiao be so arrogant? He completely disregards us. Let us go. Zhiliang, we're going to the central base to seek justice from Gu Zishi. The more Gu Qisong spoke, the more agitated he became, nearly ready to get up and pack his things. This matter couldn't just be let go. What justice are you seeking? We probably won't even be able to get inside. Gu Zhiliang clenched his right fist tightly. His temper was not much better than Gu Jiwei's. But after losing a finger inexplicably and losing face in front of the girl he liked, any man would find it unbearable. He wanted to rush to the central base more than anyone else. He wanted to settle the score with Gu Yunxiao more than anyone else. He even wanted to chop the boy up piece by piece. But he also feared the other's strength. If a few bodyguards were already so formidable, what about the others in the central base? What about the head of the family, Gu Zishi? The man who could single-handedly wipe out an entire horde of zombies. The man who was worshipped like a god. Their current status was still dependent on the other. They had no right to seek justice from him. They couldn't even find anyone to help, as no one dared to defy Gu Zishi. Gu Zhiliang's words calmed Gu Qisong slightly. He forcibly suppressed his anger and said, Zhiliang, you should rest well. Let me think about what we should do. As for your finger, Gu Qisong paused. I'll send someone to the CAF to search carefully. If we can find it, there might still be a chance to reattach it. Even though he knew the chances were slim, Gu Zhiliang nodded anyway. After a moment of silence, he said, Uncle, where is the girl who came with me? I want her to come and keep me company. Gu Qisong. Hearing Gu Zhiliang mention Lin Jiangyue, Gu Qisong was momentarily taken aback. His previously slightly softened expression darkened again. Zhiliang, I haven't had a chance to tell you about this yet. You should stop associating with that little vixen. Gu Zhiliang was stunned. Why? Gu Qisong said coldly. It was she who took Jiwei out in a city, which led to Jiwei's death. Now that she is with you, and you've ended up like this, I want to let that little vixen off. Gu Zhiliang hesitated. This has nothing to do with her. Gu Qisong was not happy. Jiqiang, what I admire most about you is that you're not like Jiwei, who can't live without women. What is going on? Have you also been confused by some little vixen? Gu Jiqiang. Gu Jiqiang especially needed someone's affirmation and comfort now. He couldn't let go of Lin Jiangyue, who looked at him with admiration. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but Gu Qisong had already furiously closed the door and walked out. Gu Qisong went outside, and Song Chuhang was standing by the door waiting for him. Upon seeing him, he immediately said, Grandpa. Gu Qisong was in an extremely bad mood and grunted in response, suddenly asking, Where's Lin Haonan? He had originally wanted to use this ring to gain benefits from the Lin family, but now it had backfired. Unable to confront the central base and Gu Yinxiao, Gu Qisong directed all his hatred towards Lin Haonan, who had given him the ring. Song Chuhang said, Grandpa, didn't you say he shouldn't be idle? At this time, he should be cleaning the toilet. Gu Qisong said, Have someone whip him and then bring him to the study to see me. I have something to ask him. Song Chuhang replied, Okay, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll take care of it right away. Gu Qisong nodded, didn't he say anything more, and left with a flick of his sleeve. Song Chuhang watched Gu Qisong's back, a trace of smugness flashing in his eyes. This old man had refused to give him the ring, and now he ended up like this. It was simply a great relief. Song Chuhang gently curled the corner of his lips. The best part was yet to come. All those who looked down on him and all his enemies would each face a miserable end. Song Chuhang whispered a few instructions to the servants nearby, feigning concern to ensure they took good care of Gu Jiqiang, then led a few people straight to the dirtiest and smelliest toilet for the servants in the Gu family. Lin Haonan was currently kneeling on the ground, struggling to clean the toilet. In less than half a month, he had lost a lot of weight, and his whole body was enveloped in a terrible stench. Although Gu Qisong had taken his ring, he had not treated him well. His days in the Gu family were worse than those of the lowest servant. Lin Haonan was scrubbing the toilet while cursing Gu Qisong, cursing Song Chuhang, cursing Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilon, and cursing the heartless Li Yaoyao and Lin Jiangyue in his mind. It seemed that only by doing so could he gain a bit of strength and avoid completely breaking down. Recently, Lin Haonan had been cursing Song Chuhang the most, followed by Gu Qisong, because these two had been intensifying their bullying against him. Just as he was cursing with great fervor, he suddenly heard a loud bang at the door that was deafening. Lin Haonan lay on the ground, twisting his head to look over in an extremely funny position, and saw Song Chuhang leading a group of people as they walked in. Lin Haonan. Chapter 114. Developing the Potion. 1. Suddenly seeing Song Chuhang. Lin Haonan was startled and forgot what he was just scolding about. Although he was cursing vigorously in his mind, he didn't dare to show any expression on his face. He had been scared into submission. Lin Haonan accompanied with a smile and said, "Young Master Song, the bathroom is filled with a terrible smell. Why did you come here at this time? You could just call me over if you needed something." Song Chuhang glanced at Lin Haonan, who was lying on the ground like a dog, with a face full of disgust, and unceremoniously kicked him hard. Bang! Lin Haonan let out a tragic howl like a pig being slaughtered. Young Master Song, spare my life." Song Chuhang paid no attention to him. With a cold smile, he took a thick and heavy steel whip full of barbs from someone nearby and swung it down on Lin Haonan. Lin Haonan was rolling on the ground in pain, a big man crying with snot and tears. "Young Master Song, please stop hitting me. Don't hit me anymore. I've been working hard. I haven't slacked off at all. Ah!" Lin Haonan let out another uncontrollable scream. This torment lasted for nearly half an hour. It wasn't until Lin Haonan lay on the ground, barely conscious and lacking the strength to scream, that Song Chuhang finally stopped. He extended his foot and rubbed the dirty water from his shoe on Lin Haonan's face, then said to a nearby servant, "You guys go outside and wait. I need to get a pipe to wash him off so I don't end up smelling like my grandpa later." The servant responded, and all retreated outside to wait. In a good mood, Song Chuhang walked up to Lin Haonan and kicked his face with his toe again. "Lin Haonan, do you know who your father is looking at?" Lin Haonan was in excruciating pain and had cursed Song Chuhang's ancestors multiple times in his mind. However, he was afraid of getting beaten again, so he could only endure the pain and stammered, I don't know. Looking at your pathetic state, there's not a hint of manliness in you. No wonder no woman is interested in you." Song Chuhang snorted and said harshly, "I saw Lin Jiangyue, and she seems to be doing much better than you. So, do you want to see her and ask your good daughter why she abandoned a useless person like you?" Lin Haonan. Li Yaoyao was so tired that she couldn't help but lie on the table and fell asleep. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she jolted awake. "Who?" Sun Tianyu said, "Madam, it's me." When Li Yaoyao saw it was Sun Tianyu, she let out a sigh of relief. With a glimmer of hope, she looked behind him. "Tianyu, have you found me?" Sun Tianyu lowered his head with a face full of guilt and suddenly knelt down. "Madam, it's my fault. I searched so many places but couldn't find the young lady. You can whip me to vent your anger." Hearing that Lin Jiangyue was still missing, Li Yaoyao felt a wave of blackness in front of her eyes. However, since Sun Tianyu took the initiative to admit his fault, she felt embarrassed to blame him further. After a moment of silence, Li Yaoyao said, "Tianyu, you can't blame yourself for this. Get up." Sun Tianyu shook his head, looking somewhat flustered. "Madam, I dare not get up. Not only did I fail to find the young lady, but I also lost the 200,000 contribution points you gave me. I really am useless. I'm sorry." As he spoke, Sun Tianyu stretched out his hand and slapped his own face repeatedly. Li Yaoyao's body swayed. In the past, 200,000 contribution points were nothing to her. She could casually give Sun Tianyu pocket money that far exceeded that amount. However, the prices near Canaan Academy were extremely high, and Lin Jiangyue demanded the best in everything. Over these days, their contribution points had dwindled, and they were beginning to feel the pinch. Although there was still the card given by Heilin Feng. If they wanted to get closer to him, those contribution points had to be saved for gifts and could not be touched. Li Yaoyao looked down at Sun Tianyu, who was kneeling on the ground and continuously slapping himself, and a trace of resentment arose in her heart. She did not stop him, but said softly, "Tianyu, why are you so careless?" Sun Tianyu could naturally tell that Li Yaoyao was angry. He slapped himself a few more times until his originally fair face was swollen and red before he finally stopped, self-reproaching. "It's all my fault. Madam, if you want to whip me to death, I have no complaints." Seeing his pitiful appearance made Li Yaoyao's heart ache, and she heard Sun Tianyu continue. But madam, given the current situation, with the young lady still missing, I must say something. Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao was slightly taken aback and asked, "What is it?" Sun Tianyu said, "This place is so big, with just the two of us. We probably won't be able to find the young lady's whereabouts. You must contact Helan Feng as soon as possible and ask him for help." Li Yaoyao said, but now. She wanted to say that the timing wasn't right and that they should wait a bit longer. But thinking of Lin Jiangyue still being missing made her even more anxious. After pausing for a moment, Li Yaoyao bit her lip and said, "You get up first. Let me think it through." Sun Tianyu agreed and stood up. "Madam, I know our contribution points are tight now, and we must keep the young lady's room. How about this? I will give up my room and make do outside. Saving a little is better than nothing." After all, he had already stayed long enough in that broken storage room. Li Yaoyao's eyes flickered. It's better not to give it up. There aren't many contribution points left anyway. When they first moved in, her intention was to find Sun Tianyu the most basic room. But Lin Jiangyue insisted on making him squeeze into a drafty storage room. Frankly, that place was just a pile of junk, completely unsuitable for living, costing only 500 contribution points for a night. Given the local prices, saving that amount wouldn't be of much use. Sun Tianyu insisted on giving it up. "It's all because of my negligence that caused Madam to lose 200,000 contribution points. This can be considered my punishment. Otherwise, should I kneel outside Madam's door tonight to keep watch?" Li Yaoyao was cautious by nature, and even though she knew Helan Feng couldn't see, she wouldn't stay in the same room with Sun Tianyu on the Canaan Academy campus. Seeing that Sun Tianyu was insistent, she could only say, "No need to kneel. It wouldn't be good for you to kneel outside my door at night. Since that's the case, you keep the saved contribution points for yourself and go look for Ningning outside." Sun Tianyu. Chapter 115. Developing the Potion 2, and no one noticed when it was lost, including himself. Although Gu Yunzhao's ability level was not high, he was surrounded by the guard from the central base, and wherever he went, he was arrogant and invincible, never having suffered such a big loss. Gu Yunzhao flew into a rage and ordered Gu Si to capture several good-looking young boys and girls to his room. Those young boys and girls bounced in, and after a while, they were carried out one by one, covered in blood, eyes wide open, their deaths so tragic that even Helan Feng, who had come to find Gu Yunzhao, felt a pang in his heart. He naturally had heard of Gu Yunzhao's reputation and knew that although the current prince of the central base looked weak and delicate, he had a bizarre and extremely cruel temper, making him difficult to deal with. However, he still did not expect Gu Yunzhao to be capable of such brutality. Helan Feng approached Guda, who was guarding the door, and politely asked, "Does young Master Gu have time now?" Guda was completely cloaked in a black trench coat, and his face was masked, obscuring his expression. He hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "The young master is currently very angry. Director Helan has also seen it. If you have something to say, it's better to wait until tomorrow." Helan Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's fine. Then I will come back tomorrow. However, Mr. Gu, I have one thing I do not understand. May I ask you for your guidance?" Although Guda was just a guard from the central base, the level difference was apparent, and Helan Feng did not dare to be neglectful. Guda frowned. "If Director Helan has something to say, just say it." Helan Feng smiled. "The person today, does he have any connection to Mr. Gu?" Upon hearing this, Guda's heart skipped a beat, and he almost instinctively denied, "No. Otherwise, the consequences would probably not be pleasant." Helan Feng. This statement carried an implicit threat. Helan Feng had always been the authority in Canaan Academy and had never been threatened like this, feeling displeasure in his heart. But he did not dare to show it on his face and still smiled. "Mr. Gu is right. Then I will not disturb young Master Gu for now. See you tomorrow." Guda slightly nodded, and Helan Feng turned and left. As soon as he left, Gu Er, who had been lurking in the shadows, immediately surrounded him and whispered to Guda, "Brother, I'm a little curious too. I've never seen the young master show such obvious hostility towards anyone. Normally, even when killing, Gu Yunzhao would be smiling." Guda shook his head. "Second brother, this is not a good thing, so don't ask too much." Guda hesitated for a moment. He looked around to ensure no one was around, leaned close to Gu Er's ear, and whispered a few words. Guya. Guerre's eyes widened in shock. Wow, what? Brother, did you really see clearly? Of course. Guda said seriously, otherwise, how could a young master be so angry? Guerre still found it hard to believe, but, hasn't he the master not shown his true face for a long time? How would you know, brother? That is now. Gudadeo's tone was somewhat gloomy. I once saw a photo of the head of the family before the apocalypse when I was with the lady, and that boy from today looks just like him, as if he were carved from the same mold. After a moment of silence, Guerre said somewhat reluctantly, the young master from before was already dead in the zombie tide. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, just a resemblance. That's what I said. But after all, no one saw the body back then. Guda sighed and said, I won't hide it from you. Ever since I saw that boy during the day, my heart has been restless. Seeing how the young master is today, it's certain he won't just let it go. If it really is just a resemblance, then that's great. It doesn't matter how it is, but if that boy really is the young master, and we follow the young master's orders and kill him. But we can't not listen. We are the ones the lady trained to protect the young master. Guerre hesitated and said, as long as this matter doesn't reach the head of the family, it should be fine. Just pretend you don't know. And we won't mention it later. Guda shook his head and said, you are really thinking too simply. Do you really think the head of the family is that easy to fool? Many things he just doesn't want to manage, but it doesn't mean he can't manage them. Guerre frowned and said, Big brother, let me say something unpleasant. We all can see what abilities the head of the family has. But when the lady said the young master died in the zombie tide, didn't he believe it without even blinking? Perhaps he doesn't care that much at all. Guda doesn't care about the young master at all? Guerre silently nodded. He still remembers that when Xie Wanru told Guzishi about the young master being bitten to death by zombies, that man was just silent for an extremely brief moment, and didn't even send anyone to look for him. He simply accepted this fact very calmly. Guzishi wore a mask, so he couldn't see the other person's expression, but he heard the other person speaking without any fluctuation, and even with a hint of a smile in his voice. At that time, Guzishi swirled the red wine in his goblet, and, I promised your sister that I would take good care of you, and since I have no intention of marrying anyone else, then I will adopt Yin Zhao as my son. Is that satisfactory? After the surprise, Xie Wanru was naturally overjoyed, but he found it unbelievable. The father didn't shed a single tear when his son was just bitten to death by zombies. After all, Guzishi was so powerful that he seemed not like a mortal, and that kind of thinking was not something ordinary people could understand. But to turn around and adopt someone else's son as his own, that was excessively cold-hearted. How much could he care? After working together for many years, Gudatzert einli Unterstot guest tukuks. He smiled bitterly and said, So do you think the head of the family cares about the young master? Guia. Chapter 116, Developing the Medicine 3. Guerre pondered for a moment. As an adopted son, I think that should be enough, right? Usually, whatever the young master wants, the head of the family gives it to him. Everything is at his disposal. Whatever the central base has, as long as Guyin Zhao wants it. Guzishi has never refused, which indirectly fostered the other person's arrogant and disdainful character. Gu decided, perhaps, anyway, this is not something we can comment on. Guerre nodded and then suggested, Big brother, if you really feel uneasy, why don't we send a message to the central base? Report the situation here. Also, it would be best to call over some higher-level helpers. If the person who rescued them today is still around, with his strength, if the young master insists on causing trouble, it's uncertain who will suffer. Saying this, Guerre rubbed his shoulder. My injuries are still painful, and the medicine doesn't help. Guda helplessly said, There's nothing we can do about it. In theory, the well-known abilities should all be under the control of the central base. I really can't figure out who it is. Guerre. Thunder Academy. Zhou Tieta lowered his head, receiving a good scolding from Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue angrily said, Zhou Tieta, oh Zhou Tieta, I really don't know what to say about you. Just think about it. You alone have put the dean and the others at such great risk. Zhou Tieta still stubbornly muttered, but I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I didn't ask you to come and save me. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue became even angrier upon hearing this, gritting her teeth and saying, Zhou Tieta. All right, Jiangyue, Fu Jinghong said with a smile as he pulled Lin Jiangyue. No matter what, fortunately, it ended without any danger. You shouldn't be so angry. Dealing with the central base, isn't that just ridiculous? If they come and go, the entire Thunder Academy is finished. No, we need to pack our things and leave. We can't drag others down with us. Lin Jiangyue said, and was about to grab Xia Weilan's hand. Fu Jinghong sighed. Jiangyue, I've thought this through. If it were really just our problem, we could just leave it behind. But how can you guarantee that if we leave, the central base won't target Thunder Academy? I know the Guyan Zhao. He kills without blinking and does everything based on his mood. He won't come to you to discuss any grievances or debts. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. Well, if they don't come looking for trouble, that's fine. But if they do come with such a huge gap in strength right now, it won't be something that can be made up in a short time. What do you think we should do? Fu Jinghong replied slowly. The safe base relies not only on the supernatural beings, but also on the protective measures established here. When I came to Thunder Academy, I already studied it. Although it's a bit rudimentary, the terrain is quite good. If we equip it with cannons and the people I brought from the Lin family, and then scare them off with the supernatural being who helped me in Weilon before, we should be able to delay them for 10 days or half a month. And after 10 days or half a month, Lin Jiangyue smiled. We can only leave it to fate. That won't do. I have a responsibility in this matter. Fu Jinghong said, if it really comes to that, I will ask my elders in the family to intervene. Lin Jiangyue said, can't we just let them come forward? After a moment of silence, Fu Jinghong replied, it's not that easy. I can't explain the specific reasons, but I don't want to reach this point unless absolutely necessary. After a pause, Fu Jinghong added, Jiangyue, are you willing to trust me? Lin Jiangyue glanced at Xia Weilan and said, Jinghong, to be honest, you don't really need to get involved in these matters. You've been so kind to us, and I have no reason not to trust you. Just speak your mind. Fu Jinghong replied, then you and Weilan come out with me for a moment. Lin Jiangyue glanced at the few people sitting next to her. Wang Laowu and Shun Zhaomu were both tactful and had no objections, but Zhou Tieta was grumbling and seemed a bit unhappy. What? Are we still hiding this from others? Lin Jiangyue gets angry whenever she sees him. She said to Wang Laowu and Shun Zhaomu beside her, Elder Zhaomu, let's go out with Jinghong for a bit. You two keep an eye on Zhou Tieta and don't let him come over to cause trouble. Shun Zhaomu glanced worriedly at the tall and strong Zhou Tieta. Wang Laowu leaned back in his chair, smiling as he said, Girl, don't worry. Leave it to the old man. This made Zhou Tieta even more unhappy. Shermu, you're being too biased. Lin Jiangyue rolled her eyes, ignored him completely, and directly dragged Xia Weilan out of the room, with Fu Jinghong following behind. The three of them stopped in a secluded area. Lin Jiangyue said, There's no one here, can we talk now? Fu Jinghong slightly nodded. Jiangyue, I heard from Weilan that you can concoct potions. Lin Jiangyue didn't hide it from him. Yes, I have done some research. What's wrong? Fu Jinghong said slowly. Then have you ever heard of the promotion potion? Lin Jiangyue's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The promotion potion was naturally no longer a secret later on, but at this time in her previous life, it was still in absolute confidentiality. Why did Fu Jinghong suddenly bring this up? What did it mean? Lin Jiangyue felt a sense of unease in her heart. After a long silence, she carefully replied, Could you describe it in detail? Fu Jinghong said, It's a type of potion that can help ability users break through their ability levels. 2 years ago, the Gu family and the Lin family each obtained a fragment of a recipe for a promotion potion in a secret location. However, my grandfather summoned all the excellent pharmacists from the Northwest base to refine this fragment, trying to formulate the promotion potion, but all attempts ended in failure. As for the progress on the Gu family side, it's currently unknown. So I thought, since you also have research on potions, why not let you take a look at that fragment? If we can succeed in formulating it, then Weilan and I won't have to worry about the people around Gu Yunqiao anymore. Lin Jiangyue felt complicated. Jinghong, do you trust me this much? What if I can't concoct it? Or what if I want to claim the formula as my own? Fu Jinghong chuckled. If you can't concoct it, that's just the limit of human ability. There's nothing to be done. As for claiming it as your own, would you be able to? Lin Jiangyue replied firmly, of course not. I still say, as long as you are sincere with me, I will never betray your trust. Fu Jinghong said, then that's settled. Besides, I'm not without my own motives. Having one more person means one more strength. If you succeed in your research, not only will the crisis be resolved, but I can also benefit from it. Consider this a form of investment. Lin Jiangyue's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Don't worry, if we really manage to concoct it successfully, the potion will definitely be yours. Not just yours, but your family can have as much as you want. However, at this point, she gently blinked and continued. But investing in just one recipe seems a bit lacking. Shouldn't we add some rare materials or something? Fujingong. Chapter 117. Developing the potion 4. The day after Lin Jiangyue began to concoct the potion using the recipe given by Fu Jinghong, an unexpected person arrived at Thunder Academy. What? Zhao Jigang. Zhou Tieta slammed the table suddenly, sneering coldly. This ingrate, I didn't even go looking for him, and he dares to come knocking on my door? Fine, I'll go meet him. Tieta, don't be impulsive. Sit down first. Zhang Yingjun coughed lightly. How can I not be impulsive? I can't hold it in for even a second. Even if you can't hold it in, you have to. Xia Weilan said with a stern expression. Sit down, or Jinghong will throw you out. Zhou Tieta. Zhou Tieta gritted his teeth and glared at Xia Weilan and Fu Jinghong, sitting down angrily. Fu Jinghong, who was innocently caught in the crossfire. Zhang Yingjun smiled at Fu Jinghong and Xia Weilan. Jinghong, Weilan, Zhao Laosher must have something important to discuss, and since we are familiar with him, our conversation might be emotional. After thinking it over, I believe it would be better for you two to handle this matter, as it will be more objective. Before Fu Jinghong and Xia Weilan could respond, Zhou Tieta snorted coldly. Being so polite to that ingrate, I say, even if he has something to say, we should beat him up first. Zhang Yingjun. Xia Weilan. Fu Jinghong. Zhou Tieta angrily said, I'm feeling very spirited. Just as Zhou Tieta was about to cause a ruckus again, Zhang Yingjun quickly gestured to Fu Jinghong and Xia Weilan, signaling them to talk to Zhao Jigang. The two understood and discreetly got up and left Zhang Yingjun's room, heading straight to where Zhao Jigang was. At this moment, Zhao Jigang was fidgeting, and as soon as he heard someone push the door open, he immediately stood up. Dean, you finally made it. I have something very important to tell. Upon seeing Fu Jinghong and Xia Weilan, Zhao Jigang's words suddenly stopped. You are. Zhao Jigang's gaze shifted from Xia Weilan to Fu Jinghong, momentarily stunned. He immediately frowned, his tone becoming somewhat wary. I recognize you. You are the one who came out of Helan Feng's office that day. Who exactly are you? What are you doing here? Zhao Jigang shook his head. I want to see the dean. Fu Jinghong chuckled lightly. But the dean doesn't want to see you. Zhao Laosher. Do I need to remind you of what you did before? Zhao Jigang. A hint of guilt flashed across Zhao Jigang's face. I can explain this matter. I was forced. I need to see the dean. Fu Jinghong sat down calmly. You can certainly see him. But first, you need to explain things to us clearly. At this point, he paused. Zhao Laosher, perhaps you don't trust me that much. But one thing I must clarify is that in the eyes of the dean and the other mentors of Thunder Academy, I might be more trustworthy than you right now. After all, you provided the breakthrough herbs, putting those students of Thunder Academy in danger. Regardless of the reasons, this has become a fact, hasn't it? Zhao Jigang. Zhao Jigang gritted his teeth. I know what I did was wrong towards the dean and Thunder Academy. But I was really left with no choice. It was because that beast Helan Feng kidnapped my mother and threatened me. That's why I had to do it. I originally planned to rescue my mother first and then steal the herbs. But I didn't expect Helan Feng to be cunning. Not only did he refuse to let her go, but he also placed me under house arrest at Canaan Academy. The time he saw me, I was going to reason with him. Hearing Fu Jinghong's question, a trace of despondency crossed Zhao Jigang's face. Not yet. That bastard Helan Feng won't tell me where my mother is. However, I accidentally overheard their plan to attack Thunder Academy, and I thought I couldn't make another mistake. So I took advantage of their relaxed guard to sneak out and inform you, so the dean could prepare and evacuate the students in advance. Sorry, my question may have been a bit rude. Please don't mind. Fu Jinghong said gently, you've been locked up at Canaan Academy for quite some time, and they haven't relaxed their guard at all. How did you suddenly find the opportunity to escape? Also, since your mother is still in Helan Feng's hands, if you could betray Thunder Academy once for her, then I have reason to suspect you might do it a second time. Zhao Jigang. Hearing Fu Jinghong's question, Zhao Jigang became somewhat anxious. I don't know why they suddenly relaxed. It seems someone caused a disturbance at Kane Academy. So they were too busy to pay attention. As for my mother, Helan Feng is untrustworthy. I said I couldn't make another mistake. Fu Jinghong's expression remained calm. All right, then please tell us the plan you overheard. Zhao Jigang hesitated for a moment. I heard they were going to the central base to ask for help and then come here to kill indiscriminately. They also prepared a lot of weapons. The people of Thunder Academy won't be able to compete, and we must leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fu Jinghong said, Zhao Laosher, you should know better than I do. Besides the school, there are many residences. There's no way to evacuate in such a short time, and even if we do, we would end up sleeping on the streets. Chapter 118. Researching the potion. 5. Forced. He was forced. Being forced allows someone to do such things. Zhou Tieta said angrily, Dean, do you believe this? Are you just going to forgive him like this? After saying that, he turned to Xia Weilan. Teacher, do you believe him too? Xia Weilan. Zhang Yingjun sighed deeply. Tieta, sit down first. This is not the time for seeking justice. The most important thing is how to deal with the situation at Canaan Academy and discuss whether we should organize the students to leave. Yang Danian was taken aback. Dean, many students in our academy have nowhere to go, and if we leave, we might not even find a place to stay in the short term. Zhang Yingjun said helplessly, but it's better than staying here and waiting to die. Yang Danian frowned. If we all leave, what will happen to the residents here? There are too many people, and it's impossible to evacuate everyone, especially with time being so tight. Zhang Yingjun shook his head. You take the students and leave, but I will stay behind. Yang Danian. Upon hearing this, Yang Danian slammed the table. Dean, what are you saying? If you don't leave, how can we possibly go? Zhang Yingjun. Before Zhang Yingjun could respond, Fu Jinghong suddenly coughed lightly and said with a smile, Dean, Teacher Yang, may I have a word? Zhang Yingjun nodded. Jinghong, you don't have to be so polite. Just say what you want. Fu Jinghong said slowly, just now. Weilan and I also met Zhao Laosher, and it seems he is quite sincere. He doesn't seem to be lying. But if we retreat directly and run into the people from Canaan Academy, it would be a disaster. Yang Danian said, So Jinghong, do you still think Zhao Jigang has issues? Is he here to deceive us at Helan Feng's command? Fu Jinghong said, That may not be the case. If Zhao Laosher had ulterior motives, he wouldn't be so natural. Yang Danian. Zhang Yingjun. Zhou Tieta said in a deep voice, What do you mean? Can't you speak plainly? You pretty boys, every one of you talks like a woman, hesitating and stammering. Fu Jinghong. Zhang Yingjun and Yang Danian both helplessly held their foreheads, while Wang Lao looked as if he was about to write where did this big fool come from. On his face, Xia Weilan said expressionlessly, Shut up, Zhou Tieta. Zhou Tieta snorted heavily and fell silent. Zhang Yingjun said, Jinghong, please continue. Fu Jinghong said, Even if Canaan Academy's defenses were lax due to our intrusion, it shouldn't be so easy for Teacher Zhao, a level 10 ability user, to escape. So I reasonably suspect they want to fish for big catches over time. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. After a long while, Zhang Yingjun finally said, Jinghong, what do you think we should do now? Fu Jinghong said, I have an idea to test the waters, but we need a teacher to lead the team, and this person will be in danger. Yang Danian immediately said, If that's the case, I'll go. My ability is stealth-related, so it will be easier for me to escape. However, Fu Jinghong did not confirm. Let me explain the plan before we decide on a person. It's just, at this point, he paused and subtly glanced at Zhou Tieta from the corner of his eye. His action was very discreet, and only Zhang Yingjun and Xia Weilan noticed. Zhang Yingjun quickly said, This matter is confidential, and it's not convenient to discuss here. Let's change places and go to my office. Fu Jinghong nodded with a smile. The few of them stood up and walked towards Zhang Yingjun, but Zhou Tieta wanted to follow, but was stopped by Xia Weilan. You just stay here and sleep well. After saying that, he glanced at Wang Laowu. Wang Laowu smiled and pulled Zhou Tieta. Yes, Tieta, it's great to sleep here, just don't follow along and make a fuss. Zhou Tieta. The second evening, Xia Weilan led a group of about 50 students, quietly left Thunder Academy. However, they had not gone far when suddenly a dozen black shadows appeared, surrounding them. The leader was someone Xia Weilan was quite familiar with now, the principal of Canaan Academy, Lin Feng. It turned out that Fu Jinghong's information was accurate. Even Xia Weilan could not help but admire the opponent's strategic planning. He slowly scanned the surroundings and did not find anyone from the central base, which made him breathe a little easier. Opposite, Lin Feng was also sizing up Xia Weilan. He naturally recognized this young man who made Gu Yunzhao very wary. He believed the other party was a valuable asset. Therefore, he did not attack immediately, but instead put on a smiling expression and said, "Little one, it's already so late. Where are you going?" Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan looked at him coldly and said, "It's none of your business. Get out of the way." Lin Feng. Seeing him so rude right from the start, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Little bastard, you don't know the heights of heaven and earth. You think you can still escape? It's better for you to obediently bring those students behind you and come with me. Otherwise, the consequences are something you can't bear." Xia Weilan slightly tilted his head as if confused. "Is that so? What are the consequences?" As he said the last word, he suddenly activated his ability. It was nighttime. Darkness enveloped the earth, and shadows surged around them, looking extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Feng's level was much higher than Xia Weilan's. Facing the incoming blades and shadows from all directions, he couldn't help but become flustered for a moment. "You ungrateful little bastard." Lin Feng was furious and immediately stopped talking. "Seize them." With Lin Feng's command, the dozen or so shadows moved to grab the students standing behind Xia Weilan. However, those students did not panic as expected. Instead, they remained exceptionally calm. A level 26 water-type ability user reached out with a hook-like, emaciated hand and grabbed the shoulders of two students. The expected screams did not occur. The ability user was stunned for a moment, only to hear a loud bang. The two students he grabbed suddenly exploded, and the powerful shockwave instantly sent him flying. His body crashed heavily against the wall, spewing blood. And he was not the only one facing such a situation. Bang! 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 Loud explosions rang out, and the students from Thunder Academy exploded one after another, sending the ability users trying to grab them flying. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He focused intently on the group of students from Thunder Academy, and he couldn't help but tremble with rage. Those behind Xia Weilan were not people. They were clearly scarecrows stuffed with bombs. In an instant, Lin Feng's face became twisted and grotesque. Chapter 119, Developing the Drug 6, In Zhang Yingjuan's room, after listening to Xia Weilan's account, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Danian sighed. As expected, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. "Jinghong, I've never met anyone smarter than you. How'd you come up with this idea?" Fu Jinghong smiled and said, "People use straw boats to borrow arrows. I call this a scarecrow delivering bombs. It's just catching them off guard. If the opponent's level is too high or they are prepared, it won't have this effect. That is still very good." Zhang Yingjun sighed. "Jinghong, I really didn't expect you to have puppet-type abilities. If you and Weilan join forces given time, you could really turn things around. Puppet-type abilities are also a very rare type of ability that can control puppets to fight, with the puppets gaining some abilities from their master. However, the higher the level of this ability, the better the effect. At low levels, the controlled puppets are weak and not particularly effective. That's natural." At this moment, Yang Danian was already very convinced of Fu Jinghong and immediately promised, "Jinghong, you can rest assured I will notify the other mentors to strengthen defenses. If you discover anything I haven't thought of, you must tell me immediately." Fu Jinghong nodded. Beside, Zhou Tieta, seeing that no one had paid him any attention from start to finish, couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy, mumbling, "Pretty boys have no good intentions. Just know how to use schemes and tricks, not a bit of manliness. I don't know what is so great about it." Gu Zishi single-handedly fights an entire zombie army, now that S a true hero. That S what deserves respect. His voice wasn't very loud, but Zhou Tieta's voice was naturally much louder than average, enough for everyone present to hear. Fu Jinghong, Xia Weilan, Wang Laowu, Shun Jiaomu, Zhang Yingjun, Yang Danian. Everyone's expressions were hard to describe. Yang Danian finally couldn't hold back anymore. Zhou Tieta, can you change your temper? I just don't understand. What does it matter to you that someone is good-looking? You wouldn't have had someone good-looking steal your partner before, would you? Zhou Tieta suddenly coughed a few times, his face turning bright red as he said, Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Weilong slowly replied, and want to clarify that the so-called great hero Guzushi is also a pretty boy, a well-known pretty boy at that. Zhou Tieta stiffened his neck and said, That's different. Xiao Weilong coldly laughed. What's different? If it were usual, he definitely wouldn't argue with someone over such trivial matters, especially not with someone like Zhou Tieta, who is completely unreasonable. But Zhou Tieta keeps insisting that Guzushi is a great hero, which makes him feel very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. That man is indeed great. So great that even his blood has turned cold. At a hotel near Thunder Academy, He Lanfeng was sitting at a table, fuming. Where are the people from the central base? Where's Gu Yinzhao? Why haven't they arrived yet? What's the use of just you coming here? Didn't I tell you to stay and keep an eye on Canaan Academy? The director of education, Lin Jiangyue, was sweating profusely and quietly said to He Lanfeng, Dean, someone from the central base has arrived, but that person refuses to set off now, so we'll be delayed for a few days. I thought I should remind you to be aware. He Lanfeng was stunned. He suspiciously asked, who is so powerful that they can say they won't set off and just not set off? Is there anyone who can control Gu Yunzhao, that troublemaker? Lin Jiangyue replied. I've inquired. It's Mr. G. Now, the head of the Gu family rarely appears, and many things are handed over to Mr. G. He is also the only one in the central base besides the head of the Gu family who can control Gu Yunzhao. He Lanfeng frowned and said, Is this little matter worth alarming such a big shot? Lin Jiangyue shook his head and said, I don't know either. But even Guda and the others were surprised when he arrived. He Lanfeng pondered for a moment. From what you said, Mr. G's coming must have been authorized by the head of the Gu family. Could it be related to that little brat from yesterday? Lin Jiangyue hesitated and said, Dean, I can't casually speculate on that. He Lanfeng said, Then tell me the specific situation you saw. What does Mr. G look like? Lin Jiangyue said, Mr. G dresses similarly to Guda and the others, but he wears a mask, so we can't see his face. However, he is very tall and seems quite young. He Lanfeng asked, What about his ability level? Lin Jiangyue wiped the sweat from his forehead and said quietly, I don't know this either. Mr. G only met Gu Yunzhao and the people from the central base. Apart from me, no one else from Canaan Academy even got a glimpse of him. He Lanfeng became a bit irritable. Then what does he mean? He won't let Gu Yunzhao handle this matter? Lin Jiangyue said with difficulty, It seems that's not the case. From what Guda said, it seems he is just passing by, planning to stay at Canaan Academy for a few days and then let Gu Yunzhao stay with him. He won't take care of other matters. He Lanfeng almost laughed in anger. Gu Yunzhao has no objections? Lin Jiangyue said helplessly. It seems to be a case of a tough opponent meeting a tough opponent. He really doesn't. He Lanfeng then informed the people guarding Canaan Academy to watch closely and report anything immediately to me. He Lanfeng said coldly. Also, let those who are injured rest well for these few days. I need to bring in some help. Lin Jiangyue, Chapter 120, Spatial Abilities 1, 2 days ago at Canaan Academy. Guda stood opposite Gu Yunzhao, hesitatingly persuading him. Young master, the environment at Thunder Academy is not like that of Canaan Academy. You might find it a bit uncomfortable to go there in person. Gu Yunzhao smiled and said, Just quickly resolve those people and leave, right? With your ability levels, it shouldn't take too long to eliminate a mere Thunder Academy. Hearing that Gu Yunzhao really intended to do this, Guda felt a bit uneasy. But if we recklessly resort to killing, will the family head be displeased when he finds out? Why would he know? Gu Yunzhao tilted his head in confusion and looked at Guda. Are you planning to snitch? Although Gu Yunzhao's ability level was not very high, perhaps because he grew up in the central base, he naturally exuded an aura of a superior, and his eyes seemed to have hooks, making Guda feel a chill all over. He quickly lowered his head and said, I wouldn't dare. You better not dare. Gu Yunzhao coldly snorted. I know you all are genuinely afraid of my father, but I tell you, since you follow me, I am your only master. Don't think just because I'm young and have a low level that I can be easily manipulated. This central base will eventually be mine. Gu Yunzhao's tone was still sweet. but it inexplicably made Gu break out in a cold sweat. He felt a chill down his spine. Rest assured, young master, we absolutely won't have such thoughts. Gu Yunjiao did not respond. He looked down at the girl on the bed, blindfolded and terrified, and suddenly pulled out a dagger, stabbing it into her chest. The girl convulsed violently a few times, and then became completely still. Gu Yunjiao yawned lightly. Really, it's always these timid little bunnies, trembling and screaming. Losing interest after just a glance. I said to find beautiful ones, with fiery temperaments, preferably those who would rather die than yield, and you just brushed it off, right? What kind of rubbish did you bring? Gouda. Before Gouda could say anything, a voice suddenly said lightly from the side, "Why don't I help you find?" The voice was light and unhurried, carrying a casual smile. However, Gu Yunjiao's body almost involuntarily stiffened. The person was extremely tall, with long arms and a slim waist, dressed similarly to Gouda, but the material of the trench coat was clearly more luxurious, with a smudge embroidered in silver thread at the hem. Gouda was originally inside the room, speaking to Gu Yunjiao with the door closed, but how long had this person been in, and they had not noticed at all? If the other party wanted to silently cut off their heads, wouldn't it be as easy as taking candy from child? Upon seeing this person, Gouda felt a buzzing in his ears. As a powerful ability user of over 70 levels, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. His face pale as he said, "Mr. G, there are so many matters at the central base that need your attention. Why did you come personally?" Mr. G chuckled softly, but there was little amusement in his eyes. "Just passing by, thought I'd care for Yunjiao." The process was quite exciting, and it didn't disappoint me. He wore a mask, leaving only a pair of well-formed, cold eyes exposed. Yet those eyes were both icy and captivating, making even the most beautiful person feel inferior. However, when Gu Yunjiao was looked at by such eyes, he only felt a chill all over. Aside from Gu Zishi, this Mr. G was the only person he feared, because the other party was fearless, crazier than he was. If he dared to offend this person, the other party would dare to kill him, even make him wish he were dead, without caring about Gu Zishi at all. He still vividly remembered their first meeting. At that time, he was still quite young, and the ones following him were not Gouda, but two other ability users with levels over 60. One day, he went to Gu Zishi's study to ask for something, but the other party was not there. Instead, it was a man lazily sitting behind a desk. He was very surprised because no one had ever dared to sit in Gu Zishi's position, not even her mother. Even though her mother held a respected position in the central base, there were some places that she could not easily reach. He felt a bit unhappy. "Who are you? And why are you sitting in my father's position? Get down." That place was only for him to sit. The man did not pay attention the first time. So, he became even angrier and drew a dagger to stab. The two ability users behind him naturally did not dare to stop him. But the man didn't even open his eyes. He just snapped his fingers lightly, and the dagger broke in response. Having never experienced such disdain and neglect, Gu Yunjiao was stunned for a moment, then became furious and ordered the two ability users behind him to capture the other party to feed to his snow wolf, which he had raised. Most of the food consisted of beautiful girls aged 15 or 16, or ability users who angered him. He assumed this time would be the same. But the final result was that the ability users following him were torn apart and fed to the snow wolf, while man pressed his head towards the wolf's bloody mouth. By the time his mother came to plead for mercy, he could already smell the stench from the wolf's mouth. That day, he learned the man's name, Mr. G. Everyone knew that he was Gu Zishi's trusted aide. Even though his origins were unknown, he still held absolute authority in the central base, second only to Gu Zishi, and was not to be offended, including his mother, Xia Wanru. Xia Wanru had gone to great lengths to eliminate Gu Zishi's biological son, only to face such a terrifying opponent. Gu Yunjiao completely lost the arrogance he had in front of others. He whispered, "Uncle G, I was wrong." Mr. G's voice revealed no emotion. "Oh, really? What was wrong?" Gu Yunjiao pressed his lips together and said, "I shouldn't have killed innocents. Uncle G, please don't tell my father. I will change." He tried to act pitiful and innocent. Unfortunately, Mr. G was not swayed. If it's not sincere, there's no need to say it. The old rule. You know what to do. Upon hearing this old rule, Gu Yunjiao's face suddenly turned pale. "Uncle G." Mr. G interrupted him. Yin Xiao, I remember I told you a long time ago that I don't care what you want to do, nor do I care how much you want to kill me in your heart, but you cannot give me a handle to hold against you. And you cannot come to bother me. Of course, you can choose not to follow the rules. Do you think I won't know? Gu Yin Xiao. Mr. G said lightly. If you want to keep it a secret, you must not do anything yourself. I will keep an eye on you for your father, so be careful. After saying this, his shadow on the ground suddenly fluctuated strangely, and he disappeared from the room without warning, as if he had never been there. Gu Yin Xiao's cheeks flushed with unusual anger. Gu-De, who was kneeling on the ground, hurriedly got up to support him. Young master, Mr. G, should we go tell madam? Do as he says. Gu Yin Xiao coldly replied. Do not tell my mother. Gu-De. Chapter 121. Space ability 2. The next day after being locked up, Lin Jiangyue had not eaten or drunk anything. She weakly knocked on the door. On what basis are you locking me up? Let me out. Let me out. However, just as Lin Jiangyue was almost in despair, the door suddenly creaked open, and a filthy man walked in from outside. Seeing the man's terrifying appearance and smelling the stench on him, Lin Jiangyue was shocked. She screamed, "Who are you? Get out! Don't come near me! Get out!" The man saw Lin Jiangyue's reaction and revealed an expression of uncontrollable anger. He rushed forward and slapped the girl hard. "You little wench, telling me to get out. How dare you tell me to get out? Open your eyes and see who I am." Lin Jiangyue slapped him, leaving him stunned. She fell to the ground, dazedly looking up at the man with a fierce expression, and after a while, she faintly saw a hint of his former self from him. Lin Haonan. It's actually Lin Haonan. Why is Lin Haonan here? Is he here to cause trouble for her? To seek revenge? This person is so dirty and smelly. It's really disgusting. He even slapped her. Lin Jiangyue's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of resentment and fear. She pretended that she didn't recognize Lin Haonan at all, crying and shaking her head frantically. Who are you? I don't know you at all. What do you want? Why are you hitting me? Lin Haonan. Lin Haonan was infuriated to hear that Lin Jiangyue refused to even acknowledge him. He was now being bullied by everyone in the Gu family. Even the lowest-ranking servants dared to hit and scold him. Now, seeing this daughter whom he had cherished for many years, but who had heartlessly abandoned him, his anger and grievance erupted all at once. You ungrateful little wretch. You don't recognize your father, do you? Fine, I'll make you remember. Lin Haonan raised his hand high again and slapped Lin Jiangyue hard on the face. Lin Jiangyue has never been hit like this before in her life. After 2 slaps, her cheeks swelled up high. She screamed in pain, which only strengthened her determination to pretend not to know Lin Haonan. Lin Jiangyue was so scared that he covered his head and ran around the room in a panic. Lin Haonan hobbled after her, shouting, "You little brat, run. Do you dare to run? Today I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you." The room was very narrow, and although Lin Haonan was often beaten and moved with difficulty, he quickly caught up to the panicked Lin Jiangyue. He grabbed the girl's long black hair and raised his hand for another slap. As the hand was about to land on her face again, Lin Jiangyue screamed and closed her eyes. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback and instinctively opened her eyes. She only saw a chubby hand gripping Lin Haonan's hand, forcefully slamming him against the wall. Gu Jiqiang looked at Lin Jiangyue with a face full of concern. "Ningning, are you okay, Mr. Gu?" At that moment, seeing Gu Jiqiang, Lin Jiangyue was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes, completely forgetting to be disgusted by his chubby figure. She suddenly threw herself into Gu Jiqiang's arms. "Mr. Gu, save me. Please save me. This bad guy who came out of nowhere wants to kill me. I'm the bad guy." Lin Haonan sat on the ground, coughing up blood. "You ungrateful wretch, little brat. I'm your father. I've suffered for you." Lin Jiangyue sobbed and said, "What are you talking about? Who are you? I don't know you at all. Stop slandering me." Could it be that he recognized the wrong person? At this moment, Gu Jiqiang was very fond of Lin Jiangyue, so whatever she said was what it was. He hugged Lin Jiangyue comfortingly and said, "Ningning, don't be afraid. If you say you don't know him, then you don't know him. Let's leave here first." Lin Jiangyue looked a bit timidly at Lin Haonan, who was sitting on the ground. What should he do? "I'm so scared. I'm afraid he'll come to trouble me again. Mr. Gu, look at my face, it's all swollen." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jiangyue started to cry again. Seeing her cry, Gu Jiqiang felt his heart melting. He quickly said, Then I'll disable his abilities. That way he won't be able to fight you. Lin Haonan was shocked. He still had abilities, yet he was bullied to this extent. If he didn't have those abilities, he would truly be worse than a dog. Lin Haonan pointed at Lin Jiangyue's nose and cursed loudly. "Little slut, I'm your real father. How dare you do this to me?" Gu Jiqiang kicked and shattered Lin Haonan's handbone. Lin Haonan let out a tragic scream and fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Lin Jiangyue wiped her tears and said, "Mr. Gu, I really don't understand why this person keeps claiming to be my father. Because he really is your father." An uncle's voice interrupted Lin Jiangyue's words. "Don't be fooled by this fickle woman. She doesn't even recognize her own father. How could she truly care for you?" Hearing this voice, Lin Jiangyue's body suddenly stiffened. It was Song Chuang. Lin Haonan and Song Chuang were actually both here. Lin Jiangyue immediately realized where this was. This Gu Jiqiang was very likely related to the previous Gu Qisong and Gu Jiwei. Lin Jiangyue's mind. It seems that she must gain Gu Jiqiang's trust in order to successfully leave here. Lin Jiangyue pretended to look carefully at Lin Haonan's blood-stained face and insisted, "Mr. Gu, I don't know him. They are slandering me." Song Chuang shouted loudly, "Lin Jiangyue, do you think you can make a scene here?" Gu Jiqiang coldly said, "Enough." Chapter 122, Spatial Abilities 3. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiqiang suddenly exploded with such fury, and Song Chuang was taken aback. Gu Jiqiang coldly stated, "I know better than you what kind of person Ningning is. You bring a filthy person like this for her to identify, and this person even attacked her as soon as he arrived. It's strange that she can't recognize him. As for you, calling godfather and grandfather all day long, if you're not disgusted, I feel sick just hearing it." Song Chuang. Gu Jiqiang's words stabbed into Song Chuang's heart like a knife. Song Chuang's face twisted in anger. If it weren't for being on the Gu family's territory at this moment, he would have surely torn this detestable fat man apart. Gu Jiqiang, of course, paid no attention to what Song Chuang was thinking. He held Lin Jiangyue in his arms and was about to leave. Song Chuang quickly stepped forward, blocking Gu Jiqiang. "Uncle, you can't take this little bitch away. This is the family head's intention." Gu Jiqiang was unwilling to listen. After having his finger cut off by Gu Yunjiao, he had remained in the house without going anywhere, becoming increasingly irritable these days. Seeing such a spineless nuisance like Song Chuang in front of him only fueled his anger. With red eyes, Gu Jiqiang impatiently pushed Song Chuang aside, angrily rebuking, "Get lost." Gu Jiqiang's strength was immense, and Song Chuang was caught off guard and pushed to the ground, covered in dirt and filth. He sat there in a daze, unable to decide whether to draw his sword or swallow his anger, while Gu Jiqiang, furious, took Lin Jiangyue and walked away, surrounded by the Gu family's guards and servants. No one dared to stop them. Song Chuang gritted his teeth while sitting on the ground, mentally cursing Gu Qisong and Gu Jiqiang's ancestors one by one. Unable to deal with Gu Qisong and Gu Jiqiang for the time being, he needed to find someone to vent his grievances. After a moment, his gaze fell on Lin Haonan, who was also sitting on the ground not far away. Lin Haonan looked 100 times more miserable than him, leaning weakly against the wall, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, indicating that Gu Jiqiang had hit him hard. In this situation, if the beating continued, it could potentially kill the other person. Song Chuang coldly stared at Lin Haonan and suddenly spat in his direction. "Trash. You can't even subdue your own daughter. Even a dog is better than you." Lin Haonan. Not to mention that Lin Haonan didn't even have the energy to bicker with Song Chuang at this moment, even if he did. With his usual character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, he wouldn't dare to offend the current Song Chuang. He was afraid of getting beaten again. He was a very cowardly man, afraid of pain. He also had no real abilities. In an instant, Lin Haonan felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Compared to now, the days he spent with Chu Huaigo were incredibly comfortable. At least he didn't have to worry about food or clothing. And he didn't have to concern himself with anything. Even if someone occasionally provoked him, Chu Huaigo would handle it directly, and he wouldn't have to do anything at all. But what about now? The woman he thought was sincere left him without hesitation. His daughter, whom he had cherished for over a decade, watched as he was beaten and acted as if she didn't know him. He was treated like a dog, being ordered around and whipped by the younger generation who had once shown him great respect. He had taken a huge risk to pursue Chu Huaiga. all for the sake of making a beautiful comeback, to no longer be looked down upon. But how did he end up in such a state? It was only now that he understood that Li Jiangyue was never sincere with him. She was just after his status and wealth, which was why she left without hesitation when he fell into misfortune. Yet, everything he did was for their daughter's sake. He had been deceived by a hypocritical and sinister woman for so many years. He had been played around. He was unwilling. He absolutely could not accept this. He wanted revenge. He could not be bullied to death by Song Chuhang here without understanding why. Thinking of this, Lin Haonan seemed to regain a bit of strength, struggling to crawl to Song Chuhang's feet, hugging his legs and crying out loud, "Young Master Song. Young Master Song, I know I'm a useless person. I'm even worse than a dog. You are magnanimous. Just let me go. I will bow to you. I will bow to you." After saying this, he lay on the ground and repeatedly knocked his head on the floor. Song Chuhang. Gu Jiqiang brought Lin Jiangyue to his room, letting her take a comfortable bath, and even had the servant cook some excellent ginseng soup, which he personally fed to her. Since leaving the Lin family with Li Jiangyue, Lin Jiangyue hadn't stayed in such a luxurious room for a long time, nor had she tasted such delicious ginseng soup. For these, she was willing to put in more effort to please the fat man in front of her. Moreover, she needed to find out about the situation between Song Chuhang and Lin Haonan as soon as possible to avoid always being in a passive position. Unsure of how much Gu Jiqiang knew about her matters, she pretended to be in great pain at this point and stopped talking, waiting for Gu Jiqiang to pick up the conversation. Gu Jiqiang indeed took the bait. He hesitated for a moment before revealing everything he knew. "I only know that these two people were brought out from City A by my uncle Gu Qisong. One is named Song Chuhang, and the other is Lin Haonan. That Song Chuhang recognized my uncle as his god-grandfather, and my cousin Gu Jiwei as his godfather. As for Lin Haonan, it is said that his daughter instructed her lover to kill my cousin, so my uncle wants to torture him severely." At this point, Gu Jiqiang paused and said, "Ning Ning Yu." He hesitated for a long time and couldn't come up with a coherent explanation, seeming to find the next words somewhat difficult to utter. Lin Jiangyue certainly understood what Gu Jiqiang wanted to say. She was reluctant to admit her relationship with Lin Haonan, but it was very easy to expose herself, because Gu Qisong had seen her in a city. Gu Jiqiang might not believe Song Chuhang and Lin Haonan for her sake, but he wouldn't necessarily disbelieve his own uncle for her. If that happened, she would be in danger. She absolutely couldn't let Gu Jiqiang think she was a cold-blooded and heartless person. Rather than passively getting beaten, it was better to take the initiative. With this thought, Lin Jiangyue blinked and suddenly burst into tears, crying, "Mr. Gu, is what you said. Is it all true? That man just now, his name is Lin Haonan? Oh my God, how could he have turned out like this? He really is my father. I didn't recognize him. I'm so unfilial. Ning Ning, don't cry yet." As soon as Gu Jiqiang saw Lin Jiangyue in tears, he almost lost his composure. "It's not your fault. If it were me, I might not recognize him either in this state." But, Lin Jiangyue wiped her tears while leaning into Gu Jiqiang's embrace. "Mr. Gu, I only just realized that Gu Qisong is actually your biological uncle. It was my half-sister who caused your cousin's death. Do you hate me?" Gu Jiqiang. Gu Jiqiang looked at Lin Jiangyue's tear-streaked face and shook his head, saying, "You can't be blamed for this." Lin Jiangyue was very touched by the words. "Thank you, Mr. Gu. You are truly a great person. No one has ever been this good to me. I wish I had met you earlier." "You." Lin Jiangyue lowered his head, his gaze landing on Gu Jiqiang's injured hand, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Mr. Gu, does your hand still hurt?" Except when facing a very few individuals, this tactic of Lin Jiangyue's could be said to be effective in front of most men. Gu Jiqiang immediately lost his composure. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It hasn't hurt for a long time. Don't worry." Lin Jiangyue wiped her tears and said, "That's good. That's good. Mr. Gu, can I ask you for a favor? I want you to help me send a letter to my mother." Gu Jiwei. Chapter 123. Space Ability 4. Recently, Thunder Academy has been facing both good news and bad news. The good news is that the central base has not sent anyone to reinforce Healenfeng so far, while the bad news is that all the residents of Thunder Academy and the surrounding area have begun to feel inexplicably unwell, and the lower the ability level, the more severe the discomfort. For example, Fu Jinghong and Zhang Yingjun only felt slight nausea, but those like Lin Jiangyue, who have lower ability levels, were in worse shape, experiencing all sorts of strange symptoms, with the most severe cases rolling on the ground in pain or lying in bed unconscious. The doctors were at a loss and couldn't find the cause. Not only could they not identify the reason, but they also experienced similar symptoms themselves, feeling dizzy and lightheaded every day. Zhang Yingjun and the other instructors at Thunder Academy were so worried that they nearly turned gray-haired, holding meetings continuously from morning till night to research solutions. But unfortunately, they could not deduce anything. One day, Zhang Yingjun, with a pale face, called Fu Jinghong and Xia Weilan over. Jinghong, students in the academy have been showing various symptoms one after another these days. Do you have any thoughts on this? Xia Weilan said, I asked, and there's nothing wrong. She has been preparing the medicine all along. Fu Jinghong nodded. Dean, I think our current state is somewhat like being poisoned, but I haven't figured out where the poison is coming from. Zhang Yingjun frowned slightly. I also think that's the only explanation so far. But to poison so many of us without anyone noticing seems unlikely. And if it really is poisoning, the doctors should have noticed something. Fu Jinghong pondered for a moment and said, I do have an idea, but I need to talk to Jiangyue first to confirm. He then turned to Xia Weilan. Weilan, can you ask Jiangyue if she's available? Xia Weilan asked. Should I go now? Fu Jinghong replied, yes, right now. Xia Weilan said, okay, just a moment. She then told Fu Jinghong. Cicier said she yes at a crucial moment in preparing the medicine and can't be distracted. She'll try to find some time in the evening to see you. Is that all right? Fu Jinghong said, that's fine. At this point, we're not in a hurry. I'll go check on Jiaomu. His ability level is not high, and he's been feeling quite unwell these past 2 days. After saying that, he nodded slightly to Zhang Yingjun and walked towards Shin Jiamu's room. Sighing at the ongoing troubles, Zhang Yingjun said, Weilan, I'll go check on the other students. Are you coming with me? Xia Weilan hesitated for a moment and shook her head. I think I won tea. Cicier said to find her when I have time. Zhang Yingjun was momentarily taken aback, but didn't ask further, just said, all right, you go ahead. When Fu Jinghong arrived at Shun Jiamu's room, he found him lying weakly on the bed, his face completely pale, eyes closed, not sure if he was asleep or awake. Fu Jinghong sat down beside him and gently called out, Jiamu, Shun Jiamu, Jinghong, Brother Jinghong? Fu Jinghong said, just lie there, don't move. How do you feel? Shun Jiamu replied, I feel awful, my whole body hurts, especially badly, as if I'm falling apart. Fu Jinghong thought for a moment, took out a piece of jade and handed it to Shun Jiamu. Try absorbing this and see if it helps a little. Shun Jiamu was slightly taken aback. Brother Jinghong, that won't do. I've already taken a piece of jade from you before. Fu Jinghong said, Jiamu, if you keep being so polite with me, I really will get angry. Just take it. Seeing Fu Jinghong insist, Shin Jiamu had no choice but to reach out and accept the jade. At the same time, Fu Jinghong placed a hand on his shoulder and activated his light-type ability. Feeling a continuous flow of ability being infused, Shun Jiamu perked up, immediately feeling the unbearable pain lessen significantly. Fu Jinghong smiled and said, now is the time, quickly absorb it. Shun Jiamu responded and closed his eyes to begin absorbing the energy from the jade. Having absorbed the previous piece of jade, Shun Jiamu's ability had already reached level 6. The jade Fu Jinghong was giving him now contained even purer energy than the previous one, and with Fu Jinghong continuously guiding it with his own ability, Shun Jiamu soon showed signs of a breakthrough. Level 7, Level 8, Level 9. It wasn't until he reached level 10 that it slowly stabilized. Chapter 124, Space Ability 5. When Xia Weilan arrived at the room where Lin Jiangyue was preparing medicine again, she was not there. She probably went into the space. Xia Weilan sat down in a nearby chair to wait. After about an hour, Lin Jiangyue finally emerged from the space, looking refreshed and in great condition. She eagerly grabbed Xia Weilan's hand and said excitedly, I did it. I really prepared the promotion medicine. My space-type ability has reached level 30. Xia Weilan was momentarily stunned and then smiled. That's great. Yes, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Lin Jiangyue said somewhat shyly, thanks to the recipe provided by Jinghong and those materials. I definitely need to thank him properly when the time comes. At this point, she paused and continued. My spatial ability has indeed upgraded and can bring people in now. Let me take you in and have a look first, just as we agreed. You'll be the first to see it. Xia Weilong curled his lips. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his body sway gently, and the scene before him suddenly changed. A vast plain appeared, planted with all kinds of rare vegetables and spiritual herbs, dazzling to the eye. Not far away, there are also 2 large ponds, each at least several hundred square meters. One pond was filled with pure wood spirit essence, while the other was filled with pure water. Lin Jiangyue proudly introduced to Xia Weilong while dragging him around. How about it? Impressive, right? This place is at least several thousand square meters, and it has all kinds of vegetables, fruits, and flowers. We could stay here for a few months and never get bored. It's just a pity that the level isn't too high yet. We can only bring in 2 people at most of the time. Xia Weilong replied, it's already very impressive. After a moment, he added, there's no need to bring in too many people. Lin Jiangyue nodded and said, that's right. I definitely won't disclose this spatial ability to anyone except for those I trust deeply, and I certainly won't bring anyone in, otherwise it would be too dangerous. Time is tight now. Besides the ones I've used, I still have 30 potions that can elevate abilities to level 20, 20 potions that can elevate abilities to level 30, 15 potions that can elevate abilities to level 40, and 10 potions that can elevate abilities to level 50. In short, the higher the level that can be promoted, the harder it is to formulate the potion, and it takes longer with more complex materials and greater mental energy required. Currently, I have only developed the potion that can elevate abilities to level 50, and I still need to conduct further experiments. Lin Jiangyue handed a large handful of potions to Xia Weilong. You should first raise your dark-type abilities to level 40 and your domain abilities to around level 30. The remaining 10 potions that can raise to level 50 should be given to Jinghong first. After all, he provided the formula and materials. I'll prepare them for you after I rest for 2 days. Xia Weilong nodded. That's right. Are you going out with me to meet Jinghong later? I really don't feel at ease giving them to him. Lin Jiangyue hesitated and said, let's hold on to them for now. We can talk about it when there's a chance. Okay, Xia Weilong replied. I can give them to Wang Laowu or Yang Danian, but I also don't feel at ease giving them to Zhou Tieta. I'll go find Jinghong first and give him the potions. You should drink your potions here first, Lin Jiangyue said. The advancement speed here is fast. Xia Weilong. After reaching level 10 in abilities, although it was still quite uncomfortable, Shun Jiamu felt at least much better than before. He could take a few steps out of bed, but he still couldn't manage for too long. Shun Jiamu was stunned. Huh? How much? Serve you? I can do that now. I can help you wash clothes, tidy up the room, make the bed and fold blankets. I can do all that, and I can cook too. I can also serve tea, fetch water, run errands to buy things. Anyway, I can do whatever an ordinary person can do, and I do it better than them. The boy spoke very seriously, listing examples one by one, leaving Fu Jinghong both amused and helpless. Jiamu, I already said we are friends. You really don't need to be so formal. Just then, Xia Weilong walked in from outside. Upon seeing him, Shun Jiamu immediately stood up and said, Weilong go. Xia Weilong's gaze fell on him. How are you feeling? You seem a bit better than before. Shun Jiamu nodded slightly. Yes, thanks to Jinghong Ge. He gave me a piece of jade that helped me raise my abilities to level 10. Jinghong is indeed quite generous. Xia Weilong took out 10 potions and handed them to Shun Jiamu. Just right, drink these later. Drink them one by one. Shun Jiamu was taken aback. What are these? Xia Weilong said, you'll know after you drink them. But don't tell anyone else. If they ask, just say you don't know. Shun Jiamu nodded blankly. Fu Jinghong sighed. Is it done? It's even faster than I imagined. Jiangyue is truly a genius. Xia Weilong said, but currently, it can only go up to level 50. She still needs to research further. This is for you. He also took out a handful of potions and handed them to Fu Jinghong. Are these enough? Your light-type ability should be at level 39 now, right? Looking down at the potions, Fu Jinghong smiled slightly. Give them all to me. Don't need them? Xia Weilong said, they're for you first. Sei can prepare more in a few days. As for the reason, he didn't say, but Fu Jinghong naturally understood. He didn't refuse. Then I want be polite. Xia Weilong shook his head. There's no need to be polite. Sei said to let you drink these potions first. and she'll come see you tonight. Fu Jinghong. Chapter 125 Space Ability 6. That evening. In Zhang Yingjuan's room. Zhang Yingjun frowned. Jinghong, Jiangyue. So what you mean is that everyone is indeed poisoned, and the toxin is in the air. Lin Jiangyue nodded and said it could be said that, but I think it's more accurate to describe it as a weakened state caused by a joint ability technique rather than poisoning. Therefore, for those with higher ability levels, the weakening effect is less pronounced. Zhang Yingjun was slightly taken aback. Fu Jinghong sighed and said, it seems that although the central base hasn't come to help for now, Lin Feng must have invited some experts. After discussing with Jiangyue, I think there are only two ways to lift this state. Either leave this place or find someone to break the opponent's joint ability technique. Zhang Yingjun frowned and said, we can't leave. If we go out, we'll run into Lin Feng's people directly, and there are too many of them. Many students can't even move. Fu Jinghong was not surprised by this answer. Then we need to break the opponent's joint ability technique. But based on Jianyue's and my speculation, the people using the joint ability technique should be at least level 50 or above, so we need to think carefully about the candidates. Zhang Yingjun smiled wryly and said, if we really need to find someone to go out, given the current situation, do we even need to think about candidates? Fu Jinghong. Lin Jiangyue. Fu Jinghong chuckled upon hearing this. All right, then, count me in. Zhang Yingjun cleared his throat and said, then Weilan, what about you? Xia Weilan. After a moment of silence, Xia Weilan said expressionlessly, sure. Thus, Zhang Yingjuan's gaze fell back on Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue slowly took a sip of tea. Director, I think I won't go. You know my level isn't very high. Zhang Yingjun said leisurely, but I think level 30 is fine. Right now, in the Thunder Academy, it's just you and me. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Jiangyue almost choked upon hearing this, innocently saying, do I have a level 30? I didn't even know myself. Zhang Yingjun looked at Lin Jiangyue, a hint of cunning flashing in his small eyes. Jiangyue, how many levels are there in this ability? Once you start fighting, it can't be hidden. Why do you need to keep it from me? Do you not trust me? Zhang Yingjuan's expression even seemed a bit aggrieved. If this expression appeared on Xia Weilan or Fu Jinghong's faces, it would definitely be pleasing to the eye. But seeing it on Zhang Yingjuan's face made Lin Jiangyue feel a bit of a chilling vibe. She covered her chest and said helplessly, Director, can we talk properly? Zhang Yingjun replied seriously, talking properly means that your little thoughts can't be hidden from me, so there's no need to hide them. I can help cover for you, otherwise, how will you explain to others why suddenly your ability level has increased so much? Fu Jinggong. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. Fu Jinghong said, Dean, may I ask how you noticed it? Zhang Yingjun shook his head and said, what's so difficult about that? Don't be fooled by my average ability level. I've seen and experienced countless places over the years, so I understand a lot. I've also devised a plan based on your abilities. Although your current levels are still a bit lacking, if you cooperate well, you might not be inferior to their combined abilities. Lin Jiangyue said, in that case, why don't you, Director, go first? Zhang Yingjun replied, Jinghong first uses the puppet system ability to disrupt the camp of the Canaan Academy. When they are too busy to take care of themselves, Jiangyue can be responsible for setting fires. Then, those helpers invited by Lin Feng will definitely be unable to maintain the joint abilities, and you can lead them to a deserted place to take them out one by one. Zhang Yingjun narrowed his eyes and said, what about after Wei Lan enhances your puppets? Now, his domain ability is also over level 30, and after enhancing your puppets, their combat power will definitely double. It won't be a problem to deal with those mentors from Canaan Academy. Fu Jinghong was taken aback. Enhance the puppets? Zhang Yingjun nodded. Yes, I've been researching this since the day I learned you have the puppet system ability. I think it's feasible. Let's find an open space later to practice. Fu Jinggong. Xia Weilan. Lin Jiangyue exclaimed, I've never heard of enhancing puppets, Director. I didn't expect you had this skill. Zhang Yingjun said proudly, of course. You should know what I do. Before the apocalypse, I was in the education industry, and I still am. The most important thing is innovation. Come on, let me show you so you know that your director is not just a name. Lin Jiangyue. Listening to the report from the director Yin Jihan, Lin Feng laughed heartily. Good, good, good. If it goes on like this in just a few days, apart from Fu Jinghong and Zhang Yingjun who still have a bit of fighting power, the rest of the people in Thunder Academy will definitely be wiped out. At this point, Heilin Feng paused. I must treat my friends well. Absolutely cannot neglect them, understand? In Jihan repeatedly assured. Don't worry, Dean. I've already arranged everything. Only then did Heilin Feng nod. All right, how's Gu Yunjiao's side? Still no news? In Jihan replied. They said the central base has sent another level 80 ability user to protect Gu Yunjiao, so we need to wait a bit longer. He should arrive in 3 days. Heilin Feng was taken aback. Guda can handle Thunder Academy by himself. Why send someone over? This matter is simply strange no matter how you look at it. In Jihan shook his head. I also find it puzzling. But those people obviously do not trust us and refuse to say anything. Heilin Feng sneered. The people from the central base don't take us seriously at all. It's strange for them to say anything. Just keep your eyes open. In Jihan agreed. Just then, someone knocked on the door from outside. Dean, there's a woman here to see you. Woman? Heilin Feng frowned and said unhappily, What woman? At this time, I have no mood to see any woman. Tell her to get lost. The person hesitated. She said her name is Li Yaoyao. Heilin Feng was greatly surprised. Li Yaoyao? How did she get here? He hesitated for a moment and said, Forget it, let her in. Chapter 126, Dealing with Canaan Academy, 1. Heilin Feng looked at the woman across from him. A hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Yaoyao? How did you end up here? Feng Yi. Li Yaoyao suddenly knelt on the ground. Feng Ge, please hurry and save our daughter. I really have no way out. I can only come to you. Heilin Feng. Li Yaoyao choked up. Our daughter has been kidnapped by bad people. She went through a lot of effort to send me a message, asking me to find a way to save her. But as a poor woman without any abilities, what can I do to save her? Heilin Feng asked. Do you know who took her? Li Yaoyao's eyes flickered. Ning Ning didn't say much, but I know it's someone called Gu Jiqiang, a student from your Canaan Academy, and he has an uncle named Gu Qisong. Gu Qisong? Gu Jiqiang? In Jihan thought for a long time, suddenly slapped his thigh and said, Right? I remember, there's a student named Gu Jiqiang in our academy. Short and fat. Doesn't talk much in front of others. His abilities are just okay, slightly higher level, but a bit stronger. In short, he doesn't really have any standout qualities. Li Yaoyao quickly said, but I heard they seem to have connections to the central base. In Jihan said, That doesn't matter. It's the kind of connection that has nothing to do with him. He might use the Gu family name outside, but when it comes to the central base, he definitely won't have any say. The central base won't help him. Heilin Feng hummed. Then let Canaan Academy find 2 people to... Heilin Feng glanced at Li Yaoyao and pointed to In Jihan. Yaoyao, this is our Canaan Academy's director, In Jihan. I'll have him find 2 high-level mentors to help you rescue your daughter from the Gu family. How does that sound? Li Yaoyao lowered her head, hiding a cryptic light in her eyes. If that's the case, that would be perfect, but Ning Ning told me that the Gu family is very powerful. Won't it be a loss if only 2 people go? She paused and added, Feng Ge, I don't want to bring trouble to Canaan Academy because of me and Ning Ning. Heilin Feng laughed heartily at this. You can rest assured about that. I have confidence in our academy's teacher strength. Li Yaoyao bit her lip and said, Then can I go with them? I'm really too worried about Yaoyao. Heilin Feng hesitated, but you have no abilities, bringing you along might be. He hadn't finished his sentence when Li Yaoyao knelt down again. Feng Ge, I beg you, I am really too worried about Ning Ning. If I don't see her again, I will go crazy. Heilin Feng looked deeply at Li Yaoyao. Are you sure? His gaze made Li Yaoyao's back feel cold, but she still gritted her teeth and insisted. I'm sure. Please. Feng Yi. Elan Feng side. Fine. Jihan. Find another mentor to ensure Yaoyao's safety. Heilin Feng was not someone who clung to relationships despite having many women. In Jihan was secretly surprised. He responded, Okay, I understand. I will arrange it immediately. Are we leaving today or waiting until tomorrow? At this time, it was already quite late. Heilin Feng wanted to say wait until tomorrow, but Li Yaoyao immediately interjected. Leave now. After speaking, she looked at Heilin Feng with tears in her eyes and softly said, Feng Ge, I really can't wait any longer. Hearing Li Yaoyao say this, Heilin Feng's trust in her increased a bit. All right, then be careful. I have matters to attend to and can't accompany you. Li Yaoyao wiped her tears and smiled. I know, Fengge, you are a person with great ambitions. I've always known that no matter when, I will support you. When it comes to winning a man's favor, very few can compare to Li Yaoyao. This speech stirred He Linfeng's emotions. He patted Li Yaoyao on the shoulder. All right. I know, hurry and go. Li Yaoyao quickly hugged He Linfeng and then ran off with tears in her eyes. Watching her back, Yin Jihan quietly asked, Dean, what is this? He Linfeng smiled. It seems to have some interest now. You should pay a bit more attention. Yin Jihan thoughtfully replied. All right, with your word. I know what to do. Chapter 127. Dealing with Kane Academy. 2. Ning Ning, it's so late. Why didn't you have a good chat with Annie? What brought you here? Ning Ning, her.The. Gu Jiqiang arrived at Lin Jiangyue's room, but did not see her, feeling puzzled. He instinctively looked around. Ning Ning. Lin Jiangyue suddenly threw herself in his arms. Brother Jiqiang, you finally came? Just now. I dreamt that your uncle wanted to drive me away again. Lin Jiangyue choked, saying, I don't want to leave you. Gu Jiqiang reached out to embrace the girl's soft and fragrant body, feeling intoxicated in that moment. Ning Ning, don't worry. I will definitely not let Uncle drive you away. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden pain pierced through his chest, and Gu Jiqiang let out a muffled groan. His voice abruptly stopping, he slowly lowered his head, incredulously looking at the dagger plunged into his chest, and hoarsely said, why did I trust you so much? Lin Jiangyue's cheeks were still stained with tears. However, the pitiful expression she had shown to Gu Jiqiang earlier had disappeared. Then you don't need to know. Only then did Gu Jiqiang realize he had been deceived. He roared angrily, bitch, I'm going to kill you. I will kill you. As he spoke, Gu Jiqiang, enduring excruciating pain, stretched out his large hand like a fan, trying to choke Lin Jiangyue's neck. Lin Jiangyue, frightened, let out a sharp scream, and fiercely pulled out the dagger she had plunged into Gu Jiqiang's chest and stabbed again. At the same time, Gu Jiqiang felt a sharp pain in his back. Caught in a front and back attack, the little strength he had just gathered suddenly dissipated, and he rolled his eyes as he collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming completely still. Lin Jiangyue sat on the ground with cold hands and feet. Li Yaoyao hurried over to support her. Ning Ning, hurry up, those people from Canaan Academy are coming over soon. We must get everything ready. Lin Jiangyue was covered in blood at this moment. She trembled as she said to Li Yaoyao, Mother, do we really have to do this? Do we have to eliminate everyone here? Can we really succeed? Li Yaoyao gritted her teeth and replied, no matter what, we have to try. Gu Qisong and Song Chuheng know everything about us, especially that Lin Haonan. If we don't get rid of them, our lies could be exposed at any moment, and He Linfeng will definitely not recognize us anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangyue's fear immediately hardened into resolve. She nodded firmly and said, okay, Mother, I will listen to you. Li Yaoyao reached out and loosened Lin Jiangyue's collar a bit, saying, all right, then let's go with what we discussed before. When the time comes, no matter who asks, we will say that this fat guy had ill intentions towards you. Lin Jiangyue bit her lip lightly. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised a vase from the table and brought it down with all her might. With a loud crash, the sound shook the heavens and the earth. Lin Jiangyue shouted, help, help, come save me. Hearing the voice, the entire Gu family was thrown into chaos. The first to rush over was Gu Qisong. He kicked open the door to Gu Jiqiang's room and saw Gu Jiqiang dead on the bed, as well as Lin Jiangyue, who was disheveled and looked terrified. You little wretch, what have you done? Gu Qisong roared in anger, and without hesitation, he struck at Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue let out a scream, shouting, murder, murder. As she screamed, she tried to escape, but her little ability was no match for Gu Qisong. She was quickly caught by him and violently pushed to the ground. Gu Qisong ruthlessly stepped on Lin Jiangyue's stomach, his face twisted in rage. You little bitch. Before he could finish his words, Gu Qisong suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Realizing too late, he reached up to touch his neck, only to find his hands covered in blood. Seeing the blood, Gu Qisong's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth to speak, but everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground dead. Li Yaoyao rushed over to hug Lin Jiangyue, and the two of them cried loudly together. Yin Jihan came over to check Gu Qisong's body and frowned, saying, Teacher Ma, how could you kill Gu Qisong? Ma Da Fei, a burly man with a full beard, responded defiantly, "Director Ian, didn't you just say that we must ensure this lady's safety? He had his foot on this lady's stomach. If I didn't kill him, what if he killed her?" Lin Jiangyue was speechless. "Teacher Ma, this is simply..." Seeing that they were about to argue, Li Yaoyao quickly wiped her tears and intervened. "Director Ian, Teacher Ma, you both came here to help me. Please don't argue, or I will be truly embarrassed." Before Lin Jiangyue could speak, Ma Dafei waved his hand. "Madam, there's no need to be so polite. Since you're a friend of the principal, you're our friend as well. It's only right. Isn't that so, Director Ian?" Lin Jiangyue frowned, but did not respond to him. Li Yaoyao quickly smiled and said, "Director Ian, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate." Lin Jiangyue paused and said, "Madam, please feel free to speak." Li Yaoyao said, "I know that once today's incident gets out, it might harm the reputation of the Canaan Academy and won't be easy to explain to the outside world. But now that things have come to this, it might be better to take decisive action." Lin Jiangyue's expression changed slightly. "Do you mean to wipe out the Gu family? That won't do." But Ma Dafei said, "What's wrong with that? I think it's feasible. Anyway, at this point, killing one is the same as killing a group. It would be better to kill them all and then burn everything clean. By then, there will be no evidence, and who would know it was us from Canaan Academy?" Lin Jiangyue was still hesitant. "But what about the principal?" Ma Dafei impatiently said, Principal, all you think about is the principal. Haven't you heard that in urgent situations, one might disregard the orders of superiors?" Li Yaoyao gently advised, "Director Ian, what Teacher Ma said makes sense. Don't worry, I'll handle it with Fengge." Lin Jiangyue. "What?" Lin Jiangyue wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't speak, but looked at Li Yaoyao beside him. Li Yaoyao suddenly knelt down. "Fengge, it's all my fault. Please don't blame Director Ian. Earlier, that fat guy from the Gu family tried to assault Ningning, and I accidentally killed him, which alarmed the others from the Gu family. Director Ian and the others were just trying to protect me and Ningning. If you're angry, just blame me. No. It's all because of me that things turn out this way. Father, if you want to blame someone, blame me." Lin Jiangyue imitated Li Yaoyao and also knelt down. "Sir, I really didn't expect you to be my father. I'm really..." Lin Jiangyue choked up, saying, "I'm so happy to see you." He Lanfeng stared at Lin Jiangyue and Li Yaoyao for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. "All right, you all don't need to kneel anymore. Get up." Only then did Li Yaoyao, still sobbing, pull Lin Jiangyue up. "Li Yaoyao." Lin Jiangyue. I didn't expect He Lanfeng to be so eager to send them away. Lin Jiangyue pouted, tears streaming down her face. "But father, Ningning has just seen you, and she wants to spend a few more days with you." After saying this, she knelt down again, hugging He Lanfeng's leg and promised, "I absolutely won't cause any trouble." Li Yaoyao also said, "Yes, Fengge, please let Ningning and me stay for a couple more days." He Lanfeng hesitated for a moment, just about to speak, when suddenly a hurried knocking sound came from outside. "Dean, there's a big problem. Someone from Thunder Academy has launched a surprise attack. The 3 experts we invited, 2 are severely injured and 1 is lightly injured. All have lost their fighting capability." He Lanfeng. Chapter 128. Dealing with Canaan Academy. 3. He Lanfeng's expression changed drastically. The person delivering the news was named Wu Zixuan, also a mentor from Canaan Academy. He said it was Lin Jiangyue, along with that boy who was previously by his side, and a girl around 17 or 18. He Lanfeng frowned fiercely. "What? Just those 3 can seriously injure my helpers who are almost level 60. Are you crazy?" Wu Zixuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. "But Dean, for some reason, Lin Jiangyue has actually leveled up to 50. The 2 people with him seem to be at least in their 30s or 40s, and most importantly, they're controlling a large number of puppets. All those puppets are equivalent to around level 20 ability users. Their fighting power is simply astonishing." "Don't talk nonsense." He Lanfeng's face was full of disbelief. "How is this possible? How could someone level up so much in such a short time? Take me to see." Wu Zixuan, Li Yaoyao, and Lin Jiangyue looked at each other, standing in the room in confusion. Lin Jiangyue said with a frown, "It's impossible to explain clearly in just a few words. Madam, the dean asked me to hurry and take you away." Lin Jiangyue said anxiously. I don't want to. I want to stay by my father's side. Li Yaoyao also said, yes, Director Yin, if Brother Feng encounters any difficulties, we absolutely cannot leave. We need to stay and face it with him. Yin Jihan. Before Yin Jihan could say anything, a round of applause suddenly sounded from outside. Li Yaoyao, Lin Jiangyue, and Yin Jihan were all startled at the same time and instinctively looked towards the source of the sound, where they saw a very handsome young man lazily leaning against the door, watching them. Upon seeing this young man, aside from Li Yaoyao, both Yin Jihan and Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but be taken aback. Lin Jiangyue was shocked, while Yin Jihan was first surprised and then overjoyed. Young Master Gu, you are here? This is really great. The situation is urgent. Please hurry and take someone to help. Gu Yanzhao seemed to have not heard anything. He casually walked to the table and sat down, smiling at Lin Jiangyue, whose face was full of tears. Sister, we meet again. I heard that the silly pig from the CAF is finished. You really didn't disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangyue felt her legs go weak and nearly fell over. Li Yaoyao quickly reached out to support her and asked in a low voice, somewhat puzzled. Ningning, who is this? Hearing that this boy also had the surname Gu, Li Yaoyao felt inexplicably uneasy. Lin Jiangyue bit her lip and couldn't speak. Next to her, Yin Jihan whispered to Li Yaoyao, Madam, this is the adopted son of the Gu family head from the central base, Gu Yunqiao. Li Yaoyao was taken aback. She forced a calm expression and smiled at Gu Yunqiao, trying to please him. Oh, so it's young Master Gu. No wonder you're so handsome. You come a long way. You must be tired. Please have a cup of water first. As she spoke, Li Yaoyao personally poured tea and offered it to Gu Yunqiao with both hands. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. If it were someone else, even if they were impatient, they would at least give some face. However, Gu Yunqiao was different. He unceremoniously knocked the teacup from Li Yaoyao's hands onto the ground. No need, I find it dirty. With a clang, the teacup fell to the ground, and tea splashed everywhere. Li Yaoyao was stunned. A look of embarrassment and humiliation appeared on her face as she cautiously looked at Gu Yunqiao and asked, what does young Master Gu mean by this? Gu Yunqiao scoffed disdainfully but completely ignored her. Instead, he extended his hand and lightly tapped twice. A man dressed in a black trench coat entered, dragging a filthy beggar with him and roughly threw him on the ground. The beggar let out a painful howl. Hearing this sound, Li Yaoyao and Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. How does this sound so much like Lin Haonan? They had clearly instructed the people Lin Haonan's face, which was already a mix of blue and purple, became even more ferocious. He didn't know where he found the strength, but he suddenly stood up and lunged towards Li Yaoyao and Yin Jihan, attempting to choke Li Yaoyao. Yin Jihan furrowed her brow and raised her foot to kick Lin Haonan away, but suddenly she froze in place, unable to move. In an instant, Yin Jihan broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, Li Yaoyao was also knocked down by the enraged Lin Haonan. Lin Haonan grabbed her by the neck, freeing one hand to strike her repeatedly, landing over a dozen hard slaps that left Li Yaoyao's well-maintained face bleeding profusely. While hitting her, he cursed, "You shameless bitch. How dare you mess with me? I won't stop until I beat you to death today." Li Yaoyao screamed in agony, "Director Yin, help me. Please save me." She pleaded for help from Yin Jihan, but at that moment, Yin Jihan was completely immobilized, appearing cold and indifferent as she stood by. The sound of slaps hitting flesh was particularly loud, her cheeks throbbing with pain, her mouth filled with the taste of blood. Li Yaoyao strained to lift her eyes towards Lin Jiangyue, trying to call her daughter for help. Ningning, Ningning, please, come help me, help me. But unexpectedly, Lin Jiangyue not only didn't come to her aid, but also trembled as she took 2 steps back. Li Yaoyao's face was filled with disbelief. Ningning. Watching Lin Haonan, who looked as fierce as a rabid dog, Lin Jiangyue suddenly burst into tears. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Gu Yunqiao and pleaded, "Gu, young Master Gu." Gu Yunqiao laughed heartily. He leisurely stood up, strode over to Lin Jiangyue, and lifted her chin with his hand. Lin Jiangyue looked up in response to his strength, her eyelashes fluttering as she presented what she believed to be her most attractive side to Gu Yunqiao. Her ability level wasn't high, and she had no practical experience. All she knew was the set of skills that Li Yaoyao had taught her. People do not act for themselves. They are doomed by heaven and earth. Also rely on men. Gu Yinzhao looked at her face and, for some reason, smiled even more happily. Oh, right, I almost forgot, sister. There's something else I need to tell you. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 129, Dealing with Canaan Academy. 4. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her big eyes. She pitifully murmured, what's the matter? Gu Yinzhao shrugged nonchalantly and said with some delight, I heard that Helan Feng is actually your biological father. Upon hearing this, Lin Haonan, who had been slapping Li Yaoyao fiercely, suddenly froze for a moment. His eyes bloodshot, he let out a roar and swung a punch at Li Yaoyao's mouth. Li Yaoyao let out a scream that was more beastly than human. Half of her teeth knocked out, and she could no longer speak. Lin Jiangyue shivered. Gu Yunzhao's sweet voice, like that of a devil, rang in his ears again. Isn't that right, sister? Lin Jiangyue shuddered, completely unable to lie, and nodded with tears in his eyes. Gu Yinzhao smiled and said, Do you know Lin Jinghong? The young master of the Lin family from the Northwest base. Just now, he has already disabled Helan Feng's ability. In Jihan, standing beside them like a wooden doll, widened his eyes in sheer terror. Lin Jiangyue swayed and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Li Yaoyao, who had been violently beaten by Lin Haonan, reacted the most. Her expression was frenzied, and she made indistinct whimpering sounds. It's over. Everything is over now. The support is gone. The wealth and glory are gone. All the painstaking schemes have gone to waste. Li Yaoyao no longer had her previous gentleness. In an instant, she seemed like an enraged lion, suddenly springing up and biting off one of Lin Haonan's ears with the remaining half of her teeth. Lin Haonan let out a roar and pounced on Li Yaoyao. Wrestling with her, dog-biting dog, it was thrilling. It's just that the male dog was a bit useless. Gu Yinzhao turned to Lin Jiangyue, grinning as he asked her, Sister, was it exciting? Lin Jiangyue was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. How could he dare to say it wasn't exciting? He bit his lip and nodded firmly. Gu Yinzhao then looked at Yin Jihan, raising an eyebrow slightly. What do you think? With his question, Yin Jihan realized that his mouth could actually speak. In the apocalypse, strength was paramount. Since Helan Feng's abilities had been rendered useless, there was no longer any need for him to work for the other party. His most important task now was to quickly please Gu Yinzhao, to avoid this madman turning against him. He hurriedly exclaimed, Exciting! It's truly exciting. Gu Yinzhao then laughed heartily, holding his stomach. After laughing enough, he said, Among you, one person can walk out of this room alive. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Even Lin Haonan and Li Yaoyao temporarily stopped fighting and involuntarily looked over. Yin Jihan trembled as he asked, Gu, young Master Gu, what do you mean by that? Gu Yinzhao lazily replied, the literal meaning. If you don't understand, then forget it. Saying this, he took a step and was about to walk out. Lin Jiangyue bit her lip and said, This isn't fair. Yin Jihan's abilities are much higher than mine. Yin Jihan's heart sank, and she immediately glared fiercely at Lin Jiangyue. You little wench, what are you talking about? Gu Yinzhao said thoughtfully, That does seem to make sense. How about this? Why don't we just nullify everyone's abilities? Wouldn't that be fair? Yin Jihan was almost scared to death. Gu, young master, you can't. You can't do that. However, Gu Yinzhao ignored her and casually snapped his fingers. In an instant, Yin Jihan let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Jiangyue and Lin Haonan also painfully held their heads. In the dark alley, Lin Jiangyue ran while furrowing her brows fiercely. Damn it. Why did Gu Yinzhao come at this time, bringing people with him? And that person Gu Yinzhao brought, what level is he? Under the suppression of the opponent's abilities. She couldn't use her mental control or spatial abilities at all, not even hiding into space. Fu Jinghong frowned and said, At least level 85. I've seen him. He is a confidant of Xiao Wanru, the younger sister of Gu Zixi wife. Hearing the name Xiao Wanru, Xiao Weilan suddenly stopped in her tracks. Xiao Weilan shook her head. We three are too conspicuous, and we are not as fast as that person. Sooner or later, we will be caught. Sisse, you go with Jinghong. I'll draw him away. Lin Jiangyue's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively said, No, absolutely not. I'll distract him. You go with Jinghong. Even a fool could see that the person's target was Xiao Weilan, and she absolutely couldn't let the other party take risks. Fu Jinghong helplessly said, "In times like this, let's not just focus on fighting. I'll distract him. You two go together." Xia Weilan pressed her lips together and said, "He's coming for me, so it has to be me." "Why is he coming for you?" Fu Jinghong asked. "Weilan, at this point, we've been through thick and thin together. Do you have anything you need to hide from me in Jiangyue?" Xia Weilan hesitated for a moment. "Jinghong, since you know Gu Yunzhao and Xia Wanru, have you ever seen Guzishi?" Fu Jinghong shook her head. "No, he always wears a mask when he meets outsiders." Xia Weilan pressed her lips together and said, "What if I told you that I am actually Guzishi's biological son, and I wasn't accidentally caught in the zombie tie back then, but was thrown in on purpose?" Fu Jinggong, Lin Jiangyue. Even though she had some guesses in her heart, hearing Xia Weilan say it out loud still left Lin Jiangyue momentarily stunned. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to speak, but suddenly felt a pain in the back of her neck, and then her body went limp and she collapsed. Xia Weilan caught Lin Jiangyue and said softly, "Jinghong, I'm leaving her to you. Help me take good care of her." Fu Jinghong remained silent for a moment and then said, "I won't take care of her. You come yourself. Otherwise, I'll sell her, and you better not regret it then." Xia Weilan. Chapter 130. Dealing with Canaan Academy 5. Fu Jinghong sighed lightly, extending his hand. "All right, a gentleman's word, can't go back on it." Xia Weilan didn't hesitate to slap his hand and then turned to run in the opposite direction. He moved extremely fast, constantly using the shadows to teleport in an attempt to escape the range of the ability user's control, but it was all in vain. The gap in their levels was simply too great. The sense of oppression followed closely, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a giant sword swooped down with lightning speed. The bright cold light of the blade illuminated Xia Weilan's profile. Xia Weilan quickly retreated. The second sword followed closely behind. The ability user did not reveal himself, nor did he speak, only intent on killing him. That woman, Xia Wanru, was still as ruthless as before. After dodging a total of 49 swords, Xia Weilan half knelt on the ground, breathing slightly heavily. The giant sword was once again hovering above his head, but his abilities were almost depleted. The giant sword fell mercilessly. It was so fast that there was barely time to react. Xia Weilan's gaze sharpened, and he desperately blocked with a dagger made of shadows. With a thud, the giant sword deviated slightly but still pierced through his shoulder. Xia Weilan's body stiffened for a moment. He wanted to force himself to stand firm. But the giant sword was then pulled out, blood splattering, and this time Xia Weilan could no longer hold on and half knelt on the ground. Am I going to die? Am I really going to break my promise? In the end, he still hadn't reached the central base, nor had he taken good care of Lin Jiangyue. He felt unwilling. The giant sword howled as it soared into the air, aiming to strike down on Xia Weilan's head. But at this critical moment, a vine suddenly appeared, wrapping around the giant sword, and with a bang, it shattered into powder. A muffled grunt was heard as the ability user, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally revealed himself. However, he did not look at Xia Weilan, but instead stared in disbelief at the end of the long street, making horrified gurgling sounds from his throat. Xia Weilan was momentarily stunned and involuntarily followed the other's gaze. There stood a man. The man's attire was extremely similar to those from the central base, wearing a mask of strange shape, with only a pair of eyes like cold stars shining brightly in the darkness. Shun Jiamu saw that she was awake and jumped up from the chair. "Sister Jiangyue, you're finally awake. Jinghong, come quickly. Sister Jiangyue has woken up." Lin Jiangyue reached out to rub her temples. For a moment, she was confused, and the memories before she fainted flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. She shivered all over and nearly rolled off the bed. "Xia Weilan, Xia Weilan, Xia Weilan." Fu Jinghong quickly walked over to hold her down. "Jiangyue, don't get agitated. Calm down a bit." Since they met, Shun Jiamu had never seen Lin Jiangyue this agitated, and he was taken aback. While trying to separate Lin Jiangyue and Fu Jinghong, he pleaded, "Sister Jiangyue, can you please let go first?" Lin Jiangyue calmed down a bit. Her gaze fell on Fu Jinghong. "I ask you, where is Xia Weilan?" Her tone was colder than ever. Fu Jinggong. Slap. The sound abruptly stopped. Lin Jiangyue trembled all over and raised her hand to slap Fu Jinghong. In an instant, the room fell into a dead silence. Shen Jiamu turned pale with shock and stepped forward to grab Lin Jiangyue's hand. Sister Jiangyue, please don't do this. We never expected things to develop to this point. We are all suffering, but this is not Brother Jinghong's fault. Lin Jiangyue coldly interrupted Shen Jiamu, glaring at Fu Jinghong, and said word by word, "It doesn't matter if you are afraid of life and death. You can run to the end of the earth, and I won't care. But you shouldn't drag me into this. In this lifetime, no matter life or death, I will be with him. Fine, even if it's my fault, that I am afraid of death. What do you want to do to vent your anger? Hit me, right?" Fu Jinghong took a step forward. "Then go ahead and hit me until you feel better." Jiamu, let her go. The usually smiling eyes of Fu Jinghong had no trace of a smile now, as if covered with an ancient layer of ice and snow. A person who rarely gets angry can be terrifying when they do. Under the tense atmosphere between Lin Jiangyue and Fu Jinghong, Shen Jiamu even felt that the air was about to freeze. He looked at Fu Jinghong, still holding Lin Jiangyue's hand, and whispered, "Brother Jinghong, Sister Jiangyue is just confused in a hurry. Don't argue with her." Fu Jinghong said lightly, "I said let go." Shen Jiamu. That calm statement sent a chill through Shen Jiamu's bones. He almost involuntarily released his grip. Fu Jinghong looked at Lin Jiangyue and took another step forward, the two almost face to face. He said in a flat voice, "Come on." Lin Jiangyue slapped Fu Jinghong in a fit of anger. At this moment, she calmed down slightly. Although she was still anxious and angry, she couldn't bring herself to hit him again. Her eyes stung, and Lin Jiangyue suddenly sat down on the ground, turned around, and leaned against the bed, bursting into tears. Fu Jinghong pressed his lips together and said, "Jiamu, why aren't you helping your sister Jiangyue up? Just letting her sit on the ground and cry?" Lin Jiangyue wiped her tears and after a while said, "I'm sorry, Jinghong. I was too impulsive just now. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. Moreover, given Fu Jinghong's character, if it weren't for her, she probably wouldn't have left Xie Weilon all alone." Shen Jiamu was right. It really doesn't make sense for me to vent my anger at her. The person I should blame the most is myself. I'm just too useless. If I were a bit stronger, Xie Weilon wouldn't have to face danger alone. Fu Jinggong, of course, was also someone who responded better to softness than to hardness. Seeing Lin Jiangyue like this, his anger dissipated significantly. He sighed gently and slowly walked to the bedside, saying, "Jiangyue, I can understand your feelings. But not finding someone may not necessarily be a bad thing. If it really comes to it, we can go to the central base to confront Xie Wanru. If Weilon is indeed Uncle Gu's son, I want to see what that woman has to say after doing something like this." Lin Jiangyue gritted her teeth and said, "But we have no evidence at all. How could she possibly admit it? Besides," she paused here, "Gu Zashi has allowed his own son to be lost for so many years. Does he really care about Xie Weilon? I don't know if he cares or not, but you care and I care, and that's enough." Fu Jinghong lowered her eyes, staring intently into Lin Jiangyue's eyes, and said seriously, "Jiangyue, I promise you, no matter what, I will help you find him. Trust me." Shen Jiamu quickly added, "Count me in too, Sister Jiangyue. I want to go with you." Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 131, Dealing with Canaan Academy. 6. When Xie Weilon regained consciousness. He felt pain all over his body. He jumped up from the ground, frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him was a cold, icy cave, and the man who had saved him on the street was sitting lazily on a large rock with his back to him. It was easy to imagine how powerful he was, capable of destroying a level 80 supernatural being's weapon in an instant. Xie Weilon stared at the man's back and asked in a low voice, "Who are you, and why did you save me?" The man did not turn around. After a moment of silence, he replied indifferently, "You don't need to know." Xie Weilon. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Xie Weilon pursed his lips and said, "Thank you, but I'm leaving now." At that moment, a heart-wrenching pain washed over him, and Xie Weilon bit down hard on his lip to suppress a groan. Behind him, the man's cold and mocking voice came, "You're too weak." For some reason, hearing this made an uncontrollable anger surge within Xie Weilon. He suddenly turned around and coldly replied, "What does it have to do with you?" His face was obscured by a mask, so his expression was hidden. But the pair of eyes that were revealed were as cold as distant stars. He said, "Kneel." As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Weilon felt a tremendous force pressing down on his shoulder, nearly crushing his bones and forcing him down. Except for the years in the central base, no one had ever made him feel such humiliation and oppression. Xiao Weilon gritted his teeth, biting so hard that blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yet he still stubbornly refused to kneel. The bones in his shoulder cracked, as if they would break under the pressure at any moment. Not only weak, but also foolish. A hint of an inscrutable smile flickered in the man's voice. "If you hope that I will waste you here, and then you can only hide behind the person you like and accept her protection from then on, then don't kneel." Xiao Weilon. Killing with words. It was a light-hearted sentence, yet it weighed heavily on Xiao Weilon's heart. He had promised. He didn't want to die here without understanding why, and he certainly didn't want to become a powerless waste. But Xiao Weilon glared coldly at the man above him. "Do you think that if I kneel, you will let me go? At least you still have a chance," the man said casually. "Not kneeling is fine. I don't mind." A faint crack sounded from Xiao Weilon's shoulder, a sign that his bones were about to shatter. Xiao Weilon's gaze flickered, and in the end, he gave up resisting and knelt under that force. The moment his knee touched the ground, the pressure on his shoulder lightened. Xiao Weilon instinctively wanted to stand up, but ultimately he didn't move. The man scoffed. "You're not completely foolish yet, Xiao Weilon." In an instant, the helplessness of his childhood surged in his heart, and he trembled all over. "You saved me just to humiliate me?" The man maintained his nonchalant tone. "That depends on how you think. You can also understand it as a way to make you realize how powerless you are now. After all, only the powerless weak would feel humiliated, unable to protect the person they liked, chased to a dead end by the enemy. Does this moment make you feel more humiliated than that time?" Xiao Weilon was at a loss for words. The man jumped down from the large rock with ease, his star-like eyes showing no sign of disturbance. Being powerless, yet only blaming the heavens and others. "If you are only like this, then I indeed shouldn't have saved you." Xiao Weilon. He stepped toward the cave entrance, and when he reached Xiao Weilon's side, his footsteps paused slightly. "If you don't even have the ability to leave this cave, then stay here." After saying that, he turned and left without hesitation. Xiao Weilon clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. Lin Jiangyue crawled on the street, covered in blood. She had personally killed Yin Jihan, and Li Yaoyao had sacrificed herself alongside Lin Haonan to save her. She had nearly exhausted all her strength to escape from that hotel. But now, she had no energy left. Her once proud, supernatural abilities were gone. She had become an ordinary person, someone she used to look down upon. A pitiful creature like a stray dog. Just not long ago, she had been dreaming of becoming the daughter of the dean, but now, everything had turned into a bubble. It was all in vain. What should she do? Where should she go? Growing up, the thing she was most skilled at was seducing men. She had never bothered to put effort into anything else. However, in her current state, would any man still like her? Yes, they definitely would. Lin Jiangyue struggled to raise her hand and touch her face. Although her powers were gone, this beautiful face remained. Li Yaoyao was also an ordinary person without powers. Yet she thrived among those men. So why couldn't she? With this thought, Lin Jiangyue suddenly felt a surge of strength. She needed to find a place to clean herself up. As long as her beauty remained, she still had a chance to turn things around. Lin Jiangyue struggled to crawl forward, but suddenly a pair of men's leather shoes appeared in front of him. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback for a moment, using all his strength to lift his head, and a familiar figure immediately came into view. It was actually Sun Tianyu. Chapter 132, Northwest Base, 1. Upon seeing Sun Tianyu, Lin Jiangyue instinctively scolded, "You idiot! What are you doing standing here? Can't you see your lady is injured? Hurry up and help me up? Or do you want to get whipped again?" Sun Tianyu squatted down with a grin, leaning his face close to Lin Jiangyue. "Miss, what happened to you?" TSK, this looks really terrible. It's so heartbreaking." He sighed dramatically, but didn't take any action. Lin Jiangyue was furious. She reached out her hand to slap Sun Tianyu, as she had done in the past, but he easily caught her wrist. Sun Tianyu was very strong, and Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt of pain. "You idiot! What are you doing?" Let go of me. Despite being scolded, Sun Tianyu continued to smile. All right, I'll let go. Saying this, he really did release Lin Jiangning's hand. Lin Jiangning let out a sigh of relief and coldly snorted, "Fool, hurry up and slap." Lin Jiangning hadn't finished speaking when Sun Tianyu suddenly swung his arm and slapped her. The slap was so hard that it echoed through the night, and Lin Jiangning's cheek instantly swelled up. Lin Jiangning was stunned by the blow. She had a fierce expression on her face. "You dare to hit me?" Sun Tianyu, holding his stomach, began to laugh triumphantly. After laughing enough, he said, "Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? Lin Jiangning, just look at yourself now. Crawling on the ground like a dog. Do you still think you're the young lady who used to have everything handed to her? Let me tell you, Lin Haonan is finished, and Helan Feng is finished too. Right now, even if you were to offer to carry my shoes, I'd think you're filthy." Lin Jiangning. Lin Jiangning's face suddenly turned pale. "Sun Tianyu, don't forget, I'm an ability user. How dare you touch me?" Smack. Another hard slap made Lin Jiangning turn his face away. Sun Tianyu sneered and elongated his voice. "An ability user. That's just wonderful. Playing with an ability user is much more exciting than playing with an ordinary person, don't you think, miss?" As the words fell, Sun Tianyu suddenly exerted force with his hands, mercilessly tearing Lin Jiangning's clothes to shreds. Lin Jiangning couldn't help but scream, "Sun Tianyu, you beast! Let go of me! Let go of me!" Sun Tianyu paid no attention to her. He fiercely pulled Lin Jiangning's hair and dragged her into a secluded alley. Lin Jiangning screamed, "Sun Tianyu, what exactly do you want to do to me? You are my mother's lover. You are worse than a beast." Slap! Slap! Sun Tianyu slapped him twice. He held down the struggling Lin Jiangning tightly and laughed maniacally. "You little slut, this is what you get for looking down on me, for not treating me like a human. Look at you now. Once I'm done with you, I'll sell you to the lowest place. Let's see if you can still be arrogant." Lin Jiangning was already weak, and now she cried until her voice was hoarse, unable to even choke out a sound. Sun Tianyu became even more pleased, slapping his hands on Lin Jiangning's delicate body, making loud sounds. "You little slut, I let you act tough, and in the end, you still have to lie on the ground like a dog for me." Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Tianyu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. His voice cut off abruptly. He stared blankly for a moment before realizing he had to look down, only to see a blood hole the size of a fist in his chest, gushing blood out. In an instant, Sun Tianyu was so scared that his soul seemed to leave his body. He let out a terrible scream, rolled his eyes, and collapsed on the ground dead. Lin Jiangning was also scared and huddled in the corner, shouting, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Suddenly, a soft laugh rang out in the air. Then, a cloak flew over and covered Lin Jiangning's bruised body. Put on. Lin Jiangning was taken aback for a moment, grabbing the cloak and draping it over herself. She looked at the masked man across from her with a face full of fear. Having seen Gu Yunch's appearance before, she was now all too familiar with it. "Why you are for the Gu family?" The man chuckled again and did not deny it. "That's right." Lin Jiangning crawled to the man's feet using both hands and feet. Sir, please help me. Please help me, okay? As long as you save me. As long as you save me. You can make me do anything. Really, anything." Saying this, Lin Jiangning loosened her grip, and the cloak draped over her body instantly slipped off. She tried to rub against the man in an almost ingratiating manner. The man took a step back and frowned, saying, "Put the cloak back on." Hearing the obvious displeasure in his voice, Lin Jiangning froze for a moment, then awkwardly covered herself with the cloak. Only then did the man say, "I can give you a chance to live, but whether you can seize it depends on yourself." Lin Jiangning was full of excitement. "What is it? Please go ahead, sir." The man raised his hand and touched a ring to her. Upon seeing the ring, Lin Jiangning shivered in fear. This ring is the one that Gu Yunzhao snatched from Gu Jiqiang." Lin Jiangning trembled all over. "Sir, what is this? What does it mean?" The man lazily replied, "Take this ring and go to the Lin family in the Northwest base to claim your identity. Just say that you are the biological daughter of Lin Zhaoying, who has been lost for many years." Lin Jiangning was both shocked and scared upon hearing this. Northwest base, Lin, the Lin family? Will they believe it? The man curled his lips and said mockingly, "That depends on your abilities. You'd better hope they will believe it. If they do, you'll be the young lady of the Lin family, above all others. But if they don't, the man paused and said softly, then no one can predict your fate. Lin Jiangyue was still afraid. Can I not go? Of course, what I dislike the most is being forced into something. The man smiled and pointed to a beggar not far away who was peeking over here. If you don't go, you can stay here and serve those people. Lin Jiangyue bit his lip tightly, kneeling on the ground and banging his head repeatedly. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go. Sir, I'll listen to everything you say. You can make me do anything. The man lazily waved his hand and leaned down to whisper a few words in Lin Jiangyue's ear. Lin Jiangyue suddenly widened his eyes. The man smiled and said, Do you remember? The Lin family is not an easy place to deal with. If you say the wrong thing, be careful of ending up without a burial place. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 133 Northwest Base 2 Thunder Academy. Lin Jiangyue impatiently said, Zhou, are you done yet? I've already said it's important business. I can't take you with me. Zhou replied in a muffled voice, Annie. I know you have important business. You're going to find my teacher. How can I not follow you? My gaze falls on Shan Jiamu beside me. No matter what, I'm better than this kid, right? You're taking him, but not me? Shan Jiamu. Lin Jiangyue angrily said. I said no means no. You're more of a hindrance than a help. In the past couple of days, she had become increasingly irritable, easily igniting. Zhang Yingjun sighed. Jiangyue, after all, more people means more strength. I also have a responsibility in this matter. How about I go with you and keep an eye on Zhou? Old Wang also chimed in. Yeah, girl, even the old man wants to help. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue hadn't spoken yet when Fu Jinghong took the lead. I know everyone means well, but this time we need to go to the Lin family first. It's not good to have too many people following us. Just a few of us will be enough. If there's a need, we can ask for your help later. However, Zhou was about to oppose, but was coldly interrupted by Lin Jiangyue. That's settled then. Zhou, you are not allowed to say more. Zhou. Zhang Yingjun sighed and said, All right, if you're not going to follow, then don't. Jiangyue, Jinghong, if you need anything, just contact me. Don't hesitate at all. Wang Laowu shook his head and said, I'm the same. As he spoke, he wiped his eyes. I really care for you two kids. Now that things have turned out this way, this goof family, they truly are heartless. Girl, don't worry, no matter what happens. This old man will always stand firmly by your side. Lin Jiangyue nodded gently. I understand, Dean. Thank you, Elder. You're welcome. Zhang Yingjun waved his hand, but Jiangyue, I have two things to discuss privately with Jinghong. After we're done, you can leave. Is that okay? Lin Jiangyue was taken aback for a moment. Okay. Zhang Yingjun turned to Fu Jinghong. Jinghong. Fu Jinghong smiled and walked out of the room with Zhang Yingjun to a relatively secluded place. Zhang Yingjun said with concern, But what if Jiangyue is not a descendant of the Lin family? Would your grandfather be willing to help? Fu Jinghong smiled. Ding. You should have a little faith in me. I will do my best to persuade my grandfather. Zhang Yingjun sighed lightly. Well, with your word, I can rest assured. Jiangyue's emotions are very unstable right now. Jinghong, please take good care of her. If there are any conflicts, don't hold it against her too much. Fu Jinghong smiled, of course. No matter whether she is my uncle's daughter or not, in my heart, she is just like my little sister. How can a brother compete with his sister? Zhang Yingjun. Northwest Base, Lin family. What? Someone else is here to claim kin? Lin Zhaoxian sneered and said, Hasn't the Lin family recognized enough relatives over the years? In the end, they're all shameless con artists looking to take advantage of us, spouting all sorts of nonsense as if our Lin family is a vegetable market. In my opinion, it's better to drive them away quickly to save us from their annoyance. It's also wasting your time, father. Lin Jiangyue frowned and said, Since there's nothing else to do, since you're here, let's meet. Matters concerning your younger brother cannot be taken lightly. Lin Jiangyue is the head of the Lin family in the Northwest Base, the father of Lin Zhaoxian, and the grandfather of Lin Jinghong. Although he is now over 60 years old, he still looks radiant and spirited, showing no signs of aging. Upon hearing Lin Jinghong speak, Lin Zhaoxian immediately dared not say anything more and sat beside him with a stern face, drinking tea. Lin Jiangyue gently tapped his index finger on the table a few times and said to his longtime butler, Lin Huainan, bring that child in for me to have a look. Lin Huainan replied, and shortly after brought the travel-weary Lin Jiangyue in. Compared to Canaan Academy, the Lin family is obviously much more luxurious, with even the servants being high-level ability users. Even though Lin Jiangyue had mentally prepared himself before coming, a trace of surprise and envy still involuntarily showed in his eyes, making him seem a bit petty. Lin Jiangyue and Lin Huainan remained calm and composed, while a hint of mockery appeared on Lin Zhaoxuan's face. Lin Huainan introduced to Lin Jiangyue, "Miss, these two are the head of the Lin family and the eldest young master." Lin Jiangyue saw Lin Jiangyue sitting in the center and Lin Zhaoxian beside him. Without saying a word, she suddenly knelt down with a thud and loudly said, "Granddaughter bows to grandfather and uncle." Her voice trembled, filled with both fear and excitement. Lin Zhaoxian continued to drink tea in silence, and Lin Jiangyue did not show any reaction, only saying, "It's still too early to call it that now." Lin Jiangyue was taken aback for a moment and quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. "Yes, Mr. Lin, it was my carelessness." Lin Jiangyue did not wake her up. "You say you are the biological daughter of Zhao Ying, but do you have any proof?" I do. Saying this, Lin Jiangyue carefully took out a ring from her bosom. "This is the token of love that my father gave to my mother." Lin Zhaoxian. Lin Jiangyue. Seeing that ring, Lin Zhaoxian, who had been drinking tea since Lin Jiangyue entered, finally slightly reined in his previous disdain and indifference. Sitting up a bit straighter, he glanced at Lin Jiangyue's reaction from the corner of his eye. But Lin Jiangyue surprisingly showed no reaction. "What is this ring called?" This couldn't be hidden from Lin Jiangyue. The mysterious man who saved her had mentioned it before. Lin Jiangyue said, "Mother told me that father once told her that this ring is called the heart of the night sea." Lin Jiangyue was silent for a moment upon hearing this. "Huainan, go get the ring for me to take a look." Lin Huainan nodded, took the ring from Lin Jiangyue's hand, and handed it to Lin Jiangyue with both hands. Lin Jiangyue carefully examined the ring for a moment. He had seen Lin Zhaoying wear this ring before, so he was quite familiar with it. It was indeed genuine. Lin Jiangyue's eyes flashed with a hint of nostalgia. He said softly, "If that's the case, why didn't you come to the Lin family to acknowledge your relatives earlier and wait until now?" Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 134 Northwest Base 3. Lin Jiangyue froze for a moment upon hearing this, stammering, I dare not say. I'm afraid you'll get angry, sir." Lin Jiangyue waved his hand and said, As long as what you say is the truth, I won't be angry." Lin Jiangyue whispered, "Back then, my mother was wandering alone, waiting in vain for my father to return. Then, she discovered that she was pregnant. So, she had to hurriedly find someone to rely on and got married." Lin Zhaoxian frowned and said, "Nonsense. With Zhao Ying's personality, how could she possibly like a woman so weak that she can only rely on a man?" Lin Jiangyue shook. Lin Jiangyue glanced at Lin Zhaoxian and said lightly, "Don't say too much." Lin Zhaoxian. Lin Zhaoxian had no choice but to remain silent. Lin Jiangyue said to Lin Jiangyue gently, "Don't be nervous. Take your time." Lin Jiangyue choked up and continued, "Originally, after my mother remarried, she devoted herself to living with my adoptive father, and I always thought my adoptive father was my biological father, until a few days ago." At this point, Lin Jiangyue paused. "I have a half-sister who is quite eccentric and doesn't like to interact with others. She has been living alone outside. A few days ago, she instructed her lover to kill the young master of a nearby family and then hurriedly fled. As a result, the head of that family, in a fit of rage, came to find my adoptive father. My adoptive father was captured while trying to protect me and my mother during our escape and was tortured by that family. Upon learning this, my mother was determined to share my adoptive father's suffering, but she couldn't bear to leave me alone. So she revealed my true identity and asked me to go to the Lin family to seek recognition, hoping I could find a place to settle down." Lin Zhaoxian. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue pondered for a moment and said, "What about your mother and your adoptive father?" Hearing Lin Jiangyue bring up this matter, Lin Jiangyue suddenly burst into tears. "My mother and adoptive father, I had no other choice but to come here to seek refuge with you." Lin Jiangyue frowned and said, "The names of your adoptive father and mother, as well as the name of the head of the family who kidnapped them." Lin Jiangyue said softly. My adoptive father is named Lin Haonan. My mother is named Li Yao Yao, and the head of the family who captured them is named Gu Qisong. It is said that he has some connections with the Gu family in the central base. Lin Zheng gave Lin Huainan a glance. Lin Huainan understood and ordered someone to investigate. Lin Jingzi said, Is this true? Lin Huainan said, Absolutely true. Lin Jingzi was instantly displeased. Not doing proper work and acting so recklessly, it seems I have really spoiled him too much. Lin Jingzi turned to Lin Jiangyue and asked, I heard that this Gu Qisong died near Canaan Academy together with his son. Coincidentally, my grandson Lin Jinghong was also there. Have you seen him? Lin Jiangyue was taken aback for a moment and said softly, Not really. I have always been afraid to wander around. But during these days of lingering near Canaan Academy, I heard that a young man with the surname Lin has been causing a stir at Canaan Academy on behalf of Thunder Academy. This matter has been widely talked about. Lin Jingzi squinted slightly and remained silent. The servant shook his head and said, There's also a young man and a young woman. Young Master Jinghong said they are his friends. Lin Zhaoxian let out a slight hum upon hearing this. Lin Jingzi glanced at Lin Jiangyue, who was still kneeling on the ground, and said lightly, Get up first and meet Jinghong. Lin Jiangyue answered with a sound and stood respectfully to the side. Lin Jingzi said to the servant, Let them in together. The servant immediately led Lin Jinghong, Lin Jiangyue, and Shun Zhaomu in together. As soon as the three entered, they came face to face with Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue's body trembled, and he exclaimed, Sister, sister. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue had been in a particularly bad mood these past few days due to her worries about Xiao Weilon. When she suddenly saw Lin Jiangyue at that moment, her expression darkened immediately. What are you doing here? Lin Zhaoxian didn't have much fondness for Lin Jiangyue, but seeing Lin Jiangyue's cold and defiant demeanor made him even more unhappy. Where did this wild girl come from, running around here, causing a scene? Lin Jinghong, you are becoming more and more reckless, bringing all sorts of friends home. Hearing Lin Zhaoxian speak so rudely, Lin Jinghong's expression changed slightly. Lin Jiangyue and Shun Zhaomu's gazes fell on each other. Shun Zhaomu quietly asked Lin Jinghong, Brother Jinghong, who is this? Lin Jinghong said, My father is Lin Zhaoxian. Shun Zhaomu. Lin Jiangyue. As soon as Lin Jinghong said this, Shun Zhaomu and Lin Jiangyue were both greatly surprised and discreetly examined Lin Zhaoxian several times. Although they were said to be father and son, in reality, Lin Jinghong bore no resemblance to the other at all. One was like a beautiful orchid and jade tree, resembling a proud sun in the sky, dazzling to the point that it was hard to look away. As for the other, Lin Jiangyue and Shun Zhaomu both felt that Lin Zhaoxian in front of them looked increasingly grim. Moreover, the way he treated Lin Jinghong didn't seem like a father-son relationship at all. It looked more like that of enemies. For Lin Jinghong's sake, Lin Jiangyue pursed her lips and remained silent. Lin Zhaoxian hated Lin Jinghong's nonchalant attitude the most. With a loud bang, he slammed the table and said, Lin Jinghong, what is this? Lin Zheng coughed and said, Zhaoxian, stop talking. Lin Zhaoxian. Lin Jingzi said, Jinghong, how are the things you were supposed to handle going? Lin Jinghong glanced at Lin Jiangyue beside him and said, There are some gains, but I'm not sure yet. Is that so? Lin Jingzi replied, non-committally. Just today, a girl came to propose marriage, claiming to be the biological daughter of your little uncle. You should take a look. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jinghong. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jinghong turned around, her gaze meeting Lin Jiangyue's. Chapter 135 Northwest Base 4. As soon as Lin Jiangyue saw Lin Jinghong, he immediately recognized him as the young man he had encountered in the mall earlier, and his cheeks couldn't help but flush. However, seeing Lin Jinghong indeed standing together with Lin Jiangyue, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment in his heart. She looked at Lin Jinghong with tear-filled eyes and pitifully said, Cousin, Lin Jiangyue. What a coincidence. Lin Jiangyue actually has a connection with the Lin family in the Northwest Base. Lin Jiangyue cursed silently in her heart. Lin Jinghong was silent for a moment and said softly, Grandfather, I'm not sure. It means there is no feeling. Lin Jingzi said lightly, but she brought the ring that reflects the light. Take a look. As he spoke, Lin Jiangyue had Lin Huainan hand the ring to Lin Jinghong. Lin Jiangyue looked at Lin Jinghong with hopeful eyes and said, "Cousin, this is what my father left for me." Lin Jinghong's eyelashes fluttered. The ring is real. But the grandson really doesn't dare to make rash judgments. Still, he insists on his own opinion. Lin Jiangyue was confused. But Lin Jiangyue and Lin Zhaoxian both understood Lin Jinghong's meaning. Lin Zhaoxian mocked. "Now the Lin family only has you with light-type abilities. Don't you feel that it's not just a matter of your words? Are you trying to find a fake to monopolize the Lin family's fortune?" Shun Jiaomu. Lin Jiangyue. Is this really my biological father? No matter how I look at it, he seems more like an enemy. Lin Jiangyue can't stand seeing her friends being wronged. She frowned and said, "Since you don't believe it, why ask? How could Jinghong's character be so greedy for mere family property? If I had known the Lin family was so unreasonable, I would never have come." Lin Zhaoxian was furious. "You yellow-haired girl, you are being unreasonable. How dare you interrupt me while I'm speaking?" As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Lin Jiangyue. Lin Zhaoxian glared and said, "Lin Jinghong, are you planning to rebel? Do you dare to fight me?" Lin Jiangyue said in a deep voice, "Zhaoxian, sit down. Don't you have any semblance of an elder?" Lin Zhaoxian. Lin Zhaoxian is very afraid of his father Lin Jiangyue. Hearing him speak, he can only suppress his anger and sit down. He angrily says, "Father, this little brat is really too disrespectful. If he can treat me like this for a woman today, how can he possibly regard you in the future?" Lin Jiangyue was trembling with anger, and Shun Jiaomu quickly grabbed her. "Sister Jiangyue, this is Jinghong's home after all. Let's let him handle it himself." Lin Jiangyue glanced at Shun Jiaomu, suppressing her anger repeatedly, and stood silently behind Lin Jinghong. Fortunately, Lin Jiangyue did not pay attention to Lin Zhaoxian. He looked at Lin Jinghong and said ambiguously, "Your ability has reached level 60? Lin Zhaoxian was stunned and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible? He is only at level 65. Lin Jinghong was only at level 40 before. How could he possibly level up 20 levels in just 2 months?" But then he thought, if it weren't for that, how could the other party have so easily forced him back? Lin Jinghong lowered her eyes and said, "It's just luck." Lin Jiangyue smiled ambiguously and said, "Jinghong, you came with your grandfather. He has something to say to you alone. As for your friends, let's arrange for them to go down and rest first. Since you brought them, the Lin family will definitely not neglect them." Lin Jinghong. Study. Lin Jinghong was silent for a moment and said softly, "Not yet." Lin Jiangyue squinted his eyes, "But the girl who came today does have it. And I have already sent someone to inquire about it. What she said is basically all true." Lin Jinghong. Lin Jinghong pressed his lips together and said nothing. In front of Lin Jiangyue, he was not as calm and composed as he usually was with others. Lin Jiangyue said, "Jinghong, over the years, I have never given up on searching for Zhaoying. I have neglected you in many places, and even your father has never treated you well. Do you feel wronged? Do you feel resentful?" The unspoken matters. Lin Jiangyue had never asked so directly before. Lin Jinghong sighed softly, occasionally feeling wronged, but without resentment. Lin Jiangyue interrupted him. "Why should we care about the Gu family's affairs? Jinghong, the family has raised you to this point. Now that you have obtained the promotion potion, are you only thinking of yourself and disregarding the family?" Lin Jiangyue's voice is very calm, yet it carries an undeniable sense of pressure. Lin Jinghong said softly, "I can persuade Jiangyue to hand over the formula, but I also ask you to help find someone." Lin Jiangyue frowned and said, "Jinghong, you keep saying that you think she is the daughter of Zhaoying. So why does she need to meet conditions to contribute to the family?" Lin Jiangyue's words were very ambiguous, but how could Lin Jinghong not hear the implied meaning? After years of being together, surprisingly, the other party trusted Lin Jiangyue even more than him. Lin Jinghong said, "If my grandfather doubts that I want to collude with others to seize the Lin family's assets, then I can just leave." Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue's voice became somewhat stern. "This time out, your wings are indeed much stronger than before. Lin Jinghong, don't forget, if it weren't for your mother's ill intentions back then, spreading rumors about Zhaoying and her having an ambiguous relationship, he wouldn't have left the Lin family so decisively. Over the years, if it weren't for the fact that you resemble Zhao Ying a bit. Do you think I would have tolerated you until now? And don't forget the oath you took back then. Lin Jinghong. Every word pierces the heart. Lin Jinghong closed his eyes. After a moment, he knelt directly in front of Lin Jiangyue. Yes, I have said that as long as you spare my mother. My life belongs to the Lin family, and you can dispose of it as you wish. All along, I have acted without regret. I have not broken my promise, and I have always done my best. If you want, you can kill me right now, and I will absolutely not fight back, nor will I have any complaints. But my friend has no obligation, regardless of her relationship with my uncle or the Lin family. After being apart for 3 days, one must see each other with new eyes. You have truly made great progress and are quite loyal. Lin Jiangyue coldly snorted, casually opened the drawer, and threw a handgun on the ground. Since that's the case, don't blame grandfather for being ruthless, just take your own life. Lin Jinghong. Chapter 136, Northwest Base 5. Lin Jinghong paused for a moment, then reached down to pick up the handgun from the ground and pressed it against his temple. Outside, a startled cry rang out as a girl rushed in as if she had lost her mind. Grandfather. No. Mr. Lin, you can't do this. Jinghong, he's your own grandson. After Lin Jiangyue finished speaking, he almost recklessly tried to seize the gun from Lin Jinghong's hand. Lin Jiangyue coldly said, he has always insisted that there is something wrong with your identity, yet you feel sorry for him. Lin Jiangyue pursed her lips and tearfully said, I know that Jinghong was deceived by someone, so I don't blame him at all. Mr. Lin, please let him go. I'm begging you. After finishing her words, she lay on the ground and repeatedly knocked her head. Lin Jiangyue looked at Lin Jinghong, his gaze sharp as lightning. What do you say? It's not too late to regret now. Lin Jinghong lowered his eyes and said lightly, Miss, thank you, but there's no need. My own decision. I will take responsibility for it. As he spoke, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger. After a soft sound, Lin Jiangyue's voice abruptly stopped, and she looked at Lin Jinghong beside her with a face full of tension. Lin Jinghong stared at the gun, momentarily lost in thought. There were no bullets in the gun. Sister Jiangyue, don't you think there's something strange between Jinghong and his family? Shun Xiaomu sighed while sitting at the table, especially regarding his father, who treats his son in such a manner. In this vast world, there are all kinds of oddities. Lin Jiangyue sneered. That's just because you haven't seen it before. No wonder Jinghong never talks about the Lin family and is reluctant to seek their help when something happens. It seems he probably won't have an easy time here either. Xiaomu, be ready. We can leave at any time. What? Shin Xiaomu was taken aback. Aren't we here to ask the Lin family for help in finding Wei Longa? Given the Lin family's attitude, they might not genuinely want to help. Lin Jiangyue frowned. Not to mention, Lin Jiangyue might actually be related to them. Lin Jiangyue. Shin Xiaomu asked, Sister Jiangyue, is that the sister we encountered today? Half-sister, Lin Jiangyue frowned. The relationship is very bad. I really didn't expect her to show up here. She must be secretly trying to trip me up, and I can't let Jinghong be put in a difficult position. I'll find a way to deal with the matter of Xie Wei Lan myself. No matter what, I will definitely find him. Bang! Before Lin Jiangyue could finish speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from the door. Lin Zhaoxian led a group of people storming in aggressively. Shen Jiaomu was startled and almost instinctively stood up, blocking Lin Jiangyue behind her, watching Lin Zhaoxian warily and asking, What do you want? Lin Zhaoxian sneered, Girl. My father has something to ask you. Come with me. Lin Jiangyue shook her head slightly and said, Then let Jinghong come and talk to me. Besides him, I won't go with anyone else. Lin Zhaoxian. A flicker of anger flashed in Lin Zhaoxuan's eyes. You little brat, you can't get away with this. Saying this, Lin Zhaoxian suddenly waved his hand. The people behind him immediately moved forward, pushing Shun Jiaomu aside, trying to grab Lin Jiangyue's shoulder. A skilled practitioner can tell at a glance. These people clearly had a high level of abilities. Feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, Lin Jiangyue's pupils contracted. Just as she was about to unleash her powers to start a fire, a bright light suddenly flared up beside her, forcing all those trying to grab her back. Lin Zhaoxian. Lin Zhaoxian was immediately enraged and shouted, Lin Jinghong, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Lin Jinghong slowly walked in from outside the door. He bowed towards Lin Zhaoxian, then said to Lin Jiangyue and Shun Jiaomu, Jiangyue, let's go. Lin Jiangyue almost stood up without hesitation and went to Lin Jinghong's side, while Shen Jiamu hesitated for a moment before following. Lin Zhaoxian was furious. Lin Jinghong, what do you mean by this? You little beast, it's one thing that you define me, but now you don't even put your grandfather in your eyes, right? If you dare to take these two little brats out of this door today, I will break your legs. Father. Lin Jinghong's gaze was sharp. It doesn't matter how you treat me, but Jiangyu and Zhao Mu are my friends, and I hope you can show them a little respect. Also, I have permission from grandfather to take them away. Otherwise, do you think I could come here? Lin Zhaoxian. Lin Zhaoxian was stunned. This is impossible. Based on his understanding of Lin Jiangyue, how could the other party let her go knowing that this girl might be able to concoct a promotion potion? Lin Jinghong said, you can ask grandfather in person. After speaking, he led Lin Jiangyue and Shen Jiamu out. Although there were many people around, not a single one dared to stop them. Suddenly, a timid voice rang out from the side. Jinghong. Lin Jinghong paused for a moment. Lin Jiangyue and Shen Jiamu instinctively turned their gaze towards the source of the voice. They saw Lin Jiangning, looking refreshed and new, walking over. With her face flushed, she looked at Lin Jinghong, with tears subtly welling up in her eyes. Jinghong, please don't go. I didn't expect us to be this fated. I really can't bear to part with you. Lin Jiangyue. Listening to this tone, one might mistakenly think that Lin Jiangning and Lin Jinghong have a very good relationship. Lin Jiangyue only felt a wave of disgust. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, she would have almost mocked her on the spot. However, Lin Jiangyue remained silent, while Lin Jiangning continued to talk endlessly. She came over and grabbed Lin Jiangyue's hand. Sister, you should persuade Jinghong. You've already harmed Xia Weilan. Do you really want Jinghong to also sever ties with the family for you before you feel satisfied and believe you have charm? Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue could no longer tolerate it and suddenly pulled her hand back to slap Lin Jiangning. Lin Jiangning, are you sick? Stop talking nonsense here. I'm just friends with Jinghong. Do you think everyone is as twisted as you? With a loud slap, Lin Jiangning was hit and turned her face away. A flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes, but she showed no sign of it on her face. Instead, she knelt down with a thud. Sister, you can hit me however you want. You can vent your anger on me. But please spare Jinghong, okay? He is going to cut ties with the Lin family for you. Can you really bear to? Lin Jiangning choked on her words. Can you really bear to watch him become homeless from now on? Shen Jiamu. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but be greatly surprised. She looked at Lin Jinghong, intending to ask. Lin Jinghong gave and said softly, I'm sorry, Jiangyu. Not only could I not help you, but I also made you laugh. Lin Jiangyue had a complicated expression. Jinghongyu. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Zhaoxian suddenly snorted coldly and said, Lin Jinghong, look at yourself. This is what it means to care for your younger sister. Not just a little vixen who only knows how to manipulate you. How could you even consider cutting ties with the Lin family for her? Lin Jinghong. Chapter 137 Northwest Base 6. Lin Jinghong pursed his lips, and his face turned a bit pale. After a moment, he said softly, All right, as you wish. Jiangyu. Xiaomu, let's go. Lin Zhaoxian shouted furiously. You little beast, you've gone too far. I really see you've gone too far. He commanded the ability users following him. Take down this little beast for me. Take him down. In front of Lin Jiangyue and Shen Jiamu. Those ability users would naturally obey Lin Zhaoxuan's orders unconditionally. But once they faced Lin Jinghong, they merely exchanged glances and not a single person moved. Although Lin Zhaoxian and Lin Zhaoying were brothers with the same parents, their personalities and abilities were worlds apart. Lin Zhaoxian was far from being comparable to the Lin Zhaoying of the past, nor could he match up to his biological son, Lin Jinghong, today. Therefore, even though Lin Jinghong was a junior and his previous ability level was not high, his prestige in the Lin family far surpassed that of Lin Zhaoxian, which was one of the reasons why Lin Zhaoxian loathed Lin Jinghong so much. Lin Zhaoxian was indeed a narrow-minded person. At this moment, seeing that his words had no deterrent effect, he felt even more embarrassed. Well, you all fear this little beast and treat my words as if they were just passing wind, right? Lin Zhaoxian glared with wide eyes. Then I'll come in person. Saying this, he strode forward and raised his hand to give Lin Jinghong a slap. Lin Jinghong did not dodge or evade. She simply watched quietly, a trace of chilling coldness flashing through her clear, spring-like eyes. Just as the slap was about to land heavily on her face, a sudden flame shot up into the sky, heading straight for Lin Jiangyue. This startled Lin Jiangyue. He stumbled back a few steps in panic to avoid the flames, his gaze piercing like a dagger as it landed on Lin Jiangyue. "You insolent girl, how dare you?" Lin Jiangyue stood in front of Lin Jinghong and said coldly, "So what if I'm reckless? Jinghong is your own son, yet you keep calling him a little beast. What does that make you? An old beast?" Lin Jiangyue was so angry that he trembled all over. "Lin Jinghong, are you really going to let this cheap girl humiliate your father like this? Are you even human?" Next to them, Lin Jiangyue gently tugged at Lin Jinghong's sleeve. "Jinghong, my sister just speaks without considering others. Why don't you apologize to your father? After all, what kind of overnight grudge can there be between a father and son?" Lin Jiangyue gets annoyed whenever she hears Lin Jiangyue speak. She swatted away Lin Jiangyue's hand that was grabbing Lin Jinghong's sleeve and said, "Lin Jiangyue, shut up." Lin Jiangyue exclaimed and, feeling weak, was about to fall into Lin Jinghong's arms, but was quickly blocked by Shen Jiamu. Shen Jiamu's face was colder than ever. "Miss, please have some self-respect." Lin Jiangyue looked at Lin Jinghong pitifully, but Lin Jinghong did not look at her. Lin Jiangyue chuckled coldly a few times. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. "Lin Jinghong, today your father will teach you and your group of friends a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiangyue actually launched his abilities toward the lowest-ranked Shen Jiamu without hesitation. Lin Jiangyue was stunned for a moment, cursing in her heart for being shameless, and wanted to activate her abilities to stop him. However, the advanced potion was difficult to refine, and she had given all the high-level potions to Lin Jinghong. Now, she was only at level 40, more than 20 levels lower than Lin Jiangyue. She could manage to resist unexpectedly, but there was no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. As Lin Jiangyue charged aggressively, there was no way to avoid it, and Shen Jiamu instinctively closed her eyes. However, the expected pain did not come. A strong light illuminated the area, and the temperature suddenly rose, the scorching heat repelling Lin Jiaoshuan's attack. Lin Jiangyue took a few steps back with a thud. He glared coldly at Lin Jinghong, his face dark enough to rain. Whatever his father thinks is up to him. Lin Jinghong said, "I won't obstruct your view here. Take care in the future." After saying that, he turned around and left without hesitation, and everyone around him quickly stepped back to make way. Lin Jiangyue exchanged a glance with Shen Jiamu, and the two of them closely followed. With Lin Jinghong by their side, the few of them almost left the Lin family without any obstruction. Lin Jinghong kept walking, leading Lin Jiangyue and Shen Jiamu to a secluded and deserted grove, where he finally came to a slow stop. The air seemed to be stagnant. After a long time, Lin Jiangyue finally broke the silence first. "Jinghong, if you have anything on your mind, you could tell me in Jiamu. We absolutely won't tell anyone else." After a pause, Lin Jiangyue continued, "Of course, if you don't want to say anything, that's fine too. No matter what happens, we will always be the best of friends." Shen Jiamu nodded in agreement. "Yes, Jinghong, no matter when, we will always stand by your side." Lin Jinghong chuckled lightly and said, "Sorry, Jiangyue. I not only couldn't help you, but I also made you witness such a big joke." Lin Jiangyue shook her head slightly. "Jinghong, you shouldn't say that. You've already done enough for us." After a pause, she continued, "But I really don't understand the Lin family, especially your so-called father. Why would he treat you this way?" Shen Jiamu said softly, "Exactly. If I were your father and had such an excellent son, I would definitely wake up laughing in my dreams." Lin Jiangyue coughed lightly twice. "Jiamu." Shen Jiamu was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed, a bit embarrassed, Jinghong, I didn't mean to imply that you were my son's father. I was just making an analogy." Shen Jiamu became flustered and seemed a bit incoherent, but his interruption slightly eased the atmosphere. Lin Jinghong finally turned around. "I know, you don't need to explain." He lowered his eyes, his long and thick eyelashes trembling slightly, no longer the carefree and unconcerned demeanor of the past, but instead stirring a chaotic feeling in the hearts of others. Lin Jinghong said softly, because I don't resemble my father at all, but rather look more like my uncle. He has always disliked me. Lin Jiangyue. Shunjiamu. Chapter 138. Working Together, 1. As soon as Lin Jinghong said this, Lin Jiangyue and Shun Zhaomu were both stunned. Lin Jiangyue's gaze instinctively fell on Lin Jinghong's face. It wasn't just their appearances that were different. Even their temperaments and personalities had little in common. This was also why, when she first met Lin Zhaoxian, if Lin Jinghong hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have thought of the connection between him and Lin Zhaoxian as father and son. Shun Zhaomu was even more astonished. Is it just because you look more like your uncle? But Jinghong, didn't you say the Lin family has been searching for him all along? How could it be that just because you resemble him, he dislikes you? It was my grandfather and grandmother who insisted on looking for my uncle, not my father. Lin Jinghong said softly. Moreover, many people believe that my uncle left home back then because he was too playful, but that's not the case. Lin Jiangyue. Shun Zhaomu. It feels like Lin Jinghong is about to reveal a big secret, and both Lin Jiangyue and Shun Zhaomu instinctively held their breath. Shun Zhaomu said, "Why is that?" Lin Jinghong said, "Because the person my mother liked was originally my uncle, but due to an unfortunate turn of events, she ended up marrying my father. Therefore, she has always been dissatisfied in her heart. Not only has she never given my father a good face, but she even slandered my uncle, claiming that he forced himself on her." Lin Jiangyue. Shun Zhaomu. Shun Zhaomu said softly, "What happened next?" Lin Jinghong said, "Originally, with my uncle's reputation and status at that time, no one would believe such words until I was born." Lin Jinghong paused. "When I was little, it didn't matter much, but as I grew older, I began to resemble my uncle more and more. Gradually, different voices started to emerge in the Lin family, suggesting that what my mother said might be true, and that my uncle might indeed have committed the insane act of insulting his sister-in-law. They also said he wanted to use this method to seize all of the Lin family's assets. My father believed these claims and grew increasingly resentful towards me, with the rift between him and my uncle deepening. For the sake of the Lin family's reputation, my grandfather strictly ordered that this matter must not be disclosed. However, my father developed an intense hatred for my mother because of this, which extended to me as well. Even when it was later proven that the claims were untrue, he never regarded me as his biological son. In his heart, my existence was nothing but a shame, constantly reminding him that he could not compare to his younger brother, who was over a decade his junior. Lin Jiangyue and Shun Zhaomu didn't speak for a long time. After a while, Lin Jiangyue stepped forward and grabbed Lin Jinghong's hand, whispering, "Jinghong, this is not your fault. From beginning to end, you are the most innocent person. You." Lin Jiangyue wanted to say not to be too sad, but she felt that such words were indeed too pale and powerless. So she pressed her lips together and found it hard to continue. Shun Zhaomu said, "Brother Jinghong, actually I think your little uncle has some issues too. Since he doesn't like your mother, he should make it clear to her and firmly reject her. If his attitude was clear, how could things have escalated to this point?" Lin Jiangyue nodded. "Zhao Mu makes a valid point. Some people take pride in showcasing their charm, teasing others without wanting to take responsibility. Although your mother's behavior was a bit extreme, a bit too extreme, it is still understandable." Lin Jinghong laughed and said, "Jiangyue, thank you so much. Although I shouldn't speak ill of my mother, my uncle is indeed quite a flirt. However, he has never had any lingering ties with anyone. I hope you won't hold any prejudice against him because of me. As for the Lin family, even though my grandfather is unwilling to help, you should be able to see that he doesn't mean to make things difficult for you." Lin Jiangyue was greatly surprised. "Jinghong, to be honest, I have never seen anyone with a broader mind than you. Don't worry if you don't hold any grudges against them as an outsider. I have even less to say." Lin Jiangyue sighed and continued, "Besides wanting to find Weilon, I also wanted you to meet my grandfather. But I didn't expect that someone like Cheng Yao Jin would suddenly appear, carrying my uncle's token. Jiangyue, have you never seen the ring that your sister brought?" Lin Jiangyue. After a moment of silence, Lin Jiangyue said, "First, to be honest, I really haven't seen him. Second, although I do find Lin Haonan quite disgusting, my mother has never told me that he is not my biological father. Third, even if your so-called little uncle really has something to do with me, I wouldn't care. I'm not clear about the specific circumstances between him and your mother, nor can I make any judgments. But if he really made my mother pregnant and then left her alone for so many years, can you say he is a responsible man? If Lin Jiang is willing to acknowledge him, then let her do so. It has nothing to do with me. I will not cling to anyone, nor will I ever chase after anyone. Lin Jiangyue's words were resounding and decisive. Lin Jinghong curled her lips and said, Jiangyue, to be honest, you are the most unique girl I've ever met. Lin Jiangyue shrugged and replied, if the Lin family really doesn't recognize you and chooses to believe Lin Jiangning, then it's their loss. Shen Zhaomu strongly agreed. Yes, Jinghong, you're so good. The way they treat you is definitely their loss. Lin Jinghong chuckled and said, Zhaomu, can't you have a bit of originality when you try to persuade someone? Shen Zhaomu scratched his head and, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, sorry, Jinghongge. I just don't know what to say when I get nervous. Lin Jiangyue joked, Chaomu, Jinghong has a rare good temper. Why are you so nervous around him? Shen Chaomu. A few of them casually chatted for a bit, and seeing that Lin Jinghong was not as downcast as before, Lin Jiangyue then said, Jinghong, Chaomu, I'm going to the central base. Lin Jinghong. Shen Zhaomu. Chapter 139. Working Together. 2. Upon hearing Lin Jiangyue's idea, Shen Zhaomu was slightly taken aback, but Lin Jinghong was completely unfazed. He said, all right, I will go with you. Lin Jiangyue shook her head, but with our current strength, going to the central base is still too dangerous. Lin Jinghong chuckled and said, Jiangyue, there's a saying that a scholar dies for a friend. Before today, I considered you a friend. After today, you can also be regarded as my confidant. Why still be so polite with me? Lin Jiangyue smiled bitterly and said, Jinghong, I was really too anxious at that time to say those things to you. Actually, I knew you were doing it for me. I still. She wanted to say that she had slapped him, but Lin Jinghong waved his hand and said, it's all in the past. Let's not mention it again. Lin Jiangyue paused for a moment, just about to speak, when suddenly a hurried sound of footsteps came from not far away. Young master, I finally found you. Lin Jinghong frowned and said, Lin Biao, didn't I ask you to stay at Thunder Academy? How are you doing up here? Lin Biao said breathlessly, young master, it was Zhang Yingjun who sent me to find you. Since you left these days, there have always been people lurking and spying near Thunder Academy, seemingly from the central base, so he asked me to remind you. Lin Jinghong raised his eyebrows. Really? Then this counts as good news. Lin Jiangyue said, what do you mean? Lin Jinghong said, the gap between Thunder Academy and the central base is huge. If Wei Lan is already in their hands, they have no need to monitor secretly. Therefore, I believe the possibility that Wei Lan is fine is very high. Lin Jinghong said, either the actions are restricted, or he realizes that contacting Thunder Academy is not safe. Lin Jinghong said, first, we need to prepare the promotion potion. Jiangyue, given the current situation, we are likely to confront the central base, so having more high-level abilities is better. Lin Jiangyue said, but my promotion potion can currently only raise the ability level to 80, and the higher the level of the potion, the slower the preparation speed. For the potion that raises the level to 80, I can only prepare one every 10 days. And this is still using the speed of spatial abilities. Lin Jinghong said, Jiangyue, don't put too much pressure on yourself. First, focus on improving your own abilities, as this will speed up the preparation of the potions. As for everything else, just do your best. As long as Wei Lan is fine, everything else can take its time. Lin Jiangyue nodded, feeling for the first time in so many days that her anxious heart had eased a little. Well, I'll hurry up and prepare the potion in the next few days. No matter what, she would eventually go to the central base to seek justice for Xia Weilan. When Lin Biao asked about this, Lin Jiangyue and Shen Zhaomu's gazes fell simultaneously on Lin Jinghong. Lin Biao was shocked. What does it mean? What do you mean by being driven out? Lin Jinghong smiled and said, it means that from now on, I will no longer be considered a member of the Lin family. So you don't need to call me young master anymore. Lin Biao almost bit his own tongue. Shen Zhaomu saw Lin Biao's face full of disbelief, and, fearing that he might ask too many questions and bring up Lin Jinghong's painful memories, quickly pulled him aside and quietly recounted the events that had transpired. He sighed and said, young master, are you really not going to reconsider? Lin Jinghong. Northwest Base, Lin family. Lin Jiangyue was brought into a very luxurious bedroom, but there were always ability users guarding the door, not allowing anyone to come and go freely. Clearly, although Lin Jiangyue had seen the token, he still could not fully trust her. Lin Jiangyue sat in front of the dressing table, looking at the precious jewelry in the box that she had never seen before, but she wasn't as happy as she had imagined. She still felt scared, very scared. As long as Lin Jiangyue couldn't fully trust her identity for a day, she couldn't relax for a day. And then there was Lin Jinghong. Thinking of that young man, Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Clearly, she had encountered him first. But no matter what she did or how well she treated Lin Jinghong, all she could see in his eyes was Lin Jiangyue, not her. He could even shoot at her without hesitation for Lin Jiangyue, just like Xiao Weilon back then. Why? What right did he have? The people she liked were all around Lin Jiangyue, while all she had were stupid pigs like Gu Jiqiang around her. She was still being bullied by useless people like Sun Tianyu, being slapped in the face by the other party. The disgusting aura of the other party was something she felt she could still smell. She would never let that little slut Lin Jiangyue go. Lin Jiangyue became more and more angry, his teeth grinding together. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and a man suddenly walked in. It was Lin Zhaoxian. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback and quickly suppressed the expression of gritting his teeth. He obediently stepped forward to greet Uncle. "No, Mr. Lin. You only needed to call me over if you had something to discuss. Why did you come in person?" Lin Zhaoxian looked at Lin Jiangyue with his nostrils in the air, as if he were inspecting goods. "I heard that the stinky girl brought by Lin Jinghong is your half-sister?" Lin Jiangyue. Hearing Lin Zhaoxian mention Lin Jiangyue, Lin Jiangyue's expression stiffened for a moment. After a while, she finally murmured, Yes, but my sister has never liked me." Lin Zhaoxian. Chapter 140. Working Together 3. Upon seeing Xiao Wanru, Guda couldn't help but be greatly surprised. "Madam, why have you come in person?" Xiao Wanru's expression was cold. "My people died without reason. How can I just sit still?" "Guda, I ask you, did you really see clearly that the kid looks like Zishi?" Guda pressed his lips together and replied, "Absolutely true. Not only did I see it, but the young master also saw it." After a pause, he tentatively asked, "Madam, do you think he could be the family heads?" Xiao Wanru coldly interrupted, "Of course not." Guda immediately dared not speak further. Although Xiao Wanru appeared weak and pure, her ruthless nature was definitely not to be underestimated, and her ability level was also very high. It was not the 80-something level claimed to the outside, but rather over 90. If it came to a fight, as a level 70 ability user, he wouldn't last 10 seconds in front of her. Xiao Wanru's gaze lingered on Guda for a moment before she coldly said, "Send people to closely monitor Thunder Academy and search the surrounding areas. As soon as you find any trace of him, no need to say anything, just kill him immediately." Guda's heart skipped a beat. Hesitating, "If we mobilize so many people, what about the family head?" Xiao Wanru frowned. "Do what you need to do. I have Zishi covered." After a pause, she warned, "If I find out you dare to leak information, you'd better be careful." Guda responded quietly, "I absolutely wouldn't dare. It's just that I'm worried about Mr. G." Hearing Guda mention the elusive Mr. G, Xiao Wanru felt a wave of annoyance. However, she still pretended to be indifferent and said lightly, "That's not something you need to worry about. Just do as I say." Guda. With the help of her spatial ability, she first raised her 2 types of abilities to level 60. After enhancing her mental control ability, it indeed sped up the potion preparation process, as Lin Jinghong had said. However, due to concerns that someone with ulterior motives might ambush her on the way, she ultimately chose to focus on Lin Jinghong first, doing her best to help him raise his light ability to level 71. Lin Jinghong, like Xiao Weilon, has the ability to fight beyond his level. After his ability reached level 71, his already formidable combat power reached new heights, making ordinary ability users below level 80 no match for him, and mutated beasts and plants were easily swept away with a single strike. However, the closer they got to Thunder Academy, the more they felt that something was off, as if someone was secretly watching them. One day, while they were driving forward, they suddenly encountered a woman lying on the ground ahead. The road was already quite narrow, only allowing one car to pass, and with a woman lying down, she almost completely blocked the way. To get past, They would either have to get out of the car and move her or drive right over her. At that moment, the driver was Lin Jiangyue, who habitually felt sympathy for the elderly, weak, and women. So as they approached the woman, the car slowed down, and Lin Jiangyue hesitantly looked at Lin Jinghong in the passenger seat. "Brother Jinghong, I see that woman's belly is a bit big. She might be pregnant. Should we get out and take a look?" Lin Jinghong had not spoken yet, but Lin Jiangyue in the back seat spoke first. "If this were in the past, we definitely couldn't ignore it. But after the apocalypse, isn't it a bit strange for a woman to be lying there alone? Be careful, there might be a trick." Lin Jiangyue whispered in response. "What should we do then? Do we really have to just drive over her?" I. He really couldn't bring himself to run over a poor pregnant woman who seemed to be expecting. Lin Jinghong pondered for a moment and said, "How about this, Xiaomu? You and Jiang, you stay in the car while I go down to take a look. If everything is fine, that's great. If there's something wrong, you immediately drive away with Jiangyu." Lin Xiaomu frowned and said, "How can that be?" Lin Jinghong smiled. "Do you have so little confidence in me?" Lin Xiaomu was taken aback. "No, that's not it. If not, then just listen to me." Lin Jinghong patted Lin Xiaomu's shoulder, then gave Lin Jiangyue a look, and immediately opened the car door and got out. Lin Jinghong slowly walked to the woman lying on the ground, lowering her gaze to examine her. This indeed appeared to be a pregnant woman. Her belly was already quite large, at least 7 to 8 months along. She lay on the ground with her eyes tightly closed, her face pale, one hand covering her belly, looking extremely distressed. Lin Jinghong frowned. He did not approach the woman, but instead casually broke off a few branches from the trees by the roadside, using his puppet manipulation ability to control the branches to touch the woman, trying to drag her aside. However, it turned out to be a mistake. The moment the branches made contact with the woman's body, there was a loud bang, and her body exploded, splattering dark green liquid everywhere. Even though Lin Jinghong had almost instantly used his light ability to teleport far away, he still inevitably got a few drops of liquid on his hand. The sturdy metal of the car was also splattered with that dark green liquid, and accompanied by the rising thick white smoke, it began to emit a piercing, sizzling sound. This was a sign of imminent melting. Fortunately, he hadn't driven over directly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The entire car could have exploded. Lin Jiangyue and Lin Jiangyue got out of the car at the same time and rushed to Lin Jinghong's side. Lin Jiangyue anxiously asked, "Jinghong, are you okay? Are you hurt?" His voice suddenly stopped as he looked down and immediately saw the charred wound on Lin Jinghong's hand, which was still spreading. Lin Jiangyue was momentarily stunned, unable to help but reach for Lin Jinghong's hand, but Lin Jinghong dodged. "This venom is too corrosive, don't touch it." Lin Jiangyue's eyes turned red. "But your hand. Lin Jiangyue hurriedly tore off a piece of her collar to try to wipe Lin Jinghong's wound. But she didn't expect that as soon as the collar touched the injury, it was corroded by the intense poison. It almost seeped through the collar and onto Lin Jiangyue's hand. Lin Jiangyue was greatly surprised. According to reason, as the level of abilities increased, the physical constitution should also correspondingly improve. With Lin Jinghong's current level, how could venom possibly cause him such great harm? Lin Jiangyue went to the trunk and brought over a large box of nutrient solution. "Jinghong Ji, why don't you try washing with this?" Lin Jiangyue. Although the nutrient solution is also a liquid, it is viscous. If I use this detoxifying liquid, won't it become stickier the more I wash? But I really can't just wash like this. Lin Jiangyue was about to take a bottle of mineral water out of the space for Lin Jinghong to rinse, when she heard a charming female voice not far away. "You can't wash it. The more you wash, the more toxic it becomes." Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jinghong. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 141. Working together for Lin Jiangyue, Lin Jinghong, and Lin Jiangyue were all taken aback and instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a young woman with an enchanting figure lazily leaning against a large tree. The woman had wavy, curly hair that looked very sexy. When she noticed Lin Jiangyue and the others looking over, she smiled and winked at Lin Jinghong, saying, "What a handsome young man. If you end up looking as charred as this car, that would be quite unfortunate." Having only focused on Lin Jinghong earlier, Lin Jiangyue was startled by her words and furrowed her brows as she glanced at the car they had been driving. The car's body was nearly corroded by venom, leaving behind patches of terrifying blackness that looked extremely unsettling. Shun Xiaomu's gaze fell on the woman, his eyes reddening as he said fiercely, "You better bring the antidote." "Oh, this one looks quite handsome too." The woman's eyes brightened upon seeing Shun Xiaomu, but then she shook her head. "Unfortunately, he looks too fierce." After saying that, she turned back to Lin Jinghong. "I still prefer someone gentler." Lin Jinghong. Lin Jinghong chuckled. "That might disappoint you, miss. I'm actually not gentle at all." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong light suddenly erupted from Lin Jinghong, shooting straight towards the woman. The woman exclaimed in surprise and was immediately trapped by the scorching light. However, at the same time, the wound on Lin Jinghong's hand became even more severe, with the charred area spreading to his arm. Shun Jiaomu, with a worried expression, whispered, "Brother Jinghong." The woman dropped her cheerful expression and coldly snorted. "I may not be able to compete with you in a fight, but if you kill me, within a day, you'll turn into an ugly monster. In less than 3 days, you'll surely die a horrible death." Lin Jinghong raised his eyebrows. "Is that so? That's really scary." After saying that, he moved his fingers, wanting to activate his powers again. But Lin Jiangyue discreetly tugged at Lin Jinghong's sleeve. "Jinghong, don't speak for now, let me ask her." Lin Jinghong. Lin Jiangyue looked at the woman and said, "So what do you want? Speaking frankly, just say it." The woman laughed sweetly. "Actually, I have no ill intentions. I just feel that I have a connection with this young man. As long as you let me take him away, I will naturally spare his life. Otherwise, huh?" The woman blinked. "As long as this venom touches him even a little, he will be under my control. And besides me, no one else can, young man. What do you say?" After saying this, she looked at Lin Jinghong with a charming gaze. Lin Jinghong shook his head and said, "I won't go with you. Either you hand over the antidote and we let you go, or I'll take you as a cushion, which isn't a loss for me." The woman was slightly taken aback. Then she giggled and said, "Little brother, you are really too interesting. Others who have been poisoned by me are already begging for mercy on their knees or rolling on the ground in pain. Yet you still have a mind to negotiate with me." As soon as she said this, Lin Jiangyue and Shun Jiaomu couldn't help but look at Lin Jinghong, their faces showing concern. Lin Jinghong was silent for a moment and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'll count to 3, and you can decide how to respond." 1. The woman said, "Come on, stop pretending. I don't believe you aren't in pain or scared. What's the point of putting on a brave face?" Lin Jinghong paid no attention and continued. 2. The woman smiled and said, "Little brother, you're so strong now. But if you kneel down and beg for mercy later, it'll be you who's embarrassed." As soon as these words were spoken, the blackened area on Lin Jinghong's arm spread a little further up, but he pretended not to see it. 3. The woman was momentarily stunned, and in an instant, a strong light flashed, heading straight for her face. Lin Jiangyue and Shun Jiaomu couldn't help but exclaim at the same time, trying to intervene. "Jinghong, stop." But the two of them couldn't stop Lin Jinghong. Just as the woman was about to lose her life on the spot, a vine emitting black mist suddenly lashed out, wrapping around the woman's waist and pulling her out of Lin Jinghong's attack range. The 3 of them were momentarily stunned, as a figure wearing a mask and a long black coat appeared in their sight. Seeing the person's attire, Lin Jiangyue thought they were from the central base, and her eyes turned red in an instant. She didn't care whether she could fight or not. Raising her hand to unleash a flame, the person dodged with the woman, quickly appearing in front of Lin Jiangyue. But Lin Jinghong was unwilling to let him get close and attacked ruthlessly, aiming for the vital points. The person blocked Lin Jinghong's hand and helplessly said, Say, Jinghong. Stop fighting, it's me, Lin Jiangyue." Lin Jinghong. Shun Jiaomu. Hearing this voice, both Lin Jinghong and Shun Jiaomu were stunned. Lin Jiangyue trembled all over and suddenly leaped into the other's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Xia Weilon, you bastard." Lin Jiangyue heavily struck his chest and choked out, You. Where have you been all these days?" "This is a long story. I'll tell you all about it later," Xia Weilon said. "For now, let's help Jinghong with the poison." Hearing this, Lin Jiangyue barely stopped her tears. "This poison is sinister. Do you have a way to deal with it? The woman, who had just been attacked by Lin Jingyue, was now extremely furious. She mocked, "This is my unique secret recipe. How could he possibly have a way? I advise you to obediently do as I say, or he will definitely die a miserable death." Xiao Weilong ignored the woman and said to Lin Jingyue, "Jingyue, stretch out your hand for me to see." Lin Jingyue nodded and extended his arm. At this moment, the charred area had spread to his shoulder. Xiao Weilong gently touched the charred area with a vine formed from shadows, and Lin Jingyue immediately frowned, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The pain was unbearable. It was tolerable when untouched, but once touched, it felt like a piercing agony. Chapter 142. Working Together, 5. However, Xiao Weilong did not retract the vine. In the next moment, a soft sound was heard, and the barbs on the vine actually pierced directly into Lin Jinghue's shoulder. Lin Jingyue could no longer bear it and let out a muffled groan. Shen Xiaomu was taken aback and couldn't help but want to rush forward to stop him. Weilong Ge. Lin Jiangyue pulled Shen Xiaomu and whispered, "Xiaomu, don't be anxious. Xiao Weilong won't do anything reckless." Shen Xiaomu finally managed to calm down a bit and looked again at Lin Jingyue and Xiao Weilong. She saw a dark green poison gas slowly spreading up along the vines, enveloping Xiao Weilong's right hand that was gripping the vines. However, at the same time, the charred color on Lin Jingyue's arm gradually faded. Realizing vaguely what Xiao Weilong intended to do, Lin Jingyue frowned and tried to break free from the vine's restraint. But Xiao Weilong pressed down on his shoulder and said, "Don't move. My dark-type ability is not afraid of poison." Lin Jingyue slightly pursed her lips and stopped moving. However, a large area of charred black color appeared on Xiao Weilong's hand. Although it didn't look as serious as Lin Jingyue's, it was clear that she was not as unafraid as she claimed to be. Lin Jiangyue's gaze was icy as she grabbed the woman's collar and said, "Hand over the antidote quickly, or I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." The woman clearly did not expect this turn of events. She could no longer smile. Instead, she screamed hysterically, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, he will die too. He can't detoxify me." Typically, someone who is confident wouldn't react so emotionally, just like this woman when she faced Lin Jingyue. So seeing the woman's attitude, Lin Jiangyue became slightly calmer. She raised her hand and slapped the woman twice, leaving her mouth bleeding. "Is that so? Then before that, how about I turn you into ashes?" The woman felt a sharp pain in her cheeks and spat out 2 bloodied teeth, no longer looking charming. "You little brat. If you have the guts, just kill me. Even if I won't die, it will still hurt him." Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue instinctively glanced at Xiao Weilong. Xiao Weilong gently shook his head. Say, I'm fine." The woman was on the verge of insanity upon seeing this. In the past, this tactic had always worked for her, but today she had encountered 2 tough opponents, each more resilient than the last. The vines coiling around the woman's waist suddenly tightened, and the thorns on the vines pierced into her flesh. A wave of excruciating pain hit her, and she let out a painful scream. Xiao Weilong said, "Name, origin, purpose. I will only give you one chance. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The woman glared at him fiercely. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Xiao Weilong replied indifferently. "Not necessarily, but if you don't speak, you will definitely die, and it will be a very miserable death." The air became eerily stagnant. Ultimately, the woman succumbed to Xiao Weilong's cold and indifferent gaze. She cried out in despair, "My name is Li Jijuan, an ability user from the central base. I was ordered to intercept people heading to Thunder Academy, but I don't know why. Fuda Zhuang, you coward. You watch me get bullied and don't hurry up to help." As soon as her words fell, there was no response. However, the dappled shadows cast by the leaves began to move strangely, instantly transforming into vines that dragged out a man with a face full of flesh. The man was wounded by the thorns of the vines and groaned in pain. He fell to the ground, glaring at Li Jijuan with anger. "Li Jijuan, you bastard! You dare to betray me!" Li Jijuan sneered. "We came out together, and you want to leave me behind and escape? Dream on." Fu Dazhuang gritted his teeth in anger. He coldly looked at Xiao Weilong, his face full of threats. "You little brat, we are from the central base. If you dare to touch a single hair on us, I guarantee you will die without a burial place." A scream erupted as the vines binding Fu continued to tighten, causing his eyes to bulge and his body to nearly contort. Moments later, there were several crisp cracks, and Fu voice abruptly stopped, lying motionless on the ground. A strong adult man, who was also a high-level defensive ability user, was actually strangled to death by a vine. Li Jijuan looked at Fu Dazhuang, whose eyes were wide open in death, and felt a chill rising from her feet. The few young people before her were not human at all. They were monsters. They were lunatics. Li Jijuan collapsed to the ground, overwhelming fear engulfing her, suffocating her completely and causing her mental defenses to completely collapse. With her level of ability, she still had a bright future ahead. She couldn't just lose her life here without understanding why. Li Jijuan trembled and said, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I will immediately hand over the antidote. Not just the antidote. I will do anything you want. Really anything." While speaking, she lowered her head, trying to rub her proud, beautiful face against Xia Weilan's boots. Xia Weilan frowned and avoided her. With a thought, the vines coiling around Li Jijuan's waist began to tighten again, causing her to scream in agony. Lin Jinghong suddenly said, "Weilan, wait a moment." Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan glanced at Lin Jinghong, and the vines stopped, no longer tightening. Having escaped death, Li Zijuan lay on the ground, gasping for breath like a dehydrated fish. Lin Jinghong walked closer to her and said, "Hand over the antidote for the poison, and we will let you go." Li Zijuan, upon hearing this, suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope rising in her eyes, and said eagerly, "Really?" Lin Jinghong hadn't spoken yet, and Xia Weilan immediately interrupted. "Jinghong, this little bit of venom won't take his life. He can endure the pain. In a few days, he'll be fine. But once we let this woman go, the news of his presence here is very likely to reach that woman, Xia Wanru." Lin Jinghong gave Xia Weilan a calming look. He smiled at Li Zijuan and said, "Of course, as long as you hand over the antidote, I guarantee you can leave here alive." However, due to Xia Weilan's intervention, Li Zijuan was not very reassured. "Is it up to you alone?" Lin Jinghong chuckled and looked at Xia Weilan, Lin Jiangyue, and Shun Jiamu one by one. Shun Jiamu naturally nodded without hesitation. Due to the trust accumulated over these days and concern for Xia Weilan, Lin Jiangyue was the second to nod. Only Xia Weilan remained silent. So Lin Jinghong looked at Xia Weilan and asked again, "Weilan, what about you?" Seeing that Lin Jiangyue and Shun Jiamu had both nodded, Xia Weilan sighed inwardly and said, "All right, I'll go with you." Lin Jinghong curled his lips and said to Li Zijuan, "Now you can rest assured, right?" Li Zijuan bit her lip and replied, "I still need you to swear that if you lie, you will die without a burial place." Lin Jinghong. Chapter 143 Working Together 6. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiamu immediately became displeased. "Why should I?" "Jiamu." Lin Jinghong Jiamu. "Okay, I swear. If you hand over the antidote, but don't let you leave, you'll have no place to be buried in the future." Li Zijuan. Seeing Lin Jinghong swear so readily, the anxiety that had been hanging over Li Zijuang's heart finally eased a bit. She hesitated for a moment, then extended a hand to activate her ability. A milky white liquid gathered in her palm, and Li Zijuang said, "Just apply this to the wound." Lin Jinghong was about to step forward, but Xia Weilan stopped him and whispered, "Be careful, there might be a trick." "I'll handle this myself." After a moment of silence, Lin Jinghong nodded. Xia Weilan took a small amount of liquid and applied it to the charred area on her arm. To her surprise, the liquid had an astonishing effect. After a short while, the pain diminished, the charred skin faded, and her arm returned to normal. Li Zijuan quickly said, "The poison has been cured. Can you let me go now?" As long as she could leave safely, she would eventually avenge today's humiliation. Li Zijuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and intended to slip into the forest. However, Lin Jinghong blocked her path. Li Zijuan's heart raced. "What are you doing? You promised to let me go." "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word," Lin Jinghong replied with a smile. "But before that, I still need to do one thing." "What do you need to do?" Li Zijuan asked with a frown. Lin Jinghong laughed softly. "Look up and look into my eyes." Li Zijuan was slightly taken aback and almost instinctively raised her head to glance at Lin Jinghong. Their eyes met. A strong sense of dizziness struck, and Li Zijuan suddenly felt a splitting headache. She let out a muffled groan and instinctively hugged her head. What? What are you doing? What have you done to me? After a moment, when Li Zijuan lowered her hands again, her gaze became particularly vacant. She tilted her head and stared at Lin Jinghong for a moment, then began to dance her hands and feet, giggling foolishly. Shen Zhaomu was greatly surprised. He leaned closer to Lin Jinghong and asked in confusion, "Brother Jinghong, what's wrong with her?" Lin Jinghong smiled and said, "It's fine to let her leave, but she must not reveal the whereabouts of Weilon, so I can only resort to this desperate measure." Lin Jiangyue shook her head and said, "Right now, our strength is vastly different from that of the central base. Letting her go would truly be a bad move. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." After saying this, she looked at Xia Weilon, her eyes slightly reddening, almost bringing her to tears. "I have many questions to ask you." Xia Weilon nodded, walked over, and lifted Lin Jiangyue up in an embrace. "Okay, feel free to ask any questions. I will definitely answer everything." Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilon's sudden action startled Lin Jiangyue. "Put me down first. Jinghong and Zhaomu are still watching." Xia Weilon blinked innocently at Lin Jinghong and Shun Zhaomu. "Do you mind?" Lin Jinghong smiled and said, "Of course I don't mind. You can pretend we don't exist." Shun Zhaomu also said, "Yes, Sister Jianyu, don't be shy. You and Weilon haven't seen each other for a long time. What's the big deal?" Lin Jiangyue. After listening to Xia Weilon's narration, Lin Jiangyue lowered her head and pondered for a moment before saying, "According to what you said, I think that person probably doesn't have any ill intentions towards you, and perhaps even intends to help you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so many rare supplies in the cave." Shun Zhaomu frowned and said, "Sister Jiangyue, how do you know that the supplies were left by that person? First of all, the possibility of so many rare supplies appearing in a cave at the same time is zero. There must be human factors involved." Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, "Secondly, let's take a step back. Even if the resources weren't left by him, with his level and ability, could he really be unaware of the numerous rare items in the cave that could help him advance?" After saying this, Lin Jiangyue looked at Xia Weilon. "What do you think?" Xia Weilon nodded. "I think so too, but I really can't understand why he would do this. He acts like he looks down on me, helps me. You want me to hate him?" Lin Jinghong said, "Weilon, do you think you hate him now?" Xia Weilon was stunned for a moment and hesitated, saying, "It's okay. Although his words are harsh, they're indeed a fact. I really am very weak." Lin Jinghong said, "Maybe he just wants to motivate you in this way." Xia Weilon remained silent. During those days trapped in the cave, he had indeed had this thought, but he dismissed it himself, because at that time, if he did not kneel, the other party would definitely have disabled his ability. He never believed that someone who truly cared for him would treat him so harshly. Yet, he could not think of any other reasonable explanation. After all, at that time, he posed no threat to the other party and could provide no assistance. Lin Jiangyue speculated, "Do you think it could be someone you used to know?" Xia Weilon replied, "When I was at the central base, as long as Guzishi wasn't around, Xia Wanru would lock him in a cage, and he generally had a hard time seeing anyone. He doesn't believe there would be anyone at the current central base who remembers him." After a moment of silence, Xia Weilon shook his head and said, "I don't know. He was wearing a cloak and a mask, so you couldn't see his face at all. As for his voice..." At this point, he stopped and didn't continue. Lin Jiangyue instinctively asked, "But what?" Xia Weilon hesitated for a moment. "But the feeling he gives me is somewhat similar to Guzishi. Equally powerful, equally cold-blooded, equally dismissive of him." Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jinghong. Shun Zhaomu. Chapter 144. Heart-stopping. 1. After a moment of silence, Shun Zhaomu was the first to break the silence. "Weilon, go. I think that might be it. Maybe your father has discovered the truth and knows you are not dead, so he came to find you?" Xia Weilon. Xia Weilon curled her lips and mocked, "And then he scolds me for being weak, for being stupid, for being useless, just because things don't go well. He wants to ruin me?" Shun Zhaomu. Shun Zhaomu covered her mouth and coughed a couple of times, awkwardly saying, "That really doesn't seem like something a father would do." Xia Weilon said lightly, "But it does seem like something Guzishi would do. He has never cared about my joys and sorrows, only whether I would embarrass him. However, I still don't believe that person would be him. Even if he really knew I wasn't dead, He wouldn't be willing to expend any effort for me, let alone come all the way here from the central base for me. He would only watch from the sidelines. He has always been like this. Lin Jiangyue didn't say anything, but she reached out and gently held Xia Weilan's hand. Xia Weilan tightened her grip a little more. Shun Xiaomu objected. Weilan, how can you say that? He is your biological father. How could he not care about you or be indifferent? Xia Weilan sneered. Not everyone is like your father. At least, Guzishi isn't. Shun Xiaomu wanted to counter, but Lin Jinghong interrupted. All right, Xiaomu, let's not discuss this for now. Since we have found Weilan, let's talk about our plans moving forward. Lin Jiangyue hesitated. How about going to Thunder Academy? I've been away for so long, and I'm a bit worried. Lin Jinghong said, why don't we find a place to hide first, allowing Jiangyue to focus on concocting the potion? As long as the ability level is high enough, we won't have to worry about the central base anymore. Lin Jiangyue said, it's also a method, but I've mentioned before that the potion I concocted can only raise the ability to level 80 at most. Beyond that, there's no way. It's more than enough to deal with others, but when it comes to the central base, it might still be a bit lacking. Xia Weilan said, then let's first raise the ability to level 80 and talk about it. Lin Jiangyue glanced at Xia Weilan, but didn't continue speaking. Instead, she let out a gentle sigh and said, forget it. Let's deal with those people at the central base first. The cave was indeed very secluded, large, and spacious, making it suitable for the few of them to stay temporarily. Because she was responsible for preparing the potions, Lin Jiangyue set aside a separate space for herself. In the evening, they sat together for dinner. She spoke while pouring a glass of wine for Lin Jinghong and added, by the way, I owe you an apology. Lin Jinghong was slightly taken aback. We are all friends. Why talk about apologies? Lin Jiangyue shook her head. An apology still needs to be made. I was really confused with anger at that time, which is why I said those things to you and even slapped you. I truly... Lin Jinghong interrupted her. Jiangyue, I said I can understand you. The most important thing is that Milan is fine. As for what you mentioned, I don't remember any of it, so please don't bring it up again. He raised the glass and drank it all in one go. Let's all have a drink together. Shun Xiaomu immediately responded, but drank too quickly and ended up choking. Lin Jinghong couldn't help but laugh as he patted his back. Lin Jiangyue drank the second cup of wine. Xia Weilan looked at her own cup of wine with some difficulty. She usually didn't like drinking this. She needed to stay clear-headed. Lin Jinghong naturally understood what Xia Weilan meant. He chuckled and said, then I also thank you for helping me detox today. After finishing his words, Lin Jinghong poured himself another glass and downed it. Xia Weilan, as usual, readily accompanied him in drinking a glass, saying, you don't need to be polite with me. Unfortunately, Shun Xiaomu did not share this understanding. As long as Lin Jinghong and Xia Weilan were drinking, he inevitably had to join in the fun. Shun Jimu had never drunk alcohol before, and the liquor that Lin Jiangyue brought out was quite strong, so he drank it a bit too quickly. After 3 glasses, he could no longer tell east from west and began to mumble about his childhood. Lin Jiangyue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and quickly advised Lin Jinghong and Xia Weilan to drink less. You should eat more vegetables. Be careful not to get drunk. It won't feel good the next day. While speaking, she served them some dishes. Lin Jinghong smiled as he ate the dishes. He did not thank Weilan again, but he continued to pour and drink for himself. Lin Jiangyue and Xia Weilan exchanged a silent glance, both seeing some worry in each other's eyes. Since leaving the Lin family, although Lin Jinghong appeared to be nonchalant on the surface, his mood was actually not good. Lin Jiangyue pursed her lips and said softly, Jinghong, I'm sorry for causing you a lot of trouble and making you fall out with your family. Lin Jinghong looked up at her and said, I've already told you not to apologize. Also, my issues with the Lin family have nothing to do with you. It's entirely my own problem. Even without your involvement, my father wouldn't accept me. It was just a matter of time. I was too naive, always thinking there would be a way to satisfy everyone. But in the end, no one is happy. After a moment of silence, Xia Weilan asked, don't you hate them? Lin Jinghong's gaze flickered slightly. Hate, of course, hate. But what use is hate? It's just tormenting oneself. Lin Jiangyue said, if you are willing, you can completely take control of the Lin family, and we will help you. Lin Jiangyue said expressionlessly, I mean it when I say I'm not interested in a man who abandoned my mother for so many years. Besides, Even if I do have a connection to the Lin family, I wouldn't compete with you. To me, nothing is more important than sincerity. Lin Jinghong. Lin Jinghong was momentarily stunned, then suddenly laughed uncontrollably. After laughing enough, he looked at Lin Jiangyue and suddenly said, Jiangyue, to be honest, I feel a bit regretful. Looking into those eyes that seemed to have been drenched by the March rain of Jiangnan, Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. She instinctively asked, regretful about what? Regretful that I didn't meet you all a bit earlier. Otherwise, many things might not have happened. Lin Jinghong smiled with her eyes and brows. Come, let me toast you and Weilon again. Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilon. Chapter 145. Heart-pounding 2. 2 months later. Guda stood in front of Gu Yunzhao, drenched in sweat. Young master, you called for me? Gu Yunzhao lazily leaned back in his chair. It's been 2 months, such a long time, and you haven't even found a single shadow. How much longer do you plan to delay this? Guda said softly. There really hasn't been any movement from Thunder Academy. Gu Yunzhao sneered. No one's a fool. They know you're trying to catch him and still walk into the trap. Starting tomorrow, if you still can't find him, you will capture students from Thunder Academy to kill 10 a day. If he doesn't show up for 1 day, kill for 1 day. If he doesn't show up for 2 days, kill for 2 days. Until all are killed. Guda was stunned. What if they never show up? Guda hesitated. What about Madam? She just told us to monitor Thunder Academy. She didn't say we should start massacre. Gu Yunzhao waved his hand and threw a teacup to the ground, hot tea splattering everywhere, and Guda immediately fell silent. Gu Yunzhao coldly said, Madam, always hesitating when asked to do something. I will speak to Mother about it. Just do what you were supposed to do. Guda responded with an acknowledgement. Gu Yunzhao continued. Also, find a pretty female student from Thunder Academy today. Let's prepare an appetizer for them. Guda. Hearing Lin Jinghong say this, Shun Zhaomu did not ask further and immediately agreed, turning to find Xia Weilon. After a while, the 4 of them gathered together in the cave. Lin Jiangyue asked, Jinghong, is there something going on at the Thunder Academy? Lin Jinghong was silent for a moment and said, Jiangyue, I'm afraid we can't stay here any longer. We must leave early. As he spoke, he took out a blood-stained piece of clothing. The people at the central base have already started targeting the students of Thunder Academy. Shun Zhaomu was both shocked and angry upon hearing this. Those students are just starting out. Many of them are younger than me. How can such a large central base be so shameless? Lin Jinghong sighed. Moreover, most of those he found were girls, which I suppose is mostly Gu Yunzhao's intention. He paused and turned to Xia Weilon and asked, Weilon, what do you know about Gu Yunzhao during your time at the central base? Xia Weilon. After a moment of silence, Xia Weilon shook her head and said, I didn't spend much time at the central base and Xia Weilon paused. I might not know more about him than you do. All I know is that he enjoys torturing and killing beautiful girls in front of others. He has done this quite a few times. Once these words were spoken, except for Lin Jinghong, who remained unfazed. Both Lin Jiangyue and Shun Zhaomu couldn't help but show expressions of disgust. This really is eye-opening, Lin Jiangyue said coldly. So it's very possible that the granddaughter of that old man Wang was also done by him? If it really is related to the central base. Xia Weilon said, I think the likelihood of that is very high. Then we should quickly think of a way to get rid of him. Shun Zhaomu said with righteous indignation, to prevent him from harming more people. That bracelet should, Lin Jinghong pursed his lips, looking somewhat troubled, should be given by Gu Zishi. Xia Weilon expressionlessly completed Lin Jinghong's next words. Gu Yunzhao never refuses things he wants. Shun Zhaomu showed a somewhat surprised expression. He opened his mouth to say something, but Lin Jinghong tugged at his sleeve and subtly shook his head. Shun Zhaomu frowned slightly and ultimately said nothing. Lin Jiangyue said, Jinghong, so you mean it's difficult for us to deal with Gu Yunzhao? Lin Jiangyue said, that's still better than letting him do whatever he wants. Lin Jinghong asked, Jiangyue, how is your promotion potion preparation coming along? Lin Jiangyue sighed lightly. There are many potions that can be upgraded to level 60, but the preparation of potions for level 70 and 80 takes a relatively long time. If I had another month, I could guarantee to raise all of our abilities to level 80. However, right now, I only have 10 potions that can be upgraded to level 80 and 20 potions that can be upgraded to level 70. This means that at most, I can only raise one person's ability to level 80 and the other two abilities to level 70. As for the other abilities, at most they can only be raised to level 60. While having many abilities is good, leveling them up is also very exhausting. Lin Jiangyue said worriedly, but time is tight, and we can't wait any longer. Lin Jiangyue pondered and said, although our strength is still a bit weaker compared to those at the central base, if we plan carefully, there might still be a chance of winning. Why don't we discuss the distribution of the potions first? Chapter 146, Heart-Stopping 3. When it came to the distribution of potions, Lin Jiangyue said without hesitation, Jinghong, those 10 potions that can elevate to level 80 should, of course, be given to you first. Xiao Weilong nodded. Lin Jinghong was slightly taken aback, and then sighed, Jiangyue, you don't have to do this. It's the same for Weilong. Lin Jiangyue smiled slightly and handed the 10 vials of medicine to Lin Jinghong, saying, Jinghong, we're all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. Go ahead and level up first. Lin Jinghong gazed at Lin Jiangyue for a moment, and finally nodded with a smile. All right, since that's the case, I will respectfully follow your command. After a pause, he added, thank you. Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, Jinghong, given our current relationship, why are you still being so polite with me? Lin Jinghong shook his head. No matter when it is, gratitude still needs to be expressed. Well then, Lin Jiangyue pouted and took out 2 potions to distribute to Xiao Weilong and Shun Jiaomu. I won't say much more. Everyone, hurry up and increase your strength, and strive to drive those people out of the central base in one go. Thunder Academy. How infuriating. It's absolutely outrageous. Zhou Qieta paced angrily in the room, his voice buzzing in people's ears. In the past few days, female students have been disappearing continuously. This central base is simply despicable, simply shameless. No way. I have to go find them to settle the score. As Zhou Qieta said this, he was about to walk out, but Yang Danian quickly grabbed him. Qieta, calm down. You need to calm down. With our little abilities, isn't going to the central base just asking for humiliation? Zhou Qieta's eyes widened in anger. Then what do you suggest we do? Just hide here like a turtle? Watch as students get taken one by one. Yang Danian was at a loss for words. Zhang Yingjun, who had remained silent, stood up. Qieta makes a point, Teacher Yang. You all stay here. I'll go take a look outside. Yang Danian said worriedly, but it's just too dangerous. Zhang Yingjun sighed. Given the power gap between us and the central base, if they really want to exterminate us, staying here is just as dangerous. Wang Laowu, sitting nearby, sighed. Old Yang, have those kids still not been found? Yang Danian forced a smile. There hasn't been any news since they left Thunder Academy. Before Zhang Yingjun could finish his sentence, a sudden hurried footstep sounded from outside, and a mentor from Thunder Academy rushed into Zhang Yingjun's room, looking anxious. Dean, Teacher Yang, you need to come with me quickly. The mentor speaking was surnamed Li, named Li Gongyi. Seeing him so anxious, Yang Danian's heart skipped a beat. Li Gongyi's expression was grave. All the female students who went missing from our academy have been found, right at the academy gate. Zhou Qieta was momentarily stunned. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look like that, old Li? I can't say it. Li Gongyi said coldly. You'll know when you come with me. Seeing his attitude, everyone stopped talking and followed him out of the room, arriving at a large courtyard. Li Gongyi pushed the door open first, and Zhang Yingjun and the others followed closely behind. In the courtyard, more than 20 female students lay motionless on the ground, all covered with blankets, but their faces were not covered. Each youthful face was filled with terror, some even marred with gruesome bloodstains, looking extraordinarily horrifying. Zhang Yingjun and the others were dumbfounded. Wang Laowu wanted to check the pulse of those female students, but Li Gongyi said, no need to check, there are no survivors. Wang Laowu, seeing the tragic state of these female students, Wang Laowu suddenly thought of his poor little granddaughter and plopped down onto the ground, crying out loud. Zhou Qieta was even more furious, stomping his feet. He said in a deep voice, those things from the central base are simply not human, they're beasts. I can't believe I used to admire Guzushi so much. It seems he really is a pretty boy with no good intentions. My teacher was right. Teacher, Zhou Qieta, you better shut up. Li Gongyi roared in anger. If it weren't for your words, Could we have gotten into such a huge mess at Thunder Academy? Teacher Li, you can't say that. Before Zhou Tieta could speak, Zhang Yingjun said sternly, if Jiangyue and the others hadn't gone to Canaan Academy to help us save people, they wouldn't have provoked the central base. Everyone is heartbroken over the current situation. But that young man from the central base is insane. You can't place all the blame on Jiangyue and the others. Moreover, if we have to talk about who bears more responsibility, I should be the first. Li Jiangyue. Li Jiangyue was left speechless by Zhang Yingjuan's words. Yang Danian gently patted his shoulder and smiled bitterly. Teacher Li, at this point, it's most important for us to unite and work together. Let's not blame each other anymore. Exactly. Zhou Tieta nodded repeatedly. Old Zhang, old Yang, I'm still of the same mind. Let's just take the students in charge out and take revenge for these young girls. Li Jiangyue shot Zhou Tieta a fierce glare and said coldly, is it to take revenge or to be killed quickly? Zhou Tieta was taken aback. Old Li, don't raise others' ambitions while extinguishing our own prestige. If you say my plan won't work, then fine. Tell me what good plan you have. Li Jiangyue. Li Jiangyue was at a loss for words again. Although Zhou Tieta's method was not very feasible, faced with such a powerful central base, they had no ability to fight back at all. Rather than being passively beaten like this, it might actually be better to fight back desperately. Perhaps at least some people could escape. Everyone was momentarily stunned and turned to look at the source of the voice, where they saw a boy and a girl standing on the wall looking at them. It was Lin Jiangyue and Shun Zhaomu. They had been found, but the people from the central base were watching too closely for them to come over conveniently for now. Lin Jiangyue and Shun Zhaomu jumped down from the wall and looked at Zhang Yingjun, saying, Dean, we have formulated a plan regarding the central base and would like to discuss it with you. Chapter 147. Heart-pounding for Brother Jinghong. When they said you were here, I didn't quite believe it, but it really is you. Would you like some tea? Gu Yunchao cheerfully poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Jinghong. However, did not take it and simply said, Yunchao, I believe you should know my intentions. Seeing that Lin Jinghong didn't take the tea, Gu Yunchao was not angry. He shrugged casually and said, Brother Jinghong, with so many thoughts on your mind, how could I possibly know? You're not here just to hang out with me. Are you? Friendship? What friendship do we have? Gu Yunchao raised his eyebrows and said, Brother Jinghong, I never knew you were so naive and so familiar. Could it be that spending too much time with those from Thunder Academy has made you a bit foolish? Lin Jinghong. Lin Jinghong frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Gu Yunchao continue. However, since you are somewhat to my liking, I can give you this face. As long as you bring that little bastard who came to Canaan Academy with you before, I will take my people and leave here. What do you say? Hearing Gu Yunchao mention Xia Weilon, Lin Jinghong couldn't help but smile. Yunchao, the central base is so large and prosperous. Why do you care so much about a young boy? Isn't that a bit strange? Can you tell me the reason behind it? Gu Yunchao lazily leaned back in his chair. There's no reason. I just find him unpleasant. Is that not okay? Is that so? Lin Jinghong curled his lips and said softly, Does Uncle Gu know about what you're doing? Don't use my father to pressure me. I hate people like that the most. A hint of obvious gloom flashed in Gu Yunchao's eyes. Jinghong Gu, I remember I should have told you before. Told me what? Does it matter if you didn't tea? I laughed and said, Since there's no friendship, do I have to listen to you no matter what you say? Then go ahead and try. Gu Yunchao's expression completely turned cold. Lin Jinghong, I've given you some face, yet you still want to push it. Don't blame me for being rude. Anyway, since you're already here, don't leave. Stay and play with me for a while. I've been researching many new tricks lately, and it's boring without someone to share them with. Lin Jinghong shook his head, still wearing that unhurried expression. Is there really no room for discussion? Yunchao, I think you really should change your temper. Gu Yunchao scoffed. Mind your own business. As soon as he finished speaking, several shadows suddenly appeared in the room. Two of the shadows rushed to grab Lin Jinghong's shoulders, but were met with a sudden burst of strong light that made them grunt in pain. At that moment, Gu Yunchao's expression changed dramatically. He whistled, and the ability users stopped attacking Lin Jinghong and instead gathered around him. His gaze fell on Lin Jinghong, filled with resentment and eeriness. Level 80? Brother Jinghong, you really have given me a big surprise. Not all. Lin Jinghong looked at Gu Yunjiao and said gently, Yunjiao, I've told you before, you are really too slack. Gu Yunjiao sneered. So what if I'm level 80? Do you think you alone can handle so many of us? What about me? As soon as these words came out, everyone present, except for Lin Jinghong, was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see a young man sitting expressionlessly on the windowsill. It was Xia Weilon. Upon seeing him, Gu Yunjiao couldn't help but sneer again. He didn't say much, but as he slowly retreated, he suddenly issued a command. Kill them. With Gu Yunjiao's order, everyone rushed forward except for Gu-De, who was responsible for his personal protection. At the same time, a sudden burst of intense light erupted in the air, and Gu Yunjiao abruptly disappeared from his spot, leaving Gu-De in charge of commanding the battle. Lin Jinghong exchanged a helpless glance with Xia Weilon. Although the two of them had incredible fighting power, it was still quite challenging to fend off so many high-level ability users attacking them at the same time. Xia Weilon nodded at Lin Jinghong. Lin Jinghong lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted from the door as countless puppets rushed in with a roar, filling the once spacious room to the brim. After reaching level 70 in puppet manipulation, the combat power of the puppets created by Lin Jinghong doubled, and with the assistance of Xia Weilon, their strength reached an astonishing level. The situation shifted dramatically in an instant. The ability users who were besieging Lin Jinghong and Xia Weilon were injured one after another, instinctively wanting to flee. Realizing that the situation was not right, Gu-De turned around, intending to jump out of the window, but was blocked by Xia Weilon. After reaching level 70 in dark abilities, coupled with the assistance of field abilities, Gu-De was no longer a match for Xia Weilon in a one-on-one situation. Countless tendrils radiating dark energy swept in mercilessly. Binjing Gu-De Chigyo. The barbs on the tendrils pierced his flesh, causing Gu-De to let out an involuntary groan. A wave of immense fear surged in his heart, and he suddenly shouted, Young master, spare me. Young master, spare me. It was fine if he didn't call for the young master, but as soon as he did, the tendrils tightened even more. Lin Jinghong hurriedly stopped him, saying, Weilon, wait a moment. Although Gu Yunjiao has dealt with the ability users here, we still don't know what the situation is with Jiangyue and the others. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it's best to spare his life for now. Xia Weilon was slightly taken aback, and only then did she ease the pressure of the vines. Gu-De let out a slight sigh of relief upon seeing this. But he also clearly realized that the young man in front of him did not like being called young master and had no good feelings towards him. Thus, he could only look at Lin Jinghong with a hint of pleading and said softly, Young Master Lin. Lin Jinghong naturally understood Gu-De's meaning. Don't worry. As long as you are honest, we don't necessarily want your life, but if you dare to play any tricks, then it may not be the case. Gu-De. Chapter 148. Heart Pounding. 5. Even the mentors have fallen down about 10 or so. Moreover, no cause can be found at all. This made the dean, Zhang Yingjun, anxious, and he hurriedly gathered Lin Jiangyue and a few others to discuss countermeasures. Lin Jiangyue frowned and said, Could it be poisoning again? Zhang Yingjun sighed and replied, I have the same thought, but these people just can't wake up, and there are no other symptoms. Even if it really is poisoning, it's difficult to determine exactly what poison they were affected by. Lin Jinghong pondered and said, Why not bring Gu-De over and let him take a look? Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. Jinghong, do you think this matter is also related to the central base? But haven't we already driven those people away? Lin Jinghong said, Jiangyue, the strength of the central base should not be underestimated. The reason we were able to drive them away this time is mainly because Gu Yunjiao underestimated them. However, we cannot guarantee that they don't have any backup plans. Right now, we still can't find out the reason for Chao Mu and the others' unconsciousness, so it's also a good idea to ask Gu-De about it. Lin Jiangyue nodded in response, and everyone had no objections. Yang Dazhu was about to go and bring the person over. Lin Jinghong said, Gu-De's ability level is too high. Just in case, Weilon, you should go with him. Xia Weilon frowned. I don't want to see him. After a moment of silence, Xia Weilon expressionlessly nodded and went with Yang Danian. Seeing the unconscious people from Thunder Academy, Gu-De had a complicated expression, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Xia Weilon glanced at him and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Guda hesitated for a moment, pursed his lips, and said, "There is a soul-confusing forest near the central base, where there is a huge mutated plant called the soul-eating flower. If someone is contaminated by its poison, they will end up like this." He paused and added, "Initially, the poisoned person will be unconscious, their face will turn red, and they will develop many red rashes. Later, they will experience various terrifying hallucinations until they completely lose their mind and turn into an idiot." Guda only looked at one person, while Yang Danian checked the sleeves of several other students, and indeed found that they all had many red rashes, with symptoms exactly as Guda described. Yang Danian's face looked very bad. If they really got contaminated by the soul-eating flower's poison, how can we cure it? Guda said, "There is another mutated plant in the soul-confusing forest called the different-day Hanlian grass, which can neutralize the poison of the soul-eating flower." As soon as he said this, it felt as if the air had momentarily solidified. Yang Danian frowned almost tightly. "Is there anything else besides this? Are there any other methods? Not to mention how dangerous it would be to go near the central base. Just the soul-confusing forest itself is very troublesome. There are not only high-level mutated beasts and plants there, but also high-level zombies. Many of those zombies have even evolved their abilities and can easily kill some very powerful ability users. Even the people in the central base wouldn't dare to enter easily without Guzashi leading the team." Guda remained silent for a long time before saying, "The only method I know is this. How about this? You all try to think of other methods, and I will go to the soul-confusing forest to take a look." Lin Jiangyue hesitated and said, "Even if we have to go, you definitely can't go alone." Guda's words reminded her that she had heard of the spirit-devouring flower in her past life. The venom of this flower not only drives people insane, but also depletes their mental energy, leaving them looking haggard and emaciated. Moreover, only the otherworldly Hanlian grass could cure it. It seems they really had no choice but to venture into the soul-confusing forest. Xia Weilan immediately said, "Cece will stay behind to research and see if there are any other solutions. I'll go with you." Lin Jiangyue opposed. "No, the bewitching forest is full of dangers. It's not like other places. I want to be with you." Although her combat power was certainly not on par with Xia Weilan and Lin Jinghong, her spatial ability was already at a high level. If they really encountered danger, she could at least take Xia Weilan and Lin Jinghong inside to hide for a while. However, to her surprise, both Lin Jinghong and Xia Weilan firmly disagreed. Lin Jinghong said, "Jiangyu, now more than half of the people in Thunder Academy are unconscious. To be on the safe side, you need to stay and monitor their condition." Xia Weilan said, "Yes, Cece, you are so skilled at concocting potions. It would be better for you to stay and research other methods." Lin Jiangyue naturally understood that Lin Jinghong and Xia Weilan were unwilling to let her take risks. "But Xia Weilan said, "Yes, Cece, you can rest assured. I have already coordinated very well with Jinghong, so there won't be any problems." Lin Jiangyue. After all the talk, they just won't let her go. Lin Jiangyue felt both angry and amused. She lightly pinched Xia Weilan. "What's wrong? Grown wings and not listening anymore, huh? Do you know how worried I was during those days you were missing? You just wanted to scare me, didn't you?" Xia Weilan. A trace of distress involuntarily flashed in Xia Weilan's eyes. He had never been able to argue with Lin Jiangyue, and even if he could, he didn't want to contradict someone he liked. Xia Weilan instinctively glanced at Lin Jinghong. Lin Jinghong chuckled softly and said, "Jiangyu, let's not beat around the bush in front of everyone. I know you're worried about us, but among all the people here, I understand the bewitching forest the best. To say something you might not want to hear, with your current strength, it's really not suitable for you to go there." Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 149. Heart-Pounding 6. Lin Jiangyue really couldn't go against Lin Jinghong and Xia Weilan on her own, so in the end, she had no choice but to agree to stay at Thunder Academy. However, there were reasons for her to stay. At least she could observe the condition of those who were in a deep sleep at any time, stabilize their state, and try to buy as much time as possible for Xia Weilan and Lin Jinghong. Lin Jiangyue even tried many different methods to concoct potions in an attempt to replace the effects of the Yuri Ling Chao, but unfortunately, none of them worked. What troubled Lin Jiangyue the most was that ever since Xia Weilan and Lin Jinghong entered the Maihun forest, she had completely lost contact with them. That night, Just as she was preparing to sleep, a sudden urgent knocking sounded from outside. Miss Lin. Miss Lin, are you there? Lin Biao. Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback. Quickly went over and opened the door. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue's heart skipped a beat, and she looked very happy. Really? So soon? Have they obtained the Yurhin spirit grass? Were they? Lin Jiangyue asked a series of questions, but Lin Biao's expression appeared somewhat strange. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue was stunned. She furrowed her brows tightly. What trouble? Lin Biao still refused to say. It's hard to say now. You will know if you go with me. Lin Jiangyue said, All right then, I'll go notify the dean. Lin Biao shook his head. Miss Lin, the young master said they only want to see you. Lin Biao was so evasive that a hint of suspicion flashed in Lin Jiangyue's eyes. She said calmly, Lin Biao, you won't clarify anything for me, and you won't let me tell others. How can I feel at ease to just go with you like this? Lin Biao was taken aback. Miss Lin, do you still not trust our young master? Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, I certainly trust Jing Hong, but this matter is really a bit strange. You either explain it clearly to me, or I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you. Lin Biao. Miss Lin, the young masters are currently in a special situation, and it's really inconvenient for me to say anything. Why can't you trust me? Lin Biao looked around anxiously, and seeing that the room was quiet, he said, Miss Lin, could you come a little closer? I need to talk to you. Lin Jiangyue raised her eyebrows slightly and leaned closer to Lin Biao, but the hand hidden in her sleeve tightened slightly, ready to unleash her abilities at any moment. Lin Biao leaned close to Lin Jiangyue's ear and whispered, Young Master Xie was seriously injured in the enchantment forest and can't move. So the young master asked me to hurry and bring you, Miss Lin, to see him. What? Lin Jiangyue felt a sudden shock in her heart and was taken aback. She swayed slightly and was just about to ask a question when suddenly a sharp pain shot through her neck, and everything went dark as she fainted. Her body went limp, and she was about to fall to the ground. At that moment, a man in a black trench coat and wearing a mask appeared out of nowhere in the room, reaching out to wrap his arm around her waist to steady her. If Lin Jiangning had been there, she would have been astonished, as the man was the one who had given her the ring back then. Upon seeing the man, Lin Biao immediately bowed in greeting. The man waved his hand lazily and said, I've taken the person. You know what to do with Thunder Academy. Lin Biao replied in a low voice, Yes, you can rest assured. The man suddenly laughed, and then a blinding light erupted from beneath his feet, and in an instant, Lin Jiangyue disappeared without a trace. In Zhang Yingjuan's room. What? What do you mean Jiangyue went to the bewitching forest by herself? This is impossible. Zhang Yingjun frowned and said, Jiangyue is not someone who lacks discretion like that. Moreover, even if she really wanted to go to the bewitching forest, she wouldn't just leave without telling us anything. I also think that with Teacher Lin's personality, she wouldn't do something like that. Young does he see good. But when I went to find her in her room today, I couldn't find her at all. I only saw this on the table. Saying this, Yang Daji handed a letter to Zhang Yingjun. Zhang Yingjun opened the letter, and Wang Laowu, who was sitting beside him, leaned over to read it together. Zhang Yingjun stared at the letter for a long time, and then turned to Wang Laowu. I do think it looks like Jiangyue's handwriting. What do you think? Yang Daji speculated. Maybe Teacher Lin was just too worried about Teacher Xie and the others, and afraid we wouldn't agree if she told us. So she secretly ran off by herself? Wang Laowu. Zhang Yingjun. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yingjun said, In any case, I still don't think Jiangyue is that kind of person. After a pause, he added, Teacher Yang, have you seen any suspicious people approaching Jiangyue's room in the past few days? Even if there were, they would all be from our Thunder Academy. Yang Daji said, I don't know about the night. Wang Laowu. Zhang Yingjun. When Lin Jiangyue woke up again, she found herself in a cave. She tried to move her arms and legs, only to feel soreness all over her body, unable to muster any strength. Lin Jiangyue was increasingly convinced at this moment that Lin Biao had ulterior motives for seeking her out. Annoyed, she said, Lin Biao, get out here, you scoundrel. Lin Jiangyue felt extremely irritated. She didn't want to stay in this eerie cave for another moment. She tried to use her spatial ability to enter the space, but found that not only was her body weak and soft, she couldn't even use her abilities. What does this mean? What exactly does Lin Biao want to do? Is he just going to leave her here and ignore her? Lin Jiangyue frowned, feeling utterly perplexed, just as she was lost in her thoughts. A sudden chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside, accompanied by extremely heavy breathing. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback, suddenly looking up to see several snarling zombies charging towards her. Chapter 150: The Truth of the Past. 1. In an instant, memories from her past life, when she fell into a zombie tide, surged before her eyes like a tide, and Lin Jiangyue felt her scalp tingle. Could it be that in this new life she still could not escape the fate of being bitten to death by zombies? It was frustrating that she felt completely powerless now. Not to mention using her abilities to hide in space, she couldn't even stand up to run away. At that moment, a high-level zombie had already pounced on Lin Jiangyue, roaring as it opened its bloody maw that reeked of decay. Looking at the zombie's face just inches away, Lin Jiangyue refused to close her eyes. Instead, she glared fiercely at the zombie, determined not to let anyone see her fear, including these zombies. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Just as the zombie was about to bite Lin Jiangyue's neck, it suddenly let out a piercing scream, then convulsed violently a few times before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The other zombies, which had just been snarling and clawing, also trembled and lay on the ground, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. At the same time, a man cloaked in a black trench coat slowly walked into the cave. As he entered, a powerful sense of oppression flooded in, and the few zombies lying on the ground even began to emit weak, terrified whimpers. Lin Jiangyue was equally distressed, almost gasping for breath. The man reached out and picked Lin Jiangyue up from the ground. He also wore a mask on his face, just like those people from the central base. Lin Jiangyue gritted her teeth and, taking advantage of the moment when the other person was close, suddenly burst forth with all her strength and tore off the mask on his face. In an instant, it was as if the bright moon rose from the end of the vast sea. It felt like thousands of bright lights surged in all at once. It was a face so beautiful that it could evoke both admiration and envy, so stunning that even the heavens and the moonlight seemed to pale in comparison. However, upon seeing this person's face, Lin Jiangyue's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Xiaoweilon?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Jiangyue immediately denied her own thought. Xiaoweilon was not as tall as the person in front of her, nor would she ever look at her with such a cold, icy gaze. That gaze was chilling to the bone, making her shiver all over. In a flash, a man's name popped into Lin Jiangyue's mind. Trembling all over, she stared at the man and spoke each word clearly. "Guzishi?" After a brief silence, a soundless chuckle suddenly broke the tension in the air. The man said calmly, "Nice to meet you." In the next moment, the shadows in the cave twisted in an eerie manner, and the scene before her abruptly changed into a spacious and bright bedroom. Guzishi placed Lin Jiangyue on the bed. Lin Jiangyue looked extremely wary. "What exactly do you want to do? Were you the one who instructed Lin Biao to take me to that cave?" Lin Jiangyue pressed her lips together. She naturally knew who Guzishi was referring to. Lin Biao is a person close to Lin Jinghong, so it is very likely that the other party did this under Lin Jinghong's instruction. But why would Lin Jinghong treat her this way? After all those times they faced life and death together, how could Lin Jinghong possibly be this kind of person? Lin Jiangyue trembled all over. "Why should I believe your words? Perhaps Lin Biao has been bought off by you?" Lin Jiangyue choked for a moment. "Then why did you save me and bring me here?" "It's a request from someone." Guzishi's gaze was extremely cold. "Didn't Lin Jinghong tell you that you were the daughter of Zhao Ying?" Lin Jiangyue was stunned. After a moment, she said softly, "He only said it's possible." A hint of faint mockery flashed in Guzishi's eyes as he lightly hummed in response, as if there was nothing more to say to her. Lin Jiangyue felt very uncomfortable with this careless contempt, especially since the other person had a face that resembled Xiaoweilon's by 90%. She frowned and said, "Do you have contact with Jinghong's uncle? How do you know I am his daughter?" Guzishi replied, "You asked too many questions." Lin Jiangyue took a deep breath. "All right, I won't ask any more questions. Since you know that Xiaoweilon is not dead, can you tell me where he is now?" Guzishi replied, "I don't know. He is your biological son." "So what?" "What do you mean, so what?" Lin Jiangyue was so angry that her chest ached. I'll say it again, he is your biological son. Even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cubs. You know to look for me, but not for him? I'll look for you because you are my friend's daughter. Friends are chosen, but sons are not. Lin Jiangyue. What kind of absurd reasoning is this? Lin Jiangyue was extremely doubtful about whether the man in front of her was mentally stable. She laughed in anger. You didn't choose your son, but you must have chosen your wife, right? Treating Xiao Weilan like this. Aren't you afraid of hurting her? Is this how you love her? I've never told anyone that I love them, including her. Lin Jiangyue. A cold, icy remark completely stunned Lin Jiangyue. She murmured, how? Is that possible? Then why did you fall out with your family just to marry her? You've been indifferent to women all these years. You still. Lin Jiangyue bit her lip, unable to speak. Because of an accidental relationship that occurred back then, he was merely fulfilling a man's responsibility to a woman. If someone insists on calling this deep affection, I have nothing to say. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 151 The Truth from Back Then, 2. Deep in the Enchantment Forest. It's such a pity. I could have brought Jiangyue to meet you, but instead, Uncle Gu took her away. Lin Jinghong sighed softly, looking quite regretful. Weilan, I really didn't expect Uncle Gu would rather go save Jiangyue than care about you. Upon hearing the news that Lin Jiangyue was taken away by Guzishi, Xiao Weilan was half in disbelief, unsure whether to feel relieved or more heartbroken. He just stared at Lin Jinghong's face and asked expressionlessly, Why? Lin Jinghong said, I only took a liking to your and Jiangyue's abilities, that's all. Xiao Weilan frowned and said, Was it from the very beginning? So all this time, you've been deceiving us? Including the matters of the Lin family? The poison at Thunder Academy wasn't instigated by Guyan Zhao, but by you? Just to lure me into the illusion forest with you? Lin Jinghong's eyes flickered. And then he smiled. Yes, Weilan, I've always thought that you and Jiangyue are very smart, but ultimately, you lack experience and are too easily trusting of others. I initially thought it would take a lot of effort, but I didn't expect that just a little sincerity would be enough to hook you in. But don't worry. In consideration of our past connection, I only want your abilities. I won't kill you. As he spoke, he took out a vial of potion and smiled. Will you drink it yourself? Or should I feed it to you? Xiao Weilan simply looked at him silently, without saying a word. Lin Jinghong shook his head and said, Weilan, I think you should at least understand that it's too late to resist or regret trusting me at this point. Xiao Weilan pressed her lips together and asked, Do you really have no difficulties you can't speak of? He still couldn't believe that the bond they had forged through life and death over such a long time could be faked. Besides Lin Jiangyue, he had never trusted anyone as much as he trusted Lin Jinghong. Lin Jinghong smiled slightly. Weilan, what's the use of saying these things now? It seems you won't agree to drink it yourself, so let me feed you. As soon as the words fell, a faint laugh suddenly echoed in the air. There's no need to be so hasty. I happen to want to ask you something as well. Lin Jinghong was slightly taken aback, and then she saw a man appear not far away, not knowing when he had arrived, dressed in a trench coat and a mask. He had the same attire as those from the central base. But even without seeing his face, Lin Jinghong and Xiao Weilan almost instantly recognized each other. It was too rare to encounter someone with such an aura. This was the person who had rescued them and Zhang Yingjun from the central base earlier. Lin Jinghong felt a slight sense of vigilance in his heart, but he still maintained his polite demeanor. May I ask what you would like to inquire about? The man's gaze fell on him, and he said lightly, I'll give you a chance. Are you really not planning to back down? As long as you want. No one from the Lin family will compete with you for the family business. Lin Jinghong curved her lips. So, I wasn't mistaken back then. You really are my uncle, right? The man suddenly laughed and slowly removed the mask from his face. In that instant, Xiao Weilan and Lin Jinghong's gazes simultaneously locked onto each other's faces. It was a face that could rival Guzishi, but compared to Guzishi, it had a few more points of brilliance and fervor. It also resembled Lin Jinghong quite a bit, but the brows and eyes were obviously more exquisite, captivating at a glance. Seeing this face, without any words or evidence, they could almost conclude that the person before them was Lin Jiaoying. Jinghong, I've told you before, I'm not interested in any of this. It's just that your father doesn't believe it. What about my mother? Lin Jinghong's gaze was like a deep pool. Uncle, Can you really say that my mother's and my experiences have nothing to do with you? Do you dare say that you have never entangled with my mother? What's there to be afraid of? I admit I was a dandy back then, but I would never deny it. Lin Jiangyue said, Jinghong, I can understand your feelings for your mother, but that doesn't justify your actions. Do you think that what you're doing is for her good? Stop. At this point, you want to stop? What about my mother? Yes, uncle, you can see everything, you understand everything. So for all these years, you've been fully aware, haven't you? You've always been so calm. Even when you left the Lin family, you were just like Uncle Gu. Jinghong, do you think if Zishi were standing here, you would still have a chance to say so much? I have only one person, one heart, not to be shared with too many, and I don't need any accolades. Lin Jiangyue shook his head. What I just said was merely a suggestion. I won't force anyone to do anything. I've taken Weilon away, so take care of yourself. As soon as his voice fell, a sudden burst of intense light erupted around them, causing Lin Jinghong and Xia Weilon to involuntarily close their eyes. Moments later, Lin Jiangyue's smiling voice echoed again. Open your eyes. Xia Weilon opened her eyes and found that they were still in the mesmerizing forest, but they had moved from deep within to the very outskirts. Lin Jiangyue curled her lips. Xia Weilon was slightly taken aback and hesitated, saying, Is Cece safe now? Are you really her biological father? Lin Jiangyue smiled slightly. It's absolutely true. Xia Weilon pressed her lips together and said, So where have you been all these years? Why did you leave her and her mother to that scumbag Lin Haonan? Faced with this question, Lin Jiangyue rarely fell silent for a moment. I don't want to justify myself. I really liked Huaiga, and she made me think about settling down. But I'm not like Zishi. At that time, I was unstable and found it hard to stay in one place for long. Xia Weilon frowned, because she married Lin Haonan. You just let it happen? Xia Weilon asked. So how did you find out later? Lin Jiangyue said, I will see her again after awakening my abilities. Xia Weilon asked, when? Lin Jiangyue answered with her usual good temper. It should be in the previous life. Xia Weilon. Chapter 152, The Truth from Back Then, 3. This was obviously an answer that others found extremely perplexing. Xia Weilon frowned and said, What does in the previous life mean? Lin Jiangyue smiled and asked back, Weilon, are you really not at all curious about why Jiangyu's attitude toward you has changed so drastically? Xia Weilon. Of course I'm curious. Not just curious, I've been worried about this matter for a long time, sensing that Lin Jiangyue might reveal a shocking secret. Xia Weilon pursed her lips and whispered, Do you know the reason? Lin Jiangyue sighed lightly. Weilon, what if I say that you and Jiang have already died once, and that you died for her in your last life? Xia Weilon. Xia Weilon's pupils contracted slightly, and she said in a low voice, Uncle Lin, please don't joke with me. If that's really the case, how do you know? Lin Jiangyue looked into his eyes and said slowly, Because the joint ability of your father and me is called rebirth. Xia Weilon. Xia Weilon laughed mockingly. Uncle Lin, if you say you have this ability, then it might be a bit more credible to me. Lin Jiangyue was silent for a moment and said, Weilon, I think there might be some misunderstanding between you and Zishi. Xia Weilon replied, For example, are you trying to tell me that perhaps he still cares about others, just not about me? Whenever Gu Zishi was mentioned, Xia Weilon seemed to be pricked all over. Weilon, I admit that Zishi is indeed more indifferent than ordinary people when it comes to emotions, and he is reluctant to express his concern for others. Lin Jiangyue said helplessly, But if you say that he completely doesn't care about you, that would really be unfair to him. Just to put it simply, do you think he would just watch you being bullied or fighting in a zombie horde? But as long as he is by your side, have you ever been hurt? Xia Weilon pursed her lips and said nothing. Lin Jiangyue shook her head and said, Forget it, telling you this now. You probably won't understand. You should take a look for yourself first. As her words fell, Lin Jiangyue directly pointed her finger at Xia Weilon's forehead. Xia Weilon's body trembled, and her eyes immediately became vacant. Gu Zishi lazily said, It's not Annie, it's young mistress. Xia Wanru was taken aback and asked in disbelief, What? Gu Zishi raised his eyes to glance at her and, in a rare good mood, said, Wanru, I have my eyes on her as my daughter-in-law. Xia Wanru. Xia Wanru asked incredulously, You want Yin Zhao to marry a girl of unknown origin? It doesn't necessarily have to be Yin Zhao who marries her. Gu Zishi stood up and slowly walked to Xia Wanru. He had the best-looking face in the world. But the deep coldness in his eyes startled Xiao Wanru, making her instinctively take a step back. Xiao Wanru trembled as she said, "Zushi, what do you mean by this?" Gu Zushi replied slowly, "Wanru, you're a smart person. You shouldn't need me to explain too much." Xiao Wanru frowned tightly. "Zushi, after all these years of our relationship, and consider my sister's feelings, you can't just eat other people's rumors." Gu Zushi's voice was low and weary. "I didn't believe Wan Ning's own son, so how could I believe other people's rumors?" He gently pressed on Xiao Wanru's shoulder. "Let things be as they are, don't overthink it." Xiao Wanru was taken aback. Gu Zushi rarely had such intimate moments with her. Or rather, this man was not close to any woman at all. This light gesture, which would be perfectly normal for others, made Xiao Wanru feel as if the sun had risen from the west when it came to Gu Zushi. But could this also prove that Gu Zushi actually had no doubts about her, and that it was all just her overthinking? With his dark powers activated, he almost instantly arrived at Lin Jiangyue's room. Gu Zushi looked at the room full of fragments and, unusually, frowned slightly. "Not to your taste? It's that there's no appetite at all." Lin Jiangyue stared at Gu Zushi's eyes, which seemed to hide the winds and frosts of swords, and said word by word, "I don't want to stay here. I want to find Xiao Weilon. You may not care about him, but I can't. I can." The extremely indifferent voice interrupted Lin Jiangyue's next words, and she paused for a moment. "You agree to let me go?" Gu Zushi said, "I'm just taking care of you for Zhaoying, not locking you up. If you have the ability, you can leave at any time." Lin Jiangyue asked in confusion, "What ability?" Gu Zushi replied, "Naturally, it's the ability that comes from walking out of the central base." Lin Jiangyue laughed angrily. "By the time I have the ability to walk out of here, the yellow flowers will have cooled. It's rare for you to have this self-awareness." Gu Zushi said, "Since that's the case, why are you going to find him? Are you afraid his situation isn't dangerous enough, and you want to add to the chaos?" Lin Jiangyue opened her eyes wide, speechless for a long time due to the shock. She glared at Gu Zushi and said, "Do you really have to be so cold-blooded? Even if the son wasn't your choice, he is still your biological son. It's one thing if you don't want to save him, but why don't you let others help? If you really hate him that much, why not just kill him? You're so capable. Can't you do anything?" Gu Zushi replied, "I don't hate him." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangyue was taken aback again. Gu Zushi continued, "I just think he is too weak." Lin Jiangyue incredulously said, "He's already very strong." "Okay." Gu Zushi replied, "Maybe for others, but as my son, it's still far from enough. If he relies solely on himself, he can't control the central base. Nor can he deal with Xiao Wanru. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been thrown into a horde of zombies. Isn't that still because of your indulgence?" Lin Jiangyue angrily said, "It is you who have ignored him, and you don't believe his words. He said he heard with his own ears that it was that woman who caused his mother's death, but you don't believe him. Because what he heard is not the truth at all. His mother died during childbirth because of him, and I handled everything personally. It has nothing to do with Xiao Wanru." Gu Zushi said that Xiao Wanru deliberately led him here, then provoked him to come to me to complain, so that I could see his unreasonable behavior and deliberate framing. Lin Jiangyue was dumbfounded. "Since you know everything, why do you still indulge Xiao Wanru to do as she pleases?" Gu Zushi finished her sentence. "Because I actually don't have the time or the inclination to manage the central base. While Xiao Wanru has the time, the ambition, and most importantly, she has proven her capabilities to me. It can be said that the reason the central base has reached its current scale is largely due to Xiao Wanru's contributions, not just because of me." Lin Jiangyue took a deep breath and felt increasingly that Gu Zushi was unreasonable. "So you have no time to take care of your son, and no time to manage the central base. What exactly are you busy with? Saving the world?" This was originally a straightforward sarcasm, but unexpectedly, Gu Zushi actually curled his lips and nodded, saying, "If you want to understand it that way, that's fine too." Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 153, The Truth from Back Then. 4. Lin Jiangyue smiled. "Then can I hear how exactly you are saving the world? Do you know why I built the central base near the bewildering forest?" Gu Zushi lazily replied, "Because deep in the bewildering forest, there's a top-tier zombie emperor, whose behavior is no different from that of a human. He can even possess hundreds or thousands of superpowers, each at a level that can directly reach 100. If that zombie emperor were to leave the bewildering forest, no superpowered individual would be his match. And what people would face would be an outcome even more terrifying than the apocalypse. For the past few years, I and Jiaoying, your father, have been trying our best to keep that zombie emperor locked in the bewildering forest. However, we can only temporarily suppress that zombie emperor and cannot completely eliminate it. Lin Jiangyue instinctively asked why. Because in the very center of the bewitching forest, only abilities under the age of 20 can enter. At the beginning of the apocalypse, both Jiaoying and I were already past that age. Lin Jiangyue. Ability users under 20? A thought flashed through her mind, and Lin Jiangyue frowned and said, "So you don't mean to cultivate Xiaoweilon, do you?" There was indeed such an idea at first. Guzishi said, but his tendency to act on emotions has always been hard to change. It was like this at the central base, and even more so after he met you. Lin Jiangyue sarcastically said, "So what do you think he should do? Should he be as cold-blooded as you? Can he calmly weigh the pros and cons, even in front of his own son, knowing he is in danger and not shedding a single tear?" Guzishi replied, "At least this way, he won't end up getting bitten to death by a zombie." Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue's heart sank at the words, completely stunned. "What did you say? What do you mean? What does it mean to be bitten to death by a zombie? Who was bitten to death by a zombie? Wasn't it you? Sent to the research institute by someone named Song Chuhang? Then when my foolish son went to rescue you, you both were bitten to death by zombies." In an instant, Lin Jiangyue felt a chill in her fingertips, and even her breathing became labored. How? How could you possibly know? Why can't I know? Guzishi said lightly, when Zhou Ying and I rushed over to stabilize the situation at the central base. You had been gnawed to the point that not even bones were left, and we only had time to chop up the zombies. Lin Jiangyue bit her lower lip tightly, her mouth filled with a metallic taste of blood, yet she still couldn't bring herself to say the words rebirth. The truth could be like this? Her biological father and the man before her teamed up to save her? If what you said is true, why can you say it so calmly? Don't you feel sad? Don't you feel upset? Don't you have any human emotions at all? Perhaps there were once, Guzishi said, but later I found that these feelings were useless. Sadness, fear, sorrow, and terror can only make the enemy more pleased and cannot reduce one's own pain by even a fraction. Those who feel sad for you might not be able to save you, but I, who do not feel sadness, can I? After all, sadness can't bring you back to life. Strength can. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue suddenly felt at a loss for words. Xiaoweilon leaned against a huge rock, remaining silent for a while. After a moment of silence, Xiaoweilon said, "No need, there's nothing much to say." Lin Jiaoying was taken aback. "Are you really that lacking in confidence?" Xiaoweilon replied, "Of course, I can't compare to you and my father. Actually, thinking about it, he's not wrong. I am indeed quite childish. If it weren't for your help, I would have struggled to even rescue Cece from that research institute. I couldn't even save myself, let alone protect her." Lin Jiaoying looked at him. "So in your heart, you still resent Zushi?" Xiaoweilon shook her head and said, "It can't be called resentment. Now I have even less right to resent. He wronged my mother, but he essentially gave me 2 lives, a debt I can never repay in this lifetime." Lin Jiaoying chuckled and said, "Weilon, let me say something I shouldn't say. You think your mother is wrong for marrying a man who doesn't love her at all. But what about Zushi? If he could meet someone he truly likes, perhaps he wouldn't be the way he is today. At the very least, he would know how to care for someone, rather than doing what he thinks is right without any feelings. Zushi has given your mother everything he could offer, aside from his true heart. You can criticize him for being cold-blooded and emotionally distant, but when it comes to responsibility and accountability, he is beyond reproach. Even I can't compare to him." Xiaoweilon. Xiaoweilon suddenly raised her eyes. "To be clear, is it impossible not to marry?" Lin Jiaoying said, "Where is the child?" Xiaoweilon was slightly taken aback. Lin Jiaoying said, "Your mother is pregnant, and she is threatening to die if she doesn't keep the child. She doesn't love her, but she has always loved Shi. Even without a formal relationship, she wants to keep this child. To keep you." Xiaoweilon clenched her cold fingers tightly. Lin Jiaoying continued, "Logically speaking, I shouldn't be the one to judge the rights and wrongs of the past. Nor should I be the one to tell you, but that person, Zushi." He paused. "Weilon, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. With Zishi's appearance, abilities, and family background, he has done everything he could for your mother in anyone's eyes. Chapter 154, The Truth of the Past. 5. Xia Weilan pursed her lips. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard the sound of a cane striking the ground. Immediately after, a voice exclaimed excitedly, "Boy, it's really you. I've finally found you." Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan instinctively looked towards the source of the voice and saw a thin, old man rushing towards them. It was actually Wang Laowu. Xia Weilan was taken aback. "Elder, how did you get here? I thought you would send someone to investigate the situation." Wang Laowu wiped his eyes and said, "By the way, Weilan, do you have any news about Jiangyue?" Xia Weilan nodded. "She is safe now." "That's good. That's good." Wang Laowu said, "What about Jinghong? Has the Yuri handling grass been found?" Xia Weilan remained silent. Wang Laowu looked at him with some confusion. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Xia Weilan pursed her lips. "I've been controlled by Lin Jinghong these days, and I haven't had the chance to look for the Yuri handling grass." Wang Laowu was shocked. "Controlled by Jinghong, what does that mean?" "It means that Lin Jinghong's reason for approaching Weilan and Jiangyue is merely to be manipulated by someone else, wanting to extract their abilities. He never intended to help you find the Yuri handling grass." "What?" Wang Laowu was greatly surprised and instinctively looked at Lin Jiangyue, who was speaking beside him. How? How could this be? Who are you?" "Wait, you. Just now." Wang Laowu's attention was entirely on Xia Weilan, and now, facing Lin Jiangyue, he couldn't help but feel uncertain. "You? Who are you? Why do you look so much like Jinghong?" Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, "I am his uncle." Wang Laowu's face was full of disbelief. "Then, doesn't that mean you are?" He paused and turned to look at Xia Weilan. "Boy, how did you end up together?" Xia Weilan replied, "It was Uncle Lin who brought me out from Lin Jinghong, and also..." He glanced in Lin Jiangyue's direction. "He is really Sei's biological father." "Huh? Then doesn't that mean you are family?" Wang Laowu's face immediately broke into a big smile, and he went over to grab Lin Jiangyue's hand and said with a grin, "Young man, the old man has always liked your daughter very much and wants to take that girl as a disciple. What do you think?" Lin Jiangyue. Xia Weilan. I didn't expect Wang Laowu to still remember this. Xia Weilan felt a bit speechless. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. If Gu Zishi were standing in front of Wang Laowu at this moment, Wang Laowu's overly familiar approach would be nothing less than self-humiliation. And what about Lin Jiangyue? Although the other party had always appeared very approachable in front of him, it didn't mean that they were the same with others. After all, he had such a close relationship with Gu Zishi, and he had openly and secretly spoken up for Gu Zishi, so there must be some similarities in their temperaments. While Xia Weilan was lost in thought, he heard Lin Jiangyue chuckle and say, "This is Jiangyue's matter. I'm afraid I can't speak for her. If the old gentleman has time, he should ask her in person." Polite and courteous, with a sense of propriety, even when facing an old man like Wang Laowu, who was full of patches, he did not show the slightest disdain. He neither made people feel overly familiar nor overly distant. Yet, the inherent nobility in his bones naturally gave rise to a sense of indifference. He truly did not look down on others, but he made people feel ashamed of themselves. Under the gaze of those seemingly smiling eyes, Wang Laowu suddenly involuntarily let go of his hand. Chapter 155, The Truth of the Year. 6. Ridiculous, unprecedentedly ridiculous. Gu Zishi also looked at her. "Any more questions? If not, just eat well." Gu Zishi fell silent for a moment. "That's about it." "Why? I don't understand." Lin Jiangyue asked in confusion. "If you could have even half the patience for Xia Weilan that you have now, even if you wanted his life, he would willingly give it to you. I said it before, first because you are Zhao Ying's daughter, second because you are a girl." Gu Zishi said, "Zhao Ying is the only friend I acknowledge, and as for women..." Gu Zishi lowered his gaze indifferently. Men and women are inherently unequal in strength. If he were a daughter, I could protect her a bit more. "No." Lin Jiangyue was almost going crazy. "I mean, this isn't just about sons and daughters, right? Don't you have even a little bit of genuine love and care for your own son, aside from fulfilling your responsibilities as a father and not disliking him? For example, Lin Jiangyue gritted her teeth and asked, after he left for so many years, "Have you ever missed him even for a moment?" Gu Zixi raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled. Even with the seemingly tangible coldness in his eyes, Lin Jiangyue couldn't help but pause her breath. Time has indeed treated this man exceptionally well. If it weren't for the composure, calmness, and steadiness accumulated over the years, just looking at his appearance. Gu Zixi really didn't look like Xia Weilan's father, but more like an older brother, just a few years older than him. Gu Zixi's voice added a touch of chill to the spring-like bedroom. Emotions are the greatest weakness of human nature. I don't need weaknesses. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue closed her eyes, and, what about that stunning little uncle? Since you don't need emotions, what does this only recognized friend count as? REBORN. When mentioning Lin Jiangyue, Gu Zixi curled his lips slightly. Only those who qualify as rivals have the chance to become friends. Jiangyue is the only person I haven't conquered in all these years. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue wanted to say something else, but suddenly there was a knock on the door outside the bedroom. Then a voice said, Master, young Master Yin Chao wants to see you. Yin Chao? Yin Chao? Gu Zixi's current adopted son? Lin Jiangyue was taken aback and instinctively looked at Gu Zixi. The person outside responded and then left. What do you want to give him? Lin Jiangyue repeated this sentence, mocking. So you are raising this adopted son like a daughter? Spoiling him this much? Of course I can give it. Gu Zixi replied, lazily with a smile, but whether he can handle it, I'm not responsible for that. You don't need to be so concerned for that kid. If he has the ability, this central base could be his. He could even bring me down to resolve the grievances of these years. Why cling to these little gains and losses in front of you? But if he can't do it, Lin Jiangyue almost instinctively asked, what if you can't do it? Didn't you already experience the fate of the incompetent in your last life? Gu Zixi sneered. After all we've done with Xiaoying, if he still can't manage it at this point, it just proves that my decision back then was not wrong. Even if Gu Yunzhao didn't come to replace him, someone else would eventually. Chapter 156. Instruction 1. Uncle Lin and I are staying here. Xia Weilan shook her head. Since we have already found the Yuri handling grass, what else is there to do here? Wang Laowu asked. Are we going to find Jiangyue? Yes, but also no. Xia Weilan said, Old man, please don't ask anymore. Little girl, those people from the central base were chasing you relentlessly before and now. Wang Laowu paused, suddenly serious, and said, Little girl, I always feel that you few are quite mysterious. Are you hiding something from us? What exactly is your relationship with the central base? Xia Weilan's eyelashes fluttered, and after a long while, she said, There's no relationship. We can handle it ourselves. You can rest assured. Besides, Uncle Lin is still here. Lin Jiangyue. Wang Laowu. At this point in the conversation, Wang Laowu could only helplessly nod. Then you. Before he could finish his sentence, a low roar echoed, and the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently a few times. In response, a closer low roar followed, deafening. At the same time, a massive figure with wings protruding from its ribs appeared before them. Seeing this figure, Wang Laowu couldn't help but gasp. It was a snow wolf. A snow wolf as gigantic as a mountain. With every step it took, the ground shook, and its blood-red maw could swallow them whole. Wherever the snow wolf passed, the enormous trees immediately parted to the sides. The once dense forest became bare in an instant. It quickly approached them, its blood-red giant eyes revealing a bloodthirsty gleam. Wang Laowu trembled and said, We should run. We can't escape. The greatest strength of this snow wolf is its speed. Lin Jiangyue chuckled. Only level 90. Not the snow wolf king. Weilan, do you want to give it a try? Practice a bit? Wang Laowu was shocked and exclaimed, What? Level 90? Boy, you can't go there. What level are you? As a result, Xia Weilan succinctly replied, Okay. When leaving the Thunder Academy, both her dark and domain abilities had reached level 70. During her time in the bewildering forest, she hadn't had a good opportunity to practice due to being controlled by Lin Jinghong for a long time. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Weilan activated both her dark and domain abilities simultaneously and charged forward without hesitation. How is it possible to win against that? Wang Laowu trembled as he stood up, anxiously looking at Lin Jiangyue. Young man, that little girl is your future daughter-in-law. How can you let her go to her death? Knowing there are tigers on the mountain, yet heading towards the tiger's mountain makes it all the more interesting, doesn't it? Lin Jiangyue still maintained her calm and smiling tone. In the bewitching forest, where dangers abound, since we are here, How can we hesitate out of fear of peril? Old sir, why not take a moment to observe quietly? Wang Laowu. Lin Jiangyue's calmness made Wang Laowu feel a bit more at ease. However, he found it more absurd. He couldn't understand the other person's indifference. Can a person remain unmoved while someone they care about is in danger? He was more than twice the age of the person in front of him, yet he couldn't see through him at all. Not only could he not discern Lin Jiangyue's attitude towards him, but he also couldn't figure out Lin Jiangyue's attitude towards Xiao Weilan and Lin Jiangyue. This man showed no emotional fluctuations at all. He appeared friendly, yet was actually distant, with everything and everyone seemingly unimportant to him. He seemed passionate, yet was actually indifferent, never truly devoted to anyone. Chapter 157, Instruction 2. So what about Zhe Shi? Has he gone to that brat's room again? Xiao Wanru looked at the man in front of her, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. Sensing the pressure emanating from Xiao Wanru, the man couldn't help but break out in a few cold sweats. Yes, that girl often throws things around in her room. If the noise gets too loud, the head of the family will go over. Zhe Shi really dotes on her. Hearing this, Xiao Wanru couldn't help but snort coldly. Have you seen what she looks like these days? The man shook his head, apart from delivering meals. The head of the family doesn't allow anyone else to enter that room. Xiao Wanru frowned tightly. She had never seen Gu Zishi so indulgent and attentive to any woman, even including the past Xiao Wanning. What is this girl's true identity? How could she receive such unique treatment from Gu Zishi, and even make him say he wanted her to be his daughter-in-law? It seemed she had to be on high alert. The things she had tried so hard to achieve over the years were now easily obtained by an unknown girl, filling Xiao Wanru's heart with hatred and jealousy. After pondering for a moment, she frowned and said, "Where is Yun Zhao? Go find him and bring him to me." The man was taken aback, his expression somewhat strange. Young Master Yun has gone out for something. The man? This was the second time today. Gu Zishi lazily leaned against the table, looking down at Lin Jiangyue. If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm not that free. Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue pressed her lips together, her gaze landing on the man who closely resembled Xiao Weilan. He still wore that indifferent expression as if nothing mattered to him, yet he repeatedly indulged her actions. Lin Jiangyue's eyes flickered, and she suddenly softened her tone, saying, "Uncle Gu, I want to find Xiao Weilan. I really can't sit still anymore. If you're worried about me, we can go together." As her words fell, there was a profound silence. In that instant, it felt as if even the faint sound of the wind outside and the rustling of the leaves had come to a standstill. A moment later, everything returned to normal, as if it had all been just Lin Jiangyue's illusion. After her dual abilities reached level 70, her senses became extraordinarily sharp. She could feel the chill that emanated from Gu Zishi in that moment. Her words were somewhat too familiar. But would the man before her really take action against her? She was a girl, and she was also Lin Jiangyue's daughter, the daughter of Gu Zishi's only acknowledged friend. Even if he felt she had offended him, would he really act against her? If what Gu Zishi had said to her in these days was sincere, then she believed he wouldn't. A truly responsible man wouldn't be rude to a friend's daughter over a single remark. Strangely, a thin layer of sweat formed in Lin Jiangyue's palm. She felt a bit nervous. In a daze, a cold, thin laugh echoed in her ears. "It seems I underestimated you. You're not as foolish as I imagined." Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. Gu Zishi turned his face towards her, his frost-covered eyes looking down at her. "Of course, I won't harm you. I'll even give you a chance." "What chance?" Lin Jiangyue asked instinctively. A glimmering dagger suddenly appeared before her eyes. "No matter what method you use, within 7 days, as long as you can stab me with this dagger, I will personally take you to find him. Otherwise," the man suddenly smiled, "you'll stay here until that kid has the ability to come and take you away himself." Chapter 158, Teaching 3. After watching Lin Jiangyue effortlessly kill a high-level mutated beast again, Xiao Weilan asked, "Uncle Lin, so what level are you exactly?" "Not sure." Lin Jiangyue took out the crystal core of the mutated beast. "After level 100, I haven't counted anymore." Xiao Weilan frowned. "So it's possible to be above level 100? Gu." He paused. "Is my father the same?" "To be honest, Zishi is stronger than me." Lin Jiangyue smiled. "Actually, I think the so-called level is just a number, and there's no need to take it too seriously. For example, when I was at level 70, I could already kill mutated beasts at level 90. So what do you think the level means? It sounded a bit arrogant. Xie Weilon expressionlessly waved the dagger in her hand, successfully extracting the crystal core from the mutated beast in front of her. Under Lin Jiangyue's guidance in the past few days, her combat power had improved dramatically. Although her ability level hadn't reached 80 yet, mutated beasts and plants over level 90 posed almost no threat to her anymore. She could also chat with Lin Jiangyue while fighting. But it's not just that simple arrogance. Lin Jiangyue lazily said, "Before meeting Zishi, I always thought I was the best in the world." Xie Weilon. Xie Weilon. Didn't that change after you met him? Lin Jiangyue laughed and said, "Actually, it was the same after meeting him. But at least it made me understand to hold back a little." Xie Weilon said, "I've always felt that my father doesn't understand what it means to hold back." Lin Jiangyue said, "You really wronged him. If he hadn't been so restrained, there wouldn't be so many chaotic bases aside from the central base now. He is not only uninterested in women, but seems to have little interest in power as well. I've always thought he could go cultivate immortality." "Uncle Lin, aren't you the same?" Xie Weilon glanced at him. "You are not of this world. All right, let's consider that you are praising me." Lin Jiangyue laughed again. "But don't say this to Zishi. There is no chance to tell him anyway," Xie Weilon said. "The times I've had a good conversation with him can be counted on one hand. The two words I hear the most are waste." Lin Jiangyue sighed lightly. "It seems that no matter what I say, I can't eliminate your prejudice against Zishi." Xie Weilon was silent for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject. "Uncle Lin, why don't you go see Cici?" Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Xie Weilon said, "I want to hear both." Lin Jiangyue curled his lips. "There are still important matters to discuss. The timing isn't right. As for the truth," he lazily said, "that naturally is. After many years apart, there's a sense of shyness upon returning home." Xie Weilon said, "Uncle Lin can also have ordinary people's feelings? I think you should be the same kind of person as my father." "Why can't I?" Lin Jiangyue retorted, "Indeed, Zishi and I may not have as rich emotions as others, but that doesn't mean we are completely devoid of feelings. Otherwise, why do you think he never shows his true self to you?" Xie Weilon paused for a moment, and then sarcastically replied, "Isn't it because he looks down on you?" Lin Jiangyue casually responded, "Since you claim to understand people like us so well, do you think we would waste our time and energy on someone we disdain? And have to sneak around, hiding behind a mask?" Xie Weilon remained silent. Lin Jiangyue patted his shoulder. "Weilon, think about it yourself. No matter whether you can figure it out or not, never tell Zishi that I said this to you, or he might cut ties with me." Xie Weilon. Chapter 159. Teaching for Uncle Gu. "This is the tea I brewed myself. How about you give it a try? It should taste pretty good." Lin Jiangyue smiled as she handed the tea in her hand to Gu Zishi. Today was the last day of the 7 days. But not to mention stabbing Gu Zishi with a dagger. As long as the other party was unwilling, she couldn't even get close. Gu Zishi glanced down at the cup of tea in front of him. Then, he simply tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. With his long index finger tapping on the table, he lazily and wearily said, "I've drunk it. Is there anything else?" Lin Jiangyue was stunned. After a moment, she stammered and asked, "Uncle Gu, how does it taste? Is it good to drink?" The lazy smile couldn't suppress the cool mockery in the man's voice. Maybe it would be better without this soul-soothing potion. Lin Jiangyue. The hypnotic potion she had painstakingly concocted over the past few days was colorless, odorless, and tasteless. How did Gu Zishi see through it? Could he be deceiving her? The girl lowered her head, feigning confusion. "Uncle Gu, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Gu Zishi's gaze fell on her, coldly sneering. "My disdain for using schemes against others doesn't mean I can't see through them." Lin Jiangyue. No matter from which aspect, she was completely crushed by the man in front of her. Given the current situation, let alone 7 days, even 70 days, or 700 days, she might not have any chance of winning. After a moment of silence, Lin Jiangyue bit her lip tightly. "Do you think this is fair to me?" "Fair?" Gu Zishi softly repeated these two words, his thin lips showing a hint of a mocking smile. "Do you like discussing fairness with your enemies? But we are not enemies." As soon as this was said, the air froze for a moment. The man's tone revealed no emotions. "Then what are we?" Lin Jiangyue frowned. The sentence slipped out almost instinctively. Although this man was cold and aloof, with an innate sense of pride and distance in his every move. It was undeniable that as long as he was by her side, she felt an extraordinary sense of security no matter where they were. But the girl pressed her lips together and countered with a question. Do you think we are enemies? Of course not. With your current abilities, you are far from being my enemy. Guzishi said lazily. You are the daughter of Zhaoying, so I will naturally take care of you. But I will not spoil you. I also won't care about your opinion of me. So don't try to reason with me. And don't talk about fairness. If you can't achieve it, it's your own incompetence, not a matter of the rules, understand? Lin Jiangyue. Lin Jiangyue took a deep breath. Fine. I'm not your match. I'm trapped here by you, and I have nothing to say. What about that Uncle Jinghong? You keep saying I'm his daughter. Where is he? Why hasn't he come to see me for so long? Is this how he acts as a father? Years ago, he abandoned my mother, and now he just hands me over to someone else without any explanation? What is the difference between him and someone like Lin Haonan? Guzishi. I don't casually comment on others' matters. Guzishi said, as for what happened between Zhao Ying and your mother, if he is willing, he will find time to tell you himself. But he has never wronged you. It doesn't matter if you are rude to me, but at least maintain the most basic respect for him, otherwise. The man paused and said emotionlessly, you can bear the consequences yourself. Lin Jiangyue. In an instant, an incredibly absurd feeling surged in Lin Jiangyue's heart. Uncle Gu, it doesn't matter if you don't care about me. But if you could share a bit of this protection with Xie Weilon, until the day he can be stronger than me. Guzishi interrupted her mercilessly. He is the one who deserves my protection. Lin Jiangyue. Chapter 160. Teaching 5. Help. Help. Someone has been killed. A skinny old man shouted as he desperately ran through the forest. Not far away, on a mountain, Xie Weilon frowned and said, Uncle Lin, it seems like it's old Wang. Lin Zhaoying lazily smiled and said, it's not just a resemblance, it's him. Xie Weilon replied, didn't he go to deliver the Yurhin Lingxiao? Why is he still here? Lin Zhaoying said, why not just go ask and you'll know? This distance. I'll give you 20 seconds. That should be enough to bring him over. Xie Weilon nodded expressionlessly. In the next moment, the shadow at his feet shifted and he vanished from the spot. Then, a voice sounded helplessly. Old man, it's me. Little kid, it's you. Wang Laowu said, his face full of excitement. Great. Thank goodness you're still here. You scare me to death, old man. Full 20 seconds. Lin Zhaoying smiled and said, Weilon, you're still too slow. Young man, you are here too. Seeing Lin Zhaoying in the tree, Wang Laowu was very excited. Such speed is already quite good. The old man just had a few words with this little kid. Lin Zhaoying just smiled without speaking. Wang Laowu, after all, was older. He wouldn't argue with the other party unless it was a matter of principle. Xie Weilon naturally could see this and nodded slightly towards Lin Zhaoying. Uncle Lin, I will work harder. After spending time together, he was well aware that failing to satisfy Lin Zhaoying meant failing to satisfy Guzishi. After saying that, Xie Weilon turned to Wang Laowu. Old man, didn't you go to deliver the Yuri hailing grass to Thunder Academy? Why are you still here? Wang Laowu. Well, before he could finish, a loud shout suddenly rang out from not far away. Oh, I see. No wonder you old useless thing dared to pluck fur from tiger. It turns out you have help. Today, I'm taking all of you to feed the mutated beasts. Wang Laowu was startled and quickly shrank behind Xie Weilon. Little kid, hurry, hit him. Xie Weilon. Without giving Xie Weilon a chance to hesitate, a cold and powerful aura surged towards him, and he immediately felt that the opponent was at least level 85 or above. But it wasn't difficult to deal with. With Lin Zhaoying's unreserved teachings, he had improved in just a few days beyond what others could achieve in years. Although he was still only in the 70s, his reactions and control over his abilities were vastly improved. Below level 90, he was basically invincible. The shadows around him slightly swayed, and then there was a thud as a skull with wide-open eyes rolled to Wang Laowu's feet. The face was twisted and terrifying. Wang Laowu. Caught off guard, Wang Laowu jumped in shock, nearly leaping up. At the same time, a gloomy voice said, You little bastard, are you here to seek death? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Xie Weilon froze for a moment and instinctively looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a teenager surrounded by nearly 20 high-level ability users coldly staring at him. This teenager was not a stranger. It was Gu Yunqiao. Chapter 161. Teaching 6. Enemies meet, especially eye to eye. Upon seeing Xiao Weilan, Gu Yunqiao wasted no words and immediately ordered the ability users around him to kill him. As soon as he said this, except for the two ability users responsible for closely protecting Gu Yunqiao, the others immediately surrounded, enclosing Xiao Weilan and Wang Laowu in the center. Wang Laowu turned pale with fright, trembling and hiding behind Xiao Weilan, shouting, You are bullying the weak with the strong. You are outnumbering the few. You bastards. You are not human. The other ability users surrounding Xiao Weilan. Xiao Weilan. After a moment of silence, Xiao Weilan said expressionlessly, Old man, please step aside. Be careful not to get blood on yourself. All right, no problem. Wang Laowu was taken aback, then readily stepped aside. One of the ability users glared at Xiao Weilan and angrily said, Kid, you are too arrogant. So much nonsense. Xiao Weilan's eyes turned cold. If you want to fight, then let's go. If not, get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger emitting black energy appeared in his hand. The expressions of those present changed drastically, and the one who spoke first rushed forward, using all his strength from the get-go. The others also showed no mercy and immediately joined the fray. If it were one-on-one, none of them could match Xiao Weilan. But being besieged by nearly 20 ability users at levels 80 to 90, he couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Laowu ran over to Lin Jiangyue, anxiously saying, Young man, you quickly go help. Lin Jiangyue jumped down from the tree. He was wearing a black cloak and a mask, completely different from his previous outfit. Wang Laowu was stunned. What are you? Lin Jiangyue lazily leaned against the tree and smiled. Old sir, please don't be anxious. It's not easy to find so many high-level ability users at once outside of the central base. It's just right for Wei Lan to practice. Wang Laowu. Since Lin Jiangyue had this attitude, there was nothing he could do even if he was anxious. He could only sigh and turn a look at Xiao Weilan, then suddenly widened his eyes. In the time he had been speaking with Lin Jiangyue, Xiao Weilan had already crossed numerous barriers and had the dagger pressed against Gu Yunqiao's neck. The two ability users responsible for protecting Gu Yunqiao had fallen to the ground, their heads rolling away like the one who had chased after him before. The young master had been captured. This was serious. Moreover, the two ability users beside Gu Yunqiao were the strongest among them. If the opponent could kill them so easily, how could they stand a chance? In an instant, all the ability users involuntarily stopped attacking and stared at Xiao Weilan with caution. Gu Yunqiao shouted angrily, What are you all standing there for? Come save me, or my father. His voice abruptly cut off. Gu Yunqiao let out a muffled groan as a deep cut was made across his neck. Blood gushed out. High-level ability users value their lives more than ordinary people. Having witnessed Xiao Weilan's strength and with the young master in the opponent's hands, no one dared to act recklessly. But now that Gu Yunqiao was injured, if Gu Zishi held them accountable, no one could bear the consequences. Someone immediately shouted loudly, You little brat, we are from the central base. You better release our young master quickly, or when we report to the family head, you won't be able to escape. Then go report. Xiao Weilan said coldly, Tell Gu Zashi that I killed his precious son and that he should come find me for revenge. As soon as the words fell, the dagger swung down. He severed Gu Yunqiao's head in one stroke. In an instant, there was complete silence. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 162, Grievances 1. No one expected Xiao Weilan to so ruthlessly cut off Gu Yunqiao's head. The ability users from the central base exchanged glances, all looking pale. Wang Laowu, standing not far away, was also dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Only Lin Jiangyue's expression was hidden behind his mask, making it hard to discern his feelings. But he lowered his gaze, his eyes cold as a deep pool. Everyone's gaze fell upon Gu Yunqiao's head, which had eyes wide open. The atmosphere was nearly frozen. After a moment, someone suddenly shouted, Kill him! Avenge the young master! The ability users seemed to awaken from a dream, rushing towards Xiao Weilan with bloodshot eyes. Failing to protect the young master, if they couldn't catch the murderer, they wouldn't even pass muster with Gu Zishi, let alone Xiao Wanru. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well fight. A dozen high-level ability users attacking at once put unprecedented pressure on Xia Weilong. He killed 4 or 5 ability users, but he was also injured. Wang Laowu grew anxious. "Young man, aren't you going to help?" After a moment of silence, Lin Jiangyue said, "Let's wait and see. He might not be without a chance." But Wang Laowu wanted to say more, but Lin Jiangyue shook his head. "Old man, since he made this decision, he must be prepared to bear the consequences and have the ability to do so. You can't expect me to do everything." Wang Laowu. Normally, even without striving for progress, he was still his own son. Hearing this news, Xia Wanru rolled her eyes and nearly fainted on the spot. For the first time in her life, she was completely flustered, rushing over to slap each of the 3 ability users, then pulling on Gu Zishi's sleeve. "Zishi, you must avenge Yin Xiao." Gu Zishi said nothing, his gaze falling on the hand she was holding. It was as cold and emotionless as a 1,000-year frost on Tianshan Mountain. No response. Gu Wanru nodded, tears in her eyes. "With your words, I have no worries." After a moment of impulsiveness, she had regained her composure. She turned to the few cowering ability users kneeling on the ground. "Did you see what the murderer looked like?" The few of them looked at each other. After a moment, one person mustered the courage to say there were 3 of them, but the other 2 didn't act. The one who killed the young master was a boy about 17 or 18 years old who looked. Before he could finish, he suddenly looked up and saw Gu Zishi, who had removed the mask he had been wearing all along. As he looked over, there seemed to be a fleeting glimmer of cold mockery in his eyes. It was a face that could be called perfect, with an uncontainable elegance in every gesture, seemingly as flawless as white jade. However, the moment the ability user saw that face, he was first stunned for a moment, then screamed in madness. The sound was piercing, like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The 2 ability users kneeling next to him trembled all over, unable to speak, as if they were about to faint on the spot. Xia Wanru. Chapter 163. Grievances 2. Xia Wanru was stunned by the reaction of these ability users. Her gaze fell on the lazy and noble man, and she furrowed her brow in suspicion, whispering, "Zashi?" A very light sound, but it felt like a knock on everyone's heart. In an instant, it was as if the ability user's mouth had been sealed, and his screams abruptly stopped. Gu Zishi's cold and mocking gaze fell on him, his voice low and pleasant. "What are you shouting about? Am I scary?" No, 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 no." Although his voice was like the sound of heaven, the ability user trembled like a leaf. He stammered, "Family head, you are wise and mighty. How could you be scary?" I was just thinking of the murderer, that's why." Gu Zishi glanced at him. The ability user trembled, almost biting his own tongue. "Although Yun Xiao is not my biological son, he has been by my side for many years. Now that he has been suddenly killed, I naturally cannot stand by and do nothing." Gu Zishi said slowly, "You will describe the figures, postures, and appearances of those people in detail, and have someone draw their portraits to distribute to the ability users at the central base. Anyone who can bring the murderer who killed Yun Xiao to see me, whether alive or dead, from now on, in the central base, under me and Wanru, it will be him." The 3 ability users in the room knelt on the ground, repeatedly agreeing. Gu Zishi's gaze fell on Xia Wanru. "Wanru, do you have anything to say?" After a moment of silence, Xia Wanru bit her lip and shook her head. "No, Zishi, you have thought this through." Gu Zishi nodded. "Since Yin Xiao has had an accident, I imagine you are also sad. Do you want to take a few days off? I can find someone else to handle the affairs of the base." Xia Wanru. "Who will you find?" Gu Zishi had never made such a request in all these years. Why would he suddenly? Xia Wanru's heart trembled. She immediately restrained her weary expression. "No need. Public matters are public. Private matters are private. I can handle the affairs of the base." "That's good." Gu Zishi didn't push her. "Wanru, what I have always admired about you is your clear distinction between public and private matters. As long as you can think clearly for yourself, that's enough. Zishi, you can rest assured, I have it all under control." Xia Wanru nodded. "Since that's the case, then everything will remain as it is," Gu Zishi said slowly. "But if any problems arise, don't blame me for being unsympathetic and unyielding." Although Gu Zishi's tone was gentle, the last words made Xia Wanru inexplicably feel a chill rising up her back. She looked into those ice-cold, desolate eyes and suddenly shivered. despite years of acquaintance. There remained a thick, cold fog between her and the man before her. His pride and nobility seemed innate, even without a single hurtful word. Just a glance could make one feel so ashamed that they wished to disappear. This was the strong person she had always admired and aspired to be like. Unfortunately, this man had never belonged to her. He was Xie Waning's. He belonged to that sister who was inferior to her in every way. But why? If it weren't for that twist of fate back then, Guzishi should have been someone Xie Waning could never reach in her lifetime. Chapter 164. Grievances 3. In the enchanting forest, Wang Lao looked at Lin Jiangyue and awkwardly asked, "Young man, why do you keep staring at this old man?" Lin Jiangyue smiled and said, "Old man, I have a question that I don't understand and would like to ask you. Why are you being chased by people from the central base?" Wang Lao was taken aback. He coughed twice and said, "How would this old man know? When I ran into them in the woods, they just pounced on me like crazy. Who knows why? I'm Fine." Before Wang Lao could finish speaking, Xie Weilan had already walked over slowly. Due to excessive blood loss, his complexion looked slightly pale. "Uncle Lin, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, but I take responsibility for my own actions and will not involve you. First, I'm not afraid of trouble. Second, this isn't really a trouble for me," Lin Jiangyue said with a smile. "But I want to hear one sincere word from you. Why do you want to kill Gu Yunzhao? I've said before, your mother wasn't harmed by Xie Wanru, and Gu Yunzhao is even less related." "For myself," Xie Weilan said expressionlessly, "I want to avenge my mother, and I want to avenge myself as well." "Is it just for that reason?" Lin Jiangyue still smiled, showing no sign of anger. But there was no smile in his eyes anymore. They appeared cold. "Young man, shouldn't he be killed?" Before Xie Weilan could speak, Wang Lao suddenly interjected angrily. "A scum like this should have died a long time ago." "Oh!" Lin Jiangyue raised an eyebrow. "It seems you know him well." Wang Lao choked on his words and then sighed deeply. "All right, I'll tell you the truth. I deliberately sought him out. I want to avenge my poor little granddaughter who was defiled at such a young age." As he spoke, he took out the button he had previously shown to Xie Weilan and Lin Jiangyue. "I've already confirmed with the guards at the Central Base and Thunder Academy that this is that beast's." Seeing the button, Lin Jiangyue was slightly taken aback. Wang Lao turned to Xie Weilan with tears in his eyes. "Little kid, you said before that you would help me take revenge, and now you really did it." "Thank you." Xie Weilan pressed his lips together. "Old man, please don't say that." Wang Lao choked up again and said to Lin Jiangyue, "Young man, if you want to blame someone, blame this old man. Don't blame this little kid." Wang Lao cried, his voice rising and falling. Lin Jiangyue could only smile wryly and said, "Old sir, I already mentioned that I don't blame Weilan." After a pause, he continued, "I would like to speak to Weilan privately for a moment, if that would be convenient." Wang Lao was taken aback for a moment. Xie Weilan said, "Elder, I'm fine." Although Wang Lao sometimes really didn't act like an elder and his strength wasn't that high, at least the concern he showed was genuine. It allowed him to feel care and warmth that he had never experienced with Guzishi. That was enough. Wang Lao trembled as he walked to a nearby tree. Xie Weilan said, "Uncle Lin, please go ahead and speak." Lin Jiangyue said, "Just now, I went out to check the situation. The Central Base has issued an order that whoever can capture the murderer of Gu Yunzhao, regardless of life or death, will be the highest authority below Zhe, Shi, and Xie Wanru." After a moment of silence, Xie Weilan replied coldly with a hum. Chapter 165. Grievances 4. Lin Jiangyue was not surprised by Xie Weilan's reaction. Only, as expected, Xie Weilan curled her lips without a smile. "Always like this. We'll go to save Gu Yunzhao, but won't go to save him. We'll take revenge for Gu Yunzhao, but won't take revenge for him. So you killed Gu Yunzhao." Lin Jiangyue stared into Xie Weilan's eyes and slowly said, "Aside from those reasons, is there any intention of taking revenge on Zishi?" Xie Weilan did not speak. Lin Jiangyue handed him a piece of paper. "Take a look for yourself." Xie Weilan. Xie Weilan glanced at the paper, which depicted a man who was as imposing as a giant black bear, slightly tilted her head, revealing a somewhat puzzled expression. "Uncle Lin, who is this?" "The killer of Gu Yunzhao," Lin Jiangyue said. "This is the killer of Gu Yunzhao? Those people at the Central Base can't be that blind." Xie Weilan was stunned. Lin Jiangyue revealed a lazy smile. "How long do you think it will take for the Central Base to find you based on this portrait? To take revenge for their young master?" After a moment of silence, Xia Weilan said, "Well, they probably will never find me." Lin Jiangyue said, "Those 3 escaped ability users all saw your face. Why do you think they made that choice?" Xia Weilan. Xia Weilan lowered her gaze and remained silent. So Lin Jiangyue continued, "Weilan, over these days, I've taught you everything I can. From now on, it will depend on you. You need to reach level 100 before you turn 20 and go to the deepest part of the bewildering forest to kill that zombie king. Otherwise what?" Lin Jiangyue paused and didn't continue, but said, "Of course, if you have concerns, you can choose not to go. This kind of thing can't be forced. It's entirely your choice." Hearing the implication in Lin Jiangyue's words, Xia Weilan couldn't help but frown. "Uncle Lin, are you going to leave?" Lin Jiangyue laughed and said, "Why do you look like you're carrying a deep grudge? What's wrong? Can't bear to part with me?" Compared to the often unreliable Wang Laowu, Lin Jiangyue's temperament was naturally closer to Guzishi. Moreover, Lin Jiangyue had a patience for him that Guzishi would never possess. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Weilan barely nodded. "All right, at least you have a bit of conscience. It wasn't a waste teaching you." However, Lin Jiangyue added, "There's no banquet that doesn't end in this world. We'll meet again someday." "Uncle Lin, where are you going?" Xia Weilan asked, "Can you tell me?" Xia Weilan continued, "And can I go with you?" He whispered, "As friends, I actually want to persuade Jinghong again. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it." Lin Jiangyue shook his head and said, "The one he resents the most is me, so it must be me who resolves it." Xia Weilan then asked, "What about before that? Aren't you going to see Cici?" Lin Jiangyue was silent for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Weilan, I've always been fearless. But if I think about it carefully, it's not entirely true that I'm not afraid of anything. The hardest part is still to be left for last." Xia Weilan. Lin Jiangyue said again, "Weilan, actually the most important thing you should think about is yourself." Xia Weilan tilted her head in confusion and asked me, "Yes, do you really intend to not see Jiangyue again until you deal with that zombie king? And will you never let go of your resentment towards Zishi?" Xia Weilan. Chapter 166. Reunion. Xia Weilan frowned slightly. Lin Jiangyue slowly walked to his side and said with a smile, "All right, I've said all I can say. How you want to proceed is up to you, as long as you have no regrets. I won't interfere. But if you decide to go find Jiangyue, make sure to say nice things about me in front of her. Consider it a reward for the guidance I've given you these days." Lin Jiangyue patted his shoulder. "See you again. I hope that by the next time we meet, you can reconcile with Zishi. Well, man." There was a hint of playful amusement in his tone, making him seem like a helplessly obedient child. Upon hearing this, Xia Weilan showed a complicated expression on his face. "Uncle Lin, please don't joke about me anymore. This is not a joke." Lin Jiangyue said seriously, "The hardest thing about Zishi is his mouth. In fact, as long as you don't make a mistake, even if you provoke him, he won't really do anything to you. If you don't believe it, you could try it. If something goes wrong, I'll compensate you." With that, Lin Jiangyue suddenly burst forth with a strong light. The brightness forced Xia Weilan to cover her eyes. Xia Weilan couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. It seems that even after these days of effort, there is still an indelible gap between her and Lin Jiangyue. So, there is also a similar gap with that man. Seeing Lin Jiangyue suddenly disappear, Wang Laowu immediately came over trembling. "Little kid, where did your father-in-law go? Why did he suddenly run off?" Xia Weilan helplessly glanced at Wang Laowu. "He went to the Lin family." Wang Laowu was slightly taken aback, then responded with an "Oh, aren't you going with him? To show off?" Xia Weilan shook her head. "Uncle Lin won't take me. He said he wants to handle it alone." Wang Laowu asked, "What do you plan to do next? Go find that girl?" Xia Weilan paused for a moment. "I don't know. I'll think about it some more." Wang Laowu. Lin Jiangyue felt that her temper had been getting bigger during her days at the central base. Although Gu Zishi refused to let her leave this room, he was accommodating in other aspects. It was almost to the point of asking for the stars without giving up the moon. As for the rare materials needed for developing the potion, she could have as much as she wanted. If the food didn't suit her taste, as long as she ordered it, it would definitely be on the table within 15 minutes. When she was really bored, she could throw things and call Gu Zishi over to chat with her. The only downside was that she couldn't see Xia Weilan. However, for Lin Jiangyue, this minor drawback had already made her unable to sleep at night. Since her rebirth, She had never been apart from Xie Weilan for so long. She missed the other person madly. Thinking of this, a surge of anger ignited in Lin Jiangyue's heart. She picked up a glass and smashed it hard onto the ground. But instead of the expected sound of shattering glass, a very light sound of footsteps was heard. Lin Jiangyue was taken aback. Her gaze landed on the newcomer, and the girl's voice suddenly stopped. "Cece, I've come to find you."